Inside a magnificent imperial palace, teacher. A golden-haired middle-aged man tightly held an aged hand beside the bed and called out to the old man. As if hearing the golden-haired man's voice, the old man slowly opened his eyes steeped in the vicissitudes of time. The golden-haired man looked at the old man, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, "Thank goodness, teacher, you have not left me." The old man turned his head to look at him. "Ai Ruang Xinghui, the student, I take such pride in you are now the king of the Radiant Star Empire. How can you shed tears so easily? Did you forget what I told you?" Xinghui patted his own chest. Teacher's words. This student would never dare forget them. A man does not easily shed tears. But teacher, you are the most important person in my life. When I was handling government affairs a month ago, a servant told me that teacher had suddenly collapsed to the ground. In alarm, I used all the magical energy in my body to rush to your side. But when I found teacher lying motionless on the bed, I thought you were about to leave me. Fortunately, it was only a false alarm. The old man sighed softly and said earnestly, "Xinghui, as the ruler of an empire, there is no need for you to worry about this old man who has lived long enough. Compared with a useless old man like me, your people are far more important." Xinghui said with deep emotion, "I won't allow you to speak of yourself like that, teacher. Without you, teacher, the Radiant Star Empire would have been devoured by other empires long ago. Without you, how could the empire have achieved the feat of unifying the continent today?" Hee. The old man laughed at these words. Those were all trivial matters, far simpler than governing a country. They are not worth mentioning. But, just as Xinghui was about to speak, the old man stopped him. "You need not bother with this old man anymore. I have already lived a full 200 years. My life has reached its end. From now on, you are the one who must protect the empire." "No. Teacher, you are still in excellent health. How could you pass away, teacher?" But the old man gave no reply. Instead, a smile lifted the corners of his mouth, and then he quietly closed his eyes and spoke no more. Xinghui thought the old man was teasing him, so he called out to him again. Yet no matter how many times Xinghui called, the old man never responded. After calling teacher for a full hour, Xinghui finally sensed that the old man on the bed no longer had any sign of life. Not even a sliver. Thud. Teacher. No. Looking at the old man who had already passed away, Xinghui knelt on the ground. He gazed at the smiling face of the departed old man, then threw himself onto the old man's body and wept aloud. The next day, Ai Ruang Xinghui, the 20th king of the Radiant Star Empire, held a grand funeral for Yunhui Chen, the Grand Court Magister and National Preceptor. The funeral King Xinghui held for Yunhui Chen was unprecedented and unparalleled. Even the funerals of the previous 19 kings were not nearly as magnificent. On the day of the funeral, countless citizens came to bid farewell to the Grand Magister, and every duke arrived in person to see him off. The Cataclysm tier court magisters also released powerful magic into the sky one after another to bid him farewell. Those who could not come attended the online funeral through magic orbs. Thus passed away the strongest court magister in the history of the Radiant Star Empire, the #1 magister in the world. Yet even though Yunhui Chen, born a commoner, he was found at the age of 5 to possess a prodigious magical constitution, and at 5.5 he began learning magic. In a single day, he became a magic apprentice. 5 months later, he became a junior mage and was marked as a key student for the Magic Academy's focused training. At 10, he became a great mage and graduated from the Magic Academy ahead of schedule. He then served as a magic lecturer at the Magic Academy. At 20, he became a magister, the youngest magister in the history of the Shihuan continent. After becoming a magister, Yunhui Chen began traveling the world. At 40, he became the youngest Grand Magister in the history of the Shihuan continent. At that time, Yunhui Chen was still journeying across the continent. At the age of 45, he became a Cataclysm tier magister, shocking the entire continent. Everyone across the land wanted to know exactly how he had become a Cataclysm magister in only 5 years. At the end of that same year, Yunhui Chen received a letter from the king of the Radiant Star Empire, inviting him to become the empire's 10th court magister. Having just completed his travels across the Shihuan continent, Yunhui Chen returned to the Radiant Star Empire and became a court magister. At 50 in the court magister competition, Yunhui Chen defeated 9 court magisters single-handedly, an astonishing feat, and successfully became the Grand Court Magister of the Radiant Star Empire. It should be known that almost all Grand Magisters only barely managed to break through to the Cataclysm Magister rank at the age of 120. Yet Yunhui Chen reached the pinnacle of this continent at 45. His talent was beyond imagination. When Yunhui Chen was 100, the Radiant Star Empire was besieged by the 10 empires. Just as the Radiant Empire was about to fall, Yunhui Chen acted and turned the situation around. At that time Yunwei Chen was locked in fierce combat with the court mages of the 10 empires. Both sides bombarded each other with overwhelmingly powerful magic, and that battle lasted 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, at the cost of severe injuries to himself, Yunwei Chen annihilated the Grand Court Magisters of the 10 Empires, 90 court mentors, millions of soldiers, tens of thousands of mages, thousands of magisters, and hundreds of Grand Magisters. A court magister could only be held by a cataclysm tier magister. From then on, Yunwei Chen was hailed by the world as the #1 magister, and he was even called the demon god by the magisters of enemy nations. As for the 10 empires that had attacked the Radiant Star Empire after losing a massive amount of high-end combat power, they were gradually annexed by the smaller states that had once been their vassals. After this battle, the Magic Association specially created a separate rank for Yunwei Chen alone. Ranks: Apprentice, Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Magister, Grand Magister, Cataclysm, Magister, Demon God. Yunwei Chen. At the age of 120, Yunwei Chen helped the young King Xinghui unify the continent. In the years that followed, he devoted himself to even more powerful magic and the way of immortality. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still unable to create a magic that prolonged life. However, living to the age of 200 was already long enough for him. He had already experienced the beautiful scenery and charming women of the Shihuan continent, so he had no regrets left for this world. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, a war that shook the world broke out, the Summit War of Marineford. The three sides in the battle were the Marine headquarters, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates, led by the Yonko Whitebeard, and the Straw Hat pirates, led by Monkey D. Luffy. This was a three-way battle ignited with Ace at its center. After this war, the fifth Emperor of the Sea he was the captain of the Straw Hat pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. As they saw the Going Merry suddenly appear above headquarters, the Marines below shouted, "Look! That's the one pirate crew that emerged this year. The Straw Hat pirates. Why are they here?" The Marines stared at the Straw Hat figure standing on the bow of the Going Merry along with the other crew members and cried out in shock. Captain of the Straw Hat pirates, Straw Hat Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty 1666600 berries. It is said that on the Sabaody archipelago he once shouted into a din mushy that the celestial dragons were trash, and even crippled a celestial dragon's arm. Most importantly, he defeated the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Vice Captain of the Straw Hat pirates, King of Magic, Yunwei Chen. Bounty 15000 berries. Oh. Hearing that the Marine who had been asking was slightly stunned. Magic. Seeing his companion's confusion, the well-informed Marine let out a low whistle. The key was that man had also severed a certain part of a celestial dragon's body, the very part meant for continuing the family line. Damn, that's ruthless. But what does that have to do with magic? That's because he once fought Admiral Akiji and still got away unscathed. What? You're saying he escaped unscathed from Admiral Akiji? But that still has nothing to do with magic. Oh, that's what you don't know? Without eating a devil fruit, he can use a power that freezes things. He can use magic and escape from Admiral Akiji in one piece. He really deserves that bounty. Seeing that his partner understood, the knowledgeable Marine continued. Sky Soaring Sword Master, Rorinoa Zoro. Bounty 12600 berries. Skywalking Blackleg, Vinsmoke Sanji. Bounty 11800 berries. Cat Burglar, Nami. Bounty 300 berries. Sniper King, Usopp. Bounty 6600 berries. Demon Dragon Princess, Apis. Bounty 10800 berries. Devil Child, Nico Robin. Bounty 7700 berries. Cyborg. Bounty 8800 berries. Soul King, Brook. Bounty 8800 Ship Spirit, Mary. Bounty 1000 berries. The ship's mascot, Chopper. Bounty 250 berries. Bounty 250 berries. Finally, there's the person behind the Straw Hat crew. No one knows his true identity, but if he also comes to the Summit War. As he spoke, the knowledgeable Marine couldn't help gulping. What would happen if he comes? Just tell me. I'm dying to know. Seeing his good buddy stall again, he couldn't help shouting at him. At that moment, Sengoku, seeing the Straw Hat crew arrive, let a grave look appear on his face, as if he was pondering something. At this moment, Yunwei Chen was still in the middle of a life flashing before his eyes moment. To think that I, a mere student, was killed by my own handsomeness while looking into the mirror that day in my room. Truly, but that was only a minor trial. Soon enough, I was reborn on the Western fantasy continent and awakened an extraordinarily powerful talent for magic. Just put it this way. As long as I have enough mana, I can learn any other person's magic with a single. In this life, almost every battle I fought was a glorious highlight. You could say it was incredibly satisfying. In the end though, no one can evade the blade of time, and I died a natural death. I just wonder, will I be sent to the next world with my memories this time too? But it's also possible that black and white impermanence will drag me to the underworld to drink Meng Pa's soup, and send me back to the real world. Forget it. There's nothing I can do now. They'll just arrange it. Why is it so pitch black here? Have I been locked in a small dark room? Yunwei Chen felt around with his hands and found himself in a space where he couldn't make out his surroundings, and his body was curled up with bent knees. Fluoresce. Chen murmured softly, and a faint light filled the space. It was enough for him to see his surroundings clearly. It seems I can still use magic, though I don't know to what extent. And by the look of it, am I inside a wooden barrel? You're slacking off again, Kobe. Just then a rough voice reached Chen's ears. Kobe. That name sounds familiar. It seems I really have arrived in the world of One Piece. No, I'm just moving these 2 barrels. Kobe hurriedly waved his hands and tried to explain to the 3 lecherous pirates. One of the fat pirates leered, "Oh then, well, help you lighten these barrels. We happen to be thirsty." Kobe shook his head nervously. "No. If you do that, Miss Alvito will definitely kill us." The fat pirate shoved Kobe aside, dragged a barrel over, and raised his hand to smash it open. The tall, thin pirate took the other barrel and likewise drew back his fist. Just as the fat man's fist was about to hit the barrel, a figure suddenly burst out of it and knocked him to the ground, as if by accident. Ha, what a good sleep. A boy wearing a straw hat spread his arms and laughed loudly. The tall, thin pirate beside him was also knocked down by the person who had come out of the barrel. A moment earlier, just as the tall, thin pirate was about to smash his fist into the barrel, Yunwei Chen inside it softly uttered a single word. Open. Bang. The moment Chen finished speaking, the barrel's staves burst open and flew into the tall, thin pirate's face, knocking him to the ground. Still as handsome as ever. Yunwei Chen produced a mirror from who knows where and examined himself. This flowing black hair, these deep eyes, and this stunningly handsome face are all still here. Perfect. The remaining pirate, neither tall nor fat, nervously stared at the 2 people who had jumped out of the barrels. Who are you? Luffy looked at the pirate with a dumbfounded expression and asked. That should be my line, don't you think? Who are you people? The pirate pointed his sword at Luffy and Yunwei Chen. Oh, I can't even remember who was the last person to draw a blade in front of me. Yunwei Chen chuckled lightly as he looked at the pirate pointing the sword at him. What are you muttering to yourself about? The pirate glared viciously at Yunwei Chen, then rushed at him and swung his blade down. Clang! The pirate's sword shattered as soon as it struck Yunwei Chen's body. Oh! Seeing the broken blade in his hand, the pirate's eyes bulged as wide as brass bells, and his mouth kept trembling. He stared at Yunwei Chen in terror. Yo! You! What exactly are you? Hiss! Before the pirate could finish, he was suddenly frozen into an ice sculpture. Chen picked up his clothes and examined them. Good thing I used magic, or my clothes would have been cut by this guy. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he stared at Chen, who had frozen the pirate solid. Amazing! How did you do that? Did you eat a devil fruit too? Chen looked the rather goofy Luffy up and down. I'm not a devil fruit user. That ice just now was a kind of magic. Hearing this, the stars in Luffy's eyes sparkled even brighter, and he walked up to Chen. Magic? What's that? But it sounds amazing anyway. Seeing Luffy look over, Chen turned his head away, not out of shyness, but because the light in Luffy's eyes really was dazzling. Since Luffy's eyes were too bright, Chen used his palm to push Luffy's face away, so those eyes would stop shining at him. Magic. You can think of it as something like a devil fruit that grants its user special abilities. Luffy smacked his right fist into his left palm with a look of realization. I see. So that's what magic is. Unlike Luffy, Kobe beside him nervously chewed his fingers, thinking, just now. What was that ice about? This long-haired man in front of me actually froze that pirate out of thin air. And this long-haired man also said it wasn't a devil fruit ability, but magic. Yet I've never heard that such a thing exists in the world. Luffy put his hand on his straw hat. Oh right, I haven't told you my name yet. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. As he spoke, he flashed his big white teeth and grinned at Chen, sunny and cheerful. Heh. Chen let out a light laugh at the bright smile in front of him. Yunwei Chen. Oh that. Nothing much. My ship got capsized by a giant whirlpool when I first set sail, so— Oh that. Nothing much. My ship got capsized by a giant whirlpool when I first set sail, so I ended up in a barrel, Luffy said with a grin, as if it wasn't his ship that had been flipped. May I ask, Mr. Luffy, what is your purpose for going to sea at such lengths? Luffy flashed his big white teeth. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Kobe, upon hearing this, spoke of the great treasure, just as in the original story, insisting that Luffy becoming the Pirate King was impossible. Meanwhile, Ichin was lost in memory, recalling that he was 6 years old when he first watched One Piece, and this was exactly how Luffy made his debut. Seeing the real person, now he felt a sense of amusement, like a childhood dream of reaching through the screen to meet Luffy had finally been fulfilled. Luffy ignored Kobe and turned his gaze to Ichin. Ichin, why did you set out to sea? Ichin snapped back to reality, looking at Luffy, who was asking him, for no reason. Wherever I drift, it doesn't matter to me. So Luffy said, striking a thoughtful pose as he looked at Ichin. In that case, why not become my partner? Luffy flashed his big white teeth with a grin after saying that. Oh, you want to invite me aboard? But why should I join your ship? Ichin didn't answer immediately, but turned the question back on Luffy. Because I feel like you're going to be my partner, Luffy said, flashing his big white teeth again with a sunny, cheerful smile. Ichin looked at Luffy's radiant smile and thought, ever since I was reincarnated into the Western fantasy continent, I've been either researching magic or on my way to research magic, not to mention the political struggles. Back then I always had to manage the scheming and infighting among the nobles and officials for my foolish disciple, who became king at the age of 12. Now I feel it would be more comfortable to get along with someone simple-minded like Luffy. Besides, I've always liked Luffy as a character since I watched One Piece. In that case, in this life, let me travel this world with the character I loved in my childhood. Well, it might be more apt to describe it as reliving this anime firsthand. Ichin turned his back to Luffy, revealing half of his profile. If that's the case, your invitation. I accept. Yokata. Then Ichin, from now on you're my vice captain. Luffy danced with joy after Ichin accepted his invitation. He was as ecstatic as a nobody who just won 500 million in the lottery. The moment Ichin accepted Luffy's invitation, the gears of fate began to turn, though that's a story for later. Just as Luffy and Ichin finished speaking, Kobe declared his dream of joining the Marines and boldly vowed to capture Alvida. Boom. Crash. Just as Kobe made his bold declaration, Alvida smashed through the deck and landed before them. You're picking these two as your allies to capture who now? Huh, Kobe? A hag-like roar echoed out. Kobe's legs trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Alvida, and he instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. Alvida sized up Luffy and Ichin with a glance. So you're not the bounty hunter Zoro? She let out a chuckle. Luffy asked Zoro. Who's Zoro? Kobe, startled by being called, stammered. Why, of course. Luffy pointed at Alvida, looking at Kobe. Who's this rude old... Kobe, startled by being called, stammered. Why, of course. Luffy pointed at Alvida, looking at Kobe. Who's this rude old lady? Alvida was instantly infuriated, raising her spiked club and swinging it at Luffy. You're asking for death. Luffy dodged her attack with a leap, then grabbed Kobe and jumped up onto the deck. Seeing Luffy on the deck, Alvida shifted her target to Ichin, who was still below. Are you also Kobe's accomplice? If there's no one else around, then I suppose I am. Alvida hoisted her club onto her shoulder and sauntered toward Ichin. Your friends abandoned you and ran off. Aren't you scared? Though they can't escape my grasp anyway. If there's no one else around, then I suppose I am. Alvida hoisted her club onto her shoulder and sauntered toward Ichin. Your friends abandoned you. Someone who can make me feel fear? There's no one in this world who can do that. You sure have a big mouth. Let's see if you can still say that after I've beaten you to a pulp with my club. With that, Alvida leaped into the air, raising her spiked club and bringing it crashing down toward Ichin. Enhancement magic. Ichin watched the club descend calmly, muttering his incantation. Though he could easily cast it without an incantation, Ichin preferred to speak it out loud simply because he thought it looked cooler that way. Bang. WH. What? Alvida's jaw dropped in shock as she stared at the long-haired man who had just blocked her spiked club with it. Ichin held the club at bay with his index finger, observing Alvida's exaggerated cartoonish expression. So this is the One Piece world. People really do stretch their mouths wide when they're surprised. Crack. Alvida's spiked club suddenly shattered into pieces. Her eyes widened as she watched her weapon crumble to dust, stumbling backward in terror as she stared at the long-haired man, thinking, what the hell is this guy? He shattered my weapon with just one finger. Ichin wore a kind smile as he watched Alvida retreat. Oh dear, my apologies. I got distracted and didn't control my strength. I accidentally broke your little toy stick. I hope you don't. When did a monster like you appear in the East Blue? Someone like you should have made a name for yourself easily. Who exactly are you? Despite the chill running down her spine, Alvida couldn't help but ask. I just arrived in the East Blue, so it's normal you don't know me. As for my name, sorry, but I have no intention of introducing myself. Actually, I wouldn't have even spoken to you at all since you hardly seem human. If not for your human skin and features, I'd think you were some strange creature. Alvida glared at Ichin with venomous eyes, thinking, damn it, I'd love to kill this guy, but if I actually tried, I'd probably be the one getting killed. So are you going to kill me now? Alvida asked, tentatively ready to flee without hesitation if the answer was yes. Hearing this, Ichin waved his hand. No, I won't kill you. Phew. Alvida breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing she wouldn't be killed, but the relief was short-lived as Ichin added an infuriating remark. I don't kill casually. Since God created you, I'll reluctantly consider you human. What the hell? What does he mean, since God created me, hell reluctantly consider me human? How insulting. This bastard. No, I have to hold back. Hold back. Alvida clenched her fists tightly, struggling to restrain herself from lashing out. In the end, she chose survival over pride. Having said this, Ichin ignored Alvida, who was seething with rage, but dared not make a move, and with a light leap, he landed on the deck. Luffy, mister. Ichin is still down there facing that terrifying Alvida. Maybe we should go back and help him. After Luffy had jumped onto the deck with Kobe, they were immediately attacked by Alvida's underlings, but Luffy swiftly subdued them all. Hearing this, Luffy turned to Kobe and asked, is that rude old hag really that strong? I don't think she can beat Ichin. But what are you two talking about? Just as Kobe was about to say more, Ichin had already reached the deck and addressed them. Kobe looked at Ichin in surprise. Huh? Mister. Ichin, you're back. Does that mean you've already defeated Alvida? Kobe found it hard to believe that Alvida would simply let Ichin go, so he reasoned there were only two possibilities: either Ichin had defeated her, or he had fled faster than she could chase. The former seemed more likely, as Kobe still hadn't seen any sign of Alvida. Well, it's not that I defeated her. It's just that she was too weak to even muster the courage to fight me, Ichin said in a casual tone. Luffy looked disdainful. What? And here Kobe was telling me to go down and help you. Turns out she's just as cowardly as him, not even daring to fight you. If Alvida were there, she would have retorted, anyone would be terrified to see their spiked club shattered into pieces so easily, wouldn't they? Kobe pointed at himself. Hey, how did I get dragged into this? Ichin glanced at the marine battleship preparing to fire, then looked at Luffy. Luffy, it's time for us to go. The Marines are here. The moment he finished speaking, cannonballs came flying over. Luffy quickly lowered a small boat into the sea. All right then, let's get out of here, Ichin. With that, he grabbed Kobe and jumped down, with Ichin following suit. As they landed, they briefly locked eyes with Nami, who was just then slipping away from the ship with Alvida's stolen treasure before making their escape. Nami, after a moment's hesitation, rowed away from the merchant ship as well. Ichin, Luffy, and Kobe now sat in the small boat, drifting with the current. Hey Kobe, what kind of guy is this pirate hunter? Luffy asked the pensive Kobe. He's a very fearsome man, but he's currently locked up in the marine base, Kobe replied, then looked at Luffy. Why do you ask? Luffy rested his hands behind his head. I want to see if he's a good guy. I want him to join our crew. He flashed his signature grin. Then he turned to Ichin. Ichin, what do you think? Who knows, maybe this Zoro guy is a really good person. Ichin couldn't help but chuckle at Luffy's question. It was unusual for a captain to ask his first mate for permission before recruiting. Ichin smiled. You don't need to ask me that. You're the captain. Follow your own, well, don't worry about me. Alright, I got it. Luffy nodded after hearing Ichin's answer. Then he added, but you're my first mate. Of course I want your opinion on things like adding new crew members. Luffy said this with a serious face before flashing his bright smile at Ichin again. Ichin just chuckled softly in response. At the marine execution grounds, a man with a green bandana was tied to a cross-shaped wooden frame. Luffy and Kobe peeked over the wall, showing their heads and arms looking at the bound man. Ichin, meanwhile, was lounging sideways on the wall. If I just snap that rope, I could set him free, right? Luffy said, eyeing the ropes binding the man. What are you saying? If you let him loose, he might just cut you and Mr. Ichin down. It's fine, I'm strong. And Ichin is strong too. Luffy replied with a grin. This guy is hopeless. Kobe thought to himself. Mr. Ichin, you're way too conspicuous. If we get caught, we're dead. Kobe said anxiously, seeing Ichin casually lying sideways on the wall, chewing on a blade of grass head picked up from Waknoshire. Ichin waved his hand dismissively. Relax, little Kobe. I've checked, these Marines have terrible eyesight. They can't see me. Kobe looked at him in disbelief. What? You just got here? When did you have time to check the Marines' eyesight? In truth, Ichin hadn't investigated their eyesight at all. He had simply cast a concealment spell on himself. This spell made it impossible for others to perceive the caster's presence unless he actively attacked or spoke to someone. Ichin vaguely remembered often using this spell to suddenly appear and startle his classmates at the Magic Academy. Impressive, Ichin. You even figured out their eyesight problem. I'm going to sit up there too. Luffy, trying to mimic Ichin, laid sideways on the wall to look at Zoro. Mr. Luffy mister. Ichun is obviously joking. You can't be serious. Kobe complained. I believe Ichun wouldn't lie to me, Luffy said, showing his signature grin again. Even Ichun lying there felt like saying, I was just saying that you actually believed me. But he held his tongue, planning to cast the spell on Luffy when the Marines arrived. Ichun figured that since Luffy trusted him so sincerely, he shouldn't contradict himself. Zoro, noticing Luffy lying on the wall and Kobe's half-hidden head, growled, Hey you two, you're in the way. Beat it. Kobe was immediately intimidated by Zoro's words and stammered to Luffy and Ichun, see. Mister. Luffy mister. Ichun, if we free a guy like that, he'll chop us all to pieces. Bang. Just then a little girl climbed up a wooden ladder she had placed against the wall, looked at Kobe and Luffy, and whispered, Show. The girl looked around carefully. After confirming no Marines were in sight, she threw down a coil of rope, slid down it herself, and hurried towards Zoro. Zoro looked at the approaching girl and barked, What are you doing here? The girl didn't speak, but took out 2 rice balls and held them out in her palms. You must be hungry. These are the first rice balls I've ever made, she said, walking up to Zoro with the offering. Get away. I'm not hungry. Be but. Ha 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 ha. Just then a lecherous man with a yellow traitorous hairstyle and a cleft chin approached with a sneering laugh. 2 Navy soldiers followed behind him. Didn't expect you to still be in high spirits, Roronoa Zoro. Luffy mister. Ichun, you two should get down quickly. If you're spotted, we'll be in big trouble, Kobe urgently warned the 2 lounging on the wall. But the 2 ignored Kobe and continued watching the execution grounds. Ichun was simply too lazy to explain again, while Luffy completely trusted Ichun's words. The Navy here has poor eyesight. Seeing that the Navy soldiers at the execution grounds truly didn't glance their way, Kobe stopped worrying about the 2 on the wall. The cleft-chin man walked up to the little girl, hands in his pockets, and looked down at the rice ball in her hands with a lecherous grin. Oh my, that rice ball looks delicious. With that, he snatched a rice ball from the girl's hands and stuffed it into his mouth, wolfing it down. The little girl reached out to grab it back, but by then the rice ball had already been ruined by the cleft-chin man before her. My. Uff. As if his taste buds had been assaulted, the cleft-chin man spat out the rice ball he had just shoved into his mouth. He then furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, glaring viciously at the girl. It's too sweet, isn't it? Why is it so sweet? Rice balls should have salt. Salt. The little girl looked at him innocently. Because I think sweet ones taste better. The cleft-chinned man immediately snatched the remaining rice ball from her hands, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it viciously. The little girl knelt on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at the ruined rice ball. How could you? I worked so hard to make these rice balls. But the cleft-chinned man paid no heed to her crying. Instead, he arrogantly pulled out a piece of paper. Don't you know that helping criminals is a capital offense? He then ordered a nearby sailor to throw the girl over the wall. The sailor hesitated at first, but fearing the cleft-chinned man, who was the son of Colonel Axan Morgan, he grabbed the girl and hurled her toward the wall where Ichun was. After the sailor threw the girl, the cleft-chinned man taunted Zoro a few more times before leaving with his 2 subordinates. Oh, danger. Seeing the little girl flying over his head, Luffy leaped to catch her. Thud. But at that moment the girl miraculously halted midair, showing no sign of falling. The little girl had kept her eyes tightly shut while being thrown, but when the expected pain of hitting the ground never came, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around in astonishment. Huh. Why? Why am I not falling? As for the thud, of course, it was Luffy landing face first on the ground after his failed jump, his elbow striking the dirt. Levitation magic. It turned out that as the girl flew past Ichun, he had cast a levitation spell on her, defying Newton's laws to keep her floating in the air. Luffy got up, eyes sparkling as he stared at the sky. What is this? It actually stopped midair? That's so cool. Is this your magic power too, Ichun? I want to try it. Ichun first gently lowered the floating girl to the ground, then looked at Luffy. You'll get your chance someday. Hearing this, Luffy raised his hands in excitement. Really? Awesome. Unlike Luffy, Kobe's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at Ichun. Why, Ichun, you actually have the power to make people float in the air. Ichun grimaced in annoyance. Alright, enough with that shocked expression. Isn't it exhausting? If you keep that up, you'll be making that face every time you encounter something new. How tiring. Kobe bowed apologetically. I'm sorry, mister. Ichun, my knowledge is too shallow, which is why I was so amazed by your ability. But I dare say if anyone else saw this, they'd be just as shocked as I am, even if they couldn't fully grasp your power. Kobe wasn't wrong. After all, the ability to make people or objects float was a power only the legendary pirate Shiki, who was said to be a step below Roger, possessed. Who wouldn't be astonished? They'll go have a chat with that tied-up guy, Luffy said, then vaulted over the wall toward Zoro. Ichin didn't follow, instead comforting the little girl Rika. Ichin walked over to Rika, crouched down, and asked gently, "Little one, are you hurt anywhere?" Rika looked at her savior and shook her head. "I'm not hurt." Then she flashed a sweet smile. "Arigato, Onaikin." Hearing her thanks, Ichin felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. Don't misunderstand, everyone. Our royal chief court mage Yunue Ichin is no Lilikan. It's mainly because the sound of a Japanese little girl's voice is pleasant. I mean, it's because the way she says Onaikin in that voice is delightful. Forget it'll stop making excuses for him. But after her smile faded, tears flowed from Rika's eyes again as she murmured, "The rice balls I worked so hard to make." Seeing this, Ichin reached out and gently patted her head. "Don't be sad, little one. Your rice ball will be eaten by that big brother on the execution grounds, and he'll think it's delicious." Rika looked up and wiped her tears. "Really?" Ichin nodded. "Really? I promise. I'll take you up there to watch him eat it, okay?" Rika replied softly, "Okay." After she agreed, Ichin scooped her up and leaped onto the wall, watching Luffy and Zoro talk. Luffy stood with his hands in his pockets facing Zoro. "I heard you're a bad guy." Zoro looked up at him. "You're still here?" Instead of answering, Luffy asked curiously, "You're tied up here for everyone to see. Are you really that strong?" Zoro shouted at the approaching Luffy, "Mind your own business." Luffy stepped forward, adjusted his straw hat, and grinned. "If it were me, I'd starve to death in 3 days. Zoro's lips curled slightly. "My willpower is different from yours. I'll survive and show you." "I definitely will." "Huh. You're a strange one." Luffy flashed his big white teeth with a grin and turned to leave. "Wait." Just as Luffy was about to go, Zoro called out to him. "Oh." Luffy turned back to look at Zoro. "Can you grab that for me?" Zoro said, pointing at the rice ball on the ground, now flattened into a shoe print by the cleft-chinned man. Luffy picked up the rice ball from the ground and asked, puzzled, "You want to eat it? It's all covered in sand." At that, bloodshot veins appeared in Zoro's eyes as he roared, "Shut up. Just feed it to me." Though confused, Luffy picked up the rice ball and shoved it into Zoro's mouth. Munch, munch. Cough, cough. Seeing Zoro cough, Luffy assumed head swallowed sand. "See, I told you so. Delicious. I'm full." Zoro gritted his teeth, enduring the cloying sweetness that pierced straight to his brain. He really did eat it. The big brother really ate it. Rika exclaimed joyfully, seeing Zoro actually consume her rice ball and even praise it. It turned out that when Luffy picked up the rice ball, Ichin had already brought Rika behind Zoro. Zoro's first reaction upon hearing Rika's voice was shock that he hadn't sensed anyone appearing behind him. Rika walked up to Zoro and tugged at his hand. "Since you think it tastes so good, big brother, I'll make some more for you." Zoro didn't refuse her sternly, seeing how happy she looked. He thought to himself, she was so disgusted at first, but after she left he ate those dirty rice balls and even praised them. He's the type to be secretly kind. Ichin mused, "I didn't understand when I was young, but now I realize how gentle that act of Zoro's was. Of course, only handsome readers like you and I can see Zoro's gentleness." Zoro, meanwhile, had stopped thinking about how he hadn't sensed someone behind him. He figured he must have been so hungry that his senses were dulled. Zoro yelled at Luffy, "Take this kid and get out of here." Luffy nodded, crossed his arms behind his head, and strolled toward the main gate. Why did Luffy dare to go through the front? Because there were no Marines guarding it, of course. Don't ask why the execution ground was unguarded. Blame Oda for that plot hole. Zoro shouted at the departing Luffy, "Hey, take this kid with you too." Luffy looked back at Zoro, then at Ichin, who was giving him an okay sign beside Rika, and said, "My partner will take her away." With that, Luffy ignored Zoro and continued walking out. Zoro watched Luffy's retreating figure, thinking, partner. He has a companion here. Little girl, is there anything else you want to say to this big brother? If not, let's get out of here before the Marines start bad-mouthing him. Just then, Ichin walked from behind Zoro to Rika's side and patted her head. So this guy is the partner of that straw hat guy. How can someone as simple as that have such a normal-looking... Wait, the real question is, when did he get behind me? I didn't even notice. How hungry am I that I can't even sense someone behind me yet? Zoro thought to himself, looking at the young man before him with long black hair, a gentle smile, and refined manners. "Well then, big brother, I'll go make you some more rice balls now," Rika said with a smile to Zoro. Zoro snapped back to reality and nodded in acknowledgement. "You looked really cool when you said the rice balls were delicious," Ichin said, turning back to Zoro before leaving, which made Zoro a bit embarrassed. With that, Ichin left the execution ground with the little girl, not waiting for Zoro's reaction. Zoro shouted at the departing Ichin, "Hey, wait. What do you mean by that? Get back here and explain." "Brother, is that big brother calling us?" Rika asked Ichin, glancing back at Zoro. "Yes, he's calling us. More precisely, he wants me to tell you that he wants a whole lot of extra sweet rice balls," Ichin said to Rika with a smile. "I'm so happy." I didn't think Big Brother would like my rice balls that much. I'll add even more sugar for him, so he'll be really happy. Rika said, beaming at Ichin. Ichin nodded in response. He'll be so happy he'll be drowned in sweetness. He thought, drowned in happiness from sweetness. If Zoro were there, he'd probably retort, you're such a sly one. Heh. Zoro chuckled softly as he watched Ichin and Rika leave the execution ground. That was embarrassing, not cool at all. That long-haired guy is a strange one. The three followed Rika to the small tavern her family ran. Rika told them the story of what happened 3 weeks prior. That man with the split chin Helmeppo was causing trouble in town, relying on his father, Captain Morgan. One day, he brought his pet wolf to Rika's tavern and started a disturbance. As soon as the pet wolf got inside, it started running wild. Rika quickly grabbed a mop to fend it off, but it was no use. Just as Rika was about to be struck by the split-chin man, Zoro stepped in. He knocked out the pet wolf and punched the split-chin man. The split-chin man first shouted, "My father is Captain Axan Morgan." Then, threatening the lives of everyone in the tavern, he made a bet with Zoro. If Zoro could go without food or water for a month exposed to the elements at the execution ground, he would spare them. In the end, Zoro agreed to the ridiculous demand because he didn't want innocent people to die because of his actions against the split-chin man. Kobe said, "These Marines are despicable." Luffy listened with a furrowed brow, annoyed by the split-chin man. Ichin, however, wasn't as bothered knowing the plot. Not that he condoned the man's actions. It was because Ichin had already decided to invite the split-chin man for a swim with the fish once Luffy successfully recruited Zoro. Thud. At that moment, the split-chin man barged into the tavern with 2 Marines propped his feet on a table and glared arrogantly. "I'm hungry. Bring me free food and booze. And be quick about it, don't dawdle." Everyone around was too afraid to make a sound. Nami, also at the tavern, looked at the split-chin man with disgust. Luffy was staring at him, barely containing his anger. As for Ichin, he was wiping his shoes with a tissue, preparing for what was to come. After stating his demands, the split-chin man added, "Oh, and it's been too boring lately. I've decided to execute Roronoa Zoro tomorrow. You can all look forward to that." Ha ha. Hearing this, Luffy's anger reached its peak. He rushed at the split-chin man and swung his fist into his face. With a thud, the split-chin man was sent flying, his face smashing into the wall, leaving a large bump on his left cheek. Clutching his swollen left cheek, the split-chin man shouted at Luffy, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is?" "My father is Marine Captain Morgan." "So what?" Luffy moved to attack him again, but Kobe grabbed him from behind. "Calm down, mister. Luffy, do you want to become an enemy of the Marines?" Luffy looked at Ichin, who had just finished wiping his shoes. "Ichin, I've decided. I'm making Zoro our partner." Ichin stood up and patted Luffy's shoulder. "No problem. You're done for. He'll have my father sentence you to death." The split-chin man, now helped up by the 2 Marines, yelled at Luffy. Ichin walked up to the split-chin man and looked at him with contempt. "Tisk tisk, why do you love barking so much, you useless military brat with the split chin?" The 2 Marines stepped in front of him, facing Ichin. "What do you think you're doing?" "Excuse me, I'm not here for you." With that, Ichin tossed both Marines out the door. Thud. Splash. Although Yunue Ichin wasn't physically strong himself, it was only natural for a court chief magician to use magic to strengthen his body. So he easily threw the 2 insignificant Marines out. The split-chin man stared at Ichin in terror. "What are you going to do? If you touch me, my daddy will kill you." The moment he finished speaking, Ichin raised his size 42 foot and stomped it onto the split-chin man's right cheek. Thud. "GRMPH, my father will make you pay." The split-chin man mumbled incoherently. Ichin ignored his threats and meticulously pressed his shoe sole onto the man's face, leaving a clear imprint. Sizzle sizzle. A faint hissing sound came from the man's face. After about 3 minutes of this, Ichin finally lifted his foot. Ichin grabbed the split-chin man by the collar and hoisted him up. "There, I've tattooed a custom design just for you." "You're welcome." With that, Ichin tossed the man out. The 2 Marines outside saw him being thrown out too, so they hastily picked him up and scurried back to their base. At the execution ground. "I can't die here yet. I still have a promise to fulfill." Zoro had just finished recalling his past, then opened his eyes to look at Luffy and Ichin before him. "It's you 2 again. You 2 sure are carefree. He'll untie you and then you'll become our crewmate," Luffy said calmly, looking at Zoro. "What did you say?" Luffy walked up to Zoro. "We're looking for partners to become pirates with." Upon hearing this, Zoro looked reluctant. "I refuse." He then turned his head away. "You want me to become a criminal with you? Dream on." Luffy looked puzzled. "What's the problem? You're known as a wicked bounty hunter anyway." Zoro said calmly, "No matter what others think of me, I've never done anything I regret." "So?" Luffy crossed his arms over his chest. "Is that so? But I've already decided you're going to be our crewmate." Hearing this, Zoro's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "Don't go deciding that on your own, you bastard." Luffy ignored Zoro's complaint and asked, "By the way, you can use a sword, right?" "Yes, but my swords were taken by the colonel's idiot son." "I see. Then I'll go get your swords back for you. That way if you want them back, you'll have to become my crewmate." Huh. Luffy couldn't help but laugh, thinking his plan was absolutely perfect. Hearing this, Zoro yelled at Luffy, "You're too cunning, you bastard." Luffy ignored Zoro's roar and looked at Ichin behind him. "Let's go, Ichin. We're going to get Zoro's swords back." With that, Luffy ran towards the base. Ichin leisurely followed behind Luffy. Yar, I have to wander around with you again." As everyone knows, if Zoro is directionally challenged, then Luffy is simply an idiot. He didn't even know where Zoro's swords were yet, he just ran straight to the base. Are these two seriously just waltzing into the base like that? Zoro muttered, watching their backs. Luffy turned around looking puzzled at Ichin, who had called him. "Huh? What's up, Ichin? We're going the wrong way. The base is on the other side." Ichin pointed behind him. Upon hearing this, Luffy turned around and swung his arms, rubber. He stretched his arm out, grabbed a pillar of the base, and then flung himself over using the momentum. During his flight, he also grabbed Ichin. Ichin, whose waist was bound by Luffy's arm, didn't resist, and just let Luffy carry him along. By now, Luffy and Ichin had already soared over the gate and landed directly inside the base. Meanwhile, Morgan was still on the rooftop, supervising his men as they erected his statue. "Dad, why didn't you avenge me? Those two brats hit my face. Even you've never hit my face." The cleft-chin man said to Morgan, holding his cheek where a shoe print was imprinted. Morgan grabbed the cleft-chin man by the collar. "I've never hit you because you, my stupid son, aren't worth hitting. Don't get it twisted. The Great One is your old man." With that, Morgan kicked the cleft-chin man into the wall, giving him a second shoe print on his face. The cleft-chin man was too scared to speak, just sitting on the ground without daring to move. "By the way, I heard a rat snuck into the execution ground. Did you deal with it?" Morgan asked. "Yes, I've already taught her a lesson." Morgan shouted at the cleft-chin man. "I'm asking if you executed her." "This?" The cleft-chin man was startled. "Because she's just a brat, I didn't execute her." Hearing this, Morgan pointed at a middle-aged Marine nearby. "Go execute that girl from the town." The middle-aged Marine looked at Morgan reluctantly. "What? She's just a child. Even if it's your order, Colonel, I." Morgan walked up to the middle-aged Marine and said viciously, "Even if it's a brat, anyone who dares to defy my will is a rebel. And rebels must die." "No, I can't do it." Bang. Hearing this, Morgan's veins bulged as he swung his axe hand, using the blunt side to smash the middle-aged Marine to the ground. "Lieutenant!" The nearby Marines exclaimed in shock. Even the cleft-chin man who would bully a little girl covered his face in terror. "There's no need to go this far." "Humph." Morgan snorted coldly. "Listen up, all of you. As the one with the highest command authority in this Marine base, everything I say and do is right. We'll deal with that brat later. First, let's get my magnificent statue up," Morgan said to the trembling Marine. Hearing this, the Marines all grabbed the ropes and pulled with all their might. 1, 2, 3, heave, whoosh. Just then, hearing the commotion on the rooftop where Morgan was, Luffy used his gum powers to launch himself up there. Meanwhile, Ichin leisurely strolled into the castle, wandering around. It's worth noting that Nami was also in the castle, but she was there to steal the Grand Line chart. Just like in the original story, Luffy flew up to the rooftop and destroyed half of Morgan's statue. Morgan looked at the destroyed statue, his eyes bloodshot, and then roared, "Quick! Catch him! They'll have him executed." Hearing this, the Marines all charged at Luffy. Luffy ignored the Marines rushing at him, and instead walked over to the cleft-chin man, lifting him up. "Found you, you idiot son of the Colonel. Now take me to Zoro's swords." With that, Luffy carried the cleft-chin man downstairs. Following the directions given by the cleft-chin man, Luffy went into his room and took Zoro's 3 swords. After getting the swords, Luffy saw through the window that Morgan and his men were about to shoot Zoro, so he prepared to rush outside. At the same time, Ichin happened to run into Nami, who was just coming out of Morgan's room. "Yo, what a coincidence. Running into you again, orange-haired girl," Ichin greeted Nami. At this time, Nami was still flat-chested without any big assets. "Who are you?" "Oh, I remember. You're the guy who beat up the Colonel's son at the bar." Nami spoke to Ichin while slowly backing away. Nami was still unsure of Ichin's intentions, so she remained wary of him. Of course, to keep Ichin off guard, Nami's expression was very natural, like a friendly stranger. "Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. I'm also not interested in what you're doing here, and I won't tell the Marines you're here," Ichin said to Nami in a gentle tone. "Then can I ask why you're here too?" Nami wouldn't easily believe Ichin's words and questioned him instead. "Just looking around. Is that not allowed?" Nami gave Ichin a look that said, "Do you think I'm stupid? and thought to herself who in their right mind just wanders around a marine castle for fun. At that moment Nami felt she had reached the stairway, then smiled at Ichin. By now. With that she quickly went down the stairs. Ichin didn't chase after her, knowing Nami wouldn't join the crew at this point. Besides, she was still flat-chested and not as attractive as she would be in 2 years. Ichin looked towards the stairway. What a shy girl. Well, let me go see how Luffy is doing. He should have recruited Zoro by now. With that, Ichin leisurely walked to the window and looked towards the execution ground. Morgan, watching Kobe and Zoro on the execution platform, commanded his subordinates, fire. Just moments ago, Kobe had rushed to the platform to untie Zoro, explaining that Morgan would not honor the deal and intended to execute them. The dozen or so Marines present loaded their rifles, aimed at the pair, and pulled the triggers. As the bullets flew toward Zoro, who began to recall his past, Luffy, using his rubber body as a slingshot, launched himself from the castle and landed directly in front of them, absorbing the bullets with his body. He then deflected them with his powers. The Marines stared in shock. What is that guy, eh? He blocked bullets with his body and even deflected them. Zoro was equally stunned. Who the hell are— Luffy turned to Zoro. Me. And Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the king of the pirates. He flashed a wide grin, showing his teeth. Luffy walked over and handed Zoro his swords. Here, I brought your precious swords. I didn't know which was yours, so I took them all. They're all mine. I'm a 3-sword style user. So, Luffy said, holding out the swords, what will it be? Die here at the hands of the Marines, or join me, fight them, and set sail as a pirate? Zoro smirked. Well, rather than die here, I'd rather become a pirate with you. Great. You're our new crewmate. Luffy cheered, raising Zoro's swords in a celebratory pose. Zoro shouted, if you're happy, then hurry up and untie me. Luffy began working on the ropes. Zoro asked, hey, where's your other companion? Luffy slapped his head. Oops. I left Ichin in the castle. Zoro retorted, are you an idiot? You lost your own crewmate. Don't worry, Ichin is smart. He'll be out soon, Luffy said with a bright smile. Zoro sighed in exasperation. Fine. I agreed to be your crewmate, so I guess I'll accept it no matter how much of an idiot you are. Seeing Luffy struggle with the ropes, Zoro yelled, but can you hurry up? They're about to attack us, and you're taking forever. Luffy, confused, stared at the knot he was making tighter. It's getting harder to untie. Zoro, seeing the Marines closing, and shouted, forget it, just give me the swords. The Marines swung their swords at them. Just as they were about to strike, Zoro broke free, drew his blades, and blocked the attack. I agreed to join your crew, but let me make one thing clear, I will absolutely pursue my own ambition, Zoro said, deflecting the Marine strikes. Ambition? Zoro said seriously, I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. If you get in the way of that, you can atone by committing seppuku. The world's greatest swordsman. Not bad. That's fitting for a crewmate of the king of the pirates. Zoro smirked. Hi, you're quite confident. They fought side by side against the Marines, quickly taking them down. Morgan approached Luffy, throwing his coat to the ground. I am Captain Morgan, Axehand Morgan. He charged at Luffy, fist clenched. I'm Luffy. Nice to meet you, Luffy said as he dodged Morgan's attack, leaped into the air, and stomped on his face. Morgan was sent flying back, crashing to the ground. Morgan struggled to his feet and attacked again. You brat. Die. Luffy dodged the axe, flipped in the air, and kicked Morgan to the ground. The once arrogant captain was now completely defeated. From a window above, Ichin watched the battle. Oh, not finished yet. Looks like it's almost over. Luffy grabbed Morgan by the collar and punched him repeatedly. What kind of Marine are you? You destroyed Kobe's dream. Stop. Straw Hat. If you don't want this guy to die, you'll stand down. Helmeppo threatened, holding a gun to Kobe's head. Luffy, seemingly oblivious, continued his assault on Morgan's face. In truth, he hadn't heard the threat. Helmeppo shouted, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? I've got a hostage here. At least react. Hey. Zoro called out to get Luffy's attention. Luffy finally turned to see Helmeppo and the trembling Kobe. Kobe, fighting back his fears, said, I don't want to be a burden, Luffy-san. Even if I die, I won't be. Don't worry about me. Don't worry, Kobe. Ichin is here, Luffy said with a smile. Freeze. A blue light flashed beneath Helmeppo's feet. In an instant, he was encased in ice. The Marines watched in horror. Helmepozama. He's turned into ice. Ichin leaped down from the window several stories high, landing gracefully on the head of the frozen Helm. I'm not too late, am I, Luffy? Ichin ran a hand through his hair, conjuring a comb to elegantly style his black locks, a light smile on his face. Creation magic, the ability to create objects from one's imagination. However, if the user lacks sufficient magical power or proficiency, creating complex objects is impossible. The more complex the object, the higher the difficulty, and the lower the success rate. This probability is even lower than pulling a unique general from a pack of cards. Otherwise I'd create a spaceship to play with. Of course you're not late. Luffy grinned at Ichin. The other Marines, terrified by Ichin's display of power, didn't dare to move. But our great Captain Morgan Axehand still tried to sneak up on Luffy from behind. He was swiftly cut down by Zoro. Seeing Morgan defeated the Marines, threw down their weapons and cheered. He's finally been defeated. Zoro collapsed to the ground exhausted. I'm hungry. If Helmeppo was a beast, Morgan was worse, but that didn't stop Ichin from dealing with them. Before leaving the execution ground, he planted magical seeds within them. At any moment Ichin could command them to explode or teleport them away. He didn't kill them outright because he didn't want their first bounty to be too low. Luffy's first bounty was 30 million, killing Marines now might only earn them a few million. So he planted the seeds, planning to eliminate them once they were locked away in prison. At Licca's little tavern. Burp, Zoro patted his stomach with a satisfied look. So full. It's been 3 weeks since I last ate, so this is my limit now. However, most of what Zoro ate were the sweet rice balls Licca had made. If one were to ask why Licca had prepared so many rice balls, the culprit Ichin would have to answer for it. A few minutes earlier. Why did you make so many rice balls? Did you make all these? Zoro pointed at the large plate of rice balls set before him and asked Licca. Yes, I made them all. When we left the execution ground, didn't you say my rice balls were delicious and asked me to make more for you? Though puzzled, Licca still answered Zoro's question. I did say your rice balls were tasty, but I never asked you to make this many for me. Who started that rumor? Zoro thought, glancing at Luffy, who was still busy eating, then at Ichin, who was looking away and whistling. It was definitely that guy. Zoro just sighed and said nothing more, than picked up a rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Big brother, why are you crying? Licca asked with concern, seeing Zoro tear up as he ate. That's because the rice balls you made are so delicious, and since you made them just for him, he's so moved he's crying. Before Zoro could speak, Ichin explained to Licca on his behalf. Really? Licca's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and asked Zoro. Although Zoro's tears were from the overwhelming sweetness, he still nodded gently to confirm. That's great. I was worried I put too much sugar in these rice balls, and that you wouldn't like them, big brother. The little girl smiled sweetly. Then she added, I guess what the long-haired brother said was right. You really do love sweet rice balls. Hearing this, Zoro wanted to call out Ichin's mischievousness, but he held back because a good idea had just come to him. Are they really that good? Zoro, Luffy said, then snatched a rice ball from Zoro's plate and stuffed it into his own mouth. Crunch, crunch. As he chewed, Luffy's eyes suddenly went wide, his pupils seeming to contract from the sudden surge of sweetness, and the corners of his eyes slightly lifted. Then Luffy's mouth formed a perfect O shape, and moments later his brows furrowed involuntarily into a deep crease. Luffy's cheeks puffed out slightly from the cloying sensation, and finally his chin jutted forward a little, as if he were struggling to swallow this overpowering wave of sweetness. Luffy's entire expression looked like he was constipated. What's wrong with Straw Hat, brother? Licca asked, looking at Luffy, who seemed about to throw up from the sweetness with confusion. Oh no. Seeing Luffy about to spit out the rice ball, Zoro quickly rushed over. Just as Luffy was about to spit it out, Zoro clamped his hand over Luffy's mouth. Then using his palm, he pushed up Luffy's chin, tilting his face toward the ceiling, and stretched his mouth open, helping Luffy swallow the sweet rice ball. Gulp. Seeing Luffy had swallowed it, Zoro let go. Thud. Luffy plopped down on the ground, sticking out his tongue, so thirsty. Water. I need water. His throat was so sweet he couldn't find words to describe it. All he knew was that it was cloying and dry. Kobe quickly poured a glass of water and fed it to Luffy. Mr. Luffy, are you alright? Gulp, gulp. Luffy let out a light sigh, saved. Luffy watched Zoro still crying while finishing the rice balls on the table, and then looked at Licca, who was watching Zoro eat, and understood why Zoro would shed tears over a rice ball. It was sickeningly sweet. Ichin walked over to Zoro, patted him on the shoulder, and flashed a smile. No need to thank me. Perfect opportunity. The moment Ichin let go, Zoro grabbed a rice ball, and with lightning speed shoved it into Ichin's mouth. Munch. Ichin had anticipated Zoro might find a way to repay him, but not like this, so he was caught completely off guard. Zoro whispered in Ichin's ear, Don't you dare spit it out, Ichin, or Licca will be sad. With that, Zoro shot him a grin in return. Damn, I let my guard down and got played. But it's just one rice ball. Zoro ate so many, one won't hurt me. Crunch, crunch. With that thought, Ichin began chewing the rice ball in his mouth. Huh. As he chewed, Ichin's eyes suddenly flew wide open. The cloying sweetness bombarded his brain, and even his teeth felt the sugar level was beyond acceptable, refusing to continue chewing. Tongue. I'm about to go numb from sweetness. Brother Teeth, help me out. Teeth. Brother Throat, this rice ball can't be chewed. It's up to you now. Throat, you're passing me this huge lump of rice ball without even chewing it. Are you trying to choke me to death? But the tongue and teeth ignored the throat and simply pushed the rice ball down. Throat, fine, I guess I'm just meant to die from sweetness. Curse magic, taste loss. Not wanting to endure that brain-numbing sweetness again, Ichin cast a curse on himself to erase his sense of taste. After swallowing the rice ball, Ichin used purification to dispel the curse on himself. Having tasted what the rice balls were like, he had even more respect for Zoro's taste buds. Being able to devour so many of these despite the sweetness was truly impressive. After seeing Ichin also get to taste the delightful rice ball, Zoro continued eating the rest, but this time he was laughing and crying at the same time. Back to the moment when everyone had just finished eating. By the way, besides me, how many people have you recruited? I remember you said you were gathering crewmates, right? Since you declared you'd become the Pirate King, I assume you've gathered quite a few people by now. Zoro asked, looking at Luffy, who was still munching on a chicken leg. Nope, just you and Ichin. Luffy replied casually. Huh. Zoro's eyes widened as he pointed at himself. And Ichin, you mean? Luffy wiped his mouth. That's right, it's just the three of us. Zoro stared at Luffy in disbelief. Just the three of us, and we dare call ourselves a pirate crew. Luffy shrugged nonchalantly. What's the problem? We're strong. Yeah. Ichin let out a light chuckle from the side. Luffy's right. With the three of us, we can look down on the whole world. To be precise, Ichin alone could dominate the pirate world. Zoro was stunned by Ichin's boldness. You're even bolder than Luffy. The three of us can dominate, but honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to us dominating the world. Zoro thought about it, and figured it wasn't entirely impossible. A slight grin tugged at the corner of Zoro's mouth. Well, maybe one day the three of us really can pull it off. Where's the ship? Where's our pirate ship? Over there, Luffy pointed to the small boat outside the window. Don't worry, it'll get a grand pirate ship someday. I also want a Jolly Roger. Luffy drifted off into a daydream. Kobe, I think Luffy-san is naturally lacking in plan. Little Kobe, have some confidence. Drop the I think. Luffy just has no planning at all. Zoro, upon hearing this, held his forehead and said helplessly, do I really have to consider this guy as my captain? By the way, Zoro turned to look at Ichin. Ichin, when did you join this guy's pirate crew? Yeah, why do you ask? Nothing. I just wanted to know why you'd be willing to be a crew member of this idiot captain. Hey, Ichin chuckled. The reason is in the question you just asked. Zoro immediately caught on and exclaimed in surprise. Wait, really? That's not a reason at all. Who would join a crew because the captain is an idiot? Ichin pointed to himself. I would. Zoro let out a sigh and said, forget it. Although our pirate crew is lacking in many aspects, having 2 devil fruit users on board is a formidable lineup. Zoro, Ichin isn't a devil fruit user. He's a magus, Luffy explained to Zoro before Ichin could speak. Magus? What's that? Zoro looked at Ichin with confusion, as this was beyond his knowledge. You can think of it as me being able to use abilities similar to devil fruits, but without the curse. Ichin briefly explained to Zoro. Speaking of curses, Ichin's purification magic could remove the curse of a devil fruit, but he seemed to have forgotten this, so he hadn't lifted Luffy's curse. I see. So you possess a special ability that isn't cursed. Zoro murmured upon hearing that. Tap, tap, tap. Just then several marine soldiers walked in. The lieutenant leading them said to Luffy and the others, hello? We heard you are pirates, is that correct? That's right, we just formed our pirate crew, Luffy replied with a smile. I see. Well, since you are pirates, we must ask you to leave this town. At the very least, out of moral obligation, we want report your presence to headquarters. The marine lieutenant stated seriously. What are you saying, Marines? These are the people who saved us. How can you drive them away? You were also afraid of Morgan and submitted to him, weren't you? If it weren't for them, we'd still be suffering under Morgan's tyranny. They are our saviors. Yeah, that's right. The townspeople in the small tavern shouted angrily at the lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Luffy stood up from his stool and said with a smile, then let's go. He then looked at Rika's mother and added, ma'am, thank you for the meal. With that, Luffy headed for the door, and Ichin and Zoro followed suit. Wait, isn't this guy your crewmate? Why isn't he leaving with you? The lieutenant pointed at Kobe, who was still inside the tavern, asking Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy walked over to Kobe, and pointing at his head revealed that Kobe had served as a pirate under Alvida for 2 years. Ichin of course knew what Luffy was up to. He was deliberately provoking Kobe to prove that Kobe had no connection to their crew. Stop it. Fearing that this would end his marine career before it even began, Kobe swung a punch at wham. After being hit, Luffy flashed a friendly grin. I told you to hit me, but you actually did it. As he spoke, Luffy raised his fist and slammed it into Kobe's face. Wham! 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 Luffy landed over a dozen punches on Kobe's face. Just then Ichin placed a hand on Luffy's shoulder. Alright, that's enough. Any more, and little Kobe won't be able to take it. Luffy stopped upon hearing this. Ichin glanced at the Marine lieutenant who understood and promptly announced, Alright, I see that you are not accomplices. Now please leave all three of you. It wasn't until the three had left that Kobe realized Luffy had done it on purpose. In the end, I relied on him again. I'm such a fool, Kobe thought as he watched Luffy's departing figure. Kobe then stood up, his expression resolute, and requested to join the Marines. As the lieutenant hesitated, Kobe added, I am a man who will become a Marine admiral. This prompted the lieutenant to approve his enlistment. At the shore, your acting was terrible back there. It could have fallen apart at any moment. Don't you think so, Ichin? You're right. But for Luffy's brain, coming up with that plan was already a stretch. Luffy said with a grin. Ichin, don't worry. That Marine seems like a decent guy, he won't give Kobe a hard time. Zoro, true. Luffy said with a grin. Ichin, don't worry. That Marine seems like a decent guy, he won't give Kobe a hard time. Zoro, true. It was a decent strategy after all. The three loaded their belongings onto the boat. Luffy's bundle, Zoro's swords, and Ichin himself. Hearing the call, Luffy and the others looked towards the shore where Kobe, Rika, and her mother had arrived. Kobe saluted Luffy and shouted, Luffy-san, I will never forget this kindness. Zoro looked at the people on the shore. Never seen a pirate being thanked by the Marines before. Ichin remarked that this was the second time had seen it. The first time was on a phone screen. Goodbye, Luffy-san. Big brother and long-haired brother, goodbye. Little Rika waved her small hand at Ichin. Goodbye, Luffy-san. Big brother and long-haired brother, goodbye. Little Rika waved her small hand at Ichin, and Zoro calling out loudly. All hands salute. The Marine lieutenant who had come to the shore shouted. Upon the command, all the Marines on the shore snapped to attention and saluted Luffy and his crew in perfect unison, holding the salute until the small boat was out of sight. The lieutenant lowered his hand and turned to address the soldiers. Since that salute violated Marine military regulations, all personnel are hereby punished with a 3-day fast. Is that understood? Sir, yes, sir. Nami glanced at the blueprints she had taken from Morgan's office. The log pose for the Grand Line is now in the hands of my buggy pirates. So the log pose is with Buggy, she thought. With that, she stowed the blueprints, boarded her small boat, and departed from the town. What a bountiful haul today. With this much treasure, Buggy won't be angry at us, right? Three pirates exchanged words, gazing at the chest of gold and jewels aboard their ship. Look over there. One of the pirates pointed towards a small boat not far from them. The trio then steered their vessel closer. Lying face down on the small boat was an orange-haired girl, none other than Nami in the prime of her youth. It's a woman. The three pirates exchanged glances, then leered lecherously at the girl slumped by the boat's edge. Nami opened her eyes, showing no surprise at the sight of the grinning pirates, as if she had been lying in wait for them to take the bait. Could I have a cup of water? If you save me, I'll give you all the treasure beside me, Nami said, feigning weakness and gesturing to a chest next to her. Afterwards, the three were lured onto Nami's boat. As they approached the chest to unlock it, Nami slipped onto their ship and sailed away triumphantly. By the time the pirates realized what had happened, she was already far out of reach. Before leaving, Nami warned them that a violent storm would soon hit their location and their small boat wouldn't survive. And just as she predicted, the pirates and their ship were swallowed by the sea. They'll be taking your treasure now, Nami laughed, watching the spot where their ship sank. Don't run, you. Gurgle, gurgle. I'm so hungry. Luffy's side slumped against the ship's railing. Zoro, how much longer until we reach land? Luffy replied, who knows? Just follow the wind and waves. We'll get there eventually, right? Someday. You've got a nerve saying that. Setting sail without even a navigational chart. Now look where we are all because of you, Ichin couldn't help but retort. Yeah, you're aiming to be the pirate king, yet you can't even navigate. That's just absurd, Zoro chimed in with his own jab. What's the big deal? You two don't have to make such a fuss. Since I set out, I've just let the ship carry me wherever it drifts. Besides, aren't you two just a wandering mage and a bounty hunter? Ichin, Zoro. Well, I said that, but I haven't even been drifting for a full day. To be more precise, Ichin had only been in that barrel for about a minute. I'm not really a bounty hunter. I originally set sail to find someone, but then I couldn't find my way back to the village, so I started capturing pirates to make a living, Zoro said, leaning back against the ship's edge. Ichin seems normal enough, but it turns out you were just lost, Zoro. Ichin retorted. What do you mean I'm normal enough? Hearing this, Zoro was utterly crushed. Bang! He slammed the small boat hard and shouted at Luffy, don't you dare say that. Oh no, my hat. Luffy cried out. The boat rocked violently from Zoro's blow and Luffy's straw hat was swept away by the wind. However, Ichin used his wind magic to return it. Relax with me here, your hat won't get lost, Ichin said, handing the hat back to Luffy. Luffy took it and grinned. Thanks, Ichin. Zoro let out a sigh. To be honest, I'm hungry too. Hearing this, Luffy paused for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Just then a large bird flew overhead. Let's eat that bird, Luffy declared. Zoro looked at him puzzled. And how exactly do you plan to catch it? You have a way. Let's eat that bird, Luffy declared. Zoro looked at him puzzled. And how exactly do you plan to catch it? You have a way. Luffy stretched his arms back to the ship's mast like a slingshot, then launched himself into the air. Bang, whoosh, I see. I see. They both said in unison, watching Luffy soar into the sky. Thud, ouch. Just as they looked away, a cry of pain echoed from above. Huh, was that Luffy screaming? Ichin and Zoro both looked up, and what they saw left them utterly stunned. Luffy's head was now clamped in the large bird's beak. It turned out that as he flew towards the bird, he had inadvertently launched his head straight into its mouth. The bird then flew off into the distance with Luffy dangling from its beak. Help! Thahaha! Zoro noticed Ichin lying on the deck, slapping it repeatedly while howling with laughter. He couldn't help but say, Thahaha! Zoro noticed Ichin lying on the deck, slapping it repeatedly while howling with laughter. He couldn't help but say, the captain's been carried off and you're still laughing. Ichin. Ahem, Ichin cleared his throat. I'm not usually one to laugh easily, but this. I just can't hold it in. Then get over here and help. Just then Ichin and Zoro encountered the three pirates who had been tricked by Nami. Hey, stop that boat over there. Zoro looked at the trio. This boat can't stop, so you'll have to get on yourselves. What a... Despite the difficulty, the three pirates managed to climb aboard. Zoro eyed them. Impressive that you made it on board. You nearly rammed us. And now you're acting all friendly. The three pirates complained. One of them drew a sword, pointing it at Ichin and Zoro. Stop this boat. It's ours now. We're with Buggy's crew. Hearing this, Ichin and Zoro turned to the three pirates with benevolent smiles. Huh. Bam, bam, bam. Ahaha, we're so sorry. We didn't recognize you, the famous pirate hunter, and you, sir, who's just as formidable, even though we don't know your name. The three pirates, now covered in lumps, apologized profusely while rowing the boat diligently. Zoro glared at them. Enough chatter. You made me lose sight of my companion. Now row forward. Yes, sir. What are we going to do, boss? That woman swindled our treasure and our ship. If Captain Buggy finds out, we're dead meat. Zoro asked the three pirates, who's this Buggy? The leader of the three pirates answered, Buggy is our captain. He's a devil fruit user. In short, he's terrifying. Ichin explained to Zoro that Buggy is just a small fry who ate the chop fruit. He's nothing special, but his power makes him immune to sword slashes. Hearing this, Zoro smirked slightly. A power that's immune to blades. Interesting. Enough of that. We're moving too slowly and my stomach's growling. Time to give this boat a boost. Ichin rose, stretched lazily, and spoke with a yawn. You have a way to make this ship faster, Ichin. Master, we're already rowing at top speed. There's no way to go any faster. Hearing this, the three pirates thought Ichin was accusing them of slacking off, and quickly tried to explain. In response, Ichin pulled out his comb again and ran it through his hair. I never said anything about rowing faster. With the strength you lot have, we'd never reach the shore. Then, Master, what do you mean? The three pirates asked shakily. Ignoring them, Ichin glanced at Zoro. Zoro, hold on tight to the ship. Don't fall overboard. With that, Ichin stood in the center of the boat and whispered, Zephyr Wings Aria. Could this master be a devil fruit user too? Though doubtful, the three pirates chose to grip the boat tightly. If it were true, falling into the sea would mean certain death. Ichin, do you have a power that can accelerate the ship? Well, rest assured, even if you speed up the boat, I want. Zzz. Just as Zoro was telling Ichin not to worry, the small boat shot off into the distance with a whoosh faster than the eye could follow. Had anyone been watching, they would have noticed that everyone aboard, except Ichin himself, seemed to feel as if the immense wind pressure was tearing their bones and flesh apart. His magic harnessed the power of wind elements to create a special energy field enveloping the small boat. The wind elemental energy rapidly gathered, forming a powerful vortex that clung to the sides of the boat like wings. This vortex continuously absorbed the surrounding wind, converting it into thrust, and with a sudden surge, the boat blasted forward into the distance. On the shore, ugh! The three pirates collapsed to the ground as soon as they disembarked, retching. What kind of terrifying power is that? Making the boat go that fast. I felt like my bones and flesh were being separated, they said, still shaken. Clap, clap, crack, crack. Zoro patted his own head, then twisted his neck to look at Ichin. I admit I spoke a bit too soon earlier, but couldn't you have waited until I closed my mouth before accelerating? I spent the whole trip swallowing nothing but wind. Ichin looked at Zoro with a puzzled expression and retorted, "Why are you blaming me? Weren't you the one who said rest assured?" "That's true, but why didn't you tell me from the start you had the power to speed up the ship? Then we wouldn't have lost track of it." Ichin shrugged. "You never asked." Zoro. Though Zoro wanted to argue, he couldn't find a good point to counter, so he let it go. Boom. Just as they were talking, an explosion sounded from the town. Zoro looked in the direction of the blast and asked, "What's that?" "That's Captain Buggy's ultimate attack, the Buggy Ball," one of the three pirates explained. "The only thing on the internet that can't be read backwards, and once you try you can't help but laugh." Ichin couldn't help but think when he heard the name Buggy Ball. "Come on, take us to this buggy," Ichin said to the three pirates on the ground. "No, no, no. If we take you there, Captain Buggy will surely kill us." The three pirates shook their heads. "Oh, and you think we won't kill you?" Zoro drew his sword and placed it against one pirate's neck, asking with a kind smile. Seeing this, the trio immediately knelt and kowtowed. "We'll take you, I'll take you. Please don't kill us." With that, they led Ichin and Zoro towards Buggy's location. Meanwhile, Luffy was tied up and locked inside an iron cage. "Maybe we should hold the welcome party first and worry about him later," Nami said, trying to change the subject as she was unwilling to fire the cannon at Luffy. Buggy's face darkened. "This is your welcome party. Now do it." Nami's hands trembled as she held the matches. Buggy wanted her to kill Luffy, but she had never intended to. She hadn't anticipated he would make her do it with her own hands. Inside the cage, Luffy just watched her silent. One of the pirates snatched the matches from Nami's hand. "Nami, you're making us anxious. Let me do it." The pirate lit a match, ready to light the fuse and fire the Buggy Ball. Bang. Arg. Unable to bear watching the pirate blow up, Nami grabbed a wooden club and struck the pirate on the head. "What do you think you're doing, Nami?" Buggy shouted at her. "I'm sorry," Nami said, pressing her hands together. Buggy retorted, "You think a simple sorry is enough?" Luffy was also shocked that Nami had saved him. Her acting earlier had been so convincing that if she hadn't intervened, he might have truly believed she had betrayed him. Although she kind of had, in Luffy's eyes it didn't count. "Hey, you were trying to save me just now, right?" Luffy asked Nami. Nami shouted, "I just acted on impulse. Pirates took the lives of my most important family. I'd never side with pirates." Luffy saw the fuse on the cannon beginning to burn and yelled, "The fuse is lit." Buggy angrily said, "Your tricks end here, you little brat." He turned to his men and ordered, "Go and finish her off flamboyantly. Time to die." The pirates charged at Nami, swords drawn. Nami dodged their attacks with a side roll, then ran to the cannon and covered the burning fuse with her bare hand, trying to smother the flame. "Oh!" Nami cried out in pain. Her brow furrowed as she gritted her teeth, enduring the searing heat as she clutched the small flame. "Watch your back," Luffy shouted to her. "Die flamboyantly." The pirates had already reached Nami, raising their swords to strike her down. "Huh." Nami turned to see the pirates' blades almost upon her. Tap, tap, tap. Frost SSSSHHH. As Ichin's voice faded, the pirate attacking Nami was instantly turned into an ice sculpture and crashed to the ground. Ichin approached Nami and asked, "Are you hurt, orange-haired lady?" You're that long-haired guy I met at the marine base." "Ichin, Zoro, you came to save me." Luffy beamed with joy upon seeing Ichin and Zoro. "What are you doing? First you get carried off by a bird, now you're locked in a cage," Zoro said, walking up to the cage, his tone filled with exasperation. "This is bad. I didn't expect them to have a Logia-type user. Should I just make a run for it?" Buggy thought as he watched his subordinates turn into ice. "Captain, what's going on?" At that moment, Buggy's officer, the animal tamer Moji, arrived with a lion. "Do you even need to ask, Moji? These guys here have clearly angered Captain Buggy," Kabeji the acrobat said as he rode his unicycle up to Buggy. "Moji, Kabeji, you're just in time. Let's take care of these three together." "Yes, sir." "Ichin, Zoro, get me out of here." "How are we supposed to do that without a key, you idiot?" Zoro yelled. "Oh, right." Luffy realized that neither Ichin nor Zoro had a key to open the iron cage. Particle dissolution. Whoosh. The moment Ichin lightly touched the iron cage, it began to dissolve into glowing particles, scattering into the air at a visible speed. Nami watched in astonishment. "What exactly are you?" Zoro pinched some of the lingering glowing particles. "That's incredible. You turned the whole cage into these particles." Luffy grabbed a handful of particles, watching them vanish in his hand. "That's so cool. Is this another one of your magic tricks, Ichin?" Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ichin. Particle dissolution. Upon touching a designated object, the user can dissolve it into particles of light. Only effective on inanimate objects. Grr. A roar sounded and Moji's lion had already lunged at Ichin from behind. Luffy saw the lion behind Ichin. "Ichin, look out." "Goma Goma no." Pistol. Bang. Thud. Just as the lion was about to pounce on Ichin, Luffy stretched his arm and punched the lion to the ground. Ichin looked at Luffy's arm, which was mere centimeters from his face. "Watch it, you idiot, Captain. You nearly hit me." Whoosh. Slap. After knocking down the lion, Luffy retracted his arm. "Don't worry, I wouldn't hit you, Ichin." Hee hee. Luffy chuckled. "I've come to take your life, pirate hunter Zoro." Kabeji declared, riding his unicycle to face Zoro. Kabeji and Moji had their backs turned while Ichin used particle dissolution. And Buggy's view was conveniently blocked by the two, so none of them saw Ichin's magic. That's why they dared. Otherwise, how could two no-name pirates from the East Blue, with neither strength nor devil fruit powers, dare to attack someone who could make an iron cage vanish in an instant? Zoro stepped forward. "Luffy, Ichin, stay out of this. This one's mine. He's a swordsman." Ichin warned, "Be careful. He uses fire and acrobatics." Luffy smirked. "Alright, he's all you." Though puzzled by how Ichin knew the enemy's abilities, Zoro replied, "Fire and acrobatics, huh? They'll keep that in mind." With that, Zoro drew his swords and charged at Kabeji. Luffy looked at Buggy and grinned. Since Zoro's got his fight, he'll take on the big nose. He's the captain after all. Ichin used his creation magic to conjure a chair and sat down. "Then I'll just watch from here. Yell if you can't handle it. I can't lose. Just sit there and watch." Luffy declared, charging at Buggy. Meanwhile, Nami slipped away to secretly plunder Buggy's treasure. Clang. Kabeji and Zoro were locked in a stalemate, their swords pressing against each other. "You're the pirate hunter Zoro, right? Defeating you will make me famous in the East Blue." Kabeji licked his lips. Zoro smirked. "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I haven't even gotten serious yet." Clang. Whoosh. They separated, creating distance. "You think I'm serious either?" Kabeji, the acrobat, Captain Buggy's top officer. Whoosh. Kabeji spat a stream of flames at Zoro. Zoro quickly dodged. "TCH, so this is the fire Ichin mentioned." Didn't think it'd come out of his mouth. Seeing his flames miss, Kabeji spun his unicycle in place, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that obscured Zoro's vision. "What kind of acrobatics is that?" "It's just a dust cloud." Bang. Ugh. Blinded by the thick dust, Zoro couldn't see Kabeji and was caught off guard by a kick from his white Chelsea boots, sending him to the ground. Zoro grunted in pain, but quickly got back on his feet, glaring at Kabeji as he emerged from the dust. "Fine. If that's how it is, he'll get serious too." Kabeji sneered. "What nonsense are you spouting? I took you down in one hit." He then charged at Zoro on his unicycle, sword drawn. "You got one lucky hit, and now you think you've won. You're underestimating me." Zoro bit down on one of his swords and crossed the other two in front of his chest. "Onigiri." Whoosh. Whoosh. They clashed. Zoro slowly sheathed his swords. SSHHK. The next moment, a cross-shaped wound burst open on Kabeji's chest, spraying blood, and he collapsed. Buggy's eyes were bloodshot with annoyance. "Seeing that hat of yours reminds me of that detestable red-haired guy. It pisses me off." "Huh. You know Shanks. Where is he now?" Luffy asked eagerly upon hearing the name. "Who knows? I know him, but I don't know him at all," Buggy said, enjoying being cryptic to frustrate Luffy. But Luffy, oblivious to Buggy's game, looked confused. "What are you talking about? Are you an idiot?" "Thanks for the compliment." Buggy snapped, pulling out several knives and hurling them at Luffy. Whoosh. "An idiot like you wants to be pirate king. You could have had your crew attack me, but you insisted on a onion," Buggy said, throwing his detached hand. Buggy's hand, clutching several knives, spun rapidly through the air toward Luffy. "You're not that tough, big nose. I can handle you alone." Luffy taunted after dodging one of Buggy's attacks. "Not tough enough. And calling me big nose. You bastard." Buggy angrily flung his other hand at Luffy. "Goma Goma no." Luffy stopped dodging, stretched his arms, and used the surrounding buildings as a slingshot to launch himself at Buggy. After about 2 or 3 minutes of stalemate, Buggy started complaining to Luffy about how Shanks caused him to accidentally eat the devil fruit and become a land-based pirate. As he was talking, Buggy spotted Nami emerging from his hideout, carrying a large sack of treasure. "Put that treasure down, you damn thief." Obsessed with treasure, Buggy abandoned Luffy and sent half his detached body flying toward Nami. Ugh. Nami instinctively raised her arms to shield herself as Buggy approached. "Hey, Buggy, what do you think you're doing to this lovely lady?" "Buzz. What the? I can't move." Buggy froze, unable to move midair. Just as he was about to strike, Nami, Ichin appeared before her, using his magic to restrain him. Huh. The pain Nami expected never came. She opened her eyes to see Ichin standing in front of her, blocking. "No restraining, Buggy. You? What the hell did you do to me?" Buggy snarled at Ichin. "Nothing much. I just..." "Goma Goma no." Bazooka. Before Ichin could finish his cool line, Luffy sent Buggy flying. Ichin couldn't help but complain, "Seriously, Luffy, are you a spy for the enemy?" Ichin's mood was like being in a MOBA game about to toy with an enemy for a stylish kill only for a teammate to knock the enemy all the way back to their base. Now what's it matter? He's beaten, isn't he? Luffy grinned. Thank you for saving me, Nami said softly. How should I address you? My name is Yunua Ichin. You can call me Ichin. Nice to meet you. Ichin extended his hand with a gentle smile. Nami. Nice to meet you. Nami shook his hand, smiling back. Alright. I split the treasure into 2 bags. Can you carry one? It's so heavy, Nami said, lifting the 2 bags of treasure. Wow, looks like quite a haul. Nami beamed at the bags in her hands. Buggy really knows his treasure. This is high quality. Must be worth at least 10 million berry. She hugged the bags to her face affectionately. Nami offered the chart to Ichin. This is the map to the Grand Line. Take it. Before Ichin could take it, Luffy snatched it. Really? Arigato, Nami. So you'll be our nakama. Bam. Ouch. Ichin smacked Luffy on the head. How can you be so presumptuous? Just grabbing it like that. What's the difference? Someone's gotta hold it. Luffy whined, rubbing the bump on his head. Ichin let out a sigh and turned to Nami. So do you want to join us, Nami? Nami put her hands on her hips, looking reluctant. I'm not joining any pirates. But I can cooperate with you. She emphasized, just to be clear, it's only a partnership. A partnership is good enough. Let's get going. In the original story, Luffy left a bag of treasure for the town to repair the streets and houses. However, due to Ichin's intervention, the town was spared major damage, so Luffy didn't leave the treasure behind. On the open sea, the waves crashed. 2 small boats sailed across the ocean. Aboard one sat Ichin and his companions while Nami occupied the other. Nami said with a serious expression, "Charging into the Grand Line like this is far too reckless." Luffy spat the apple core from his mouth and said, "Exactly. What we really need is some meat." He then tossed the core back into his mouth, crunching on it noisily. "After all, we've only got apples." Ichin added, "We also need a cute animal to serve as our ship's mascot. And we need Sake." Zoro, who was leaning against the ship's side with his eyes closed, chimed in. Thud. Ouch. Zoro was struck on the head by an apple thrown by Nami right after his comment. "What are you all talking about?" she demanded. "I'm referring to the Grand Line, the most dangerous place in the world. Furthermore, many formidable pirates are also searching for One Piece. Of course, they all sail on powerful pirate ships." Nami patiently explained the current state of the Grand Line to the 3 of them. Luffy took a bite of his apple and said, "We still need more crew members, right?" Nami ignored Luffy and continued, "Not to mention our lack of crew, but even the equipment on this ship is so shabby. How can we possibly guarantee our safety? We definitely can't do without a cook, and we also need a musician," Luffy said, sitting cross-legged on the bow talking to himself. "A musician? Ha 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 ha." Zoro burst into laughter as if he had just heard an incredibly funny joke. "There's nothing wrong with having a musician. Listening to pleasant music can indeed lift one's spirits," Ichin said in agreement. "Even you, Ichin, think we should find a musician. Ha ha ha. I can't take it, this is too funny." "Are you 2 idiots?" Nami retorted. "What pirate crew would ever have a musician on board?" Both Nami and Zoro were of the same opinion. Sigh. Nami let out a helpless sigh, then unfolded the sea chart in her hands. "If we sail a bit further south, there's an inhabited island. It would be best if we could get a decent ship there. Don't worry, we should be able to get one without any trouble. Alright, let's go eat some meat," Luffy said excitedly upon hearing this. "Don't forget the sake," Zoro added. Nami yelled at Luffy and Zoro, "You too. All you ever think about is food and drink. Can't you be more concerned about important matters like Ichin?" "What's the matter? Having you 2 worry about the ship is more than enough," Luffy said nonchalantly. Ichin and Nami were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to call Luffy's attitude unwavering trust in his crew or simply a habit of offloading responsibilities onto them. The waves crashed. In a small village, a man wearing a yellow headband with a nose as long as Pinocchio's ran through the streets, shouting, "This is terrible. Pirates are coming. Pirates. They're coming. Pirates. Of course that's a lie. Ha ha." After shouting, the man stood in place and burst into laughter. Bang! A metal pot struck the back of the man's head. A villager then threw open his door and yelled, "Usopp, you liar. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget." Following his lead, the other villagers responded in kind, grabbing brooms, mops, and even pots and pans, and began running towards Usopp. Usopp looked at the charging crowd and smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. With that, he turned and sprinted away with the villagers in hot pursuit. Eventually, the villagers lost track of Usopp and returned to their homes. Usopp lay on a thick tree branch thinking, another good deed done today. I've brought a refreshing breeze of excitement to this village. Note Usopp soon encounters Luffy and his crew. After confronting them, he boasts about having 80 million subordinates, but is exposed by Nami and left embarrassed. He then musters his courage and aims his slingshot at them. Note, just as a fight seems imminent, Luffy recalls hearing the name Usopp before and asks if his father is Yasopp. Upon learning that Luffy knows Shanks and his father, Usopp enthusiastically invites them to his home. While sharing a meal, Luffy and Usopp talk about Usopp's father. Note later, Usopp secretly visits the beautiful, wealthy young lady Kaya in the village and begins telling her his fabricated, humorous adventure stories. Although the content is quite awkward, they are highly entertaining for Kaya, who cannot go outside due to her frail health. Note afterwards, Usopp is struck by the butler Kuro. Usopp is about to strike back when Kaya stops him. He leaves her mansion and heads to a small hill by the sea to watch the ocean. Luffy and Ichin follow him. At the seaside, Kuro, with his hands in his pockets, said, "Hey Django, I told you not to draw attention to yourself in this village. And yet you were sleeping right in the middle of the village." The man named Django retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. I wasn't drawing any attention at all, and am not strange either." Incidentally, Django wore a hat and heart-shaped glasses. However, it wasn't his outfit that was strange, but his movements. He maintained a constant Michael Jackson-inspired pose while walking. On the hill, Luffy, Usopp, and Ichin watched the two men conversing. Kuro pushed up his glasses with his palm and said, "So, is the plan all set?" "Of course. We can move whenever you give the signal," the man named Django replied. "The young lady assassination plan." "Assassination? Did he say assassination?" Usopp gasped in shock. "Should keep quiet unless you want those two to hear you," Ichin warned. Usopp nodded and fell silent. "Don't use such an ugly word like assassination, Django." "All right. Accident you mean," Django corrected himself. "The key isn't just to kill her. We must make it look like the young lady Kaya met with a tragic accident. Don't get that wrong." With that, Kuro turned and walked towards the sea. Django stuffed his hands in his pockets and plopped down on a rock. "So in short, I just wait for your signal and lead the men into the village to take care of the young lady, right? Then you'll inherit the young lad's fortune." Kuro turned around, hands in his pockets, and snapped angrily, "You fool. You're a complete idiot. How could I, an outsider, inherit Kaya's fortune?" Django clenched his fist and cheered, "Do your best." "Listen, this next step is the most important one," Kuro said. "Before you kill her, you must use hypnotism to make Kaya write a will. Right, I bequeath all my property to the butler Claydor. That way I can smoothly inherit that vast fortune." Claydor then pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand. "It's only natural. I spent 3 years of my life gaining the trust of those around me, creating a situation where leaving such a will would not seem out of place." Claydor's eyes were filled with confidence. "For that you became a butler for 3 whole years," Django paused then added. "But you really surprised me back then, Captain Kuro. 3 years ago, when you suddenly announced you were done being a pirate, you found a subordinate to act as your double in the blink of an eye and made the world believe Captain Kuro had died by execution." With his left hand on his navel and his right hand pressing down on the hat atop his head, Django said, "That was just the beginning of the plan, as expected of Kuro of 100 plans." Claydor stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression grave. "Don't call me by that name anymore. I abandoned it 3 years ago. I want to obtain a large sum of money without being hunted by the government." A smile then crept onto his lips despite himself. "I'm a pacifist after all." "Haha, what kind of pacifist are you?" Django, who knew the truth, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "To achieve your own peace, you'd go so far as to kill an entire wealthy family." Claydor pushed his glasses up with his palm again, rebutting, Hey, the death of her father had nothing to do with me. Even I didn't foresee that." "Well, that's not important. Just hurry up and send the signal. Our ship has been anchored nearby for nearly a week now, and the crew is just about fed up with waiting." Django reminded him in a nonchalant tone. "Damn, it looks like we've heard something we shouldn't have." Usopp said, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. "This doesn't look good," Luffy said, lifting his leg with a blank expression. "It's way too bad. They're dead serious. As for Captain Kuro, he's the smartest of all pirates, and he's also—" "No need to explain, Usopp. Guys like this Luffy can take care of them easily." Ichin cut him off. Hey, Captain Kuro has been famous in the East Blue for 3 years now. How could you possibly be his match? This is no time for jokes, alright? This is a real crisis." Usopp was so used to bragging that he assumed anyone who claimed to be strong was just as weak as he was, which was why he found Ichin's claim that Luffy could easily handle Kuro hard to believe. The village is going to be attacked, and Kaya will be in danger. This is bad, this is really bad. Usopp seemed to envision the villagers being harmed and Kaya being killed. He actually dropped to the ground, clutching his head with both hands, not knowing what to do. Ichin didn't try to comfort Usopp. After all, given Usopp's terror of Kuro, no matter how much he said they didn't need to fear him, Usopp wouldn't believe it. Of course, Ichin also had no intention of proving he wasn't afraid. Rather than instantly defeating an opponent, he preferred to toy with them a little first, then deliver despair. Luffy, however, was different. He stood up directly and shouted down at the butler and Django below, "Hey, you guys, I won't allow you to attack the young lady." Luffy, however, was different. He stood up directly and shouted down at the butler and Django below, "Hey, you guys, I won't allow you to attack the hurry and hide, or we'll be killed." Luffy didn't listen to Usopp and remained in the same position as he. Plahadore frowned. "Isn't that Usopp? Did you two hear anything?" Hearing this, Usopp quickly waved his hands in denial. "Nothing. What are you talking about? We just got here, so of course we didn't." Luffy, however, crossed his arms over his chest. "We heard everything." Usopp slapped Luffy on the chest with an exaggerated expression on his face. "Hey." Ichin, watching Usopp's comical face from the side, couldn't help but chuckled and stepped back. The butler below gave Django a look, signaling him to dispose of Luffy. Django sighed helplessly in understanding. "No choice then." With that, Django took a few steps forward and pulled out a hollow ring. "You two look carefully at this ring." Luffy stared intently at the ring in Django's hand. "What is that?" Usopp, however, hid behind Luffy and avoided looking at the ring. Django swung the ring back and forth. "When I say 1, 2, Django, you'll both fall asleep. Got it? Hide. We'll be killed," Usopp said urgently from behind. 1, 2, Django. Seeing Luffy still staring at the ring, Usopp couldn't care less anymore. He threw himself flat onto the grass beside him, clutching his head and trembling. "Zzz." The moment Django's words fell, Luffy lowered his head and fell asleep, standing up. "Zzz. Hey, get up, Django. Haven't you kicked that bad habit of yours yet?" The butler turned his head and shouted at Django, who had dozed off leaning on his back. Django, who had hypnotized Luffy, had also been hypnotized by his own spell and collapsed onto the butler's back. "Hey, what's wrong? You're about to fall off the cliff," Usopp warned Luffy, who was teetering on the edge. But Luffy was already sound asleep from the hypnosis and couldn't hear Usopp's voice. His body then fell straight down. Bang! Luffy landed headfirst, his feet pointing up at the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. He landed on his head. "I didn't intend to kill him," Django sighed. "Falling from that height, he's probably beyond saving. Damn it, they actually killed him. That bastard, damn it." Usopp knelt on the ground, trembling with a mix of fear and rage. Django looked at Usopp and asked the butler, "What about the other one? Should we take care of him too?" The butler pushed his glasses up with his palm. "No need. No matter what he does, it'll be useless." And indeed, it was just as the butler said. No matter what Usopp did, it would be futile, because Usopp's constant lying in the village had driven his credibility into the negatives, so no one in town would believe a word he said. "Tomorrow morning, Django. Attack the village at first light. Cause some damage to the houses to make it look like a complete accident, and kill the young lady Kaya." The butler laid out the entire plan right in front of Usopp, without the slightest concern that he might warn the. And there was another purpose to this as well. If Usopp told the villagers that pirates were coming, they would let their guard down even more, because they all believed that whenever Usopp said pirates were coming, it meant there definitely weren't any. After saying this, the butler even shot Usopp a provocative glance. After provoking Usopp, the steward departed. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for insisting on coming to the beach, which led you all to follow. If it weren't for me, Luffy wouldn't have been killed." Usopp knelt before Ichin, apologizing. "Though I'm truly sorry, I must first inform the villagers of Kira's plot. So if I survive, this'll come and make amends to your crew." Actually, before Ichin could utter that Luffy wasn't dead, Usopp dashed off towards the village. Seeing Usopp run off, Ichin didn't follow. Instead, he gazed at Luffy lying below and muttered, "What a fool." He was told to look, and he actually did. Then Ichin reconsidered, realizing he enjoyed watching Luffy's foolish antics. Thinking about it, he felt a bit guilty for his own amusement. "Levitate." Ichin stretched out his hand towards Luffy below the cliff, using magic to bring him up. "Luffy, wake up." "Zzz." Snore. Looks like he'll have to use unconventional methods. Seeing Luffy wouldn't wake, Ichin decided on a different approach. Ichin grabbed Luffy by the collar and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. Slap, slap. "Luffy, wake up. I've even fed you your favorite slaps. Come on, wake up now." Even though 2 red handprints were now visible on Luffy's cheeks, he still wouldn't wake up. Seeing no signs of Luffy waking, Ichin cast a self-created spell upon himself, which he called the Instant Gale Slap Technique. Back in the Western fantasy continent, Ichin had used this original magic to perfectly demonstrate the art of swift face-slapping retribution. Indeed, he literally slapped others' faces, and with incredible speed. After casting the spell, a rhythmic clapping sound echoed across Luffy's face. Slap, 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 slap. Damn, it's still not waking up. Ichin shook his tired hand, looking at Luffy's face now as red as a certain legendary warrior's, and complained. Then, as if remembering something, Ichin shouted, Luffy, I brought you a ton of meat. Upon hearing this, Luffy, who was in a deep sleep, sprang up energetically and looked around. A ton of meat. Where is it? Where? I was lying. Ichin said flatly, crossing his arms. What? You were lying to me. Bang, zzz. Snore. Realizing there was no meat, Luffy collapsed again and fell asleep. You've got to be kidding me. You're going back to sleep just like that? Ichin complained as Luffy fell down again. Water surge. Splash. Tired of trying to wake him, normally Ichin simply summoned a torrent of water over Luffy's head to wash his hair. Ichin complained as Luffy fell down again. Water surge. Splash. Tired of trying to wake him, normally Ichin simply summoned a torrent of water over Luffy's head to wash his hair. Bang. Ichin headbutted him back. Huh. You have the nerve to complain. If you weren't such an idiot who wouldn't wake up and then just fell back asleep, why would I have to pour water over your head, eh? Of course, Ichin hadn't forgotten to reinforce his own forehead with magic. The result of their collision was a bump on Luffy's forehead. Oh, sorry about that. Next time, don't just do whatever the enemy tells you, understand? Ichin flicked Luffy's head as a reprimand. Luffy held his head. Got it. But that guy's ability was really interesting. He put me to sleep in an instant. I haven't slept that soundly in ages, though. I wonder why my head and face hurt a bit. Probably because you hit your face and head on the ground at the same time. Ichin explained with a straight face, completely ignoring the impossibility of that happening. Though Ichin's explanation was absurd, what was even more absurd was that Luffy actually believed it. A look of realization dawned on Luffy's face. Oh, so that's why my head and face hurt. It's because I hit them on the ground at the same time. Exactly. It's all that hypnotist's fault for making you hit your head and face on the ground at the same time. They'll definitely get revenge for you, Luffy. Ichin clenched his fists, feigning righteous indignation. Are you getting angry for me? Thanks, Ichin. Luffy smiled brightly, flashing his white teeth. If Django were here, he'd surely say slander. This is slander. That Straw Hat's face has nothing to do with me. You're slandering me. Seeing Luffy like this, Ichin felt a bit awkward and lightly scratched his cheek with his finger. Luffy actually believes me. Whatever, since he believes it, I won't tell him the truth. Let's head back. We've been out for a while, and we don't want those two to worry. With that, Ichin walked towards the village. Okay. Luffy agreed and followed. Captain Usopp is so slow. The three kids who were good friends with Usopp paced back and forth restlessly. Zoro, leaning against a wooden railing with his arms crossed, said, Luffy and Ichin are slow too. He always does this. Whenever he's in a bad mood, he goes to the beach to look at the sea. One of the kids said, It's the captain. The three kids shouted, seeing Usopp running towards them. What? Didn't Luffy and Ichin come back with him? Zoro wondered, seeing that Luffy and Ichin weren't with him. Where are Luffy and Ichin? Didn't they go to the beach with you? Nami asked Usopp as he ran past her. Gasping for breath and running heavily, Usopp ignored Nami and continued running towards the village. Is he still angry about that steward insulting his father? Nami wondered, watching Usopp's retreating figure. Who knows? Zoro said nonchalantly, pursing his lips. But what are Luffy and Ichin doing? They're taking so long. Well, should we go look for them? Nami, perched on the wooden railing, suggested, bouncing on her toes. No need. If it were just Luffy, would have to go find him. But since Ichin is with him, there's nothing to worry about. Zoro assured her that with Ichin around, there was definitely no problem, and Nami could rest easy without worrying so much about those two. That's true. With Ichin there's no need to worry that much. Hearing this, Nami agreed. Why did you take so long to get back? Wait, Luffy, why is your face so red? Did something happen? Zoro asked Luffy, a hint of confusion in his voice. A hypnotist put me under, and I fell off a small cliff about 10 meters high. I landed right on my head and face. Luckily, Ichin woke me up, or I might have slept there forever, haha. Luffy said, pointing at his own face. Wait, a hypnotist hypnotized you? Forget that for a second. You landed on your head and face. That looks more like MMM. Before Zoro could finish his sentence, Ichin clamped a hand over his mouth and pulled him aside, with Nami following in silent confusion. Luffy, I need to have a private word with Nami and Zoro. Don't come over here for a bit. He'll tell you what I want to talk to you about later. What secret is so important that even your captain can't hear it? Oh well, I'm sure you'll tell me later anyway. Luffy was curious, but didn't press the matter. Hey Ichin, why are you so desperate to stop me from talking? It's not like those handprints all over Luffy's face are yours or theirs. Yep, they're mine. Ichin admitted without hesitation. Oh, I see. I see it too. Nami chimed in. Wait, I haven't even explained yet. What do you two think you understand? Do you take us for idiots like Luffy? The hypnosis and the handprints. Together they just mean you slapped him to wake him up, right? Zoro retorted. Nami nodded in agreement with Zoro's logic. But there's no need to hide that. Why were you trying to keep it a secret? Nami found Ichin's behavior a bit odd and asked. Well, I could have splashed water on his face to wake him up, but I chose to applaud his face instead. Ichin answered bluntly. What a way to put it. Applauding his face. We get it. We won't tell him. But seriously, Luffy. To actually believe that story about landing on his head and face. Nami first agreed to keep Ichin's secret, then couldn't help but mock Luffy's way of thinking. I thought his thought process was unique from the very first day I met him, but I didn't think it was this unique. Zoro added his own jab. So what's this secret you're going to tell Luffy later? I said it's a secret. I'm not telling you guys for now. You'll find out in due time. Ichin made a shushing gesture. Zoro, since we'll find out later I want it. Same here. Just then a very curious Luffy walked over. Are you guys done yet? Ichin turned to look at him. Yeah, we're done. So what's the secret you wanted to tell me? Spill it. Luffy latched onto Ichin. Let go of me first. Hearing this, Luffy released his grip, and Ichin whispered a few words into his ear. Really? I can't wait. Luffy was so excited he jumped up and down. Ichin smiled at his reaction. Of course. Hey Luffy, what did Ichin tell you that got you so hyped up? It's a secret. You'll find out soon enough. I bet you guys will be thrilled too. Luffy grinned, flashing his bright white teeth. Zoro smiled back. We'll be happy to hear it. Now you've got me curious. By the way, why did Usopp dash back to the village in such a hurry? Something must have happened at the beach just now, right? Nami asked. Well, it's like this. Inside the village, Usopp was loudly telling the villagers that pirates would attack the village at dawn, urging them to flee immediately. But just as the butler had predicted, the villagers didn't believe a word Usopp said. They called him a liar and told him to stop his nonsense. They even praised the butler for his honesty and told Usopp to follow his example. Only then did Usopp realize why the butler had been so bold as to reveal his plan. He had foreseen this exact outcome. They even praised the butler for his honesty and told Usopp to follow his example. Only then did Usopp realize why the butler had been so bold as to reveal his— Kaya glanced at the glasses in the case and nodded. Yes, that's the one. She then smiled warmly at the servant. Thank you for going all the way to the next town for this. With that, Kaya took the glasses case from the servant. The white-haired servant smiled after handing it over. Is it a gift, eh? Kaya nodded. Yes. She looked down at the case in her hands. Tomorrow marks the 3rd year since Clahador came to work for our family. She then looked up with a sweet smile. He's always so attentive to me. I wanted to give him something. I'm sure Mr. Clahador will be very pleased. The servant said with a smile. In the village, Usopp still refused to give up, trying to convince the villagers that pirates would arrive the next morning. Listen to me, everyone. The pirates are really coming tomorrow. If we believed every word you said, we'd have evacuated this village hundreds of times by now. The gathered villagers rolled up their sleeves, looking furious enough to devour Usopp whole. Usopp shouted with all his might, You have to believe me. If you don't, everyone in the village will be killed. This time it's for real. The villagers, unconvinced, started hitting him with furniture. Usopp turned and ran out of the village yelling, Damn it. Don't let him get away this time, everyone. The villagers chased after him, brandishing brooms and mops. Inside the mansion. Oh, I was so worried you wouldn't come again, Kaya said, looking at Usopp, who was perched in a tree. Thud thud. Usopp climbed to the window and shouted urgently, Run, Kaya? You're in danger. Kaya looked at the frantic Usopp, puzzled. Huh, what's wrong? You've been deceived. That butler is actually a pirate, Usopp said seriously. Kaya's expression turned slightly displeased. Wait, is this some kind of joke? No, it's not a joke. I saw and heard it with my own eyes and ears. Clahador is a pirate who infiltrated your home to get his hands on your family's fortune. He's been pretending to be a butler for the past 3 years, all for your inheritance. Usopp explained patiently. What are you talking about, Usopp? He said his pirate crew will attack at dawn and kill you. Seeing that Kaya still didn't believe him, Usopp's tone became more desperate. That guy is a really, really bad man. You have to run. Kaya blinked slowly and spoke calmly. He did say some harsh things earlier, but even so you shouldn't tell such lies. This isn't like you, Kaya said, looking a little disappointed. In Kaya's eyes, Usopp was a dear friend who loved to spin humorous tales. No, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. Usopp clenched his teeth and roared, It's true. It's all true. So that Kaya girl is going to be killed, and this village will be attacked too, right? Ichin recounted the general situation to the two of them, and they understood why Usopp was acting that way. So Klahadore is really a bad guy, no wonder he's so unpleasant. So that's why Captain Usopp came back to the village with such a grim face. Now watch this ring closely. When I say 1, 2, Django Red, you will become stronger. Your wounds will heal completely, and you will gradually grow more powerful. Since we know the news in advance, we can just run away first, and the enemies are stupid. Yeah, you're right, we need to hurry and escape too. Right, we have to gather all the important things. In short, we need to be quick. With that, the three little ones dashed back towards the village. Damn it! Luffy suddenly yelled. What's wrong? If I don't stock up on food quickly, the butcher will run away too. Luffy exclaimed. That's just like you, Luffy. At a time like this, you're worried about the butcher running away first, Ichin teased. What? Isn't meat important? It's important, it's important. So what do you plan to do now? He shattered the cliff. What immense power! Zoro exclaimed. Nami muttered in disbelief. The hypnosis actually works. Leaning by the window, Kaya said, I really did like them. I loved your lies the most. Why would you say such a thing? No, it's not that I want revenge on Klahadore. Why? Why would you say that? Kaya asked weakly. Kaya, bang. At that moment, the white-haired servant opened the door. Young miss, what's... At the same time, he pulled out a gun. Seeing this, Usopp grabbed Kaya's wrist and pulled her close. Run. With that, Usopp put his arm around Kaya. Kaya grabbed the wrist of the hand that held her. Don't do this, Usopp. The white-haired servant aimed his gun at Usopp. Please let go of the young miss. Whoosh. Usopp held Kaya and slid down the big tree. Anyway, you have to trust me. I'll take you away from this village before the butler returns. Swish, swish, swish. Usopp drew his slingshot and fired at the three armed bodyguards rushing over. Kaya, stop. Thud, thud, thud. The three bodyguards fell to the ground. After dealing with the three bodyguards, Usopp grabbed Kaya's wrist, ready to flee. But Kaya did not choose to go with him, staying put and looking at him in confusion. Usopp turned back to Kaya. By tomorrow, you'll know the whole truth. For now, let's just run. Please slap up. Kaya finally couldn't stand Usopp's unilateral actions and is taking her away from the villa, so she slapped him. After slapping him, Kaya turned her head away, tears streaming from her eyes as she struggled to hold back her anger. You're horrible. While Usopp was stunned by the slap, the white-haired servant rushed over and pointed his gun at him. Stay away from the young miss. Seeing this, Usopp quickly fled. No. Bang. Just as the white-haired servant was about to shoot Usopp, Kaya stepped in front of him. The servant redirected the shot. Whip up. Fortunately, the bullet didn't hit Usopp directly, but grazed him. He cried out in pain and continued running into the distance. Patter, patter, patter. At that moment, the villagers chasing Usopp arrived at the villa. Catch him. He dared to lay his hands on the young miss. The white-haired servant pointed at Usopp as he spoke to the villagers. That guy is a real scoundrel. How disgraceful. The villagers became even angrier at Usopp's actions. Why won't anyone believe me? Usopp sank into deep self-doubt. Then he left the villa in disgrace. After him. Don't let him get away. The villagers chased after him. Meanwhile, Kaya fainted due to her weak health. At the beach, Klahadore pushed up his glasses with his palm. Men, you've arrived just in time. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? Once this plan succeeds, I'll make sure you all receive a generous reward. Tomorrow morning, have your fill of destroying this village, Klahadore said with a sinister smile. Hurrah! Captain Long live. The pirates cheered. In the evening at the coast. Is this some kind of devil fruit ability? My wound is starting to heal. Usopp watched in amazement as his wound healed at a visible speed. This is magic, not a devil fruit ability, Ichin said calmly. So what do you plan to do now? The villagers don't trust you. What's your move? Ichin didn't want to elaborate and changed the subject. Earlier, Usopp had told Ichin and the others that he was a liar and not trusted by the villagers. The pirates will come tomorrow, right? Nami asked. Yes, they definitely will. No one in the village trusts me. They'll just think tomorrow will be another peaceful day. Usopp said dejectedly. Then, as if he had made a firm decision, he declared loudly, so I'll fight the pirates on the shore and turn this into a lie. That is the creed I, the great liar, must uphold. Usopp declared with firm eyes. Usopp said dejectedly. Then, as if he had made a firm decision, he declared loudly, so I'll fight the pirates on the shore and turn this into a lie. As he spoke, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Hearing this, Zoro tightened his grip on his sword hilt and smirked. You're such a soft-hearted fool, sending away your 3 little followers to fight alone. Just so you know, the pirates' treasure belongs to us, Nami said, making an okay gesture. Luffy also clenched his fist. All right, we'll help you out too. You're willing to fight alongside me. Why? Usopp asked, surprised and moved. Because you look scared, Zoro said flatly. I'm not scared. Even if I know they're terrifying, I won't be afraid. Usopp said bravely, though his legs were trembling uncontrollably. We're not laughing at you. We want to help because we think you're admirable, Zoro said, stepping forward. Indeed, when people face a frightening and stronger opponent, they usually surrender or run away. Those who dare to fight against death are truly admirable. No matter how weak that person is, at least they've taken action. After chatting for a while, they headed towards the entrance on the south side of the island. Ichin, why didn't you say anything back there? Nami nudged him with her elbow. What's the difference? When the fight breaks out, my priority is to protect your lives anyway. Though Luffy and Zoro don't need protecting. Ichin said nonchalantly, cradling the back of his head. Does Ichin mean he'll only protect me and Luffy and the others can handle themselves? Nami thought, a faint blush crossing her face. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't need your protection. I can handle ordinary pirates myself, Nami said, walking ahead quickly. What's gotten into Nami all of a sudden? Ichin looked puzzled as she walked ahead of him. I don't get it. I really don't. The only way into the village is this slope. The rest are sheer cliffs, Usopp explained to the group. They can't get in easily. If we hold this slope, the village won't be attacked. Luffy, really? That sounds easy. Saying it is easy. Next comes the question of fighting strength. What can you all do? Usopp looked at the four of them and asked. Slash. Stretch. Steal. Observe, watch the show. He'll run away. You've got to fight too, you idiot. Luffy said, grabbing Usopp by the neck. I was just joking. Let go, I'm choking. Cough. Usopp apologized. Inside the mansion, Mr. Kuro, you've returned. The white-haired servant perched on a stepladder polishing the chandelier in the living room greeted the returning Kuro. Where is the young miss? She's already asleep. She looked quite exhausted. The white-haired servant then relayed the morning's events involving Usopp's visit. Kuro straightened his collar and said, I didn't expect such a thing to happen while I was away on business in the neighboring town. That young man Usopp is quite a handful. He even claimed you were a pirate. What a thoughtless thing to say, haha. The white-haired servant, while wiping the chandelier, laughingly told Kuro about Usopp's accusation. Ha, indeed. Kuro walked to the nearby table and picked up an eyeglass case that Kaya had prepared for him. What is this? The white-haired servant smiled at Kuro and explained, this is a pair of glasses the young miss bought for you. She said tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary of your arrival here. Anniversary? The young miss noticed your glasses often slipping, so she specially ordered a new pair for you. She's truly a kind and thoughtful soul. Finished speaking, the white-haired servant wiped tears of emotion from his eyes with the cloth he was using. Hearing this, Kuro pushed his glasses up with his palm, and with his back to the servant revealed a sinister smile. An anniversary, is it? Indeed, tomorrow is the anniversary. He then looked at the moon outside the window. Tonight is a crescent moon. Should I say my heart is pounding or my blood is boiling? With a crash and a shatter, Kuro threw the eyeglass case and the glasses inside onto the floor, stomping them to pieces underfoot, all while the white-haired servant watched in shock. The white-haired servant cried out in alarm, Mr. Kuro, what have you done to the gift from the young miss? Kuro sneered. I will accept her gift, but it won't be this. It will be everything in this mansion. With a hum, Kuro extended the iron claws hidden in his sleeve and lunged at the white-haired servant. A swish. A squelch. Arg. With a thud, the white-haired servant, his body torn by Kura's iron claws, collapsed into a pool of blood. Kuro walked into Kaya's room, his iron claws still stained with the servant's blood, looking eerily vivid in the moonlight. Kuro approached Kaya and brought the iron claws to her neck. For old time's sake, I'll let you live a few more hours. Kuro chuckled, then left Kaya's room. On a large pirate ship, bang, bang. Captain Django, dawn is breaking. Wake up, Captain Django. A pirate shouted excitedly while banging on the door. He seemed eager to charge into the village. Creak, click, click. Django's door opened, and he stepped out with a Michael Jackson-esque stride. Good morning, Captain. The surrounding pirates greeted him. Hearing this, Django stopped and scolded them. My principle is to say good morning along with the rising sun. The captain seems to be in a bad mood. Well, he just woke up. Two pirates exchanged. Django looked up at the moon in the sky. Look, the moon hasn't even set yet. It's still the dead of night. Django first gestured for his men to look at the moon, then angrily said, and you're all shouting and making a racket. Our apologies. We're sorry. The pirates, understanding, shouted in unison. Good to know you understand. Django walked to the bow, turned around, and struck a pose he thought was cool. Men, we set sail. Splash. Usopp poured the last bucket of oil. All right, perfect. Since we've covered this area in oil, those pirates won't be able to climb this slope. We'll strike them down when they're slipping and sliding all over the place. In any case, we absolutely must hold this slope. As long as we don't slip ourselves, it's fine. It'll be like falling into an anthill. Nami said calmly, looking at the oil-covered ground. Why do I have a feeling something's going to happen with this oil? Ichin stared at the yellow oil on the ground, feeling like he was forgetting something. I'll forget it. If I can't remember, it's probably not important. Ichin shook his head and dismissed the thought. On the other coast, we're here. All right, men, disembark and head into the village. Yonko commanded. Captain, there are 2 small boats over there. Should we check them out? A pirate with a sword pointed to the boats belonging to Ichin and the others. Never mind that. They're not treasure ships. Don't disrupt the plan. Follow me straight into the village. Yes, sir. At Yonko's command, dozens of pirates leaped ashore and headed straight for the island. Luffy sat cross-legged on the slope. They're not here yet, and it's already this bright. It might be my imagination, but I feel like I heard a sound from somewhere. Nami closed her eyes and listened more carefully. There it is. The pirates were close enough to their position that Nami could hear their faint noises. Hearing this, Ichin nodded. I heard it too. It seems to be coming from the direction where we docked the ship. Just then Usopp suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, there's supposed to be another entrance, just like this one to the north. Wait, did you get the wrong entrance? Luffy retorted. But they had a secret meeting on this coast, so I thought for sure they'd attack from here. Then hurry up. They're about to attack the village. Where is it? Luffy asked urgently. It's a 3-minute run north from here. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Luffy reassured him. Oh no. Nami exclaimed, clutching her cheeks. If they land there, doesn't that mean my treasure is going to be taken, eh? They'll be there in 20 seconds. With that, Luffy dashed off. Usopp followed. My treasure. Let's go, Nami. As long as they haven't left the island, we can still get the treasure back. Ichin said to Nami, who was standing there stunned. You're right, I need to hurry. Huh. Ah, slyip. Splat. Thud. Huh. X2 Nami had forgotten she was standing on the oil. She slipped, but just as she was about to slide down the slope, her right hand grabbed Zoro's sword hilt, and her left hand grabbed Ichin's clothing. This caused them both to fall and slide on the oil as well. Seeing herself still sliding, Nami grabbed a different part of them to stop her descent. Help! I'm falling. Nami shouted, grabbing onto Ichin's and Zoro's legs. Zoro clawed at the oil-licked ground. Let go of me, you idiot. Ichin was in the same clawing position on the slope. Nami, I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. Let me just... Tap tap. Before Ichin could finish, Nami stepped on his back, then lightly bounced off Zoro's head, escaping the oil-licked slope. She called back to them, thanks Ichin, Zoro. With that, she ran off towards the north coast without looking back. Sizzle. Ichin watched his body slide down. Oh man, you've got to be kidding me. Because of Nami's step, they lost their grip and slid straight down the hill. Nami glanced back at them. Sorry, but my treasure is in danger. You two find a way to climb back up. With that, she left. Screech. By then, they had already slid to the very bottom of the slope. That woman, I will never forgive her. Ichin patted Zoro on the shoulder and advised, don't be like that, Zoro. Look, I got knocked down too. How is that the same? That brute got oil all over my face. Zoro pointed at the greasy stain on his cheek, fuming. Relax, I've got this. With that, Ichin extended his hand and whispered, cleanse. Whoosh whoosh. As Ichin's voice faded, a clear curtain of water materialized around them, flowing gracefully over their bodies like a living dance. In moments, the water veil began to dissipate, leaving the two spotless and refreshed. Their skin was smooth and radiant, and their clothes looked brand new, as if just pulled from a washing machine. Hey, how do you have such strange abilities? This water curtain cleans everything without getting our clothes wet. Zoro exclaimed, examining and touching his now gleaming outfit in astonishment. Just a little trick. Let's go, Zoro. Ichin, hands clasped behind his back and eyes closed, strolled up the slope with the air of a sage. Hey, the oil is still on the slope. Zoro warned Ichin, who had already stepped onto the slick patch. Slip, splat. Ouched. Hearing the warning, Ichin remembered the oil. But as he opened his eyes, his feet slid out from under him, and predictably he tumbled and slid all the way back down. Zoro looked down at Ichin, who had slid to his feet, and quipped, Are you an idiot? Cleanse. Swoosh. After magically cleaning himself once more, Ichin stood up and declared, No worries, this is just a minor setback. Zoro. So how are we supposed to get up there now? Instead of answering, Ichin whispered, Levitate. Instantly his magic lifted them both and set them safely back on top of the slope. Alright, let's go. Just how many abilities do you have anyway? Zoro asked, curious once they were back up. Not many, but enough. Ichin replied. Enough, huh? Got it. Zoro pondered for a moment, then he figured he'd learn eventually. There was no rush to know everything right away. At the north coast. Usopp. I've been waiting here for you all. I suggest you turn back now. Usopp stared at the pirates below the slope, thinking, what's going on? Am I the first one here? Luffy was definitely running ahead of me. Oh, this is bad. At the village entrance. Heave-ho. Luffy panted, looking at the village before him. How did I end up in the village? That's so weird. He said north, so I ran towards the colder direction. How did I get to the village? Did he get it wrong again? It didn't occur to Luffy that he might have run the wrong way. At the north coast. Zango, looking up at Usopp on the slope, asked, "You're the kid who was eavesdropping on our plans earlier, aren't you? What do you want?" Usopp, forcing down his nerves, stammered, I'm warning you. Get out of here now. Otherwise my 100 million men will crush you." The pirates burst into laughter. Hearing this, Zango, who was behind them, gasped, "What? 100 million? The pirates burst into laughter. Hearing this, Zango, who was behind them, gasped, "What? 100 million? That's amazing. Captain, it's obviously a lie." One pirate retorted. "You're way too gullible," added another. "Oh no, the captain actually believed it. Did I just call the captain an idiot? I hope he didn't hear that." One of the pirates who had mocked the lie trembled in fear. Well, that backfired. Usopp thought, genuinely puzzled as to why they saw through his perfect lie. That guy actually thought he could fool. Another pirate scoffed. Zango roared at Usopp, "You little brat. You dare try to deceive me." Just then a pirate ran up from behind Zango, shouting, "Captain Zango, something incredible." Zango turned around. "Oh, is it bad?" "No, not bad at all. We found treasure in those 2 ships. It's worth a fortune, 900 no, at least 10 million berry." Zango gasped. "What?" Usopp, equally stunned, exclaimed, 110 million berry. "How do they have that much money in their ships?" "That treasure is mine. Please just take the treasure and—" Usopp suddenly declared. The pirates scoffed. "Is he trying to bribe us? How despicable." Zango adjusted his cap. "Are you an idiot? We're pirates. Of course we're taking that treasure." Hearing this, Usopp thought there might be a chance. But before he could finish, Zango added, "However, that's hardly a reason for us to retreat." Usopp understood then. Pirates wouldn't give up on raiding the village that easily. Zango produced a metal ring and pointed it at Usopp. "When I say 1-2 Zon, you will step aside." Zango swung the ring. 1-2 Zon. Thud. Crack. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Just as Usopp was about to be hypnotized, Nami arrived and whacked him over the head with a staff, knocking him to the ground. Ow. Usopp's eyes bulged in pain as he clutched his head. "Captain, this is no time to be hypnotizing yourself," and stepping aside. "I'm coming to take it back." "That hurt." Usopp complained to Nami. "How dare you give away my treasure?" Nami pointed at the pirates and yelled, "All that treasure is mine. I won't give you a single berry. 10 berry equals 1 belly. You better hold on to it tight. I'm coming to take it back." "That hurt." Usopp complained to Nami. "How dare you give away my treasure?" Nami scolded Usopp. "I was just bluffing." Usopp retorted. "So where's Luffy? Wasn't he the first to run off?" Nami asked, noticing Luffy's absence. Usopp got to his feet. "Who knows? Maybe he got scared or just got lost." "Ugh," Nami sighed in exasperation. "He must be lost. Of all the times for this." Usopp walked over to Nami, pointing at the pirates. "He'll take command. You go take them down, and he'll provide cover." "Wait, why do I have to go?" Usopp's outrageous suggestion left Nami dumbfounded. She shouted at him, "How am I supposed to beat a whole group of them? I'm weak." "Yeah." Usopp chuckled without a hint of shame. "Don't overestimate me just because I'm a man. I'm so scared my legs are shaking like this, see?" He even pointed to his legs, which were trembling like a rattlesnake's tail. "So what? Look, I'm so scared my eyes are welling up with tears." Nami fired back, claiming she was even more afraid. "Your tears are dry. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. You're one to talk. No more time to waste with them. Let's crush them and head for the village, boys." Zango commanded. Clatter, clatter. With a roar, the pirates brandished their swords and charged up the slope. Bang. Arg. Usopp was slammed to the ground by a pirate charging at him with a massive stone hammer. "Did you really think you could hold us off?" The pirate who had knocked Usopp down sneered at him. "Let's go, everyone. Captain Kuro is still waiting for us," the pirate called out to the crew behind him. Ignoring the pain, Usopp grabbed hold of a pirate's ankle. "You're not going anywhere." The pirate whose ankle was caught kicked Usopp in the head twice. "Let go. Let go, you bastard." With that, he raised his stone hammer to strike. Just as Usopp's head was about to be crushed, Nami intervened, knocking the pirate in front of him to the ground. "You woman." A pirate charged at Nami with a sword. Though she blocked his strike, she was kicked back on. "It hurts." Nami cried out as she landed on the lawn. "You two are really asking for it. Since that's the case, you can just, hey, you lie? Forget them and get into the village. Have you all forgotten Captain Kura's plan? If we mess this up, we'll all be killed. Do you understand, you fools?" Just as the pirate was about to order their deaths, Django from the bottom of the slope urged them on. The pirates, heeding his words, abandoned Usopp and Nami and charged toward the village. Whoosh, bang. Arg. The pirates were suddenly sent flying backward over Usopp and tumbling down the slope by an unseen force. What's going on, Captain Django? We were never told there were guys like that in this village. The pirates on the ground looked at Django, their expressions seeming to question why Django and Kuro hadn't mentioned such formidable opponents in the village, as if they'd been sent on a suicide mission. Nami propped herself up and looked at Ichin and the others. Finally, you're here. Zoro rested his blade on the back of his neck. Who were those weaklings? Who knows? They weren't even enough to vent my frustration. Luffy panted. He seemed exhausted from running all the way from the village. Ichin, combing his hair, slowly walked out from behind Zoro. Now, Zoro, don't say that. They might be ruthless villains to the common folk, but to us they're nothing but trash. Zoro snapped at Nami. Nami, you dared to use me and Ichin as a stepping stone. Ichin gently patted Zoro's shoulder. Easy, Zoro. Didn't I tell you not to get angry? Well, since you put it that way. Zoro calmed himself down. After soothing Zoro, Ichin turned to Nami. But Nami, next time something happens, could you please stay calm? If you had stepped on it just 1 second later, we all could have arrived together, and you wouldn't have fallen and hurt yourself. Sorry, I know won't happen again. Nami bowed her head, slightly clasping her hands together in apology. In the original story, Nami retorted to Zoro, saying it was an accident. She argued it was better for one person to be saved than for both to fall. After hearing this, Zoro had retorted, then why didn't you just fall yourself? Meanwhile, Luffy shouted at Usopp. Usopp, you idiot. You should have told me which way was north before running off. So slow. Kuro, sitting on the steps outside the mansion, said impatiently. He stood up, hands in his pockets, a sinister look on his face. Still dawdling. If you've forgotten the plan, then it'll just have to kill you all. With that, Kuro picked up a small bag and headed for the coast. Usopp looked at the pirates lying at the bottom of the slope, then back at Luffy and the others. Are you guys really that strong? Hey, I said forget about north or south. How was I supposed to know which way it was? Luffy yelled at Usopp, pressing his hand on his hat and clenching his other fist. Luffy expressed his dissatisfaction with Usopp for giving him the wrong directions. Usopp immediately retorted, what? You were the one who ran off first with all that confidence. At that, Luffy felt Usopp had a point and his confidence deflated. I only had a rough idea, just a rough. Django looked at the sun high in the sky. It's already daylight. That man Captain Kuro has very little patience. At the thought, Django couldn't help but shudder. He then clapped his hands. Hey, you lot. You haven't all been taken out by those two brats, have you? At his words, the pirates on the ground scrambled to their feet. Listen up. We don't have time to waste here. If the enemy is strong, then we must be stronger. Now watch this ring closely. When I say 1, 2, Django read, you will become stronger. Your wounds will heal completely, and you will gradually grow more powerful. Django said, swinging the iron ring in his hand. What are they doing? Luffy asked, puzzled. Nami explained, it's hypnotism. He's trying to make his crew stronger with it. What an idiot. She clearly didn't believe hypnosis could make someone truly stronger. Get stronger, get stronger. Get stronger. Luffy was also staring intently at Django's ring. 1, 2, Django. Yuwa. As Django's words fell, the pirates were instantly revitalized. Boom. Crash. One of the pirates threw a single punch at a nearby cliff that was 4 or 5 meters tall, and a large chunk of it visibly crumbled and broke away. He shattered the cliff. What immense power! Zoro exclaimed. Nami muttered in disbelief. The hypnosis actually works. Leaning by the window, Kaya said, I really did like them. I loved your lies the most. Why would you say such a thing? Little step in. Now attack. Crush all who stand in our way. Django commanded. Hearing this, the pirates, as if injected with adrenaline, charged at Ichin and the others. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hey, you got hypnotized too, Luffy. Zoro quipped at Luffy, whose eyes had rolled back. But Luffy, as if deaf, charged straight toward the group of pirates. Just as he was about to crash into them, he halted abruptly. Goma Goma no. Gatling. Bang. 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 Arg. In an instant, the pirates were sent flying back, crumpling beside Django. Fast-forwarding now. Luffy finally reached Django's ship, tore off the Black Cat figurehead as a weapon, and just as he was about to swing it at Django and his crew, he was put to sleep by Django's hypnosis. Then a pair of brothers Sham and Butchie emerged from the ship. Django claimed they were the ship's aces. Image. Go Sham, Butchie. Take out that green-haired guy on the slope. Django pointed at Zoro on the hill. Huh. We wouldn't dare. The two replied, fearfully glancing at Zoro's furrowed brow. Stop your whining and get up there, both of you. Wano were scared. Tears streamed down their faces. Seriously, some aces, they are bawling their eyes out. Nami remarked, watching the sniveling pair below. Enough stalling, get moving. Django urged. Alright. I'm coming. With that, Sham, his face twisted in misery, slowly shuffled toward Zoro. How am I supposed to strike someone like this? I don't make a habit of cutting down cowards. Zoro was momentarily unsure whether to act. It's an act. You can't be fooled by such an overblown performance, Zoro. Anyone hailed as an ace by that guy with the heart-shaped shades can't possibly be a coward. Just as Zoro was still deliberating, Ichin reminded him. He doesn't seem to be faking it. But since you say he is, you must have your reasons. With that, Zoro drew his sword and swung at the charging Sham. Clang. How did you see through it? My performance was so convincing I even shed tears. Just as Zoro's blade was about to land, Sham blocked it with his cat claw weapon and asked with genuine curiosity, "Well, I didn't see through it myself. It was my comrade who did. Playing the weakling. You're quite the despicable one, aren't you?" Zoro frowned. If Ichin hadn't warned me, I would have been caught off guard by a sneak attack. Thank goodness he did, or I'd have taken a fall. Zoro thought, looking at Sham, who had managed to block one of his swords. Even if you saw through it, do you think you can beat me? You bastard. Sham snarled. Clatter. With the ring of metal, Sham's cat claw was sent flying by Zoro's blade, which then carved into Sham's body. Nanny. Sham stared in disbelief at the gash that had suddenly appeared across his stomach. Szz. Gat. Thud. After a final cry, Sham collapsed into a pool of blood. Humph. Zoro looked at the body on the ground. What made you think I couldn't beat you? Django's jaw dropped as he stared at Sham lying in the blood. Sham. He's dead just like that. Zoro pointed his blade at Butchie and Django. Are you two still looking for a fight? Damn you will. Butchie started to bluster, but then he began to tremble violently, staring at a figure on the slope above. See, Captain Kuro, please listen, there's a reason for this. Django explained, spreading his hand. Klahadore pushed up his glasses with the palm of his hand, his eyes blazing with anger. I was wondering what was taking so long. The sun is already high in the sky, and you're still being held up by a bunch of brats. Well, that's because we were blocked by some guys who came out of nowhere. We were trying to. Shut up. I know that. What I didn't expect was for you to be so weak. You've been reduced to this by a few kids. 5 minutes. If you haven't entered the village in 5 minutes, I will personally kill every last one of you. Klahadore pushed his glasses up again, a look of impatience on his face as he warned the pirates. Wait 5 minutes. Should be just enough time. Django then began to hypnotize Butchie. Under the hypnosis, Butchie's body doubled in size, his flabby flesh transforming into bulging muscles. Zoro, leave the fat one to you. Luffy's out of commission, so I guess I'll step in and take down this boss myself. Ichin said to Zoro. Alright. Though I doubt you need the warning, ID still advise caution. That guy doesn't seem like a pushover. Zoro said, biting down on his sword as a reminder to Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin let out a light chuckle. Don't worry, Zoro. Even if he's tough, they'll take him down. With that, they parted ways, each heading toward their respective opponent. Butchie, go. Take him out. Django ordered, pointing at Zoro. Hearing the command, Butchie leaped into the air and came crashing down toward Zoro with a stomp. Cat stomp. Zoro wasn't about to take that hit, he leaped back 2 steps. Boom. Butchie landed, the sheer force of his impact shattering the ground beneath him. The tremor was so powerful it even cracked a long fissure into the cliff face. Zoro nearly lost his balance as the ground crumbled beneath his feet. Dust and debris filled the air, and Zoro scanned his surroundings, wary of Butchie's sudden appearance. Suddenly Butchie appeared at Zoro's side and swung a palm strike at him. Zoro quickly raised his sword to block, but he couldn't fully absorb the force of the blow. Ugh! Bang! Despite his caution, Butchie found an opening and sent Zoro slamming into the cliff face. Shing! Cling clang! Zoro and Butchie clashed with all their might, swords against claws. Looks like this is all you've got. Boom. With that, Zoro kicked Butchie away, drew his third sword, and charged. Wah! A cross-shaped wound was carved into Butchie's body before he finally collapsed to the ground motionless. Whoosh! Zoro tossed all 3 swords into the air, then tilted his head back and spread his arms wide. Clang! The 3 blades spinning in the air landed perfectly into the sheaths at his side. I recall you two aren't from this village. Why meddle in its affairs? Klahadore adjusted his glasses and asked with a cold, detached tone. Because we want to help that coward who was willing to lay down his life for others. Well, that's what my comrades say. As for me, I'm just following their wishes. Ichin shrugged in reply. So you're willing to throw your lives away for a liar? A sinister smile spread across Klahadore's face. He looked at Ichin with utter disdain, as if he was certain he could easily take his life. Throw our lives away. Ichin chuckled upon hearing this. Do you think I'm weak, or do you genuinely believe you can kill me so easily? Fine, then let's see if you can still smile like that in a moment. Tap, tap, tap. There it is. Captain Curious silent steps. Django gasped as Klahadore vanished right before Ichen's eyes. Captain Kuro has used his ultimate technique. That kid is as good as dead. He once slaughtered over 100 Marines who were pursuing him with that very skill. He moves so fast it's like he turns invisible. Whoa, seriously. He's so fast I can't even see where he is. That's an insane speed. Zoro exclaimed, stunned by his sudden disappearance. Ichen, be careful. Nami clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on him. It was clear she also believed that the man who vanished could pose a threat to him. Don't worry. With his sluggish pace I can see exactly where he is. Ichen winked at Nami. All bark and no bite. There's no way anyone can see through my movements. Thinking this, Klahadore lunged. With the aid of his lock-on magic, Ichen saw Klahadore attacking from his left side. He casually took 2 steps to the right. Whoosh. How is this possible? Was that an illusion? He dodged my attack. No, it must have been sheer luck. There's no way he can dodge the resolve. Klahadore once again swiped his clawed blades, this time lunging from behind Ichen. Thud. Arg. Crack. Just as Klahadore thought he had landed a hit, Ichen, who had reinforced his body with enhanced strength and speed, delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the cliff wall. This body-strengthening magic could theoretically grant Ichen the power of One-Punch Man Saitama, though currently he had only reinforced himself to the level of a vice-admiral. Goth. Klahadore slammed against the cliff, spat out a large mouthful of blood. Just who are you? I've never heard of a monster like you in the East Blue. Ichen walked over to Klahadore. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that I could crush you with the slightest effort. You bastard. Enraged, Klahadore struggled to free himself from the cliff wall, shouting furiously at Ichen. Usopp, are you okay? Kaya, who had just arrived, gently helped Usopp up from the ground and asked, Kaya, why are you here? Aren't you? Mary told me everything. I'm sorry, Usopp. I shouldn't have doubted you. Kaya covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes, her heart aching at the sight of the battered Usopp. The white-haired butler was named Mary. Though it was strange he was indeed alive and had revealed the truth, the 3 kids had also told Kaya that Klahadore had headed towards the coast. Before leaving, Kaya grabbed a pistol, intending to deal with Klahadore herself. That was why she was here. Get out of here, or you'll be killed. Usopp shouted at Kaya. Though he was happy she had come, he was more worried about her safety. The mastermind is already pinned to the cliff by Ichen. What danger is there now? Nami looked at Usopp with confusion. Hadn't he just seen Ichen kick Klahadore into the cliff wall? In truth, Usopp hadn't seen it. Kaya had arrived right when the fight started, and he had been so focused on her that he missed the entire battle. Hey Usopp, where's Klahadore now? Kaya looked around Usopp, but couldn't spot Klahadore, who was hidden behind Ichen. Right, where is he? Over there. Usopp also scanned the area and finally saw Klahadore, who was glaring furiously at Ichen, but remained completely still. Hey, Django, get over here and help me take down this bastard. Klahadore shouted at Django, who was frozen in place. If you so much as twitch, he'll cut you down. Zoro held his sword to Django's neck, warning him. Don't get excited. I surrender. Django raised his hands in defeat. Captain Kuro, you see, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that my own life is in danger. Klahadore glared hatefully at the surrendering Django. Damn it, you useless piece of trash. Fine, then I'll just have to kill every single one of you myself. With that, Klahadore used his incredible speed to dash towards Nami. But Ichen would never allow that. He appeared in front of Nami before Klahadore could even touch her. Impossible. Klahadore gasped, seeing Ichen suddenly materialize before Nami. How does this brat know who I'm targeting, and how is he faster than me? You could have picked anyone else. If you'd gone for Usopp, I might have let you take a few swings at him for fun. Before Klahadore could react, Ichen's foot connected with his chin in a swift kick. Thud. Goth. Thud. Thud. Klahadore was sent flying into the air by the kick, then came crashing down heavily onto the ground. Cough. Sprawled on the ground, Klahadore coughed up another gush of blood before his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. See, Captain Kuro was defeated with a single kick by that guy. What do we do now? Is he going to kill us? The pirates, seeing their captain defeated, lost all will to fight. They trembled as they looked at Ichen, who stood on the slope, having taken down their captain. Thud. Take your boss and get out of here. Ichen kicked Klahadore down the slope. Splash. Splash. Crash. Eek. Hearing this, the pirates scrambled to pick up Klahadore and the seemingly unconscious Sham, then clumsily climbed up the ropes to their ship. Zoro sheathed his swords. Didn't you hear what our vice captain said? Get lost. Yes, I'm going. Django scurried back to the ship, and quickly sailed away. Zoro, carrying the sleeping Luffy, walked up to Ichun. Ichun, was it wise to let them go? You said we'd use them as labor to build our ship. Don't worry that Miss Kaya will provide us with a ship. As for those pirates, I let them leave, but I never said they'd make it out alive. Ichun smiled mysteriously and walked towards Nami, who was retrieving the treasure. What does he mean by that? Zoro was puzzled, but didn't ask further. He could vaguely guess that Ichun had used some unknown magical ability, and those pirates likely wouldn't survive. Aboard the Black Cat pirate's ship. Achoo! Damn it! My plan 3 years in the making has failed. Achoo! You should stop talking. You spent 3 years on that island, and never knew such a monster existed. Django said, leaning against the ship's mast. They only arrived at the village a few days ago. But they're truly unfit to be pirates, not even finishing us off. With that childish mindset, they're bound to. Achoo! Suffer a great loss someday. First, let's anchor here. Once they leave, we'll attack the village again. A sinister grin spread across Clahdori's face. I will slaughter every last person on that island. Are we heading back? Well, ACHO. Since you say so, Captain, let's just wait here for a few days. Achoo, achoo. Ever since they set sail, the pirates had been sneezing non-stop. But they all assumed it was just a cold, or perhaps someone was thinking of them. Huh. Gurgle. What's happening? Why is my body swelling up? One of the pirates exclaimed, staring at his suddenly inflated stomach. Your face is swelling too. Captain Kuro, what is this? Oh. Boom. Kaboom. One of the swollen pirates suddenly burst. The force of the explosion tore a chunk out of the ship's deck. The Black Cat pirate ship was large, as evidenced by the need for ropes to board it. I don't want to die. Captain, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Captain Kuro. What kind of being did you provoke? Boom. Another pirate exploded. Eek. No. Oh. A pirate screamed in terror as he watched his own body rapidly. Boom. Panic engulfed the entire pirate ship. Snap. Back on the shore, Ichun sat on a large rock by the water, slowly snapping his fingers. Snap. Boom. With each snap, a pirate on the Black Cat pirate ship exploded on the spot. When Ichun had kicked Clahdor back to his crew, he had secretly cast the death-bringing dandelion spell. The death-bringing dandelion spell plants a dandelion seed inside a person's body that can be detonated remotely. After 5 minutes, the seed releases pollen into the air, which spreads to nearby living beings. The pollen then quickly blossoms inside the victim, at which point the caster can trigger an explosion at will. Why? Why does this sea have such a terrifying person? Clahdor watched in horror as his men exploded one by one before him. The man known as Kuro of 100 Plans, who had never known despair, was now trembling with sheer terror. Just moments ago, Django had exploded right beside him. Huh. It wasn't that my plan was flawed, but that this sea has produced a monster. Clahdor laughed maniacally, seemingly having lost his sanity. Snap. Boom. With the final snap of Ichun's fingers, Clahdor met his end. The pirate ship itself was left in tatters from the chain of explosions. What? While I was asleep, Ichun already took care of that, butler. Luffy shouted to the others. Stop your yapping. Who told you to be such an idiot and fall asleep from hypnosis? Zoro yelled at Luffy. Well, I just wanted to see if that guy's hypnosis could actually make me stronger. Luffy said, nonchalantly rubbing the back of his neck. Arigato, everyone. Kaya smiled sweetly at Luffy and the others. Before you leave, I want to give you a gift. The group followed Kaya to the coast. Meanwhile, Usopp ran home to pack his things. Let me introduce you all. This is the Going Merry. It's a bit old, but it's still functional. Mary said to the group. Going Merry. When I come back next time, I'll tell you stories even more amazing than the lies I used to tell. Wait for me, Kaya. I'm looking forward to it. Then Usopp boarded the ship and left the island with Luffy and the others. It's done. From now on, this is our Jolly Roger. Pretty cool, right? Luffy held up a flag with a big skull wearing a straw hat, showing it to Ichun and the others. So that's our flag. Zoro crossed his arms over his chest. A pirate flag is a symbol of death and terror, but yours doesn't strike any fear into anyone's heart. Nami rested her chin on her right hand, looking thoughtful. I can feel the terror, all right. Terror at your artistic skills. Well, since our deeds can hardly be called death and terror, it doesn't matter if our flag is scary or not. Ichun said calmly, lounging in a folding chair. All right, Usopp, you go paint one on the sail too. Luffy said, pointing at the sail. Usopp then painted the straw hat skull onto the sail. Luffy looked at the symbol on the sail with satisfaction and nodded. All right, perfect. Later, Luffy and the others arrived at an island with strange chimeric animals and a man named Gaiman stuck in a chest. Luffy invited Gaiman to join, but he refused, and they left the island. Bayou splat boom. I aimed right at it, so why didn't I hit it? Luffy said, scratching his chin, pondering why he missed the rock in front of him. Usopp pointed to himself with his eyes closed. That's why I told you to let me try. Based on the last shot's position, this should be about right. Usopp adjusted the cannon, aiming at the rock Luffy had failed to destroy. Fire! Boom, crash. The distant rock exploded as Usopp's shot hit its mark. Amazing, you hit it on the first try. Luffy said, looking at the rock that was blown in half. See, I'm really good at aiming, aren't I? Bet you're impressed. Usopp started showing off after hitting the rock. Luffy clenched his fists excitedly. That's it, your customers are what keep a restaurant alive. How dare you harm such an important guest? What's wrong with you? The man demanded loudly. Luffy said, sitting on a low wooden cabinet. True. With a kitchen this nice, I could take the job. If you paid me, of course. Nami said with a light laugh. It's an absolutely vital role for a long voyage. Zoro said, sitting cross-legged against the refrigerator. Yeah, we really are missing someone like that. Ichen agreed from the side. Right? See, I told you, a pirate ship, a musician. Luffy said joyfully. Are you an idiot? Zoro, sitting on the floor, retorted. What do you think sailing involves, hey? Nami got angry at Luffy's silly comment and demanded loudly. It's just like you to say something like that. Ichen said with a light chuckle. Because pirates gotta sing. Luffy explained. Thud, come out, you pirates. While they were talking, a furious shout echoed from the deck. Hearing this, Luffy quickly went out to check. He opened the door and saw a man with sunglasses, a sea tattoo on his face, wearing blue clothes and holding a machete. The man was cursing and damaging the ship. Who are you? Luffy asked. Bastard, none of your business. The man in sunglasses swung his blade at Luffy. Luffy easily dodged it. Thud, I've cut down quite a few pirates' heads, you know. You think some no-name pirate can kill my partner? As he spoke, the man swung his large sword at Luffy again. That voice sounds familiar. Zoro said, puzzled from inside the cabin. Partner, I have no idea what you're talking about. But you're not allowed to break our ship. With that, Luffy performed a backbreaker throw on the man. Zoro, having walked out of the cabin, looked down at the man in blue on the deck. Who's calling my name so Zoro, having walked out of the cabin, looked down at the man in blue on the deck. Who's calling my name so Hearing this, the blue-haired man looked at Zoro. Zoro bro. Seeing that it was Zoro who called his name, Johnny jumped up in surprise. So it is Johnny. Why are you here, bro? Where's Joseph? Isn't he with you? Luffy watched the two talking curiously. What's going on? What's going on? Clink, knock, knock, knock. On a ship, a man with pink hair and a scar on his face was pouring red wine for a blonde woman in a sleeveless red dress. Hey, where are you taking me today? The woman asked with a light smile. To the finest restaurant in the world. The pink-haired man replied with a soft smile. It wouldn't happen to be in the middle of this vast ocean, would it? The woman asked curiously, looking at the sea. The man didn't answer, which seemed to confirm her guess. He raised his glass to her. A toast to your beauty. Clink, they gently clinked their glasses. Well, just look forward to it. So you two know each other. What's this all about? Luffy asked, looking confused, seemingly wondering why Johnny had been wrecking their ship. Johnny pulled Joseph up from the small boat tied alongside Luffy's ship. Joseph? He's sick. Sick. He was fine a few days ago, but suddenly his face turned pale, and he's fainted several times. We can't figure out why. First his teeth started falling out, then blood started spurting from his old wounds. I don't know what to do anymore. Johnny said, holding his forehead in confusion. I took him to the rocky shore to rest. TSK. Johnny paused. Then suddenly a cannonball came flying from the ship. Tears started streaming down his face. Hearing this, Luffy and Usopp's mouths dropped open, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Joseph lying on the deck. They now understood why Johnny had come aboard to cause trouble. They then straightened up and bowed to Johnny. We're sorry. If sorry could fix everything, we wouldn't need the Marines, right, partner? Johnny said to Joseph, struggling to contain his anger. Bro, is Joseph gonna die? Johnny looked at Zoro as if seeking his help. But Zoro didn't know how to help either. He could only stand there sweating, nervously, feeling terrible, because he knew their friend's condition had worsened because of Luffy and Usopp's actions. Tap, tap, tap. Don't worry, it's just scurvy. Luffy, Usopp, aren't there some plums in the cabin? Go get them quickly. Nami, who had just come out, explained Joseph's condition and sent Luffy and Usopp inside to fetch the plum. Luffy and Usopp then squeezed the plum juice and fed it to Joseph. This kind of illness just needs some plant nutrients, also known as vitamin C. Nami explained. Seeing they couldn't squeeze any more juice, Luffy and Usopp just shoved several whole plums into Joseph's mouth. Nami, you're amazing. You're just like a doctor. Luffy praised her with a smile. Isn't this common sense? You guys are going to die one day from your lack of it. Nami retorted. Crunch. Luffy bit into a piece of bread, saying, let's go find a cook on the sea. Johnny rested his chin on his hand. If you're looking for that kind of cook, I know just the place. Where is it? Luffy asked excitedly upon hearing this. It's close to the route to the Grand Line. There are also rumors there about a man called Hawkeye that Big Brother has been looking for. Johnny walked over to Zoro and said this. Hearing this, Zoro chuckled softly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly in excitement. Ichin upon hearing this also smiled, but said nothing. Although every transmigrator made a name for themselves by fighting Hawkeye, Ichin had no such intention. However, he might still end up fighting Hawkeye eventually, if only to vent Zoro's frustration. After all, Zoro was his and Luffy's crewmate. The heading is northeast by north. Johnny pointed in a direction. Subsequently, the Going Merry sailed off in the direction Johnny indicated. Restaurant at sea, bar tie image. Ding ding ding, clank clank clank. At that moment, a ship flying a marine flag appeared beside the Merry. Why is there a marine ship here? Johnny exclaimed in surprise as he watched the marine battleship approach. Is it going to attack us? Usopp was starting to panic a bit. An unfamiliar pirate ship. A figure appeared at the edge of the The pink-haired man slammed his hand on the ship's railing, drawing everyone's attention. I am Captain Fullbody, the Iron Fist of Marine Headquarters. With that, Fullbody clenched his fist. Hey, who's the captain here? State your name. Hearing this, Luffy shouted back. I'm Luffy. Our pirate flag was just made a few days ago. Never heard of you. Fullbody then glanced at Johnny and Joseph. But I have seen those two before. He paused, then added, if I recall, they're a pair of bounty hunters who target small fry. Finally got caught by pirates, have you? We. Before they could answer, Fullbody taunted, how ridiculous. Come on, let's go. At that moment, a blonde woman in a sleeveless dress hooked her arm around Fullbody's and spoke softly. How dare you say that's what bounty hunters who target small fry do? Johnny pulled out a thick stack of wanted posters and flung them into the air, furious. Fullbody ignored Johnny, instead wrapping his arm around the woman's slender waist and turning his back to him as he walked away from the ship's edge. All right, let's head into the restaurant. What a nuisance. Sink them, the man said to the woman, then turned and commanded a nearby Marine. Sir, yes, sir. The Marine saluted and replied. The pink-haired man then boarded a small boat and headed towards the sea restaurant. Tisk, that guy dared to look down on us. Next time we see him, we'll have to shut him up. The two said, barely containing their anger. Nami picked up a wanted poster that had fallen to the floor. What's this? It's a list of wanted criminals, Nami boss. Anyway, if we take them down, we get the bounty. Johnny explained. Nami, upon seeing the fishman on the poster, began to tremble uncontrollably, her face darkening as she crumpled the poster into a ball. Nami, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ichin walked over to her, asking knowingly. Hearing him, Nami's gloomy expression instantly transformed into a smile as she looked up as if nothing had happened. It's nothing, Nami said, looking at the man who was smiling at her. I see. Well, I don't know what's wrong, but if you're feeling unwell, you must tell me. Maybe I can help you out. I know. I will. Nami agreed with a smile. Although Ichin knew why Nami had reacted that way, he wouldn't expose it. He could help her deal with that Arlong eventually, so there was no rush. Oh no, they're aiming at us. What do we do? Usopp shouted in panic as he saw the enemy turning their cannons towards them. Bang. Whoosh. Leave it to me. Luffy stretched his arms back, pulling himself like a slingshot to catch the cannonball. Huh. Ichin, what are you doing? Just as Luffy was about to launch the cannonball back at the sea restaurant, Ichin grabbed him, adjusted his trajectory, and let go. Boom. Bang. Arg. The cannonball flew back and exploded on the marine ship, blasting several Marines into the water. Save them. The Marines still on board jumped into the sea to rescue their comrades. Ichin and the others ignored the Marines and sailed directly towards the sea restaurant. Ding 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 ding, la la la. Step. 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 A gentleman with curly eyebrows, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, dressed in a suit, holding wine in his left hand with his right hand in his pocket, walked slowly towards Fullbody and the blonde woman. Clink, rattle, rattle. The man kept his right hand in his pocket even while pouring the wine. Look, that's Captain Fullbody sitting over there. A middle-aged man in a short shirt said to his date. He's a Marine captain from headquarters. A portly middle-aged man observed, looking at Fullbody. So handsome, so elegant, a young woman remarked. You're amazing, everyone is looking at you. The blonde woman smiled at the man before her. Just as Sanji was about to leave, Fullbody pointed a finger at him. Thighs taste. He paused, took another sip. This aroma. It's the scent of the earth from Mikkel in the northern lands. Just as Sanji was about to leave, Fullbody pointed a finger at him. Thighs taste. He paused, took another sip. This aroma. It's the scent of the earth from Mikkel in the northern lands, isn't it? A slight tartness with a rich, mellow spice. This red wine is Etruscan Blugestein. Fullbody stated the name of the wine with confidence. The people around stared at Full Body in shock, then looked at Sanji, as if waiting to see if his claims were true. Isn't that right, waiter? Full Body asked. No, that's incorrect, sir. Huh. Before Full Body could say anything else, Sanji placed a spoon in his hand. Your soup is getting cold. Please drink it while it's hot. Sanji then turned and walked away from Full Body. Just as he was about to head back to the kitchen, he glanced back. By the way, I'm the sous chef, Sanji. With that, Sanji left. The waiters all quit yesterday. Yeah. The blonde woman chuckled softly and resumed sipping her wine. Full Body, meanwhile, awkwardly picked up his spoon to eat his soup. You know your wines, don't you? The blonde woman asked, looking at the red wine in her hand. Full Body lowered his head in embarrassment, a grimace on his face, but still managed to say, It's nothing really. My palate must be a bit off today. The woman chuckled at his response. What's going on? I specifically told the owner to serve that red wine I mentioned. Full Body thought to himself. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Serves him right for looking so smug. A bystander whispered with a smirk. Just then a small bug scurried out from under the table. Full Body, seeing it, stomped it to death with his foot, then let out a sly chuckle. He looked at the blonde woman, then at Sanji, bustling about, and grew angrier with each glance. Waiter! Full Body called out loudly. Hearing this, Sanji walked over to him. Didn't I already tell you? Sanji then looked at the blonde woman. You really are quite beautiful, though. Would you like to come have a glass of red wine with me? He placed his hand over hers. Hey, does this restaurant always serve soup with bugs in it? Full Body pointed at a dead insect floating on the surface of his soup. You must be the head chef of this restaurant. I've heard you are quite skilled at cooking. I'm forming a pirate crew, and I happen to need a chef. Why not come aboard my ship? Luffy grinned as he invited the head chef, Zeph, standing before him. Hey, Ichin, is it okay to ask so directly? The other party is the head chef of this sea restaurant. Are you just letting Luffy invite him? Nami asked Ichin, who was inspecting the room from the doorway. Don't worry. Although the head chef will likely refuse to join us, he might be eager to get rid of a certain chef without a valid reason. Ichin patted his chest. How could it be that convenient? And since you're so confident, why don't you go invite him yourself, Ichin? Usopp pressed his ear against the door, still finding time to mock Ichin's idea. Just a few minutes ago. Luffy, you should directly invite the head chef to join our ship. Ichin said to Luffy. At this moment, Ichin and the others had already rowed their small boat to the sea restaurant. Hey, Ichin, are you serious? Do you know what the head chef represents? He is the owner of the sea restaurant, and this restaurant is quite famous and thriving. You want him to abandon his successful career and join a pirate crew. Isn't that a bit foolish? Zoro first commented, and then explained to Ichin what the head chef represented. Relax, my goal is not to get the head chef on board, but to see if I can sneak away with a chef from him. Think about it. When you go shopping and the boss asks for 100 berry for an egg, you definitely won't buy it. But what if the boss first says 100 berry and then slowly lowers the price to 10 berry? Don't you think that seems quite cheap? Ichin explained. I see. You mean to invite the head chef first, and then it would be easier to switch to an ordinary chef. But why do you want Luffy to do the inviting? Nami understood Ichin's meaning at once, but was unsure why Ichin wanted Luffy to do the inviting. Of course, Luffy is a sincere and sunny boy. I ask you, who here is as sincere and cheerful as anyone who has watched the pirates knows that good old men really like Luffy's character and conduct. What do you mean by sunny and cheerful? Nami and Zoro walked over to Ichin and asked quietly. Idiot. We were just asking a question. Why are you calling us names? Zoro and Nami shouted loudly at Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin shook his head to deny that meaning. Seeing Ichin shake his head, the two looked at Luffy and whispered, Could it be that you mean him? Him? An idiot? Ichin nodded, indicating it was correct. Hey, is it okay to leave it to you, Captain? Ichin asked Luffy. Oh, of course, no problem. Just leave it to me. After saying that, Luffy caught a chef and inquired about the head chef's location. At first the chef was unwilling, but when Luffy said he just wanted to ask for a chef and Ichin had slipped him some berry, he told Ichin and the others where the head chef's F was. For this reason, the head chef did not go to the restaurant, but stayed in the room arguing with Luffy. Huh, you want to invite me to join your pirate crew? Yes, that's right. Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded. You want me to give up my restaurant and join you? Are you serious? Yes, that's right. Can you say anything other than that? Zeph, seeing Luffy always smiling and responding in a repetitive manner, immediately roared. Ichin, didn't you say that old men like Luffy's type? Why does it sound like the head chef is about to explode? Nami said to Ichin, who was covering his ears. Ichin covered his ears to avoid the noise from the old man. It's fine, don't worry. Let Luffy talk a bit more. No, let him persuade the head chef for a while. Bug, eh? What exactly is this bug? The pink-haired man pointed at the bug in the soup. Question. This restaurant is doomed to lose its reputation. The pink-haired man thought with a cold smile. Sorry, sir, I'm not quite sure. Sanji replied politely. Hearing this, the pink-haired man's anger grew even more. I don't have much research on insects. Sanji answered politely. Hearing this, the blonde woman chuckled. Hee hee. The others in the restaurant also struggled to suppress their laughter, but still burst out. After all, the pink-haired man's question was about the bug in the soup, and Sanji's answer had no issues. The pink-haired man awkwardly tapped his fingers on the table. What a joke. Bang. The pink-haired man, completely breaking down due to the surrounding laughter, smashed the large bowl of soup and the table with a punch. Crash. The dishes on the table fell to the ground and shattered. Sanji half squatted down, reaching out to touch the soup that had fallen to the ground. His face darkened. This soup took 3 days and nights to carefully create the perfect flavor. Isn't your attitude a bit too arrogant? The pink-haired man angrily stepped on Sanji's hand. Am a customer a paying customer? The pink-haired man shouted loudly. Stop it, Mr. Hody. The blonde woman pleaded, holding the pink-haired man's arm. Stop talking. The pink-haired man pushed the blonde woman away. Thud. The woman fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Mr. Hody. The blonde woman looked at Hody with disbelief. The usually gentle Hody had turned like this. Bang, drip drip, Mr. Hody. The blonde woman was so frightened by the scene before her that she covered her mouth. At this moment, the chefs in the kitchen heard the commotion and ran downstairs to see what was happening. Sanji, the sous chef. Look, Sanji had one hand in his pocket and was choking the pink-haired man's neck, who was bleeding from his face with dissatisfaction and anger. Don't waste food on the sea. Going against a chef is like seeking death. Remember that. Bang, bang, bang. You little brat. Are you still not giving up on inviting me? Zeph asked after punching Luffy a few times. No, no, no. Luffy, lying on the ground, continuously refused. Your determination is really strong. Little brat. Is Luffy going to be okay? Tap, tap, tap. Sanji, what are you doing now? Don't lay a hand on the customers. A man wearing a pink tie stepped out of the restroom and shouted at Sanji. The man glanced at the person Sanji had in his grip. Isn't that a Navy lieutenant? Hearing this, Sanji turned his head toward the man who called his name. What is it, you lousy chef? Don't just call my name so casually. The man walked up to Sanji with a displeased look. You're the lousy chef here, and you've got no right to call me that. Customers are what keep a restaurant alive. How dare you harm such an important guest? What's wrong with you? The man demanded loudly. Sanji sneered in response. So what if he's a customer? This guy not only wasted precious food, but he also insulted our chefs. Thud. With that, Sanji released his grip on the pink-haired man. That's why I gave him a little taste of his own medicine. What kind of place is this, treating customers like this, eh? Hobody, still sitting on the floor, muttered in displeasure. He'll destroy this place. A restaurant like this deserves to be destroyed. He'll destroy it. Hobody growled under his breath. Contact the government immediately. Hearing this, a thick vein bulged on Sanji's forehead. Then he'll just have to settle this with you right here. The pink-haired man's eyes shot wide open, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he scrambled backward, his lips trembling. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Bye, said chef. Calm down. The other chefs rushed to hold back Sanji, who had rolled up his sleeves and was ready to take on Hobody. Let me go, all of you. This bastard is absolutely infuriating him. Going to. Bam. Before Sanji could finish his threat, Zeph and Luffy suddenly crashed through the ceiling and landed right in front of them. Boss, what on earth are you doing up there? The chefs stared in confusion at Zeph, who had just fallen from the ceiling. Ignoring the others, Zeph grabbed Luffy by the collar and roared, Look what you've done, you little brat. You've put a huge hole in my ceiling. What's that got to do with me? You're the one who did it yourself, old man. Luffy shot back loudly. You little. Boss, come help us stop Sanji. Before Zeph could finish his sentence, the chefs called out to him. Moi. Causing trouble again, are we, Sanji? TCH. Hearing Zeph's voice, Sanji halted his advance. Bam. Zeph strode over and kicked Sanji. Stop causing me trouble. Do you want to see this restaurant, my life's work, go under? Sanji. Old man, So the owner here isn't the type to shield his men. Look at you acting all tough and getting knocked down now. The pink-haired man sneered to himself, seeing Sanji get struck. And as for you, get the hell out of here. Huh. Wham. Gah. Thud. The pink-haired man had barely begun to relish Sanji's misfortune when Zeph's kick sent him flying backward. Wait, this is wrong. These chefs are way too ferocious. They're just like pirates. The pink-haired man clutched his aching face, thinking darkly. Lieutenant. Bad news. One of the Krieg pirates we captured the other day has escaped. What? He hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. How in the world did he manage to escape? Hobody said, his voice tense. Of course, Hobody wasn't afraid of the escaped pirate himself, but rather of the Krieg pirates he belonged to. See, could it be that terrifying Krieg pirates? What do we do now? Murmurs of panic rippled through the restaurant. Bang! Goth! Thud! A Marine suddenly crumpled to the ground shot. At that moment a pirate wielding a pistol strolled into the restaurant, casually took a seat, and propped his feet up on the table. Bring me anything to eat, and hurry. This is a restaurant, right? The pirate said, his voice weak. Welcome, sir. The man with the pink tie greeted the pirate with a broad smile. I'll only say this once, bring me food now, the pirate snapped impatiently. The man scratched his head, looking troubled. Sir, this establishment doesn't serve penniless beggars. Might I ask if you have any money? That chef is as good as dead. The pink-haired man thought the chef was finished for talking to an armed pirate. You want a bullet in your head? The pirate pressed the gun to the man's forehead in a threatening manner. So you don't have any money, do you? Having confirmed the pirate was broke, the man's expression turned icy in an instant, and he slammed his fist into the pirate's skull. WH what? Bam! GUH. Thud. The head chef crossed his arms in annoyance. That damn Patty daring to break one of the restaurant's chairs. Nice one, chef, the onlookers cheered. If you've got no money, then you're no customer, Patty declared, looking down at the pirate sprawled on the floor. With that, he hoisted the pirate up and tossed him out onto the deck outside. These chefs are insane. They're not even afraid of pirates. I'm never coming here again. With that thought, the pink-haired man left the restaurant with the Marine who had survived the gunshot. Afterward, Sanji, hearing the escaped pirate's stomach growling with hunger, went to the kitchen and made him a plate of fried rice. Sanji then sat beside the pirate, watching him finish the meal. Sanji's creed: anyone who is hungry is a customer to me. Luffy's words when he first tried to recruit Sanji: I refuse your refusal. Mr. Sanji, I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. With tears in his eyes, the pirate boarded a small boat and sailed away. After seeing the pirate off, Luffy and Sanji both returned inside the restaurant. The Krieg pirates were known as the most powerful and ruthless pirate crew in these waters. They commanded a fleet of 50 ships, also known as the Pirate Fleet, with over 500 men under their banner. You guys were here eating this delicious food without me. That's too much. Luffy shouted at the four of them who were leisurely enjoying their meal while seated at the table. Not long ago, Ichin had suggested they eat while waiting for the results, so the group had come to the restaurant and ordered 6 dishes, a bowl of soup, a plate of dessert, and 2 platters of fruit. It's our freedom to do so. Ha ha, Zoro said, turning his head away with a loud laugh. Here, have some of this. Luffy dug a booger out of his nose and flicked it into Zoro's cup. Why, yeah, Zoro's right, Usopp said, struggling to hold back his laughter. Ichin and Nami exchanged a glance and covered their mouths to stifle their giggles. The food here is really good, though. Sorry about that. Zoro picked up his cup, ready to drink the water that now contained Luffy's booger. Seeing Zoro about to drink the water, head-spiked Luffy opened his mouth, ready to burst out laughing in anticipation. You can drink this yourself. Do you think I'm blind, you idiot? The moment Luffy opened his mouth, Zoro shoved the cup booger and all straight into his mouth. Thud thud. Ha ha. I can't, I'm dying of laughter here. Ichin slammed the table, howling with laughter. Ha ha. Nami was equally overcome, slapping the table as she laughed uncontrollably. Oh great sea. Thank you for the encounter you have granted me today. Sanji, holding a vibrant red rose, approached Nami and extended his hand, offering her the flower. Nami looked at Sanji, who was down on one knee before her with a bewildered expression, leaning her head back slightly. Love, you may mock me for not being able to bear this pain. As long as I'm with you, I am prepared to become a pirate or even a demon. Sanji declared, his eyes brimming with red hearts as he gazed at Nami. Luffy and Zoro were rendered speechless by his excessive flamboyance, and Ichin also felt that Sanji was laying it on too thick at this moment. Sanji suddenly stood up. But this is truly tragic, for such a huge obstacle exists between us. The huge obstacle you speak of is me, isn't it, Sanji? Zeph appeared behind Sanji and said calmly, You old geezer. This is also an opportunity. They happen to be looking for a cook. Why don't you go with them and become a pirate? This restaurant no longer needs you. Zeph said calmly with his arms crossed. On a certain island, I see. So it was that cook who saved you and allowed you to return, is that right, Jin? Why? Yes. I never imagined our ship would end up in such a state. Jin paused, then said, Let's go to that sea restaurant. It'll lead the way. What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Is something troubling you, Nami? Ichin walked over to Nami, who was leaning against the ship's railing, and asked softly, Oh, it's you, Ichin. I'm not thinking about anything, just simply enjoying the sea breeze here. Nami twirled a strand of hair around her finger as she replied softly to Ichin. Leaning back against the railing, Ichin lowered his head slightly. Is that so? Then I'll just assume you're only enjoying the sea breeze. What do you mean, assume? You speak as if you know me so well. Nami turned her head away, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction with Ichin's words. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Actually, I came to give you a gift. It was made in a bit of a hurry, but I personally think it turned out quite well. As he spoke, Ichin took out an exquisite gift box from his pocket. You're giving me a gift? Why the sudden? Nami looked at Ichin with curiosity, as she truly couldn't fathom why he would give her a present. Hearing this, a slight smile played on Ichin's lips, and he looked at Nami with gentle eyes. Because I really like you. Upon hearing this, Nami was taken aback, a peach blossom-like blush spreading across her face. This is so direct. We've only known each other for a few days. Don't you think this is a bit too rash? Ichin chuckled softly. Don't be nervous. I'm not asking you to be my lover right now. Oh, I simply want to give you a gift. Nami shouted immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me all surprised for nothing. Then can I take it that you were hoping I'd ask that? Ichin teased back with a light laugh. Don't flatter yourself. Who would hope for that? Nami crossed her arms and looked away from Ichin. Humph. Well, so what's the gift you prepared for me? Is it treasure? Nami let out a soft snort before turning to Ichin and asking. It's not treasure, but the gift I have for you is far more important than any treasure. With that, Ichin turned the opening of the box towards Nami and opened the exquisite gift box. This is the gift you wanted to give me. Nami took out the necklace, placed it on her palm, and touched it. Yes, what do you think of this pendant necklace? Nami didn't answer Ichin, but instead smiled and extended the hand holding the necklace towards him. That's strange, my necklace shouldn't be that bad as to be rejected. Ichin thought to himself as he saw Nami offering the necklace back. What's wrong? Don't you like this kind of necklace? Nami shook her head, indicating that wasn't it. Then what are you? Ichin looked at Nami in confusion, not understanding. Are you an idiot? Nami couldn't help but complain when she saw that Ichin truly didn't get it. Nami pointed at Ichin first, then at her own slender neck. Do I have to spell it out for you? Hurry up, or else I'm going back to sleep. Ichin finally understood what Nami meant. Ichin walked over to Nami, took the necklace, and then almost meticulously draped it around her fair neck, fastening it for her. Done. After helping Nami put on the necklace, Ichin returned to stand in front of her. The pendant was a meticulously carved transparent teardrop shape, and the chain was woven from silver threads, as fine as hair, emitting a soft luster. At the end of the chain was also set with a tiny pink gemstone. Don't lose this pendant necklace. It can protect you from harm. Ichin said this to Nami with a serious expression. Nami initially wanted to correct Ichin, saying it should be bless rather than protect, but seeing his grave expression, she held back. After all, in the world of pirates, there was no such thing as a necklace that could protect someone. Nami smiled lightly and nodded. I understand. Alright, I'm sleepy. I'm going back to bed. Oyasumi. After bidding Ichin good night, Nami headed towards her cabin. Oyasumi. Ichin politely returned the good night. Ichin. Just as Nami was about to reach her door, she turned back and called out to him. What's the matter? Nami. Nami held up the pendant hanging on her chest and gave Ichin a sweet smile. I really like this necklace pendant, thank you, Ichin. Bam. Before Ichin could say anything, Nami quickly opened her door and shut it just as fast. Ichin looked at the closed door. She really is cute, Nami. After his soft exclamation, Ichin also returned to his own room. Inside the room, Nami, leaning against the door, picked up the pendant Ichin had given her, touched it, and whispered, Can it really protect me? Although Ichin possessed many amazing abilities, Nami still felt he couldn't defeat Arlong. She dared not gamble on Ichin's victory. She knew that if he lost, the price would be his life. Nami didn't want to see that happen. No matter how low the probability, she was unwilling to bet Ichin's life on it. What? You ask why Nami isn't also worried about Luffy and the others. Well, that's because, in the end, Nami decided to find an opportunity tomorrow morning to sail the ship back to the village. This was Ichin's first time crafting a necklace. In the Western fantasy continent, Ichin had only focused on figuring out how to deal higher damage and studying healing magic. So Ichin had never even considered making magical artifacts. The magic necklace he gave Nami was practically his maiden work. The reason he could make it was, of course, because he knew all the theoretical knowledge of magical artifact creation. Previously, Ichin's style was all talk and no practice, thinking these things were useless compared to just firing off an atomic spell. Jin brought Krieg to the restaurant, where Krieg collapsed from hunger. Sanji made him fried rice, but after eating his fill, Krieg not only struck Sanji, but also demanded the chefs prepare meals for 100 men. Nami, are you leaving? Ichin, standing on the railing of the sea restaurant, asked Nami, who was on the deck. I'm sorry, Ichin. I truly enjoyed my time with you all, but I'm taking the ship. May we meet again if fate allows. Don't forget to say goodbye to Luffy and the others for me. With that, Nami sailed away before Ichin could respond. Hey, are you really just going to let Nami leave like that? Yeah, aren't you the vice captain of this ship? I'm sorry, Chen. I truly enjoyed my time with you all, but I'm taking the ship. May we meet again if fate allows. Don't forget to say goodbye to Luffy and the others. With that, Chen returned to the restaurant. By the way, Jin, didn't you say you knew nothing about the Grand Line? But haven't you been there before? Luffy asked Jin curiously. Growl, it's true that I said I didn't know. On the 7th day we entered the Grand Line, we encountered an unimaginable monster. Jin placed his hands on either side of his head, his expression filled with terror, as if recalling something. Just him alone. He crushed our fleet of 50 ships. We had over 5,000 crewmen. Now, only 100 of us survived his onslaught. We're alive. We made it back from that pirate graveyard. Krieg's crew cheered and danced with joy. Krieg smirked. Exactly. This means we can challenge the Grand Line once more. Huh. Upon hearing this, the crew all wore expressions of reluctance and fear. What's with those faces? Krieg roared and promptly shot one of the pirates who dared to question why they should Krieg then began threatening and spinning grand promises to deceive his men. Little did they know the one who had driven them back to the East Blue was already closing in. A small boat glided across the sea, slowly approaching Krieg's massive vessel. On either side of the small boat burned candles with green flames. The man seated on the boat wore a rattan black coat and a black hat. Beneath the hat was a calm and dignified face. A cross necklace hung around his neck. His hands were clasped together before him, legs crossed. His downcast eyes and sealed lips gave no hint of his thoughts. As the small boat neared Krieg's ship, the man slowly drew the great black sword from his back. Clang! The man swung the sword in a flash and sheathed it just as quickly. Crack! Boom! The moment the blade was sheathed, Krieg's massive ship began to split in two. A tremendous wave crashed over the vessel. Pirates were flung about, each desperately grabbing onto the nearest object to keep from being thrown into the sea. Bang! What's happening? Krieg yelled. Krieg, Captain, that man has caught up to us. The main ship. It's been cut in half. A pirate shouted back to Krieg. Splash! The pirate lost his grip and fell into the sea right after answering. Cut in half. You're saying it was cut in half? This massive galleon can be cut. That's absurd. Krieg's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of disbelief. But no matter how much Krieg refused to believe it, the ship was already reduced to debris floating on the sea. You bastard. What grudge do you hold against us to chase us all this way? One of the pirates roared at the man on the small boat drifting past them. Hearing this, Hawkeye stopped his boat, and without turning around said calmly, just passing the time. Bang! What a joke, you bastard. The pirate who had spoken drew two pistols and fired at Hawkeye. Whoosh! Hawkeye drew his sword, and with its edge deflected both bullets, so they whizzed past him. The pirates were stunned. I've never seen such a gentle sword, Zoro said with a light chuckle, approaching Hawkeye. Hearing this, Hawkeye turned his head to regard Zoro. A sword with only strength has no true power. So this ship was cut by that sword. Indeed. I see. So you are the strongest. Zoro said, his gaze fixed on Hawkeye, a mix of excitement and tension in his eyes. Zoro pulled the bandana from his arm and tied it around his head. I set sail to meet you. What is your goal? Zoro grinned, his answer resolute. To be the strongest. Hawkeye glanced back at Zoro, a slight smile touching his lips. How foolish. Shing. Zoro drew one of his swords, pointing it at Hawkeye. You seem bored. Let's have a match. A match? Humph. Pitiful weakling. Whoosh. Hawkeye let out a light snort, and in an instant appeared before Zoro. If you were truly a first-rate swordsman, you would see the gap in our strength even without crossing blade. To draw your sword against me. Is that bravery or simply ignorance? Hawkeye said, arms crossed, gazing calmly at Zoro. It's because of my ambition and my promise to my friend. Zoro answered, clenching the hilt of his sword in his teeth. Snap! Hawkeye removed the cross necklace from his neck, then drew a small knife and pointed it at Zoro. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Zoro was annoyed, feeling insulted that Hawkeye would face him with such a small. I am not like the foolish lion who goes all out against a rabbit. You may be a swordsman of some renown, but this is the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller blade than this. Hawkeye helpfully explained. Enraged, Zoro yelled, there's a limit to looking down on someone. Don't die with regrets. With that, Zoro charged at Hawkeye. Onigiri. Clang! What? Zoro stared in disbelief as Hawkeye effortlessly blocked his ultimate technique with the tip of his small knife, looking completely at ease. Zoro had started with his three-sword style, but it was easily neutralized. Clang, clang, clang. Hawkeye parried Zoro's successive attacks with ease. He even found an opening and drove the knife into Zoro's chest. Ugh. Hawkeye looked at Zoro before him. Do you want your heart pierced? Why don't you retreat? I don't know. I don't know what. If I were to take even a single step back here, all the important promises and vows I've made would vanish, and I would never be able to return here again. Zoro answered, his gaze unwavering. I see. This is what defeat is. Then I can't afford to retreat. You want retreat, even in death. I'd rather die. What formidable spirit. You'd rather die than be defeated. Hawkeye thought, impressed by Zoro's resolve. Boy, state your name. Hawkeye withdrew the knife from Zoro's chest and stepped back. Zoro held his swords before him. Roranoa Zoro. I'll remember you, strong one. It's been a while. Hawkeye drew the great black blade from his back. As a mark of respect between swordsmen, I'll send you to the bottom of the sea with this, the strongest black blade in the world. Hawkeye drew his black blade Yoru, and Zoro unleashed his ultimate technique, three-sword style, secret technique on a Jirai. No 3,000 worlds to settle the duel in a single stroke. The result was Zoro's defeat with 2 of his swords broken. Zoro turned to face Hawkeye and spread his arms wide. What is the meaning of this? Zoro smirked. A scar on the back is a swordsman's shame. Admirable. Hawkeye praised Zoro before cutting him down with a single strike. Zoro. Seeing Zoro struck down, Luffy yelled and lunged at Hawkeye, but crashed headfirst into a piece of the deck. Hawkeye looked at the enraged Luffy. Your friend isn't dead yet. He then glanced towards Zoro. Luffy too looked at Zoro and saw that he was indeed alive, though bleeding heavily and gasping for breath, his condition clearly dire. Move aside, I'll apply medicine to Zoro. Usopp said, coming to Zoro's side and addressing Johnny and Yusaku. I am Dracula, my hawk. Know yourself, know the world, and grow stronger. No matter how many years pass, I will be waiting for you at the summit of strength. Surpass this blade. Surpass me, Roranoa Zoro. Hawkeye called out to Zoro. Boss, are you okay? Johnny and Yusaku moved Zoro to a small boat to check on him. Then Hawkeye turned his gaze to Luffy. Boy, what is your goal? To be the pirate king. Luffy answered without hesitation. That is a far more perilous path than surpassing me. Hawkeye said with a light smile. I don't care. I'm going to be it. Luffy stuck out his tongue at Hawkeye. He's alive, just unconscious. Usopp reported to Luffy. Zoro, enduring the pain, raised his sword. Luffy, can you hear me? I made you worry. Huh. If I can't become the world's greatest swordsman, you'd be in trouble, wouldn't you? Puffed. Zoro suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. I won't lose again. Until I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman, I will never lose again. Zoro clutched his head, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Any objections, Pirate King? None, Luffy replied, grinning. Well, since this heated scene is over, I can't just sit around. Whoosh. With that, Ichin flew directly from the sea restaurant towards Zoro's small boat. Hey, is that for real? Is that guy flying? How is that possible? Did another master show up? The chefs and the pirates all looked up at Ichin soaring through the air. Oh, Ichin is here, Luffy said, watching the figure. Is that man also part of your crew? Hawkeye asked Luffy, his gaze shifting to Ichin. Luffy nodded. Yeah, he's my vice captain. What do you think? Impressed by his magic too, aren't you? Magic? Hawkeye, a man of vast experience, was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing as magic in this world, only conjuring tricks. To satisfy his curiosity, Hawkeye decided to observe for now. It wasn't as if he had anything better to do. You 3 move aside. I need to treat Zoro's wounds, Ichin said, gently pushing the 3 men away as he stepped onto the small boat. Although they moved, Johnny and Yusaku stayed close to Zoro. Ichin extended his hand palm, facing Zoro. Scarless mending shoe. As a soft sound faded, Zoro's wounds began to visibly heal, and even the scar from the blade was erased. Huh. The healed Zoro sat up, immediately touching where the wound had been. My wounds are healed. Not even a scar left behind. With me here, consider it done, Ichin replied with a light smile. Where did you go just now? I didn't see you, Usopp asked Ichin. Ichin ignored Usopp and looked at Zoro instead. How are you feeling, Zoro? I feel much better after your treatment, Zoro replied to Ichin while sheathing his sword. Hey, are you even listening to me? Usopp flailed his arms around as he complained. A devil fruit user with a healing ability that can instantly mend wounds. There seems to be nothing more interesting to see here. With that thought, Hawkeye turned and walked toward his small boat. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Hawkeye, my hawk. Everyone looked on in astonishment at Ichin, who had appeared on the deck where Hawkeye stood without anyone noticing. Just when did this guy get over here? He was on that small boat over 10 meters away just a second ago. Hawkeye turned around. What is your purpose? Purpose? Nothing much, really. I merely wish to play a game with you, Ichin said with a light chuckle, brushing back his hair as he faced Hawkeye. Hearing this, Zoro stood up from the ship. What is Ichin planning to do? He's crazy. That guy, saying he wants to play a game with Hawkeye. The other pirates all thought Ichin was a fool. He's part of their crew, right? What's he doing blocking Hawkeye's? Sanji looked at Ichin, who was now facing off against Hawkeye with confusion. He's probably trying to challenge Hawkeye, or maybe he wants to get back at him for his crewmate. Zeph said to Sanji, observing the standoff. Could it be that their whole crew is stupid? Didn't he just see Hawkeye's strength? Even if he can fly, he's just one slash away from being cut down by Hawkeye. One of the chefs remarked sarcastically. I don't know, but let's just watch and see for now, Zeph said calmly. A game? You? What about me? Before Hawkeye could finish his sentence, Ichin flashed him what he believed to be a very kind smile, and asked. Hawkeye crossed his arms over his chest. As long as this game doesn't bore me. Don't worry, I guarantee it won't bore you. And what guarantee do you offer? Ichin extended his hand and pointed at himself. How about my life? No way is he seriously implying he wants to fight Hawkeye too. The pirates exclaimed in shock. Zoro gripped his sword tightly. Ichin. Luffy also watched Ichin with concern. Ichin. You. Luffy, hold on. I'm just testing the true extent of Hawkeye's strength for Zoro's sake first. I don't think you'll stop me, right? A faint smile curled at the corner of Ichin's mouth as he looked at Luffy. Yeah, I won't stop you, but you have to be careful. He's really strong. Luffy said, looking unusually serious. Relax, he'll only be stronger than him. Ichin said with a light, whoa, is this guy really that arrogant? Daring to claim he's stronger than Hawkeye? I knew Head challenged Hawkeye, but I didn't think Head be this cocky. Phew, Sanji blew out a smoke ring and said, every single one of them is braver than the last. He'll go play with Hawkeye now. See you in a bit, Luffy. Ichin waved a goodbye gesture at Luffy. What do you mean, see you in a bit? Chun. Before Luffy even finished speaking, he saw Ichin vanish right before his eyes. Huh, Ichin. He's gone. And Hawkeye. He's gone too. What in the world is going on? The surrounding people cried out in shock as the two suddenly disappeared from where they stood. Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene around him undergo a dramatic transformation. Where is this? Welcome to the subspace I created. Just as Hawkeye was wondering where he was, Ichin appeared in front of him and answered. I see. So this place was also created by your ability. Hawkeye glanced around saying, so this is the magic that Straw Hat Luffy mentioned. Hawkeye was brought into a subspace filled with trees, flowers, and towering mountains. Unless the caster voluntarily cancels the magic or is killed, no one can leave this subspace. Of course, if there are others inside the subspace, the caster must either leave with them or kill them before being able to leave. The subspace's defensive and recovery capabilities are linked to the caster. On the Western fantasy continent, powerful archmages often lure those who offend them into their subspace to eliminate them or subjugate them as servants. However, if the person brought in is stronger than the caster, that's a different story entirely. Hawkeye once again drew his small knife. So then let's begin this game you spoke of. Seeing this, Ichin also produced a small knife of the exact same design as Hawkeye's. Let's begin then. Whoosh. The moment the words left his mouth, Ichin flashed instantly in front of Hawkeye and attacked him. Clang. The tips of the two small knives collided, producing a metallic sound that could only come from the clash of long swords. Seeing their attacks were evenly matched, a look of delight appeared on both their faces. Hawkeye felt pleasure because Ichin's swordplay against his own was so evenly matched. And Ichin felt comfortable from the sensation of a well-matched duel. On the Western fantasy continent, he had never used a sword, always relying on magic, because his talent in swordsmanship was absolutely terrible. Now Ichin was only able to achieve this level by using mirror magic to replicate Hawkeye's strength, weapons, and swordsmanship. Mirror magic allows the caster to replicate all the stats and abilities of a person. Of course, there are limitations. For example, it can only replicate someone within the caster's line of sight. This magic has a fatal flaw. After copying someone else's abilities, your own power is not added on top. Of course, this changes once you exit the mirror state. Now, some might ask why Ichin didn't just use a cataclysm magic to instantly obliterate Hawkeye. Well, that's simply because Ichin was just playing around and wanted to give Hawkeye a beating for Zoro's sake. Whoosh, whoosh, clang, clang, clang. The two rapidly thrust their small knives at each other. Their blades clashed at high speed, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Since we can't settle this with these knives, Hawkeye said as he drew the black sword from his back and pointed it at Ichin. Ichin in turn replicated a black sword of his own and pointed it back at Hawkeye. I thought you were just someone who preferred small knives, but it turns out your ability is to copy another's weapon, Hawkeye remarked as he watched the small knife in Ichin's hand suddenly transform into a black sword. You're right. I can indeed copy your weapon. What an interesting ability. Let's see who is stronger when we both wield the black sword. Whoosh. With that, Hawkeye vanished and reappeared beside Ichin, slashing at him. Whoosh. Ichin reacted instantly, swiftly dodging Hawkeye's slash, and countering with a slash. Hawkeye swung his blade to parry the attack. Clang. I didn't expect to find a swordsman as powerful as you in the East Blue. Hawkeye remarked amidst the exchange of blows. Clang. There isn't one native to the East Blue. Am not from this sea originally. Ichin replied leisurely while countering. Clang, clang. Blades of light flashed continuously around the two. Swoosh. After exchanging blows for a while, Hawkeye realized neither could gain the upper hand, so he stepped back a few paces to search for Ichin's opening. Before long, Hawkeye noticed that Ichin's sword techniques were an exact mirror of his own, as if he were facing his reflection. Could this man be learning my techniques while fighting me? What an intriguing and formidable opponent. Hawkeye thought, observing Ichin's sword stance that perfectly mimicked his own. Whoosh. Clang. In the fleeting moment Hawkeye's focus wavered, Ichin from a short distance away swung his blade toward him. Were you just distracted, Hawkeye? Heh. Ichin increased the force of his strikes while letting out a soft screech. Their strength was evenly matched, causing the two black blades locked together to vibrate intensely, emitting a grating sound. Hearing this, Hawkeye's lips curled into a slight smile. I was merely marveling at encountering such a powerful opponent. Since that man lost his arm, I haven't found anyone who can match me in swordsmanship. If that's the case, why haven't you shown your true strength yet? Clang. Hawkeye deflected Ichin's attack and retreated 2 steps. I'm not hiding my strength. I just wanted to see how far you could push me without me using my full power. Thump. With that, Hawkeye coated his hands in armament Haki, making his black blade gleam even. Hawkeye pointed his Haki-infused black blade at Ichin. Mighty swordsman, what is your name? Thump. Ichin mirrored the action, coating his hands and blade in armament Haki, pointing it at Hawkeye. Yin Yu Ichin. This duel truly begins now. Hawkeye assumed a ready stance, his eyes locked onto Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin also prepared himself, saying, Then let's begin, Dracul Mihawk. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both dashed towards each other at incredible speed, leaving faint afterimages in their wake. Clang. 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 Each clash produced a crisp metallic ring. The residual force of their sword strikes cleaved through the surrounding trees as if they were nothing. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Rumble. With each exchange, their attacks grew more ferocious. Not only were the flora and fauna severed by the shockwaves, but the very earth and rocks began to crack and split under the immense pressure. Whoosh. Seeing no solid ground left beneath them, they simultaneously leaped onto a towering mountain peak. Clang. The moment they landed, they resumed their fierce battle. Clang. 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 Rumble. After moving to the mountain, their attacks became even more violent. The mountain, unable to withstand their immense power, began to crumble. Losing their footing again, they didn't reposition, but instead stood on the rapidly falling chunks of rock. Whoosh. Swoosh. Clang. Haha. It's truly a pleasure to fight you purely with swordsmanship, Hawkeye. Ichin said with a smile. It's been a long time since I've had a full-strength duel with another swordsman. A smile also tugged at Hawkeye's lips. Ever since red-haired Shanks wagered his arm on the new era, Hawkeye hadn't fought him again. Hence he felt immense joy in this duel with Ichin. For someone like Hawkeye, being invincible for too long breeds a certain emptiness. The hollowness of having no worthy rival. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. They would appear on one piece of rubble locked in combat, then vanish and reappear on another, blades clashing. Boom, boom, boom. With each exchange of 1 or 2 blows on a massive rock, the residual force would shatter the very stone they stood upon. Thus they fought continuously, constantly shifting positions. Boom. Swoosh. As the rocks hit the ground, the two returned to the earth, continuing their relentless battle. Hum. Swish, swish, swish. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment he landed, Hawkeye swung his black blade, unleashing several sword slashes that raced towards Ichin. Hum. Swish, swish, swish. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment he landed, Hawkeye swung his black blade, unleashing several. As the numerous slashes collided, they emitted a resonant hum, and the resulting shockwaves reverberated. Finally, Hawkeye's slashes and Ichin's slashes dissipated together in midair. Step. Hum. As the slashes vanished, they simultaneously stepped back with their left foot and leaned their bodies slightly to the left. Gripping their black blades with both hands, they crouched slightly, channeling their entire being into the swords. Crack. Let's settle this with one final strike. Yin Yu Ichin. I was just about to suggest that, Dracul Mihawk. They stood on the ground, the air around them seeming to solidify. Their eyes were shut tight, hands gripping their black blades, concentrating every ounce of their power. At that moment, both snapped their eyes open, a sharp, resolute glint flashing within. Though their feet hadn't moved, the very earth seemed on the verge of shattering beneath them. Whoosh! The ground beneath them began to crack with a crackling sound. Then in unison, they lunged forward, speeding towards each other, leaving a phantom image of themselves lingering for a second. Clang, hum, rumble. With their clash, the ground began to tremble violently, emitting a loud, booming roar. The surrounding trees and rocks swayed precariously in the shockwave. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web, and countless fragments of stone and dust were hurled into the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. The two stared at each other from the center of the maelstrom, their figures flickering in and out of view amidst the dust and smoke. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment their blades met the surrounding mountains, unable to withstand the aftershocks of their battle, began to crack and collapse one after another. Even the indestructible dome of the subspace above them was carved with a long gash by the sheer force of their clash. Clang. Swoosh, whoosh. After a brief full power exchange, they passed each other and turned to face one another. Drip, drip. SSS. As they locked eyes, a wound appeared on each of them, running from their right chest to their left waist, blood pouring out relentlessly. SSS. Pwah. Hawkeye drove his sword into the ground, crouched down, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ichin did the same. It's been a while since I've been injured this badly, Ichin said with a light chuckle, touching his wound. That was a truly exhilarating duel, Hawkeye said to Ichin with a look of pure satisfaction. Despite their injuries, neither seemed to care. Ichin wasn't particularly worried because he had healing abilities. As for Hawkeye, the joy of dueling a master swordsman like Ichin overshadowed the pain, allowing him to simply ignore it. Within the subspace, Ichin canceled the mirror image and sat cross-legged on the ground, casting healing magic on himself. After fully healing his wounds, he rose and walked over to Hawkeye, who was regulating his breath. Seeing Ichin approach, Hawkeye thought he wanted another round after recovering. Enduring the pain, he stood up and pulled the black blade from the ground. Ichin, seeing Hawkeye raise the black blade again, realized the misunderstanding and explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to heal you. After all, this is only a game." A game? To you, is it? Hawkeye didn't think Ichin was boasting, though he wasn't sure what other tricks Ichin had up his sleeve. But with swordsmanship equal to his own and such terrifying healing abilities, he knew he was no match for Ichin. Hawkeye initially didn't want Ichin to heal his wounds as he wished to remember them. But Ichin, ignoring his wishes, healed the scars instantly and added a remark. "This isn't something worth remembering." Ichin then smiled lightly at Hawkeye. "Leave this scar for Zoro to make. Isn't that what you're waiting for?" Hawkeye smiled in response. "Indeed." He then took out his small knife and carved a tiny cut in an inconspicuous spot where Ichin had struck him earlier. This should serve as a memento. He then put the knife away. Ichin chuckled softly. "Suit yourself." He plopped down beside Hawkeye. "Does your partner Roronoa Zoro know you possess such masterful swordsmanship?" No. Hawkeye thought to ask why, but refrained, feeling it impolite to pry. "Well, there's no special reason. My greatest strength isn't swordsmanship, it's magic. More importantly, I have no goal in this world and no interest in titles of the strongest, so." Seeing Hawkeye's curious yet hesitant expression, Ichin explained directly. "It seems we are alike in some ways," Hawkeye said with a light smile. He realized that having no goals and not caring about the title of the strongest was exactly his own current state. Nowadays, he only killed pirates when bored, read the newspapers, and found the most enjoyment in dueling powerful swordsmen. Hawkeye also assumed Ichin had set sail out of sheer boredom, just like himself. Whether he sought strong opponents, Hawkeye couldn't tell. Hawkeye stood up. "Would you let me witness your full strength, Yunware Ichin?" Ichin rose, dusting off his pants. "Forget full strength. I'll fight you with just a portion of my power. Does that mean I'm not worthy of your all?" Hawkeye asked calmly, without a trace of anger. Ichin smiled lightly at Hawkeye. "It's not that you're unworthy of my full strength, it's just that." Hawkeye stared intently into Ichin's eyes. "Just that. You would die," Ichin said, first in a gentle tone, then his expression turning grim as he spoke. His expression then shifted back to a light smile. "You'd be reduced to nothing. I couldn't bear to kill you, my hawk. So I'll fight you with a fraction of my strength. Don't worry, once you see it you'll understand why I'm reluctant to use everything," Ichin said without waiting for Hawkeye to ask. "Then let me witness it. Your partial strength, Yunware." Hawkeye pointed his black blade at Ichin and shouted. Ichin's lips curled slightly. "Then, let's begin. Zoro, Usopp, you two go after Nami first. He'll stay here for Ichin. And get that cook onto our ship to cook for us." Luffy shouted from the bartai to Zoro and Usopp on the small boat. Usopp shouted back from the stern, "Don't worry, we'll catch up to Nami. You just focus on bonding with that cook and get him to join." "Hey Usopp, what's this bonding nonsense? Are you suggesting Luffy should woo that cook?" Zoro quipped. "Well, maybe that was a poor choice of words. But whatever Luffy won't misunderstand anyway, so it's all good. Usopp scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Hey old man, if I help you chase those guys off, will you let Sanji join my crew? Luffy asked Zeph, leaning over the ship's railing. I couldn't ask for more. If you can really drive them away. Zeph huffed his eyes wide. Hearing this, Sanji yelled at Zeph. Hey you old geezer. You're just selling me off like that. Zeph replied nonchalantly, isn't this perfect? Get on this kid's ship and become a pirate already. Men, now take that restaurant. Charge. Krieg commanded his subordinates to attack the Baratai. Yes, Captain Krieg. Aya. The pirates roared as they charged toward the restaurant. Brothers, well, defend the restaurant with our lives. Patty shouted loudly. Oop. The Baratai had a hidden deck, which was now deployed with all the chefs standing on it. Bang. Krieg used a massive ship's mast as a bridge connecting his remaining fragment of deck to the Baratai's deck. Rat-a-tat-tat. The pirates jumped onto the mast and charged toward the Baratai. Goma Goma no. Bang, 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 arg, splash. Luffy launched like a rocket, sent all the pirates crashing into the sea. What do we do, Captain Krieg? He seems to be a devil fruit user. One of the pirates stammered, his legs trembled. Bang, thud. The pirate was struck, lost consciousness, and collapsed. Anyone who says another useless word, I'll kill them. He's just a devil fruit user. In the Grand Line, such users are a dime a dozen, so there's no need to be afraid. Krieg both intimidated and encouraged his men. Now that you understand, get moving. Yes, sir. After being knocked around by Krieg, the pirates charged toward the restaurant once more. In the subspace, then I shall begin. With that, Ichin flew into the air, gazing down at Eagle Eye. Buzz, is this similar to the ability of the float fruit? In the subspace, then I shall begin. With that, Ichin flew into the air, gazing down at Eagle Eye. Buzz, is this similar to the ability of the float fruit? As soon as Eagle Eye finished speaking, Ichin gently closed his eyes, as if resonating with the surrounding elements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, ripples began to emerge behind Ichin, as if the space was slightly warping. Following that, dozens of mysterious magic circles slowly appeared behind Ichin, radiating a scorching light, as if they were about to ignite the surrounding air. Is it coming? Eagle Eye tightened his grip on the black knife, his eyes fixed intently on the dozens of rotating magic circles behind Ichin. In the next moment, each magic circle's center gradually coalesced into a massive dragon, head gaping wide, with sharp fangs, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Roar! The dragon heads that appeared roared at Ichin, seeming ready to charge and obliterate the enemy at his command. Ichin suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a gentle wave of his finger, the dozens of dragon heads all turned their gaze toward Eagle Eye. Are you ready to greet these little fellows? My hawk, I have never seen an ability that exudes such overwhelming pressure. Looking at the fierce dragon heads glaring at him from the sky, beads of sweat appeared on Eagle Eye's forehead. But I wonder if their strength matches their appearance. Such a powerful opponent will surely keep me entertained. Eagle Eye thought to himself. Come at me, Ichin. With that, Eagle Eye gripped his sword with both hands, positioning it horizontally in front of him as he spoke loudly to Ichin above. Whoosh! Swish! Eagle Eye unleashed several sword energies toward Ichin. And seeing the sword energies coming, Ichin whispered to the dragon heads. Go! Whoosh! Hearing this, the dragon heads charged at the sword energies with incredible speed. Boom! Whoosh! The dragon heads did not directly collide with the sword energies, but instead unleashed a torrent of flames toward them. Whoosh! Hiss! As the flames collided with the sword energies, the roar of the flames intertwined with the sharpness of the sword energies, producing a sound that shook the heart. Boom! Bang! After the collision and explosion, both the flames and sword energies vanished, and the dragon heads surged toward Eagle Eye as the sword energies disappeared. Roar! Of course, Eagle Eye would not take the hit directly. He evaded the collision of the dragon heads. Rumbling. Bang. Crash. The dragon heads exploded upon hitting the ground, instantly transforming the entire scene into a breathtaking spectacle. The enormous shockwave from the explosion caused the ground to tremble, violently tossing dust and debris into the air, creating a thick cloud of dust. Within this dust cloud, flames rampaged like a liberated beast. They erupted from the explosion of the dragon heads, forming massive fireballs. These fireballs rolled and collided in the air, emitting deafening roars. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, causing everything nearby to twist and warp. The surrounding air also warped due to the intense heat, creating waves of scorching air, turning the forest into a sea of fire. At this moment, Eagle Eye had already darted behind Ichin. Although your magic is powerful, it is useless if you fail to target your opponent. Whoosh! With that, Eagle Eye swung his black knife toward Ichun. Clang. What? Eagle Eye looked in shock at his knife, which had been halted by an unknown force just before reaching Ichun. This is my magic, Star Shield, which creates a protective energy shield within my range. Ichun turned around smiling lightly as he looked at Mihawk, who had raised his black knife to strike him again. So how about this shield's defensive power? Then let me see if your defense can withstand your own attack. Mihawk glanced at the approaching dragon heads, then spoke to Ichun. Ichun looked at the line of dragon heads charging toward him. So you intend to direct the dragons to attack me? A clever idea, but how can you ensure they won't attack you first? You need not worry about that. Roar. At that moment the dragon heads surged toward Mihawk, while Mihawk continued to swing his black knife, striking Ichun's energy shield. Swish. Just as the dragon heads were about to reach Mihawk, he suddenly flashed behind Ichun and struck at Ichun's shield. Bang! Eagle Eye's slash and the dragon that couldn't change direction and time attacked Ichun's star shield simultaneously. Creak. Both sides of the star shield were struck by tremendous force, producing cracks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Clang. The star shield finally couldn't withstand the assault and shattered, while the dragon heads showed no sign of stopping, charging straight toward Ichun, closely followed by Mihawk's strike. Ichun paid no mind to the dragon heads in front of him and turned to the tightly gripped black knife aimed at him by Mihawk, whispering time frost stasis. Rustle. As he spoke, the world around them transformed into a shade of icy blue in an instant, while Mihawk froze midair. Of course, this was merely the surface. In reality, Mihawk was still moving, but his speed had slowed to the point that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The forest that had been engulfed in flames by the dragon heads also turned icy blue, and the flames appeared to be paused, no longer spreading. Mihawk's eyes widened in shock, staring at his slowly swinging black knife in midair. My speed. How has it become so slow? And the dragon heads behind Ichun have also stopped. Could it be my illusion? Oh no, that was close. I almost got cut by you, Mihawk. Ichun smiled lightly at the black knife that was now only a hair's breadth away from him. Is it possible to control external factors while still moving freely oneself? What a powerful ability. Eagle Eye couldn't help but marvel at Ichun, who was smiling and chatting with him. Why so silent, Eagle Eye? In truth, Eagle Eye also wanted to speak, but Ichun's ability prevented him from even opening his mouth. Ichun awkwardly smiled. Oh, I forgot you can't even open your mouth right now. Snap. With that, Ichun snapped his fingers, dispelling the magic. Time frost stasis. Sizzle. The flames below the two began to spread once more as Ichun lifted the magic. The dragon heads behind Ichun charged forward. Watch out. Eagle Eye warned Ichun as the dragon heads were about to attack him. No need to worry. Ichun replied to Eagle Eye Mihawk with a carefree smile, as if the dragon heads behind him posed no threat. Just as the dragon heads were about to strike, Ichun, a powerful energy began to rapidly coalesce behind him. The air began to twist madly, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. Suddenly, a beam of azure light erupted from behind Ichun, illuminating the surrounding space. Eagle Eye Mihawk's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the massive vortex appearing behind Ichun. At this moment, several enormous dragon heads charged toward the giant vortex. Although the flames from the dragon heads were scorching and fierce, they seemed capable of burning everything. However, before the void of the oblivion abyss, the dragon heads appeared so frail. Roar, buzz. A host of dragon heads surged toward the black hole, instantly swallowed by its gravitational pull. Their flames extinguished at the edge of the black hole, as if they were consumed by the endless darkness. The dragon heads that did not charge and were also not spared, all drawn into the terrifying suction of the oblivion abyss. Hiss, whoosh. After devouring all the dragon heads, the oblivion abyss vanished into thin air. Aren't you going to do something about the sea of fire down there? From atop a high mountain, Hawkeye asked Ichun, indifferently watching the flames that had already spread to the mountain's base. Ichun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, feeling the gentle breeze at the summit, replied calmly, "No need for you to worry about that. This space will return to its original state once we leave. I underestimated this man before. His strength might be the greatest in the world. No, it absolutely. At least I've never seen anyone this powerful. More than powerful, his skill is simply breathtaking." Hawkeye looked at the relaxed Ichun, whose eyes were still closed, and couldn't help but think to himself, all right, it's about time we head back. When we get out, just don't go telling everyone you beat me, you hear? Otherwise my comrades might not be so eager to grow stronger." Ichun placed his hands behind his head, tilted his face up slightly, and said to Hawkeye with a light chuckle. Hearing this, Dracula Mihawk looked at Ichun, then nodded as if understanding something. "I understand. Dracule Mihawk figured Ichin probably wanted the Straw Hats to get stronger, or perhaps he wanted to witness their growth firsthand. This might be rude, but I have to ask. What kind of place could possibly give rise to a powerhouse like you? Hawkeye looked at Ichin, his sharp eyes filled with curiosity. Hearing this, Ichin stood up, walked to the edge of the cliff, tilted his head back, slightly clasped his hands behind his back, and faced away from Dracule Mihawk. The place I come from. It's a place unknown to the people of this world. Even if they knew of it, they could never reach it. I can't speak for others, but in any case, I was the strongest one there. Ichin turned his head slightly to look at Dracule Mihawk. They call me Demon God, an unreachable place and the strongest sorcerer. Huh. Hearing this, Hawkeye murmured to himself. Alright, it's time to leave. Remember, don't tell them I won. Ichin reminded Hawkeye again. Upon hearing this, Dracule Mihawk also stood up and said calmly, I know. But before that, take a swing at me. Make it look real. Ichin pointed at his 8-pack abs, addressing Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye was tempted to point out that if Ichin wanted a scar, he shouldn't have healed the original wound in the first place. Whoosh, slice. Out of respect for a warrior of Ichin's caliber, he held his tongue. Instead, he raised his sword and swiftly carved a rather deep gash across Ichin's abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound, only to be healed by Ichin's magic, which prevented any further hiss. Ichin touched the wound, his brows furrowed in pain. I said make it look real, not use your full strength. It was clear Dracule Mihawk's cut was indeed quite realistic. Hearing this, Hawkeye felt speechless, but chose not to comment. Return. As Ichin shouted, a magic circle appeared beneath them. Whoosh. After a brief flash, both vanished from the subspace. The fire that had raged within the subspace vanished as well. The land shattered by their battle, along with the mountains, was restored to its original state, including the forest that had been burned to ashes. Thud. Ichin. What happened to you? Luffy, seeing Ichin appear on the deck covered in blood, immediately rushed over to check on him. By this time, Luffy had already defeated Krieg, and Jin had departed with the rest of the pirates on a small boat. Cough. Sorry, Luffy. I said I was going to get back at that guy for Zoro, but look at what happened to me. Ichin said weakly to Luffy. He looked as if he had genuinely been defeated and wounded by Hawkeye. Although the injury on Ichin's body was indeed inflicted by Hawkeye. Someone get some medicine. Luffy first shouted to the chefs around him, then looked down worriedly at the injured Ichin lying on the deck. He reassured him, It's okay, Ichin. You're safe, that's all that matters. That guy is tough, but one day we'll surpass him and pay him back for every hit. You're quite something. Look forward to seeing you again in the Grand Line. Dracule Mihawk, having exited the subspace, walked to his small boat and spoke calmly to Ichin. Then he glanced at Ichin as if to say, that should be enough, right? Ichin, seemingly able to communicate with him through eye contact, returned a glance that said, that's good. Before Hawkeye left, Luffy shouted at him, one day he'll beat you for Ichin. Hearing this, Hawkeye chuckled softly and replied calmly, he'll be waiting. Then he sailed away on his small boat, disappearing from sight. And Ichin, hearing Luffy's vow to avenge him against Dracule Mihawk, was so moved, he almost shed a but then he remembered he was wounded on purpose and felt like he was deceiving Luffy's emotions. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel remorse or gratitude. Then, just as in the original story, the head chef and the other chefs put on a terrible act, saying harsh words to force Sanji to leave. Sanji then cheerfully smiled and saw through their ruse. Afterwards, Sanji agreed to join Luffy's crew, setting sail with Luffy, Ichin, and the others into the Grand Line, and shared his dream of finding the All Blue with Luffy. Him leaving Old Geezer. Sanji waved at the old man, preparing to make a dramatic exit. Seeing Sanji turn to leave, Zeph simply watched him quietly, then said softly, don't catch a cold. Thud. Hearing this, Sanji turned around, knelt before Zeph, and bowed his head. Thank you for everything all this time. I will never forget your kindness. As he spoke, tears streamed from Sanji's eyes. Seeing this, Zeph couldn't hold back his own tears of reluctant parting. Going merry, Nami stood at the ship's railing, gazing out at the sea. They're a good bunch. I wonder when we meet again, will I be able to call them my crewmates? Drip drop. Nami clenched her fists, tears spilling from her eyes. Nami clutched the pendant necklace Ichin had given her, her face filled with reluctance. Will I see you again? Ichin. Her sorrow burst forth and she gripped the pendant tightly. I want to be free. So badly. Belmere. Drip drop. Nami crouched down, lowering her head, pressing the pendant to her chest as she wept softly. Tears traced a path down her cheeks, finally falling onto the deck. On the calm sea. Hey Yoa. Luffy was stretching lazily at the bow of the ship. The weather's... With that, Luffy ran from the bow to the stern, gazing out at the ocean. Is the Grand Line way over there? Or over here? This way? Luffy excitedly dashed around the ship, peering at the sea in every direction. As Luffy was shouting at the top of his lungs, a figure stepped up behind him. Thud. That hurt. A cute lump swelled on Luffy's head. Ichin withdrew his fist the size of a sandbag from Luffy's head. Can you give it a rest? Luffy rubbed the lump on his head, grinning, without a care. Wary, sorry. Then Luffy planted his hands on his hips. But we've finally got a cook on board. Next we just gotta pick up Nami. Luffy raised both fists in excitement. And then we can set sail for the Grand Line. The moment Sanji heard Nami's name, he rested his chin on his hand, recalling her image with a lovesick expression. Namison. Just thinking of her beautiful face makes me so happy. I can't wait to see her. Ichin watched Sanji's antics, thinking that while early Sanji was a gentleman, he wasn't quite there yet. He felt the later Sanji was more dashing and refined, whereas now he seemed just a bit of a lecher. Still, as a devoted One Piece fan, Ichin was all for Sanji and Pudding. After all, they were the only pair whose eyes turned into hearts whenever they looked at each other. So Ichin decided he would make sure they ended up together. He had already planned it out. Once Pudding fell for Sanji, he'd invite her aboard. Surely Luffy would agree. Yeah, that's the plan. Hey Joseph, we're almost there, right? Where Nami is. Luffy sat on the ship's edge, hands resting on his knees, smiling as he asked Joseph. Joseph pointed at Luffy, shouting in agitation. You're too naive. Way too naive. Do you have any idea that we're stepping right into Arlong's territory? Joseph paused, gripping his trousers tightly to steady himself before continuing. Back then the boss lady couldn't take her eyes off Arlong's photo. This is definitely not as simple as just Nami. Sweat beaded on Joseph's forehead, his voice laced with worry. Nami might be planning to take down Arlong and claim the 20 million berry bounty. Even while we were here, she went off and stormed Arlong's base. Isn't it about time for a meal? Luffy said casually to Sanji. Hearing this, Sanji nodded yeah. Ichin, however, knew that Nami had the pendant necklace had given her, so he wasn't worried she'd run into trouble. Joseph looked at the three nonchalant figures and couldn't help but tear up. You guys don't happen to know Arlong, do you? Sanji, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, asked dismissively. Arlong? Who's that? Luffy don't know him. Ichin replied calmly. Heard of him, but don't know him. Hearing this, Luffy sat cross-legged beside Ichin and asked, Ichin, you actually know Arlong? What kind of guy is he? Is he famous? Is he strong? He's a fishman who loves to bully the weak to prove his own strength. He caused some trouble in the Grand Line back in the day, so he's got a bit of a name. As for how strong he is, you'll find out for yourself soon enough. Ichin answered Luffy's rapid-fire questions one by one. Fishman. Speaking of which, I heard there are beautiful mermaids on Fishman Island in the Grand Line. Just imagining their beauty, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. Fishman. Do they look like this? Luffy pulled out a drawing board from Waknoshire and showed his sketch to the three. Luffy's original drawing. Ha, what a masterpiece. Sanji burst out laughing, pointing at Luffy's masterpiece. Ichin held back his laughter and gave Luffy a thumbs up. My verdict is that it's drawn quite well. Keep it up, Luffy. Seeing the group's carefree attitude, Joseph couldn't help but exclaim, seriously, you guys. Can you not take things so lightly? Seeing them still joking around, Joseph let out a resigned sigh. Final start from the beginning. He paused, then said, the Grand Line is called the Graveyard of Pirates for a reason. It's because of the three great powers that reign there. One of those three powers is the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords? Joseph lowered his head, hands clasped between his knees. Simply put, they're pirates recognized by the government. One of those three powers is the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords? Joseph lowered his head. Seeing Sanji's confusion, Joseph explained, the warlords hand over a portion of the plunder they take from other pirates to the government, and in return, they gain official recognition. To other pirates, they're nothing but government lapdogs. But they're incredibly strong. That Hawkeye Mihawk who defeated Zoro, he's one of the 7 warlords. That's insane. There are 7 guys like that. Luffy exclaimed, slapping his knees. Hey, that's not quite right, Luffy. Among the warlords, Hawkeye is the strongest, and second is Kuma. The rest in order are. Ichin explained to Luffy. I see, I thought they were all equally strong. Luffy said, resting his chin on his hand with a look of understanding. Joseph then continued. And among those warlords there's a fishman pirate captain named Jinbe. Running neck and neck with Jinbe, a pirate who once went on a rampage of slaughter and plunder across the Grand Line. That's the fishman Arlong. Hearing this, Luffy's wild imagination kicked in again. He picked up his drawing board and started sketching, trying to capture Arlong's likeness. Scratch, 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 sound of drawing. Does he look like this? Luffy held up his finished drawing of Arlong for the three to see. Luffy's original drawing. Looking at it, Sanji remarked, all you did was stand up the fishman you just drew. Ichin stared at the abstract art in Luffy's hands. I think it's drawn quite well and quite true to life. Sanji, how do you know he looks like that? Ichin replied with a light chuckle. I think Luffy's drawing is spot on. That's exactly what he looks like. Sanji, Joseph shouted. He's already taken over 20 villages, and his strength far surpasses Don Krieg's. This is this month's share. Take it. Arlong handed a thick stack of bills to the Navy officer with rat-like whiskers seated across from him. Ha ha ha. The rat-like Navy officer let out a sly chuckle saying, Arlong, your mind is truly nothing like that of an ordinary pirate. Huh. Likewise, as long as you're willing to be my friend, you'll taste endless sweetness here in the East Blue. Arlong laughed heartily from his chair. He squinted with one eye and glared with the other, saying, knowing this well proves you're a smart Navy captain. The Navy captain folded his arms over his chest. I've truly been troublesome all this while. Hearing this, Arlong looked up and laughed. Why bring that up now? Harmony brings wealth. Initially, the captain had indeed been hunting Arlong's crew, but after being bribed, he turned a blind eye to Arlong's deeds. Money is a wonderful thing, more trustworthy than anything else. Am I right? Arlong stared at the Navy captain with an amiable grin. Hearing this, beads of sweat the size of beans formed on the Navy captain's forehead. Of course, the Navy captain knew exactly what Arlong meant. Having accepted the money, he was now bound to Arlong like grasshoppers tied by the same string. Of course, the Navy captain was ready to betray him at any opportunity. Though I despise humans, sensible ones like you are the exception. Arlong bared his sharp teeth at the Navy captain. The Navy captain rose from his seat saying, well then, I shall take my leave. No rush. Why not stay for a few drinks? Arlong raised his goblet towards the Navy captain. No, I'd better go. It wouldn't look good if someone spotted a Navy ship docked beside a pirate base. What a pity. Hachi, see the captain out. So this is the base of Arlong, the one who came from the Grand Line. Is Nami really here? Usopp gulped nervously as he stared at the building before him. Let's first look for the Going Merry, the ship Namison rides, to see if it's docked on this island. Johnny suggested. That's right. Usopp agreed with Johnny's idea. But Zoro had other plans. He stood up, walked to the bow, and stared at the gate not far away, and going in for the kill. Why would you charge in right away? X2, Johnny and Usopp shouted in unison, panicking on either side. Are you an idiot? We don't have any leads yet. Usopp retorted frantically, his eyelids flipping. That's a fishman we're dealing with. Johnny chimed in, reluctant to charge heat in. We should make a plan first. Zoro drew his sword slightly, stepping one foot onto the bow, and said calmly, I hate unnecessary hassle. Luffy ordered me to bring that woman back, so no matter who stands in my way, I'll bring her back. Zoro stared ahead with firm determination. Charge! Zoro shouted towards the front. Usopp and Johnny exchanged glances and nodded. Then they both pulled out hammers and smashed them onto Zoro's head. Bam! Usopp scanned the surroundings with a telescope and spotted the Going Merry. Found it. It's the Going Merry. Looks like Namison is indeed here. What are you two doing? Untie me right now. Bound up, Zoro roared at the two. Usopp poked Zoro with his finger, looking smug. You've just recovered, so stay put here. Leave this to me. These two bastards. They'll cut them to pieces. Zoro thought, utterly annoyed. Usopp placed his hands on his chest and laughed up at the sky. The mission to bring back Nami will be accomplished by me, Usopp. Ha ha. Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but retort, you weren't this bold back at Arlong Park. Boom. Crash. Just as the two were about to row towards the Merry, a massive wave slammed into their small boat. Cough, cough. What happened? Usopp coughed, choking on seawater. It's Joseph and the others, Johnny said to Usopp, looking at the four who had suddenly appeared. Johnny turned to Joseph and asked, Joseph, how did you all get here so fast? You are GH. No. I can't. Ichin's magic is too fast. Ugh. Joseph weakly clung to the boat's edge, dry heaving. Luffy was dancing on the ship. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sugoi. Fun. Do it again, Ichin. Sanji clutched his forehead, feeling dizzy. Ugh. What kind of ability is that? Making the ship go that fast. Phew. He then pulled out another cigarette and lit it, since his previous one had been washed away by the waves. Yo, if it isn't Zoro. Why are you tied up here? Ichin hopped onto Zoro's small boat, smirking at the bound swordsman. Ichin, perfect timing. Untie me now, I'm going to cut them both down. Seeing Ichin arrive, Zoro immediately asked him to untie the ropes. Ichin chuckled softly, then moved to untie him. Don't do it, Ichin. Yukinsen. Johnny and Usopp shouted at him. Ichin turned to look at them. Why? Phew. Good thing he didn't untie him. The two breathed a sigh of relief as Ichin turned back, thinking thank goodness he didn't, or else. Just as Usopp and the others thought they were safe, Ichin chuckled and dangled the rope he had just untied in front of them. Sorry, but you were too late. You? So. PP. Why? Yes. I'm here. Usopp's whole body trembled involuntarily as he saw Zoro freed, answering nervously. John. New York. I'm here too. Johnny also trembled in fear. Creak. Zoro slowly stood up, veins bulging on his forehead, his face dark as he clenched his fists and glared at the two. You two bastards ready to be chopped into pieces. Huh. We're sorry, Zoro-Zorosan. The two prostrated themselves in apology. Don't think an apology will— You two. Eek. Johnny and Usopp clung to each other, shivering as Zoro slowly— BM. Splash. Just as Zoro was rolling up his sleeves to beat the two fishmen suddenly leaped up from beneath the water. Hey, who are you people? Why are you here? Huh. Zoro, who was about to beat the two men, looked up with annoyance at the fishmen who had suddenly jumped. We're safe. Usopp and the others collapsed to the ground in relief as they saw the fishmen draw Zoro's attention. The fishmen shouted at Zoro, "What's with that look? You looking for a fight?" With that, the fishmen lunged at Zoro. Zoro's thumb nudged his sword from its sheath. Perfect timing. I was just looking for something to cut. Quite furious right now. Swish. Sliced. Yeah? Thud. The two fishmen were cut clean in half and collapsed to the ground. Terrifying. Usopp and the others clung to each other in fear at the sight of the fishmen corpses before them. So these are fishmen. They look so weird. Luffy walked over to the corpse, chin in hand, and remarked. Hearing this, Joseph retorted, Luffy, you're one to talk about weird looks. The things you draw are way stranger. Luffy, since you're here, tell us the plan. Do we storm in or scout things out first? Zoro flicked the blood off his blade, sheathed it, and asked Luffy. Hey, that's not what you were saying a minute ago. Usopp and Johnny chimed in with a retort. Zoro shot them an annoyed look. What nonsense are you spouting? Luffy's the captain, so we follow his lead. Besides, you should be grateful I didn't cut you down. With that, he drew his sword again, pointing it at them, still clearly not over his anger. Eep. The two cowered in fear at Zoro's menacing stance. SS. Mason, sorry. Luffy pondered for a moment, then said, Ichin, you're the smart one. What do you think we should do? When Luffy looked over to where Ichin had been, he found him missing. He scratched his head, utterly confused. Huh, where's my big Ichin? Zoro pointed to Ichin, who had already made it ashore. He's over there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to shore. Hard to starboard, head over. Luffy shouted from the bow, pointing towards Ichin. Johnny and Joseph rowed with all their might at the back. You got it, Luffy. Meanwhile, Ichin was giving a friendly greeting to a fishman who was trying to run off to warn the others. Ichin hoisted the fishman off the ground, a smile on his face. Sorry, but I can't have you running off to tell Arlong just yet. Arlong. Captain. Won't let you get away with this. The fishman struggled desperately to break free from Ichin's grip, but it was futile. Crack. Splash. With that, Ichin snapped the fishman's neck and tossed him into the sea. The ship had barely touched the shore when Luffy, stretching like rubber, wrapped himself around Ichin. Why did you come ashore without telling me? Sorry, I'll let you know next time. But what? Ichin shoved Luffy's face away. First, get off me. Man to man, this is improper. Where'd you steal that thing around your neck? Looks pretty nice. Arlong reached out to take the pendant from Nami's neck. Slap. Nami smacked Arlong's hand away. This is mine. Don't touch it. Hey, no need to get mad. I was just asking. Ha ha ha. Arlong withdrew his hand with a laugh. Don't forget our deal, Arlong. He'll have the 100 million belly to buy back Kokoyashi village soon. Ha ha ha. Of course. I never turn my back on money. I'd rather commit seppuku than That's just the kind of man I am. Then you better hold up your end of the deal. Nami turned and walked back to Creek. Nami pushed open the door, looking at the room's interior, and whispered, 8 years. 8 years. I'm finally close to leaving this place. My fair lady, might I have the honor of knowing your name? Sanji, holding a bouquet of flowers he seemingly conjured from nowhere, asked Nojiko. Nojiko accepted the flowers and took a sniff. Thank you for the flowers. My name is Nojiko, but you didn't need to be so formal just to ask for my name. No. A lady as beautiful as you deserves such formality, especially since you're Nami's sister. Sanji gently took Nojiko's hand, speaking like a gentleman. What happened to this town? It's so run down. There's a huge crater in the street, and the houses are all— Usopp, recalling the scene from when they arrived, asked Nojiko. The destruction on the streets was caused by a monster they brought back from the Grand Line. We have to pay tribute every month just to buy our lives. Adults and children alike. If anyone in the village can't pay even just one person, they all get killed. Just like what happened to the neighboring town Gosa. Nojiko explained calmly. A whole town. Destroyed. Just because they couldn't pay up. Usopp set his hand on his chin in disbelief. This is Arlong's rule. With his racial hatred, he doesn't think twice about killing. With that, Nojiko let out a helpless sigh at the situation. Slap. Luffy slammed his hand on the table in anger. People like that are just scum. Alright, I've decided. I'm going to beat those guys to a pulp. Luffy would indeed get angry about this. Being the Pirate King is just a secondary dream for him, a stepping stone to his main goal. Well, that's the gist of it. Since Luffy wouldn't say kill, I put it in parentheses. I hope you'll forgive me. This isn't me making things up, Luffy said it himself to the crew. Oda didn't let us hear it, but I suspect Luffy wants to liberate the world so everyone can live freely, safely, and happily, my speculation. In One Piece episode 1088, Luffy told his crew his dream. Before that had only told Sabo, Ace, and Shanks. I remember that one line clearly. Luffy, lying on the artificial grass on the deck, grinned and said maybe you'll be able to do it once I'm the Pirate King. Image. Here I have to complain about Oda. He loves leaving hooks. I really want to know what Luffy said back then. Damn, he's got me. Hey, calm down. That's Arlong the Fishman. Usopp and the others quickly warned. We should just charge. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. Working for scum like that. Nami must be in pain. Don't worry, Nami. They'll help you get away from them. Sanji thought to himself as he took a drag from his cigarette. Given their long list of crimes, let's just kill them all. Ichen said with a light smile. Although I do not know the extent of your strength, I still advise you to leave quickly before Along discovers you. Along's gang is quite formidable. Previously the Navy attempted to surround Along, but they ultimately— No problem, we are quite strong, said Luffy seriously. Upon hearing this, Usopp and the others quickly interjected. No, it is you who are strong. We are quite weak. Just then a little boy suddenly ran and grabbing Nokigo's hand and pulling her outside. Nokigo, come quickly. Let's go see what's happening, Ichon said casually to the others. Nodding in agreement, they followed him. Hurry up. What's going on? Nokigo asked the little boy who was pulling her towards the coast. It's the Navy. The Navy has come. The uncles who survived in Gosa Town successfully contacted the government. The Navy is coming to rescue us. The little boy exclaimed excitedly to Nokigo. Arriving at the coast, he pointed at a Navy ship docked near Along's base and shouted excitedly, look. We can be saved. Finally, we can escape this island, Nokigo said, looking at the Navy ship without saying. At this time, Luffy and Ichen also reached the shore. Since the Navy is intervening, do we still need to charge into Along's paradise to find Nami? She should be able to slip out on her own right. Ha, Usopp said, glancing at the Navy ship not far away. Thinking to himself, the Navy should be able to deal with those terrifying fishmen. Seeing Usopp's smug expression, Ichen knew what he was thinking. However, Ichen merely smiled and remained silent. Luffy and the others also decided to observe for a while. Is that the legendary Along's paradise? It actually allowed pirates to establish themselves like this. This world truly is doomed, a Navy officer lamented as he looked at Along's paradise. The officer then turned to the soldiers, saying, listen up, everyone. Today our mission is to safely rescue the survivors of Gosa Town who were destroyed by Along's gang from this island. The officer paused, clenching his fist, but I believe that seeing these arrogant pirates stronghold right there and pretending not to see it will our justice forgive us. The soldiers saluted the officer in unison, shouting, no, we will not forgive. Seeing their morale high, the officer shouted, this unit is now beginning to eliminate Along and his gang. Prepare for battle immediately. Yes. The Navy's 77th Division. Along repeated what his subordinate had said. Yes, that's what it says up there. The kissing fishman Chio replied. Chio is one of Along's subordinates with a prominently protruding mouth. His ability allows him to spit out high-damage saliva. It's the new Navy right. Along then said to his men who will go negotiate with their leader. Tell them not to act rashly. If 2 million won't suffice, then eliminate them. Just then a cannonball shot from the Navy's warship as Along finished speaking. Are they firing right away? Along, be careful. As the cannonball came crashing toward him, instead of dodging, Along opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth, and bit down on the cannonball, shattering it. He actually bit the cannonball apart. What terrifying teeth and jaw, Along's fishman subordinates marveled. Kruby, looking at Along, who still had smoke coming from his mouth, asked faintly, brother, Along, do we still need to negotiate? One of Along's subordinates, Kruby, a soft-boned fishman, moving quickly in the water, proficient in fishman karate at level 40, whose ability is the thousand-tile punch. Along spat out the remnants from his mouth, saying fiercely, no need. All right, everyone, it's time to fight. Damn the Navy, we will take your blood for sacrifice. The fishmen raised their weapons and shouted frantically. Hold on, you are merely cleaning up trash. Oh, why make such a big fuss? Chio said disdainfully with his hands in his pants. Little Eight clenched his fists. Leave it to us. One of Along's subordinates, an octopus fisherman with 6 arms who fights using the 6-sword style. Kruby crossed his arms to dare to boast in our waters is truly foolish humanity. To have to trouble our 3 officers this battle is too high evil. Ahaha, that ship probably won't last 3 minutes. The fisherman laughed. How strange. The Navy officer murmured as the expected explosion from Along's paradise had not yet occurred. Brigadier, it seems the cannonball didn't explode. Let's fire another. This is the signal to start the battle, and we are up against fishermen, so everyone must not act carelessly. Yes. Boom. Just as the soldiers were preparing to fire again, Shio jumped from the water into the air and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Splat. A Navy soldier pierced through by the spit fell straight to the ground. Let's all attack, the battle has begun. The Navy soldiers surrounded the jumping Shio, preparing to pounce on him. Wait, calm down. Just as everyone was about to rush towards Shio, an officer with a girl-like hairstyle stopped them. Upon hearing this, the soldiers and Shio looked towards the speaking officer. You must be one of Along's subordinates, right? I am Brigadier Blin Blin of the Navy's 77th Division, that's actually his name. We are also a well-known elite unit of the Navy. If you do not wish to die, then surrender obediently to Blin Blin said with a relaxed expression, not taking Shio before him seriously. Splat. Ah. Boom. But Shio would not waste words with him. He directly spat a mouthful of saliva at Blin Blin, knocking him down to the ground. Brigadier, you actually. Take him down. Bang. Creak. Just as everyone was about to attack Shio, the ship began to rock violently, making it hard for everyone to keep their footing. What is this impact? Are there fishmen underneath the ship? Shio, sitting cross-legged on the ship's edge, said in a calm tone, I apologize for the interruption. We just removed the ship's rudder. Blin Blin, enduring the pain, sat up. What are you saying? Don't worry, I've avoided the vital parts. Shio said to the sitting Blin Blin. Creak. To give you an analogy, Brigadier, if a massive reef is moved right into the middle of a strong current, what do you think will happen at sea? What? At that moment, Little 8 was pushing the underwater reef. The Brigadier covered his wound incredulously, saying, Moving the reef. This is impossible. Alright, that should be enough, Little 8. Bang, Brigadier. Brigadier, a great whirlpool has suddenly appeared. The ship has lost control. A Navy soldier exclaimed upon seeing the suddenly appearing whirlpool ahead. What? Whoosh. Buzzing. Didn't I say? The rudder has already been removed. The end of this ship is head, the deep sea, Shio said with a sly smile to everyone. Ah. In an instant, the ship was sucked into the massive whirlpool. Meanwhile, Shio and the other fishmen returned to Along's paradise. From the perspective of Ichun and the townspeople, the Navy's ship sank instantly. Thank you for your hard work, Arlong said with a sharp-toothed smile as he looked at the 3 returning fishmen. It's nothing, we are well acquainted with this sea area from the wind direction to the deep sea. It's just a small matter. Kurubi said casually, as long as we have our excellent abilities, there are no rivals on this sea. Little 8 gestured in the air. And Nami sea chart, Cho added, holding up the sea chart in his hands. We are moving the underwater reefs based on this, and we know the flow of the tides inside out. This sea chart is truly excellent, Kurubi praised. If only Nami could draw all the sea charts in the world, we could become the invincible sea kings. Upon hearing this, Arlong spread his hands and sighed helplessly, saying, Nami is an indispensable woman for establishing the Arlong Empire. It's really a pity. Little 8 said, a pity. Cho replied. Arlong promised Nami that once she saved up 100 million berries, he would let her go along with Kokasia village. Really? Brother Arlong, Little 8 asked incredulously, waving his 6 hands. Are you really going to let Nami go? Is it truly the case? What a pity. Arlong frowned and said, there's nothing I can do. I promised her that 8 years ago. Finishing his words, Arlong grinned slyly. As long as it's a financial agreement, I am a man who will abide by it to the death. I am serious. You all saw it too. The Navy's ship was sunk before they even started attacking. So do any of you still have thoughts of defeating Arlong? Nojiko said, hands on her hips, addressing the crowd. After speaking, Nojiko returned to the village with the townspeople. That's right, Luffy. Shouldn't we reconsider the offensive? Usopp said, waving his hands in a panic and raising his voice towards Luffy. If you're scared, just stay here until we return, Zoro said indifferently, resting his hand on the hilt of it. Who is scared? Let's go. Although Usopp claimed he wasn't afraid, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Ichan, what do you think? Should we go now? Where is he? Luffy turned to ask Ichan, only to find he had disappeared again. Brother Luffy, Ichan said, he is going to save those Navy men and told us to wait here for a bit. After saying that, Joseph pointed in the direction of the Navy warship. Upon hearing this, Luffy looked in the direction Joseph was pointing and saw a figure flying rapidly towards the great whirlpool. Although Ichan wouldn't typically save people seeing it, and being capable of assisting, he naturally went to save them. Of course, if these Navy men repay kindness with malice, Ichan wouldn't mind throwing them back into the sea. Suspended, wah. What's happening? We are floating up. I thought we were doomed. We are saved. After Ichan used floating magic to lift the Navy men, they shouted loudly in shock and relief. What is going on? How did we survive that terrifying whirlpool? The Brigadier General pinched his own face, looking around in disbelief. If you don't want to die, then don't speak or move. Ichan, hovering above the Navy men, said calmly to those below. Look, there's a long-haired man floating in the sky. One of the Navy men pointed at Ichan and shouted to his companions. Upon hearing this, the Navy men all looked up at Ichan. Could this man be the one who saved us? I am Brigadier General Blin Blin of the 77th Division. May I ask who you are? The Brigadier General introduced himself, and then asked Ichan, Did you not hear what I just said? We can talk after we get ashore. Ichan casually replied, There's no need to mind, I'm just used to it. Ichan was only kind and gentle in front of Luffy, and those he liked. Of course, he was also polite to ordinary people provided they didn't act foolishly. Upon hearing this, the Navy men, including the Brigadier General, covered their mouths and fell. Seeing everyone quiet down, Ichan waved his hand, controlling his magic to slowly fly the Navy men and the Brigadier General back to the shore. Hey Ichan, we are pirates. If we save these Navy men, what if they try to catch us? Don't worry, if that happens, I'll take action, Ichan replied calmly. Well, okay. Usopp sighed lightly upon hearing this, and then he didn't say much more. Even though I don't know who you are. But we still want to thank you. Arigato. The Brigadier General took the lead in bowing to Ichan, and then the other Navy men followed suit. No need to mind, I'm just used to it, Ichan said, spreading his hands in an indifferent manner. When in the West Fantasy continent, Ichan always helped the citizens, and he continued to do so until the Starry Bright Empire unified the continent. Whenever he had no magical inspiration, he would fly out casually, and upon seeing someone in danger, Ichan would step in to help. But even if you say that, just as the Brigadier General was about to say something, Ichan interrupted him. There's no buts. If you really want to thank us. After we take down Arlong and leave here, please take care of Kokasia village, Ichan said, patting Blin Blin's shoulder. Actually, even if you didn't say it, we would protect the villagers. It's our duty as Navy men. Although you have the ability to make us float, we still hope you can be careful of Arlong and his crew, Brigadier General Blin Blin said seriously to Ichan. How did your ship get sunk? Zoro, who was holding a sword, asked the Brigadier General. They destroyed our ship's rudder and moved the underwater reefs. Actually, those are not the main issues. The main problem was that a large whirlpool suddenly appeared near the ship, which caused us to sink, and the Brigadier General recounted the events in detail, destroying the rudder, moving the reefs, and the coincidental appearance of a whirlpool. That's too coincidental. Johnny and Joseph expressed their surprise. Let's not worry about that for now. We won't be fighting them in the sea anyway. Just come back to the village with us for now, Ichan said calmly to the others. Upon hearing this, the Brigadier General and the Navy men nodded, and then followed Ichan towards the— You say a marine ship has come ashore. It's a ship from the 16th branch. Could it be that headquarters has finally taken action regarding what happened at the 77th branch earlier? The people on the shore exchanged words as they watched the marine warship of the 16th branch. I am Captain Nezumi of the Marine's 16th branch. Captain Nezumi introduced himself after coming ashore. Get me the officer Jin from Kokoyashi village, Captain Nezumi said with his hands behind his back, wearing an arrogant expression. Hearing this, a middle-aged man in a brown police uniform stepped out from the crowd. Unlike the others, Jin's hat had a pinwheel that spun automatically. Jin walked up to Captain Nezumi and said, I am Jin, Captain. So you're the one. Take me to the home of a woman named Nami. Hearing this, Jin was stunned. Nami. May I ask what business the captain has with Nami? Your only job is to lead the way. Upon hearing this, Jin didn't ask any more questions. After all, they were Marines, and he thought they probably weren't up to any mischief. He then led Captain Nezumi and his men toward Nami's house. Nami sat in a chair reminiscing about the past. Although these 8 years have been long, there are only 7 million berries left. I just need to go out to sea one more time. Nami chuckled softly, holding the pendant in her hands. Just once, if I can go to sea, just once more, everything can be over. Nami's feet gently slid across the floor. The villagers and myself can all be freed from Arlong's rule. And then I can finally laugh from the bottom of my heart. Nami rested her elbows on the table, gently covering her forehead with her hands, and closed her eyes, revealing a smile. She then looked at the pendant in her hand again, recalling the time she spent with Ichun and the others. Slap. Nami slammed a pair of aces onto the ground laughing. My cards are all out, I win. How is it that Nami always wins? Usopp said, looking at the 5 cards remaining in his hand. He then looked at Luffy and Ichun, seeing they had 14 and 24 cards respectively, and immediately complained. Hey Luffy, Ichun. What's wrong with you two? You have so many cards. Luffy placed his hand on his straw hat. I think having more cards makes you stronger. Ichun, looking at his hand full of pairs, lied to Usopp. All my cards are singles, I can't play them. Hearing this, Usopp slammed his cards onto the ground and shouted at Ichun. Are you kidding me? The whole deck has at most 13 singles, AK. You have 14 cards, and you're telling me you don't have a single pair. Please stop lying through your teeth. Haha. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but laugh. They were playing a civilized version of Old Maid where the first person to get rid of all their pairs wins. One day, water suddenly flooded the ship's cabin, and everyone was trying to figure out how to plug the hole. Luffy was the first to step up and tried to block the hole with his mouth, but his method was utterly ineffective, and unsurprisingly the water rushed in. That was when Ichun stepped in and used some unknown magic to seal the hole. There were many more fun daily moments. Nami recalled the happy times she spent with Ichun and the others. Thinking of this, Nami rested her chin on her hand and couldn't help but smile. Creak. Nami pushed open the door and stretched. Time to go. One last heist. Meanwhile, Nojiko had already told Ichun and the others about Nami's past. The reason Nojiko revealed it was because Nami had told her about the group's exploits. Nami didn't know Ichun and the others would come after her. Since Nojiko was her sworn sister, she had told her about them and their physical characteristics. Especially Ichun, with his long jet black hair, delicate features, and gentle personality. As for the curly-browed Sanji, Nami knew him but wasn't close. Ichun felt it was inappropriate for him to explain Nami's past, so he led Luffy and the others to ask Nojiko about it directly. As for the Marines, Ichun told them not to come out so soon, saying they should wait until the right moment. After listening, Luffy's face darkened, and he said nothing. But Ichun knew exactly what was on Luffy's mind at that moment. Usopp suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder Nami loves money so much. This is so touching, Wa. Nami, our big sister. Johnny and Yasaku said, wiping tears as they wept. Sanji took out a cigarette from his coat. Namison carries pain many times heavier than an ordinary person's. Let me be the one to relieve her of that burden. Zoro, let's go. Marines. And why is Mr. Jin here too? Nami looked in shock at the Marines and Jin, who had arrived in the yard. An inexplicable sense of unease suddenly welled up in her heart. Hee, so you're the thief, called Nami. Nezumi started laughing hee as he asked. According to our investigation, the treasure you stole from pirates is hidden in this tangerine field. Hee. Upon hearing this, both Nami and Jin were shocked into breaking out in a cold sweat. Neither of them expected the Marines to come because Nami had stolen treasure from pirates. Considering that your theft targeted pirates, I won't reprimand you. But a thief is still a thief, so all the property you have stolen. Now it is only right that our government seizes it. All right, hand over all the stolen goods now, he. Captain Nezumi said to Nami with a sinister grin, and hearing this, Nami's pupils dilated as if struck by a bolt from the blue. She stood frozen, refusing to believe what she had just heard. Captain Nezumi pulled his hands out of his pockets and glared. What? Didn't you hear what I said? All the stolen goods from the pirates must be handed over to the government for safekeeping. Hearing this, Nami composed her expression, placed her hands over her chest, and said with a light laugh, well, this is quite a surprise. You're certainly dedicated to your job. Lacking the courage to fight pirates, so you come to a thief to score some points. How impressive. Nami mocked Captain Nezumi with a light laugh. Hearing this, Captain Nezumi didn't react at all, just kept chuckling, he paying no mind to Nami's sarcasm. Let me give you a piece of advice. I'm an officer of the Arlong Pirates. If you dare to touch me, Arlong will definitely not stand by. Nami said to Captain Nezumi without any hesitation. Little girl, do you think that puts you on equal footing with me? Search for the stolen goods. Captain Nezumi ordered his 7 or 8 underlings. Wait, boom, boom. Seeing the Marines about to search, Nami quickly drew the extendable baton hidden at her waist and knocked 2 Marines to the ground. Is this the work the Marines should be doing now? Nami shouted at Captain Nezumi angrily. She then walked slowly towards him. The Arlong pirates not only kill, but they also destroyed an entire town. You must know they still rule this island, trampling on people's lives everywhere. And yet you ignore this huge problem and come to scavenge stolen goods from a thief. The more Nami spoke, the more furious she became with the Marines before her. Her usually gentle face twisted into an expression of pure rage. Is this the government's intention? Stop. That money is for Nami to save everyone in the village. At that moment Jin suddenly shouted at Mouse Colonel. Hearing this, Nami stared at Jin in shock. Gee, Jin, when did you find out? I and everyone in town have known for a long time. After you joined Arlong we couldn't help but ask Nojiko, and she told us everything about you. We pretended not to know because we were afraid our expectations would become a burden to you when you chose to run. Jin clenched his fists as he confessed this, hoping that Mouse Colonel would give up on seizing the money. However, Mouse Colonel not only failed to stop his men from searching, but also sneered. What? Are you saying your whole village is a bunch of thieves? Should I arrest you all? Just then Nojiko ran back and retorted at Mouse Colonel. It's because you Marines are useless. If you're not going to help this village, then leave immediately. If you dawdle any longer, Arlong might come and kill you all. Arlong, you say? That's not certain. Mouse Colonel sneered at Nojiko, then shouted at his men, haven't you found it yet? It's not like it's grains of rice, it's 100 million berries. Hearing this, Jin, Nami, and Nojiko were stunned. Nami's pupils dilated again as she recalled Arlong's promise frozen in place. How do you know the amount is 100 million? Jin demanded loudly at Mouse Colonel. Hearing this, Mouse Colonel spread his hands. 100 million. I just roughly guessed it was around that amount. Nami widened her eyes, glaring fiercely at Mouse Colonel. Arlong. Did Arlong tell you? Who knows? Colonel, I found it. Creak. Hearing this, Mouse Colonel hurried over to open the chest. Caressing the banknotes inside, he remarked, a little girl managed to get her hands on this much money. 3/10 of this is mine now, Mouse Colonel thought gleefully. Let go. Let go. Let go. Nami shouted in fury, charging at the Marines with a wooden stick. Bang. Whoosh. Seeing this, Mouse Colonel drew his pistol and fired a shot at Nami. Nami X2. Nami watched the bullet hurtling towards her and instinctively closed her eyes. Nojiko and Jin, unable to bear watching Nami get hit, also shut their eyes. Rustle. Just as the bullet was about to strike Nami, the pendant around her neck suddenly emitted a blue glow. The anticipated pain never came, so Nami slowly opened her eyes. She saw a bullet half a meter away from her, slowly dissolving in midair. Astonished, Nami stared at the pendant floating in front of her chest, radiating a blue light. This. The pendant protected me. Dawn is the name of the pendant. Its specific ability, it can defend against any attack that is harmful to its wearer, activating automatically upon being worn. The drawback is that it has no effect if the wearer harms themselves. What's happening? The bullet vanished into thin air. Hey, if you stop that woman. The rest of you follow me to haul the treasure back. Mouse Colonel was briefly stunned, then ordered his men. Yes, sir. Stop right there. Don't think you can leave. Nami grabbed her wooden stick again and charged toward Mouse Colonel. Don't go, Nami. I don't know how you made that bullet disappear just now, but you probably can't use that kind of power many times, can you? Just as Nami was about to rush at the Marines, Jin and Nojiko held her back. Nami herself wasn't sure how many attacks the pendant Ichin gave her could withstand. Still, she wanted to get back those 93 million berries. But Arlong, you're quite cruel having that colonel steal the money Nami saved up. This way Nami will have to start all over again to gather 100 million berries. Chu and Karubi said to Arlong with a laugh. What if she gets cornered and runs away? Hashan asked in confusion. Why worry about her running? She cares deeply about that village, Arlong explained to the others why he wasn't worried about Nami escaping. However, I'm not a complete monster. Once Nami finishes drawing the sea charts of all the seas in the world for me, I'll let her and the people of Kokoyashi village go. All the fishermen burst into raucous laughter, finding the idea amusing and entertaining. Sea charts of all the seas in the world. That would take decades, maybe even 100 years if she can ever finish them. In the town, Jin gathered the villagers in the street. They all held hammers and harpoons. 8 years ago we swore we wouldn't sacrifice our lives recklessly, no matter how painful or humiliating their rule is. As long as Nami is doing well, we will continue this endurance battle. But this is their answer. Those Marines colluded with Arlong and took all the money Nami worked so hard to save. Jin's eyes burned with rage as he spoke to the crowd. Since the path to liberating our village has been, we have no hope left, and furthermore, Jin's eyes were wide with fury as he struggled to contain his anger, shouting, we will never forgive those fishmen for trampling on little Nami's kindness. Are there any objections? Jin stared intently at the crowd. How could there be? Let's go. All villagers get ready for battle. We can't endure this any longer. Charge. The villagers raised their weapons high and roared. Wait, everyone. Just then Nami walked slowly towards the villagers with a smile and said, "Nojiko, Nami. Give me a little more time. Just a little more. They'll keep trying, they'll save up again. I'm used to it anyway, so it's fine. Everyone, please don't worry. This is nothing compared to back then. Everyone. I don't care. I really don't." Nami forced a smile at the crowd. Because Nami didn't want the villagers to go to their deaths. She didn't want anyone to die because of this, and she didn't want the tragedy of 8 years ago to repeat itself. Hearing this, Jen walked up to Nami and said softly, "Enough. You know it's useless, right? You fought so hard shouldering the lives of all of us all this time. For you, joining them must have been more painful than 1,000 cuts. You've been really brave." Jen. Sniff. Hearing this, tears streamed down Nami's face. Jen placed a gentle hand on Nami's shoulder and said, "Leave the village, Nami." Huh. Jen, and everyone, you. Just as Nami was about to say more, Nojiko interrupted. "That's enough, Nami. How could this be?" Nami looked at everyone in confusion, not understanding why they all seemed to be prepared to— Nami. Nojiko, you're not only full of tricks, but you also have dreams. Nojiko. Everyone. I won't let you go. Seeing everyone heading towards Arlong Park, Nami spread her arms and blocked their path. As she spoke, Nami pulled out a knife and pointed it at Jen. "Everyone. Please don't. I can't bear to see anyone else get hurt by them. You'll die." Nami's hands trembled, but she didn't lower the knife. Jen reached out, grasped the blade, and said with firm eyes, "We know. It's useless, our minds are made up." One elderly man with white hair shouted, brandishing his hoe. "Move aside, Nami." Jen yelled at Nami. "Aunt." Startled by Jen's voice, Nami stumbled back a couple of steps. Because growing up, Jen had always been known as a gentle and kind person. With that, Jen turned, drew his sword, pointed it at the sky, and looked at the villagers, shouting, "Let's go, everyone. Even if we can't win, we'll show them our resolve." "Yeah." Pitter-patter. The villagers shouted as they ran past Nami. Among those charging towards Arlong Park were not only men and women, but also the elderly and young boys and girls. Each of their faces was filled with fury and hatred towards Arlong's crew. Thud. Seeing the villagers rushing towards Arlong's base, Nami's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees. Her eyes became vacant, and Arlong's laughter echoed in her mind. Wah! Sniff! Nami clawed sorrowfully and angrily at the tattoo of Arlong's Jolly Roger on her left arm. Tears streamed down her face. "Arlong! Arlong! 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 Ah!" Slash. Nami screamed Arlong's name in fury, raising her knife and stabbing it repeatedly into her own arm. Blood flowed profusely from Nami's arm. AR. Slap. Just as Nami was about to harm herself again, Ichin, who had walked up beside her, firmly grabbed her wrist. Feeling someone grasp her wrist, Nami turned and saw Ichin and Luffy. "Ichin and Luffy. How did you get here?" "We came to help you, of course," Ichin said, giving Nami a warm smile. "That's right." Hearing this, Nami lowered her head again. "What do you know? You don't know anything. You have no idea what's been happening on this island for the past 8 years. This has nothing to do with you. You should just get off this island. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out." Nami scooped up sand and hurled it at them, trying to drive them away. She didn't want Ichin and the others to be hurt by Arlong's crew too. The two simply watched her in silence. Wah! Sniff! Hick! Nami covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment of internal struggle, sensing they hadn't left, Nami turned back to look at Ichin and Luffy, sobbing. "Ichin. Luffy, help me." Hearing this, Luffy handed his straw hat to Ichin and said softly, "Hold on to my hat for me and take care of Nami here." "Don't worry, I've got Nami covered," Ichin said with a light laugh, watching Luffy walk ahead. Luffy took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and shouted to the sky, "Of course we will." "Ichin. Luffy." With that, Luffy continued walking forward. Zoro sat on a round chair, his forehead against the blade of his sword, arms crossed, legs propped up. Usopp sat on the ground with his head down, hands clasped in front of his chest, legs crossed. Sanji stood at the forefront, one hand in his pocket, holding a cigarette. Particle dispersion. Ichin first used magic to dissolve X3. "Hey, you two, are you alright? Did Arlong do this to you?" The villagers gathered at the entrance of Arlong Park asked the injured Johnny and Yasaku, who sat before the gate. "Step aside. We're here for the fishmen," Jen, standing at the front of the villagers, said to the two. Hearing this, Johnny looked up at the villagers, placing his hands on his chest. "Knowing the truth about Namison, all we can do is defeat Arlong. That's why we came here to challenge him. Yasaku, but we lost by a hair's breadth. Sorry, but we can't let you through this gate with no chance of winning. We're waiting for some men who will definitely come here," Yasaku said, enduring the pain in his body. Hearing this, the villagers looked puzzled. "Some men? Tap." Tap. Tap. Even if it costs them their lives, those men will surely come. Tap. 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 At that moment, Luffy and the other three were already walking side by side on their way there. Seeing Luffy and the others had arrived, Johnny and Yasaku immediately stood up and shouted in their direction, "They're here." Hearing this, the villagers turned to look. "Nojiko, it's them." "Jin, just who are they?" Yasaku clutching his injured arm. "If even they can't do anything, then not just this island. Even the future of the entire East Blue is hopeless. Johnny, the faces of those 5 men who will change our fate. You must etch them into your memory." "Wait, aren't there 4? Nojiko pointed at the 4 in the distance and asked Johnny. "Oh well. Ahem." Hearing this, Johnny scratched his head awkwardly, then cleared his throat and said, "There's another one who must have been held up by something. What is Ichin doing? Why didn't he come with Zoro?" Johnny thought, looking at the villagers. "This is so awkward." Luffy and the other 3 had already arrived behind the villagers, saying, "Move aside. I'm going in to beat Arlong to a pulp." "Haha, do you think those 2 useless guys from earlier were bounty hunters?" Arlong laughed, asking the fishmen around him. "Karubi, they were far too weak, not even worth killing." "Exactly, haha." Bang, bang, bang. Crash. At that moment, Luffy broke through the wall and walked in. Hearing the noise, Arlong looked towards the collapsed wall on his left. "What's going on?" "Arlong, which one is it?" A faint green light flickered on Nami's left arm. "Damn, I forgot Dawn can't defend against self-inflicted wounds." Ichin thought as he treated Nami. "Don't hurt yourself like that again. I and your friends, we all worry about you." After healing the wound, Ichin said gently to Nami, Sob." Nami responded softly, tears still welling in her eyes. "I am so sorry for dragging you all into this. But I really didn't want anyone else to be hurt by Arlong." Nami sobbed, apologizing to Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin chuckled softly, then said warmly to Nami, "Don't worry about us. We're all comrades on the same ship." "Ichin, wah." The more Ichin said this, the more Nami's tears flowed. Nami's tears were a mixture of many emotions, the strongest being regret for deceiving the friends who had genuinely treated her as one of their own. "Don't be sad, Nami. We'll take care of Arlong for you. And I've also gotten your 100 million berry back." "Huh? Wasn't my treasure taken? And how do you know about that?" While Nami was wondering how Ichin had retrieved her 100 million berry, Ichin shouted towards a house, Buren, come out. "Did you get everything I asked for done?" As he spoke, Buren emerged from a house and walked up to Ichin, saying, "Mr. Ichin, rest assured it's all done. We've retrieved all of Ms. Nami's money, and we've also captured that Captain Nezumi. Just a few minutes earlier. On the coast, Captain Nezumi was directing his men to carry boxes of money. You better move it slowly, all of you. If even one berry goes missing, you'll be dead men." Rat-a-tat-tat. Just as Nezumi and his group were about to reach the shore and board their ship, over 100 Marines suddenly emerged from the woods on both sides, surrounding them. Click, 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 the sound of bullets being chambered. The Marines aimed their rifles at Nezumi and his men on the shore. Freeze. Bang. Several Marines carrying the treasure were so startled they dropped the boxes, then crouched down with their hands raised above their heads. "Captain, what is the meaning of this?" A Marine beside Captain Nezumi asked him. Hearing this, and looking at the guns around them, Nezumi was both confused and panicked. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Go ask them what they're doing." With that, Nezumi shoved the Marine forward. The shoved Marine looked at the hundreds of rifles aimed at him. His legs trembled uncontrollably with fear, but he still mustered the courage to stammer at the surrounding Marines, "There must be some mistake here, right? We're all Marines. If your superiors find out you're pointing guns at your comrades, you'll be punished." At that moment, Buren stepped out from behind and shouted at the Marine, "I am their superior." Thud, eek. You're Commodore Buren of the 77th branch. The moment the Marine saw Buren, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Hearing this, Buren smiled and said, "That's right. It's me." Oh no, Commodore Buren is famous across the East Blue for his unwavering sense of justice. If he finds out that I'm involved with Captain Nezumi and Arlong's crew, forget the job security, they'll be lucky to keep my life. Buren walked up to the Marine, yanked him to his feet, and his face turned dark. "You call us Bang, gah, thud." Buren punched the Marine to the ground, then roared at him. What kind of Marine would be comrades with scum who collaborate with villains and ransack people's homes for money? "I am doomed," the Marine on the ground thought, looking at the furious Buren. Just then, Captain Nezumi, hands in his pockets, swaggered up to Buren and said arrogantly, "Arlong, that's debatable." Just then, Captain Nezumi, hands in his pockets, swaggered up to Buren and said arrogantly, "Arlong, that's debatable. He might not even be able to save himself right now. Buren said with a light smile, looking at the overconfident Captain Nezumi. You can't even save yourself. Hearing this, Colonel Mouse stepped back in panic. Could it be? An officer of Rear Admiral rank or higher has arrived. No, it's just that someone powerful wants to take down Arlong. Blin said to Colonel Mouse indifferently. Hearing this, Colonel Mouse's panicked expression vanished. Since it's not a Rear Admiral or higher coming after Arlong, I have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Blin narrowed his eyes at Colonel Mouse. You are that confident in Arlong? Of course. You see, Commodore, the Arlong pirates have killed quite a few Commodore-level officers who came to capture him. So what do you think? Still dare to lay a hand on us? Colonel Mouse's voice grew louder with each word, trying to intimidate Blin into backing down. Colonel Mouse bet that there was no one in this world who wasn't afraid of death. Unfortunately for him, the man standing before him was precisely that exception. Bam! Arg! Thud! Without wasting words, Blin slammed his fist into Colonel Mouse's face, knocking him to the ground. Crack, crack. Blin cracked his knuckles. Even if that guy can't beat Arlong, I'll kill you myself before he gets the chance. All of you tie them all up. And keep an eye on the treasure. Don't lose any of it. This belongs to our benefactor's friend. Sir. Hearing this, the Marines bound Colonel Mouse and his dozen men. Are you all truly not afraid of death? I'm a Marine colonel. You can't arrest me. You can't. Colonel Mouse, lying on the ground, roared in humiliation and rage. But the sailors binding him ignored him. Trash like you deserves to be executed on the spot. But Mr. Ichin said to bring you along, so consider yourself lucky you get to live a little longer. Blin said coldly to Colonel Mouse. This is Miss Nami's treasure. And this Colonel Mouse, I brought him here as well. Guard the treasure well, and keep an eye on these corrupt Marines. We'll let the people of Kokoyashi village punish them personally. Ichin said to Blin. No problem. Hearing this, Blin knew Ichin was about to face Arlong. After a brief internal struggle, he resolved to help Ichin. Mr. Ichin, leaving 50 men to guard the treasure and prisoners is enough. We want to help take down Arlong. Blin said earnestly to Ichin. Yes, please let us help you defeat the Arlong pirates. The Marines said in unison. Hey, Commodore Blin. At that moment, the bound Colonel Mouse shouted. What do you want, you piece of trash? Blin's polite expression toward Ichin instantly turned into a cold glare for Colonel Mouse, his tone promising a beating. If you're relying on that long-haired, scrawny guy to fight Arlong, you're delusional. You can't possibly be falling for a con. Bam, bam, bam. Arg. Before Colonel Mouse could finish, the nearby Marines began beating him with fists and feet. How dare you mock Mr. Ichin is scrawny. Who told you to speak? You worthless piece of trash. The Marines cursed and struck the mouthy Colonel Mouse. Soon Colonel Mouse was rolling his eyes and passed out. Sorry, Mr. Ichin. We let him disrespect you with his words. Blin apologized to Ichin. There's nothing to apologize for. That trash can only run his mouth now. Let him have his final words before he dies. With that, he pulled Nami up from where she sat. Come on, Nami. Let's go see if Luffy and the others are done yet. Though Nami was curious about the Marines, she didn't ask. She nodded softly. Okay. You can follow, but just watch from outside. With that, Ichin led Nami toward Arlong Park. Commodore, what do we do now? A Marine stepped forward to ask Blin. Hearing this, Blin shouted to the troops' attention. Sir, bring the prisoners and Miss Nami's treasure. We're marching to Arlong Park. Sir. These guys don't even need Arlong to handle them. That one will be enough. Hachi walked to the center of the pool and stretched his mouth with his hands. Could it be It's coming. Hearing the sound, the villagers were filled with dread. They recalled the massive beast that had destroyed Gosa village and once ravaged part of Kokoyashi village. Rumble. Hachi swung his arms toward the pool connected to the sea and shouted, Come out, Momo. Rumble. A giant whirlpool formed, and a colossal sea cow emerged from it. It's the sea cow Momo that destroyed Gosa village. The sea cow slowly approached Luffy and the others. He'll handle this one. Luffy slammed his fists together, eyeing the beast. Then he began his sumo. Boom, boom. Luffy stomped his feet into the floorboards. Sanji watched in confusion. What's that guy doing? Zoro rested his chin on his hand, watching Luffy. I have a bad feeling about this. Get him. The fishman shouted, charging at the stationary Luffy. Luffy's legs stayed planted, but his upper body spun rapidly, twisting himself like a twisted rope. The sea cow roared, opening its massive jaws to bite Luffy. But Luffy stretched his arms and grabbed hold of the beast's two horns. Slap. His arms stretched. Arlong, he's a devil fruit user. Forget the devil fruit, The fishman didn't care. They just wanted to cut Luffy down. Huh. Luffy stretched his body, seeing Luffy fully charged and ready to strike. Zoro said to Sanji, "Run." What's Sanji asked in confusion. Zoro replied calmly, "I don't know, but it can't be good." With that, Zoro and Sanji sprinted back a safe distance. Gum gum, great windmill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luffy hoisted the sea cow using its momentum to spin his own twisted body back into place. The force generated in this process allowed Luffy to easily lift and rapidly spin the massive sea cow. Bang splash. The fishmen charging at Luffy were sent flying by the spinning sea cow, which Luffy then hurled into the sea outside, creating a splash. Sanji nudged Luffy's head with his foot. "That was too dangerous, you idiot. Are you trying to take us all out?" Usopp shouted in exasperation at Luffy. Creak creak. Usopp yelled at Luffy, who was still dancing around. "What on earth have you been doing this whole time?" Karubi crossed his arms. "Daring to treat our brethren like that, it's time we made our move. It's time to show them the gap between our races." Chew. Zoro smirked, gripping his sword tightly. "So the main forces are finally coming out, huh?" With that, Karubi turned to Arlong, who was sitting up against a wall holding his arm watching them. "Boss Arlong, don't get involved. If you go all out, Arlong Park will be destroyed. Yeah, leave these guys to us." Hachi raised all 6 of his hands and declared loudly. Arlong chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. "Do as you please." Hachi tilted his head back, seemingly charging up some kind of attack. Luffy waved at Zoro and Sanji. "Hey, listen." Luffy seemed troubled, but Zoro and Sanji clearly weren't paying attention to what he was about to say. As for Usopp, he had already run off to hide behind a pillar. Zoro watched Hachi as he prepared his attack. "That octopus seems to be up to something." Puff. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. For octopus, first boil it in salted water, then slice it. Then season with olive oil and chili powder. It's perfect as a side dish for drinks. Looking at Hachi, Sanji couldn't help but think of an octopus dish. Luffy reached out his hand. "Hey, can you listen? I'm in a bit of a bind." Perhaps because Luffy's voice was too low, Zoro and Sanji didn't respond. "Take this, total darkness." Splat. With that, Hachi spat a huge blob of ink towards Luffy. Zoro and Sanji quickly dodged, but Luffy remained standing there, not moving. Squirt. Hachi's ink splattered all over Luffy. "You idiot. Why didn't you dodge?" Zoro mocked Luffy, who was now completely black except for his gleaming white teeth. "It's not that I don't want to move, my feet are stuck." As he said this, Luffy demonstrated by trying to pull his feet out. Usopp yelled at him, "You're the one who planted them there yourself." Afterwards, Usopp tried to help Luffy free his feet, which were firmly stuck in the ground, by pulling him out. However, since Luffy is a rubber man and Usopp isn't very strong, all he managed to do was stretch Luffy's body. Then his hand slipped, and Luffy shot back like an arrow released from a bow, knocking Chu over. Seeing the enraged Chu charging at him, Usopp ran outside, with Chu hot on his heels. As for Luffy, Arlong threw him along with the chunk of rock he was stuck on into the water, and then sat back to Zoro versus Hachi, Sanji versus Karubi. "If I can lure one of their officers away, Luffy and the others should have less pressure, even if I did lead him here by accident. Damn, how can this human run so fast? His speed and looks are nothing like a normal human." Ichin, look, isn't that Usopp? Why is he running towards us? He's probably playing Hitandron with one of Arlong's men. When the enemy chases, he runs. When the enemy stops, he turns around, shoots his slingshot, and taunts them. That's just Usopp style, you know that, Nami. Ichin said with a light chuckle. Nami recalled Usopp's usual antics, then pointed out to Ichin. "Isn't that Ichin and Nami?" Nami recalled Usopp's usual antics, then pointed out to Ichin. "Isn't that Ichin and Nami?" Usopp saw Ichin and Nami about 30 meters away. "Yo, Ichin, Nami, you're here. I'm currently. Long-nosed human. Who were you calling a slow turtle?" Just as Usopp was greeting them, Chu was already within 10 meters of him. Eep. Seeing Chu catching up, Usopp ran even faster. "Damn human." Seeing Usopp speed up, Chu stopped and aimed his mouth at Usopp, firing a high-pressure. "Ichin. Help. Help me. I've got a fishman on my tail." Usopp gesticulated wildly in the air towards Ichin. Swoosh. At that moment, the water jet whizzed past Usopp's face, heading straight for Ichin. Seeing the jet fly past him, Usopp shouted, "Ichin, watch out." Chu watched his water jet pass Usopp. Chu missed. Well, whatever. Squirt. Ugh. The water jet hit Ichin square in the face. Instinctively, Ichin covered his face and cried out. "Ichin, are you okay?" Usopp rushed to Ichin's side. "Ichin." Nami also covered her mouth, looking at Ichin with worry, as she had seen the power of Chu's water jets capable of piercing a human body. Chu didn't hit the long nose, but got his partner instead. Got him in the face. Tsk. Seeing Usopp stop, Chu also halted, then began walking slowly towards them. Chu, what bad luck. Getting hit in the face by me must hurt, right, human? Chu taunted as he advanced. Ichen, come with me, quickly, you'll treat you. Nami said, tugging at Ichen's arm, her face etched. Clearly Nami assumed Ichen's face was severely injured. Usopp, having witnessed the power of Chu's water jets, also looked at the silent face covering Ichen with deep concern. Damn you. Usopp angrily drew his slingshot to fire at Chu. I'm fine. Let go of my hand for a SEC, Nami. Ichen said with a light laugh, still covering his face, looking at Nami. But, just as Nami was about to protest, Ichen gently pulled his other hand free from her grasp and softly stroked her hair. Relax, I'm really okay. With that, Ichen walked towards Usopp. Just as Usopp was about to release the slingshot, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Leave this one to me. Won't want to get revenge yourself? I bet your face is a mess right about now. Chu sneered at Ichen. Umph. Ichen let out a cold snort, slowly lowering the hand covering his face. The bloody scene they expected didn't materialize. Ichen's face was merely covered in some sticky water. You little minnow dare spit at me. Looks like you're ready to leave this world. Ichen wiped the water from his face, his gaze darkening as he stared at Chu. Oh, he's fine. Gave me a scare for nothing. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If leading this fishman here had caused Ichen to be injured or disfigured, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Nami, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. Ichen's not hurt. Thank goodness. How is that possible? My water jets can pierce even stone. Why are you completely unharmed? Chu shouted in disbelief at Ichen, whose face was set in a grim expression. A flash of light bloomed behind Ichen, and in an instant he vanished from where he stood. He's gone. Before Joe could even process the shock, Ichen reappeared behind him, gripping his shoulder. When a loud thud echoed as Joe, sensing the hand on his shoulder, tried to spin around and retaliate. But Ichen's foot connected with his chin first, sending him hurtling 10 meters into the air. Arg! With another flash of light, Ichen teleported into the air above Joe, his leg descending like an axe. A heavy, resounding impact echoed as he struck his target. Smack down from his 10-meter height, Joe crashed into the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Ichen, meanwhile, had already used a cleansing spell to wipe the spittle from his face and hands. What in the world was that? Ichen just whooshed right up to that fishman and then whooshed up into the sky. So cool. Usopp exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Ichen walked over to Nami and gestured to Joe's unconscious form on the ground. See, that's one down, he said. Nami lowered her head, giving his arm a light punch. When she looked up, tears welled in her eyes. She grabbed his clothes, her lips trembling. You idiot. I thought for a second you. Ichen, who had been about to ask her what was wrong, saw the tears in her eyes and held back his question. A gentle smile spread across Ichen's face. Sorry for making you worry, he apologized, wiping away the lingering tears from the corner of her eye. Usopp, watching them with his chin resting on his hand, thought to himself, there's something weird about the atmosphere between those two. Let's go, Nami. Usopp. After calming Nami, Ichen called out to the two of them. What about this guy, eh? Usopp asked, nudging the unconscious Gio with his foot. Leave this fishman to you all, Beering. Ichen shouted over his shoulder before leading Nami and Usopp onward. How did Mr. Ichen know we were here? And that fishman he mentioned? As he spoke, over 100 figures slowly emerged from behind the slope. That must be the fishman Mr. Ichen was talking about. A marine soldier pointed to Gio lying not far away. Beering, and several soldiers walked over to him. This is the fishman who attacked us. Beering exclaimed in shock at the sight of Gio. As expected of Mr. Ichen to defeat the fishman who destroyed our ship so easily. How is this possible? Isn't that Gio, the kissing fishman, one of Arlong's 3 officers? How could he be defeated so easily? Rat, unable to believe his eyes, shouted at the figure lying near him. Gio being defeated. Doesn't that mean? No, impossible. That invincible Arlong couldn't possibly be beaten by someone like this. Yes, that's right. Arlong is far stronger than his officers. There's no way he could lose. The trembling Captain Rat refused to believe that the figure before him was the defeated Gio. The Marines, however, paid him no mind and continued to drag him along. Commander, there's writing here. Could it be a message from Mr. Ichen? A soldier pointed to the words Ichen had magically etched into the ground beside Gio. What does it say? Read it out loud. It says, tie up this unhygienic fishman and gag him. If he wakes up, spit in his face. And remember, spit with all your might. And that's it. The soldier finished reading, noting that the message seemed to convey Mr. Ichen's apparent anger. Beering stroked his chin, pondering. Unhygienic. Spit on the fishman. Could it be because this fellow spat on Mr. Ichen? If Ichen were here, he would have given the commander a thumbs up, you're spot on. To think that the fishman's powerful attack was just spit in Ichin's eyes. At that thought, Buring felt even more confident that Ichin could handle Arlong. Alright, let's do as Mr. Ichin says. Find out who's got phlegm from a cold or something. When this fishman wakes up, have them hock a big loogie right on his face. Buring instructed the Marines. They quickly bound the unconscious Geo with ropes, and then continued their march towards Arlong Park. It's Brother Ichin and Sister Nami, Johnny shouted, spotting the three approaching figures. At his words, the villagers turned to look at Ichin and Nami, who had come up behind them. Nami, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave the village? Nojiko hurried over, placing her hands on Nami's shoulders. Nami doesn't need to leave because I and my friends are going to take down Arlong right here. Just as Nami was about to speak, Ichin cut in. Why? Why are you risking your lives to help us? Jinzo walked up to Ichin and asked. It wasn't a strange question, as the villagers all saw Arlong as terrifyingly powerful. Because Ichin looked towards Nami without saying a word, but the meaning was clear to everyone. Hey, why didn't you mention my name back there? Don't I deserve some credit? Usopp confronted Johnny with a mock-serious attitude. Well, the villagers already know what you look like, so I didn't think it was necessary to say it again, Johnny explained, spreading his hands. Usopp, when you put it that way, I guess it makes sense. Joseph rushed over to Ichin. Brother Ichin, this is bad. Luffy has been thrown into the water by Arlong. Zoro and Sanji are currently holding off 2 of Arlong's officers. We wanted to help, but in our current state, we're useless. So Brother Ichin, you're the only one who can save him. What? You said Luffy fell into the sea. Ichin. Worry was etched on Nami's face. She looked at Ichin, urging him to go save Luffy quickly. Then I'll leave Luffy's straw hat in your care, Ichin said softly, placing the hat gently on Nami's head. With that, Ichin walked to the pool and cast a spell, allowing him to breathe underwater before diving in. This pool was filled with seawater about 10 meters deep. Particle dispersion. Ichin first used magic to dissolve the rocks beneath Luffy's feet, then grabbed him and swam upward. Behold the power of my 6 sword style, Hachi declared, each hand gripping a sword and pointing them at Zoro. Since Ichin has already gone down to save Luffy, I suppose I should get a bit more serious as well. Zoro, clenching a sword between his teeth, let out a light chuckle as he regarded Hachi. With that, the two surged toward each other. Clang! Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Unlike the original story, it was Hachi who found himself struggling. Thanks to Ichin's healing, Zoro was still at his peak condition, and thus he appeared completely at ease. How can he be this strong? After a brief exchange of blows, Hachi was clearly struggling to keep up with Zoro's assault. It's about time to end this. With that, Zoro first created some distance between them, then gripped his 3 swords tightly, took a deep breath, leaned his body back slightly, and began to gather his strength. The moment he finished speaking, Zoro suddenly swung his blades, carving a series of fierce arcs through the air at astonishing speed. Then in the blink of an eye, he charged at Hachi. 3-sword-style tornado. Whoosh. Shing. As Zoro passed by Hachi, a cross-shaped wound appeared on Hachi's body, and the force of the tornado sent him hurtling into the sky before he crashed into the sea beyond. This guy. Arlong's face darkened as he watched Hachi get knocked away, but he made no move to intervene. As expected of Zoro, he took down Arlong's octopus lackey in one shot. Johnny and Yasaka leaped with excitement upon seeing Hachi's defeat. That 3-sword-style swordsman is truly formidable. The villagers marveled, gazing at Zoro's retreating figure. Nami, your crewmate, is incredibly strong. Nojiko also exclaimed in astonishment after witnessing Zoro's victory. Hearing this, Nami smiled softly, murmuring, yes, they are strong. To defy us for the sake of that woman is utter foolishness. Human. Kurubi launched the first attack, leaping into the air and unleashing a rapid, fierce barrage of kicks with both legs. However, Sanji evaded the assault with ease, moving with the agility of a leopard and appearing behind Kurubi in an instant. Foolish. Protecting a lady is a man's romance, you rotten fish. Sanji swiftly extended his right leg and with lightning speed drove a kick into Kurubi's back. Thud. Reacting quickly, Kurubi spun around and blocked the attack with his arms. The force of their collision echoed with a dull, heavy thud. 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 Sanji pressed the attack, unleashing a rapid succession of powerful high-velocity kicks. I've mastered 40 levels of Fishman Karate. There's no way you'll lose to your amateur kicks. Kurubi refused to back down, countering with his Fishman Karate techniques in a fierce exchange. The two figures darted across the battlefield, each clash generating a deafening roar. As time passed, the fight grew increasingly intense. Sanji, relying on his superior combat skills and agility, continuously kept Kurubi on the Kurubi in turn demonstrated the strength and authority befitting a fishman karate master, using his raw power and skill to deflect Sanji's attacks time and again. I told you your amateur kicks will never defeat me. Thud. Sanji kicked toward Kurubi's head, retorting, don't you think you're celebrating a little too early? Don't get cocky, you lowly human. With that, Kurubi wound up and threw a heavy punch at Sanji. Thud. Hey, are you still not done yet, cook? As Sanji and Kurubi were locked in their exchange, Zoro, having just defeated Hachi, leaned against a nearby pillar and called out to Sanji. Zoro's tone was almost condescending, as if he were chiding Sanji for being too slow. What? That idiot swordsman is already finished. With that thought, Sanji created some distance between himself and Kurubi, saying, I don't have time to dawdle. Namison is watching, so I'll have to ask you to hit the floor. As he finished speaking, Sanji couldn't resist glancing at Nami outside. You arrogant human. I'd like to see you try. Thud. Mutton shot. In the middle of Kurubi's sentence, Sanji unleashed a fierce diable jam kick, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Goth. Crash. 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 Kurubi was sent flying through 3 walls by the force of Sanji's kick, finally collapsing amidst the rubble and dust. Sanji retracted his leg and said calmly, You're 105 years too early to mess with a cook. Tap. Tap. You two humans. You've harmed my most important comrades. Don't you think you're getting a little too cocky? Arlong roared at Zoro, and Sanji, his eyes bloodshot and fists clenched as if ready to strike at any moment. Oh, is the boss going to make a move? Sanji leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it. What's taking him so long? If he doesn't hurry up, well, I've already taken care of this fishman. Zoro glanced at the nearby pool and said nonchalantly, Splash. Crash. No sooner had Zoro spoken than Ichin hurled Luffy out of the water. Zoro looked down at Luffy, who had landed in front of him after flying out of the pool. Finally out, huh? Cough cough. I thought I was a goner for a second. Luffy cleared the water from his nose, propped himself up, and stretched his cheeks with a relieved expression. He then started doing warm-up exercises. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Zoro couldn't help but 1-2-1-2. Just getting warmed up. Thud. Stop messing around and take down Arlong, so we can set sail, you blockhead. Ichin, now back on land, walked up behind Luffy and flicked his forehead. Ow. Luffy yelped, crouching down and clutching his head in pain. What are you two doing? Arlong, watching their bizarre antics, said in exasperation. All right, leave it to me. He'll beat the guy who made our navigator cry into a pulp. Luffy pressed down the bump on his head, stood up with a grin, cracked his knuckles, and faced Arlong, ready to strike at any moment. Boy, do you really think you can defeat me? Arlong sneered, his voice echoing across Arlong Park. Luffy said nothing. He simply clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, as if channeling all his strength into that single moment. Suddenly, he charged at Arlong, his fist cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Whoosh. Arlong smirked contemptuously and easily dodged Luffy's attack. Die. He extended his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow to this arrogant brat. Why are you completely unharmed? Chu shouted in disbelief at Ichin, whose face was set in a grim expression. Boom. I don't have time for a game of cat and mouse. If you've got the guts, stop dodging. Arlong turned around, speaking to Luffy, who had slipped behind him. Fine, I won't dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing this, Luffy picked up 2 swords from the ground and charged at Arlong, swinging wildly. What are you doing? Looks like you're just flailing those blades around. Arlong sneered as he effortlessly evaded Luffy's attacks. Ignoring the taunt, Luffy swung the swords with all his might. Yoa! Clang! A metallic ring echoed as Arlong caught both blades between his razor-sharp teeth. Ignoring the taunt, Luffy swung the swords with all his might. Yoa! Clang! A metallic ring echoed as Arlong caught both blades. Before Arlong could finish his sentence, Luffy had already wound up a punch and driven it into him. Boom! Thud! Crack! As Arlong crashed to the ground, his sharp teeth shattered upon impact. After defeating Arlong, Luffy began muttering to himself. Of course I don't know swordsmanship, you idiot. I can't use magic, I don't know navigation, and I can't cook. And I can't lie. The 4 of them. Ichin, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami. Listened, thinking Luffy was simply stating facts. Usopp, however, felt a bit affronted by Luffy's words. Then Luffy shouted to the downed Arlong. I have the confidence to know I can't survive without help. Ha ha ha. To admit your own uselessness, so frankly you're certainly a straightforward man. Your crew must be troubled to have such an incapable captain. A man with no dignity and no skills. Are you fit to be a pirate, captain? What can you even do? Arlong, clutching his jaw, slowly rose to his feet. He first praised Luffy for admitting his weakness, then mocked his uselessness. Hey, I won't have you talking about my captain like that little shark. The moment Arlong finished his taunt, Ichon appeared behind him, clamping a hand on his shoulder. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't seen anyone come up. When did you get behind me? Without a second thought, Arlong retaliated, whipping around and lunging his sharp teeth toward Ichen's neck. Arlong's teeth can regenerate infinitely. Biting isn't a good habit. Bang! Just as Arlong was about to sink his teeth in, Ichen sidestepped the lunge and slammed his palm down, driving Arlong's entire head into the ground. Arlong was just pinned down by that guy. So strong. The villagers gasped in awe at Ichen's overwhelming power. No matter what our captain is, it's not your place to criticize him, Ichen declared, standing over the embedded Arlong. That's our vice captain for you, reliable. Zoro chuckled. So cool. Someday you'll say something just as awesome to my enemies. Usopp thought, watching Ichun with admiration. Ichun, is Arlong dead? Luffy walked over and nudged the unconscious Arlong with his foot before Ichun smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I left him for you. He's just knocked out. He'll wake up soon. Since he insulted you, you should be the one to defeat him." Ichun patted Luffy's shoulder and walked over to Nami and the others. "Ichun, is this really okay?" Zoro asked. "This is the captain's prey after all. How could I steal? We didn't interfere in your fight with Hawkeye, so this time we shouldn't interfere in Luffy's fight either." Ichun replied with a smile. "True enough. Then let Luffy take down Arlong himself. If he can't, he can commit seppuku to atone." Zoro chuckled in response. "Damn it." The awakened Arlong pulled his head from the floor and slowly stood up. "You damn brat. If I hadn't let my guard down, a mere human like you wouldn't have landed a hit on me. What? Are you hiding behind your useless captain because you're afraid of my true power, you cowardly human?" Arlong glared venomously at Ichun, who had moved near Zoro, spewing taunts. Enraged, Luffy threw a punch. "Don't you dare talk about my vice captain, you bastard." Boom, wham. The punch sent Arlong, who was still taunting Ichun, crashing through the wall of his own house. Luffy sprinted in right after him. Though Luffy's words warmed Ichun's heart, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about the phrasing was off, though he couldn't quite place it. "My vice captain. Hey, Ichun, is it really okay to let Luffy go in there alone with Arlong? We can't see what's happening inside." Usopp had walked over from the door and spoke to Ichun. "Don't worry, he's our captain. You have to trust his," Ichun said with a light smile. "Since you're so worried about Luffy, why not go in and check on him yourself?" Sanji, lighting a cigarette, said to Usopp. No. I mean, I also believe Luffy will definitely beat Arlong." Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of a fierce struggle echoed from within the house. "Ichun, Luffy. He'll be okay, right?" Nami tugged on Ichen's sleeve, her voice laced with worry. Hearing this, Ichun looked at Nami with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Nami. Luffy should be finishing Arlong off about now." "How do you know he's winning? Do you have a spell that lets you see inside?" Usopp asked, curious. Ichun shook his head. "I'm just guessing." Usopp had hit the nail on the head. Ichun did have a spell for seeing through objects, but he had no intention of revealing it. "What? You're asking why he'd keep it a secret? Huh. If he told them, he could see through things. He'd be branded a pervert and have his eyes gouged out for trying to peek at Nami and the others." Despite his ability, Ichun considered himself a man of honor, and he had never once used it to spy on any woman's. "Well, you know, Goma Goma no, war axe." In an instant, Luffy's legs stretched dozens of meters into the air before he brought it crashing down on Arlong. Boom, wham, thud. The kick slammed Arlong into the ground, the sheer force of the impact cracking the floorboards around him like a spiderweb. Arlong was down and out. Boom. As a long-lost consciousness, a great crack split the center of a long castle in two, with the walls of the castle covered in fissures. 3 seconds later, the castle began to gradually collapse. Boom. "It seems it's all over. Nami, you should get away from here for now. It's going to collapse. They'll go get Luffy out." With that, Iching walked into the castle. Meanwhile, Nami waited on an open space 10 meters away from a long paradise for Iching to bring Luffy out. Boom. At this moment, the castle had completely collapsed. "They should be fine, right?" Zoro said, gazing at the ruins before him. Buzz. Just then, Iching appeared beside Zoro, bringing Luffy with him. "See what? How did you do that? We got out in an instant." "Let's do it again, Iching." Luffy said to Iching with a cheerful smile. "Are you okay, Luffy? Your injuries?" Usopp asked with concern, looking at the bite marks on Luffy's body from along. Buzz. A green light illuminated as Luffy's injuries healed completely. After healing Luffy, Iching said, "These minor wounds are easily treatable. There's no need to worry." "That's true. Although this wasn't Usopp's first time witnessing I-Chang's healing abilities, every time he saw I-Chang use healing magic to instantly close wounds, he remained in awe. Is it over, Mr. I-Chang? At that moment, Brin arrived as well. Oh, you ask why they arrived so late despite not being far from I-Chang. Time rewinds to 10 minutes earlier. Just as the group finished tying up Chu for the journey, Chu woke up and struggled fiercely attempting to escape. Reporting Major that Fishman has awakened. Upon hearing this, Brin waved his hand and said, do I need to answer that? Of course we listen to Mr. I-Chang. First let the Marine with phlegm attend to that Fishman. Yes. After saluting Brin, the officer went to bring a Marine with phlegm to Chu. Looking at the approaching Marine, Chu felt an ominous premonition. Cough, cough, cough. The Marine standing in front of Chu kept coughing. Are they all suffering from collective phlegm? Chu wondered. In the next second, the Marines all spat the phlegm they had built up right onto Chu's face. Phew. Chu, with phlegm sticky to his face, was extremely angry and could only mumble in frustration. Phew. Cough, cough, cough. 1 minute later, the Marine who finished spitting came before Brin and saluted, saying, reporting Major, we've finished spitting phlegm and saliva. There's none left now. Then let the remaining people spit saliva at that Fishman until they can't spit anymore. At this, Brin waved his hand, pointing at everyone. Understood. Soon a rain of saliva began pouring down on Chu's face. Just like rain nourishing the earth, the saliva rain was also nourishing Chu's face. Chu, who was being spat on, was bound by his hands, feet, and mouth, so he couldn't resist or dodge. He could only shout in his heart, what the heck? After about 5 minutes, the Marines could no longer squeeze out a drop of saliva, and they continued on their way. It's worth mentioning that the Marines disliked Chu's face, which was soaked in saliva rain and phlegm, so they tied together those Marines who colluded along with Chu. The bound Marines could not help but spit upon smelling the fragrant saliva on Chu's face. You came at the right time. Along is lying beneath that rubble. Bind him up and later tie all of them up. Let the villagers beat them up to vent their anger first, then those who should be executed will be executed, and those who should do labor will help rebuild the village of Cocoa West. Upon hearing this, Brin nodded, and then led the Marines to search for Long and the other fishmen in the ruins. What about these Navy men? Jin asked I-Chang, curiously looking at the hundreds of Navy men before him. Don't worry, they are all good Navy. That tied-up Colonel Mouse over there is caught with their help, I-Chang said, pointing to the bunch of tied-up Navy and Chu. Woo, that's great. We won. The villagers cheered loudly upon seeing Luffy emerge, surrounding him and tossing him into the air. After Luffy landed, Nami also placed the hat back on his head. Cocoa West, except for the little Hachi who was knocked away by Zoro and went missing, everyone else was tied to wooden stakes. Bang, 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 you damned fishmen. You trash Navy colluding with fishmen. The villagers took turns beating the fishmen and Navy tied to the wooden stakes. Bang! Stop hitting me, please, I can't take it anymore. Some of the Marines and fishmen begged the crowd to stop tormenting them. But how could the villagers who had been oppressed for 8 years show pity to these beasts, and they continued to beat them even harder. On the other side, at the makeshift execution ground, 4 figures were bound by iron chains and hung on wooden crosses. They were Along, the captain of the Long pirate crew. One of the 3 cadres of the Long pirate crew, Crocodile Fishman Kurubi. One of the 3 cadres of the Long pirate crew, Kissing Fishman Chu. Colonel of the 16th Division of the Navy, Mouse. At this moment, all 3 of them had already lost consciousness and had not yet awakened. No, you can't kill me. According to Navy regulations, I should only be imprisoned and impelled down for 10 years at most. You can't abuse your power like this. Mouse yelled in terror towards Brin, who was not far from him. So what? As long as I say you not only resisted arrest, but also attacked us and injured a Marine, I have the right to execute you. Brin coldly replied to Colonel Mouse. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm obviously cooperating. Colonel Mouse shouted angrily at Brin, his eyes bloodshot bulging, like copper bells, giving a sense that they were about to pop out. Where did it go? With that, Brin waved his hand to call over a Marine. After the Marine came over, Brin casually took out ketchup and smeared it on the Marine's face, then gently pushed the Marine. The Marine also cooperatively let out a sound before slowly falling to the ground. See, that's 1 injured. Brin said, pointing at the Marine lying on the ground. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse looked at the Marine. He saw that the Marine not only wasn't injured, but also licked the ketchup off his face and even scratched his, but then used his pinky to pick his nose. Good heavens, not even pretending to be realistic. All right, now you can close your eyes. With that, Brin waved his hand towards the Marine, aiming the gun at the four. Click, click. The Marines understood and immediately loaded their guns, aiming at the four in the scene. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of dozens of bullets cutting through the air drowned out Mouse's voice, and then they quickly shot towards Mouse and the others. Swish, swish, swish. The bullets pierced through the bodies of the four. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then all four tilted their heads and fell silent. Thus A Long, who had ruled Cocoa West Village for 8 long years, ascended to heaven. Remember to burn them to prevent them from faking their death. Fishmen have very strong vitality. Brin said to his officer before leaving the makeshift execution ground. Yes. Inside a small tavern. Ichin, have you seen where Nami went? Luffy plopped down beside Ichin, who was sipping wine, and asked. Gulp, gulp. Ichin took a couple of sips of wine, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and said, Haven't seen her, but what do you need her for? I wanted to ask her if she'd be willing to join our crew and set sail with us. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. She definitely will. Upon hearing this, Ichin chuckled and replied. Is that so? Since you say so, then Nami will definitely come aboard. After saying that, Luffy cheerfully ordered a few dishes. Wait, I said she'd definitely come aboard, and you actually believed me, Luffy? Although Ichin knew Luffy was carefree and trusted his crew wholeheartedly, he couldn't help but ask. Of course, because you're my vice captain. How could you lie to me? Luffy flashed his white teeth and grinned at Ichin. Heh. Hearing this, Ichin curled the corner of his mouth into a light chuckle, then continued drinking his wine. After dealing with Arlong and his crew, Nami arrived at a cliff. She sat cross-legged on the grass, smiling softly at the tombstone before her. Jinzo stood about 7 meters away, quietly watching her. Just then Nojiko walked over slowly and said, What's the matter, Nami? Still here? Your crewmates are looking for you. Hearing this, Nami turned around, smiled at Nojiko and Jinzo, and said, Say. Nojiko, Jinzo. Huh. Oh. If Belmere were still alive, do you think she would stop me from becoming a pirate? Jinzo, a pirate? Don't be ridiculous. How could she let her beloved daughter become a pirate? Nojiko chuckled lightly. She wouldn't stop you. Even if she tried, would you listen to her? Hearing this, Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed. Absolutely not. Huh. I see. I understand now. Since your mind is made up, then live the way you want. Jinzo finally understood after hearing Nami's words and burst into laughter. Just like your mother, Belmere, would have wanted the same. With that, Jinzo put his hands in his pockets and walked back toward the town. Hey Ichin, Zoro, shouldn't we go find a musician first? Luffy asked Ichin and Zoro while chomping down on a meat leg in his hand. Why a musician first? Zoro asked, looking baffled. He had initially thought Luffy was just joking, but it turned out he was serious. Because pirates need to sing songs. Luffy replied. We'll worry about that when we meet one, Luffy. After we find a musician, we just need a mascot, and we'll be just about set. Ichin said with a light smile beside him. What's with you two? One wants a musician, the other wants a mascot. Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but retort. 3 days later. The village festival was still going on, with the villagers dancing in the streets and having a merry time. Sanji walked up to Zoro and said casually, It's not bad to just be in charge of eating once in a while. Zoro turned to look at the crowded, noisy street. But seriously, when is this raucous festival going to end? It's already the 3rd day. Isn't it nice? When you want to celebrate, you celebrate to your heart's content. Sanji took out a cigarette. After that, Luffy went around scrounging for meat. Zoro fell asleep after drinking his fill. Sanji was hitting on girls everywhere, and Usopp was singing his self-composed song, praising himself. As for Ichin, he was with Bulin and the others. Alright, it's about time for us to leave. Before that, I called you here because I want to give you something. Ichin said to Bulin and the group of Marines. WH. What would you like to give us, Mr. Ichin? Hearing this, Ichin first summoned over 100 Ikoan badges from his storage space, each printed with a duck with a middle-parted hairstyle and wearing suspenders, then had Bulin distribute them. Ichin then explained the purpose of the badges to everyone. These are called Ikoan badges. By shouting I am Ikoan, you can gain 5 times your strength, speed, and defense. It can only be used once a day, and the duration is only 2.5 hours. Use them well and maintain law and order in this area. This badge is just a relatively low-grade magical artifact made by Ichin. In the future, what he gives the Straw Hat Pirates will be even more impressive, but that will take some time. 5 times. That means we can each unleash 250% of our combat power. The Marines exclaimed in shock. Mr. Ichin, these things are so precious. Are you really giving them to us? Bulin looked at the Ikoan badge in his hand and asked Ichin in disbelief. Ichin turned his back to the crowd and said slowly, Of course. If I say I'm giving them to you, then I am. Just take good care of Kokoyashi village in the future. Consider it a gift for Nami's hometown. This village has suffered under Arlong's oppression for 8 years. I want you to protect it and never let it fall into the hands of evildoers again. Can you do that for me? Protecting the people is the duty of the Marines. Rest assured, as long as we're here, we will never let this village suffer harm again. Bulin said with a serious expression. Then I'll be heading back now. As for those fishmen and Marines, you know what to do with them. I won't meddle any further. With that, Ichin vanished from the spot. Bulin naturally knew what Ichin meant. Every single one of those bastards. Kill them all. Because those fishmen and Marines hadn't betrayed the world government or attacked allied nations, they'd only serve a few years in prison at most if they were turned in. Even if Ichin was willing to let them off, Bulin himself would not. Commodore Ichin and his group seemed to be pirates. Should we? Just then a Marine stepped out of the ranks and reminded Bulin. Of course I know that. But which of the things Ichin and his crew have done qualifies as piracy? Not only is there no reason to arrest them, but do you honestly think we could beat Mr. Ichin? Whether someone should be arrested or not, I only look at the facts, not some so-called title like pirate. Even though Ichin and his crew are indeed pirates, they are also our benefactors and the benefactors of the 20 villages on this island. Understand? Bulin announced loudly to the crowd. Yes, sir. In the distant future, a marine unit from the East Blue called the Ikuin would rise to prominence and make a name for itself across the seas. When Ikuin appears, pirates panic. But that is a story for another time. Late at night, Usopp's cheering song number 368 begins. Usopp, half awake, sang his heart out on the raised platform. Zoro sat on a stool leaning against the wall, fast asleep, while Johnny and Yasako lay sprawled on the floor dead drunk. Sanji meanwhile dozed off with his arms around a few women. Nami went to the island's doctor to have her old tattoo removed and replaced with a new one. The next morning, this should be the last box. Usopp took the crates handed to him by the villagers and carried them to the ship's food storage. Alright, we've got plenty of provisions. We're fully prepared now, Sanji said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Yasaku rested his chin on his hand. Thanks for everything. It's time for us to get back to our bounty hunter work. Johnny, chin in hand, added. We part ways here, but we hope to cross paths with you all again someday. The two spoke to the 5 on the ship. Hearing this, a slight smile tugged at Zoro's lips. Take care. Johnny, Yasaka, you two brothers. Well then, let's get going as well, Usopp said to the others. Hearing this, Sanji took the cigarette from his mouth and asked Usopp, Hey, hold on, where's Namison? Is she not coming? Zoro wondered. Sanji, enraged, turned to Zoro. What? He then stomped over to Zoro, thrusting a fist in his face. Did you go and tick Namison off again? Zoro looked utterly confused and replied flatly, Why would I do that? Don't play dumb, it must be. You saw Namison and me being lovey-dovey and got jealous. Sanji yelled, his mouth wide open. Zoro simply responded, You're an idiot. Sanji's temper flared at Zoro's dismissive tone. Losing all composure, he roared, What did you say? Don't worry, Nami will be back soon. She's probably saying goodbye to her family right now, Ichun said, spreading his hands. Yes. If Namison isn't here, I'm 98. 72 sure, I have no interest in being on this ship. Sanji bellowed at Luffy. Don't worry, Nami will be back soon. She's probably saying goodbye to her family right now, Ichun said, spreading his hands. I see. Wait, what? She left all 100 million berries behind? Jinzo asked Nojiko, his face a mask of astonishment. She also left a letter at home, Nojiko replied calmly. She plans to leave without any money, the doctor asked, equally puzzled. Besides, that money was earned by Nami risking her life. She said she can just steal more, it's fine. Nojiko cut him off before he could finish. Nojiko let out a soft sigh. That girl never changes her mind once it's set. That idiot. We should be the ones thanking her, we should be the ones giving her money. Why does she leave it all for the village? Jinzo was a mix of anger and heartache. Angry that Nami wouldn't be kinder to herself, heartbroken that she had suffered for 8 years for the village only to give them every last penny shed saved. Just then, tap, tap, tap. Nami walked out of the village. Sanji, Namison. Villagers, Nami. Set sail. Nami shouted to Luffy, and Ichun then sprinted towards the Mary. Set sail, Luffy told Usopp. Is she leaving without even letting us thank her and say goodbye? Jinzo called out. How could this be? They're really leaving. Wait, we haven't properly thanked you yet. The villagers shouted to the 5 on the ship. Stop, little Nami. At least let us thank you properly before you go. The villagers called out to Nami as Hold it. I won't let you just leave us like that. Jinzo pushed through the crowd shouting at Nami. Watching the reluctant villagers below, Sanji said to Luffy, Hey, is it alright to let her go like this? What's it matter? It's her own decision. Nami weaved through the crowd with ease, then leaped onto the deck. She then lifted her shirt. Clatter, clatter. Dozens of wallets tumbled from her. Huh. The villagers immediately checked their pockets only to find their wallets missing. Muah. Everyone take care. Nami kissed the bills and looked back at the villagers with a smile. You've got some nerve, you little brat. The villagers yelled at her. Usopp crossed his arms over his chest. Guess she hasn't changed one bit. Zoro smirked. Who knows when she'll betray us next? Sanji, gazing at Nami with a love-struck expression, said, as expected of Namison. You can come back anytime. Take care. Thank you all so much. The villagers waved and shouted. Goodbye everyone, I'm off. Nami waved back in farewell. Ha ha ha. I can't believe her. My little sister is truly amazing. Be happy, okay? Nojiko whispered, watching the merry grow distant. Jinzo, still sitting on the ground, couldn't help but laugh with joy. Here, take this, Jinzo. The doctor pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Jinzo took the paper and asked, What's this paper for, Doc? That little Nami still hasn't learned her lesson. She went and got another tattoo. The doctor said flatly, What mark is this? Jinzo asked, looking at the tattoo design on the paper. She said it's a tangerine and a windmill. The windmill on Jinzo's head was because baby Nami was terrified of the scar on his face. To avoid scaring little Nami, Jinzo stuck a windmill on his head, which made her stop crying and smile with joy. Ever since then, that little windmill has always been on Jinzo's head. Mr. Ichun, thank you so much. At sea, Blenheim stood on the marine vessel they'd taken from Captain Nezumi, saluting Ichun. Thank you so much. The Marines all saluted Ichun in unison. Though we don't know when we'll meet again, we will never forget your kindness. Well, take care of yourselves. Ichun said with a light smile. You too. After their farewells, the two ships began to drift apart. Price increase again. Isn't this a bit too expensive? If it goes up again, I won't buy it. Nami took the newspaper, then placed a coin on the seagull. Why make such a fuss over a paper or two? Usopp, his back to Nami, fiddled with the peppers in his hands. If you bought it every day, it would really add up. Hearing this, Nami spread her hands in explanation. Don't you already have enough saved to buy back the village from Arlong? Usopp poured the pepper solution into a round ball, then turned to Nami. You're always so meticulous about money. Before he could finish, Nami pointed a finger at him. Don't be ridiculous. Now that that's settled, I'm saving money for myself this time. Because I don't want to be a poor pirate who can't even afford to look good. Nami said, hands on her hips. Alright, enough bickering, Usopp said. I'm developing my deadly pepper star right now. With that, he carefully tilted the bottle of pepper solution. Once an enemy is hit with this, it's all over for them. Boom. Just as Usopp was about to pour the pepper solution into the small ball, Luffy suddenly tumbled down from the tangerine grove at the ship's bow, accidentally knocking the bottle and splashing the solution into Usopp's eyes. The pepper solution stung Usopp's eyes relentlessly, and he ran wildly around the ship in pain. Ichun, quick, use your magic to heal my eyes, it burns. What are you doing, Usopp? Can't a guy get some sleep around here? Ichun, who had been sleeping against the ship's railing, stretched lazily, then walked over to Usopp to heal him. What's the big deal? Eating one wouldn't hurt. Luffy, who had fallen to the deck, his mouth puckered like a toad's, looked up at Sanji in the Tangerine Grove with a sulky expression. No way. This is Namisan's Tangerine Grove. I won't let you touch a single one. Sanji looked at Luffy sternly, then turned to Nami, who was reading the newspaper, his eyes turning into hearts as he spread his arms wide. Namison, my love-struck guard, is absolutely flawless. Nami, still reading, nodded softly. That guy Sanji is completely wrapped around her finger. Zoro at the stern couldn't help but remark. What's the matter? What's wrong with eating one tangerine? Luffy asked, puzzled, sitting on the railing. No. Just then, a wanted poster fluttered down from the newspaper in Nami's hand. East Blue Marine Headquarters. There is one headquarters in each of the 4 seas. This refers to the headquarters of all East Blue branches. The Marine Conference Hall was filled with the highest-ranking officers of the East Blue, the highest rank being Vice Admiral. Brin was among them. Ichun had told him to report that Luffy was the one who defeated Arlong, so he recounted the story of Luffy defeating Arlong. A Vice Admiral seated in the center addressed the assembly, so it's clear that this group is at least beyond what a branch can handle. A Vice Admiral standing at the front explained, indeed. It started when they defeated the branch captain Axan Morgan before even forming their crew. Their momentum has been unstoppable, rising ever since. Buggy the Clown 15 million, Adon Krieg Admiral of the Pirate Fleet 17 million, Arlong the Sawtooth of the Fishman Pirates 20 million. In the East Blue, where bounties averaged 3 million, these were all major pirates exceeding 10 million. But they were all defeated by them. With that, the Rear Admiral pasted a wanted poster on the wall. Achieving a starting bounty of 30 million is exceptional worldwide, but we are certain this number is not inflated. This seed of evil must be uprooted early before it can grow stronger. Absolutely right, the assembled officers nodded in agreement. With the pirate matters settled, we must now address a corruption within our own ranks. It was at this moment that Bryn spoke up. Indeed, that Captain Mouse from Branch 16 colluding with pirates to exploit the citizens is unforgivable. One of the Rear Admirals clicked his tongue in disgust. Bang! How dare you still refer to him by the title of Captain? Since he allied with Arlong, he is nothing but a pirate. Another Rear Admiral slammed his fist on the table in anger. Let's take this opportunity to investigate all captains thoroughly, so we aren't caught off guard by their betrayals. Well said. First Morgan, who exploited the people, now Mouse, who colluded with pirates. It's time for a strict review of all captains. Indeed, all Rear Admirals are to conduct a thorough inspection. The entire room buzzed with impassioned discussion. Once the decision was made, the Rear Admirals went back to audit their captains. The investigation, which had initially seemed routine, uncovered over a dozen captains who were either exploiting citizens or colluding with pirates. In the end, these captains were all taken to the execution grounds and shot. Meanwhile, Luffy's wanted poster appeared on the wall of the Barity, on the walls of Windmill Village, and on Kaya's mansion. Kaya had put it up because Usopp's image was on the poster. Alvida looked at the wanted poster in her hand and smiled. Aha, we're wanted criminals now. Luffy laughed heartily, waving his wanted poster. Usopp, dead or alive, 30 million berries. 30 million berries. Luffy continued to roar with laughter, holding the poster. Look, the whole world can see my glorious form, Usopp said with a lecherous grin. What? They only got my nose, not my face. Let me see. Sanji zipped over to Luffy and looked at the poster. But Sanji looked left then right and couldn't find Usopp's face on it. Where? I don't see you at all. Usopp pointed to the bottom left corner of the poster. Here, right here. It's just the back of your head. What's there to be proud of? Sanji said, pretending not to be envious, but his pouting lips betrayed him. Usopp grinned smugly. Don't worry, once you become a big shot, you'll get your own poster, even if you're not the captain. Really? Hearing this, Sanji's face lit up with excitement. He's telling the truth, Ichin said calmly from the side. It wasn't just about the fame, Sanji wanted to make Zeph proud. Nami let out a soft sigh. You all still don't grasp how serious this is. Don't worry, I'm here. Ichin gave Nami a reassuring look. Then I'll leave it to you, Ichin. Nami's gaze softened as she looked at him. 30 million berries. With a bounty this high, headquarters will surely make a move. They'll also have to watch out for those formidable bounty hunters. This time the enemies we'll face won't be like the ones we've encountered before. Zoro, who was leaning against the ship's railing at the stern with his eyes closed, thought to himself. Let's go, Grand Line. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, with their arms around each other's shoulders, danced joyfully. Luffy was overjoyed because of his own bounty. Usopp was happy because his afro was visible in the picture on the wanted poster. Sanji was thrilled at the thought of having his own bounty poster someday. On the sea, a somewhat battered marine ship was sailing along. Inside a room, a man with short pink hair sat on a chair drinking wine. Ugh, this cheap stuff. Getting drunk on this is awful. The drunken man stared blankly at the ceiling with unfocused eyes. I miss the days of holding beautiful women and savoring fine vintage wine. All because of that one time when I met that terrifying waiter. That was the turning point of my fate. As he said this, he recalled the image of Sanji viciously gripping his neck. For severely damaging the Marine's reputation, my rank of captain at headquarters was stripped away, and I was sent to command this ragtag unit in these border waters. The pink-haired man said dejectedly. Knock, 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 former Captain Hobody. BM. Just then a Marine soldier, having knocked a bit too hard, accidentally knocked the entire door off its frame. The quality of the doors on this ship was poor. What is it? You're disturbing my hangover with all that noise. This is the new wanted poster. The soldier pulled out a wanted poster freshly bought from a seagull and handed it to Hobody. Just leave it on the table. It's not like it has anything to do with a border unit like this. Wait a minute. This face. I've seen it somewhere before. Hobody stared at Luffy's smiling face and suddenly remembered seeing them at the sea restaurant. And Luffy had told him they were a newly formed pirate crew. To think that the captain of a pirate ship that looks that foolish could get a bounty of 30 million berries. I don't know why a pirate like that has such a high bounty, but this is my chance to escape this boring hell. I can easily capture a brat like that. I'll use this achievement to climb my way back to the rank of captain at Marine headquarters. With that thought, Hobody quickly ran to the deck and shouted, "Everyone assemble." Upon hearing this, the 8 motley crew members gathered before Hobody. These 8 soldiers all had lifeless eyes and seemed completely devoid of energy. Men were setting sail. Although Hobody felt they were weak, he thought that if they were facing someone like Luffy, they stood a chance. So he addressed them. "Setting sail? To where, former captain?" A fat man with lifeless eyes asked Hobody. Hearing this, Hobody rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Well, I suppose. The sea restaurant. Just then the Going Merry, carrying Ichin and the others, happened to be sailing alongside Hobody's ship. Luffy, sitting on the ship's railing, looked at the neighboring marine ship, which was so dilapidated that even its sails had patches, and wondered, did they get beaten up by some pirates? It's a wreck of a warship. The Marines are so careless, just dumping wrecks in the sea like this. Usopp couldn't help but comment as he looked at the ship. "It's your damn ship that's a wreck. Are you all blind? Have you forgotten me, Iron Fist Hobody?" Hobody on the deck was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He walked to the railing and yelled at Luffy and Usopp. "Oh, it's the Marine uncle from back then. Did you run into trouble? Do you need me to save you?" Luffy, recognizing Hobody, asked him. Although Luffy's words came from a genuine desire to help Hobody, they sounded like pure mockery to Hobody was completely enraged by this. He clenched his fist at Luffy as if he could kill him with one punch and declared, "Don't joke around. You little brat. Running into me here spells the end of your luck." Then, pointing at the wanted poster in his hand, he said, "Monkey D. Luffy, am here to arrest you." "Not a bad picture," Luffy said with a grin upon seeing the poster. "My afro looks pretty good too, right?" Usopp chimed in with a laugh. Hobody ignored them and ordered his men, "Fire." Boom, a black cannonball shot straight towards the Going Merry. It flew so fast that Luffy didn't react in time, and it sailed right past him. It flew directly towards Ichin, who was sleeping against the railing. "Ichin, watch out." Crash! The cannonball exploded right on Ichin's face, emitting a plume of black smoke. "Ichin!" Everyone shouted in alarm upon seeing this. Nami, who had been reading the newspaper nearby, quickly rushed into the smoke to check on him. "You bastard. What have you done to our vice-captain?" Seeing Ichin get hit by the cannonball, veins bulged on Luffy's forehead. His face, usually full of smiles, now twisted into a terrifyingly fierce expression. Hobody broke out in a cold sweat from the sight of Luffy's expression. He quickly composed himself and laughed loudly. "Haha. See that? That's what happens when you underestimate me. If you don't want to end up like him, surrender now. He'll make you pay." Just as Luffy was about to charge at Hobody, a voice interrupted him. "Who the hell? Don't you know it's incredibly rude to disturb someone's afternoon nap?" The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a face covered in soot to everyone. "Ichin, you're okay. Thank goodness." Seeing Ichin was unharmed, Luffy's fierce expression immediately returned to his usual cheerful grin. Ichin, who was clearly furious, asked with a dark expression, "Who was it?" "Him." Luffy and Usopp both pointed simultaneously at Hobody on the marine ship. Hobody was now sweating profusely. How can anyone survive a direct cannonball hit without a scratch? A monster. He's a monster that must never be provoked. Why would a monster like that be on a ship with those brats? Hobody, trembling uncontrollably, thought to himself as he stared at the soot-covered Ichin. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Opportunity. I wasn't planning to deal with you, but you've messed with the wrong person." As he finished speaking, Ichin suddenly appeared behind Hobody and grabbed his shoulder. "Eek. SP, spare me." Hobody quickly begged for mercy. "Since you pointed your cannon at me, you should have known what the consequences would be." Crackle! Before Hobody could finish his sentence, he was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Former Captain Hobo. The 8 soldiers around him barely had time to speak before they too were suddenly frozen solid, standing like statues on the deck. Crackle! Crackle! Groaned. Soon after, the entire ship turned to ice and began to sink into the ocean depths. After turning the marine ship into an ice ship, Ichin returned to the Going Merry's deck and washed the soot from his face. Hey, what's going on here?" Sanji, who had been cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came out to investigate. To his surprise, he saw a marine ship being turned into ice by Ichin and sinking into the sea. "What is this? That's incredible!" Usopp exclaimed in awe. Neither Sanji nor Usopp had ever seen Ichin's ability to freeze his enemies. "Well, no need to be so surprised. It's Ichin's ability," Zoro stated calmly from the sidelines. "I see. But what exactly happened?" Sanji asked, puzzled, as he felt there was no need to kill the Marines unless it was absolutely necessary. "Let me tell you, this is what happened." Usopp began to explain the situation to Sanji. "So that's it. You mean to say if it weren't for the defensive spell you cast, you would have been killed by that Marine? Since he was trying to take your life, then there's no problem with what you did." After listening to Usopp's account, Sanji nodded in agreement. Luffy and the others shared the same sentiment. Alright, enough of this. Lunch is ready. Let's all go inside and eat. Yay? Time to eat. Hearing this, Luffy was the first to dash into the cabin. On an island with a towering mountain at its center, a pirate sat on a cliff observing the sea through a telescope. Suddenly, he spotted a small boat slowly approaching the island. What's that? Another pirate walked over to him. Let me see. The moment he looked, he was taken aback. Whoa! The group of pirates gasped as they watched Hawkeye Mihawk step ashore. Hawkeye, what are you doing here? A pirate stammered, pointing his sword at Mihawk with trembling hands. Mihawk walked slowly toward the pirates, his face cold and expressionless. Quiet. I'm not here for you. Where are your officers? Hearing this, one of the pirates dashed toward the island's center. Camping on an island like this. With that, Mihawk followed the pirate toward the center. Huff. Huff. Boss. The pirate ran breathlessly to where Shanks was resting. Seeing his frantic state, Shanks handed him a drink. Gulp gulp. Hawkeye. Hawkeye's here isn't. Shanks interrupted. At that moment, Mihawk arrived. The pirate, terrified at the sight of Mihawk's eyes, scurried over to hide beside one of the officers. Yo, Hawkeye, quite a rare guest. I'm not feeling well right now. Are you here to duel me? Mihawk, seated on a log, replied with a low, indifferent tone. Humph. Mihawk scoffed disdainfully. I have no intention of dueling a man who's lost his left arm. As someone who deeply respected the swordsman profession, Mihawk would never seek a duel against someone not at their peak just to prove his own strength. Doing so would make him feel unworthy of the title world's strongest swordsman. With that, Mihawk pulled a wanted poster from his coat and walked slowly toward Shanks. I came across an interesting pirate and remembered something you once told me. About an interesting kid from a certain village. Looking at the wanted poster Mihawk showed him, Shanks revealed his white teeth in a light smile. So it's time, is it? Luffy. In that case, Hawkeye, let's throw a banquet. Thump thump thump. Shanks poured Mihawk a drink, smiling at him. Come on, drink up, drink up. We're celebrating today. Mihawk took the cup, looked at Shanks, and said with a speechless expression, You're not hungover, are you? Don't worry about it, this is a toast to celebrate. Shanks laughed heartily. Come on, down it all in one go. Quick, down it. Shanks urged, and Mihawk took. Lucky Roo quipped. But boss, weren't you just saying you drank too much and weren't feeling well? Idiot. How can I not drink on such a joyous day? Shanks retorted, raising his cup high. But more than that, I have something far more important to tell you. Shanks' interest was piqued. Oh, what could be so important that even you, Hawkeye, consider it significant? While passing time in the East Blue, I encountered a formidable warrior. Is he a swordsman with a promising future or a powerhouse who can match you evenly? Shanks asked Mihawk, slightly tipsy. In Shanks' mind, those were the only two possibilities, and the latter seemed almost impossible. If Mihawk was this serious about calling someone a formidable warrior, it was likely the latter. Hearing this, Mihawk shook his head, denying both of Shanks' guesses. Hey, don't tell me you're going to say the East Blue has a warrior even you can't defeat. Come on, since when did you learn to joke around? Ah! Shanks burst into loud laughter. It's no joke. The East Blue does have a warrior who can defeat me. As he spoke, Mihawk recalled his battle with I-Chun, from an initial even match of swordsmanship to being utterly overwhelmed by sheer force. It was the first time I felt such helplessness. It felt like we weren't even in the same dimension. Hearing this, Lucky Roo and the others' expressions turned serious. Can Luffy really handle someone who defeated Hawkeye? Seeing that Mihawk wasn't joking, Shanks turned serious. So what kind of person is he? A marine? A revolutionary? A pirate? Or someone from the world government? He's a pirate. Hearing this, Shanks' pupils dilated instantly. He thought, a pirate this powerful in the East Blue. Could Luffy be? He's currently the vice captain on that Straw Hat Kid's ship. Just as Shanks was pondering whether Luffy might get crushed by I-Chun before even leaving the East Blue, Mihawk added. Hearing this, Shanks' serious face broke back into a grin. Really? Someone who can beat you is willing to be Luffy's vice captain? Surprising, isn't it? I was shocked too. Why would such a powerful man willingly serve as a vice captain on a kid's ship? His reason for being the vice captain is also quite interesting. He said, I've had my eye on the people on this ship for a very long time. And some people in this world, including you, Hawkeye. That's what he said. Mihawk took a sip of his drink and the corner of his mouth curled up almost imperceptibly. Had his eye on them for a long time, huh? Could he be from the future? Shanks quickly latched onto the phrase for a very long time and fell into thought. From the future, huh? That's a possibility. Mihawk also stroked his chin in thought. He remembered I-Chun mentioning that he came from that place and could no longer return, nor could anyone else go there. Thinking about it, it did seem plausible that I-Chun was from the future. Hearing you say that makes me a bit envious. That Luffy guy gets to meet such a strong vice-captain right as he sets sail. Shanks said cheerfully. Bang. Huh, Shanks. Am your vice-captain, are you dissatisfied with me? Beckman punched Shanks on the head, looking annoyed. Huh. The boss got punched by his vice-captain for running his mouth. That's hilarious. Lucky Roo laughed heartily, and Yasopp and the others joined in. You had that coming, boss. Ha ha. Mihawk placed his empty cup in front of Shanks. Although he's incredibly strong, he's surprisingly reluctant to show his power. The Straw Hat Kid and the other crew members have no idea of his true strength right now. What? That's just mean. Ha ha. Shanks laughed, clutching his stomach. I wonder if Luffy will cry when he finds out. Ha ha. The other officers joined in the laughter. Oh, by the way, we've talked so much, but we still don't know the man's name. When I meet him, I can't exactly not know his name, can I? Shanks pressed down the lump Beckman had raised on his head, then looked at Mihawk. Mihawk glanced at Shanks and said calmly, Yin Yu I-chan. On the going merry, Nami spread out a sea chart and pointed to a mountain on it, saying, We're approaching the Grand Line, and it seems the only way in is through this reverse mountain. Zoro, leaning against the ship's railing with his hands behind his head, grumbled, What a hassle. Can't we just sail across the ocean? No, we can't. According to the old man, ships can only enter from there, Sanji said flatly. Usopp asked, Huh? Why? Because it's dangerous. That's not an answer. What's dangerous about it? Usopp clarified that he wasn't asking about the danger in general, but what exactly was dangerous. That's all I know, Sanji replied with an annoyed click of his tongue. The reason is. Alright, I get it. Let's just charge straight in from the front. Luffy interrupted, pointing at the ocean on the chart with a grin, just as Nami was about to explain. Are you even listening to me? This seems more fun, and coming in from the front will definitely be more thrilling, Luffy said, laughing heartily. Nami clutched her forehead in despair, muttering, Talking to you is driving me crazy. Well, you should be used to Luffy's antics by now, Nami. Just try to get used to it, Ichin offered in a so-called Ichin then turned to Luffy and said, We can explore that sea after we become stronger, Luffy. There's no rush. You've got a point. We can check it out another time, Luffy said after a brief moment of thought, finding the logic. He then responded to Ichin with a grin. Sigh, it seems only you can get through to that idiot, Luffy, Nami sighed. Her sigh wasn't because Luffy only listened to Ichin, but because Ichin's words indirectly validated Luffy's reckless idea, which she couldn't agree with at all. She had zero desire to venture into those dangerous waters. Forget that for now, let's head to an island and buy some meat, Luffy declared, clutching his stomach. Nami pointed to a small island on the chart. This island has a famous town called Logue Town. Logue Town? What's that? Is it a meat-producing place? You want to be the Pirate King, and you don't know about Logue Town. It's the town where the Pirate King Gold Roger was born and where he died. Ichin couldn't help but retort. Don't sweat the small stuff. The next Pirate King will be me, Luffy said. So are you going? Ichin asked. Yeah. I want to see the town where the man who found One Piece and gained everything in this world was born and died, Luffy said with unwavering determination. Then let's set sail. The next morning, Sanji breakfast. Breakfast? Luffy yelled across the— Alright, I'm on it. Just wait a moment, Sanji replied. With that, Sanji strolled into the kitchen with his hands in his pockets. At the doorway, he bumped into Nami coming out and greeted her, Good morning, Namison, before stepping inside. Good morning, Sanji, Nami replied in kind. Hey Ichin, Zoro, let's play hide and seek. Luffy called out. Luffy walked over to Ichin and Zoro, poking them in the sides. Zoro turned his head with a huh. We're in, Ichin said, answering for both of them. Zoro immediately protested. How can you just volunteer me like that, Ichin? You're as bad as Luffy. What's this? Hide and seek. Count me in. Usopp, having overheard, rushed over from the bow, brimming with excitement. Are you all idiots? How old are you? So immature. And you too, Ichin. You're usually so level-headed. What's gotten into you today? You wouldn't understand. It's about having a youthful spirit, Ichin chuckled. Whatever. I'm going to catch a few more winks before breakfast is ready, Zoro said with a yawn. Just as Zoro was about to leave, Usopp teased, I bet you're just scared of losing. Surprisingly, that made Zoro stop in his tracks. What did you say? I'm not scared of anything. See, got you all riled up. And you say you're not afraid to lose, Usopp pressed on. Yeah, Luffy chimed in. What? That finally broke Zoro's resolve, and he voluntarily joined the game of tag with Luffy and Usopp. You two bastards, stand still. Zoro lunged at them, but they dodged with ease. I'm just stating facts, Naya. Usopp taunted, making faces as he ran. Bastard, what did you say? Zoro then focused his chase solely on Usopp. Zoro, don't just chase Usopp, come after me too. Luffy said, feigning jealousy. This is the life. Watching these three pull their stunts every day never gets old. Ichin chuckled, observing the chase on the deck. Luffy was the instigator, Usopp the provocateur, and Zoro the victim. And the center of attention, of course, was the Joker Usopp. Namison, breakfast is ready, Sanji said, emerging from the kitchen with a beaming smile. His expression then shifted instantly to that of a stern father figure as he bellowed at the trio still frolicking on deck, and Ichin leaning against the railing. You brats, come eat. Okay, X2. Zoro, wait, we're not done here. I'm hungry, time to eat, Nami said, stretching before heading into the dining room. Luffy and Ichin followed suit. Finally, Zoro entered, dragging Usopp by the nose. Speaking of which, whatever happened to that Buggy guy? Nami suddenly asked during breakfast. She just recalled that their first encounter was because of Buggy, which prompted the question. Buggy, who knows, probably sunk to the bottom of the sea, Luffy said nonchalantly. Speaking of which, I still remember getting caught in the crossfire because of you, Luffy. You're such a troublemaker. Ichin recalled the incident, unable to resist a complaint. Sorry. He'll be more careful next time, Luffy said, shoveling food into his mouth between a— It was just a joke, why did you have to keep chasing me? Usopp complained to Zoro, who had just released his note. You've got some nerve, you shameless idiot, Zoro retorted. After finishing his own bowl, Luffy sneakily reached over and swiped Usopp's portion, popping it into his— Seeing this, Usopp shouted, Damn it, Luffy. You're eating my food again. Give it back, you jerk. Buggy, knocked away by Luffy, landed on an unknown island. He first built a raft and drifted to the island of rare animals, where he met a man trapped in a box and became good friends with him. After conversing for a few days, Buggy prepared to set sail again. However, shortly after leaving, he was targeted by a giant crab, but Alvida happened to pass by and saved his life. I'm looking for a man. Do you know where he is? Alvida showed Buggy Luffy's wanted poster. Isn't this the guy who sent me flying? He'll get my revenge sooner or later. The more Buggy stared at Luffy's poster, the angrier he became, punching and kicking the air. Come in. The food is ready. Alvida ignored Buggy's fury and calmly walked towards the diner. Since we share the same goal, let's get along well. Having been hungry for 2 days, Buggy was now devouring the food prepared by Alvida's crew. Great, then let's toast. Night fell. The moon hung high in the sky. Sanji, time to eat. Huh? Didn't you just eat? Show some restraint. Can you all be quiet? How am I supposed to sleep with this noise? You sleep too much. Help out with the chores when you have time, honestly. The four of them lay in the hammocks chatting with each other. Nami, watching them through the window, saw that they had all fallen asleep and remarked, They can even converse in their sleep. What a peculiar bunch. Indeed, I think so too. Ichin, sitting opposite Nami, agreed. Well, I should get some sleep too. You should turn in early as well, Ichin. Nami said with a yawn. Then, good night. Good night. After bidding each other good night, Ichin walked out onto the deck, conjured a folding chair, and lay down on it. Whoosh. Sleeping with the sea breeze is truly more comfortable. Ichin enjoyed the sea breeze caressing his face with a look of pure contentment. As for Nami, he had just been chatting with her in her room, so she had already turned off the lights and gone to sleep. Nami's room was the only one on the ship equipped with a soft bed. Oda really plays favorites, but then again, girls do deserve a nicer place to stay. Meanwhile, with Alvida's help, Buggy managed to regroup with his crew. Kabeji and the Beast Tamer were still there, along with over 20 underlings. Except for the 5 who had been frozen into ice blocks and shattered, everyone else had survived. Captain Buggy, next time, well, make those 4 pay. The underlings shouted loudly. It's all that woman Nami's fault. Damn her. She also stole my treasure. Next time I see him, I'll cut down Zoro, Kabeji said viciously. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates was clamoring for revenge except for the 3 underlings who had borrowed Ichin's ship. They were now crouching in a corner, whispering amongst themselves. Big brother, second brother, have they all forgotten how terrifying that man is, eh? Third brother, keep your voice down. Do you want to get us killed? If Captain Buggy hears you, we're done for. Second brother, third brother, I have a plan. It lets us enjoy ourselves if things go well, and keeps us safe if things go south. Oh, what's your brilliant plan, big brother? Second brother whispered. Before we run into those 2 big shots, well, just trail behind Captain Buggy and the others. If we do encounter them, well, immediately blend in with the surroundings and pretend we don't know Captain Buggy and his crew. The big brother said, looking quite pleased with his flawless plan. Hearing this, the second brother was deeply impressed. Brilliant, big brother. Third brother, I second that. Hey, keep it down, keep it down. Ah, shoot. X4, strange, I've never had a cold before. Why now? I've never been sick either. Me neither. Zoro pressed a hand to his forehead. It must be someone talking about me becoming a great swordsman. Luffy rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. I see. Then my sneeze must be because someone is talking about me becoming the Pirate King. Nami barefoot lay on the folding chair, twirling her hair. Someone is talking about me. Honestly, being a good woman is such a sin. People are always gossiping about me. Thinking of me over there too. Xinghue, you really are a foolish student who can't do without your teacher. Ichun, standing beside Usopp, ran a hand through his hair and chuckled softly. Ichun, who happened to be standing right next to him, got a face full of soot, and his hair was blasted into an afro. Usopp, meanwhile, was knocked unconscious. Just a second earlier, Usopp had been fiddling with his homemade bullet, which had resulted in an explosion. Ichun, who happened to be standing right next to him, got a face full of soot, and his hair was blasted into an afro. Usopp, meanwhile, was knocked unconscious by his own blast. Ichun, he's already passed out. You might as well wait until he wakes up before you hit him. Nami, who was spared because Ichun stood between her and Usopp, suggested to the soot-covered Ichun. Plop. Ichun found Nami's words reasonable, so he released Usopp's collar and began to clean the soot off his face. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun beat down on the Going Merry. Zoro got up and walked to the bow. I think I can see an island. Oh, we're finally reaching the island where Logue Town is. Luffy, hearing this, came to the bow and looked at the island still some distance away. Bang. It's your fault for standing next to me. How is that my fault? Usopp, whose face was covered in lumps from Ichin's beating, stubbornly retorted. Then can't you just not fiddle with things that explode? This is essential for dealing with enemies. Ichin first healed Usopp, then raised his fist to hit him again. Then can't you just give me a heads up that your little gadget is about to explode? Hold on, look. We're almost at the island. Seeing Ichin's fist about to descend again, Usopp quickly tried to change the subject. We're here. Ichun released Usopp, walked to the bow, and looked at the island ahead. Saved? Usopp breathed a sigh of relief as Ichun let him go. He doesn't even get mad when he's cut by a sword, but he gets this angry just because I got him a little dirty. What a strange guy. Usopp muttered under his breath. Ichun wasn't using his enhanced hearing magic at the moment, or he would have definitely turned around and hit Usopp again. You call a face full of soot and an afro a little dirty. I had black smoke coming out of my mouth. Once we disembark, I need to visit the weapon shop. After all, having only one sword hardly qualifies as the 3-sword style. I also want to take a good look around the equipment store. Speaking of weapons and equipment, I finished crafting them the night before last. Ichun placed his hands on his chest and said with a light smile to the group. Nami, Zoro, and Luffy's weapons were the first to be completed. Really? That fast? You told me it would take a long time back then. Luffy excitedly ran over to Ichun and circled around him. Where is it? Where is it? That might be because I have a natural talent for crafting equipment. Ichun combed his hair and said proudly. So this is what you told Luffy back then, but how did you make them? Zoro asked, spreading his hands. With magic, of course. Do we get some too? Usopp pointed at himself and Sanji, as they were unaware of this matter. Of course, everyone gets a share. With that, Ichun took out a pair of boots and a pair of gloves and handed them to Sanji. Wait, where did you pull those out from? The group exclaimed as they watched Ichun produce a pair of gloves and boots out of thin air. This is one of my magic abilities, storing items in a separate dimension. How many more incredible magics do you possess? Zoro asked in astonishment. Not many, not many. You'll find out in time. You truly are a mysterious first mate, Sanji remarked in awe. Forget about that for now, just take these. They are custom-made for you. Custom-made for me. How did you manage that? Do these gloves and boots have special functions? Sanji stared at the leather boots and gloves in his hands, unable to see anything special about them. Seeing Sanji's confusion, Ichun began to explain, these boots can increase your speed, and they grant you the ability to walk in the air. You can also unleash shockwaves with your kicks, and even ignite flames with them. And these gloves. When you wear them, any dish you create will have the effect of boosting strength and stamina. The more delicious the food, the stronger the effect. They can also project a transparent defensive shield. Ichun explained the functions of the boots and gloves to Sanji. What? Really? That's especially the part about being able to walk on air. After hearing Ichun's explanation, Sanji was so shocked that he didn't even notice the cigarette in his mouth falling to the ground. Zoro, hey, is that true, Ichun? Usopp, that sounds amazing. Luffy, come on, Sanji, try them on. Nami, how did you make such amazing things? Upon hearing this, Ichun just smiled, and instead of answering, he made a gesture for Sanji to go ahead, signaling him to show off his new gear. Just as Sanji was about to put them on, Ichun called out to him again, adding, but before you do, you need to give these gloves and boots a name. That way you can summon them at will. And you can choose whether or not to use their abilities based on your own will. Summon them at will. What does that mean? Sanji took the boots and gloves, looking at Ichun with confusion. Oh right, you wouldn't know? It means you can make these boots and gloves appear or disappear on your body at will. Their abilities can only be used when they are manifested. When hidden, they cannot be used. Sanji pondered Ichun's explanation for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Since I'm naming them, they must be related to a chef. He'll call them the gourmet gale boots and the culinary guardian gloves. As soon as he spoke, the boots and gloves in Sanji's hands emitted a dazzling light, and then automatically equipped themselves onto his hands and feet. Sanji clenched his fists. Amazing they put themselves on. But what if they get dirty? Hearing this, I-chun gave an okay sign. Don't worry, they have a built-in cleaning spell. They'll clean themselves automatically when they're in their hidden state. Alright then, let's see if I can really walk on air. With that, Sanji jumped off the Going Merry. He really jumped. Usopp couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Sanji leap off the ship. He's not going to fall into the sea, is he? Don't worry, that's not going to happen. I-chun patted his chest, and the moment I-chun finished his assurance, a splash was heard from below the ship. Oh no, it seems Sanji really did. Usopp, leaning over the railing, pointed at the spot where the water splashed. You? Just as Zoro was about to mock I-chun's unreliable invention, Sanji burst out of the sea. So this is the feeling of flying. It's wonderful. Sanji's gloves were white, and his boots were black. He can really fly. Usopp's eyes widened as he watched Sanji leaping through the air. Incredible. What about mine? What? Usopp and Luffy, upon seeing Sanji truly fly, immediately rushed to I-chun, each grabbing one of his arms, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't rush, what's yours is yours. Here, this slingshot is for you, and these gauntlets and boots are for you. This slingshot lets me fly too, right? No, it doesn't. Usopp, who had just taken the large slingshot, jumped into the sea with it before I-chun could even finish his sentence. Seeing this, I-chun sighed helplessly, then used his levitation magic to pull Usopp back up. Can't you just let me finish my sentence? Usopp, now back on the deck, raised the slingshot in his hand and said, sorry about that. So what is this? This slingshot can randomly enhance your shot. Whether it's attack power or anything else, it amplifies. Don't underestimate the random enhancement. It might not be much use for others, but the great god Usopp's luck is off the charts. If it happens to amplify a shot by 999 times, that would be incredible. Randomly increasing the power of my shots. That's great. This gives me a bold idea. Hearing this, Usopp couldn't help but think of his own ingenious shots and let out a sly chuckle. Randomly enhancing shot power. Let me think. Got it. From now on, you'll be known as the Usopp Surprise Slingshot. A name like that is worthy of me, Usopp. Usopp's weapon was green in color. What about my gauntlets and boots? What amazing abilities do they have? Luffy asked I-chun excitedly. These gauntlets can enhance your rubber abilities and infuse them with the power of lightning. Every punch you throw with these gauntlets can unleash a burst of lightning, releasing a powerful electric shock that also has a paralysis effect. Additionally, these gauntlets can transform into a lightning shield according to your will, providing you with defensive. As for these boots, they enhance your rubber bouncing ability and your kicking power. They also grant you incredible speed, and they come with lightning and gale winds. The gale winds can even let you fly. After hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled, and he grinned while looking at the gauntlets and boots in his hands. That's amazing. They both have lightning powers, and these boots can fly too. Alright, I've decided. From now on, you'll be known as the Rubber Lightning Gauntlets and the Rubber Flash Wind Boots. As Luffy spoke, the gauntlets and boots emitted a red glow and instantly appeared on his body. Wow, they really put themselves on. So cool. Luffy threw a couple of test punches at the air, and with each punch a brief crackle of lightning appeared. Totally awesome. Arigato na I-chun. Luffy thanked I-chun with a big grin. Well, I'm glad, I-chun said with a light smile, looking at Luffy's beaming face. Luffy's weapon was red in color. After explaining to Luffy, I-chun walked over to Nami, and from his storage space produced a 3-section staff that looked quite similar to the original one, handing it to her. The climb attack consists of 3 rod sections, hence the name 3-section staff. Each section is finely polished, giving it a sleek, streamlined appearance. Material: the staff is made of a lightweight, yet sturdy alloy, ensuring Nami can wield it flexibly. Orb and dials at the end of the staff is an intricate orb design that houses special dials. These are key to the staff's climate control abilities. The weapon I crafted for you can release 3 types of bubbles. Heat bubbles make those who pop them feel intense heat. Cool bubbles bring a chilling cold, and electric bubbles inflict paralysis on those who break them. Of course, you can also control the bubbles to burst automatically and adjust the intensity of the heat, cold, or paralysis. You can even summon a thundercloud to attack your enemies. Nami took the climb attack from I-chun and said softly, "Wow, this is a wonderful weapon. I really like it, I-chun." "I'm glad you like it," I-chun replied with an equally gentle smile. "It can release different kinds of bubbles and create thunderclouds. Then I'll name you Painted Thundercloud." Nami hugged the painted thundercloud and named it with a light laugh. Nami's weapon was light orange in color. Seeing this, Sanji, who was walking on air, felt a pang of envy and thought, even though Ichun gave me such great things, I'm still jealous that he can make Namison smile so beautifully. Next is yours, Zoro. I'm sure you'll love it. Ichun said with a light smile as he approached Zoro. Guaranteed to make me like it. Can you give me a sword better than the supreme grade blades? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. With that, Ichun summoned 2 swords and began to explain to Zoro. This black sword's ability is to let you gather all your strength into a single all-out strike. However, you'll likely be exhausted afterwards. As for this one, etched with patterns of flame, storm, and frost, it embodies 3 elements. You can use your will to separate them into individual swords. The elemental attacks unleashed by the sword are tied to your own strength. Zoro's previous 2 ordinary swords were cut by Mihawk, leaving him with only Wado Ikamanji. The sword he had back in Arlong's territory was borrowed from a marine that Ichun had saved. After Ichun's explanation, Zoro's expression was even more astonished than the others. He could hardly believe his ears. A sword that could drain all his strength for a single ultimate strike, and another that could split into 3 each with a different element. This completely revolutionized his understanding of swords. A sword that can gather your full power. I'll name you Ashura. A sword that can become 3 with 3 different attributes. I'll name you Sanjin. Zoro paused to think, then named the 2 swords. Are you really giving these to me? Zoro looked at the Ashura and Sanjin in his hands, asking Ichun with a serious expression. Of course it's true. These are the works I'm most proud of. Don't you like them? Ichun said with his hands up. No, it's not that I don't like them, it's that I like them too much. Forget the special abilities, just the sharpness and craftsmanship alone are enough to captivate me. Zoro paused briefly, then said seriously to Ichun, since you've gifted these swords to me, I won't let them gather dust. I will become stronger and be a worthy master for them. I'll look forward to that, Zoro. Just you watch. Zoro said, a faint smile appearing on his face. With that, Zoro went aside, gently caressing the 2 swords with a joyful expression, as if he were holding a peerless beauty. The following is a description of the sword's appearances, which can be skipped. The magical power Ichun gave to the Straw Hat Pirates' weapons is infinite, so there is no limit to their use. Well, in short, they've been enhanced a little bit. If Luffy and the others were still at their original strength, it would be too boring. Note the power of these magical weapons depends on Luffy and the others' own strength. Except for Usopp, who relies purely on luck. Sanjin is a 3-sword style katana. The main body of the blade was forged by Ichun using a rare magical alloy which Ichun can create from nothing, though it takes some time. It has a deep black color with flowing patterns of flame, frost, and storm etched onto its surface. These patterns faintly glow under moonlight or sunlight. Blade design. The blade is divided into 3 parts separated by a central core connection point. Each part can be detached individually to form a complete sword. Activation is achieved through Zoro's will or specific gestures. Blade design. The blade is divided into 3 parts separated by a central core connection point. Each part can be detached individually to form a complete sword. The central connection point is an intricate magical mechanism activated by Zoro's will or specific gestures. Flame sword. The section of the blade for the flame sword is a bright red with flame-like textures etched onto it, as if flames are dancing on the blade. The tip of this section is even redder, symbolizing its scorching power. Frost sword. The section for the frost sword is an icy blue covered in patterns resembling frost crystals. Its tip is particularly sharp, as if it could pierce the frigid air itself. Storm sword. The section for the storm sword is a dark gray with swirling wind patterns etched onto it. The tip appears to carry the force of the wind. Handle and guard. The handle is wrapped in black leather with anti-slip textures and several magical gemstones embedded in it for increased comfort and stability. The guard has a streamlined design that protects the hand and reduces air resistance. Scabbard and carrying method. The scabbard for Sanjin is black with the same flame, frost, and storm patterns echoing the blade. The inside of the scabbard is divided into 3 compartments designed to hold the flame sword, frost sword, and storm sword sections separately. The back of the scabbard has an adjustable strap, allowing Zoro to carry it on his back or sling it across his waist. Ashura is a jet black katana, its blade seemingly forged from the deepest night sky, shimmering with a faint mysterious luster. The blade is long, slender, and straight without any unnecessary ornamentation or curves, showcasing ultimate simplicity and power. The tip is exceptionally sharp, as if it could easily slice through the air. Handle design. The handle is made of the same black material as the blade, specially treated to increase friction and comfort when gripped. At the pommel, a black gemstone is embedded. This gem is not just for decoration, it is the source of the sword's power. When Zoro grips the handle, his full Buddha strength is drawn into this gem and transformed into a lethal strike on the blade. Scabbard and carrying method. The scabbard is also black with intricate patterns etched onto it, enhancing both its beauty and durability. A black strap is attached to the scabbard, allowing Zoro to secure it at his waist, ready to draw at a moment. Ability description. Ashura's special ability lies in its capacity to gather the user's full strength and release it in a single overwhelming strike through the blade. When Zoro grips the handle tightly, his entire being's strength flows into the blade like a torrent, causing it to erupt with a blinding light. The power of this strike is directly proportional to Zoro's own strength, and it is incredibly fast. Furthermore, Ashura possesses a special passive ability. It can sense Zoro's will and determination. When Zoro's resolve reaches its peak, Ashura's power amplifies, allowing Zoro to unleash his full potential in battle. What a big town! Luffy exclaimed loudly in the street. This used to be a town where pirates aiming for the Grand Line gathered. Anything you need can be bought here. Nami explained to the group. Usopp, all right. To prepare for the upcoming great adventure, I'm going to gather some materials for making bullets. Looks like I can get some good ingredients here, and beautiful women. Sanji said, his eyes turning into heart. Well, I was originally planning to buy a sword, but since Ichin gave me 2 fine blades, I don't need to buy any more. He'll go get some sake instead. Zoro said, lightly tapping the 2 swords at his waist. Alright, I'm going to check out the execution platform. I want to see the place where the Pirate King was executed. With that, before anyone could react, Luffy dashed into the crowd. Hey, we haven't decided on a meeting spot yet. Usopp shouted, but Luffy had already disappeared. The group then dispersed, each heading to their own destination. Zoro and Ichin moved together. The reason? Well, Zoro didn't have a single berry to his name. Ichin, as the vice-captain, held the reins on Luffy's funds. Since Luffy heading to the execution platform wouldn't need them, Ichin took Zoro out for a drink. Speaking of berries, Ichin could actually create them if he wanted, but there was no need for it now. If the situation ever called for it, he would. Swoosh! Sound of a curtain being drawn. At that moment, Nami, clad in a freshly changed outfit, rested her left hand on her hip and leaned her right arm against the changing room wall, asking the shopkeeper, "How is it?" "It suits you perfectly, miss." Swoosh! "And this one?" "It's so elegant, miss." Swoosh! "How about this?" "It fits you wonderfully, miss." Swoosh! "How about this?" "Absolutely charming." Swoosh! "And this one?" "It has such a great feel to it." Swoosh! Nami asked the shopkeeper's opinion after every single change, and the shopkeeper, racking his brain for compliments, kept finding new ways to say she looked good. An hour later, the counter was piled high with the clothes Nami had tried on. Pointing at the mountain of clothes, the shopkeeper, perking up with a delighted expression and a raised pinky, asked, "Are you planning to buy them all, miss?" Nami simply smiled and said, "I don't want any of them." With that, she left the shop, saying, "I'm looking for something more casual. Please visit us again." The shopkeeper said, adhering to the policy of smiling service, bidding Nami farewell with tears in his eyes. What a fine appetizer, Sanji thought, eyeing a passing girl with wavy red hair. His gaze then shifted to a girl with a brown ponytail and glasses, and another with short green hair and teal earrings. Oh, 2 champagne-flavored appetizer beauties. The streets are full of fantastic ingredients. Sanji walked along, his eyes turning into hearts as he ogled the pretty girls around him. It's so hard to choose where to start. Oh! Just then Sanji spotted a beautiful dark-haired woman wearing a white hat. The main course appears. Meanwhile, Usopp was being completely taken in by a shopkeeper's spiel, holding a toy gun shaped like a fish that the seller claimed was a weapon once used by Roger. Unbelievably, Usopp actually believed it. In the end, Usopp foolishly bought a bunch of useless junk. Dara, telegraph sound. A marine reading the information transmitted rushed into the smoke-filled office of the captain. "Captain Smoker, sir. This is bad. Headquarters sent word that Monkey D. Luffy and his crew are heading to Lobetown. He's a pirate with a 30 million berry bounty in the East Blue." "For 30 million, that's pretty high," the man in the smoke said dismissively. Seeing that Smoker didn't take the matter seriously, the marine shouted, "He's a vicious criminal who defeated Krieg and the fishman Arlong." "Smoker, quiet down." "Eep." Startled by Smoker's tone, the marine couldn't help but take a step. "Tisk, who told you to shout? You ruined it." "I'm sorry. This won't do. Getting this worked up over a little thing. I have my own way of doing things, you know." With that, Smoker turned and walked to the window, opening it to let the smoke drift out of the room. "Yes, sir," the marine replied, trying to calm his nerves. "So what were you saying?" Smoker asked the marine to repeat himself without the tension. "It's a pirate crew, sir. They're expected to appear in this town today." "Is that all? What's there to be nervous about? Since I took charge of this town, have I ever let a pirate who came here get away?" As he spoke, Smoker walked over to the counter, picked up his coat, and put it on. No, sir, the Marine replied after a moment's thought. Then calm down, or you'll mess up my rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Sir, report. There's word that pirates have appeared at the harbor. Please proceed to the scene immediately. Just then another Marine ran in to report. It must be Luffy's crew. They've arrived. 30 million, huh? I hope he's someone interesting. With a relaxed expression, Smoker picked up his jit, a seastone weapon similar to a staff, and walked out of the office. Hearing this, the two Marines were puzzled. Isn't catching pirates our duty as Marines? How is it a form of entertainment? I'm just talking to myself. Don't mind me. With that, he headed for the base's main gate with the Marine who had reported to him following behind. Sir, wouldn't you like to see what Straw Hat Luffy looks like before you go? The Marine who had been nervous earlier watching Smoker leave the base seemed to remember something and shouted after, but Smoker apparently didn't hear him and walked straight out of the base. Captain, please issue orders to the units. No need. But sir, considering his strength. You're so noisy. Don't tell me what to do. Smoker turned and said coldly, his gaze as if he wanted to devour the Marine before him. The Marine, trembling from Smoker's gaze and tone, immediately stood at attention and saluted. I'm terribly sorry. Smoker paused, looking at the Marine, then asked, by the way, where's Tashigi? She went out early this morning, sir, but she said she'd be at the training session. Hearing this, Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, frowned slightly. Where has that foolish woman gone off to now? Just then a little girl holding an ice cream cone ran towards them with her eyes closed, looking happy. Ha ha, yay, oh, it's a triple-decker ice cream. Following slowly behind her was her father. Don't run so fast, you might drop it. Splat sound of ice cream hitting Smoker's trousers. Aunt. The little girl, seeing her ice cream was gone, looked up dazedly at Smoker. My. Smoker slowly turned his head to look at the little girl. See, Captain Smoker. I am my daughter. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The girl's father, seeing that his daughter had smeared ice cream on Smoker's trousers, immediately bowed his head and apologized profusely. In the eyes of the common folk, a high-ranking Marine officer was not someone to be trifled with. A captain was already an untouchable high official in their eyes. With that, Smoker took out a berry coin and placed it in the little girl's hand. Ice cream. Seeing this, Smoker crouched down, placed his hand on the little girl's head, and with the most benevolent smile he could muster apologized, sorry about that. My pants ate your ice cream, next time go get a 5-decker one, alright. With that, Smoker took out a berry coin and placed it in the little girl's hand. The little girl stared blankly at Smoker, who wore a sweet smile on his face, and only after a moment did she respond. Okay. With that, Smoker stood up and turned to leave. Thank you, sir. The girl's father thanked Smoker as he watched his back. The little girl also waved her small hand at Smoker in front of her, saying softly, thank you. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Smoker raised his big hand and waved back at the little girl. Hee. Strip them clean. Don't leave a single potato. At the harbor, a middle-aged pirate wearing a captain's hat and a red coat with a long beard spread his arms wide, commanding his men to plunder money and food. This is precious food. I, the great Mikazuki Gari, need to become the pirate king. So hand it all over with gratitude. At that moment, Smoker had arrived at the harbor. Hey, who's your leader? WH. Who the hell are you? What do you want with me? Are you Monkey D? Luffy? Let me see if you're worthy of barging into the town. Smoker tightened his grip on his jit, ready for battle. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's this Luffy? Get him, boys. Mikazuki pointed at Smoker and snarled. Haha, messing with our captain is like kicking a steel plate, you arrogant brat. The pirates licked their blades and sneered at Smoker. Thud, thud, thud. Half a minute later, Mikazuki and his crew were beaten black and blue, bound and thrown to the ground. Impressive, Captain. You took down the Straw Hats in an instant, a nearby Marine praised. Are your eyes and ears just for decoration? He just asked who Luffy was, didn't he? Besides, this bunch is too weak to be the Straw Hats. If small fry like this had a 30 million bounty, the world would be in trouble. He reasoned that if all 30 million pirates in the world were of this caliber, most able-bodied men would become bounty hunters instead. Smoker thought to himself. Then where's Luffy? The Marine asked, puzzled. He'll show up soon. The real show is about to begin. With that, Smoker let out a soft chuckle, his eyes filled with anticipation. He craved a worthy opponent to push his limits, as every pirate had faced so far had been defeated in an instant. He sought a challenge, though preferably not one that could defeat him just as quickly. If his opponent could defeat him that easily, the townspeople would suffer. He wouldn't allow that. Strange, how did I end up at the port? How could this be? At that moment, Luffy himself appeared not far from Smoker, looking around in confusion. He seemed to have lost his way to the execution platform and wandered there. Hey, Luffy scanned his surroundings, spotted Smoker and the Marine, and quickly ran over to them with, "Is that guy with the ones on the ground?" Smoker asked the Marine beside him. The Marine looked at Luffy, who was running towards them, with a goofy grin. "I don't know, but I don't think they're together." The Marine reasoned that no pirate could look that smart or goofy while smiling, so he concluded Luffy was. Besides, the Marine had no idea what Luffy looked like. In their minds, since Luffy had defeated fierce pirates like Krieg and Arlong, he must appear even more menacing. Perfect timing. "Excuse me, which way to the execution platform?" Luffy stopped in front of them, looking up at Smoker, who was nearly 2 heads taller. "Execution platform." Luffy put a finger to his head, feigning deep thought. "Yeah, the execution platform. I'm lost, so I thought I'd ask you. Do you know?" Perfect timing. "Excuse me, which way to the execution platform?" Luffy stopped in front of them. Luffy looked around and exclaimed, "This town is huge. Completely different from Windmill Village. Why do you want to find the execution platform?" "I want to see the place where the Pirate King died." Smoker looked at Luffy, whose face was half hidden under his straw hat, and said nothing. Seeing this, Luffy tilted his head with a disappointed look. "You don't know?" "Humph." He shrugged and turned to leave. "Wait. It's in the direction the smoke is blowing." Just as Luffy was about to leave, Smoker called out to him and pointed. Luffy watched the smoke from Smoker's cigar drift slowly to Smoker's left. "That way. Thanks." With that, he ran off in the direction of the smoke. "Hick. I'm full. A good meal calls for a good nap. Let's find Luffy and head back to the ship." Zoro belched and suggested to Ichin, who was still holding a bottle of sake. "Hick, no rush. Nami, Sanji, and Usopp might still be buying supplies. Let's look around a bit more. That cook and liar do need time to shop. As for that woman, she's definitely buying stuff for herself," Zoro grumbled to Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin recalled the scene from the original story of the 3 of them shopping and chuckled. Maybe they're all picking out things they like. Sanji was distracted by pretty women instead of buying ingredients, and Usopp was buying toys instead of gear. As for Nami, just as Zoro said, she was buying clothes for herself. It's rude to call Captain Smoker a monster. Seeing a crowd gathered around the source of the commotion, Zoro immediately dragged Ichin over to see what was happening. "Looks like something's going on over there. Let's check it out." "Shut up. Our captain was taken in by him and is now doing hard labor." Pushing to the front, they saw a fat and a skinny pirate holding swords, confronting a bespectacled girl clutching a sword. "We can't just let this slide. Well, throw your corpse right in front of him." They grinned wickedly at Tashigi, imagining her death in the next few seconds, a thought that excited them. "I understand. They'll take you on then." The sunlight glinted off Tashigi's glasses. "Take us on, you little girl." "Ha ha, don't make us laugh." The 2 pirates sneered at Tashigi with lecherous step. "Hey, hold on. That woman can handle them, Zoro." Ichin held back Zoro, who was about to intervene. "Die." The 2 pirates leaped, swinging their swords at Tashigi. In a flash, she drew her own blade and struck back. Clang, swish, the 3 blades clashed with a sharp ring. The next second, the 2 pirates fell flat on their. "She won. Amazing, miss." The crowd cheered. Thud, ouch. No sooner had the crowd praised her than Tashigi tripped and fell. Her glasses flew off and slid right to Zoro's feet. My glasses, my glasses." Tashigi sat up and felt around the ground for them. "I can't tell if she's strong or weak," the onlookers murmured. Zoro picked up the glasses and walked over to her. "Are these yours?" I'm so sorry. Thank you so much." Tashigi looked up at Zoro, apologizing for the trouble and thanking him for retrieving her glasses. "Huh." Cracked the moment she looked up, Zoro saw a face startlingly similar to Kuna's and accidentally crushed the glasses in his hand. "My glasses!" Tashigi exclaimed, staring at the shattered remains in Zoro's hand. I didn't mean to." Snapping back to reality, Zoro quickly apologized. "Those were expensive. How could you be so careless? I said I didn't mean to." Tashigi didn't care whether it was an accident. Those glasses had cost her a month's salary. A simple apology wasn't going to cut it. She immediately demanded, "You will compensate me." Seeing she wouldn't let him leave without payment, Zoro broke out in a cold sweat, as he had no money to pay. Just then, Ichin placed a hand on Zoro's shoulder and teased, "Honestly, Zoro, how could you just crush someone's glasses like that? And she's a lady too." Zoro turned to Ichin. "I said it was an accident. Do you believe me?" Ichin's eyes rolled around before settling in the upper right corner. "Nope. Forget that. What am I supposed to do now?" Zoro whispered. "Do you know this careless guy who broke my glasses? What are you 2 whispering about? Planning your escape?" Tashigi stepped forward and bombarded Ichin with questions. "Yes, I know him. I'm his creditor, and I was just urging him to pay his debt. I was advising him not to run so he could pay off my share of the damages as well." Ichin answered Tashigi's 3 questions without hesitation. "Hey, when did I ever borrow money from you?" Zoro shouted at Ichun. Hearing this, Ichun made a gesture for Zoro to be quiet and smiled at him. Seeing this, Zoro recalled what Ichun had whispered in his ear moments ago. This is a mess you created yourself. Surely you're not the type to let others pay for your mistakes, are you? After thinking it over, Zoro nodded and said, that's right, I owe him money. In that case, you'll come with me, Tashigi said as she turned and headed towards the marine base. What should we do now? Zoro asked, Ichun looking at Tashigi's retreating figure. If she says follow, then you follow. Don't worry, you'll stay right by your side. If things get really bad, I'll pay to get you out. Ichun said with a light chuckle. What do you mean get me out? It's like you're saying I've been kidnapped by that woman. Zoro couldn't help but retort. Seeing that Zoro hadn't caught up, Tashigi turned back and urged him, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Oh. Seeing Tashigi frown in displeasure, Zoro quickly caught up, with Ichun following closely behind. In a small alley. This is troubling. I was trying to get to the execution platform, but I ended up in a completely wrong place. Luffy paced on the steps of the alley, muttering to himself. I remember following the direction of the smoke that old man pointed out. What's going on here? Luffy scratched his head thinking hard, but his brain short-circuited, and he gave up. Forget it, I'll get there eventually if I just keep walking. With that, Luffy continued walking. When he reached a corner, he saw a shop sign that read GOLD. Roger, and walked straight in. Opening the shop door revealed a staircase leading down. Luffy didn't hesitate and went straight down. A few seconds later, he reached the bottom and pushed open the door. Creak. Luffy looked around, but only saw an old man wearing sunglasses sitting on a stool. Old man, are you the owner here? Is the name GOLD? Roger on the sign outside the name of this shop? Luffy asked the old man sitting on the stool. The old man looked up at Luffy's young face and said indifferently, get lost, kid. This place isn't for... Besides, this shop is closing its doors for good starting today. After saying this, the old man poured himself a glass of sake. Going out of business. Hearing this, the old man slammed the bottle onto the table. It's not going out of business, I'm closing it myself. Now get out. Seeing the old man trying to chase him away, Luffy didn't say much, but sat down on a stool anyway. I was just curious about the shop's name. I'm lost. I was trying to get to the execution platform. Can you tell me how to get there? Luffy asked helplessly. Huh? What's that thing on your table? Luffy asked, his face full of curiosity as he looked at a white skull on the table in front of the old man. Luffy jumped off his stool, walked over to the old man, and looked at the skull on the table. Wow. It's a skull. It's huge. The owner of this skull killed 100 pirates in his lifetime. He was a powerful villain, but Roger sent him to the afterlife with a single blow. This crack was left from that time. The old man pointed to a crack on the skull. As soon as Luffy heard about Roger, he trembled with excitement and wanted to hear more. Just before he died, he said, this Roger I concede defeat. May pirates be remembered for generations. Amazing. So cool. Luffy exclaimed after hearing the story. It's probably because Luffy never got an education that he thought that line was impressive. Wait, it seems the world of One Piece doesn't have civilian schools. Never mind. Maybe they do, but I wouldn't know, but Fusha Village definitely doesn't. Seeing Luffy's excitement, the old man continued his story. There was the King Eric, darn, the world's fastest gunslinger, Silber, and the great heretical monks, the Khan's brothers. They were all fearsome warriors, as terrifying as demons, but compared to Roger, they were like infants. That's incredible. To be honest, Roger used to come here often to drink with me. After this, the old man told Luffy many more stories about Roger. He told Luffy where the execution platform was toasted with a glass of milk and bid him farewell. Afterwards, Smoker also came to this bar for a drink. Following that, a marine soldier entered to distribute wanted posters. Seeing Luffy's face on the wanted poster, Smoker recalled how he had let Luffy leave so leisurely earlier. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he immediately stormed out of the bar, heading quickly towards the execution platform. At the execution platform, Luffy was currently climbing the iron scaffolding, trying to reach the top. In his own words, he wanted to see the view that the Pirate King saw before he died, so he started climbing. However, Luffy seemed to have forgotten that the boots Ichun gave him could have let him fly up. Hey, kid. By this time, Smoker had arrived at the platform and called out to Luffy on the scaffolding. Hearing this, Luffy turned to look at Smoker, who had called out to him. What? I'm busy right now. Smoker didn't answer but asked calmly, are you the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue? My name's Luffy. Did you need something? At this moment, the two cigars in Smoker's mouth had somehow... I am Smoker, the Marine Captain who governs this town of Lowtown. I am here to arrest you. Huh? Arrest? I refuse. I'm about to head to the Grand Line to become the Pirate King. How can I get arrested in a place like this? Luffy said with a slight smirk. You don't have the right to As for you saying you want to become the Pirate King, you'll have to defeat me first. If you don't defeat me, you can't get to the Grand Line. That's the rule of this town. However, it remains to be seen if you have the courage to fight me. Smoker looked up at Luffy, who had climbed halfway up, and said calmly. As he spoke, Smoker cracked his knuckles, producing a crack sound. I can't go to the Grand Line without then he'll just have to defeat you, Luffy said with a wide grin, looking eager to fight. Apparently, Luffy misunderstood Smoker's meaning. He thought it was a trial he had to pass to reach the Grand Line, so he intended to fight Smoker. Then come and try it. Goma no. Hey. My foot's caught. Just as Luffy was about to charge at Smoker, his foot got tangled in the scaffolding, and he was flung back midway. Smoker, who had been preparing to defend against Luffy's attack, saw him bounce back, and couldn't help but yell, "What the hell are you doing, you brat?" It's worth mentioning that the reason the old man's bar was going out of business was because Smoker had arrested all the pirates who came to the town and sent them off to hard labor. This left the old man with no customers, as his main attraction was Roger, and only pirates were interested in him. Thus the old man was forced to close shop. However, Smoker still frequented the bar every day, though the reason for that remained unknown. I don't want this either, but my feet, Luffy said as he struggled to free his foot from the iron frame. Got it out. Goma no. Pistol. Whoosh. Luffy, having freed himself from the iron frame, stretched his fist and launched an attack at bang. The sound of Luffy's punch hitting the ground. Seeing Luffy's fist hurtling toward him, Smoker swiftly dodged, then flashed behind Luffy and threw a punch at his face. Too slow. Bang. Luffy was sent flying midair by Smoker's blow. Smoker didn't give him a chance to land. The moment after, he appeared where Luffy was about to fall and kicked him, sending him hurtling back toward the iron frame. Bang. And you're worth 300 million berries. I don't even need my devil fruit powers. My fists are more than enough. Smoker mused inwardly, seeing Luffy utterly helpless against his attacks. Luffy, sent flying again, twisted in midair and landed steadily on the iron frame. Then, using the rubbery elasticity of his body, he bounced off the frame and launched himself back at Smoker. Here I come. Bang ga. Luffy, who had just rushed in front of Smoker, was sent flying with a single punch and crashed to the ground. Pirate King, don't make me laugh. You can't even make it into the Grand Line, Smoker said, walking over to Luffy, who lay on the ground. Hearing this, Luffy pushed himself off the ground and stood up, a grin spreading across his face. You never know until you try. Here I go. Goma no. Whip. With that, Luffy kicked out at Smoker, but Smoker easily dodged. Luffy's extended leg swung around a nearby fountain, spinning rapidly for over a dozen rotations without touching the water. Oh. As Luffy retracted his leg, the momentum sent him spinning into the air like a top, careening uncontrollably away. Before flying off, he muttered, "What a failure." Smoker stood there baffled. What is that kid doing? So you're here. My dear lady. In the bustling street, Sanji, holding a rose in his mouth, raised his left hand, placed his right hand on his chest, and tilting his head back, declared his love to a woman. She wore a white hat, had curly black hair, glasses, faint freckles barely visible on her cheeks, and was draped in a pink garment. My. The woman looked down at Sanji, who was kneeling before her, a little confused. When Sanji opened his eyes, he realized he had been following. No mistaking her for someone else. Sorry, my mistake. Huh? Are you crazy? The woman, having gone from surprise to bewilderment to annoyance, huffed at Sanji before storming off. After the woman left, Sanji slumped with a dejected expression, recalling the beautiful girl he had been following, or had just seen. Sanji recalled the girl in his mind, same hair color and style as the woman he just met, same white hat. The only difference was that this pretty girl's white hat was adorned with a red feather, and her pink robe had a sheer fabric with heart patterns. Her skin was smoother, and her features were exceptionally striking. In short, she was beautiful. The only oddity was the large spiked club she carried. At the GOLD, Roger Tavern, Buggy the Clown flipped through his playing cards, revealing an ace of diamonds. At the GOLD, Roger Tavern, Buggy the Clown flipped through his playing cards, revealing an ace of diamonds. Just as I thought. According to my divination, that detestable brat is already in this town. The moment of my glorious revenge is drawing near. Buggy chuckled with satisfaction. So will you be able to take his life? Alvida leaned in and whispered in his ear. Of course. The one who's going to die is. Buggy confidently flipped over another card. Oh my, isn't this you? Alvida remarked as she looked at the card Buggy revealed. Buggy. Captain, just now. Moji, who had been outside, spotted Luffy flying through the sky and rushed into the tavern to report to Buggy. Thud. After flying through the air for a while, Luffy landed in a small park and, being exhausted, fell asleep. Where exactly are you taking me? Zoro asked Tashigi, who was walking ahead. Didn't you break my glasses? Hey, I told you we'll find a way to pay you back. Zoro said guiltily because he had no money but didn't want Ichin to pay for it. Tashigi stopped and said calmly, "You don't look like you have any money, and it seems like there's more to this." I really don't have any money." Zoro frowned, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Hearing this, Tashigi turned and faced Zoro, looking at him seriously. "The wrinkles between your brows and that hungry look in your eyes like you haven't eaten in days." "Eep." Zoro, startled by Tashigi's intense gaze, widened his eyes, his brow furrowed deeply, sweat streaming down his face as he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Seeing Zoro's lack of response, Tashigi continued her serious deduction. "Do you have a sick mother lying, or did your wife run away leaving you to raise 5 hungry children all by yourself?" Tashigi stated gravely, staring at a bewildered Zoro who had no idea what she was talking about. I mean, ha ha ha." Zoro felt something was off and tried to explain, but was interrupted by loud laughter. He looked over and saw Ichin on the ground, clutching his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. The thought of a sick mother wasn't funny, but when Ichin heard Tashigi suggest Zoro's wife had run off and left him to care for 5 kids, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "I'm dying of laughter." "Huh? What's so funny, Ichin?" Zoro shouted at Ichin, who was laughing hysterically. Hearing this, Ichin slowly got up, walked over to Zoro, and looked at his face. "Sorry, ha ha." Every time Ichin looked at Zoro now, he pictured him as a single dad caring for 5 kids after his wife ran off. "Is it really that funny?" Zoro said, exasperated. "Forget him. Anyway, come with me. I want." With that, Tashigi continued walking forward. "Hey, stop laughing and keep up. Wife ran off, and he's got to raise 5 kids. Ha ha. He'll try." Seeing Zoro follow Tashigi, Ichin stifled his laughter and followed. Still, Ichin would occasionally burst into laughter behind Zoro's back. Afterward, the two followed Dashi to the marine base in Loketown. Zoro gazed at the characters inscribed above the building's entrance, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his brow. This reaction had nothing to do with shock or fear. Dashi being a marine was no surprise, but rather stemmed from sheer incredulity. A pirate voluntarily walking into a marine base felt absurd beyond measure. "Why are you standing there frozen? Let's go in," Zoro, Ichin urged from behind him. "Hey, don't you see what's written above the gate? This is a marine base. Is it truly safe for us, 2 pirates, to appear here?" Zoro asked Ichin. "Oh, do you honestly believe the 2 of us couldn't overpower every marine stationed here?" Ichin replied with a faint knowing smile. Hearing this, Zoro tightened his grip on his sword hilt and lifted one corner of his mouth. "Though it may sound arrogant, we indeed have little to fear from the marines stationed here. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. Then there's nothing to worry about. After all, only Luffy bears a bounty among our crew. Should we stroll openly past them, they'd never recognize us as pirates." As for whether their conversation might be overheard by passing marines, such concern was entirely unfounded. Ichin had long cast a sound-dampening spell, sealing all auditory vibrations within the space surrounding himself and Zoro. "Come on in already. What are you lingering at the door for?" Dashi called out from inside. At her voice, Zoro strode forward briskly, and Ichin followed closely behind. Once inside, Zoro found Dashi handing him a mop and a bucket of water. "What's this for?" he asked. "The janitor just resigned." Her stern expression softened into a warm smile. "If you work here at the Marines, you'll never need to fret about money again. You're extraordinarily fortunate." "And you? Why did you follow us?" And Dashi turned to Ichin, who stood behind Zoro. "Me? I'm merely observing how you'll make him repay you, so I can learn the technique later. Please don't mind me." Ichin gestured lightly toward himself, smiling faintly. "What nonsense. I have no intention of joining the Marines." Reluctantly accepting the bucket and mop, Zoro scowled. Without another word, he attempted to hand them back to Daski's. Expression darkened instantly. "So you plan to run away? You dare dismiss my goodwill? Your spiritual poverty runs deeper than mere lack of coin." For a moment, Zoro stood speechless. "I was just saying, Sergeant. Drill time." A Marine soldier appeared abruptly and saluted sharply. Turning to Zoro, Dashi added, "Well then, good luck to you," before departing with the soldier. "Sergeant, don't dwell on her rank for now. What's your decision? Will you mop, or something else?" Zoro responded coolly, "I'll mop. At least until she returns." "By the way, were you smirking just now?" Zoro asked while dragging the mop across the floor. "No, I'm certain you imagined it. Bought quite a lot. Time to head to the next shop." As Nami walked down the street, a large sack of clothes slung over her shoulder, her face glowed with quiet satisfaction. She paused mid-stride upon spotting 2 of Luffy's wanted posters plastered to a wall, then found herself standing before the gates of the Marine base. "Emma Marines. Nami instinctively stepped backward twice, then cautiously peeked forward peering at the base entrance. She'd nearly turned to leave, until two familiar silhouettes caught her eye. She halted wondering if her eyes hadn't deceived her. At that moment Zoro emerged from the base lugging a heavy bucket of water muttering under his breath, "Honestly, why am I doing this? Wasn't someone just moments ago striking a noble pose declaring he'd wait for that woman's return? Now look at you, grumbling like a wronged wife." Ichin teased beside him. "What do you mean, wronged wife? Can't you pick less ridiculous metaphors?" Zoro snapped, setting down the bucket and shouting. "Zoro working for the Marines. And Ichin too. Never mind, I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Nami had intended to ask Ichin why he was there, but seeing how deeply immersed the two were in banter, she decided not to interrupt, and quietly turned to leave. "Hey Nami, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Just as she turned away, Ichin materialized before her with a cheerful greeting. Startled Nami instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Recognizing him, she pouted slightly and scolded, "Ugh, Ichin, you startled me half to death. Ah, Gomen Nasai. I'm truly sorry for startling you like that." Ichin scratched the back of his head, his expression sheepish. Though his apology sounded sincere inwardly, he was stifling laughter. He'd appeared precisely to... It wasn't quite honorable, but seeing Nami's adorable pout, he concluded the outcome justified the means. "Nami, what are you doing here?" Zoro called from the gate, his tone calm and neutral. "That question belongs to me. What are you doing cleaning for the Marines?" Nami smiled faintly as she glanced at Zoro, still holding the mop. Though he longed to explain, shame kept him from admitting he was laboring there to repay a debt. "Oh, you mean Zoro? He's here because Ichin..." Moi. Before Ichin could reveal the truth, Zoro cut him off, shaking his head furiously like a child denying dessert. Ichin instantly grasped his meaning, chuckled softly, and said no more about Zoro's predicament to Nami. Seeing this, Zoro exhaled sharply, the tension in his nostrils dissolving. Thank the heavens Ichin hadn't spoken, otherwise he'd have died of sheer embarrassment right there. "What do you mean? Why wouldn't you let Ichin tell me?" Because of Zoro's intervention, Ichin had stopped talking, which made Nami extremely curious, so she put her hands on her hips and shouted at Zoro with a displeased expression. "Are you kidding? How could I possibly let Ichin tell you about my embarrassment? If you knew, you'd definitely tell that cook and the liar, and those two would surely use it to mock me." Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but complain inwardly. After all, even Ichin the vice captain, who rarely laughs, could laugh at him for quite a while. Imagine if it were Sanji and Usopp, they'd probably laugh at him for 3 whole days and nights. Alright, to sum it up, it's all because of a misunderstanding that Zoro is here. Ichin explained from the side. "Well, forget it. Since you want, say it must be something too embarrassing for Zoro to talk about, right?" Nami thought for a moment and finally came to a conclusion, then asked with a calm and probing expression. "Eek." Just as Nami had expected, upon hearing her words, Zoro's face contorted as if he had eaten something extremely sour. "Just as I thought." Nami chuckled and spread her hands with an "I knew it" look. "Alright, since I know it's because of something embarrassing, I won't ask anymore. I'm off to buy clothes." With that, Nami hoisted up a bag that was bigger than herself, and also a red box. She was about to... "Nami, wait a moment. What's up?" Just as Nami was wondering what Ichin was going to do, she saw him run over to Zoro and hand him a stack of bills. "I'm heading off now. Just give the money to them later." "What are you?" Zoro took the money from Ichin, just about to ask what he was doing, but Ichin had already walked back to Nami, said something to her, and then helped her carry the large bag as they left together. Zoro watched the two of them leave. Just like that. "Forget it. When that woman comes back, I'll give her the money and leave this place." With that thought, Zoro went back to mopping the floor. An hour later. Why aren't they back yet? Damn it, at this rate, I don't know how long I'll have to keep mopping. And so Zoro continued mopping diligently while grumbling, until he reached the storage area for the mops. Looking at the mops on the ground, a sudden inspiration struck him. He promptly put the mop he was using into his mouth and grabbed 2 more mops from the ground with his hands. Then he slowly closed his eyes and spread his arms. Whoosh. The next second, Zoro was sprinting down the corridor at high speed, rapidly swinging the mops in his hands and mouth, cleaning the floors and walls he passed with spotless precision. 3-mop style cyclone mop. Finally, Zoro stopped and chuckled, glancing back at the spotless corridor. Yep, 3 mops are definitely the right number. Clack, clack, clack. Just then the sound of wooden swords clashing came from behind a door. Intrigued, Zoro walked over to the door and peered through the window. Outside the door, Tashigi was sparring with several marine soldiers. The more Zoro watched Tashigi's sword movements, the more she reminded him of his childhood friend Kuna. "You? What are you doing here?" Just as Zoro was lost in thought, 3 Marine soldiers suddenly appeared and interrupted. You're that pirate hunter Zoro, aren't you? We heard you've joined Monkey D. Luffy's crew. Why are you here? Hearing this, Zoro just stared at them silently without answering. Seeing this, the 3 soldiers began to draw their swords. Well, arrest you. Thud. 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 The soldiers had just finished speaking and were about to draw their blades when Zoro swung his mop, first striking all 3 and instantly knocking them unconscious on the floor. What am I supposed to do now? Zoro thought, looking at the 3 fallen soldiers. A little while later, hearing that someone was injured, Tashigi came running over with the soldiers from the training room. They seem to have been attacked by someone, but thankfully their lives aren't in danger. One soldier checked on the fallen men and reported to Tashigi after confirming they were fine, and the culprit has already vanished without a trace. Just then Tashigi noticed a stack of bills and a piece of paper on one of the soldiers. She picked up the paper, opened it, and softly read the words inside. This is to compensate for your glasses. After reading, Tashigi looked around and saw that Zoro had already left. That was close, damn it. But she looks way too much like Kuina. Zoro recalled walking out of the base. And coincidentally, she's also a swordswoman. The world is truly full of wonders. Zoro recalled walking out of the base. And coincidentally, Zoro thought for a moment, chin in hand, and finally decided to go buy some sake. Since he already had swords, and still had some money left from what Ichin gave him, he didn't go to the shop from the original story. In the end, Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri never got to meet their destined owner. A man's dream should be entrusted to a man. Oh, what's wrong with that? Ah! In the small park, Luffy was stretching and yelling loudly. That was a good sleep. Now I need to get back to the execution platform. I haven't yet seen the scenery the Pirate King saw before he died. Meanwhile, Buggy the Clown was still searching for Luffy's whereabouts with his men. Hey Moji, are you sure you saw Straw Hat earlier? Buggy, under his gray robe, asked Moji, impatiently annoyed that they hadn't found Luffy yet. Yes, absolutely certain. I couldn't mistake that Straw Hat. Moji replied with absolute certainty from under his gray robe. Then let's search again. With that, they all split up to look for Luffy again. Where the heck is the execution platform? I can't find it anywhere. Where the heck is Straw Hat? I can't find him anywhere. Just then the two walked back to back and bumped into each other, but neither noticed the other. Because they were both so focused. Where is it? Where did he hide? The two synchronously swapped positions, carefully scanning their surroundings, but they just never made eye contact. Buggy would look left, and Luffy would look right. They kept swapping positions like this, continuing for about 2.5 minutes. Found him yet? Where's the execution platform? It's over there. Just then Buggy seemed to hear someone asking him where the platform was, and answered offhandedly. And coincidentally, Luffy thought he heard someone answering him, and then saw a figure in a gray robe behind him looking to the left. Over there. Thanks. With that, Luffy sprinted off in the direction Buggy had indicated. Buggy, watching Luffy's retreating back, gaped and yelled, "Tisich! I can't believe I let that guy slip right under my nose. What a spectacular failure. Go find Luffy. He must still be hiding somewhere in Logue Town." Inside the Marine base, a dark-skinned Marine shouted orders to the other soldiers. "Sir, yes, sir." After exchanging salutes with the commanding officer, the Marines set out to search for Luffy. "Haven't I told you not to yell like that?" As he spoke, Smoker, lounging on the sofa, spread his arms over the cushions, propped his feet on the desk with Luffy's 2 wanted posters lying beneath his heels. Smoker tilted his head back, addressing the Marine before him with a confident air. "He won't hide. As long as I'm still in this town, he's bound to show up." As he spoke, Smoker, lounging on the sofa, spread his arms over the cushions, propped his feet on the desk with... She had just seen a troop of Marines. Hearing this, Smoker didn't move his chin, but shifted his eyes toward Tashigi. "Tashigi, where on earth did you run off to?" Hearing this, Tashigi froze in place, thinking, could it be that so many were sent out because they couldn't find me? It was no wonder she thought that, given she had asked what was happening and Smoker's reply was asking where she had gone. That's why Tashigi was stunned. "See, Captain." Reporting. Just then, "Oh, it's you. So you've regained consciousness." Tashigi turned to look at the 3 Marines at the door. It was Zoro. "We were defeated by Rorinoa Zoro." One of the Marines clutched his scraped wound, a result of falling to the ground. Tashigi, Zoro. Hearing this, Smoker lifted his head back up, asking the 3 men. They then recounted the whole sequence of events. "Colonel Smoker, is that guy named Luffy still in town?" Tashigi slammed the table. "No need. That guy will show up. You're being too relaxed about this. What if he harms the citizens?" Tashigi said anxiously. "Harm the citizens? I don't think a fool like that would do such a thing." Hearing this, Smoker still nonchalantly read the paper, speaking to Tashigi calmly. "Colonel Smo, hey, who are you? This is the captain's room. You can't just barge in." Boom! Just as Tashigi was about to say more, this man in gray was Daddy, a former genius sniper of the Marines. He always carried his daughter with him, was kind-hearted, and deeply loved her. After dropping the pirates in front of Smoker, Daddy left. On the street a man and a woman walked. Nami said with a smile to Ichin beside her. It's fine. Ichin simply used magic to lighten the bag, but honestly Nami really could shop. Just a while ago she had been dragging Ichin from one store to another she tried on all kinds of outfits, but ultimately chose mostly cooler. Alright, don't you have that magic that can make things disappear and reappear? Why not just use that to make them vanish? Nami said to Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin just remembered he could store things in his dimensional space. Why was he even carrying them? Well, alright, let's go. Inside the restaurant, Luffy and Zoro were sitting together having a meal. Before this, both Zoro and Luffy had gotten lost and ended up at a crossroads. Zoro, unable to find his way back, simply sat on a rock in the middle, then slightly drew his swords San Juan and Shura to check them. I can't wait to test you against another swordsman. San Juan and Shura seemed to sense their master's fighting spirit trembling slightly and letting out a crisp metallic ring. What are you eager to? Zoro looked at the blades in his hands, a slight smile curling at his lips. And San Juan and Shura responded through their vibrations, confirming that yes, they felt the same. Luffy. Zoro looked at Luffy in confusion. Weren't you at the execution platform? What are you doing here? Well, I did reach the platform, but because. And then. So. Luffy gestured wildly, trying to explain to Zoro. Wait, didn't Ichin give you those magic flying boots? Why didn't you use them? Zoro asked, speechless after hearing Luffy's explanation. Oh yeah, I forgot. Hearing this, Luffy smacked his fist into his palm, looking enlightened. Forget that for now. Zoro, I'm starving. Let's go eat. Luffy patted his growling stomach, sticking out his tongue at Zoro. Oh, I can't do anything with you. Let's go. I still have some of the money Ichin gave me left. Zoro sighed, holding his forehead. Awesome. Let's go eat. And so the two of them ended up at this restaurant to eat. Soft background music played from the restaurant speakers. Burps so full and satisfied. Luffy said with a blissful look, patting his pregnant belly. Indeed, leaving this town deserves a hearty. As he said this, Zoro started guzzling down his sake again. Hey, isn't this Luffy and Zoro? You're here too. What a coincidence. Nami, entering the restaurant, immediately recognized the iconic green hair and straw hat and walked. What a coincidence. You guys here for a meal too? Luffy asked cheerfully, looking at Ichin and Nami. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Zoro, leaning back with one hand on the chair, picked his teeth and asked Nami and Ichin. What kind of question is that? We're obviously here to eat. We just happened to see you, so we came to say hi. Nami replied, one hand on her hip, looking exasperated. Zoro pushed the toothpick deeper into his teeth. Well, it doesn't matter either way. Luffy and I are heading to the execution platform soon. Hearing this, Nami placed her hands on her hips and leaned forward slightly. Then go ahead, you sword-brained idiot swordsman. Who are you calling a sword-brained idiot? Zoro shot up from his chair and yelled at Nami. Is it not true? Zoro didn't refute the first half of Nami's statement, but did contest the latter. I do love swords, sure, but calling me an idiot was a bit unnecessary. Nami placed a hand on her chest and turned her head away. See, you admitted it yourself. What? I didn't admit anything. Alright, Zoro, you won't win a war of words with Nami. Just as Zoro was about to retort, Ichin patted his shoulder to interrupt. Fine, I can't be bothered to argue with this woman. Let's go, Luffy. Zoro scratched his head, then grabbed Luffy by the back of his collar and left the restaurant. Honestly, that Zoro never shows a friendly face. Nami pulled out a chair and sat down, complaining to Ichin about Zoro. Isn't it fine this way? Zoro, he might always look like someone owes him money, but he's actually a very kind person. Ichin seated said with a light chuckle. Nami picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Of course I know that. I can tell he cares about you and Luffy. If you weren't here, he'd struggle for 2 or 3 hours to come up with a retort for me. Haha, that's true. But don't mind it as Zoro's, just like that. Ichin replied with a light laugh. Nami, even though you badmouth Zoro, deep down you actually enjoy being around people like him, right? Well, Nami rested her cheek on her hand and smiled at Ichin. Who knows? By the way, you should know where the execution platform is, right? Zoro asked Luffy, who was walking ahead. Luffy's eyes rolled around in thought. Maybe. Probably. I know. Seeing Luffy's thoughtful expression and hearing that uncertain answer, Zoro knew for sure that Luffy had no idea where he was going. Whoosh, hey. My hat. As they were talking, a gust of wind blew Luffy's hat away. Seeing this, Luffy immediately chased after the direction the straw hat was drifting. Hey, you idiot, wait for me. Saying this, Zoro also started running after him. A moment later, where Zoro ran to a crossroads, looked at the 4 different paths before him and hesitated. Great, lost again. Thud. The straw hat drifted in the air for 2.5 minutes before finally landing near the execution platform. After picking up the hat, Luffy climbed to the very top of the execution platform. Wow, so this is the view the Pirate King saw before he died. Luffy shielded his eyes with his hand and looked at the people constantly passing by near the platform. Clang, clang, clang. In a small alley, finally the time for revenge has come. Just you wait, you damn straw hat. Buggy walked towards the execution platform with his gang, and Alvida followed behind them. At the Marine base, finally showed up, but you're far too slow. Smoker walked out of the base slowly with Tashigi following behind him. Rumble, thunder, it was on this day 22 years ago, wasn't it? The Pirate King was executed here. Luffy excitedly looked around, not feeling bored at all. Hey, you up there? Get down from there right now. Just then a Marine officer shouted at Luffy through a loudspeaker. Why, oi? That's a special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. Get down immediately. Hearing this, Luffy cupped his hands around his mouth. Don't be so unreasonable, officer. If you don't come down, we'll have to arrest you. Let's go, the officer said to another officer beside him. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. Just as the two officers were about to move, Alvida suddenly appeared and struck them both with her iron mace. Step aside, small fry. Alvida arrested the iron mace on her shoulder and looked up at Luffy on the platform. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Luffy. Long time no see, huh? Luffy looked at Alvida below with a puzzled expression. He didn't remember meeting a skinny woman with an iron mace. A fat lady, sure, but he couldn't connect the two as the same person. My, you haven't forgotten this face, have you? Passerby, is she so beautiful? Passing, green-haired girl, so pretty. Passerby B, she's an absolutely stunning beauty. Passing, yellow-haired girl, her skin looks so smooth. The surrounding townsfolk, both men and women, all looked at Alvida with hearts in their eyes. Luffy scratched his head trying to recall this woman. But after searching through the entire album of memories in his mind, he couldn't find any information about her, so he gave up. I don't know anyone like you. Who are you? I will never forget it because you are the man who shattered my web. On with his finger. And you are also the partner of the man who humiliated me with his words. Hearing this, a murmur went through the crowd below. Luffy was completely baffled. As she spoke, Alvida touched her web. On then her ear, and finally her cheek, recalling with a delighted expression. Such a thrilling feeling. Then Alvida asked the crowd, what is the most beautiful thing on this sea? Hearing this, the surrounding people, both men and women, knelt on one knee with hearts in their eyes and replied, it's you. In each Shin's words, they had all been infected by Sanji's disease. Alvida raised her hand and made an orchid gesture in the air. Yes, that's right, it's me. There's not a man in this world who isn't captivated by my beauty. And I like strong men. I want that man to be mine. Luffy, where is he right now? My partner. Hearing this, Luffy rested his chin on his hand, thinking about who Alvida meant. It's the man with long black hair wearing all black clothes. Seeing Luffy still thinking, Alvida directly reminded him. What you mean, my vice-captain? Do you know where he is now? You there, woman? Don't move. Just as Alvida was about to continue her questioning, 3 police officers rushed over from the street, aiming their guns at her. We're arresting you for assaulting an officer. One of the officers pointed at Luffy, and you get down from the execution platform right now. You say you'll arrest me? Can you really manage that? With that, Alvida cast a flirtatious glance their way. Gulp. The 3 officers swallowed hard. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse looked at the Marine. He saw that the Marine not only wasn't injured, but also licked the ketchup off his face and even scratched his, but then used his pinky to boom, bang. Just then a bomb flew in, blasting away the 3 officers, and the fountain whoosh, swoosh, crash. The shattered fountain was about to slam into Alvida, but thanks to her Sub Nomi powers, the debris slid right off her body and smashed into a nearby building. Did that fountain just slide right off her? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. That was quite dangerous, you know. Alvida remarked to Buggy, who emerged from the smoke. I figured your sleek skin would keep you safe, so don't mind me. My gentle lady, Miss Alvida. Luffy glanced around, puzzled. It's me, you dense fool. Seeing that Luffy didn't recognize her, Alvida shouted at him at full volume. Hearing that, Luffy's face fell instantly. He recalled Alvida's former plump figure and compared it to the woman before him, finding no match whatsoever. You look nothing like her. At that, Alvida shed her pink robe, revealing a white bikini. That's because I ate the Sub Nomi. Sadly, my beauty hasn't changed a bit. The only difference is the freckles on my face. Alvida gently touched her cheek as she spoke to Luffy. Quick note: after Luffy called Buggy Horse Dung, Kabeji suddenly appeared and struck Luffy with a shackle board, locking him onto the execution platform. After that, Buggy used a loudspeaker to announce Luffy's execution. Hey Luffy, before you die, why not tell me where that man is? Alvida called up to Luffy on the platform. I don't wanna. Luffy refused outright. Inside a tall building. Captain Smoker, give us your orders. A Marine saluted Smoker. First unit, head to the harbor and destroy every pirate ship. Don't let a single self-proclaimed pirate escape. Second unit, take positions near the execution platform and await my command to strike. That is all. Dismissed. Smoker spoke with his back to the Marine at the door. Sir. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the street. What's with this weather? Looks like a torrential downpour is coming. Nami remarked, watching the needle on her compass tremble wildly. We need to get back to the ship fast. If a storm hits, our vessel could be capsized. Hey, have any of you seen Luffy? I got separated from him. Just then Zoro stepped out from a side street, addressing the group. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of execution is nigh. Feast your eyes on this grand spectacle. Jahaha. Ho. Bang. 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 The pirates gleefully fired their guns into the sky as if celebrating some grand occasion. The townsfolk weren't there out of curiosity. They'd been forced by Buggy the Clown to witness the execution. Hey, this is my first time seeing an execution. Luffy grinned, looking down at the celebrating pirates below. You're the one being executed, you know. Buggy stomped on the shackles binding Luffy, glaring at him fiercely. Huh, you must be joking. As he spoke, Luffy struggled to free his head and hands, but to no avail. In the original story, the shackleboard that restrained Luffy was never explained by Oda. He'll just treat it as an unsolvable plot device from the source material. You're the one joking. Do you think piracy is some kind of game? People die out here. Buggy sneered at Luffy with a vicious look. All right, time for the grand public execution. Buggy bellowed to his underlings and the crowd below. On the streets, several townsfolk ran frantically shouting, "Run! It's Buggy the Clown. He's about to execute some guy named Luffy on the platform." Damn it! Luffy, you idiot. With that, Zoro sprinted off in the direction the townsfolk had come from. Let's hurry to Ichen. With that, Sanji dashed after him. Meanwhile, Nami headed toward the Mary with Usopp. Ugh, what is Luffy even doing? Ichen let out a soft sigh, then followed suit toward the execution platform. After all, Ichen had given Luffy magical gear. How could he still get caught by Buggy? It baffled him completely. Inside a tall building, several Marines aimed their rifles at Buggy and his crew from the windows. Smoker stood behind them, watching Luffy on the platform. He mused to himself. I figured he might be someone special, but it seems he's nothing after all. Captain, should we launch the assault now? One of the Marines asked Smoker. Hearing this, Smoker replied calmly, no rush. But if we keep stalling? I'm the one in command here. Smoker cut the Marine off with a loud bark before he could finish. Sir. Smoker paused for a moment, then calmly explained to his men, pirates are going to execute a pirate for us. That saves us the trouble, doesn't it? Smoker issued his orders to the Marines. Listen up. The moment that Straw Hat's head hits the ground, surround Buggy, Alvida, and their entire crew. Take them all out in one sweep. Rumble. Dark clouds had gathered over Rogue Town. At the harbor, we need to hurry. The Marines might already be on the move. They could destroy the Mary. Nami warned Usopp as she ran beside him. Stop dragging your feet, Nami. The moment Usopp heard the Mary was in danger, he sped up, leaving Nami behind. Nami could never match Usopp's speed. He was used to being chased by enthusiastic villagers daily, but she still pushed herself to run faster. On the other side, a squad of Marines was marching swiftly toward the harbor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Move it. Captain Smoker said no pirate gets away. The leading officer shouted to his men. Sir. Beneath the Mary, Moji had been sent by Buggy to burn Luffy's ship. At the execution platform. Yaha! Buggy planted his foot on Luffy's head, flashing a sinister grin. Got any last words? Quite a crowd's here to watch, you know. Luffy, however, just hung his head, lost in thought about what Ichen had told him, and said nothing. The crowd below watched the two in silence. No last words, huh? Whatever. You're dead either way. Just then Luffy took a deep breath and shouted to the sky. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. I am the man who will surpass the Pirate King and become an even greater one. Luffy's declaration echoed across the entire plaza, generating a colossal reverberation that lingered in the air. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, the whole square erupted into an uproar. He said he'd become the Pirate King. Of all the places he says it in this town. What audacity. Become the Pirate King. What an arrogant proclamation. Though Luffy's words shocked the crowd, Buggy remained unimpressed. In his eyes, Luffy was merely spouting bravado to mask his terror before death. It's time for you to die, you damn rubber man. With that, Buggy gripped his swords tightly, raised them high above his head, and swung them down toward Luffy's neck. People facing imminent death are supposed to feel despair, yet Luffy showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a brilliant grin spread across his face. It's about time you made your movie, Chen. The moment Luffy's words faded, a bolt of lightning struck the execution platform, reducing it to dust in an instant. Smoke and debris swirled around the collapsed site, obscuring the view of the two men from the surrounding crowd. As the platform turned to ash, a heavy rain began to pour from the sky, further blurring the already obscured vision. Well, what just happened? It looks like lightning suddenly struck the platform. What's happened to those two? Damn it, are we too late? Zoro and Sanji, who had just arrived at the plaza, clenched their sword hilts and fists trembling slightly. Gazing upon the shattered remains of the platform, they believed there was almost no chance Luffy had survived. Whoosh! Just then a gust of wind dispersed the smoke surrounding the execution site. As the area became visible, the crowd discovered that besides Luffy and Buggy, a third figure had appeared. Luffy walked over to his straw hat lying on the ground, picked it up, and placed it on his head. He then stood with legs apart, hands crossed over his chest, facing the townsfolk. Standing slightly behind him, Ichen lowered his head with a faint smirk, casually holding Buggy by the neck, positioned just a step behind Luffy. When did that guy get ahead of us? Zoro muttered, staring in bewilderment at the figure that had emerged from crack. Honestly, making us worry for nothing. Seeing Luffy was safe, Sanji let out a sigh of relief, pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it. The surrounding onlookers stood agape, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. With his left hand on his hip and his right hand gripping Buggy's neck, Ichen slowly raised his head, looking at Luffy with a smirk. "Captain Luffy, shall I just kill this Buggy?" As he spoke, he gave the unconscious Buggy a slight shake. That guy in black actually took down Buggy. And he's calling that man who was spouting nonsense on the platform captain. Could it be that lightning strike was also? The townsfolk, initially shocked, began murmuring among themselves. Their discussions centered entirely on Luffy and Ichen. What are those two up to? Zoro and Sanji exchanged a glance, both utterly baffled by the pair's behavior. Well, as long as Luffy's safe, let them have their fun. Let's spare him this once. After all, I feel a bit bad for letting him think he'd captured me. Besides, he's so weak, letting him go won't make a difference. Luffy first hid his eyes under the brim of his hat with a chuckle, then spoke with an air of nonchalance. Ichen glanced at Buggy, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. "I suppose you're right." He then released Buggy. "Captain Buggy. You bastards. You've knocked our captain out cold." Kabaji charged at Luffy and Ichen, sword in hand, followed by the rest of the pirates, except for the three brothers who had discarded their pirate attire and left the plaza with the civilians. So he pretended to be defeated only to make a grand show of power. Smoker, having witnessed the entire scene, pondered the situation unfolding below. "Colonel, what are your orders?" one of the Marines asked. Snapping back to reality, Smoker walked to the window and raised his hand. "All units surround the pirates." At the sight of Smoker, the Marines who had been lying in wait emerged from every street, beginning to encircle the pirates. Rat-a-tat-tat. The charging Marines quickly clashed with the rear ranks of Buggies and Alvitas. "Slaughter these pirates. Take down these Marines." Bang, clang, thud. In an instant, the plaza was filled with the roar of battle cries and the clashing of steel. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, a group of pirates charging at the front was sent flying by Sanji's inverted Thomas kick. Whoosh, Roranoa Zoro. Oni Giri Frost. Shing, the sound of a blade being sheathed rustle. Gah, what is? As Kabaji rushed towards Luffy, Zoro flashed past him, drawing his three swords in an instant to deliver a single freezing slash. Kabaji was immediately encased in ice. "Wow, sugoi Zoro. Your sword can freeze people just like Ichen's," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Zoro waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, I've still got a long way to go. This is nothing new, I can do much." "So what were you two up to back there?" "We were." "Alright, save the talk for later. If we don't move now, we'll be surrounded by the Marines. More are pouring in from the streets as we speak. If we don't leave now, we might not even make it to the Grand Line." Just as Luffy was about to answer, Sanji interjected, "Is that so? Then let's go." With that, Luffy sprinted towards one of the exits with Zoro, Sanji, and Ichen following close behind. "Wait a minute, you man in black over there. You're not going anywhere." At that moment, Alvida ran towards Ichen. "It's that beautiful lady I was following. I mean the one I saw earlier." Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he stared at the approaching Alvida. "Hey Ichen, how do you know such a gorgeous woman?" Sanji asked with a mix of envy and jealousy. Ichen, that woman is Alvida, you know. Are you surprised too? She used to look like such an old hag." Afraid Ichen wouldn't recognize her, Luffy turned to remind him. It is a bit surprising." Ichen shuddered at the memory of Alvida before she ate the sub no mi. Then Ichen said to Sanji, "I know her, but am not familiar with her." "Then why is she chasing you?" Sanji shouted, his face a mask of disbelief. "You ask me. I'd like to know myself." In truth, Ichin was equally puzzled as to why Alvida was pursuing him. He hadn't even touched her body. I remember she said you were the first man to pop her pimples with your fingers, and the first to insult her with— Yeah, I think that's what she said. Luffy recalled. Damn it, you bastard, you did something so beastly to that lady. I'm so jealous. Sanji was momentarily furious before his expression shifted to one of intense envy. Hearing this, Ichin retorted, jealous my ass. All I did was smash her spiked club and call her a few nasty names. How was I supposed to know she'd get off on that? Ichin, I want you to be my man. Alvida had already slid over, and as for why she was sliding, it was because she felt she wasn't running fast enough, so she took off her shoes, and using the power of the Sub Nomi made her feet glide like she was wearing roller skates, sliding right up to Ichin. Look, we're not even close, there's no need for this, Ichin said helplessly to Alvida beside him. Sanji's heart was flying towards Alvida one moment, then glaring at Ichin with annoyance the next. Damn it, you brat, you're getting an undeserved advantage and acting smug. I can't stand it. Stop right there. We won't let you leave this place. Just then, over 20 marine soldiers suddenly appeared blocking their path. Bang, bang, bang. Move it, move it. Luffy rapidly punched at the soldiers, and in no time the ones blocking the way were all knocked to the ground. Rumble. On the street, a man in a green robe with a scar on his face walked slowly. The light of lightning flickered across his face from time to time. The will carried by the era. The changing times, people's dreams. These are all unstoppable. As long as people continue to seek the answer of freedom, all of this will never cease. Narration: the man chuckled softly and said slowly, pirates. That's not bad either. Hey, how long are you going to keep following us? Ichin asked, running and looking back at Alvida, who was still in hot pursuit. Oh, don't be so impatient. Isn't my beauty attractive enough for you? As she spoke, Alvida didn't forget to shoot a flirtatious glance at Ichin. Attractive? You've completely— Miss Alvida. Before Ichin could answer, Sanji shoved him aside, his eyes turning into hearts as he contorted into an abstract, writhing shape dancing around Alvida. Pushed next to Luffy, Ichin just smiled without commenting because Sanji was just like that, easily captivated by beautiful women. Of course, if Alvida had been chasing them in her previous form, Sanji might have been forced to learn Jeppo by now. He wouldn't be wiggling like a piece of seaweed next to Alvida like he was now. This perverted cook is hopeless, Zoro couldn't help but remark from the side. Normally the two would have started bickering, but Sanji was too busy chatting with Alvida to even bother with Zoro. Ha ha ha, isn't this great? Ichin is so popular with the old lady. Luffy, running in the lead, laughed hard. Great, my ass, you want her? No way. With that, Luffy turned back and made a face at Ichin. At the execution platform, Smoker looked at Buggy and his men along with Alvida's subordinates, all restrained by his smoke. I don't have time to play with you, scum. With that, he wrapped them all up in a net. Damn you, Smoker. Let me go. Buggy, now awake, shouted at Smoker. But Smoker, ignoring the immobilized Buggy, said calmly to a nearby soldier, bring me my billower bike. I'm going after Straw Hat. Yes, sir. At the harbor, sizzle crackle, Moji was lighting matches under the Going Merry. Damn it, why did it have to rain so hard? How am I supposed to burn this pirate ship now? Whoosh, hiss. Are you kidding me? The fire won't even catch. Seeing his freshly lit flame extinguished by the downpour, Moji threw the match to the ground in frustration. Whoosh, hiss. Are you kidding me? The fire won't even catch. Seeing his freshly lit flame what does it look like? He's one of Buggy's men trying to burn our ship. Hearing this, Moji looked at them. Oh, it's you, you thieving girl. He then pointed at them. Get them, Richie. Following Moji's command, the lion charged at Usopp and knocked. Grower. Clatter, clatter. Sound of running. Seeing the lion charging, Usopp summoned his Kabuto slingshot, took out an egg from his satchel, loaded it, and aimed special attack surprise egg star. Smack. Whoosh. Doubling effect activated. Bang. Splash. The egg Usopp shot suddenly expanded dozens of times its size and slammed into the lion, the immense force sending it flying into the sea. Richie. Seeing his lion knocked into the water, Moji jumped in after it. Sugoi. To think I could make an egg that big. As expected of me, so cool. Richie. Seeing his lion knocked into the water, Moji jumped in after it. Sugoi. To think I could make an egg that big. As expected. Although Nami wanted to retort, she held back. Let's just get on the ship first, she said, running towards the Mary. Ha ha ha. You're right. Hearing this, Usopp also ran towards the Mary. Phew. Just then a bullet whizzed past, hitting the ground right at their feet. Seeing this, the two didn't look back, but continued running for the Mary. All units take aim. Ready. Fire. The Marines had arrived, raising their rifles and firing at Nami and Usopp. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of bullets flew from the muzzles, heading straight for Nami. But just as they were about to hit her, the pendant on her chest began to glow. Hum. Zing. 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 Every bullet that came near Nami vanished into thin air in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of bullets flew from the muzzles heading straight for Nami. But just as they were about to hit her, the pendant on her chest, a devil fruit user, huh? Contact the artillery unit immediately. Blow that pirate ship out of the water. One of the marine officers commanded. Yes, sir. Wiu, dut. In Logetown, Smoker was riding his smoke-powered bike through the back alleys heading for the port. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were still running. Zoro, which way is the sea? Luffy, the rain's too heavy, I can't even tell. Hearing this, Ichin replied. You guys clearly just don't know the way. Let's just keep going straight. Miss Alvida, in that case, why don't you come aboard our ship? Someday you'll realize that guy in black isn't right. Sanji was still chatting with Alvida. Oh my, aren't you also wearing a black uniform? Alvida pointed out to Sanji beside her. That's not the point. The point is that you could come aboard. Huh. Sanji, you want this old lady? Luffy looked back at Sanji with a puzzled expression. Hey, who are you calling an old lady now? Alvida immediately shouted back at Luffy. I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you, the captain, to decide. Hearing this, Sanji was taken aback for a moment, then said calmly. Although Sanji was a pervert, he loved beautiful women, he still deeply respected Luffy's decisions. Hey Alvida, even if you came aboard, I'd still say the same thing. I can never be with you. Besides, you were just scheming with Buggy against Luffy. At that moment, Ichin leaned over and said, I was just watching. Buggy was the one who acted. I only asked Luffy where you were. It's true, I can vouch for that. She just asked me where you were. Hearing this, Luffy turned back to look at Ichin and said, Even so, forget it. My answer is still no. Ichin replied flatly. Undeniably, Alvida had become much more attractive now, but for Ichin, she still fell short. After all, in the Western fantasy continent, Ichin had frequented the Tree Spirit's pleasure house in his early years. There wasn't a type of beauty he hadn't seen there. Even though Alvida looked quite good now, she still couldn't catch Ichin's eye. I see. That's a real pity. I truly would have boarded your ship for you. Hearing this, Alvida let out a soft sigh, then said, One day you'll regret not becoming the man of this beautiful me. With that, Alvida stopped chasing them. Luffy, Ichin, and Zoro paid her no mind. Only Sanji turned back and said, Goodbye, beautiful lady. Hey Ichin, are you really not regretting it? A stunning beauty like that is hard to find anywhere in the world. Driven by curiosity, Sanji turned to Ichin beside him and asked, I'd rather not say much. Luffy, tell Sanji what that beauty originally looked like. The mere memory made Ichin nauseous, so he simply had Luffy recall Alvida's initial appearance. Let me think. She was covered in freckles, as fat as 2 pigs, and looked, well, sort of human, I guess. Luffy recalled carefully. Freckles, fat, looked sort of human. Luffy, are you sure you're describing a person and not an animal? With his vivid imagination, Sanji could already picture such a person, a woman who could only be described as hideously ugly. Yet out of respect for women, he would merely say he didn't fancy such a female soldier. It's true that was the first time I met Ichin. But how did she become a beauty now? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Still curious, Sanji asked. It's because she ate the soup no me and all her body fat, just... Ichin explained to Sanji. I see a devil fruit. Never thought there'd be one that makes you prettier. The outside world is truly amazing. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 continued running. Who was that lady? Sanji's eyes turned into pink hearts as he spotted Tashigi appearing ahead. Running, Zoro stared at Tashigi, blocking their path, lost in thought. Tashigi, head bowed, muttered towards the 4, So you are Roronoa, Zoro, and a pirate at that. As the group stopped, Tashigi raised her head, her eyes blazing with fury. You deceived me. What? First Ichin, and now you've done something terrible to a lady. Sanji stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Zoro. Zoro ignored Sanji, gently pushing his hand away and stepping out from behind Luffy. You just never asked my name. I won't allow a scoundrel like you to set sail. With that, Tashigi gritted her teeth, her hand flying to her sword hilt, and swiftly drew her blade to slash at Zoro. Zoro quickly drew Wado Ikamanji and blocked Tashigi's attack. Clang. After the blocked strike, Tashigi shifted her stance and swung her sword at Zoro again. Whoosh, clang. Hey Zoro, knock her sword away so we can get to the ship faster. Ichin called out to Zoro at that moment. Hearing this, Zoro glanced at Ichin, then back at Tashigi. The vice captain has spoken, so I apologize. What do you mean? Tashigi stared at Zoro in bewilderment. Just as Tashigi was pondering why Zoro apologized, her sword was sent flying out of her hand and clattering to the ground. Clang, thud. Alright, let's go. After knocking Tashigi's sword away, Zoro sheathed his blade and ran forward with Ichin and the others following. Tashigi was left stunned, unable to believe she had been defeated by Zoro so quickly. You idiot swordsman, attacking a lady like that. Sanji continued to curse at Zoro as they ran. I swear. Why do you always lose your mind when it comes to women? Zoro couldn't help but retort, annoyed by Sanji's constant nagging. What do you mean lose my mind? Attacking a woman doesn't make you a good man. Who cares? If being a good man is so great, someone else can do it. I'd rather be a great swordsman. You bastard. And so the two resumed their bickering while running. Just then a voice from ahead interrupted Sanji and Zoro. There you are, Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker, leaning against his bike, glanced sideways at Luffy and said coolly, I told you can't reach the Grand Line unless you defeat me. Hearing this, Luffy grinned. Oh, I almost forgot. Don't play dumb with me. Smoker retorted coldly. Sanji, hey Luffy. Sanji, Zoro, Ichin, you guys go on ahead. They'll catch up in a bit. Luffy interrupted before Sanji could finish. That's not likely. You might be at your limit here. You guys go. This is my trial. As he spoke, Luffy swung his arms, warming up. You two go on. They'll stay and keep an eye on Luffy. Ichin patted Sanji and Zoro on the shoulder. Take care of Luffy then. With that, the two left. At the harbor. Fire the cannons. The moment the order was given, 2 cannons on the cliff by the harbor fired shells at the Going Merry. Boom, whoosh. Seeing the shells hurtling towards them, Usopp quickly pulled a small stone from his pocket, loaded it into his slingshot, and fired. Leave it to me. Special attack, impact dial. Sproing the sound of the stone being launched, were boom, crash. The stone, after being multiplied, collided with the 2 shells and annihilated them both. Usopp aimed for those 2 cannon emplacements on the cliff. Nami pointed at the cannons, reminding Usopp. Okay, watch this. As he spoke, Usopp drew back his slingshot, aiming at the emplacements. Special attack, impact dial. Sproing were. The pebble Usopp shot suddenly swelled to the size of a 10-story building, hurtling towards the 2 cannons. Fire. Stop that giant rock. The Marines manning the cannons desperately swiveled their guns towards the incoming boulder. Boom, crash. The collision of the boulder and the shells produced a deafening roar. What's the status? Did we stop the rock? The officer commanding the artillery stared at the point of impact, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is impossible. The massive boulder, after colliding with the shells, paused for a moment before resuming its rapid descent towards the cannons. Run. Run for it. The dozen or so Marines abandoned their posts, fleeing towards the back of the hill. Boom. Crash. The next second, the boulder landed on the emplacements, shattering both cannons into pieces. The dozen Marines caught in the shockwave of the impact were blasted away, their fates unknown. Ah, so cool. My trusty impact dial, moi. Thrilled by the power of his shot, Usopp kissed his slingshot twice, then rubbed his cheek affectionately against it. Impact dial. If I weren't an inanimate object, I'd seriously consider calling the cops. To think they could summon such a terrifying boulder. See, can we really stop those 2? The Marines who had been firing at the Merry momentarily froze in fear, halting their attack. Don't lose your... Using such a powerful move must come at a cost. Otherwise they would have used boulder attacks on us from the start. The Marine officer reassured his men. So that's how it is. As expected of the lieutenant. You saw right through it. Thank goodness the lieutenant is here, or we would have been fooled by that boulder. The Marines rallied themselves after hearing the lieutenant's words. All right, comrades, since bullets can't hurt them, well, take them down with our blades. As he spoke, the lieutenant drew his saber and charged towards the Merry. Seeing him lead the way, the other Marines also drew their swords and followed suit. Charge. Rat-a-tat-tat. They're coming. Usopp, hurry. Seeing the Marines rushing over, Nami shouted at Usopp. But Usopp didn't respond for a long time. She turned to look at him. What are you doing, Usopp? Usopp was still lost in the joy of having just fired the massive boulder, unable to snap out of it. Oh ho ho. Amazing. Seeing Usopp grinning blankly, Nami facepalmed in exasperation. Hopeless. I'll handle this myself. As she spoke, Nami summoned her Climatact, gripping it firmly. She walked to the ship's railing, looked down at the Marines below, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. She swung her weather staff towards them. Swish, 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 Climatact electrical charge bubbles. As her words fell, hundreds of colorful bubbles drifted towards the Marines. Foolish of them to use bubbles against us. These 2 pirates are truly at their wits' end, just as the lieutenant said. Charge. The Marines quickened their pace. Seeing the approaching bubbles, they slashed at them without hesitation. Pop, pop, pop. The bursting bubbles released electricity that surged through the Marines' bodies. Zazup, what is this? Thud. One by one, the Marines collapsed, paralyzed by the electric current. Though conscious, they were completely immobile. As expected, I have to rely on myself in the end. Inside the town, Smoker and Luffy faced off, while Ichin sat on a small stool nearby, ready to watch the show. They'll defeat you and head to the Grand Line. Luffy declared first. Enough talk. I'm not here for a chat. As he spoke, Smoker's hands began to turn into smoke. White blow. In an instant his hands shot forward as smoke, reaching for Luffy. Use the gear I gave you to fight him directly, or you won't be able to hit him. Ichun reminded from the side. Okay, no problem. Though Luffy didn't understand why Ichun said he couldn't hit Smoker without the gear, he decided to listen. He summoned the gauntlets, put them on, and threw a punch into the smoke. Goma Goma no lightning gatling. Boom, 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 it's useless. I'm the smoke human who ate the smoke fruit. You can't. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Each of Luffy's punches crackled with electricity. When the lightning hit Smoker's outstretched smoke hands, it traveled down to his body. Goth. Puffed. The electricity jolted Smoker's internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This is lightning. How is this possible? Smoker felt the residual electricity in his body, staring at Luffy in disbelief. Smoker had never heard of anyone being able to wield the powers of two different devil fruits simultaneously. Why can you use lightning powers? Smoker asked Luffy. This was crucial to him. If he could learn how to possess two devil fruit abilities, he could become stronger and capture pirates more effectively. Of course, Smoker was just asking on a whim. If that didn't work, he could always capture Luffy and interrogate. That's because Luffy glanced over at Ichun as if asking whether he should answer Smoker's question. Ichun, however, just spread his hands with a look of, do as you please. I'm not telling you. With that, Luffy thrust his fist out at Smoker again. Goma Goma no heavy punch. Seeing this, Smoker extended his fist to counter, white blow. Boom, crackle, ga, thud. After the clash, Smoker let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Smoker, who had easily dominated Luffy in the original story, was now defeated by the lightning from Luffy's gauntlets due to the disparity in their equipment. I win. Bye-bye. Luffy grinned at the fallen Smoker, then followed Ichun as they ran towards the harbor. Damn it. I lost to that straw hat. Smoker watched their retreating figures with resentment before finally losing consciousness. Whoosh. Suddenly, a massive green gale swept through, lifting Luffy, Ichun, and also Zoro and Sanji, who had just arrived at the harbor along with the Marines and pirates on the streets, into the air. Even the Mary was blown away from the shore by the tremendous wind. What's going on? Luffy exclaimed while airborne. Luffy and the others were blown away because they couldn't resist, whereas Ichun was simply enjoying the sensation of being lifted by the wind. Though he didn't know why Dragon would activate his ability when Luffy had already defeated Smoker, Ichun didn't mind. As for meeting Dragon showing off his power or trying to impress him, that was completely unnecessary. 5 seconds later, the wind died down and Luffy and his group were blown to the harbor. Ichun, Luffy, get on the ship quickly, Nami shouted from the Mary. Because of the strong winds and rough seas, the Mary had drifted a considerable distance from the shore, and damn, we need to get back to the ship quickly or it'll be swept away by the waves. Sanji warned. With that, Sanji, Zoro, and Ichun ran towards the shore, preparing to leap over. Meanwhile, Luffy ran towards a nearby iron pole, grabbed it, and stretched himself back like a loaded bullet. Seeing this, the three quickly tried to stop him. Sanji, hey, wait a minute. Zoro, I have a bad feeling about this. Ichun, we can fly, you know. Don't do anything reckless. But Luffy didn't listen to them at all. He gathered his strength, ready to launch. Goma Goma no rocket. As he shouted, he shot straight towards Ichun and the others. Boom, Bayou, thud, splash. Ichun, Zoro, and Sanji were sent flying along with Luffy himself crashing into the Mary's sail before tumbling onto the deck. Whoa, those waves are huge. Feels like the ship might capsize any moment. Luffy said with a grin, sitting at the bow. Look, that light. Nami pointed towards the glowing beacon ahead, smiling. Hearing this, Usopp looked towards the light. Is that a lighthouse on the island? That's the guiding light. At the end of that light lies the entrance to the Grand Line. All right, let's keep. Luffy grinned. All right, to celebrate our entry into the Great Sea, let's have a ceremony. Sanji suggested with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Thunk. Sanji stepped onto a barrel first. I'm here to find. Next, Luffy stepped up. I'm here to become the Pirate King. Then Zoro. I'm here to become the world's greatest swordsman. Then Nami. I'm here to chart a map of the entire world. Usopp also stepped forward. I'm here to become a brave warrior of the sea. Seeing the other five state their dreams, Ichun felt it would be unsociable not to share his own. With a soft smile, he stepped onto the barrel as well. I'm here to protect you all, until you fulfill your dreams. Hey, are you serious? Your dream is to protect us? Zoro asked in disbelief, turning to Ichun for confirmation. Hearing this, Ichun nodded gently. You heard right, that's what I said. Hey, a true master swordsman doesn't need protection. Zoro chuckled lightly as he spoke. You make it sound like we're all in it for ourselves, but it'll protect Miss Nami just the same. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, Wah, you damn bastard saying you'll protect us until we achieve our own dreams, or you trying to squeeze out my tears? Upon hearing this, Usopp's face first showed disbelief, then turned to emotion as tears and snot streamed down continuously. What a gentle dream, Ichin. Nami smiled with her eyes closed. This truly is my dream, Minaze and everyone, Ichin replied with a smile. Since Ichin's dream is this, then he'll definitely protect you all well from now on. Hee hee. With that, Luffy shouted to everyone. Towards the Grand Line set sail. Oh. Upon the word, the six all raised their legs, and then landed together on the barrels, set off. The waves roared as the wind howled. On the turbulent seas, several marine battleships could be seen. On one of the battleships, a little girl with blonde hair was gazing out at the sea through a window. Just then a marine soldier carrying a tray of food walked up to the door where the girl was. Knock knock. Hey, time to eat. After calling out twice with no response, the marine soldier peered through the window and found that no one was inside. Bang. The marine soldier outside hurriedly opened the door and went in to check. Where are you? As he spoke, the marine walked to the window and crouched down to look under the bed. It's no use with this big storm outside, I'd hear you if you try to escape. Seeing that the girl neither replied nor came out, the marine shouted loudly towards the bed. Meanwhile, the little girl hiding behind the door with a red mark on her face from where the door had hit her quietly crept to the doorway. Just as she tried to run, she slipped and fell. Thud. Ouch, ouch. Hearing the noise, the marine quickly turned and ran to the door, picking up the little girl. Didn't I tell you you can't escape? As long as you behave, we won't hurt you. Heh. Upon hearing this, the girl first gave a forced smile, then began to thrash wildly, trying to break free from the marine. No. Let me go. Stop it. The marine quickly tried to dissuade her. Crash. Eggs broke. Oh. While flailing her arms and legs, the little girl kicked the marine right in the groin. The pain was so intense that the marine's eyes bulged, and he released his grip on her. Once released, the little girl immediately ran towards the deck. Clang, clang, clang. After recovering from the blow to his groin, the marine hurriedly rang the alarm bell and shouted, The girl has escaped. Search every corner of this ship. When you find her, bring her back to her room immediately. She's just a child, don't hurt her. Hearing this, the other marines began to take action. Tap, tap, tap. Meanwhile, the little girl hiding nearby peeked out to survey her surroundings. Slap, thud. Due to the strong sea wind, her small frame was blown away and slammed into a wooden board. Owie, owie. The girl stood up, clutching her head in pain. As the marines hadn't gone far, they all noticed the girl. Don't run. Stop. With that, the marines all chased after her. Seeing this, the girl ignored the pain in her head and immediately began to climb up to the crow's nest. It's dangerous up there. Please come down. One of the marines shouted loudly to the girl. Thud. Standing on the crow's nest, the girl watched the several marines climbing the rope to come up and get her. Without hesitation, she took out a small knife and cut the rope connecting the crow's nest. Splash. With the rope cut, the marines climbing it all fell onto the deck. Creak. The crow's nest, no longer secured by the net, tilted and crashed against the adjacent mast. The little girl first glanced at the small boat beside the battleship, then closed her eyes, clutching tightly the dragon fang necklace hanging around her neck. Protect me, Dragon Lord. What are you doing? It's too dangerous, don't do anything stupid. Seeing the girl had already stood at the edge of the crow's nest preparing to jump into the sea, the marines below shouted a warning to her. Splash. Bang. At that moment, another wave crashed against the ship's hull, tilting it by a full 70 degrees. The crow's nest where the girl stood slowly leaned out over the sea. Watching the distance to the small boat on the sea grow closer, the girl leaped from the crow's nest. Afterwards, the girl, along with the small boat, was carried far away by the fierce winds and waves, disappearing without a trace. Inside the main ship, a greasy fat man was angrily crushing a piece of paper in his hand. He then forcefully threw it into a marine soldier's face, roaring, "You fool! What kind of report is this? That girl could be the only lead we've been searching for to find the dragon bone. How do you people handle things? My deepest apologies." The scolded marine soldier, trembling all over, saluted and apologized to the fat man. Hearing this, the fat man's face was full of irritation. He then turned to look at the curtain beside him, Eric. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man in a white uniform emerged halfway from behind the curtain and replied, "We finally found a lead on the elixir of immortality. How we absolutely cannot lose it. Go and rendezvous with the fleet searching for her. You must find a way to bring her back to me." Hearing this, the fat man's face was full of irritation. He then turned to look at the curtain beside him, Eric. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man in a white uniform, "He'll pay you whatever you want. This is exactly why I hired you." As he spoke, the fat man let out a sly smile. "Besides, it would be quite troublesome for you if we lost this lead now, wouldn't it? Now go." Hearing this, the man conceded, "Very well, Admiral Nelson Royd." Admiral Nelson Royd is a Vice Admiral of the East Blue Marine Branch 8. He lacks personal combat ability, relying solely on his fleet. Because the bow of his main ship resembles a lion, he is also known as the Sea Lion, though he dislikes this nickname. As mentioned, the highest rank in the East Blue HQ is Vice Admiral, but they hold no significant. Eric is a sickle fruit user capable of using his own body as a blade and firing long-range slashes with his fingers. He is a mercenary. He also has a habit of keeping his hands in his pockets while talking. After speaking, Eric walked out to the deck with his hands in his pockets, boarded a battleship, and set off. Ha ha ha, the elixir of immortality is within reach. Eternal life is just around the corner. After Eric left, Nelson laughed heartily from his seat. The next morning, sunlight bathed the deck in a warm, radiant glow as the sky stretched clear and boundless. On the deck, Sanji leaned against the railing, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he gazed out at the sea. A flicker of recollection crossed his mind, and he turned to Luffy, who was perched atop the ship's figurehead, asking, "Hey Luffy, back in Logtown, what was it you were about to say?" Hearing this, Luffy looked back with a grin. "Oh, that. Ichin told me if I ever got caught suddenly, I shouldn't resist at first. And if someone asked me for my last words, I should shout out my dream as loud as I could. That's when Ichin would show up, and we'd pull off a Zhuang Yibo together." As he spoke, Luffy cupped his chin and thought, "I'm still not sure what Zhuang Yibo means, but it sounded fun, so I just went along with it." Sanji's jaw dropped in astonishment. He then turned his gaze toward Ichin, who was lounging against the railing beside Zoro, eyes closed, basking in the sun. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "How did you know Luffy would definitely get captured?" Ichin let out a soft chuckle. "Just a guess." "What an enigmatic fellow," Sanji muttered, deciding not to At the stern, Zoro recalled, "You two could have given us a heads up. For a moment there I genuinely thought Luffy was a goner." Very sorry for making you worry," Ichin apologized with a light smile. Zoro opened one-eyed glance at Ichin. "Well, no need for apologies on that front. After all, you two are the captain and first mate of this ship." With that, Zoro closed his eye again, a look of pure contentment on his face as he soaked in the sun's rays. Seated cross-legged at the bow, Luffy stared at the seemingly endless ocean, rocking his body slightly. "Are we there yet, Nami?" "We only left Logtown 2 days ago. It'll be at least a few more days before we arrive," Nami replied with a sigh. "I see. Oh, right, Ichin. You have that magic that can make the ship super fast, don't you? Use it to get us to the Grand Line in no time." Whoosh. Luffy, who had just resigned himself to the long wait, suddenly remembered Ichin's ability to accelerate the ship. He stretched his neck until his head was right next to Ichin's ear and made his request. "Absolutely not." Before Ichin could even respond, Zoro and Sanji rushed to object. 3 question marks seemed to pop up on Luffy's forehead. Why not? Because Zoro began recalling the last time had been on Ichin's Gale ship. His stomach had churned violently, and while he hadn't actually thrown up, the sensation was utterly unbearable. It was like the feeling of something about to come up only to get lodged in your throat and slide back down, as if you just swallowed your own vomit. And the worst part was the lingering taste, the burning sting, and the nausea that clung to the back of your throat. Finishing his recollection, Zoro pinched the bridge of his nose, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. "So what's the reason?" "I thought it was fun," Luffy said, looking at Zoro, who was clutching his forehead and had trailed off after saying "because." In short, if Ichin speeds up the ship, Nameswan would absolutely not be able to handle it. So unless it's an emergency, let's not have him use that acceleration ability. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, stating firmly, "All right, if that's the case, then forget it. Is it really that terrifying?" Nami hadn't been on board during either of Ichin's speed demonstrations, so she had no idea how intense it could be. She blinked curiously and turned to Sanji to ask. Seeing Nami's interest, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he rushed to her side. "Since Nameswan has asked, let me just say this: Joseph was nearly flung overboard. And that's not even the worst part. He threw up the entire way. He only stopped when there was absolutely nothing left in his stomach to bring up. Threw up the whole time." "Okay, maybe we shouldn't speed up then." Nami quickly abandoned the idea. "I see a huge flock of birds on the starboard side." Usopp called out from his perch in the crow's nest. Hearing this, Luffy looked up at Usopp. "A huge flock. There's also something big on the water, but I can't make out what it is." Usopp squinted, peering through his telescope. "Could be a fish or a small boat. Or maybe a really big fish." Sanji thought for a moment, then said to Luffy, "I've heard that seabirds often gather above large fish. Luffy catch it for lunch." With a nod, Luffy hopped back to the bow and stretched his arm out toward the gathering of birds. All right, leave it to me. Goma Goma no. Yari. Whoosh. Your ability is so convenient, Sanji remarked in admiration. Luffy's arm shot through the air, scattering the startled birds. He felt his outstretched hand close around something soft. Got it. With that, Luffy began to retract his arm. That's a big one, Luffy. Nice work. As the arm and its catch came closer, Sanji eyed them warily. Wait, how exactly are you planning to bring that thing in? Seeing the big fish in Luffy's arm hurtling toward him, Sanji instinctively ducked, dodging out of the way. But Luffy's arm and the big fish didn't stop. They slammed straight into Ichin, who had been standing right behind Sanji. Bam! Thud! Ichin, who had been leaning against the railing with his eyes closed, never saw the projectile coming. The big fish struck him with full force. He was knocked clean off the going merry, taking a startled Zoro with him, and they both plunged into the sea. The big fish meanwhile landed squarely in the spot they'd just been occupying. Wary nai chin Zoro. Are you an idiot? Sanji shouted, leaping up from the deck. Just then a strange creaking sound echoed from behind Luffy. It was Ichin using his levitation magic to lift himself and Zoro back up from the water. Luffy, looks like you're itching for another beating. Ichin said, eyes flashing red as he grabbed Luffy's head and forced him to look at them. Ichin, you take his left, he'll handle the right, Zoro said, cracking his neck from side to side. You can talk after we're done. Thwack. Luffy tried to speak, but was cut off by Ichin's fist. And so Ichin and Zoro proceeded to give Luffy a thorough two-sided beating. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A minute later, his head covered in lumps, Luffy slowly raised a hand, supremacy. The sensation was utterly unbearable. It was like the feeling of something about to come up only to get lodged in your throat and slide back down, as if you just swallowed your own. But why was this little girl riding on such a small boat? Never mind that, let's take her inside first. Ichin walked over, scooped up Apis, and headed towards the room. True enough. Nami and the others followed as Ichin carried the girl inside. An hour later on the bed, the little girl opened her eyes and woke up. She sat up, mumbling drowsily, where is this? You're awake. Hearing this, the girl looked at Nami, who was sitting on a chair watching her, but said nothing. Growl. You must be hungry. I'm making you some soup. Sanji was seasoning the broth. Hearing this, the girl looked around and smiled. How lucky. Seeing her reaction, Nami asked, were you shipwrecked? That was a close call. What's your name? The girl replied flatly. Before asking someone's name, you should introduce yourself first. Nami winked at her. Hee, true enough. My name is Nami. The one cooking in the kitchen is Sanji. Yo. Sanji turned and waved at the girl. The scary-looking one in the belly band is Zoro. It's a Haramaki. Haramaki, not a belly band. Zoro, who had been resting against the wall, leapt to his feet upon hearing Nami call his sword sash a belly band, and shouted a correction at her. Nami waved her hand dismissively. Whatever, it's all the same. It's completely different. Then the long-nosed guy leaning against the wall is Usopp. Hello, I'm Usopp, a brave warrior of the... Usopp struck what he thought was a cool pose for the girl. And then sitting at the foot of the bed is the gentle and reliable Ichin. Ichin smiled at the girl. Hello. And also, I'm Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship. Luffy introduced himself cheerfully before Nami could continue. Pirates. The girl's mouth fell open as she stared at the group. Meanwhile, her mind began to conjure up sinister images of Luffy and the others. We're headed to the Grand Line, Luffy added. What's wrong? Nami asked, puzzled, as the girl remained frozen in shock. But the girl didn't respond. Hey, have you all forgotten? To ordinary people and children, pirates are villains who do all sorts of terrible things. Ichin was astonished by their obliviousness and quickly reminded them. All right, we are pirates. Nami said, realizing it belatedly. With that, Ichin placed his hand on the girl's head and gently ruffled her hair, offering a light smile to soothe her. Don't worry, little sister. We're not the typical kind of pirates. We're quite friendly. Despite Ichin's warm smile, the girl wasn't convinced. She pushed his hand away from her head. After doing so, she remained silent, just sitting on the bed with a pout, staring at Ichin as if expressing her displeasure at being touched. Well, you'll understand after you've been with us for a while. Ichin wasn't bothered by having his hand pushed away and simply smiled at the girl. That night, I risked my life to escape from the Marines, and I end up being rescued by a pirate ship of all things. The little girl thought to herself, from under the covers, her face a picture of impending doom. But that gentle-looking pirate this morning said they're different from other pirates. I wonder if that's true. I hope it is, or else I'm done for. Growl. At that moment, her stomach rumbled. Forget it, let's get something to eat first. With that, she went to the kitchen to find food. Bang, ouch. As the girl reached the fridge to open it, a noise came from beside her, followed by the kitchen lights suddenly flickering on. There she saw Luffy trapped in an iron cage, Ichin sitting on a nearby chair, and Sanji scolded, "How many times have I told you? Don't sneak ingredients. If you're hungry, just tell me, and I'll make you something," Sanji said to Luffy in the cage. Ichun pointed to the warm meal already prepared on the table, addressing the girl. Seeing this, Luffy grabbed the bars and complained to Ichun, "That's so unfair. I want to eat too, Ichun." Just then Sanji brought out a large bowl of rice and dishes, opened the cage, and handed the food to Luffy. "Don't worry, Ichun knew you'd come tonight, so he had me prepare an extra portion. See, it's still warm. Munch munch." Luffy immediately started wolfing down the food. "You must be starving too since you didn't eat this morning." Ichun rested his hands on the table and smiled at the girl. Growl. Her stomach betrayed her with a loud noise. The girl blushed in embarrassment, but being too hungry to care about appearances, she began eating Ichun's cooking with big, eager mouthfuls. Oh, it's so good. Of course it is. He's the chef I personally picked," Luffy said. "Stuff. Actually missed that portion was made by Ichun himself. Hard to believe, but he learned to cook quite a few dishes after just a few days of training with me," Sanji explained, politely leaning forward slightly. Whoa. You can cook now too, Ichun. Does that mean I can eat double portions from now on?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Don't even think about it. If you ate twice as much, our supplies would be gone in no time," Ichun said, pushing Luffy's face away. "By the way, why didn't you eat anything this morning?" Sanji asked, looking at the girl who was eating. Hearing this, the girl stopped eating. She looked at Sanji and Ichun before slowly answering, "It's because I was worried you might sell me." "That's impossible." X3. This time the three of them answered in perfect unison. "We're not that kind of people. In fact, we hate those who traffic children. My name is Apis Age 8. User of the Whisper fruit capable. My name is Apis Age 8. User of the Whisper fruit capable of hearing the thoughts of animals with some exceptions and communicating with them." Early the next morning, Luffy and the others were each occupied with their own tasks. Zoro was engaged in physical training, while Sanji and Usopp stood on the lookout surveying their surroundings. Ichun was by the ship's railing enjoying the sea breeze. Meanwhile, Nami was in her room, changing her top, revealing a generous expanse of skin. Boom. A tremor. A question mark appeared in the air. 6 question marks. What on earth is going on? Creak. At that moment, the kitchen door opened, and a blonde little girl emerged from within, her face smudged with soot. Ichun approached the girl, produced a damp towel from thin air, and gently wiped the grime from her face. "What were you doing in there?" "I was preparing some food." After Ichun cleaned her face, Apis blinked at him and offered a quick thank you. She then turned and waved to the others. "Everyone, lunch is ready." "Ah, so it was just time for him." Luffy grinned and headed for the kitchen. Zoro, however, frowned, sensing a premonition of disaster. Just what kind of lunch could make the kitchen emit black smoke? These. All made by you." Ichun gestured to the plates of black, glutinous rice on the table, asking Apis. "Yes, that's right. I'm so grateful you all saved me and gave me food, so I wanted to find a way to help." The little girl smiled at everyone. "Well, it's certainly unique," Usopp said, forcing a smile at the black, glutinous rice before him. "Is this thing even edible?" Zoro's hand holding the fork trembled as he hesitated to touch the black, glutinous rice on his plate. "Stomp." Ugh. Seeing that Zoro lacked any sense of tact, Nami immediately stomped on his foot, causing him to yelp in pain. Just as he was about to cry out, Nami scooped up the black, glutinous rice from his plate and dumped it into his mouth, then clamped his jaw shut. Thus Zoro was forced to eat Apis' cooking. "Eat up, it's delicious. Why aren't you all eating?" Unlike the others, Luffy was already devouring his portion. "That's right, I think it's pretty good too," Ichun, seated beside the girl, said, while munching on his own black, glutinous rice. Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up with joy as she looked at Ichun and Luffy. It was her first time cooking and her first time being praised. Right, some dishes just don't look good." As he spoke, Sanji also picked up a piece of the black, glutinous rice and prepared to taste it. "Really?" Usopp, hearing this, also forked up some and brought it to his mouth. Nami did the same. Munch. After eating the black, glutinous rice, the 4 of them turned red in the face, their hair standing on end. They immediately grabbed their water cups and drank greedily. "Is it really that bad?" Seeing this, Apis also took a bite of the black, glutinous rice. Unsurprisingly, Apis' face also flushed red. "It's so spicy. I mixed up the seasonings, wah." "Don't worry about it, this kind of thing happens all the time. Just be more careful next time." Sanji comforted the dejected Apis. "I think it's fine, right, Luffy?" Ichun, who was eating the black, glutinous rice, said to Luffy, who was also eating it. Yeah, but I'd still rather eat meat. Please make some meat next time." After replying, Luffy continued to devour his black, glutinous rice. The others looked at Ichun and Luffy in exasperation. One of them enjoyed spicy food, and the other would find anything edible delicious. Ahem, well this is Apis' thoughtful gesture, so let's not waste it, Sanji said to everyone. But, no buts. Just as Usopp was about to protest, Sanji cut him off. He then quietly walked over to Nami and whispered, "He'll make another portion for you later. No need, I've got it covered." Ichin took a large fruit-flavored shaved ice from the refrigerator and placed it. Nami looked at the shaved ice, clapped her hands, and beamed at Ichin. "Wow, thank you, Ichin. Ichin, you rascal. So this is why you wanted to learn cooking from me." Seeing Ichin steal Nami's smile, Sanji shouted at him. In response, Ichin turned his head away and whistled innocently. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean." Hey, you're being too biased. You only made one for Nami." Usopp protested, slapping the table. Yeah, Ichin, I want some shaved ice too." Seeing the cup of shaved ice in front of Nami that was as big as his own head, Luffy drooled and asked. Hearing this, Ichin waved his hand. "Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. They're all in the fridge." Great, I knew you wouldn't play favorites with just Nami. Let me see where my shaved ice is." Usopp opened the refrigerator and froze on the spot. Seeing Usopp stunned in front of the fridge, Zoro asked, "What's wrong? Is it not there?" Well, how should I put this? It's there. But, it's just, how do I say this? Stop stuttering, let me see what kind of shaved ice has left you speechless." Seeing Usopp unable to form a sentence, Zoro walked over to the refrigerator. What's going on? Seeing both of them frozen in place, Sanji also walked over to see what had rendered them speechless. As he spoke, he took the shaved ice out and placed it on the table. "I must say, how did you manage to make shaved ice so meticulously in this kind of container?" Unlike Zoro and Usopp, Sanji was admiring the miniature shaved ice cup in his hand. "Hey Ichin, I mean this shaved ice is so small, it wouldn't even fill a gap between my teeth," Usopp said, holding up the shaved ice cup that was barely the size of a fingernail. "Would you say this is shaved ice or not?" "In terms of appearance, yes, but in terms of size, it's a bit of..." Sanji evaluated, resting his chin on his hand. "Arg, I don't care. I want a big shaved ice, a big one, Ichin." At that moment, Luffy started rolling on the floor in protest. Seeing this, Ichin waved his hand. All right, I'll stop teasing you all." Snap. As he finished speaking, Ichin snapped his fingers. The moment the sound echoed, the shaved ice in front of Luffy and the others visibly grew into large portions. "Whoa, Ichin, you can even make food bigger." X2 Luffy and Usopp exclaimed, their eyes sparkling at the suddenly enlarged shaved ice. "Yes, that's right, I can," Ichin replied with a light chuckle. "Then why didn't you do that before?" Zoro asked out of curiosity, his tone flat. "Because I forgot," Ichin said, playfully winking and sticking out his tongue. "In that case, from now on, Ichin, you can enlarge the ingredients, and he'll do the cooking. That way we won't have to worry about food supplies," Sanji suggested to Ichin. In response, Ichin gave Sanji an okay sign. "That's amazing, Ichin Niken. Are you a devil fruit user?" Apis asked Ichin, looking at the enlarged shaved ice. "This isn't a devil fruit power, it's enlargement magic," Ichin said, shaking his head. "Magic?" Apis was puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Ichin explained, "Magic is..." Here a lengthy explanation is omitted. "Oh, I see, I understand now." Luffy picked up his spoon and looked at the shaved ice. "All right, here I go." ABI's gently bit her finger and looked at the others apologetically. "Gomanas, I am actually not good at cooking, but I really want to help out." Hearing this, Ichin gently patted Abyss' little head and said softly, "It's all right, we've received your kind intention. Besides, Luffy and I both think the spicy rice balls you made tasted pretty good. Here, have some shaved ice first. You must be hungry too." As he spoke, Ichin scooped up a spoonful of shaved ice from the large cup and brought it to Abyss' mouth. ABI's softly responded before opening her small mouth. Seeing that ABI's had no intention of refusing, Ichin fed the spoonful of shaved ice into her little mouth. So sweet, so delicious, I want more." After tasting the delightful shaved ice, ABI's became enamored with the flavor. She then made an odd gesture towards Ichin. All right, here you go." Seeing Abyss' adorable expression begging to be fed, Ichin scooped another spoonful of shaved ice into her mouth. "By the way, ABI's, why were you drifting out at sea?" Nami asked while sitting in a chair. "I escaped from a Navy ship," ABI's answered after swallowing a mouthful of shaved ice. "Usopp, a Navy ship?" "It was that stormy night 3 days ago. You were out in a storm in a boat that small. That's incredibly reckless of you." Upon hearing that ABI's had been in such a tiny vessel during a storm, Nami couldn't help but feel worried for her. Under normal circumstances, forget the storm, if a large sea creature had spotted her, it would have been certain death. "What exactly did you do to get yourself in this situation?" Zoro asked ABI's. ABI's was taken aback by Zoro's question. Since you had to flee, it means you weren't just a guest on that warship, right? Zoro asked after a brief analysis. Even so, the Navy wouldn't bother with a little kid. Upon hearing this, ABI's lowered her head, fidgeting with her small hands. It's because, well, if you can't say the reason, then don't ABI's. Just as ABI's was trying to think of an excuse to hide the reason, Ichin placed his hand on her little head and patted it gently, saying with a soft smile, "Huh, you're not going to ask anymore." Perhaps curious or happy that he didn't press further, ABI's blinked at Ichin in surprise. She seemed to want to know why he stopped asking. "If you don't want to say it, you must have your reasons. Since that's the case, we want pry." Seeming to read her thoughts, Ichin said with a light laugh. After saying this, Ichin resumed feeding ABI. Hearing this, Nami nodded in agreement, then asked, "But can you tell us where you're from?" Ham. I'm from Warship Island." ABI's answered while chewing the shaved ice in her mouth. "Warship Island. I think I know that place." Nami suddenly recalled seeing such an island on her sea chart and took it out. "Why is it called Warship Island?" Curious, Luffy asked ABI's. "Ham. Because the island's shape resembles a warship, that's what the islanders call it." "Found it. It's near the Grand Line. We're around this area right now." Nami first pointed to an island shaped like a warship on the chart, then pointed to their current sea region. "So it's not very far." With that, Nami looked up at ABI's. "What do you think? Do you want to go back to war? Huh. You guys would take me back. We're currently heading towards the Grand Line." Nami's implication was clear. They were going that way anyway, and could drop her off, though they wouldn't mind taking her along to the Grand Line either. Hearing this, ABI's lowered her head and murmured softly, I know you saved me, and I shouldn't be causing you more trouble. But I still want to go back to the island." Before anyone could speak, ABI's continued, "I'm sorry. I'm being selfish, right? If possible, I'd like to switch to another ship heading west along the way. I'll figure out the rest myself." "That's troublesome, really troublesome. There's no way a pirate ship can easily approach another ship," Nami said with her eyes closed, looking troubled as she reminded ABI's. Hearing this, ABI's lowered her head even further. "It's really difficult." "Huh. Don't mind Nami's expression. She actually wants to take you back too. She was just pointing out how hard it is to approach a civilian ship." Seeing this, Ichin chuckled first, then gently stroked Abyss' little head. "Anyway, Warship Island isn't far, and we're not in a hurry. We'll take you back." After speaking, Ichin looked over at Luffy, who was still devouring his shaved ice. "That's all right, right, Captain Luffy?" "Munch." "Sure. Munch," Luffy replied while eating. Nami spread her hands. "I don't mind either way. Usopp, besides we're almost at the Grand Line. You guys will really take me back to Warship Island?" ABI's jumped down from her chair and asked happily. "Of course it's true." X2 Ichin and Luffy answered simultaneously. Yada arigato Ichin Onaikin and Luffy too. After receiving their affirmative answers, ABI's danced with joy. "Yada yada, great Ureshii, I'm so happy. Hantuni arigato Minas, and thank you all so much." Hearing this, everyone smiled as they watched ABI's hopping around happily. "To thank you all, I'll cook for you every day from now on." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces immediately fell, and they made a gesture to ABI's. No need to cook for us every day." Just as Ichin and Luffy were about to ask why. Splash splash. Not far from the Going Merry, 7 warships were sailing across the sea. On the deck of the central warship, a Navy officer with a distinctive mustache shaped like a horse stance walked out of his quarters. "Report. A vessel spotted at 13 o'clock ahead. A single medium-sized sailing ship. There's a Jolly Roger on the mainsail." A sailor in the crow's nest reported to the officer. "Pirates. They dare to sail into Admiral Nelson's waters. A bunch of reckless fools." The Navy officer walked to the bow with his hands behind his back, saying dismissively, "They're probably small fry. Ignore them." Tap. "No, that pirate flag isn't from small fry. That should be Straw Hat Luffy, a man with a 30 million belly bounty." Just as the officer ordered to ignore them, Eric walked onto the deck. Hearing this, the Navy officer and his adjutant turned to look at the newcomer. "Adjutant, so that's the pirate everyone's been talking about." "That's not important. What's important is that we've sent all these warships to find that little girl, and we still haven't found her. She might have been captured. That pirate ship over there could be holding her." As he spoke, Eric had already reached the bow. It wouldn't be wise to ignore the Major. With that, before the Major could respond, Eric directly ordered, "Capture that ship and everyone on it. This is bad. It looks like several Navy warships are following our ship." Usopp shouted from the crow's nest to Luffy and Ichin, who were enjoying the sea breeze on the deck. Hearing Usopp's voice, Nami and Apis also came out. Nami looked at the 7 warships behind them and said, "Indeed they are. But why would such a large fleet be here? Are they here to take my head?" Luffy asked Nami with a grin. "But there are so many of them." Nami said, looking at the 7 warships getting closer to the Going Merry. Nami meant that the situation was dire, but Luffy interpreted it differently. Luffy grinned happily and said, "This means it takes that many people to deal with me. I'm amazing." "No, you're wrong." Ichin walked over to Luffy and denied his statement. "Huh? Why?" Luffy looked at Ichin with a puzzled expression. It wasn't that he was confused by Ichin's denial, but rather curious about what Ichin would say next. During their time together, Luffy had learned that Ichin liked to first leave people baffled, then say something that convinced them completely. As expected, it's up to Ichin to talk sense into Luffy. If I'm not mistaken, Ichin's next words will be about an escape route. Nami thought to herself. Just as Nami thought this, Ichin said something she never expected. "These few measly warships couldn't possibly defeat you. Don't be so insecure, Luffy." Ichin shook his head at Luffy and spoke earnestly. "Oh, I see. So they're underestimating me, huh?" Luffy clenched his fist into his palm, looking like he had an epiphany, then put his hands on his hips and said, "They'd need at least 10, no 20 warships to even have a chance against me." Exactly. As expected of Luffy, you understood me right away." Ichin applauded from the side. "Well, I guess I was overthinking it. Both the captain and the first mate seem to be cut from the same cloth, equally crazy." Nami held her forehead, unable to resist complaining internally, as Ichin and Luffy, one daring to praise and the other daring to listen. Despite her complaints, Nami knew that Ichin wouldn't act so recklessly without absolute confidence. Looking at his demeanor, Nami realized her worries were unnecessary. Following her cautious nature of preparing for the worst, she would have normally sailed the ship away with Ichin and the others. But now it seemed there was no need for that. "Those are the ships of the 8th branch. I escaped from those Navy ships." Just then Apis suddenly spoke to the group. "What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Ichin and Luffy exchanged smiles. Then Ichin crouched down and looked at the anxious Apis with a smile. "Don't worry, as long as we're here, they have no chance of taking you back." On the lookout of the warship, a marine soldier spotted Apis conversing with Ichin and the others on the Going Merry through his telescope. "Report. I can see the girl on the deck." "What? So she really is there?" the commander exclaimed in surprise. "I told you so, Commander. I trust one don't need to elaborate on what to do next." Eric, standing behind the commander, said coldly, as if failing to comply would result in dire consequences. Hearing this, the commander looked at the artillerymen and shouted, "Prepare the main cannons to fire. We must capture that pirate ship." Upon receiving the order, the artillerymen quickly loaded the shells, aimed the cannons at the Going Merry, and fired. Boom! Whoosh! "Oh no, they're firing at us!" Usopp exclaimed as he saw 7 shells hurtling towards the Going Merry. Just as the shells were about to hit the Going Merry, Sanji leaped onto the ship's railing and extended his hand, creating a shield in front to block the incoming projectiles. Boom! 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 The shells exploded upon hitting the shield Sanji had deployed. Just as the commander assumed the shells had reduced the Going Merry to rubble and was about to order the ship to move closer, something unexpected happened. As the black smoke from the explosions cleared the pirate ship that should have been blown to pieces appeared before them, completely unscathed. Seeing the undamaged pirate ship, the commander and the marines all gaped in astonishment, their faces full of disbelief. "See, Commander, the shells don't seem to work on that ship. What should we do?" the adjutant beside him asked nervously. The commander didn't answer, as he too was at a loss for what to do. "Don't panic, Commander. This must be some kind of devil fruit ability. Any ability that can defend against cannonballs like this probably won't last long. Just keep firing." Eric chimed in, seeing the marines panicking. "Is that so? All right, keep firing." Hearing Eric's words, the commander quickly snapped back to attention and ordered the artillerymen to open fire on the Going Merry again. Boom! 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 Whoosh! The shells came again, but this time they were also blocked by Sanji's shield. Boom! 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 Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Sanji, who was still standing on the ship's railing. "Wow, Sanji, your shield is so cool. It can even block cannonballs without a scratch." "Well, I have to thank Ichin for the gloves. They work really well for me. Blocking explosions of this magnitude is no problem at all." Sanji stood on the railing with an air of ease. His right hand was extended, maintaining the shield, while his left hand held a cigarette, which he took a couple of puffs from. While that's true, just continuously blocking their shells isn't a solution. It's about time we sent them a reply. With that, Ichin looked up at Usopp on the crow's nest and said with a light smile, "Sink them, Usopp." "So it's up to me, Usopp, after all. All right, just watch this. They'll sink them all." Seeing Ichin entrust him with the task, Usopp replied with a smirk. After saying that, he summoned his kabuto and pulled out a few red orbs from his pocket, loading them onto the slingshot ready to fire. Meanwhile, on the Navy warship, a marine on lookout saw Usopp aiming his slingshot at their ship and immediately reported to the commander, "Commander, the enemy is aiming a weapon at our ship. Should we take evasive action? What kind of weapon are they using? It looks like it's a large slingshot. The Marine squinted, looking repeatedly to confirm that what Usopp was holding was indeed a slingshot before reporting. A slingshot. The Major initially looked puzzled, then barked at the sailor. It's just a lousy slingshot. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Keep firing. Sir. The gunners reloaded the cannons, aiming at the Going Merry. Aboard the Merry, Usopp had drawn his slingshot to full tension, targeting the warship behind them. Special attack fire star. With that, the red pellet on Usopp's slingshot shot forth with a whoosh, hurtling towards the 7 warships. Through his telescope, the lookout sailor sneered at the 3 red pellets flying towards them. Those tiny red balls from a slingshot can't possibly damage our warships. These pirates are truly foolish. Just as the lookout lowered his telescope, dismissing the pellets, they suddenly expanded to the size of half a basketball court, surging towards the warships. What are those 3 giant things? The sailors on the warship cried out in alarm, staring at the 3 colossal red spheres, now a mere 30 meters away. Sailors around them dove into the sea. Splash, 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 damn. At this distance the ship can't dodge. Abandoned ship. The Major turned to look around, but the deck was already empty. We're already off, Major. You should come down too. The sailors who had jumped into the sea shouted up to him. Seriously, you guys didn't waste a second. Without another thought, the Major sprinted and leapt off the deck. Boom, crash, wham. Ugh. The moment the Major hit the water, Usopp's red pellets struck the warships, unleashing a massive explosion. The shockwave from the blast sent the sailors in the sea flying through the air before they crashed back down, churning the water into waves. After the red spheres detonated, all 7 warships erupted into fierce flames. Crackle, pop, whoosh. You bastards. What the hell is the lookout doing? How could you not warn us about shells that big flying at us, let alone 3 of them? Staring at the 7 warships engulfed in a sea of fire, the Major's fury boiled over, and he cursed at the lookout sailors. What? How did the Major recognize the lookouts? Well, it was because those lookouts had darker skin. WWE had no idea. Those 3 shells were only the size of ping-pong balls at first, so we followed your orders and ignored them. Who knew they would? One of the sailors tried to explain. Are you telling me those 3 shells were just small red balls that suddenly expanded? The Major stared at them coldly, his expression screaming disbelief. Calm down, Major. This must be a devil fruit ability. I never imagined they had a power that could turn bullets into cannonballs. Eric, who was aboard a small boat nearby, chimed in to mediate. The Major took a deep breath to steady himself, then asked Eric calmly, so what do we do now? Eric replied, what to do? Simple. We contact Admiral Nelson and have his fleet come capture them. The Major climbed onto Eric's boat, saying, but our warships are destroyed. We have no equipment to contact the Admiral. The answer is right in front of you. Eric gestured to the boat with a knowing look. I see. The Major turned to the bullier sailors. You lot. Get on this boat and row us to the Admiral. The sturdy sailors climbed aboard, grabbed the oars, and began rowing in the direction the Major pointed. Whoa. Sugoi, Usopp. Those cannonballs that got big suddenly burst into flames. Luffy praised Usopp, gazing at the blazing sea behind them. Not bad, Longnose. Zoro offered a rare word of commendation. Usopp puffed out his chest, hands on his hips, and tilted his nose up with smug pride. Ha ha, of course. I'm the strongest. Although it's partly thanks to the weapon Ichin gave me. Seeing the warships completely engulfed in flames, Sanji hopped down from the ship's railing, retracting his shield. Ichin, what exactly is that weapon you gave Usopp? It's incredibly powerful all of a sudden. Ichin shrugged in response. It's not that strong, really. It's mostly Usopp's own good luck. The weapon I gave him relies on luck to trigger its enhancement. Well, his luck is certainly impressive, turning 3 tiny balls into such massive cannonballs. Nami gestured a large sphere in the air as she spoke. Apis, however, was frozen in place, seemingly in shock that Usopp had single-handedly destroyed 7. Noticing Apis standing there dazed, Ichin crouched down and gently patted her head. A bit surprising, huh? Feeling the touch, Apis snapped back to reality and nodded softly. But that really startled me just now. Then she added, but Usopp is amazing. He destroyed 7 warships all by himself. Hearing this, Usopp, who had just climbed down from the crow's nest, grew even more conceited. He planted his hands on his hips, tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, and boasted, well, of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm the ace sniper of this ship. Yash. Since we've sunk their ships, let's continue our voyage to Warship Island. Luffy declared from the bow. Okay, X6. Alright, let's head back to our cabins and rest. It'll be a while before we reach Warship Island. As the ship sailed on, Ichin withdrew his hand from Apis' head and said to her with a gentle smile, Ichin's right. We're still a fair distance from the fleet. It'll probably take about a day to get there. Nami glanced at her sea chart and nodded in agreement. Apis gave a small nod and followed Ichin and Nami back to the lounge. What did you say? 7 warships couldn't defeat a single pirate ship. Don't make me laugh. With a crash, Nelson hurled a tray of meat from a nearby sailor's hands, smashing it into the Major's face. Even as blood dripped from his face, the Major dared not utter a single word of protest to Nelson. How did you manage to mess this up? That was 7 ships. 7. Over 800 men. And you're telling me you got driven back by one pirate ship with a handful of pirates? If you're going to make excuses, at least make them believable. Nelson's rotund frame seemed to swell to twice its size in his fury. His face, usually lecherous, was now twisted into a mask of pure rage. His eyes bulged like brass bells as he roared at the Major, who stood before him trembling and utterly speechless. Seeing the Major was at a loss for words, Nelson turned his gaze to Eric, who stood beside him. Eric, you will explain what truly transpired. At this, Eric stepped forward, placing his left hand on his chest and bowing slightly. Lord Nelson, their strength was formidable. The Major, disregarding my counsel, insisted on engaging them in battle, which led to this outcome. You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? It was you who, swoosh, ugh. Just as the Major was about to reveal that Eric had given the order, Eric sent several invisible blade slashes toward him. The Major collapsed unconscious after being struck. What are you doing, Eric? Nelson, seated on the palanquin, shouted an accusation. Eric, placing his hands behind his back, replied, I am merely meting out punishment to this defeated man on behalf of Commodore Nelson. Surely Lord Nelson wouldn't hold a mere executioner accountable. Eric stared at Nelson with an impassive expression. He was confident that Nelson would not reproach him over this insignificant Major. As Eric anticipated, Nelson showed no intention of blaming him. Instead, he shifted the subject. Then you must know their whereabouts, Eric. Although Nelson suspected Eric's orders were responsible for the destruction of the 7 warships, Eric was his most capable combatant, so he refrained from reproaching him. As for the Major, he was merely a man of no consequence. Before I returned to you, I observed they were sailing towards Warship Island. Therefore, I suggest you lead the entire fleet to surround and eliminate them. Nelson nodded in agreement. Then issue the order this afternoon. All ships will advance on Warship Island. As you command. Eric gave a slight bow and departed to relay the orders. Once Eric had left, Nelson's face darkened instantly. A mere mercenary daring to show me such disrespect and injure my men right before my eyes. If he weren't still of use, I'd blast him to pieces with my cannons. Nelson declared loudly, feigning outrage to maintain his subordinates' morale. In truth, his only desire was to obtain the elixir of life and live a carefree, immortal existence at the 8th branch. Both the Marines and the mercenaries were merely tools for him to fulfill his ambitions. Over there, Apis pointed towards the northeast. Wow, so that's Warship Island. It's a Luffy looked in the direction Apis indicated and saw Warship Island not far away. You've got to be kidding me. There's a limit to how big something should be. Sanji marveled at the sight of the island. Comparing the Going Merry to Warship Island, it was like an ant gazing upon an elephant. On the shores of Warship Island, villagers stood armed with hose harpoons and iron shovels. Even before the Going Merry had neared the shore, villagers living on the higher ground had spotted the skull on the ship, immediately warning the islanders of the pirates' arrival. The elderly, children, and women hurried into their homes, shutting doors and windows tightly upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, the able-bodied men gathered at the shore, muscles tensed, bracing for what seemed like an imminent fierce battle. Creak, thump, the pirates are coming ashore. Everyone be on guard. One of the villagers shouted in warning. "I'm back." Just as the villagers nervously watched the rope ladder being lowered from the Going Merry, Apis' head popped out, greeting them cheerfully. "Listen to me. They might be pirates, but they're kind pirates." Apis said, climbing down first. "Listen to me. They might be pirates, but they're kind pirates." Apis said, climbing down first, and then spreading her small arms to explain. "Since when are there kind pirates?" The villagers said to Apis, looking at the group disembarking from the ship. "And weren't you captured by those Marines?" The little girl nodded. "Yeah, but I escaped from them. And then Luffy and Chun and the others saved me." Right. As she spoke, Apis tugged at Ichin's arm. Feeling the tug, Ichin understood and gave a slight, gentle smile, nodding to the villagers. "But Apis, what kind of trouble did you get into? The Marines have been searching for you for the past 2 days. They even had guards stationed at your doorstep, though strangely they haven't shown up today." Hearing this, Usopp tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, about to boast, when Sanji clamped a hand over his mouth and shook his head, signaling him to stay silent. Seeing this, Usopp nodded. Though disappointed he couldn't brag about his exploits, he understood that to avoid frightening the villagers this was a boast he could forego. "Hey, do you guys know where I can get some grilled meat?" Luffy asked the villagers. Just as the villagers braced for the pirates to demand money and food, they were taken aback to hear him ask for grilled meat. They collectively sighed in relief and lowered their harpoons. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder, do pirates usually ask such questions? Apis. Just then a frail, aged voice came from behind the crowd, and the villagers parted to make way for its own. It's Grandpa Bokyuden. Seeing the kind, elderly man, Apis ran over joyfully and hugged him. "I'm so glad you've returned safely," Bokyuden said with a gentle smile, looking down at Apis in his arms. He then looked up at Ichun and the others. "Thank you for saving Apis. It may not be much, but I would like to hold a feast in your honor. What do you say?" Luffy asked the old man. "Are you the one selling grilled meat?" He may not be a grill master, but Grandpa Bokyuden's pork buns are renowned as the most delicious on the island. Apis, still holding on to Bokyuden, turned her head to say to Luffy, "Awesome. Let's go," Luffy said to Ichun and the others. "Let's go then," Ichun agreed. Subsequently, the group followed Bokyuden and Apis towards the old man. Splash, splash. 700 or 800 heads bobbed up and down in the sea as men swam. "What are we going to do, Lieutenant? Swimming like this, when will it ever end?" One of the sailors asked the officer swimming ahead. "You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Can't you see him swimming too?" Splash, splash. 700 or 800 heads bobbed up and down in the sea as men swam. "What are we going to do, Lieutenant? Swimming like this, when will it?" With their warship burned to ashes, these sailors had no choice but to swim in the sea. They only knew the general direction, but not how long it would take to reach the shore, so they could only keep swimming. Fortunately, they encountered no large sea creatures. Thus they continued to swim in the sea, safe for the time. In the kitchen, with a soft thud, Bogdan placed the finished pork buns into the bamboo steamer, covered it with the lid, and lit the firewood beneath. "Everything's ready. We just need to wait for them to cook through." "Awesome. I can't wait," Luffy exclaimed, eagerly watching the steam begin to rise from the steamer. Curious, Sanji stepped forward and examined the steamer closely. "Oh, quite meticulous, aren't you? But roughly how long will it take, old man?" "How long? About 4 to 5 hours, give or take." Hearing this, Usopp couldn't help but retort, "Old man, you call 4 to 5 hours a moment." Yet for an elderly man, 4 to 5 hours truly did pass in the blink of an eye. After all, a simple cup of tea and a chat could easily span several hours. Luffy and the others simply operated on a different sense of time than old Bogdan, so Usopp's outburst was only natural. For Ichun, however, it made no difference at all. An hour later, Luffy slumped against the wall, his face contorted in agony. "Starving. My stomach." In the living room, Nami, seated on a chair, took a sip of tea before turning to Bogdan. "Oh, by the way, Grandpa Bogdan, we were wondering, why exactly does the Navy want to capture Apis? And with such a massive force, no less. Do you know the real reason?" Bogdan was taken aback by the question. As for why the Navy was after Apis, he himself was in the dark. He then shifted his gaze to Apis. "Apis, the reason the Navy is after you is..." Seeing him ask, Apis answered in a soft, timid voice, "I don't know either." "But back on the ship, didn't you look like you didn't want to talk about it?" Nami asked, looking at the girl who claimed ignorance. "It's precisely because I don't know that I didn't say anything," Apis replied, meeting Nami's gaze. Nami was at a loss for words, yet she couldn't help but feel the girl's logic had a certain merit to it. Seeing that Apis had no answer, Bogdan responded calmly, "So that means we have absolutely no idea why they're after you. However, this island truly has nothing on it. If there's anything at all, it would only be the ancient legends that still linger to this day." Usopp's interest was piqued. "What kind of legend is it?" Seeing Usopp's eager expression, Bogdan began to recount the tale. "It is said that the original inhabitants of this island are descendants of a lost kingdom that flourished tens of thousands of years ago, only to sink into the depths of the sea. On that lost island lived a species of dragon known as the Millennial Dragon. The white bones of these dragons are called dragon bones, and they are also known as the elixir of immortality." After listening, Sanji blew out a puff of smoke. "So that's the legend. But a baseless myth like that shouldn't be enough to mobilize this many Marines just to capture a little girl. Yeah, it's way too strange. I can't figure out why they'd send such a huge force. Could there be some lead about the dragon bones hidden in that legend?" Usopp, Nami, and Zoro all voiced their confusion. Hearing this, the old man looked at them with a grave expression. "As for leads, that's a long story. It all begins with Iskentank, the first king of the Lost Island." Apis, sitting beside Ichun, rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Here we go again with his endless stories." Apis, sitting beside Ichun, rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Here we go again with his endless stories." Luffy, meanwhile, remained slumped against the wall, his eyes and mind consumed solely by thoughts of food, utterly indifferent to the legend. Ichin, though not thinking of anything in particular, also held no interest in Bogdan's story. At that moment, Apis crouched down and slipped out of the house, as if escaping. Before leaving, she shot Ichin a quick gesture to keep quiet, signaling that she didn't want to listen and didn't want anyone to notice her sneaking away. Seeing this, Ichin simply nodded with a smile. Luffy, however, was baffled and even a little curious about what Apis was up to. But he didn't dwell on it, and soon returned to leaning against the wall, staring blankly into space. King Ai Kunai Kuin had 3 children. The eldest Ai Tu Lan Xiao, the second Ai Kuin, and the third Ai Hao. 2.5 hours later, Bogdan was still regaling the group with his tale. And so it came to the 666th king, Wei Ai Lu Guan, who had 3 princes. The eldest was Wei Ai Fei Ji, the second Wei Ai Sai Ju, and the third Wei Ai Ten Ko. The following 10,000 words are omitted. By now, Usopp, sitting across from Bogdan, was forcing his eyes open, barely managing to stay awake, though even he was growing weary of the old man's endlessly nested, meandering narrative. Exhausted from listening, Nami leaned her head against Ichin's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "Just how long is this old man going to keep talking?" "I have no idea either," Ichin replied, equally bored. As for Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, they had all fallen asleep against the wall. Bogdan, undeterred, continued his tale with unwavering enthusiasm. King Irohwang, and the 3 children of Moses. "Do we really have to wait until he's done before we can eat the pork buns? I'm so hungry." With that final cry, Usopp collapsed to the floor, unable to hold on any longer. Hunched over and utterly drained, Luffy replied weakly, "Gotta pee." And with that, ignoring Ichin and Nami's words, he shuffled out of the room. Hunched over and utterly drained, Luffy replied weakly, "Gotta pee." And with that, ignoring Ichin and Nami's words, he shuffled out of the room. In the kitchen, Apis was stuffing all the pork buns into a large sack. "Wait for me, Dragon Grandpa." A short while later, Ichin also rose from his seat and headed outside. Seeing him leave, Nami followed. "Ichin, where are you going?" "Wait for me." Stepping outside, Ichin stretched his arms and let out a yawn. Phew, it's like listening to a lullaby in there. Listening to the old man's story brought back memories of his middle and high school days, sitting through lectures that felt like a monk chanting sutras. Back then had been so sleepy that had stacked his books high, crafting a cozy little home for his head. Nami, who had followed him out, gently patted him on the back. "Are you going to look for Luffy, Ichin?" Ichin turned and shrugged at her. "That's only part of it. The main reason is I just couldn't take it anymore, so I came out for some air. It really is hard to sit through. I thought he was going to give us some clues, but it turns out he just wanted to tell a story." Nami nodded in agreement, then glanced toward the kitchen. "Let's go check on the pork buns first." Ichin nodded, and the 2 of them headed for the kitchen together. Zzz. As soon as they reached the doorway, they were greeted by the sound of loud snoring coming from within. The moment Ichin and Nami stepped through the entrance, they spotted Luffy sprawled on the floor, fast asleep, with a steamed bun resting on his face. Seeing this, Ichin stuffed the bun into Luffy's mouth. "Wake up, Luffy." Meanwhile, Nami walked over to the steaming basket. "What's going on?" "There's not a single one left." Staring at the empty basket before her, Nami's jaw dropped in shock. Munch. "These pork buns are delicious. I want more." Just then, Luffy woke up, savoring the taste. Thump. "You want another one? How could you eat everyone's?" Nami gave Luffy a sharp knock on the head, then pointed at the empty basket and yelled. All right, Nami, calm down. They're just buns. If you're hungry, you'll go back to the ship and make some for you," Ichin said, pushing his hands against the air as if to soothe the situation. "What do you mean I ate everyone's share? I didn't know." Luffy rubbed his head, looking at Nami in confusion. "Huh." Just as Nami was about to put her hands on her hips and say, "Ichin, you're spoiling him," she noticed a drag mark on the floor. She then carefully examined the trail leading from the kitchen to the outside, and as if a thought struck her, she looked at Ichin and Luffy. "Ichin, Luffy, let's follow this trail and see what's going on." With that, Nami followed the trail out. Seeing this, the other 2 fell and stepped behind her. The trio followed the trail to the foot of a mountain where it ended before a dense thicket of grass. They came to a halt there. "Seems like the path ends here," Luffy said, looking at the thick grass. Rustle, Ichin pushed aside the grass and said to the others, "No, there's still a path." Nami observed the marks on the ground. "Look, the trail goes up the mountain. Let's go." Tap, tap, tap. The trio stood at the edge of a cliff. Nami observed the marks on the ground. "Look, the trail goes up the mountain. Let's go." Tap, tap, tap. The trio stood at the edge of a cliff where the trail abruptly vanished. Snap. Whoa. Yahoo. I'm floating. Without a second thought, Ichin, standing in the middle, snapped his fingers, levitating himself, Nami, and Luffy across to the opposite cliff. This is my first time floating in the sky. It really startled me. After landing, Nami patted her chest, then puffed out her cheeks at Ichin. Next time you make me fly, give me a heads up first. Being suddenly lifted into the air is terrifying, you know. Alright, I'll do that next time. Ichin chuckled apologetically, watching Nami pout. Meanwhile, Luffy wore a look of discontent that ended too quickly. I didn't even get to enjoy the feeling. Shuffle, shuffle. At that moment, Apis was dragging a large sack into a cave. Grandpa dragging him here. Simultaneously, Ichin and his group arrived at the cave's entrance. Seeing the marks on the ground, they didn't hesitate and walked straight in. That's what happened. I'm fine. I was saved by some kind but strange and powerful pirates. Mumu, they're not scary at all. You must be starving after I was captured for 2 days. I brought you some pork buns made by Grandpa Bogooden. As she spoke, Apis opened the large sack and poured out the buns. Munch, munch. Seeing the bounty of buns on the ground, the Millennium Dragon began to devour them eagerly. No, don't eat so fast, you'll choke. The Millennium Dragon slowed down upon hearing this, then looked at Apis while eating, seemingly communicating with her through some mental link. I'm sorry, I haven't found it yet. I've been trying my best to search, but I can't seem to find any useful clue. Hearing the voice, Nami, who had just arrived, looked at Apis sitting in the corner. Who is Apis talking to? And why did she come here? This must be the secret Apis didn't want to tell us, Ichin said to Nami and Luffy, looking at Apis in the distance. Unlike the other two, Luffy walked right up behind Apis. Yo, Apis, who are you talking to? Seeing this, Nami yelled at him. Don't just barge in like that, you idiot. Ichin, however, said nothing and simply followed Luffy towards Apis. No, don't come any closer. Seeing Luffy and Ichin approaching, Apis frowned slightly, stepped in front of the Millennium Dragon, and hearing this, Ichin stopped, knowing full well what kind of creature was behind Apis. But Luffy wasn't one to be stopped by a loud voice, and he walked right up to Apis. Whoa! Luffy's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he stood before the enormous Millennium Dragon. Luffy, what's? Whoa! Hearing Luffy's exclamation, Nami walked over and was equally stunned, her mouth agape at the colossal beast before her. By this time, Luffy was already touching the Millennium Dragon all over. Amazing. Incredible. So go. Stop. Please stop it. Apis pleaded, trying to stop Luffy as he bounced around on the dragon. But Luffy, as if death, lay flat on the dragon's face, stroking its bald head. It's real. It's a living Millennium Dragon. Unable to persuade him, Apis grabbed Luffy's clothes, trying to pull him off the dragon, but to no avail. Please stop. It's very weak. Don't touch it like that. It's unbelievable. So the Millennium Dragon actually exists. I thought dragons were just mythical creatures. Nami said, looking at the dragon in disbelief. Ichin, standing beside her, merely smiled and said nothing. This bald-headed Millennium Dragon before him was a type of Western dragon. Although this green-feathered Western dragon seemed ordinary to Ichin, to ordinary people like Luffy and Nami, it appeared formidable and impressive. In reality, however, the Millennium Dragon possessed no special abilities. Its main trait was its longevity. As for other aspects, Oda had never elaborated. You're amazing. Where did you come from? Luffy asked, gently stroking the dragon's bald head, and hearing this, the Millennium Dragon slightly widened its eyes to look at Luffy, who gazed back into its eyes. I see. You want to go back to your homeland, Luffy said softly, looking at the dragon. Surprised, Apis looked at Luffy, amazed that he could understand the Millennium Dragon's wish. The Millennium Dragon glanced at Apis, who understood its cue, and turned to Luffy. Grandpa Dragon says he's willing to be your friend. He says he can tell you're a good person. By the way, Luffy, how did you know what Grandpa Ryu was wishing for? Apis asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Because I could feel it, Luffy replied with a grin. Feel it? Apis echoed, puzzled. Actually, I should be asking you that. How are you able to read its thoughts so clearly? Luffy shot the question back at her. It's because I ate the whisper fruit, Apis answered after a moment's hesitation. Ever since I ate it, I've been able to hear the thoughts of animals. So that's how you came to know this 1,000-year-old? Nami stepped forward to ask. Yes, it was indeed thanks to this whispering ability that I met Grandpa Ryu, Apis said, recalling the moment she first encountered the ancient dragon. Back then, Grandpa Ryu was completely listless, even weaker than he is now. He told me he had gotten separated from his companions and had been searching alone ever since for the lost island where the dragon's nest lies. Apis gently stroked the Millennium Dragon's face as she spoke. The lost island. Wasn't that island submerged beneath the ocean long ago? Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Nami inquired of Apis. The lost island did sink, but Grandpa Ryu said that the island would rise again. He said it would resurface within about a week, but he also said he can't remember its location at all anymore. And because of his age, he's also lost the ability to fly. I could see how much he wanted to go back, so I wanted to help. But I have no idea where that island is. Apis lowered her head, a trace of sadness on her face, feeling disheartened that she hadn't been able to find it. With no clues to go on, I asked the Marines who happened to be here for help. But I asked the wrong people. They were after the dragon's bones to make an elixir of immortality. I see. So that's why they came to capture you, Nami said, piecing together the cause and effect, and seeking confirmation from Apis. Apis nodded. They took me onto their ship and demanded I tell them everything I knew. She paused for a moment, then added, it might also be because I made a necklace out of the dragon scale Grandpa Ryu gave me. Then do you need my help to restore this old dragon's vitality, Apis? Just as Apis was about to continue, Ichun walked over and interjected. Restore Grandpa Ryu's energy. Really? Hearing this, Apis opened her large sparkling eyes and looked at Ichun with eager anticipation. Ichun walked over, crouched down in front of her, and gently patted her head. Of course it's true. With that, Ichun walked over to the Millennium Dragon and began to cast a spell. Revert. The next second, a massive white magic circle appeared above the dragon's head, hovered briefly in the air, and then slowly descended. As the magic circle passed through the dragon, the once feeble creature was suddenly brimming with vitality. Even its pale cyan feathers became lustrous and vibrant, turning a deeper shade of green. The Millennium Dragon stood up joyfully and let out a soft roar of gratitude towards Ichun. That's wonderful, Grandpa Ryu. You look so much better than before. Seeing the dragon restored, Apis was even happier than the dragon itself. Brother Ichun, Grandpa Ryu says thank you so much. He feels just like he did when he was 400 years old. After the dragon glanced at her, Apis conveyed its thanks to Ichun. What kind of magic is this? To make this ancient dragon who was so weary just a moment ago, so full of energy. Seeing the stark contrast in the dragon's condition, Nami couldn't help but ask Ichun. Luffy, standing nearby, also stared at him with sparkling eyes, curious about the magic he had used. Seeing their eyes nearly popping out with curiosity, Ichun explained, this magic of mine is called Revert. It can restore someone to their youthful state and appearance, but it doesn't extend their lifespan. It can make you look young again. Nami gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This meant that when she grew old and wrinkled, she could simply ask Ichun to revert her to her current self. Just thinking about it was enough to banish any future anxiety about aging. Amazing. Amazing. Sugoi. Though Luffy didn't fully grasp the significance of the magic, he was thoroughly impressed and clapped his hands in praise for Ichun. Alright, then let's go wake up Zoro and the others and set off to find the lost island. Time passed. A gentle sea breeze blew across the Going Merry as it sailed over the ocean with the fully rejuvenated Millennium Dragon circling high above its mast. It soared joyfully from side to side, greedily savoring the flowing air and relishing the sheer pleasure of being able to fly once more. Yow! Fly higher, Grandpa Ryu. Luffy, seated on the dragon's back, shouted with excitement, spreading his arms wide to feel the rush of the wind. With a low roar, the Millennium Dragon angled its head and body upward at 45 degrees and shot swiftly into the higher sky. Hey, Luffy, isn't it about time you let Grandpa Ryu give me a ride? Usopp shouted from the ship's bow, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. But Luffy, having the time of his life high up in the air, couldn't hear a thing. Several minutes passed without any reply from him. Man, I should have gotten on when I had the chance, Usopp said, staring enviously at Luffy soaring through the sky on the dragon, filled with regret. Come to think of it, I've never ridden a dragon before. Maybe you'll give it a try later, Zoro remarked with a slight confident smirk as he watched the dragon fly overhead. Hearing this, Usopp excitedly warned him, next. Don't you dare cut in line, Zoro. Zoro in turn snapped back. Who's cutting in line? In no rush. Before long, the two were bickering again. The argument eventually fizzled out when Zoro realized he was no match for Usopp's sharp tongue and fell silent. Usopp, however, didn't let up. The quarrel only came to an end when Zoro gave him a few lumps on the head, putting a stop to the absurd spat. Meanwhile, Nami and Ichun had been watching the whole scene unfold. They're so full of energy, aren't they? Nami said with a light chuckle to Ichun. Ichun chuckled softly in response, nodding in agreement. With Usopp around, a walking comedic relief whose only hard part is his mouth, how could Zoro not stay spirited? Abi stepped out of the kitchen carrying a large pot of food. Everyone's sorry for the wait, lunch is ready. Seeing Abi's emerge with the pot, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami all broke into a cold sweat. Again. She made it. Zoro raised his right eyebrow, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Usopp wore an expression of utter reluctance. No one was waiting for it, you know. Nami's mouth twitched slightly, offering a somewhat strained smile. As for Ichin, he remained leaning against the railing, quietly feeling the sea breeze. Tap tap. As ABI's ran over, Sanji followed closely behind her. Oh ho ho ho, it's Sanji. Great, so you made the food today. Seeing Sanji emerge from behind, ABI's Usopp shouted joyfully. Upon hearing this, Abyss' previously adorable smile instantly darkened, and she stomped on Usopp's foot as she passed him. Thud. Ouch. Usopp, having been stepped on, crouched down in pain. After passing Usopp, ABI's approached Ichin. Ichin, big brother, time to eat. Ichin nodded slightly upon hearing this, and said softly, all right. After speaking, ABI's looked up at the sky, and called out, Master Dragon, Luffy lunch is ready. Oh, coming right up. Upon hearing it was time to eat, Luffy, who was in the sky, replied first, then said to the Millennium Dragon, Master Dragon, let's head down for lunch. Upon hearing this, the Millennium Dragon began its slow descent towards the Going Merry, finally landing on the deck at the bow. Luffy jumped off the Millennium Dragon and sprinted towards the kitchen. Time to eat, time to eat. ABI's lifted the large pot of food and placed it before the Millennium Dragon. Master Dragon, the food is ready, dig in. After the meal inside the kitchen, Zoro and Sanji were washing dishes together. Splash, clatter. Sanji first rinsed a plate with water, then handed it to Zoro beside him. This process repeated over a dozen times. Zoro. 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 Here. Zoro. Hearing Sanji repeatedly call his name, Zoro couldn't help but mutter quietly, can't you just hand me the plates without all the chatter? What is that? Smoke. A ship, At the bow, Luffy squinted at a dark silhouette, growing closer, puzzled. Hey. Wait. That's the Going Merry, Master Dragon, and me. Usopp, realizing he was looking at a reflection, was about to warn Luffy when he saw a dark shape ahead. Let me take a look. Hearing this, Usopp pulled out his binoculars and peered intently at the shadow. Why does that ship ahead look so familiar? And that familiar Usopp on it? Wait, that's the Going Merry, Master Dragon, and me. Usopp, realizing he was looking at a reflection, was about to warn Luffy when he saw the Going Merry sail straight through the image and vanish. Huh, this is bad. Usopp stared in horror at the spot where the Going Merry had disappeared, shouting in dismay. Whoa ho ho, slow down, Master Dragon. But the Millennium Dragon showed no fear and plunged directly into the shadow. Within the mist, Sanji and Zoro walked out from the kitchen. What's with this fog? But the Millennium Dragon showed no fear and plunged directly into the shadow. Within the mist, Sanji and Zoro walked out from the kitchen. This is caused by the temperature difference between cold and warm sea currents, which can sometimes create illusions at sea. Nami recalled the illusion they had just passed through and explained. Whoosh. Splash. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew the fog away, followed by heavy rain. Just then, the Millennium Dragon returned to the ship with Usopp on its back. I saw an island beneath that light while I was on Master Dragon's back. Let's sail over there. Usopp said to the others as he dismounted from the Millennium Dragon. The crew then sailed to the island, where they discovered clues revealing that the Millennium Dragon's true nest was on Warship Island, located east of the peak that resembled a warship. After learning this, the group began their journey back. Out on the sea, Luffy and the others were sailing the Going Merry towards Warship Island. Looks like it won't be that easy to get back, Sanji remarked, spotting a massive warship heading towards them. The bow of the colossal vessel was shaped like a fierce beast's head, and the number 8 was emblazoned on its 3 main sails. So cool. It's like a beast's head. Luffy, sitting at the bow, exclaimed in awe as the warship drew closer. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Nelson laughed maliciously as he eyed the distant Going Merry and the Millennium Dragon aboard it. Ha ha ha. Looks like the little fish have swum into the net. Now, spread out left and right, form a crane wing formation, surround them in that sea area, and don't let them escape. Nelson barked orders to his subordinate ships via a den mushi. Splash. The moment Nelson finished speaking, the 26 warships behind the main vessel began to fan out to its left and right. After all, the most they had ever faced before was the 7 marine ships they encountered recently. And now, including the main vessel, there were a full 27 massive warships. After all, the most they had ever faced before was the 7 marine ships they encountered recently. And now, including the main vessel, there were a full 27 massive warships. Each of the 26 warships was positioned 15 meters apart, interconnected by heavy chains, forming an iron net that entrapped the Going Merry. What should we do? We're going to be caught. As his words faded, the 26 warships began to spread out and form a massive encirclement, completely trapping the sea area where Ichin and the others were. Each of the 26 warships was positioned 15 meters apart, interconnected by heavy chains, forming an iron net that entrapped the Going Merry. What should we do? We're going to be caught in a pincer attack. ABIs looked around in a panic, unsure of what to do next. We could just jump onto their ships, take them out, and then we can leave. Hearing this, Usopp crossed his arms over his chest and suggested cleverly, "Wow, that's amazing. Can you do that, Usopp?" ABIs praised Usopp. Upon hearing this, Usopp nervously wiped a drop of sweat from his brow, then pointed forward and shouted, "Go get him." Luffy, Ichin, Zoro, Sanji. After realizing Usopp was sending others to fight, Abyss expression changed again. Ugh, I knew it. Zoro gripped his sword hilt, looking eager to join the fray. Not a bad idea. Huh, are you? But wouldn't that be really dangerous? ABI said, worried for them. Just then Nami gently patted Abyss' shoulder. Don't worry, ABIs. They're really strong. After reassuring ABIs, Nami looked at the four men. Please do hurry up and settle this. Sanji turned and smiled at Nami. You can leave it to me, Namison. Sitting at the bow, Luffy raised his fists and gathered his strength, declaring, all right, let's go. Adjust all ship cannons and aim at their pirate ship. But absolutely do not hit the Millennial Dragon standing at the bow. Nelson gazed at the Millennial Dragon on the Going Merry with an air of smug determination. Upon receiving his command, the warships swiveled their cannons toward the Merry, loaded their shells, and fired in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Bayou. Over 100 cannonballs hurtled toward the Going Merry from all directions. Oh no, the shells are coming. Usopp shrieked, clutching his head with both hands at the sight of the incoming barrage. Snap. Seeing this, Ichon casually snapped his fingers toward the sky, and in the next instant a colossal barrier unfurled in midair. Boom, boom, boom. As the barrier expanded, the 100 cannonballs arrived. After a brief collision, they began exploding one after another. After the explosions, thick black smoke completely enveloped the Going Merry, obscuring the view from outside. Bakairu, didn't I tell you not to bomb the Millennial Dragon? At this rate, it's probably been blown to ashes by now. Nelson roared furiously into the Den Mushi. Don't worry, Admiral Nelson. Their crew has a devil fruit user with incredibly strong defensive ability. So after this bombardment, they should be fine as well. Eric, standing nearby, bowed slightly as he spoke to. Upon hearing this, Nelson calmed down and turned his gaze toward the Going Merry. Though he doubted anyone could withstand 100 cannonballs unscathed, he was also well aware of how absurdly unconventional devil fruit powers could be. After spotting the Going Merry completely unharmed not far away, over 200 meters off, Nelson breathed a sigh of relief, yet he was equally astonished that they had truly managed to repel such a bombardment. In that case, keep firing. Bombard them until they can't resist anymore. Nelson commanded into the Den Mushi. Boom, boom, boom. Bayou. Over 100 shells once again traced arcs across the sky toward the Going Merry. Boom, boom, bang. TCH, this is getting endless. Sanji clicked his tongue in annoyance. On the deck, Ichun looked at Luffy and the others. You three go on ahead. I'll guard the ship. Upon hearing this, Luffy summoned his Flashwind boots and pumped his legs rapidly. Then him going first. Flashwind, flying boots. With that, Luffy leapt off the ship. The moment he plunged toward the sea, a small tornado erupted from the soles of his boots, lifting him up into the sky. Yahoo! Let's go! Luffy shouted excitedly, spreading his arms wide. Powerful compact whirlwinds swirled around his boots on all sides. In the next second, these four cyclones propelled him forward toward the warships. Whoosh! That Luffy not even waiting for us. Zoro gritted his teeth and grumbled as he watched Luffy fly off. Well then, I'm off too, you moss-headed swordsman. Before Zoro could react, Sanji leaped into the air and sprinted across the sky toward the warships. Seeing this, Zoro's eyebrows shot up and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, those two bastards are just gonna leave me behind, because they can fly, huh? And that Sanji had the nerve to call me moss-head. At the thought, 3 more veins bulged on Zoro's forehead. Damn it, if I could fly too, I'd fly over there and give him a piece of my mind. Zoro clenched his fists, a look of pure irritation on his face. Swish. Just then the sword Shura at Zoro's waist suddenly began to vibrate. It flew out of its sheath on its own, transforming into a majestic flying sword from the cultivation world, hovering right beneath Zoro's feet. Shura, what are you? Zoro stared in shock at the sword floating before him. Though Ichun had told him the blade possessed a spirit, this was beyond spiritual. Swish, swish. Shura trembled violently, as if trying to convey a message to Zoro. And Zoro seemed to sense its intent, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You're saying you'll carry me across? That sounds utterly unbelievable. Swish, swish. Seeing Zoro still hadn't stepped on, Shura circled around him twice, urging him to hurry up. Without another word, Zoro stepped onto the blade of Shura. Head ask Ichun about the sword's abilities later. With that thought, Zoro willed Shura, or rather was carried by Shura. up into the air and flew off toward the warships. Zoro placed his left foot at the tip of the sword and his right foot on the blade, his left hand lightly resting on the hilt at his waist. With his eyes closed, he felt the breeze, and the curve of his smile grew ever wider. Soon Zoro caught up with Luffy, who was flying ahead, and Sanji, who was running through the air. As he passed Sanji, Zoro opened his eyes, looked at the cook running on foot beside him, and smirked. "Yo, pervy cook, why are you running on foot?" Before Sanji could even react, Zoro urged Shura to accelerate, leaving him over 10 meters behind. Watching Zoro soar ahead on his flying sword, Sanji snapped back to reality. How can that sword carry that moss head? And did he just call me a pervy cook? Damn it, just you wait, moss head. With that, Sanji sped up again. Sugoi, so cool. Unlike Sanji, Luffy's eyes sparkled with awe as he watched Zoro ahead. This is the first time I've seen someone fly on a sword. That's awesome. Hey, what the hell are those 3 flying figures in the sky? The Marine in the crow's nest, seeing the trio flying just 100 meters from the ship, was so startled his eyes bulged in utter disbelief. Clang, clang, clang. Enemy attack. 3 enemies are flying right at us. The lookout Marine rang the emergency bell and shouted down to the sailors on deck. Flying enemies. Hey buddy, are you seeing things from staying up all night pulling your wire? Yeah, seriously, how could anyone possibly fly? That's not a funny joke, man. The Marines on deck refused to believe humans could fly, thinking the lookout was just making a poor attempt at humor. It's true. I'm not lying to you. They're here. They're already here. The Marine in the crow's nest, seeing the trio now hovering directly above the ship, stumbled back against the edge of the nest and desperately warned those below. Enemy attack. Get your weapons. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zoro leaped down from Ashura, which reverted to its katana form and flew back into his hand. Gripping the sword tightly, Zoro slashed toward the nearest warship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, landing sound. 3-sword style frozen hell. Crack, crack, crack. As Zoro's voice faded, the entire warship began to split apart in a cross-like pattern. Arg. Splash. As the warship slowly broke apart, many Marines on board were caught off guard and plunged into the sea. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Ice began to spread from the center of the warship's fissures outward. What's happening? The ship is freezing over. The Marines still on board looked at the deck that had turned to ice beneath their feet, then stared in terror at Zoro before them. How could there be such a horrifying person in this world? Not only slicing the warship apart, but even freezing it solid. Danger, danger, absolute danger. The only thought in the minds of the Marines still on the ship was never to attack this man, or they would surely be killed. Huff huff. So cutting a warship of this size is still too much for me right now. Zoro let out a couple of light breaths and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. After receiving the 2 swords from Ichin, Zoro had intensified his training. So for him now, as long as he pushed himself hard enough, he could indeed cleave a warship of this size. Clang. Without a second thought, Zoro stepped past the trembling Marines, walked to the connecting chains, and sliced through the iron links binding the adjacent warship with a single stroke. On another ship, Sanji landed perfectly on the deck and began battling the Marines who charged at him with swords. Boom, boom, boom. Sanji calmly smoked his cigarette while kicking away the Marines who rushed at him. Sanji held his cigarette in his left hand, his right hand tucked in his pocket. Every enemy that came at him was sent flying with a single kick. Damn it. One at a time won't work against him. Everyone attacked together. A lieutenant charging toward Sanji shouted to the surrounding Marines. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the Marines surged forward, all at once charging at Sanji simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Arg. Splash. Mutton shoot. Seeing this, Sanji executed a spinning tomahawk kick, sending all the surrounding Marines flying into the sky before they crashed into the sea. Damn it. These guys can't even get close before being kicked away by him. What do we do now? The remaining Marines, seeing that every one of their comrades who charged forward had been kicked flying by Sanji, without exception froze in place, unsure of what to do. Hey, Sanji, what's taking you so long? Want me to come over and help? Zoro, standing on the railing of the other ship, called out to Sanji with a faint smile. Hearing this, Sanji glanced at Zoro and saw that he had already taken care of the Marines on that ship. He immediately grew restless. If that guy finished that fast, it would make him look bad. Had better wrap this up quickly. After all, Namison wanted this done fast, and he couldn't disappoint a lady. And most importantly, that seaweed-head swordsman had beaten him to it. How irritating. With that thought, Sanji stopped holding back. He raised his right leg high above his head, bent it before him, and stared coldly at the Marines who were watching him just as intently. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. What do you mean? The Marines looked at Sanji in confusion as he suddenly apologized. At first they thought he was about to surrender, but they soon realized how wrong they were. Suddenly Sanji's leg burst into flames. The next second he kicked out fiercely and a pillar of fire erupted from his body, shooting straight toward the ship's cabin. Boom. Arg. The dozen or so Marines nearest to the cabin were blasted away by the shockwave of the explosion. Rumble. Crackle. After the explosion, flames began to spread across the ship. Meanwhile, the remaining Marines around Sanji, having witnessed his devastating move, were frozen in terror and dared not move. Seeing that the Marines had lost all will to fight, Sanji walked to the ship's edge and kicked through the iron chains. "You're slow cook. If you'd taken any longer, I would have come to help you." Seeing that Sanji was done, Zoro's lips curled into a slight smile before he called out to him. "Who needs your help? I can handle guys like this all by myself, no problem." Sanji stomped his foot heavily on the gunwale and shot back at Zoro across the gap. "Well, the fact remains that you finished after me," Zoro replied flatly. "Damn you, you seaweed head. You looking for a fight?" Sanji rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. "Bring it on, you Kappa cook. Don't come crying when I cut you down." Zoro clenched his fists at Sanji. Smack. The next second the two of them leaped to the gap between the ships and clashed foreheads. "Idiot seaweed head swordsman. Yellow Kappa cook." The Marines still on the warship watched the two men bickering, utterly bewildered. Were they having a falling out? Meanwhile, on the warship where Luffy was. "It's Straw Hat. Get him." The Marines launched an attack on Luffy as he landed on the deck. Come on. I'll send every one of you flying," Luffy said excitedly to the Marines charging at him. "Die, Straw Hat." Several Marines who had reached Luffy shouted at him. "Goma Goma no storm." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Marines' blades were about to strike Luffy, he unleashed a barrage of punches that rained down on them like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. Arg. Splash, splash, splash. Zap, zap, zap. The Marines sent flying by Luffy plunged into the sea one after another. Due to the electric effect imbued in his punches, they were all knocked unconscious and floated on the surface. Come on. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed wildly, swinging his fists, seemingly lost in the thrill. When he came to his senses, Luffy realized that every single Marine on this ship had either been knocked into the sea or left lying on the deck. That's it. Luffy scratched his head, but didn't dwell on it. He smashed through the ship's chains, then leaped over to the other two ships to regroup with Zoro and Sanji. A gentle sea breeze blew and the waves lapped softly against the hull as the Going Merry cut through the vast blue ocean. Dragon Boat Festival. What kind of special day is that? On the deck, the orange-haired young woman, sitting in a folding chair, gently pushed her sunglasses down her nose and turned to Ichin, who was sunbathing in another folding chair beside her. She arched her right leg, slightly shifted sideways to the left, propped her cheek on her left hand, and looked at Ichin in a reclining pose, as if waiting for his answer. Whoosh. Ooh, is there a story? I want to hear it too. Hearing this, Luffy, who was sitting at the bow, stretched his arm with a Gomu Gomu no technique and grabbed Ichin's folding chair, launching himself toward him. Boom. Ichin, as if anticipating Luffy's move, had already gotten up from his chair before Luffy's hand arrived. Luffy crashed straight into the kitchen door along with the chair. What are you up to now, Luffy? Hearing the commotion, Sanji rushed out to see what had happened. He found Luffy just getting up from the floor at the doorway and couldn't help but ask. Shut up. Can't a guy get some sleep? Zoro, woken by the noise, sat up and rubbed his forehead, looking drowsy and a bit irritable. Honestly, Luffy, why is it that every day you're either crashing into a wall or a door? Usopp, who had just come down from the crow's nest, couldn't help but remark. Yuchini, your chair is broken, so come sit next to me. I also want to know what this Dragon Boat Festival you mentioned is all about. Apis patted the empty spot on her own folding chair and smiled lightly at Ichin. Festival. 3. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp all looked curious. They didn't recall ever hearing about a Dragon Boat Festival. Is today some special day for you, Ichin? Sanji pondered for a moment and realized that the Dragon Boat Festival wasn't a widely known holiday, so he deduced it must be a special day for Ichin personally. That's right. Today is indeed a special festival for me. Well, for my homeland, the Dragon Boat Festival. After hearing this, the others remained silent, waiting for Ichin to continue. Seeing this, Ichin went on to tell them the origins of the Dragon Boat Festival and its traditional customs. 10 minutes later. So that's the origin and customs of the Dragon Boat Festival. After listening, Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. I don't approve of wasting food like that, but if it was to keep the body of a respected man from being devoured, then it's understandable. That man named Chu Yuan. He's truly worthy of respect. As he spoke, Zoro gripped his sword hilt solemnly, then let out a soft sigh, thinking, when the nation falls, a man does not cling to life. After hearing the story, Nami was also deeply moved. If it hadn't been for Ichin and Luffy and the others, would she have thrown herself into the sea after the people of Kokoyashi village were killed? Clap. Just as the others were still immersed in Chu Yuan's story, Ichin clapped his hands to snap them out of their reverie. Alright, let's get ready to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. I've prepared outfits for all of you, Ichin said with a light smile to the group as they came back to their senses. As he spoke, Ichin took out tailor-made clothes from his spatial storage and handed them to everyone. Wow, amazing! Luffy, Nami, Usopp, and Apis exclaimed as they looked at the clothes in their hands. Zoro and Sanji remained silent, but the upward curve of their lips was enough to show that they liked them. Oh, and there are zongzi. Before Ichin could finish, Sanji interrupted. Well, I suppose I'll have to try making these zongzi you mentioned. Let me think. Main ingredient is glutinous rice. Filling is flexible. Seasonings can be sweet or savory, and finally wrapped in bamboo leaves. Is that right? Sanji looked at Ichin with a smile for confirmation. Ichin nodded in response. Sorry for the trouble, Sanji. What are you saying? I'm the cook on this ship. Sanji chuckled lightly, then headed toward the kitchen. I want sweet. I want meat filling. I want tangerine filling. Apis, Luffy, and Nami called out to Sanji as he walked to the kitchen. Hearing them, Sanji raised his hand and made an okay gesture without looking back. Ichin had originally planned to help, but Sanji refused, saying that one cook on the ship was enough. 10 minutes later, everyone had changed into their new clothes, stepping out of the room, leaving Sanji busy making zongzi in the kitchen. Luffy wore a dark red short-style Chinese jacket, a men's qipao, with golden dragon motifs that seemed ready to soar off the fabric, intertwined with patterns of zongzi. Colorful ribbons fluttered from his straw hat, stretching his neck to form an irregular circle with his own belly. To look at the pattern on his clothes, Luffy exclaimed, "Wow, this golden dragon is so cool, awesome." Luffy ran around the ship joyfully. Nami wore a verdant green dress, its hem as light and flowing as lotus leaves embroidered with lifelike patterns of zongzi and mugwort. Gently swaying her body to watch the dress move with her, Nami remarked, "This dress is not only untroublesome, but also quite light." Then smiling, she looked at Ichin. "Arigato, Ichin, I really like it." Zoro, on the other hand, wore a black short-style hanfu with golden sword patterns as sharp as lightning on the fabric, contrasting nicely with the zongzi designs. A golden belt was tied around his waist, from which hung a small, delicate zongzi trinket that swayed gently with his steps. This little trinket is too. Zoro pinched the small ornament on his belt, feeling it was hardly suitable for someone like him, not a kid who should be playing with such things. Despite his thoughts, Zoro didn't discard the belt trinket. Even he didn't know why he kept it, but he still covered it with his hand to hide it from Usopp and Sanji. As for why he didn't want those two to see it, those who know. Sanji wore a pristine white chef's coat embroidered with blue waves and zongzi patterns. His apron also featured intricate zongzi embroidery, complementing the coat perfectly. He donned a blue chef's hat with a colorful ribbon tied around its base, adding a festive touch. Dressed in this outfit, he appeared even more professional yet elegant. At that moment, he was meticulously preparing each zongzi, thinking, "This is the zongzi of love made for Namison. The flavor of glutinous rice and tangerine must coexist perfectly." With this thought, Sanji continued to refine the zongzi before him. Usopp wore a pair of brown overalls embroidered with yellow zongzi and dragon boat patterns. His top was a yellow short-sleeved shirt with a colorful ribbon tied at the collar, adding to the festive cheer. Usopp snapped the straps of his overalls against his chest. "This outfit suits the brave me quite well, does." Compared to Nami's dress that accentuated feminine beauty, Apis' Dragon Boat Festival attire was sweeter and more adorable. She wore a pink dress embroidered with white zongzi and rabbit patterns. Pink butterfly hair clips adorned her hair, matching her dress and enhancing her cuteness. "Onaikan-ichin, this dress is so cute, I love it." Mua, as she spoke, Apis, under Nami's astonished gaze, kissed Ichin on the cheek. Nami merely pouted slightly, without saying a word. Finally, there was Ichin. He wore a cyan long robe embroidered with white clouds and zongzi patterns, a landscape painting he had personally crafted. A white belt, also embroidered with zongzi patterns, was tied around his waist, complementing the robe perfectly. He too was momentarily stunned, touching the cheek that Apis had just kissed. Then with a soft smile, he reached out and gently patted Apis' head. Apis thoroughly enjoyed the head pat. About half an hour later. Sanji, are the zongzi done yet? I'm hungry." Luffy kept asking beside Sanji. "You ate 2 pots for breakfast. How can you be hungry again so soon?" Sanji asked, placing the meat filling into the glutinous rice. "Because I've never had zongzi before, I want to eat delicious zongzi quickly." I understand your eagerness to eat them, but they aren't ready yet. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Actually, for a normal person's appetite, Sanji could have made enough zongzi quickly. But if he didn't make extra, he estimated Luffy would eat Usopp's share too. So this time he planned to make more. Okay then, fine. At noon, the zongzi are ready. Time for lunch, Sanji announced as he walked out of the kitchen. Yahoo! Time for zongzi. Hearing this, Luffy excitedly rushed in. Hey Luffy, don't you dare eat them all by yourself again. Usopp shouted loudly at Luffy before running in after him. Ichin and the others followed suit. Zongzi, zongzi, delicious zongzi. Ham. As soon as he sat down, Luffy stuffed a zongzi from the table into his mouth and began chewing. Hey Luffy, are you an idiot? Sanji yelled at Luffy, who was chewing the zongzi along with its leaves. What's the matter? Sanji, you're supposed to unwrap the leaves before eating it. Sanji facepalmed in exasperation. It's all the same, right? Gabba gabba gulp. Luffy grabbed another zongzi and swallowed it whole, leaves and all, with no fear of indigestion. But these zongzi are really tasty. They have both the flavor of glutinous rice and meat. Luffy grinned. The others were used to this by now. With Luffy, nothing was surprising anymore. Zoro sat quietly next to Luffy, eating his zongzi. The taste is pretty good, but it's a shame there's no sake. Namison, be careful, it's hot. Let me open the leaves for you. Just as Nami was about to untie the leaves, Sanji slithered over to her like a piece of seaweed, his eyes turning into hearts. Thank you very much, Sanji. Nami replied with a smile. Since Apis couldn't reach the table from her chair, she sat on Ichin's lap. She reached out to grab a piping hot zongzi from the table. Ouch, it's hot. Apis gently blew on her stung fingers. Seeing this, Ichin took Apis' reddened little hand and applied healing magic to it. Feeling better? Ichin asked, looking down at her. Apis replied softly, withdrawing her hand, then stared at the steaming zongzi before her, pouting. Seeing this, Ichin unwrapped the zongzi for Apis, used a fork to lift a piece, brought it to her lips, and even used magic to cool it down. Seeing the food brought to her mouth, Apis didn't refuse and took a big bite. It's so delicious. Apis praised while chewing the sticky rice and meat. Bam, hey, Luffy, you stole my zongzi again. Usopp shouted at Luffy, who was swiping his zongzi again. Huh, I saw you weren't eating and thought you didn't want it. Luffy said innocently. What do you mean I'm not eating? I'm just a slow eater. Anticipating this, Sanji brought out another large plate of zongzi from the pot and placed it on the table. Don't worry, there's plenty more. And so time passed into the afternoon. The crew docked the Mary at a small island, preparing for a dragon boat race around the island. In Luffy's words, since they had eaten zongzi, they might as well have the dragon boat race that Ichin had mentioned. The rules were simple. The first to circle the island wins. Participants: Luffy, Ichin, Zoro, Sanji. Of course, Ichin helped out as well. Yachinii, and everyone do your best. Apis cheered, waving a colorful baton towards the crew below the Mary. Crafted. Of course, Ichin helped out as well. Yachinii, and everyone do your best. Apis cheered, waving a colorful baton towards the crew below the Mary. Good luck, everyone, Nami also called out. Don't worry, Namison and Apisin, I will win this race. Sanji shouted with heart-shaped eyes, waving his hands towards Nami cheering on the ship. She clearly said, everyone good luck, but in your ears it's only for you. And Apis clearly put Ichin's name first. Zoro couldn't help but tease Sanji beside him. What did you say? You moss head. Even though Namison said, everyone, she was cheering for me. A dumb swordsman like you wouldn't notice such a detail. Hearing this, Sanji's expression changed as he retorted. It's not that. We're all in the same direction. If she's looking your way, it's because we're all within her sight from the ship. Zoro couldn't help but complain inwardly. With that, Zoro ignored Sanji and sat quietly in his dragon boat, not wanting to deal with the silly cook. This is my first time doing this. Luffy, like a curious child, ran around on the dragon boat, stopping every few steps to touch the hull. Tisk, this race doesn't seem to be in my favor. Should I wait for them to paddle away first and then shoot them with my slingshot? Just then Usopp remembered the beatings he had received and shook his head. Forget it, my life is more important than winning the race. Rushing to first place is no fun. Being evenly matched with them might be more enjoyable. Ichin sat on the dragon boat, chin in hand, pondering how to avoid first place while still having fun paddling. Is everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, race. Start. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Nami's words fell, Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and Ichin shot forward like bullets, paddling rapidly. Hey, the arm strength of those guys is just too good. Usopp stared in thought at the 4 dragon boats that had vanished instantly. However, he quickly snapped back to reality and paddled forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 paddled rapidly, splashing seawater into the air. To an onlooker, they looked more like they were driving speedboats than rowing boats. Among them, Luffy and Zoro were the fastest, with Ichin and Sanji following closely behind. Hey Ichin, don't go easy on him. Let this cook take last place. As the four paddled along, Zoro threw this comment at Ichin. Who are you calling last place, you stupid moss? Hearing this, Sanji paddled with even more force, showing signs of catching up to Zoro. Huh. Although Sanji yelled loudly, Zoro pretended not to hear, making a gesture as if asking him to speak. Seeing Zoro feigning deafness, Sanji couldn't take it anymore. He immediately jumped off his dragon boat, lifted it up, and started running across the sea surface. Tap, tap, tap. Soon Sanji overtook Zoro, running ahead of him. He even turned back to flash a smug grin. Looks like I won't be taking last place after all, you slow turtle moss head. With that, before Zoro could reply, Sanji quickly sped off into the distance. He ran off into the distance. Is this even dragon boat racing? Zoro couldn't help but complain as he watched Sanji disappear into the distance. Fine if that's how you want to play. With that, Zoro drew his 3 swords and swung them rapidly behind him. One sword style wind gale. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. As Zoro's rapid sword swings generated a whirlwind, the cyclone's force propelled the dragon boat beneath him forward at breakneck speed. You perverted chef, just you wait. With those words, Zoro too vanished from Luffy and Ichin. Ichin could only sigh watching the two of them turn a proper dragon boat race into utter chaos. Seeing how unconventional the other two were being, Luffy got an idea. He summoned his flash wind boots to hover in the air, then wrapped his rubber arms around his own dragon boat, hoisting it high before stretching it back. Seeing this, Ichin understood exactly what Luffy planned to do and praised him. Only you, Luffy, could come up with something like this. Luffy just let out a hearty laugh in response, then fixed his gaze forward with determination. Goma Goma no. Rocket. After stretching the boat back dozens of meters, he suddenly hurled it forward with tremendous force. Whoosh. Zoom. The launched dragon boat tore across the sea surface at incredible speed, kicking up massive waves in its wake. Seeing that Luffy had also abandoned normal rowing, Ichin decided to do the same. He summoned a rope and tied it to the hull. Seeing that Luffy had also abandoned normal rowing, Ichin decided to do the same. He summoned a rope and tied it to the hull of his dragon boat, then tossed a surfboard into the water behind it. Stepping onto the surfboard, Ichin gave the rope a firm tug to test its hold, then snapped his fingers with satisfaction. The very next moment, massive wings formed from wind magic sprouted from the sides of the dragon boat, lifting it into the air, positioned perfectly above Ichin. Let's go. As the words left his mouth, the winged dragon boat surged forward in the direction Ichin. Ichin was towed along, surfing across the open sea without any waves. From a third-person perspective, it looked less like surfing and more like walking a dragon boat. I can already see the going merry. First place is as good as mine. By now, Sanji could spot the ship's sails in the distance, and he could almost picture Nami praising him for winning. Just imagining it was enough to send Sanji into a blissful daze. However, a voice shattered his daydream. Perverted chef, with me around, you can at best settle for no. 2. Snapping back to reality, Sanji turned to glare at Zoro. Huh? And why exactly would I be second? Because I've already left you in the dust. Seeing Zoro pulling ahead, Sanji retorted. You're using your swords to move your boat. That's cheating, you know. The guy carrying his boat with his bare hands has no right to talk. Zoro shouted back, while continuing to slash his swords to accelerate, gesturing at Sanji, who was sprinting across the sea with his boat hoisted overhead. Despite their bickering, neither of them slowed down. Yow. Just then a faint familiar cry echoed from behind them. Huh, I've got a bad feeling about this. As soon as Zoro heard Luffy's unmistakable shout, a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Don't jinx it. Every time you say that, we're doomed. Sanji tensed up as well. Zoro, Sanji, so you're already here. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Seeing Luffy's boat hurtling toward them at an impossible speed, Zoro frantically accelerated his own sword swings, pushing his boat even faster. Sanji likewise didn't hesitate and quickened his pace toward the going merry. Wait for me, Sanji. Zoro, Luffy called out cheerfully as the two sped away. But wait for you, you idiot. X2. For once, Sanji and Zoro were perfectly in sync. Zoro and Sanji were now closing in on the finish line, but as always when things seem to be going well, trouble is right around the corner. Bam! Eek! X3. Splash. Sound of falling into water. X3. Just 5 meters from the finish, Luffy's hurled dragon boat slammed into both of their boats, sending Zoro, Sanji, and its own master Luffy crashing into the sea. A towering wave of water splashed several meters high. Glub, glub, glub. Help! Help me! Due to the side effects of his devil fruit, Luffy began sinking deeper into the sea. Fortunately, Zoro managed to grab him and pull him back up just in time. You're a total idiot. Zoro shouted at Luffy after hauling him up. Honestly, Luffy never gives us a moment's peace. Sanji chimed in agreement. Just then Ichin arrived behind them. Huh, did I miss something? Ichin brought his dragon boat to a stop in front of the trio, gesturing for them to climb aboard. Zoro tossed Luffy onto Ichin's boat first, then climbed on himself. Sanji, however, refused Ichin's offer. He picked up his own dragon boat and sprinted toward the finish line, just one step away from earning Nami's praise. But his dream of first place was shattered because Usopp had already crossed the finish line. Yo, you guys made it. Usopp greeted them, though he was actually speaking to the stunned trio behind him. Oh, Usopp, how'd you get here so fast? Luffy asked, curiously surprised to see Usopp had arrived. Well, you see. Let's rewind to a minute earlier, right around the time Zoro and Sanji were arguing, while still a distance from the finish line. Usopp had accidentally shot a bomb, and the blast sent him and his dragon boat flying skyward. As luck would have it, the direction he flew just happened to be toward the Going Merry. Having only managed to cover less than a fifth of the course with his small bomb propulsion trick, Usopp was launched by the force of a much larger explosion, soaring over half the island and landing right in the sea near the Going Merry. He became the first to reach the finish line. And lucky for him, he escaped completely unharmed. Back on the ship. Damn it. I was so close to getting Nami-san's praise. Sanji collapsed to his knees in agony, pounding the deck. What's wrong with Sanji? Luffy asked Zoro, looking puzzled. Who knows? Probably lost his mind. Zoro replied nonchalantly. Eek. It's so hot out, but why do I feel a chill? Usopp rubbed his arms, baffled by the sudden cold. Just then Sanji appeared silently behind Usopp, letting out 2 cold breaths. Usopp, I need to. Usopp didn't refuse and followed Sanji into a small room where, later that night, the crew sat in a circle on the deck laughing and chatting with a grill set up in the middle. Sanji was busy roasting meat for everyone. Ichin used light magic to cast colorful illuminations above the ship, bathing the Going Merry in a festive glow that added to the atmosphere. Ah, today was so much fun, haha. Luffy laughed heartily, flopping onto his back in sheer joy. Sanji meanwhile wore a look of utter despair. Ever since I lost first place, all the joy of the day just drained away. He didn't voice this out loud, but the way he lay sprawled limply on the deck made his misery obvious. Nami-san's praise. Gone. Crunch. Zoro took a huge bite of the meat in his hand. Man, this just isn't the same without some booze. They'll have to stock up at the next island. So what do you think? Your great Captain Usopp is pretty amazing, right? First place, oh baby. Ah-ha-ha. Oh whoa. Nami-san's praise. Gone. Crunch. Zoro took a huge bite of the meat in his hand. Man, this just isn't the same without some booze. They'll have to stock up at the next island. Hey, oh. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Give me water. Usopp clutched his throat, practically breathing fire, desperately pleading for help. We had a really great time today. Besides the Dragon Boat Festival, are there any other fun holidays in your homeland, Ichin? Nami asked while munching on a skewer. Nothing else that's really fun. But when a certain holiday comes around, they'll let everyone know. Ichin racked his brain but couldn't think of any other fun holidays, because having a good time required something that was universally available in that world. Without that essential element, it was better to just stay home and laugh at your phone screen like an idiot. But on the Straw Hat Pirate ship, with his own overwhelming strength, he could come up with any fun idea and pull it off without a hitch. No worries about lacking that essential element at all. Ichin, big brother, open wide. Apis picked up a piece of grilled meat with her fork and brought it to Ichin's lips. Ichin didn't resist. After all, he felt no shame in being fed by a little girl. In fact, he rather enjoyed it, though the reason for that remained a mystery. Of course, if Nami were to feed him, Ichin would gladly accept as well. About half an hour after the meal, Ichin clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Once all eyes were on him, Ichin made a proposal. Let's each say a blessing. Sending blessings to you watching from beyond the screen. A blessing? No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since I suggested, it'll go first. With that, Ichin raised his cup toward the bright moon in the sky. I wish that everyone's dreams will surely come true. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Alright. Then I wish everyone delicious meat every single day. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Luffy raised both hands and shouted to the sky. Then I'll wish everyone good booze every day. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Perhaps because he'd never given a blessing before, Zoro seemed a bit unsure of what to say. And I wish everyone finds their own all blue. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Sanji said with a sigh. Then I wish everyone becomes a brave warrior of the sea. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Usopp, flustered, accidentally blurted out his own dream as his blessing. And I wish everyone finds someone who makes them smile with genuine joy. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. After saying this, Nami playfully winked at the crew. Apis pondered for a moment before speaking. Then I wish everyone happiness every single day. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Boom, boom, boom. As the last blessing was spoken, a dazzling display of colorful fireworks erupted above the Going Merry. Wow, so beautiful. Apis, nestled in Ichin's arms, gazed up in awe at the endless fireworks blooming in the sky. The others also watched with smiles and light chatter. As the fireworks burst apart, they formed a message in the sky. The Straw Hat crew wishes you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival. And as the final sparks faded, the night sky returned to a serene calm, leaving behind only the lingering warmth of the celebration. Are you two playing some interesting game? Luffy jumped onto the deck of the right warship and greeted the two men who were butting their foreheads against each other. On the main ship, Nelson stared wide-eyed at the two warships not far ahead, one already transformed into a frozen sculpture and the other engulfed in flames. What on earth is going on over there? Nelson was momentarily stunned, then nervously asked his adjutant. The adjutant, when questioned, was equally struck speechless by the scene before him. I'm asking you to report the situation. Are you deaf? Nelson hurled his folding fan at the adjutant's face and bellowed at him. Feeling the searing pain on his face, the adjutant snapped back to reality, saluted Nelson with an apology, and reported, according to the lieutenant's report ahead, the portside ship No. 1 and the starboard ships No. 1 and No. 2 were each attacked by a single enemy. They are now all concentrated on the portside No. 1 ship. What a single enemy. How is that possible? Before the adjutant's words even faded, and before Nelson could speak, the guards around them stared in terror at the warship caught between ice and fire. Such power was clearly beyond their comprehension. It seems the enemy is formidable, but the elixir of immortality is right there, and those pirates would never leave the 1,000-year dragon behind. Retreating now would be utterly unacceptable. With that thought, Nelson shouted a command to his adjutant. Aim the main cannon at the portside No. 1 ship. Sink the enemy along with that frozen warship to the bottom of the sea. Make it quick. Hearing this, the adjutant hesitated and reminded him, but sir, our own men are still on that ship. If we fire the main cannon. Nelson cut him off before he could finish. If we let these pirates escape, more Marines will lose their lives. They died a heroic death to delay the pirates. Do you understand now? After saying this, Nelson laughed without any pretense of shame. Don't worry, I'm not a heartless man. The Commodore will personally take care of their families. Yes, sir. I understand. They'll give the order immediately. Seeing Nelson had made up his mind, the adjutant didn't overthink and immediately ordered the main ship's massive cannon to be aimed at the portside No. 1 warship. Fire. After the main cannon was aimed at the portside No. 1 ship and loaded with a colossal shell, they launched it towards the target. Boom. Zing. Watching the giant shell fly towards him, Sanji, standing atop the ship, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. So the enemy commander wants to blow up his own men along with us. How cold-blooded. Seeing the shell still about 10 meters away, Sanji calmly extended his hand and deployed a shield. I wonder if this shield can hold up against a blast of this magnitude. Kaboom. So what's the situation now, adjutant? I presume those damned pirates have vanished along with the warship after that hit. Gah. Nelson, rotating his bulky frame, laughed heartily as he asked the adjutant, who was peering through a telescope ahead. The adjutant, looking through the telescope at the large mushroom cloud rising in the distance, started to say, With your excellency's shot, there definitely. This can't be possible. The adjutant, looking through the telescope at the large mushroom cloud rising in the distance, started to say, With your excellency's shot, there definitely. There stood Sanji, completely unscathed, casually taking out a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips, then slowly pulling out a lighter to ignite it. Moreover, the ship that had been turned into an ice sculpture hadn't sustained any damage from the shell either. How could this not astound him? At that moment, Nelson's eyes behind the adjutant bulged, as if they might pop out of their sockets. His prized giant cannonball had failed to inflict any damage on the target. He knew full well that this giant shell could easily obliterate an entire village. And how did he know? Because he had tested it before. Seeing that the enemy could block such a cannonball, Nelson realized the disparity between them. He turned to look behind him, intending to ask Eric for help, only to find Eric had vanished. Where is Eric? Nelson asked those around him. At this point, he could only rely on Eric, who possessed the power of a devil fruit. However, Nelson hadn't expected him to disappear at such a critical moment. Sir, Mr. Eric took a small boat and left. A sailor standing at the back reported to Nelson. Is he planning to take on the pirates single-handedly? Indeed, spending all that money was worth it. Just as Nelson thought Eric's intervention would turn the tide, the sailor's next words shattered his illusion. Sir, no? It looks like he's fleeing. What? Fleeing? And he calls himself a reliable mercenary, running away at the crucial moment. What a coward. Nelson furiously punched his own fleshy thigh, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't even do the job, and he's already running. What a swindler. When I get back, he'll have their mercenary guild shut down. Far from the battlefield, Eric was paddling his small boat towards the distant horizon. What 1,000-year dragon and elixir of immortality? Nothing is more important than my own life. Let Nelson the fat pig deal with those monsters. He had originally intended to use the Marine's intelligence to locate the elixir of immortality. He pretended to work for money, but in reality, he wanted both the payment and the mission objective. He had even prepared a plan to seize the elixir, but he hadn't anticipated encountering such a terrifying enemy. Fighting an enemy like that would cost him more lives than he had. Even now, recalling the scene, Eric felt a lingering fear. A devil fruit user with ice, fire, and lightning abilities was not something a paramecia-type user could hope to contend with. He never imagined the East Blue would suddenly produce 3 Logia-type users. He had to inform the guild master their base needed to be relocated to a different sea. On the going, Mary Apis watched the figures of Luffy and the others with amazement. So they're really that Hearing this, Usopp scoffed. I once took down 7 warships all by myself. That's way more Seeing Usopp bragging again, Ichin smiled and said, if you dare say that to their faces, I'll consider you a real man. Hearing that, Usopp immediately wilted and fell silent, afraid that Ichin would relay his words to Luffy and the others, resulting in a 3-way beating for him. Fire. Keep firing. Nelson staggered to his feet from the palanquin, pointing at the warship carrying Luffy and his crew, shouting at his subordinates. There was no choice but to keep firing ahead, for Nelson knew Luffy and the others would never let him off the hook. Boom. The gunner, upon hearing the order, did not hesitate to fire a cannonball at the warship carrying Luffy and his crew. Bayou. Boom. Sla. The cannonball exploded upon hitting Sanji's shield, and this time the shield was blasted open with a long, deep crack. It seems my energy shield has reached its limit. Looking at the crack on the shield, Sanji muttered a silent warning to himself. Then he glanced at Zoro and Luffy beside him. The 3 exchanged a look and nodded in perfect unison. Sanji stepped forward with his left foot, leaning his body slightly as fierce flames began to blaze around him. Zoro and Luffy mirrored the same stance, but while Zoro was wreathed in frost, Luffy was crackling with lightning. The elemental forces converged into their leg blade and fist respectively. Char-grilled lamb leg. 3-sword style frost slash. Goma Gomu no lightning gun. The next second, the 3 unleashed their attacks fiercely toward the beast head prow ahead. A leg blade wreathed in flames, a fist charged with lightning, and a sword aura thick with icy breath. All struck the left, center, and right of the beast head simultaneously. What the hell is that? The men screamed in panic as they watched the attacks hurtling toward them. Even the sailors carrying the palanquin abandoned it and scrambled for cover. You bastards. At least carry me to safety first. Nelson bellowed at the crowd around him, but driven by sheer terror of death, no one paid him any heed. The beast-head warship was colossal, and they were stranded on the highest deck at its very center, far too far to leap into the sea. All they could do was huddle in whatever corner seemed safe. Thud. Ouch, my back. With no sailors to support the palanquin, Nelson tumbled straight to the bastards. Someone help your Commodore. Nelson crawled laboriously toward cover, looking for all the world like a writhing maggot. His obesity made even walking a struggle, let alone running. So all he could do was drag himself forward with immense effort. Just as the corpulent Nelson was still inching along, the combined attacks of Luffy's trio slammed into the warship's bow. Boom. The moment the attacks made contact with the warship, they erupted violently. The bow bore the brunt, followed swiftly by the hull. Hum, boom, crackle. Flames, lightning, and frost began spreading across the entire vessel simultaneously. The sailors on the warship's port and starboard sides had already leapt into the sea upon seeing the attacks coming and thus escaped unscathed. But those in the center weren't so fortunate. Lightning surged through every nook and cranny, instantly electrocuting the sailors who had hidden behind cover. Some suffered cardiac arrest and died on the spot, Nelson among them. Gaia. Those with sturdier constitutions still resisted the lightning crawling over their bodies. Though their minds remained conscious, their screams of agony never ceased. Better to be knocked out cold on the ground. At least then one wouldn't feel the pain anymore. As for the warship's port and starboard sides, they were completely encased in frost and scorched to ash respectively. The sailors who hadn't leapt in time, or simply couldn't, were turned into frozen statues and cinders. From a distance, the warship looked like a spectacle, roaring flames on the left, crackling lightning in the center, and solid ice on the right. If such a scene were a natural feature rather than the result of an attack, how magnificent would it be? Aboard the Mary, Ichan watched the beast-head warship wreathed in fire, lightning, and ice from afar, murmuring softly, "Looks like Luffy and the others are done. Then I suppose." As he spoke, he glanced around at the 20-odd warships still firing at the Mary, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Report. Captain Rhoda, we've lost contact with Commodore Nelson. The flagship is under attack. What are your orders?" Aboard a warship trailing behind the Mary, a sailor saluted the bald-headed captain lounging in a rocking. Hearing this, the bald captain rose from his chair, strode past the saluting sailor to the bow, and fixed his gaze on the Mary. "All these warships can't even handle one shabby little pirate ship. That's utterly absurd. Are devil fruit users truly unbeatable? I refuse to believe it." Crash. With that, the bald captain clenched his fist, crushing the beer bottle in his hand into shards. "See, Captain. Your hand." The sailor pointed at the wound on the bald captain's hand, which was bleeding profusely from the glass shards. The bald captain waved his uninjured arm dismissively. "This scratch is nothing. What matters is the pirates ahead. I swear I will rid the seas of these scum for the Marines," the bald captain declared loudly, making sure every sailor nearby could hear him. "Captain, are you planning to lead us in a charge against the pirate ship?" "They'll contact the other warships right away to hold their fire, so we won't be hit by friendly fire during the assault." Seeing their leaders so ready to face death, the sailors steeled themselves, as well prepared to charge into battle alongside the bald captain. "Yosh, brothers, let's follow the captain and wipe out those pirates." The adjutant raised his arm and shouted, "Sir, yes, sir. Sir." The adjutant's fervor ignited the entire crew like a shot of adrenaline. "Captain, when do we launch the assault?" The adjutant stepped up to the bald captain, saluted, and asked. Just as the adjutant was brimming with fervor, the bald captain's response instantly deflated his suicidal resolve. "Just moments ago I engaged one of the enemy pirates in a fierce duel of glares, 300 rounds. However, my opponent was too powerful, and with my injured hand I suffered a narrow defeat." As he spoke, the bald captain looked at Ichan standing on the opposite ship's railing, raised his right hand, cut and bleeding from the glass, and declared loudly with the utmost seriousness. The bald captain's move left the sailors utterly dumbfounded. "Weren't you just swearing to charge in and destroy the pirates? How are you already back on the ship, defeated before even stepping onto the battlefield? And for that matter, wasn't your hand cut by the glass bottle you crushed yourself?" The sailors all thought the same thing, itching to call him out, but too afraid to speak. And just like that, the once fiery, death-defying atmosphere was doused with a bucket of cold water by the bald captain. Completely deflated, what had been racing hearts and trembling hands turned into sullen faces and helpless shrugs. "Ahem." The bald captain cleared his throat and addressed the crew. "Due to my injury, I am no longer fit to fight. This vessel will withdraw from the pirate suppression operation. But Captain, retreating like this is desertion. Will be stripped of rank and discharged from the Marines." The adjutant standing nearby reminded him. "What nonsense. What utter nonsense. Can't you see I was wounded in battle against the pirates and am being evacuated as a casualty? Keep slandering me and I'll have you executed for defaming a superior officer." The bald captain scowled at the adjutant. Nelson had already been taken out. Why stick around to have his head reaped like wheat by the pirates? According to the intel from Captain Drunken Chicken, the enemy had effortlessly obliterated Nelson's massive warship. If not now, when would he ever run? "Understood. All hands. Release the chains. We're retreating to the rear." Hearing this, the adjutant didn't hesitate and immediately relayed the order to the sailors. Though the sailors silently mocked the bald captain's cowardice, he was still their superior. They dutifully released the chains binding the warship's flanks and began pulling back. They grumbled about the captain's cowardice now, but in a little while these same sailors would be weeping with gratitude. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden violent gale swept across the once calm sea, its fury churning the waters into over a dozen colossal whirlpools. What is that?" A Marine soldier gasped, pointing at the rapidly expanding vortex forming before their warship. His cry drew the immediate attention of the others. Trembling violently, the soldier raised his hand and pointed ahead. The others moved to the ship's railing and peered out at the sea. "We're in trouble. A giant whirlpool is forming ahead. We must leave at once. Forget about those pirates." Soldiers stationed in the crow's nest shouted urgent warnings down to their comrades on deck. "What? A massive whirlpool ahead? How is that possible?" The appearance of such a colossal whirlpool was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. On a sea this tranquil, the odds were almost nil. How could one suddenly manifest? Clang, clang, clang. The warship's alarm blared. Every marine sprang into action, hurling heavy cargo overboard and forcibly severing the connecting chains. The helmsman desperately wrenched the wheel to change course. The whirlpools spun relentlessly, stretching upwards until they morphed into terrifying sea spouts that loomed before the fleet, surging rapidly towards the warships. Like colossal dragons ascending into the sky, these waterspouts carried unparalleled force and momentum, engulfing the warships in an instant. The Marines' faces were set in grim determination as they clung desperately to the railings, trying to withstand the monstrous godlike power of the waterspouts that dwarfed their own. Yet their resistance was utterly futile, as insignificant as an ant attempting to halt an elephant. In the blink of an eye, the immense vortex of the waterspout mercilessly tore them from the ship, sending their bodies hurtling through the air as if tossed about by an invisible giant hand. Their cries were swallowed by the roaring wind. All they could do was watch helplessly as they drifted further from the ship, their hearts filled with utter despair and terror. As the waterspout continued its relentless spin, the warship was cruelly crushed into countless fragments. These pieces danced in the air, a macabre and magnificent dance of death. As for the fate of the Marines on board, who could say? About 10 minutes later, Nami and the others on the Going Merry, along with Luffy, who had just returned, all stared at the wreckage of the warships bobbing on the sea. Nami gasped, covering her mouth in sheer terror, her mind racing. What on earth was that waterspout? The others wore equally grave expressions, astonished that it had shredded so many warships into pieces. Even with their own abilities, destroying warships to that extent would be a feat. They had to admit nature's power was truly awe-inspiring. However, their amazement lasted only a few seconds before they set sail towards Warship Island. So this is the terrifying event that occurred after we left. Commander Rondon surveyed the floating debris around them, patted his chest, and let out a long, relieved breath. It seemed he had been wise to retreat quickly, otherwise he too would have been devoured by that monstrous sea tornado. With that thought, Commander Rondon flashed a relieved grin, grateful to have escaped with his life. Ahem. Commander Rondon cleared his throat deliberately to draw everyone's attention. Once all eyes were on him, he began his speech. Listen up, everyone. We are the sole survivors of this suppression mission. So, if we don't have a scratch on us, and the higher-ups find out we survived by retreating to the rear, we'll be in deep trouble. That is all. I don't need to spell out what to do next. Rondon extended his freshly bandaged hand, signaling his men to inflict similar wounds upon themselves. Understanding the order, the men nodded and drew their swords ready to slice themselves. Hey buddy, why on earth are you aiming for your groin? That's totally unnecessary. One Marine quickly intervened as his comrade seemed intent on self-inflicted harm in a rather delicate area. You don't get it. This will make it look way more convincing. As he spoke, the Marine raised his blade again towards his nether regions. Meanwhile, another Marine was also restraining his companion. However, this time, it was to stop the friend from cutting himself. I don't need you to make a wound for me. With that, the Marine pointed to his existing injury for his friend to see. His friend looked at the tiny, barely bleeding scratch and burst out, that little thing. It'll heal itself before we even get back to headquarters. It's way too fake, man. Let me give you a proper one. No one will be able to tell the difference. Saying this, he raised his sword again, advancing towards his comrade, who was yelling, No, no, no. Aya Yamit. Yahoo! So this is the legendary Lost Island. Luffy exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of the azure-plumed century dragons scattered all around. Usopp shared his enthusiasm. Nami, though astonished, managed to suppress a gasp. Zoro and Sanji merely smiled lightly at the scene before them. Great Dragon Grandpa, you're finally home. Apis stroked the century dragon's face and smiled, genuinely happy that the dragon had found its way back to this place. Ichigo looked at the century dragons around him, reminded of his own dragon companion from his travels in the Western fantasy continent. Those had been wonderful times. He had initially hoped the dragon would join him, but it had vanished without a trace. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to ride him across the skies. It's a shame I can't summon him. It wasn't that Ichigo couldn't summon him, but rather that the dragon simply didn't want to come when called. That familiar magical resonance was something the Dragon Clan would never forget. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, Ichigo could only summon the Dragon Clan, and they were the most arrogant of dragons, wild and untamable. It was only thanks to Ichigo's own charm that he had managed to earn their respect. As Apis watched Dragon Grandpa and his companions fly away, she reluctantly bid him farewell. Goodbye, Dragon Grandpa. Apis shouted as the dragons soared into the sky. Dragon Grandpa glanced back at her one last time before joining the other century dragons and flying off into the distance. The next morning, Luffy and the others carried the food they had purchased on the island back to the ship. Hey Apis, wanna come with us? Luffy called out from where he leaned over the railing, inviting the girl standing on the shore. Apis hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. I'd love to sail with you all, but I don't have any skills. I'm afraid I'd just be a burden. She lowered her head and tugged at her skirt. And I want to stay on this island, and before she could finish, Luffy interrupted, I see. Well, Ichin will be sad if you don't come, but I respect your decision. He then turned his gaze to Ichin, who was also leaning on the railing watching Apis. Huh, me. Ichin, caught off guard, turned to Luffy with a look that said, are you serious? Ichin will be sad if I don't go. Huh, Tony. The little girl covered her mouth in disbelief, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she looked at Ichin. The past few days together had stirred a peculiar feeling in Apis for Ichin. She couldn't quite describe it, but she was certain she didn't want to part with him. During their time together, Apis had felt a profound warmth. Ichin fed her, tended to her injuries, and told her stories before bedtime. Tales like the dark path of Pinocchio mocked for his growing nose, and the Frog Prince's betrayal after being transformed back by Princess Bagong were among her favorites. Upon hearing Luffy say that Ichin would miss her, Apis felt a strange flutter of joy in her heart. Luffy flashed a wide, toothy grin as he answered Apis. According to Luffy, just as the sun was rising this morning, he stepped onto the deck and overheard Ichin, who was asleep on a chair, mumbling in his sleep, "Cute little Apis." Eehee. And then he added, I really wish Apis could stay on the ship. After finishing his story, everyone's gaze shifted to Ichin. Caught in the spotlight, Ichin let out an awkward laugh. Damn, I actually said that. They're going to think him a perv. At that thought, Ichin wished he could dive headfirst into the sea to wash away his embarrassment. Hearing this, the residents on the shore began whispering among themselves, casting looks at Ichin that seemed to say, You're not some kind of pervert, are you? Say, Vice Captain, you wouldn't happen to fancy a cute little girl like Apis, would you? Do you have some kind of special fetish? Ha ha ha. Usopp, who had appeared behind Ichin unnoticed, raised an eyebrow with a smirk playing on his lips. He leaned in close to Ichin's ear and whispered his teasing remarks, then let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. So, even you have your moments of embarrassment. With that thought, Zoro also teleported behind Ichin, making an exaggerated expression that was completely out of character as he grinned at him. What's the matter, Vice Captain? Zoro's lips curled into a bizarre smile. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, as if he were mocking Ichin for finally encountering something awkward. At the same time, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he was struggling to suppress the joy within him lest he ruin his image by laughing too hard. Ichin's face flushed bright red. Feeling even more embarrassed, he stood frozen, head bowed, eyes fixed on the ground, hands clasped tightly together with fingers interlocked, and trembling slightly, as if trying to rein in his emotions. His lips were sealed, and he remained silent, unwilling to engage any further with the two. Because Ichin knew that any attempt to explain would only plunge him into deeper embarrassment, so he chose to say nothing at all. Is that true, Ichin Onaikin? Apis blinked her big sparkling eyes, her face full of surprise and anticipation. She leaned her head forward slightly, as if urging Ichin to admit it himself. Apis is talking to you, you know. Answer her already. Usopp nudged Ichin with his elbow, a sly grin spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with mischief. Annoyed by Usopp's antics, Ichin shook his head, helplessly muttering inwardly, this guy. Annoyed by Usopp's antics, Ichin shook his head, helplessly muttering inwardly, this guy. They'll find a chance to give him a good beating sooner or later. At that moment, Ichin scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish, a hint of I've been mortified in his eyes. Nevertheless, he let out a soft mum, confirming that it was indeed what he had in mind. Aha, then let me come aboard. Apis' eyes lit up, a sweet smile blooming on her face. She opened her small arms and waved at Luffy. Then hurry up and get on. We're about to set sail. Apis first walked to the Mary, then turned back and waved at Bokuden. I'm going to set sail with Ichin Onaikin and the others. Grandpa Bokuden, you must take care of yourself. If you want to go, then go, child. Bokuden smiled, leaning on his cane. He then looked at Ichin and the others. Then I entrust Apis to your care, everyone. Don't worry, we'll protect Apis. Ichin leaped down from the ship and said to Bokuden after landing. I believe you. This child has been talking about you constantly these past couple of days. I can tell she's very fond of you. In the future, I'll need you to take good care of this child, who always causes worry. Bokuden looked at Ichin with a smile, the kind a grandfather gives when sizing up a potential grandson. Grandpa Bokuden, I don't cause worry. Humph. Hearing this, Apis stomped her foot in protest, then puffed out her cheeks and glared at Bokuden. Meanwhile, Ichin was slightly stunned by Bokuden's words. There was something oddly strange about them, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Still, he replied, I will. With that, Ichin picked up Apis and jumped aboard the ship. The Mary then began to leave the shore and sail towards the ocean. Sayonara, Grandpa Bokuden, and everyone on the island. Standing at the stern, Apis waved and called out loudly to the people on the shore. Goodbye, Apis. Seeing this, Bokuden and the villagers on the shore also waved back at Apis. After leaving the island of the warship, the group resumed their journey towards the Grand Line. Hearing this, Ichin's lips twitched. If he hadn't known that Luffy genuinely cared, he would have said something. Luffy had put him in such an awkward position, and those looks from people probably. Hearing this, Ichin's lips twitched. If he hadn't known that Luffy genuinely cared, he would have said something. Luffy had put him in such an awkward position, and those looks from people probably meant they thought he was a lolicon. But at least Apis ended up joining the crew because of it. Otherwise, all that embarrassment would have been for nothing. Luffy, don't be sad, Vice Captain, Usopp said, struggling to hold back his laughter. He covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes squeezed into slits, and the muscles in his face twitched from the effort of suppressing his mirth. His shoulders shook up and down uncontrollably, as if he might burst out laughing at any moment. Looking at Ichin's utterly deflated face, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into loud laughter. As for Zoro, he was laughing internally but kept a straight face because he felt that laughing at Ichin once was enough, though doing it again would be impolite. He decided to leave the teasing to Usopp alone. Who are you laughing at? Seeing Usopp constantly laughing at Ichin, Apis raised her foot and stomped hard. Bang! Ow! Hiss! The pain from the stomp was so intense that Usopp quickly lifted his foot and rubbed it, trying to alleviate the ache. Well done, you're a true sweetheart. Ichin felt a warm, satisfied smile inside, though he only gave a slight grin on the outside. He reached down and patted Apis on the head. Thanks, Apis. Apis naturally didn't resist and let Ichin pat her head. East Blue Marine Headquarters. Rhoda stood in the center of the conference hall, facing the inquiries of the Marine admirals. What did you say? Commodore Nelson was killed by the Straw Hats, and the rest of the fleet was destroyed by a sudden sea spout. One of the vice admirals asked in a loud voice. Yes, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Also, my crew members can vouch for me. Rhoda answered the vice admiral's question. Hearing this, another vice admiral with white hair tapped the table lightly and said calmly, let's set aside Nelson's death at the hands of the Straw Hats for now. But what about that sea spout? How is it that it only swept up our Marines while those pirates were completely unaffected? As for how they managed to escape, we're not entirely sure. By the time we returned, they had already made off. Lauda gestured to the air as he recounted the tale to the assembled officers. Is that so? And how is it that you and your men returned unscathed? Surely you didn't flee at the sight of their strength. Upon hearing this, the white-haired vice admiral closed his eyes, briefly processing Lauda's words. He then opened them slightly, fixing a stern gaze upon the captain. My men and I fought valiantly against the enemy and were wounded in battle. It was only then that we retreated. We are not cowards. Lauda replied, his voice resolute and strong. Lauda stood ramrod straight, his eyes burning with conviction. The old vice admiral glanced at the bandages on Lauda's hand, then slowly closed his eyes and said calmly, you must have had a rough time of it. Clearly he found it hard to believe that a Marine with such a booming voice could be a deserter. It was a lesson he had learned over his 70 years of life. And while that might generally be true, there are always exceptions to the rule. Seeing that the vice admiral had no more questions, the weight finally lifted from Lauda's shoulders. Captain Lauda, since all questions have been answered, please find a seat, the old vice admiral said to Lauda, who stood in the center having just relaxed. Lauda felt a surge of relief followed by a wave of excitement. He kept his composure, hiding the joy bubbling inside him, and walked to the back of the room to take a seat cross-legged. Normally, after a superior finished questioning a subordinate, they would be dismissed. Yet he was being told to sit. What could this mean? It meant he was being promoted. After all, only officers of rear admiral rank and above were supposed to attend such meetings. Ahem. Now let me address the two most important matters of this meeting. As he spoke, the middle-aged vice admiral raised a finger and said with a smile, first, let us congratulate Rear Admiral Buren and Captain Lauda on their promotions to Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral respectively. Applause erupted through the room. Once it died down, the Vice Admiral's smiling face turned serious. Now for the second matter. This is of utmost importance and has already been reported to Marine headquarters. Everyone perked up ears, straining to catch his next words. The Straw Hat Pirates, after defeating Captain Morgan, the pirate clown Buggy, the pirate leader Krieg, and the fishman Arlong, have now also defeated Admiral Nelson, who commanded a formidable fleet. Although there were natural factors involved, according to the intelligence provided by Captain Lauda, Nelson was already dead at their hands before the Sea Dragon tornado struck. The assembled officers swallowed hard. Such achievements were practically unheard of in the East Blue. We are in agreement that his bounty should be increased. Therefore, as he spoke, the Vice Admiral pinned new wanted posters to the wall, including Luffy's and those of Zoro, and the others which Lauda had taken from a distance. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy Monkey D. Luffy bounty 500 berries. Swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, Pirate Hunter Ruranoa, Zoro bounty 0 berries. Straw Hat Pirates, Blackfoot, Yellow Hair, bounty 17500 berries. As his name is unknown and his hair is yellow, the Marines have temporarily dubbed him Yellow Hair. As for the others on the ship, the Vice Admiral picked up the remaining pictures and examined them. We have no clear intelligence on the other Straw Hat members, nor their abilities. We will withhold their bounties for the time being. That concludes this meeting. Dismissed. With that, the assembled Marine officers filed out of the room. On a small island, a group of Marines were desperately trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. These were the soldiers who had survived Usopp's explosive attack. Lieutenant, when are we ever going to get back to Branch 8? A bespectacled Marine asked, grilling a fish while addressing the middle-aged man who was resting against a large rock with his eyes closed. Just keep swimming in the direction we came from. Stop asking me that, the man said, waving his hand. These past 2 days had been exhausting. He had even managed to lose his beer belly, which had plagued him for years, and his biceps were getting firmer from all the swimming. He wondered if they had been gone so long that HQ presumed them dead. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. At the crow's nest of the Going Merry, Sanji was peering through a telescope with Zoro standing beside him, also looking ahead. It wasn't long before Sanji spotted a massive dark cloud in the distance. Namison, I have a love report for you. I've spotted a large rain cloud ahead. There seems to be a violent storm underneath it. Nami opened her sea chart and examined it. It looks like we should be nearing the red line. Does that mean we're about to reach the Grand Line? Luffy thought excitedly. He stretched his arm to grab the edge of the crow's nest and leaped up, looking at the dark clouds ahead. We're finally almost at the Grand Line. This is great. Luffy beamed, his bright white teeth flashing in the sunlight. Slap, slap, slap. Luffy happily pounded Sanji on the back. Sanji, the Grand Line is just ahead. We're almost there. Thud. Each enthusiastic pat forced Sanji to brace himself against the railing. After the fourth strike, Sanji had finally had enough and kicked Luffy in the face. That hurts, you idiot. After being kicked by Sanji, Luffy turned his attention to Zoro. He walked over and started slapping Zoro's shoulder enthusiastically. Zoro, we're about to reach the Grand Line. We're almost there. Feeling the brunt of Luffy's enthusiasm, Zoro didn't hesitate to slam his fist into Luffy's face, baring his teeth in a snarl. Stop hitting me. You idiot, Captain. Unlike Sanji, Zoro had endured one extra slap before delivering his punch. Usopp was in the helm, whistling a tune and steering the ship. Ichin and Apis were sitting on the ship's railing fishing, though so far they hadn't caught a single thing. The Mary had sailed into a sea shrouded by rain clouds. Rain poured down in torrents, heavy droplets hammering relentlessly against her deck. From the crow's nest, Sanji raised a magical barrier against the downpour. His aim was simple: to keep the sails dry, for if they were soaked, the wind could no longer propel the Mary forward. These magic gloves Ichin gave me are quite handy, Sanji remarked, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it after casting the spell. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he spotted the red cliffs ahead and called down to the crew on deck, "Everyone, we can see the red line." Hearing this, Luffy dashed to the bow to look. So this is the red line. It's enormous, he exclaimed in awe at the towering cliff face. Fierce waves crashed endlessly against the red line, and dark clouds swirled around its summit, obscuring its peak from view. The surging current swiftly carried the Mary towards the imposing cliff. Propelled forward with increasing speed, the Mary's bow pitched violently, throwing up spray after spray of seawater. On the deck, Luffy tumbled about from the ship's violent rocking. Ichin and Apis, however, remained steady at the bow thanks to Ichin's balance magic. Seeing Luffy roll past him, Ichin grabbed him and applied the same balance spell to him. Nami and Zoro held onto the railing near the helm, watching the red line approach. Sanji and Usopp were together at the ships while steering the Mary. Nami, what's our plan? Usopp called out to the navigator. At that moment, Nami noticed a large hazy fissure in the cliff wall ahead, wide enough for the Mary to sail through. After confirming it was passable, she replied, "Hold this course and sail straight ahead." Though puzzled, Usopp followed her instructions. "I can't believe the sea is actually rushing up the mountain," Zoro said in astonishment, watching the water surge towards the summit. "We must make it through that water gate ahead, or the ship will be smashed to pieces." "It's up to you, Ichin," Nami said, looking towards Ichin. "Don't worry, with me here the ship's course won't falter." With that he cast a targeting spell to lock the Mary's trajectory directly into the center of the gate. Moments later the Mary shot through the gate racing towards the top. Ichin then dispelled the targeting spell. "We just need to ride this current to the summit," Nami said excitedly, watching the Mary climb higher. "Whoa, this is incredible," Luffy shouted, overwhelmed by the spectacle. "Wow." So, little Apis, holding Ichin's hand, ran to the bow railing, looking up with joy. The others also wore smiles as they took in the breathtaking view. With a final surge the Mary shot over the summit, hung in the air for a moment, and then plummeted downwards. The crew was lifted from the deck by the sudden drop. The Mary heavier than they fell faster, leaving them suspended in the air for a moment before gravity took hold. Fortunately Ichin's levitation magic caught Apis, Nami, and Usopp. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro used their magical gear to land safely back on the Mary. The Mary then plunged down the cascading waterfall of the outgoing current. "The world's strongest swordsman is down there. All blue, here I come. This is where I'll prove myself as a brave warrior of the sea. Time to start drawing my map of the world. Our journey begins now together with brother Ichin." Ichin looked at the determined faces of his crew and let out a soft chuckle, his gaze turning forward. "They're all stronger than in the original story, but it's still not enough. Perhaps I should put them through some tougher training." A slight smirk played on his lips as he seemed to think of a good idea. The Mary sped downwards, plunging into a thick bank of sea mist. A strong gale blew upwards, whipping against their faces. Yet everyone on board seemed to relish the feeling, enjoying the rush of wind. "Do you guys hear a strange noise?" Zoro asked, noticing a low hum coming from below that the others. "What did you say? I can't hear you," Nami yelled back over the roar of the wind. "I said, can't you hear that weird sound?" "It's probably just the wind," Nami said, looking ahead. Zoro scratched his head, wondering, "Maybe I didn't get enough sleep and am hearing things." As the wind howled, Sanji called out from the crow's nest, "My dear Nami, I see what looks like a mountain up ahead." He was looking at a dark shape looming in the distance. "A mountain? That's impossible. How could there be a mountain here?" Nami asked, looking up at him. "But there definitely is one," Sanji confirmed, squinting. "Who cares? Let's just charge," Luffy shouted from the bow, pumping his fist excitedly. As the Mary neared the exit of the waterfall, the mist cleared, revealing a colossal creature blocking their path. A whale of immense size. "That's not a mountain, it's a whale," Nami yelled, spotting the giant teeth at the top of the black mountain. "Should we fight it?" "Ill." Luffy started to jump off the ship, but Nami quickly knocked him out with a punch. "Fight it? Are you crazy? No one can fight a creature that size, you idiot." The size difference between Luffy and the whale was like comparing a human to a speck of dust. The Mary was still heading straight for the whale. Just as a collision seemed inevitable, Ichin used his magic to force a sharp turn, causing the ship to carve a wide arc and kick up a cascade of spray. "Good thing Ichin is here, or we'd be done for," Nami said with a sigh of relief. The others nodded in agreement. The whale let out a long, echoing call towards the sky. "So that's what was making that weird noise," Zoro said, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the creature. "Wait, brother Ichin." Ichin looked down to see Apis tugging at his sleeve. "What's the matter?" he asked. "You want to help it, don't you, Apis?" Ichin asked, softly patting Apis' little head. This whale seems to be letting out a mournful cry. It looks so sad. I want to help it," Apis replied in her soft, lilting voice. "You can hear that creature too, Apis?" Nami asked, looking at Apis in surprise. Apis gave a gentle nod to Nami, then said, "At this distance I can only sense its emotions. If we get closer, perhaps I'll be able to hear more. Luffy, I want to bring the ship closer to listen to why it's so sad. Is that okay?" Apis trotted to the bow and looked up at Luffy, who was perched on the going Mary's figurehead. Although Apis could have asked Ichin to relay the request to Luffy, she felt it was more appropriate to ask the captain herself, since it was her own idea. After all, Luffy was Ichin's captain. Hearing this, Luffy first glanced at the enormous whale that was crying out, then looked at Apis, who was watching him, and smiled. Although Apis could have asked Ichin to relay the request to Luffy, she felt it was more appropriate to ask the captain herself, since it was her own idea. Whoa, are you serious? We're really going to sail right up to that terrifying whale?" Usopp's face was full of resistance. Honestly, when he first saw the thing, his legs nearly turned to jelly. "What nonsense are you talking? It's just a whale. I've got it right in the palm of my hand," Luffy shouted back at Usopp in the steering room. After saying this, Luffy made a pinching gesture with his fingers. Ichin's mouth twitched when he saw this. Wasn't that the cool-sounding phrase he had taught Luffy just a couple of days ago? That guy Luffy sure learns fast. "Hey you! Who on earth taught you such an arrogant line like that?" Usopp was taken aback by Luffy's words, then let out a light sigh and asked. The others nodded in agreement. "Ichin taught me. He said that saying this to an enemy makes you look really. Luffy flashed a smile showing his white teeth. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Ichin, a look of sudden realization mixed with speechlessness on their faces. So it was you who taught him that? Well, here we go again. My composed vice-captain image is about to be ruined. Ichin thought to himself as he turned his head away and casually began to whistle, trying to look unconcerned. Nami sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Luffy's already missing a few screws in his head. Now you're teaching him lines like that. Are you afraid he isn't arrogant enough? Just then Luffy spoke up again. Well, anyway, let's just get closer. As your captain, he'll protect you all, so don't worry. Besides, I'm also curious as to why this whale is crying out in such sorrow. Luffy said, slowly looking at the whale. Wouldn't we be safer if we didn't get closer? Usopp grumbled inwardly. However, he still heeded Luffy's command, turning the ship's wheel and steering them towards the whale. Hey, a little closer. A little more. Apis reached out her small hand, trying to touch the great whale, but her arm was far too short to even come close. Seeing this, Ichin was amused by Apis' adorable bewilderment. He picked her up and flew into the air, letting her reach out and touch the whale. I want to touch it too. Luffy stretched his arm to grab onto Ichin and flew up with them. Apis gently stroked the whale's body, communicating with it. Luffy, on the other hand, was just purely touching the whale. Moo. After communicating with Apis for a while, the whale turned its head towards her. Wow, incredible. These eyes are even bigger than the Mary, and look at these teeth, so sharp. And, as the whale turned around, Luffy began to fly up and down, touching it everywhere, his eyes filled with curiosity about the creature's body. Meanwhile, Apis was conversing with the whale, asking it what was wrong. After the whale finished communicating with Apis, she shared its story with everyone. Its name is Laboon. It wants to cross the reverse mountain to find its friends from 50 years ago. Those friends. The following text omitted for brevity. So can we help it? Luffy, Yachinii, everyone. Apis asked the group. You know, Apis, if it's about helping it cross the reverse mountain, we can't really do that. After hearing the story, Nami let out a helpless sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. Zoro and the others nodded in agreement. Luffy, however, was still petting the whale, having touched every single spot on its body. He was now working his way towards its back. Of course, Luffy had also heard what Apis said. Even though he looked like he was just petting the whale, he was actually thinking hard about how to help it as he did so. It was only after hearing Nami's words that Apis snapped back to reality. It seemed they truly couldn't help this giant whale cross the reverse mountain. She had even asked everyone to help the whale. With this thought, Apis lowered her head, let her small hands dangle, and apologized softly. It seems that's true. Gomen Eni, I've made a selfish request of everyone again. It's alright, Apis, we're not blaming you for making a selfish request. I just meant that our abilities aren't enough to help this giant whale cross the reverse mountain. Seeing Apis with her head slightly bowed and an apologetic look on her face, Nami couldn't help but walk over, gently stroke her little head, and let out a soft chuckle before speaking to her in a tender voice. Hearing this, Apis gave a small nod and murmured, I really can't do anything with this kid. But oh well, who could blame her, she's just so cute. Nami thought to herself as she continued to pat Apis' head. Wow, Namison, comforting little Miss Apis, you look so charming as always. Sanji, standing on the lookout platform, saw Nami giving Apis a head pat, and his eyes turned into hearts that bulged out of his head. Actually, I can do it. Ichin said calmly to Nami and Apis from the side. Oh right, I forgot you have that magic that lets things float in the air. But, can your magic really make a sea creature this massive fly? Nami asked Ichin because she didn't know the weight limit or duration of his levitation magic. Pontoni, Yachinii, can you really make this big whale cross the reverse mountain? Apis blinked her big lively eyes, her gaze slowly shifting to Ichin, a hint of curiosity and anticipation shining within them. Seeing Apis look so adorable, Ichin smiled and replied, of course I can. But first we'll need you to communicate with this whale. Leave it to me. He'll explain everything to Laboon. After Apis communicated with Laboon for a while, the whale let out a joyful cry. Standing before a wooden door on Laboon's body, Luffy shouted to the others, hey, do you know why there's a door on Laboon's body? Luffy stared curiously at the door before him. No sooner had he spoken than he walked right through it, not waiting for anyone to respond. Of course no one noticed Luffy had gone inside. Nami looked stunned. A door? That's impossible, right? A door growing on a whale's body is just too absurd. Apis, can you ask Laboon what's the deal with that door? Nami turned to Apis, who was gently stroking the whale. Laboon says it's a door his friend Crocus made to treat his injuries. Apis replied, after everyone clicked their tongues in disbelief. Who puts a door on a patient during treatment? But seeing how lively the whale was, it seemed Laboon's friend had indeed been helping him. Having learned all about Laboon, Ichin was about to send the whale over Reverse Mountain. Hold on, Ichin, Luffy isn't back yet. Don't send him off along with the whale. Just as Ichin was about to cast his spell, Nami interrupted. Ichin lowered his hand. Luffy, get back to the ship. Ichin is about to send Laboon off. Nami cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted toward the whale. After a few seconds with no response from Luffy, Nami turned to Sanji. Sanji, please go check what Luffy's doing up there. He hasn't answered for ages. Sanji blew a heart toward Nami as he floated up toward Laboon. At your service, Namaswan. But the moment he landed on the whale, his love-struck eyes shut tight, and he sighed with a frown. Hey Luffy, how can you ignore Namasan? Don't you know it's incredibly rude to ignore a lady? As he opened his eyes to scold Luffy, he saw no trace of him. Only an open wooden door. Instead of following through the door, Sanji walked to the edge of Laboon's body and called down to the others. That dumb kid seems to have gone inside Laboon. I'm afraid he'll get lost in there, so I'm going after him. With that, he turned back, stepped through the door, and jumped in. He never gives us a moment's peace. What was Luffy thinking? We're about to set sail, and he just wanders into someone's body. And it's a whale this huge. Nami sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Everyone knew Luffy's sense of direction was about as bad as Zoro's. Zoro couldn't find his way at all, while Luffy was slightly better. He could remember which way he started from, but that was about it. Haha. That's just like Luffy, isn't it? Ichin chuckled. Well, I might as well study the navigation chart. Nami thought for a moment and decided to plan the route in the meantime, so she headed back to the lounge. Since there's nothing else to do, we'll go check it out too. Hold on, Zoro. If you go after Luffy, who's going to come out? Just as Zoro stood up, Usopp shoved him back down and warned him sternly. How could I possibly get lost? If you don't believe me, I'll walk right out and show you. Zoro pushed past Usopp and walked to the ship's railing. Azura seemed to sense its master's intent, unsheathing itself and floating before Zoro. Sorry to trouble you again, partner. Zoro looked at the blade hovering in front of him, and Azura swayed gently, as if to say it was no trouble at all. Zoro stepped onto the blade and soared toward the whale. That Zoro, why can't he just admit he's directionally challenged? Please don't get lost. Usopp scratched his head and muttered, watching Zoro fly off into the sky. Meanwhile, Ichin stood by watching Apis chat with Laboon. He could only understand Apis. Laboon's cries were utterly incomprehensible to him. According to Apis, Laboon was telling her the story of him and the Rumbar pirates. Inside the whale's belly, a boy in a straw hat wandered through the pitch-black corridor, scratching the back of his head. Why is there no end to this path? How strange. Meanwhile, Sanji was also feeling his way through the darkness. I can't see a thing. A low hum filled the air. Since he couldn't see well, Sanji took off his culinary boot and held it up like a torch, illuminating the area. This isn't a stomach at all. Are you sure this isn't the hull of an iron ship? Sanji tapped the metal wall beside him, but he didn't dwell on it and continued deeper inside. On the other side, Zoro, who had just entered, muttered after surveying his surroundings, "It's so dark in here. Forget finding Luffy. I might end up lost myself. If I can't find Luffy and get lost myself, that long-nosed idiot will never let me live it down." Just imagining Usopp's mocking laughter made Zoro's toes curl in his boots. A low hum resonated. Sensing Zoro's frustration, Azura conveyed a solution to him. Following the blade's suggestion, Zoro wasted no time, drawing Sandai Kitetsu from his waist, and with his will ignited flames along the blade. Like this. As expected of Azura. Clever. You too, Sandai Kitetsu. Seeing the iron walls clearly illuminated around him, Zoro praised his blade. A low hum. Azura chimed in delight at the praise, and Sandai Kitetsu trembled with joy. We've finally made it this far, Miss Wednesday Vivi. The stomach is just beyond this door. That old man must be in there. We'll go in and take him out, all for the sake of this whale. In a corner of the whale's interior, a man wearing a crown with a large tadpole tattoo on each cheek and dressed in green, while holding a bazooka, spoke to a blue-haired woman with a ponytail who also carried a bazooka. The woman nodded slightly. Indeed, this whale is our town's dessert. In Lab's stomach there floated a small island adorned with a tiny house and coconut trees. Creak. An old man wearing a flower petal-shaped hat walked out of the house, sat down next to the folding chair, and leisurely opened a newspaper. At this time, Labu hasn't gone to crash into the upside-down mountain. It seems it has finally chosen to let go. With that thought, the old man continued to read his newspaper. At the exit of Lab's stomach, a man wearing a crown was preparing to fire a cannon aimed at the sky, which was actually Lab's stomach alongside Vivi. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been listening from behind them for quite a while, slowly walked towards them, saying, "Let's make a big hole in its stomach, Miss Wednesday." "Of course, no problem, Mr. 9. Vivi replied with a smile. "You two are not allowed to harm Lab." Boom! Splash! Just as the two were about to pull the trigger, Luffy, who had approached them from behind, knocked them both unconscious with a single punch. So you were here, Luffy. Come back with me quickly. Oh, everyone is waiting for you, Sanji said, stepping out from behind the hallway towards Luffy. Ah, it's Sanji. Luffy turned around with a grin, looking at Sanji. Seeing Luffy's cheerful demeanor, Sanji couldn't help but sigh. Really, you always make people worry. You? Just as Sanji was about to lecture him, he suddenly noticed Vivi lying at Luffy's feet. He immediately ran in front of Luffy and grabbed his collar, saying, Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful lady? I couldn't help but hit them because I saw they were going to blow up Labus' belly with cannonballs, Luffy explained. Being lifted, Luffy was not angry. Instead, he smiled as he explained to Sanji. Upon hearing this, Sanji also noticed the two cannons beside Vivi and released Luffy's collar. They were going to kill Labu to use it as food for their town. Just as Sanji was puzzled about why they wanted to kill the whale, Kuroka's the old man who had just been reading the newspaper climbed up the stairs and began to explain. But how did you know this island whale's name is Labu? So Labus' partner is you. We learned Labus' name from Labu itself. Sanji said to Kuroka's in front of him. Labu said it himself. Upon hearing this, Kuroka's showed a puzzled expression, seemingly not understanding why Sanji could understand Labus' words. Seeing Kuroka's confusion, Luffy stepped forward to explain. Actually, it's because one of our friends can communicate with animals, which is how we know Labus' name. Upon hearing this, Kuroka's understood why they knew, and after talking for about 2 or 3 minutes, the old man led them towards the exit. At this point, Zoro was standing at a crossroads, unsure of which direction to go, but coincidentally the intersection he was at was a necessary route from the stomach to the exit. As Sanji and the others were heading to the exit, they happened to encounter Zoro. Sanji first remarked that Zoro was lost again, and then took him along towards the exit. By the way, Mr. Nine and Vivi were respectively dragged along by Luffy and carried by Sanji out. Ah, what's wrong? On the Mary, Nami shouted loudly, attracting the attention of several people. Seeing Ichin and the others gather around, Nami pointed at the compass on the table that was spinning uncontrollably, saying, Woo XX, the compass is broken, it can't point in any direction. It's true, the needle is spinning around non-stop. Usopp quickly walked to the table. It seems you all came here without knowing anything. I admire your courage. Are you here to deliver heads to the Grand Line? Just then, Kuroka's, who had followed Luffy and the others onto the ship, came to the lounge and looked at the spinning needle on the table. Then Kuroka's explained to the confused crowd why the needle was behaving this way. Upon hearing this, Nami nodded in realization. So it's because of the magnetic field. But where can we find a needle that isn't affected by the magnetic field? Nami pondered thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. I can give you mine. I'll consider it an advance payment for helping you get Labu over the upside-down mountain. Kuroka's took out a needle from his clothes and pointed it at the crowd. Nami smiled as she accepted the needle from Kuroka's, saying thanks. I'm curious though, how are you going to send Labu back? Upon hearing this, Nami turned to look at Ichin, and Ichin understood this signal, releasing magic to make Kuroka's float in the air. Kuroka stared in shock as he watched himself slowly rise off the ground, thinking this ability that makes people float in the sky. I didn't expect that the Golden Lion is also dead. Thinking about this, Kuroka sighed lightly again. Another acquaintance had passed away. Coming back to his senses, Kuroka looked at Ichin and said, Alright, you can take me and Labu over the upside-down mountain now. Upon hearing this, Ichin also applied levitation magic to Labu, lifting it into the air. Then goodbye, Mr. Labu. Apsu said farewell to her newly made whale friend on the Mary. Woo, woo. Upon hearing this, Labu let out a farewell roar towards Apsu. You all wait here for a moment, they'll be back soon. After finishing speaking to everyone, Ichin took Kuroka's and Labu towards the top of the upside-down mountain. After sending off Labu and Kuroka's, Ichin returned to the Mary. Once back on the Mary, Luffy and the others told Ichin that they were going to Whiskey Peak next, and then everyone set off towards Whiskey. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Today is the day for Rear Admiral Cap to hand over Monka. We must not slack off. A group of Navy soldiers on the deck were quickly tidying themselves up to make a good impression. Among them were the duo KB and Bellion Bear. As for Monka, he was arranged to stand to the side. Just then a large dog-headed sailboat approached the military ship where KB and the others were. Seeing this, the sailors on the deck lined up on both sides to salute Cap and his deputy, who were coming down from another ship, saying, Welcome, Rear Admiral Cap, to our ship. After walking a couple of steps, Cap stopped again. Seeing this, the Navy lieutenant immediately walked in front of Cap and saluted, saying, Admiral, hello, I am. Admiral. ZZZ. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm here to hand over Morgan to you. ZZZ. Vice Admiral GARP. Seeing that Garp was still unresponsive, the lieutenant shouted at him. Quiet. I heard you the first time. The lieutenant staggered back a few steps from the force of Garp's shout. This old man just stayed up 5 nights in a row, and now I'm just a bit sleepy. Hearing this, the lieutenant's lips twitched involuntarily. He wondered if he had heard correctly. How could a highly renowned vice admiral of headquarters— Hearing this, the lieutenant's lips twitched involuntarily. He wondered if he had heard correctly. How could a highly renowned vice admiral of headquarters— Hearing this, the lieutenant's lips twitched involuntarily. He wondered if he had heard correctly. How could a highly renowned vice admiral of headquarters pass the time by eating donuts? It was inconceivable. But when he heard Garp's next sentence, he knew he wasn't hallucinating. Garp, wearing his dog-head helmet, grinned and flashed his white teeth at the lieutenant. After eating 886 donuts without rest or sleep, I started to feel a little drowsy. With that, Garp pulled another donut from his coat and stuffed it into his mouth. But just as he was about to take a bite, he lowered his head and fell asleep again. Seeing this, Morgan, who was bound with handcuffs and leg irons, slowly approached Garp. Standing before him, Morgan scoffed disdainfully. What a ridiculous old man. After saying this, Morgan suddenly swung his hand axe at Garp. Whoosh. Splash. Thud. Garp, slashed across the chest, collapsed to the ground as blood spurted from the wound. He was sleeping so soundly that he didn't even feel himself being cut. The surrounding sailors gasped in shock at the scene of Garp being taken down, their mouths agape. They then raised their guns, aiming at Morgan, who had broken free from his chains and was holding his own son Helmeppo hostage. In the end, Morgan escaped safely on a small boat, just as in the original story. Garp, now awake, made no attempt to pursue him. Instead, he brought Helmeppo and Kobe back to the Marine headquarters, impressed by their courageous fight against Morgan. On an unnamed stretch of open sea, Morgan was rowing his small boat. Morgan will rise again and build a Morgan kingdom. Morgan was lost in fantasies of his grand future. They'll start by conquering a small village. As Morgan remained immersed in his daydream, danger silently descended. Suddenly, a golden magical circle appeared beneath Morgan's feet and another in the sky above him. The circle in the sky rotated continuously as if locking onto its target. Light extinction. Whoosh. Just as Morgan stopped his boat to rest, a brilliant beam of light shot down from the sky, enveloping him and his small boat. The sea where Morgan had been was instantly flooded with a blinding white light, as if a flashbang had gone off right in front of him. The statues of the man and his boat floated on the sea for a few seconds before crumbling into white ash that drifted away into the distance. Meanwhile, the statues of the man and his boat floated on the sea for a few seconds before crumbling into white ash that drifted away into the distance. Meanwhile, the Going Merry had sailed into a snowy region, and its deck was now covered in snow. On the Mary's deck, Ichin looked towards the east blue and smiled softly. Having achieved your moment of glory, you should have no regrets now. He had originally planned to use his magic seed to pierce through Morgan, but he was a kind person. How could he bear to impale someone? So he arranged a painless death for Morgan instead. Thinking about it, Ichin felt that he was truly too merciful. While Ichin was lost in thought, Apis tugged at his arm and pointed a small finger in a direction. Ichin Onai can come look at the snowman we made. Saying this, Apis began to pull Ichin towards the snowman. Ichin allowed himself to be led by Apis until they stood before the two snow figures. Standing before the snowman, Ichin looked at the two figures, one big and one small, and fell into deep thought. He gave his internal critique. They're quite accurate, but there seems to be something a little off. Looking closely, a tall snowwoman with long hair was squatting on the deck, enjoying being patted on the head by a small short-haired snowboy. It gave the impression of a pony pulling a large cart. What? You asked how Ichin could tell which was the female snowman and which was the male, since he also has long hair. It was simple, really, just check which one had big snowballs on its chest. So Ichin Onai can do my snowmen look like us? Apis pointed at the two snowmen and asked Ichin in a soft, sweet voice. She blinked her eyes at him, looking up with an expectant expression, hoping for his praise. After a moment of thought, Ichin gave Apis a thumbs up. They look great. You did an amazing job, Apis. Hearing this, Apis beamed with joy. Alright, it's complete. The man who fell from the sky, Mr. Snowman. Luffy said, patting the face of his lopsided snowman after placing a barrel on its head. That's a pretty lame snowman, Luffy. Usopp laughed at Luffy's snowman. He then struck I am a genius pose and proudly showed off his own creation, Kaya, elegantly seated on a snowball. Usopp called it the Snow Queen, born from the depths of his soul, the goddess of his dreams and reality. Amazing. Then take this, the snowman's iron fist. Luffy first praised Usopp, then flicked the wooden stick that was stuck into his snowman, launching it like a projectile towards the Snow Queen's head. The Snow Queen was pierced straight through by the stick. Seeing this, Usopp ran up to Luffy's snowman and kicked its head clean off. Immediately after, the two began a snowball fight, chasing each other and pelting one another with snowballs. Thud. Ow. While chasing each other, they ran over to where Ichun and Apis were accidentally knocking down and completely destroying both of Apis' snowmen. Seeing her hard work destroyed, Apis let out a startled cry. The two culprits stopped their chase and turned to look at her. Apis knelt on the ground, scooping up the snow in her hands. I worked so hard on those snowmen. Hey Luffy, Usopp apologized to Apis right now. Seeing this, Usopp and Luffy looked at each other, then simultaneously elbowed the other, trying to shift the blame. Hey, it was clearly your fault. Seeing them hopping around in pain, Apis turned her head away with a soft humph and ignored them. She then walked over to Ichun. While they were arguing, Apis had already walked up to them. She lifted her foot and stomped hard on both of their toes, causing them to howl in pain. Seeing them hopping around in pain, Apis turned her head away with a soft humph and ignored them. She then walked over to Ichun, her face a picture of dejection. Seeing this, Ichun crouched down and gently patted Apis' head. Don't be sad, Apis. They'll make you some shaved ice, okay? Hearing this, Apis nodded gently and followed Ichun towards the kitchen. Ichun, we want some shaved. Seeing that Ichun was really going to make shaved ice, Luffy and Usopp raised their hands and called out to him. Thud, thud. You two want a knuckle sandwich. Seeing how shameless the two who had made Apis sad were, Ichun rewarded them with a hammer. Ichun knock. After dealing with them, Ichun led Apis into the kitchen to make her shaved ice. Inside the rest cabin, Nami gazed out the window at the snow-covered ground. What's going on with this weather? It was perfectly fine just a moment ago, but now it's become so freezing cold. After her initial complaint, Nami, to the astonishment of Vivi and Mr. 9, summoned her Climatact and held it firmly in her hand. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Nami offered no explanation and simply swung the weapon. The next moment, several colorful bubbles floated out from the head of the Climatact, quickly filling the rest. With a soft pop under Nami's control, the bubbles burst, releasing a wave of warm air. This is incredible. These bubbles actually warm me up, Vivi exclaimed, tossing aside the thick blanket she had wrapped around herself due to the cold. Amazing bubbles, Mr. 9 agreed, nodding in admiration. Nami just smiled slightly in response without saying much. I'm much warmer now. Enjoying the now cozy cabin, she lounged contentedly on the sofa. Sanji was diligently shoveling snow from the deck, as Nami had requested. Although he was the only one doing the heavy lifting, he was thoroughly engrossed in the task simply because it was a favor for Nami. Meanwhile, Zoro had fallen asleep cross-legged at the stern, his body completely covered in a blanket of snow. If not for his distinctive green hair, Usopp would have mistaken him for a snowman someone had built. After leaving the sea area blanketed by snow clouds, Nami first used a cool breeze bubble to restore the cabin's temperature to normal. She then stepped out onto the deck, placing her hands on the railing and looking ahead. The wind howled. The waves are getting bigger. I spotted an iceberg at 10 o'clock. Usopp, perched in the crow's nest, called out a warning to the crew, pointing towards the iceberg ahead. At that moment, a white mist began to shroud the Going Merry, and a strong gale pushed the ship directly towards the iceberg. Ichun, quick, use your magic to change the Merry's course, or we're going to crash. Turn the ship 120 degrees to the right now. Nami shouted to Ichun, who was inside the kitchen feeding Apis some shaved ice, as the iceberg loomed ever closer. We're doomed. We're going to hit it. Seeing the impending collision, Usopp screamed in terror. Ichun immediately cast a course-altering spell on the Going Merry, causing it to veer 120 degrees to the right, exactly as Nami had instructed. With a rush of water, just as the Going Merry was about to collide with the iceberg, it made a sharp turn and swerved to the right, successfully avoiding the disaster. No sooner had they dodged the iceberg than the Going Merry sailed into a sea area under a thundercloud. A sudden clap of thunder, a torrential downpour, and fierce winds assaulted them. Lightning, heavy rain, and violent storms came one after another. Due to the storm's intensity, the mainsail was torn in several places. The Going Merry was battered by the waves, rocking violently with the swells, as if it could capsize it. Waves pounded fiercely against the hull, sending spray flying like a heavy rain across the deck. Nami felt as though she might be swept away by the violent rocking. However, the turbulence lasted only a few seconds before Ichun, sensing the rough ride, cast a balancing spell on the Going Merry, steadying the ship. Sanji, as usual, shielded the Going Merry from the rain. After a while, the ship managed to leave the treacherous waters completely unscathed. Usopp quickly set about patching up the mainsail, but Ichun, finding the patches unsightly, replaced the torn sail with a brand new one. Usopp complained, "If you had a new one, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me patch it for nothing." Ichun simply replied, "You didn't ask." "Oh, that was a good sleep." Zoro, having woken up, stretched his limbs on the spot before getting up and heading towards the bow. Hey Luffy, we should be reaching that Whiskey Peak place soon, right? Zoro asked, walking up behind Luffy, who was sitting atop the Going Merry's figurehead. I wouldn't know about that, you'd have to ask Nami, Luffy replied, turning to look at Zoro. Yeah, I guess you're right. She's the navigator after all. Just as Zoro was about to turn and ask Nami, she delivered a sharp punch to his head. Yikes, while everyone else was busy working, you were off sleeping lazily. You wouldn't wake up no matter how much we called you, and now you wake up just as we're about to arrive. Nami's voice boomed with annoyance. As she spoke, Nami clenched her fist, and a radiant orange aura resembling Conqueror's Haki enveloped her, emitting a brilliant glow. Huh. Zoro, now standing up on the deck and glaring back at Nami, was also enveloped in a green aura. With a series of thuds and crashes, a groan of pain escaped Zoro's lips. He crouched down on the deck, clutching his head in agony where a large triple-tiered lump had formed. Clearly Zoro's green aura was no match for Nami's orange one. Alright everyone, the first leg of our journey is over, Nami announced, pointing towards an island not far ahead. Hearing this, everyone looked forward and saw that the island ahead was covered in saguaro cacti. These cacti had a large ball at their base with smaller balls stacked on top tapering towards the top. From a distance they looked like Zoro with lumps on his head. The difference was that the cacti's bumps were green while Zoro's were a mix of red and flesh tones. With a splash, seeing they were close to the island, Vivi and Mr. 9 took the opportunity to dive into the sea and swim away while the others were distracted. Before leaving they shouted, "See you around. There's a river straight ahead, we can take the ship into the island," Nami said, pointing towards the misty river directly in front of them. Alright, let's follow this river in, Luffy shouted, raising his arm. And so the Going Merry carried the crew into the island. Near a large boulder on the shore, several figures were conversing. After a final exchange, they faded into the shadows, whispering, "The pirates are here." With a gentle splash, the Going Merry glided forward as dark silhouettes suddenly emerged on both banks, seemingly watching the ship. Luffy, perched at the bow, glanced around. Looks like something's moving. Sanji narrowed his eyes toward the shore. They look like human shadows. Whooshed. Yeah. Wow. Ooh. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our town. Welcome to our hospitable town, Whiskey Peak. As the Going Merry emerged from the mist, the crew saw townsfolk lining both banks, waving and shouting enthusiastically. Look, we're being welcomed, Usopp exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the waving villagers. Luffy, still at the bow, burst into laughter, clearly delighted by the townsfolk's warm reception. Hearing the commotion, Apis hopped off Ichin's lap and pulled him onto the deck to see what was happening. This is the first time I've seen ordinary townsfolk welcome pirates so warmly. Do people in the Grand Line really like pirates that much, Ichin? Apis first looked puzzled at the townsfolk waving at them, then turned to Ichin with a questioning gaze. Ichin chuckled softly, then patted Apis' head. Before I answer, do you remember what I told you follows unexpected kindness? Apis lowered her head, then nodded with sudden realization. I get it. But why are these townsfolk doing? She rested her chin on her hand, pondering the townsfolk's motives. Haha, well, find out soon enough, Ichin smiled at her earnest expression. Pirates from the four seas welcome. Long live the heroes of the sea. The townsfolk cheered loudly. Some waved some blue welcome horns, and others fired celebratory salutes. Seeing the young women on the shore waving at him, a blush crept across Sanji's cheeks, and his eyes transformed into pink hearts. So many cute girls here. Usopp also got swept up in the cheering. Indeed, pirates are everywhere. As he spoke, Usopp waved and blew kisses to the crowd. Zoro, however, remained completely indifferent. Welcome. Cough. Welcome. On the shore, a middle-aged man with a curly hairstyle greeted Ichin's group as they disembarked. The curly-haired man placed his hand on his chest. I am Igaram, the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Luffy, standing at the front, replied politely. Oh, I'm Luffy. Nice to meet you. After responding, Luffy pointed at Igaram's curly hair and joked, your hair is really curly. Igaram, however, ignored the comment and continued with his speech. Whiskey Peak is renowned for its brewing and music. Hospitality toward travelers from afar is our greatest pride. We also take pride in our fine liquor. Let's celebrate with a banquet using your adventures as the perfect accompaniment. After speaking, Igaram cleared his throat and asked with a smile, what do you all think? Absolutely. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp replied in unison, eagerly heading into town arm in arm. They cheered as they walked off. Nami put her hands on her hips and sighed. 3 idiots. Ichin turned to Nami. Luffy's going, so we should too. With me here you can relax and enjoy yourself. Nami flicked her hair, a hint of a smile on her face. That's true. With that, Nami followed the trio into town, and Ichin and the others trailed behind. Night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. Music echoed through the town. In the large tavern, Usopp sat on a green sofa, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle with a smug smile. When we encountered the Sea King, I said coolly, "Don't you dare touch my crew, you lowly Sea King." Usopp, that was amazing. The three women listening swooned with heart-shaped eyes. The men raised their mugs and shouted, "Incredible! A toast to Usopp." Igaram slid a glass toward Nami. "Drink up, don't be shy. There's plenty more where that came from." Nami waved her hands. No, we'll pass on the alcohol. I don't drink." Igaram cleared his throat. "Don't worry, this is a special drink made from fine grapes. It tastes like wine, but contains no alcohol." He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled at Nami. "Grape juice." Ichin, sitting beside Nami, grabbed a glass of wine and gulped it down. He tasted the sweet and sour flavor followed by a subtle dryness. Apis, hearing it was grape juice, also grabbed a glass and drank eagerly. Zoro and Nami, in contrast, sipped theirs slowly. After Nami complimented the drink, Igaram spread his arms. "Now, to celebrate the grape harvest, let's have a drinking contest. The rules are simple: keep drinking until you outlast everyone else. You should all join in." He looked at the four seated on the sofa. Nami raised her hands in polite refusal. "I'll pass. I can't handle that much wine." "Apis and I will skip it too," Ichin said. "We've got other things to eat later. Can't just drink on an empty stomach." He and Apis then headed over to Luffy's table. Zoro remained silent, quietly sipping his wine. After Ichin and Apis left, Igaram pulled out a pouch of berries. "The winner gets 1,000 berries." Nami shot to her feet, her expression turning serious. "Actually, I think I can give it a try. Zoro, you should join too. With one more person, we have a better chance." Nami, who had already stood up and raised her glass, said to Zoro sitting nearby. Though Zoro wasn't keen on drinking contests, he figured he'd be drinking anyway, so he agreed. "Hey Luffy, you're eating too fast. Quick, pass 2 plates of meat to me and Apis." Ichin, looking at the towering stack of empty plates before Luffy, sighed and rubbed his forehead, then reached out to ask Luffy for some meat. Since they hadn't eaten all day, Ichin was feeling hungry. Apis was fine, having already had 2 large bowls of shaved ice. Munch, munch. Ichin, you're hungry too. Here, take it, munch." Luffy looked up, saw it was Ichin, handed him 5 or 6 plates of meat, and then went back to eating. After taking the meat, Ichin and Apis found an empty spot and sat down to enjoy their dinner. "That's amazing. That must be his 10th cup." The villagers, watching Zoro down his 10th glass of wine, exclaimed in awe. Gulp, gulp. After finishing his wine, Zoro set the glass down, signaling the pourer to, "I can't." Ugh. The man sitting opposite Zoro collapsed onto the table, unable to drink another drop. "That orange-haired lady is on her 12th cup. She's incredible." Nami was also gulping down wine. After finishing her glass, the 2 villagers beside her had also succumbed to her drinking prowess. "Oh yeah." Nami wiped the wine from her lips with the back of her hand and raised her glass with an excited shout, signaling for more. "Give me another plate." Luffy held up his empty plate and called to the cook. "While the captain has already eaten 20 portions. The cook has collapsed." The villagers shouted as they saw the cook fall to the ground from exhaustion. "While this blonde guy over here is courting 20 ladies at once." Sanji was grinning, arms around 2 women, surrounded by a bevy of young ladies, all chatting and laughing with him. He was completely lost in the moment. "Yo ha ha ha, I'm so glad to see everyone having such a good time tonight," Igaram said with a gentle smile, watching the merry crowd. "Seeing you all so happy is truly wonderful." As he watched them fall into a drunken stupor, Igaram's expression darkened, and he thought to himself. The full moon was half shrouded by dark clouds, and the time had come to midnight. I'm not drinking anymore. I need to sleep." Thud. With that, Zoro's head hit the table, and he was fast asleep. "Hey." This green-haired guy finally collapsed on his 13th cup. The villagers around them said loudly, looking at Zoro, who was asleep on the table. Hearing this, Nami, who was tipsy and drinking with the dark-skinned woman, turned her head towards Zoro. "What's this?" "Zoro, you're so embarrassing. Only 2 people remained in the contest, Nami and the dark-skinned sister. You should stop soon. Drinking too much isn't good for you." The dark-skinned sister picked up her glass and cautioned Nami, then continued drinking her wine. "What are you talking about? I won't fall until I get that prize money." Ha ha ha. Nami raised her glass and laughed loudly, determined to win that 1,000 berry prize, though she looked like she was already drunk. Thud. On the other side, Luffy had also eaten himself into a stupor and collapsed on the floor asleep. Following him were the 3 cooks, completely worn out from the cooking frenzy. Luffy ate fast, so they had to cook fast. All 3 had collapsed from sheer exhaustion. They were the first to successfully take Luffy down. Luffy's appetite was legendary. Gurgle. With the 16th glass of wine down, the dark-skinned sister finally succumbed and collapsed. Nami raised her empty glass and shouted drunkenly, "I win! I win!" Ha ha. After her laughter subsided, she too collapsed, her eyes spinning in circles. Usopp had fallen asleep, comfortably lulled by the praise of 3 young women. Sanji was also asleep, lying blissfully on a young lattice lap. Even in sleep, Sanji's heart-shaped eyes remained wide open, and he murmured, "This is truly paradise." Both had been conquered, one by flattery and drink, the other by beautiful women. Wine contains alcohol even if in small amounts, and drinking too much can still get you drunk. Ichin lay asleep on the sofa while Apis was asleep on top of him. Snore, snore. Everyone's played out and fallen asleep. Have sweet dreams. Seeing that the Straw Hats were all asleep, Igaram whispered to the sleeping group, then left the room. Upon hearing the door close, the drunk Zoro opened his eyes. He glanced at the sleeping crew, then slipped out the back door. Just then the sleeping Ichun and Apis also opened their eyes. Huh. Brother Ichun, what is Zoro going to do? Apis, lying on Ichun, rubbed her eyes and pointed in the direction Zoro had gone, whispering her question. Ichun pinched her little cheek, chuckled softly, and said, "Come with me, and you'll see." With that, Ichun snapped his fingers, and the two of them appeared on the cactus hill behind the tavern. Right here. Ouch. Prick. Just as Ichun holding Apis landed and sat down on the cactus hill, his rear end was pierced by cactus needles. Ichun's eyes bulged in pain. Because he was sober and hadn't put up any defenses, his bottom was now riddled with 100 tiny holes. "Brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Ichin's face contorted in agony, Apis asked urgently, reaching out as if to cover the small holes on his bottom that were spurting blood. Seeing this, Ichun grabbed Apis' reaching hand and said, It's nothing. Just a little prick." With that, he cast a spell on himself. Heal. Bzzzt. A flash of green light passed beneath Ichun, and the bleeding holes on his rear vanished, leaving it as smooth as before. After removing the immortal thorns around him, Ichin sat back down. "Ichin Onayakin, what are we doing here?" Abi eyes nestled in Ichin's arms looked up at him and asked in a daze. "Just look down, and you'll see." Ichin pointed to the tavern they had just left. Abi eyes gave a soft hum and then looked down. At the tavern entrance. The cactus rock standing under the moonlight is truly magnificent tonight. Ikaram sighed, gazing at the full moon half shrouded by dark clouds. "You're quite the poet, Ikaram boy. No, I should call you Mr. 8. Mr. 9, who had appeared on the rooftop of a small house across the street, greeted Ikaram below. Hearing this, Ikaram turned to look at the two on the roof and returned the greeting. Vivi jumped down from the rooftop and walked up to Ikaram. "What about those pirates we lured here?" "They've all fallen. Right into hell," Ikaram replied coldly. Creak. At that moment, the dark-skinned nun who had been drinking with Nami also emerged from a small house nearby. As she came out, she complained about Nami to the three. "Unbelievable, that woman can really hold her liquor. If I hadn't added some extra pure spirits to her wine, she'd probably be kicking up a fuss like a madwoman right now." As she spoke, the dark-skinned nun stripped off her nun's habit and tossed it aside, revealing her massive muscles. "Did we really need to go through all this trouble, putting on such an elaborate show? They're just 6 scrawny brats and a kid. Why not just eliminate them all at the harbor? Besides, our town is already worried about food shortages." With that, the dark-skinned nun flexed her pectorals, looking at Ikaram with confusion and dissatisfaction with his plan. "Calm down first. Take a look at this. I've already investigated them." As he spoke, Ikaram pulled out the wanted posters for Luffy and his crew. Seeing this, the three widened their eyes in shock. 50 million. And there's one for 20 million, and another for 17.5 million. Mr. 9 stared at the 3 wanted posters in disbelief. Sanji and Ichin were in the restroom when they used their abilities, so they neither heard nor saw this. Ikaram gave the dark-skinned nun and Mr. 9 a dumbfounded look. Judging a pirate's strength by appearance alone is utterly foolish, Miss Monday and Mr. 9. Miss Monday lowered her head in shame after hearing this. "But it's all irrelevant now. The problem is solved. Looks like we can report the good news to the boss. Go and retrieve all the treasure from their ship." Ikaram said calmly to the 3. "What about the ones passed out in the tavern?" Monday asked, scratching her head. Monday scratched her head and asked Ikaram. Ikaram turned his back to them and said flatly, "If we kill them, the bounty drops by 30%. The government wants them publicly executed. Go tie them up and take them to the ship while they're still out. Hey there, how about letting them get a good night's sleep? They've had a long day of sailing." Just as they were about to move, a light-hearted voice suddenly came from a tall building beside them. Everyone looked up at the building. A figure stood atop it, holding a sword aloft, gazing down at the 4. Under the light of the full moon, the raised blade glinted with a cold sheen. On the Cactus Hill, hey, why is Zoro sitting on that tall building? AB eyes pointed at Zoro, who was perched on the rooftop under the moonlight, and asked Ichin. Ichin chuckled softly, then explained, because doing it that way looks cooler. Ichin used magic to enhance his and Abyss vision and hearing, allowing them to see and hear everything below from such a height. In the town, Ikaram stared coldly at Zoro on the rooftop. Weren't you supposed to be dead drunk and fast asleep? Zoro smirked lightly. As a swordsman, there's no way I'd let myself be taken down by a bunch of clueless fools like you. As he spoke, Zoro stood up. It's like this, isn't it? This town is a den of bounty hunters. You target the pirates who come swaggering into the Grand Line, rob them blind, and hand them over to the Marines for a bounty. As he spoke, Zoro stood up. It's like this, isn't it? This town is a den of bounty hunters. You target the pirates who come swaggering into the— As he spoke, Zoro stood up. It's like this, isn't it? This town is a den of bounty hunters. Zoro narrowed his eyes and said coolly to the bounty hunters below. Ikaram and the rest were stunned. How do you know our organization's name? Is there a traitor among us? Ikaram shouted in shock. Ikaram shouted in shock at Zoro. Baroque Works. A criminal syndicate that doesn't even know who the boss is or where he is, blindly following orders. Turn them down. Baroque Works. A criminal syndicate that doesn't even know who the boss is or where he is, blindly following orders. That's your little secret, isn't it? Zoro gave a contemptuous smile to the bounty hunters below. Whoosh. The night breeze blew softly, and a battle was about to unfold. That color me surprised. But since you know our secret, you'll have to die. Another tombstone will be added to Cactus Rock. Ikaram looked at Zoro with icy disdain, as if he were looking at a corpse. Kill me. Ha ha. Zoro let out a dismissive laugh. I know this might sound like I'm looking down on you, but can you actually do it? The moment the words left his mouth, Zoro vanished from the rooftop. Ikaram and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. He disappeared. Where could he have gone? Everyone scanned their surroundings, trying to catch a glimpse of Zoro. Whoosh, whoosh. As they searched, the 50-odd bounty hunters in the center suddenly found their legs frozen solid by ice, which crept relentlessly upward across their bodies. What is this? My legs. Help. The 50-odd bounty hunters, seeing the ice climbing higher, cried out to their comrades who were still free. But no matter how they screamed, the ice didn't stop. Instead, it spread even faster. Ugh! The untouched hunters trembled in terror, and a few of the faint-hearted collapsed to the ground, their legs. At that moment, these ruthless killers felt the pinnacle of mortal dread. Brother, quick! Save me. I don't want to. SHLK. Before the hunter could utter the final word, the ice engulfed his entire body, turning him into a perfect ice sculpture. The remaining 50+ were likewise encased in ice, becoming human statues. Then Zoro, who had vanished, reappeared at the center of the frozen crowd. Ikalgo stared with blazing fury at Zoro, who now stood amid the ice statues. Did you do all this, you bastard? What do we do? Now, Mr. Nine stammered, sweat pouring down his face. He knew they stood no chance against someone who had just wiped out a third of their forces in an instant. Ikalgo, equally tense, watched Zoro, who was idly twirling his blade. What? Still want to fight after seeing such a gap in our strength? Seeing the hostility in Ikalgo's eyes, Zoro didn't stop his blade's dance. Instead, he grinned and taunted them. Damn you. How dare you look down on us? Enraged by Zoro's contemptuous demeanor, the four of them drew their weapons, ready to strike. Take this, you bastard swordsman. X4. As he spoke, Ikalgo produced a shotgun resembling a music box and aimed it at Zoro. Bang! After taking aim, Ikalgo pulled the trigger, firing over a dozen bullets at Zoro. Whoosh! Clatter! Zoro dodged the buckshot and instantly flashed behind Ikalgo, slicing his shotgun into pieces. Vanished again. Mr. Nine tightened his grip on his twin iron rods. His back. Vanished again. Mr. Nine tightened his grip on his twin iron rods, his back drenched in sweat as he scanned the area for any sign of Zoro. Vivi also brandished her weapon, the peacock saw. In her hands it spun rapidly like a chainsaw, which only goes to show how nimble Vivi's fingers are. As for Monday, she was wearing brass knuckles. Hiding like a coward. If you've got guts, come test your strength against mine. She cracked her knuckles with a series of loud pops. Test strength. Fine by me. Whoosh! Hearing Zoro's voice behind her, Monday swung her full-powered fist backward without hesitation. Thud! The punch landed, but Zoro casually caught her massive black fist with a relaxed grip. What? Impossible. I've never met a man stronger than me. Monday's face twisted in disbelief as Zoro effortlessly blocked her blow. Slap! Ugh! Ow! As Monday stood stunned, Zoro reached out with his other hand and pressed it against her forehead, making her cry out in pain. What's wrong, big shot? Thought you wanted to test strength with me, huh? Monday grabbed Zoro's hand with both of hers, trying to pry it off her forehead, but she couldn't budge it an inch. Thud. After enduring the pressure for 5 or 6 seconds, Monday finally succumbed to the unbearable pain and collapsed unconscious. Monday. Everyone stared at Zoro in shock. They all knew Monday was the strongest among them. And now she had been beaten in pure strength by this man. No wonder they were all astounded. Meanwhile, Mr. 9 and Vivi charged at Zoro. Mr. 9 flipped through the air and swung his twin iron rods down at him. Clang, whoosh, thud. Zoro blocked the strike and immediately drew Wado Ikamanji, cutting Mr. 9 down. Inside the tavern, Nami, who had been lying on the table, suddenly opened her eyes. She stood up from her chair and left the tavern to go search for treasure in other houses. Come on, Mr. Swordsman, let me show you a taste of my charm. Just as Zoro felt Mr. 9 of Vivi suddenly called out to him. Zoro looked at her, puzzled, wondering what trick she was up to now. Vivi raised both hands above her head, revealing a small bottle of fatigue-inducing perfume in her palm, and began to sway her body seductively at Zoro. The perfume drifted toward Zoro as she moved. Just as it was about to reach his nose, the blade at his waist, Azura, trembled violently, warning him to dodge. Got it. Heeding the warning, Zoro leaped without a second thought onto the roof of a nearby small building. What's the matter? Mr. Swordsman, why are you backing away? Scared, are we? Vivi taunted, still swaying her hips. Cut the act. That perfume of yours is trouble. Besides, I'm not so easily provoked. Zoro chuckled, looking at Vivi, who had gone from confident to desperate. Cannon ready. At that moment, Ikalgo, standing 10 meters away, tightened his tie. 6 small cannon barrels appeared from his curly hair, all aimed at Zoro. Bang! After aiming, Ikalgo pulled his tie again, firing the mini cannonballs at Zoro. Whoosh! Slash! Seeing the projectiles incoming, Zoro leaped aside to dodge, then lunged straight at Ikalgo, carving a gash across his body. Arg! Thud! Ikalgo! Ugh! As Ikalgo fell, Vivi tried to attack Zoro, but was knocked out by a blow from the flat of his blade. Thud! Click! Zoro landed beside Ikalgo and sheathed his sword. It's over. Looking at the fallen, Zoro had no intention of finishing them off. After all, they had given his crew a pleasant evening. For him, this was just after-dinner entertainment. With that thought, Zoro hopped onto the roof of the nearest tall building, sat cross-legged, and enjoyed the night. Ever since they saw their comrades frozen solid, the remaining bounty hunters had lost all will to fight. They were simply out of their league. Most of them went into hiding, while a few fled entirely. Thump! Bang! Inside a small house, Nami rummaged through drawers and cabinets. Ugh, so poor. And this is supposed to be a bounty hunter's hideout. Not even a single decent piece of treasure. Finding no treasure in this house either, Nami grumbled to herself before moving on to the next house to continue her treasure hunt. Finding no treasure in this house either, Nami grumbled to herself before moving on to the next house. Damn it. I can't believe we ran into such tough opponents. Even Mr. 9, Mr. 8, Miss Wednesday and Monday were no match for that guy. The 3 hunters recalled the scene of Zoro effortlessly taking down the 4 officers moments ago, and the fears still lingered. But hey, where are we even running to? One of the thinner hunters asked the one running in the middle. Let's just find someplace hidden to lay low. We can't handle him alone if they all wake up. The hunter trailed off, shuddering at the thought of being taken out by the Straw Hats. Just then, a sunglasses-wearing sea otter and a similarly adorned vulture suddenly appeared before the trio, staring straight at them. The unlucky duo. The 3 halted in their tracks, staring in terror at the 2 bespectacled animals. Mr. 13, the sea otter, and his partner Miss Friday the vulture were the organization's intelligence agents tasked with relaying messages to and from the boss. They also held the privilege to execute anyone below the rank of senior officer. If they find out we're fleeing, we're dead. As they thought this, one hunter stepped forward to explain, but the sea otter and vulture lunged at them. Just as the animals were about to strike, a playful laugh and an impatient voice sounded from behind them. It's the middle of the night, but it sure is lively here. Why did the organization send us to this backwater place? The sea otter and vulture turned nervously to see who was speaking. The next second, 2 small balls flew over the animals and landed on the 3 bounty hunters. Boom. The moment the balls touched the trio, they exploded, blasting the would-be escapees to the ground lifeless. In the town, Mr. 9 and Igaram were on the ground, gasping for breath. Though Zoro had held back, the slash wounds on their abdomens were all too real. Vivi, just coming to, was still dazed. She gently touched her head. Am I still alive? Alive. The pain tells us we're alive. As he spoke, Igaram struggled to his feet again, though his stance was unsteady. How humiliating to be defeated by a mere swordsman who just arrived at the Grand Line. Igaram turned to the voice. M. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Mr. 5, hands in his pockets, sneered at the trio. You guys. Are you kidding me, huh? He raised an eyebrow. I guess this just shows the difference in our ranks. Valentine, standing beside Mr. 5, also laughed contemptuously at them. Are you two here just to mock us? Igaram's face twisted in anger as he glared at the pair, who were subtly calling them weak. Well, yeah, that's part of it. Mr. 5 replied nonchalantly. We're here to carry out a mission, of course. Mocking you is just a bonus, Valentine said, twirling her umbrella as she spoke. Ha. Perfect. If it's you two, those guys won't stand a chance. Mr. 9, having crawled up in pain, smiled at them. That's right, please go take care of that swordsman right away. We're counting on you. Vivi, now sitting up, chimed in. They expected the pair to head off and deal with Zoro immediately, but their next words left Vivi and Igaram utterly stunned. Mr. 5 raised an eyebrow, looking at the trio with disdain. Us take care of that swordsman for you. Don't make me laugh. We didn't come to this remote corner of the Grand Line for such trivial matters. Then what exactly is your mission here? Mr. 9 looked at the pair in confusion, asking the question. Seeing that Mr. 9 still didn't get it, Mr. 5 stepped closer and explained impatiently. You idiots still don't understand. Since we're here, the target is right in front of us. Huh? As Mr. 9 remained clueless, Mr. 5 continued. The boss said his secret has been discovered. He doesn't know exactly what secret was exposed, but our company's motto is mystery, known to none. The rule is to never pry into a member's background, let alone the boss. So whoever knows the boss' secret, our investigation turned up a rather surprising result. The one who learned the boss' secret is the royal family of the Cow Kingdom. The culprit is the currently missing. Before Mr. 5 could finish, Igaram began sweating profusely, thinking, damn, they've found out. It seems I have no choice but die, Mr. 5. Curly cannon. Boom. With that thought, Igaram quickly stretched his necktie, revealing the 6 cannons hidden in his hair, and fired at Mr. 5 and Valentine. I won't let you lay a single finger on the princess. I swear it on my name as captain of the Alabaster Royal. Boom. The cannonball hit Mr. 5 dead and kicking up thick smoke. Is Igaram captain of the Alabaster Royal Guard and Princess Nefertari Vivi? Mr. 5 emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed, speaking calmly. Because Mr. 5 had been in front, Valentine was also unscathed. Mr. 5 emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed, speaking calmly. Because Mr. Meanwhile, Nami, who had just finished her treasure hunt and was hiding nearby, overheard the conversation. Learning they were royalty being hunted, a thought sparked in her mind. Treasure might just fall into her lap. Zoro, drawn by the commotion, had climbed onto a rooftop, and after listening for a bit decided not to interfere, simply sitting there to watch the show. As for Ichin and Apis, they were still up on Cactus Mountain watching their serial drama. Bang, bang, bang. Ikaram was firing cannonballs at Mr. 5. Princess Vivi, please get out of here quickly. But zing. Boom. Just as Vivi was about to say, let's go together, a small object was launched from the smoke, struck Ikaram, and exploded. Thud. After the explosion, Ikaram, covered in blood, collapsed stiffly to the ground. So you're a princess, huh? Mr. 9 knelt before Vivi, wagging his rear and high in the air. Miss Wednesday, huh? He never imagined his longtime partner was a princess of a kingdom. This was to him absolutely wonderful. Hearing this, Vivi turned to look at the rear-wagging Mr. 9 and couldn't help but retort, stop doing such stupid things, Mr. 9. Run, Vi. Vivi, you are the hope of our kingdom. You must not die. Ikaram, enduring immense pain, lifted his head slightly to speak. After saying this, he collapsed back. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, seemingly in no rush to finish them off, watched Vivi and Ikaram with light smirks. Squeak. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Mr. 5 said coldly while picking his nose. Seeing this, Vivi began swinging her peacock saw, ready to fight Mr. 5 to the death, but was stopped by Mr. 9. Mr. 9 placed 2 iron rods behind his back and stood before Vivi, poised to charge forward. I have no idea what's going on, but seeing as we've been partners for so long, they'll buy you some time to escape. Get out of here, Miss Wednesday. What do you think? I'm a pretty decent guy. Mr. 9 placed 2 iron rods behind his back and stood before Vivi, poised to charge forward. Mr. 9. Vivi looked at the man before her, about to say, you can't beat them, don't bother, when Mr. 9 launched himself at Mr. 5 with a backflip. Baby. Hot-blooded, no. 9 backflip. As Mr. 9 flipped toward him, Mr. 5 finally flicked a small booger in his direction. Nose blast. Zing. Boom. Arg. Splash. The booger exploded upon contact with Mr. 9. It blasting him into the nearby river. Meanwhile, Vivi was riding her pet Karoo the giant duck racing out of town. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, seeing this, naturally gave chase. Tap. After they left, Zoro jumped down from the rooftop. That booger really is. Swordsman, seeing your strength, I have a request. As Zoro muttered and turned to leave, Ikaram, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to life and clung to Zoro's leg, refusing to let go. I don't care about your request. Let go of me. I need to get back, Zoro said, looking at Ikaram, who was gripping his leg tightly. But Ikaram, as if deaf to Zoro's refusal, stated his request directly. Because those two are devil fruit users, I couldn't defeat them. So can you protect the princess for me? Please. Seeing Zoro still hesitating, Ikaram pressed on. If you can safely deliver the princess to the faraway kingdom of Arabasta in the east, cough, you will surely be greatly rewarded. Please. I beg you. Cough. Cough. Please save the princess, I implore you. Cough. Though weakened, Ikaram endured the pain to plead with Zoro. Are you out of your mind? You tried to kill us earlier. I was being nice by not cutting you down. Or do you want another slash from me? Seeing the man still clinging to him, Zoro couldn't help but shout in anger. It wasn't that Zoro never helped those in need. But unlike Luffy, who would help anyone who looked pitiful, Zoro wouldn't unless the person hadn't actually harmed him or his crew. Is that great reward you mentioned real? If you can give me 1 billion berries. Nami, who had mysteriously appeared beside them, winked at Ikaram. 1 billion. Ikaram's jaw dropped in shock. He had no authority to promise such a sum on behalf of the kingdom. Nah. Nami, weren't you asleep at the tavern? Zoro looked at her in confusion. Just a while ago she seemed drunk, how was she so lively now? As if a town that welcomes pirates is suspicious no matter how you look at it. Could be foolish enough to fall asleep there. It was all acting, just acting. I can drink way more. Nami chuckled, mimicking a drinking gesture. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the real Nami, fast asleep, suddenly sneezed 3 times, then turned over and continued dreaming. Huh, is that so? Zoro had to admire Nami's tolerance, though he'd never admit she could outdrink. So will you promise us 1 billion berries? Captain of the Royal Guard. If you don't accept our help, your princess will surely die. Seeing Ikaram hesitate, Nami pushed harder. This? I'm just a soldier, I can't promise such a large sum. Ikaram replied a bit sheepishly. How can that be? Are you saying a whole kingdom's princess isn't worth that much, huh? Nami crouched down, flashing a conspirator's smile. Just agree, he. Watching from the side, Zoro couldn't help but mutter, isn't this just extortion? Uff, since you say you can return the princess safely to Arabasta, why not go and negotiate with her first to confirm? Ikaram said after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nami understood his meaning, rescue her first. With that in mind, Nami stood up and said to Ikaram, alright, I'll go rescue the princess for you now. A glimmer of hope reignited in Ikaram's eyes. There's hope for the princess. Alright, hurry up and go save the princess, Zoro. The moment Nami agreed, she pointed in the direction Vivi had just fled and spoke to Zoro. Hearing this, Zoro looked reluctant. If you agreed to it yourself, then you go. Are you an idiot? That's 1 billion berries, 1 billion berries. Even though we still have money, there will come a day when it runs out. We need to prepare for that day now. Nami pointed at Zoro with a smile and explained. Even so, I don't want to be ordered around by you. I'm not that idiot Sanji you can push around. Although Zoro thought Nami had a point, the mere thought of being sent by her made him unwilling to go. Besides, Zoro himself hated being ordered around. It's just asking you to cut them a couple of times. What's the matter? Don't tell me you can't actually beat them. Seeing Zoro still unwilling, Nami began to provoke him. Bastard. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Provoked, Zoro's composure shattered upon hearing Nami claim he couldn't beat that nose picker, and he rolled up his sleeves and shouted at her. It's just asking you to cut them a couple of times. What's the matter? Don't tell me you can't actually beat them. Hearing this, Nami indeed repeated it word for word. Zoro, who had just rolled up his sleeves, was stunned by Nami's exact repetition. He hadn't actually wanted her to say it again, he had wanted her to rephrase it. Forget about me for a second, but we need to cover the ship's expenses, everyone's food, and your alcohol money. Don't tell me you plan on mooching off each end for booze money for the rest of your life. Nami said, covering her mouth, and made a shocked expression at Zoro. Eek. Hearing this, Zoro stood frozen in place, imagining the scene Nami described. Him mooching off each end for booze money forever. No matter how he thought about it, it was embarrassing. Seeing that she had him right where she wanted him, Nami delivered the final blow. Raising an eyebrow, she said in a low voice, I'm talking about you. Can't you even afford your own booze money? After hearing this, Zoro immediately sprinted in the direction Vivi had gone, shouting back at Nami, you're a real bastard. Take care then. Seeing this, Nami's expression instantly changed to a smile as she waved at Zoro. Meanwhile, the large duck was carrying Vivi towards Cactus Rock. Vivi shouted loudly to the duck beneath her. Quick! There's a ship docked at the shore behind Cactus Rock. We need to get there and leave this place fast. Boom! Just as Vivi was speaking, Mr. Five's aim booger landed on a small bungalow behind her and exploded. Startled by the explosion, Vivi couldn't help but turn her head to look back. They're catching up. Faster, run fast. Vivi watched Mr. Five, who was sprinting towards her while picking his nose, and urgently patted the duck's side. Quack! 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 Hearing this, the large duck also sped up, running towards the direction Vivi had indicated. Don't think you can escape me that easily, you idiot. As he spoke, the running Mr. Five dug out another booger and flicked it at Vivi. Bayou, boom, quack, ugh, splash. The booger flicked by Mr. Five flew rapidly towards the large duck, finally hitting run fast. After the explosion, the large duck collapsed to the ground, and Vivi was thrown from its back, falling to the ground as well. Instead of checking her own injuries, the fallen Vivi struggled to her feet and walked over to the large duck to check on its condition. Thank goodness. You're still. Tisk tsk tsk. What a touching scene. Quack, as if hearing Vivi's desperate calls, the injured duck responded weakly. Thank goodness. You're still. Tisk tsk tsk. What a touching scene. But even if it's alive, it will die here with you in a moment. Just as Vivi was relieved the duck was alive, Mr. Five and Valentine had already closed the distance to just 10 meters. Finally stopped, huh? We're getting tired of chasing you. Valentine pinched her smooth long legs while sneering at Vivi. Seeing the two had caught up and the duck was injured, Vivi decisively resolved to fight them both. She immediately took out her peacock slasher and began spinning it. Meanwhile, Mr. Five had already dug out a fresh booger ready to flick it at Vivi. Rat-a-tat, nose flicker, sonic blast. With that, Mr. Five flicked the booger towards Vivi. Bayou, whoosh, just as Mr. Five's booger was about to hit Vivi, Zoro, who had arrived nearby, flashed in front of her, drew Wado Ikemanji, and held it up as a shield. Shing, boom. The large booger split in two upon hitting Zoro's blade, continuing past him, and finally landing on the ground where it exploded. The dust from the explosion blew across Vivi's face. Bushido master, you. Just as Vivi was about to ask Zoro why he saved her, Zoro was trembling, clutching Wado Ikemanji. I cut a booger. As for why it was Wado Ikemanji and not Sandai Katetsu or Inma, it was because the latter two refused to be drawn to cut a booger. If he used them to cut down weaklings, they wouldn't resist, but asking them to cut a booger was out of the question. So Zoro could only draw Wado Ikemanji to block Mr. Five's booger bomb. So you're the swordsman who took out all those ordinary office workers in this town. Back in town after Zoro had chased after Vivi, Ichin and Apis had also returned to the town and were talking with Nami. So Zoro went to help that princess named Vivi, because of that reason, huh? Ichin chuckled softly as he looked at Nami. Truly a Nami-like move. Even though Zoro didn't know her money like in the original story, she still found another way to get him, to help her save Vivi. Hearing this, Nami winked playfully at Ichin. Well, Zoro can handle it easily anyway, so it's no, since you've already made a pact with him, we might as well lend a hand. Ichin pointed at the unconscious Igaram lying on the ground, and said to Nami with a light smile. Ahem. Are you sure you don't want to go help that swordsman? Although he's strong, making him face 2 senior agents alone is too much to ask. Ikaram said, gasping for breath as he addressed the three. Watching Ikaram, who was coughing up blood, yet still forcing out his words, Ichin helplessly healed him before saying, those 2 weaklings can't do anything to Zoro. Ikaram touched the spot where his wound had been in disbelief. The wound is healed. Could it be that you're also a devil fruit user? Hearing this, Ichin didn't answer Ikaram, but instead looked at Nami and Apis, saying, let's go see if Zoro's finished yet. I don't know why you're helping her, but you're really in the way. Mr. Five said indifferently, looking at the Zoro before him. Yeah, you're a real nuisance. Miss Valentine chimed in with a laugh. Since you've chosen to help this woman, you're our enemy now. Mr. Five said coldly to Zoro while digging his nose. Whoosh. So fast. Miss Valentine's eyes widened in shock at the figure that blurred past her and charged straight at Mr. Five. I'd rather not let my blade touch something so disgusting, Zoro said as he reached Mr. Five, raising his sword to strike. What? Seeing this, Mr. Five quickly retreated, trying to dodge Zoro's slash. But Zoro wasn't about to let Mr. Five get away that easily. He accelerated his swing, slashing toward Mr. Five's abdomen. Rip. The next second after Zoro swung Wado Ikemanji, it carved a shallow but bleeding gash across Mr. Five's body. Ugh. Damn it. Mr. Five staggered back a few steps after the hit, then knelt on one knee. 1,000,000 kilograms. Just as Zoro was about to finish him off, Miss Valentine, who had used her kilo fruit to float high into the sky, came plummeting down towards Zoro's position at incredible speed. Seeing this, Zoro sidestepped slightly to the right. Bang! Thud! Ouch! Crash! Because Zoro had moved, Miss Valentine hit nothing but the ground. Seeing her land, Zoro immediately smacked her with the pommel of his sword, sending her crashing into a small house. Nose flick. Bang! After Zoro knocked Miss Valentine away, the newly risen Mr. 5 took the opening to flick a booger at Zoro. However, Zoro easily dodged it. Seeing his attack miss, Mr. 5 nervously shoved his pinky back into his nostril, scooped out another booger, and flicked it at Zoro once more. Seeing this, Zoro jumped aside again, effortlessly evading Mr. 5's booger bombardment. Then he charged straight at Mr. 5, sword raised, and in a single motion slashed past him to land behind him. One sword style I, lion's song. Blard. Thud. Clang. As the sound of Zoro sheathing his sword faded, Mr. 5 vomited a huge gush of blood and collapsed to the ground. Amazing. He took out 2 senior agents of Baroque Works all by himself. Seeing Zoro take down 2 senior agents she could never defeat in under a minute, Vivi slumped to the ground with her legs splayed out, staring at him in utter astonishment. Hey, you're done, Zoro. Hearing this, Zoro turned to see Ichin walking out of the alley and chuckled. Ichin, it's you. Too bad, though. The prey's already been taken care of. Ichin walked over to Zoro and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Oh, I saw it all. Inside a small house, Vivi gently stroked the healed giant duck. The group was now sitting around in a circle talking. Thank you for healing Karu, Vivi said as she bowed deeply to Ichin. Seeing this, Ichin simply shook his head slightly, indicating she needn't thank him. So what exactly is going on? A chair, Luffy, who had just woken up after being brought here, looked at them with a bewildered expression as they talked about agents, princesses, and contracts. Seeing Luffy's confusion, Nami patiently explained the whole situation to him. After listening, Luffy nodded with a look of sudden realization. Seeing he understood, Nami turned back to continue discussing matters with Vivi. So would you like to hire us for a reward of 100 million? You've seen how strong this swordsman is, right? As she spoke, Nami deliberately glanced a few times at Zoro, who was sitting nearby. Hearing this, Zoro merely replied flatly, they were just too weak. See? Exactly that. So how about it? Want to sign a contract? As she said this, Nami flashed Vivi another smile. I'm grateful for your offer, but I can't accept it. Seeing Nami's puzzled look, Vivi began to explain to them. After listening, they understood that Alabasta, due to both natural and man-made disasters, drought and civil strife, couldn't possibly afford such a large reward. After that, Vivi went on to explain why she and Ikarim had joined Baroque Works in the first place, and revealed the organization's true goal, to seize control of Alabasta. After hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but praise Vivi's courage. So who's the mastermind behind all this? Luffy asked, looking at Vivi. The mere mention of that name made Vivi tremble and wave her hands frantically. Boss. No, I can't tell you who the mastermind is. If I do, your lives will be in danger. No matter how strong you are, you can never defeat Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Haha, you just said it, didn't you? Watching Vivi's silly back and forth, first swearing she couldn't say, then blurting it out, Ichin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sorry. Realizing she couldn't take back her words, Vivi quickly apologized to everyone. What's the point of apologizing now? We all heard you. Nami shouted, yanking on Vivi's bra as she spoke. She said warlord. Luffy seemed to hear something exciting and flashed a big grin, showing his white teeth to Ichin and Zoro. Sounds like he might be a worthy opponent, Zoro said with a light smile. Ichin, big brother, what's a warlord? Apis, sitting on Ichin's lap, looked up and poked his cheek. In simple terms, they're legalized pirates. Ichin lowered his head and gently pinched Apis' chubby cheek as he replied. Outside the door, the sea otter and vulture, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, shot up into the sky at top speed. Bang. Damn it. He'll never forgive that swordsman. Miss Valentine, having crawled out of the ruins of the collapsed house, snarled viciously. Mr. Stepping onto the street, Miss Valentine gasped at the sight of Mr. 5 lying on the ground. She quickly ran over to check if he was still alive. She placed her finger under Mr. 5's nose. Thank goodness he's still alive. Feeling a warm breath flow from Mr. 5's nostrils, Miss Valentine draped his arm over her shoulder and headed back toward their ship. All right, Nami, let her go for now. Since we already know, let's just sign the contract. Isn't that the 10 billion beri you wanted so badly? Ichin rose and walked behind Nami, gently patting her right shoulder as he spoke softly. Hearing this, Nami released her grip and turned to look at Ichin, a trace of worry visible in her eyes. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she bit her lip, saying, but Compared to 10 billion berry, our lives are surely more important, aren't they? Ha ha ha, don't worry. It's just a mere warlord. With me. Oh, I mean with everyone here. What's a warlord to us? Right, Luffy? As he spoke, Ichun turned to look at Luffy, who was rocking back and forth on a barrel nearby. Hearing this, Luffy stopped rocking the barrel, then raised his left hand to adjust his slightly crooked straw hat, revealing an excited grin. Exactly right. If I'm afraid of a mere warlord, how could I ever become the Pirate King? With that, Luffy burst into his signature giggles. Zoro, sitting beside Luffy, also curled his lips into a smirk. Seeing the three of them like this, Nami let out a soft sigh. There was no helping them. She'd just consider it for the 10 billion berry. With that thought, Nami raised her hand and poked Ichin's chest, first glancing at Luffy and Zoro, then turning her gaze to Ichin's face. Since we're going, you all better remember to protect me and Apis. Of course. Ichin patted his chest in assurance. How could he ever let harm come to the two beloved mascots of the ship? If anyone dared to harbor ill intentions, he'd make sure not even their ashes remained. Creak. Just as Ichin finished his assurance, Igaram pushed open the door and walked in, carrying 5 straw dummies in his arms. I have a plan. Sir, madam, and little lady, are your eyes injured? Having just entered and announced his plan, Igaram immediately noticed that blood was streaming from the eyes of Ichin, Nami, and Apis, who were all staring at him. A flash of green light swept through the room, and the bleeding from their eyes stopped. Apis and Nami simultaneously turned away, unwilling to face Igaram. It's nothing. We just suffered a mental assault earlier. Ichin waved his hand dismissively, looking at Igaram, who was adorned with a ponytail, lipstick, and a blue-black striped sundress. Igaram nodded politely in acknowledgement. Though he didn't understand what a mental assault meant, he figured it must be some kind of special weapon he wasn't familiar with. Igaram, what are you dressed like that for? Vivi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Igaram was safe, then walked up to him and asked, Yo-ho-ho, looking sharp there, old man. Yahaha. Luffy laughed with great interest at Igaram, who was dressed like a square dancing grandma. Igaram at the door didn't respond to Luffy's compliment. Instead, he looked seriously at Vivi. Princess Vivi, please listen. If Baroque Works has its eyes on us, pursuers will be here soon. Just moments ago, I saw the unluckies hovering by the window of this house for a few seconds before flying off towards the Baroque Works base. So I plan to disguise myself as the princess, take these 5 decoys, and sail directly back to the kingdom of Alabasta. As the decoy, there's no need for that. Just as Igaram was about to continue, Ichin suddenly interjected. Seeing Igaram's confusion, Ichin offered no further explanation. The warning had been given, if he still insisted on being a decoy and got himself killed by Robin, he had only himself to blame. But there could be at least 1,000 pursuers coming our way. Igaram gestured wildly, trying to convey the gravity of the situation to Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin merely scoffed disdainfully and fell silent. No problem at all. Leave it to us. We're incredibly strong, you know. Luffy rolled up his sleeve and flexed his bicep as he spoke. But there's no but about it. If this guy promised, he'll do it. So just be ready to fulfill your end of the contract. And if not, you can pay us in food. Of course, good sake would be even better. Just as Igaram was about to protest again, Zoro cut in. In that case, we'll be in your care. Igaram bowed deeply to Zoro and the others. Splash, splash. Why are we setting sail so late at night? On the deck, Usopp, who had just woken up after being brought back to the ship by Luffy, rubbed his eyes, looking half. I wake up and see a beautiful blue-haired lady on our ship. Could it be that she boarded because she was deeply captivated by my charm? Just as he woke up, Sanji spotted Vivi and immediately slid on his knees to her feet, a rose mysteriously appearing between his lips as he gazed at her with deep affection. Luffy, sitting at the bow, remarked on the mist that was just beginning to rise around them. It's almost morning. Nami observed the brightening fog. Luffy, sitting at the bow, remarked on the mist that was just beginning to rise around them. It's almost morning. Nami observed the brightening fog. At that moment, Ichin, leaning against the railing by the lounge door, was gazing at a woman perched on the ship's railing. A woman with long black hair and sun-kissed skin. A young man, would you mind not staring at me like that? It's quite rude to gaze at a lady so intently. The woman lightly touched her lips as she spoke softly to Ichin, who was still sizing her up. Though her voice was gentle, everyone on the ship heard her. As one, they all turned to look at the woman. Why are you here, Miss All Sunday? The moment Vivi saw the woman on the railing, she instantly recognized her and shouted accusingly at her. I'm still waiting for this young man's answer. Could you please speak with me later? Upon hearing this, Robin narrowed her eyes and spoke softly to Vivi on the deck. Though her tone was polite, it was essentially telling Vivi to quiet down. Haha, how rude of me. I was merely admiring a beautiful sight. Ichin let out a light chuckle, then remarked while gazing at the exposed half of Robin's figure. Robin was wearing a purple halter neck crop top, leaving a generous portion of her upper body exposed. Sanji, standing nearby, suddenly had an epiphany. Had learned a new phrase. What an interesting young man. Robin couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle at being likened to a beautiful sight. Now can you answer my question, Miss All Sunday? Vivi shouted angrily at Robin, knowing that her identity had been exposed because of this very woman. Initially, Vivi thought Robin was being helpful by revealing that Crocodile was the head of Baroque Works, but then her cover was blown. This only reinforced her belief that Robin was toying with her, which is why she was so furious upon seeing her. In the real world, who would tolerate being made a fool of? Except for masochists. No need to rush. I didn't come here on any orders, so I have no reason to fight you all. Seeing Vivi's fiery demeanor, Robin idly traced a finger along her long leg as she spoke softly. That big sister is so beautiful. Sanji exclaimed, his eyes turning into hearts as he stared at Robin's slender legs. Robin returned a smile to Sanji before continuing. You're quite unfortunate, both of you. Picking up Princess Vivi, who's being hunted by Baroque Works, and her being a princess guarded by only a handful of pirates. But the worst part is that your log pose's next destination is Little Garden. Perhaps without our intervention you wouldn't even make it to Alabasta, and would die there. With that, Robin shifted to cross her legs, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the group as if anticipating their reactions. What's wrong with Little Garden? Is there a strong enemy? Sounds interesting. Luffy, far from being scared, looked excited at the prospect. He seemed eager to go. Seeing Luffy's enthusiasm, Robin slid the eternal pose she had half pulled from her chest back inside. I don't dislike bold people. If you survive, perhaps we'll meet again. As she spoke, Robin walked toward the ship's railing. Reaching the railing, Robin glanced back and winked at Ichin. Farewell, interesting young man. She then vaulted over the rail and landed gracefully on a cushioned seat strapped to the back of a giant sea turtle beside the Mary. Let's go, Bonchon. With a soft moo from the turtle named Bonnet, carried Robin away. East Blue. A pirate ship sailed across the sea, its mainsail bearing a skull with a clothespin on its nose. Kokoyashi village is just ahead. Are you all ready? Standing at the bow, a scruffy middle-aged pirate pointed his sword toward the village and bellowed to the 30-odd pirates behind him. In response, the crew drew their blades and raised them to the sky, shouting, "Ready, Captain Jiafun." Good. Then speed up, get ashore, and... The pirate named Jiafun paused, licking his blade with a lecherous grin. Aye, Captain. With that, the pirates fetched large oars from the hold and began rowing furiously. Intel: the Jiafun pirates are a fledgling crew led by the pirate Jia Fun with a bounty of 1.2 million berries. Crimes committed: massacred all the villagers of a place called Zao Chui Village. Listen up. If you come across any good-looking women, I get first pick before any of you lay a hand on them, got it? As the ship neared the shore, Jia Fun reminded his men, not wanting to share the spoils. Understood. Meanwhile, a young boy ran frantically through the streets shouting, "Everyone hurry. Go tell Vice Admiral Buren that pirates are coming." Tap, tap, tap. No need to tell me. I'm already here. No sooner had the boy spoken than Buren emerged from Akant's house with his Ikoan unit. It happened that Buren and his crew were off duty that day, so they had come to visit Akant at his home in Kokoyashi village. They had barely sat down when they heard shouts of pirates approaching, and Buren immediately headed out. Akant followed him out. At the shore, the Jiafun pirates docked their ship, disembarked, and charged inland with drawn swords. Charge with me, lads. Jiafun laughed as he led the charge, already fantasizing about the plunder that awaited. The pirates behind him harbored the same thoughts, eager to ravage anything they could. After 4 or 5 minutes, they reached the entrance of Kokoyashi village. Without a second thought, they stormed in. However, to their surprise, the pirates found the village eerily empty. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the pirates were puzzled by the deserted village, rows of Marines emerged from the alleys on both sides, encircling them completely. Marines. Damn it, retreat. The moment he spotted the Marines, Captain Jiafun spun around, desperate to flee toward the village entrance. But as he turned, one of his men rushed up to him, panting heavily, hunched over with hands on knees, gasping for bad news. See, Captain. Marines are at the village entrance too. We're trapped. The pirate was in tears as he spoke. Having just ransacked a village, he couldn't bear the thought of meeting his end now. Hearing this, the once boastful Captain Jia Fun, who had vowed to kill and plunder Kokoyashi village, was now drenched in cold sweat. He had heard that Arlong's crew was taken care of recently, so he assumed no Marines would be stationed here. How had he run straight into them? He couldn't comprehend it. He had expected a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, but now they were the ones in the slaughterhouse. Click, click. While the Jiafen pirates were still frozen in shock, the surrounding Marines had already chambered their rounds. You scum up ahead. If you lay down your weapons and surrender quietly, you might spare yourselves some unnecessary pain. At that moment, Buren stepped out from behind a few Marines, addressing the pirates with a cold glare. See, Captain, what do we do? I don't want to end up mining for the Marines. Seeing that they weren't being shot on sight, the pirates all turned to them. Looking at his crew, men who neither wanted to mine nor die. Jiafen facepalmed in exasperation, then a brilliant idea struck him. Looking at his crew, men who neither wanted to mine nor die. Jiafen facepalmed in exasperation, then a brilliant idea struck him. Oh, onion. Buren's lips curled into a smirk. This was the first time he had encountered a pirate bold enough to challenge a Marine to a duel while at such a disadvantage. The pirates behind Jiafen were dumbfounded. Why would the Marines armed with guns agree to a duel? Had their captain lost his mind? Buren figured he had nothing better to do, so he might as well treat it as holiday entertainment. Besides, with his Ikuin badges, they were no match for his crew. Moreover, they never said they'd let them go if they won. And if things went south, he could just order a covert, a supportive fire. With that thought in mind, Buren cleared his throat and said coolly, "Fine, I suppose I can oblige you. So who do you want to fight?" Buren gestured with his thumb over his shoulder at the line of Marines behind him who had holstered their guns and were flexing their muscles. Gazing at the burly men behind Buren, Jiafen swallowed hard. Seriously, were these Marines all this idle? Why bulk up so much? What if they accidentally killed a poor helpless pirate while making an arrest? With that, Jiafen resolved to prove that building such bulky muscles was useless. He then confidently chose one of the big men. No, the little runt standing next to him, who was barely a meter tall. You? Come on, let's duel. Jiafen pointed at the short figure and bellowed with faux bravado, as if challenging a midget was something to be proud of. Me. The little one pointed at himself, looking at Jiafen with a puzzled expression. That's right, you. You're so short I have to strain my neck to look at you, so I'm challenging you. Me. The little one pointed at himself, looking at Jiafen with a puzzled expression. That's right. Upon confirming he was the chosen one, a swift grin spread across the little one's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed up to Jiafen, as if afraid the pirate might change his mind. I don't know why you chose to duel me, but I must thank you. The small-statured man smiled at the fake fan. Seeing how delighted the man was at being challenged, the fake fan was at a loss. Logically, someone so small should feel fear when facing a larger opponent, shouldn't they? Why did he look so happy? Moreover, that group of naval officers was grinning at him with ill intent. Something felt terribly wrong. Against powerful pirates, he could only be instantly defeated, while against his colleagues he could crush them, but found it unsatisfying. Today he could finally unleash his craving for a real fight. With that thought, the small man tore open his shirt, revealing a muscular physique utterly disproportionate to his tiny head. And no, this can't be real. The fake fan stared in shock at the man's biceps, which were thicker than his own head. Cold sweat poured down his face as he wondered if it was too late to back out now. Just as the fake fan wondered if this was an illusion, the small man's massive fist came whistling toward his face. Captain, watch out. Seeing the fake fan frozen in place, the crew shouted urgent warnings. He snapped back to reality, but it was too late. The fist had already connected with his face. With a thunderous boom, the fake fan was sent crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the fake fan tried to get up and counterattack, the small man leaped onto his chest and began raining down brutal punches on his face. Captain! The crew gasped in horror as blood sprayed from their captain's face under the relentless boom, 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 gah. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. I'm so lucky today. The small man laughed loudly while continuing to pulverize the fake fan's already mangled face. After coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, the fake fan fell unconscious. The one-sided duel ended after 2.5 minutes, leaving the fake fan lying lifeless on the ground. Having just killed the fake fan, the small man turned his gaze to the crew, licking the blood splattered on his lips from his victim's face, and smiled. Anyone else want a duel? Monster. Who would duel you, you freak? The crew stumbled backward, terrified by the small man's gentle smile. They would rather go mine or than face him in a duel. Thus the pirates surrendered one after another. If this were during working hours, Blin might have sent them to prison, but this was not working time. So unsurprisingly, the pirates were taken by Blin to his private execution ground for a firing squad. On vacation island, Mr. 3 was lounging in a chair, leisurely savoring a cup of black tea. Mr. 3-inch, just as he took the first sip of tea, a soft, sweet voice came from beside him. Mr. 3 turned to see a cute little girl in a red hat with twin braids sitting sideways on a chair gazing at him. Seeing Mr. 3 turn around, the girl stated her reason. I'm so bored. You always say this is boring and that is boring, but isn't boredom better than work? After all, you absolutely hate working, so boredom should be a blessing, right? Besides, being able to vacation so leisurely is a privilege reserved for high-ranking agents. After all, you absolutely hate working, so boredom should be a blessing, right? Besides, being able to vacation so leisurely is a privilege reserved. The girl looked speechlessly at Mr. 3's three-shaped hairstyle, as if she wanted to say something. But speaking of which, you've been staring at that piece of paper for 2 or 3 days now. What's written on it that could hold the attention of someone who finds everything boring for so long, Miss Golden Week? Mr. 3 squinted at the paper in Golden Week's hand. Golden Week turned the paper to face him. I'm reading the boss orders. Suddenly, Mr. 3's relaxed demeanor vanished as his eyes widened. He snatched the paper from her hands. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If we delay the boss orders, we're both in deep trouble. Golden Week tilted her head nonchalantly, remaining silent. Mr. 3 then began to scrutinize the information on the paper. So Mr. 5 has been defeated. We're to eliminate the ones who beat him and the princess who knows the boss secret. As he spoke, Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses with his middle finger. If it had to be a defeat, I'd rather it be Mr. 2. Golden Week understood his implication. If Mr. 2 were defeated, Mr. 3 would have a chance to be promoted to Mr. 2. After all, higher rank meant greater privileges and treatment. After a brief exchange, Mr. 3 led Golden Week towards Little Garden, the western fantasy continent valley of the demon dragons. A procession of massive pitch-black demon dragons prostrated themselves before their king upon the royal couch. The demon dragon sprawled on the couch was colossal, its scales gleaming with a dark star-like luster, as if clad in unyielding armor. Its head was enormous, its twin eyes blazing red like fire, with flames seemingly dancing in its pupils, radiating an awe-inspiring authority that chilled living beings to the bone. Its wings were broad and powerful, its tail long and thick. An oppressive aura emanated from the dragon, suffocating all life and instilling involuntary reverence and terror in the prostrated dragons below. O revered king, that human is dead. We no longer need to hide in this place. Please lead us back to our— One of the prostrated dragons proposed to the Dragon King on the couch. Great king, lead us back home. And after the first dragon spoke, the others echoed in agreement. They had been confined to the Dragon Valley for a full 80 years, forced to serve as the humans' mounts ever since their king was defeated by him. What's more, the human would switch to a different dragon every hour. It was a tremendous insult to their kind. That ordeal had lasted for several years. Fortunately, the wise demon dragon king transformed into a human, drained the human until he fell asleep, and then led everyone away from their homeland, the dragon domain. However, none of the dragons dared to speak of this incident, fearing the demon dragon king's wrath. For the proud demon dragon clan, escaping after exhausting an enemy was a deeply shameful act. The demon dragon king seemed not to hear, continuing to flex its claws. Too short. Human lives are truly fleeting. Even one as powerful as you would eventually die due to the limits of your lifespan. With that thought, the demon dragon king opened its eyes wide, looking down at the dragons below. Let's go. Back to the dragon domain. Whoosh. The demon dragon king spread its magnificent wings and soared into the sky. The other demon dragons followed suit, taking flight one after another. On that day, the barrier magic array of the Dragon Valley dissipated completely, and tens of thousands of demon dragons within flew eastward in unison. From that moment on, the demon dragon king, who once stood at the pinnacle of the western fantasy continent's food chain, Chilua Ching Shang, reappeared before the world. So this is Little Garden Island, huh? Luffy said, looking around. The Merry-Go had already brought Ichin and the others to Little Garden Island, and was now sailing up the river into the island's interior. How is this place little? Zoro remarked, unable to hold back his complaint about the island's name not matching its reality, as he looked at the trees that were even bigger than the Merry-Go. Standing nearby, Nami also criticized the island's misleading name, as it didn't seem to fit the word. The Merry-Go carried the crew deeper into the island. Strange cries echoed from the surroundings. As the group was conversing, a few piercing screeches suddenly came from the sky, causing Nami to cover her ears. Usopp and the others also covered their ears, while Apis, thanks to Ichin's help, remained curious and looked. Seeing Nami with her hands over her ears, Sanji smiled at her and said, "Kawaii." Before Nami could respond, Usopp turned around and winked at Sanji. "Are you talking about me?" Realizing it was Usopp and not Nami who had turned around, Sanji's smile vanished as he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Of course I'm talking about Namison, you idiot." After a while the crew decided to dock the merry-go at the shore, planning to wait for the log pose to store up the magnetic force before setting off again. After the decision was made, Luffy was eager to go on an adventure on the island. He asked Sanji to make him a pirate bento, and Vivi along with Karoo went to the island with him. After Luffy left, Zoro also jumped off the ship. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go for a walk on the island. With that he headed towards the island's interior. Seeing this, Sanji quickly ran to the ship's railing and called out to Zoro, asking him to catch a beast he could eat if he happened to see one. Hearing this, Zoro looked back at Sanji on the ship. Got it. They'll bring back prey you couldn't catch no matter. With that, Zoro walked off into the island with his hands in his pockets. Stop right there, Zoro. Huh. Annoyed at being called again, Zoro turned back to face Sanji. Sanji had a sour look on his face, curling his lip. He then placed his foot on the railing and looked at Zoro with disdain. I can't just let what you said slide. Sparks flew as the two bared their teeth at each other, faces full of mutual disdain, with visible electricity crackling between their glares. After glaring at each other for 3 seconds, Sanji jumped off the ship. He looked at Zoro and said calmly, "Then let's have a hunting competition. Let's see who can catch the most meat." Zoro, think I'm scared of you. He'll definitely hunt more than you. Sanji, talk big after you've caught the prey. After their brief verbal spar, they headed into the island in different directions. Should we go in and take a look? Ichin asked Apis and Nami. Apis nodded eagerly as her curiosity was about as strong as Nami initially wanted to say it might be too dangerous, and they shouldn't go, but remembering Ichin's strength she agreed, thinking they'd likely be safe. In the end, Usopp and Igaram were the only ones left on the ship. Although Igaram was uneasy, Vivi said he didn't need to follow, so he stayed behind. As for Usopp, he wasn't very interested in exploring, and he was also afraid a monster might suddenly appear in such a huge forest and eat him. Holding on to the belief that caution leads to survival, he chose to stay on the ship. On the other side of Little Garden Island, Miss Valentine, after defeating a dinosaur, followed Mr. 5, who had mostly recovered, into a small flat house made of wax. As Mr. 5 entered, Mr. 3, who was lounging sideways on a sofa made of wax with his legs crossed, greeted him with a light laugh. Yo, Mr. 5. Miss Goldenweek, sitting on the bed with her knees hugged, was resting with her eyes closed, so she didn't greet the newcomer along with Mr. 3. Though even if she were awake, she probably wouldn't have. Mr. 3 held a cup of tea in his hand while a large and a small teapot along with several teacups were placed on the table. TCH, quite an impressive ability building such a cozy house right here in the forest, Mr. 5 couldn't help but remark, seeing how leisurely and comfortable the other was. But let me say this first, we will handle this mission. I hope you two won't interfere. We won't make the mistake of underestimating our opponent again. Miss Valentine added. Hearing this, Mr. 3 sneered. Mistake. That's not the reason at all. You failed because you're too weak, Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were quite annoyed by his blunt words, even though they knew it was true. However, they didn't dare to lay a hand on Mr. 3, and not only because they couldn't beat him, but also because of the difference in their status. Don't make such sour faces, you two. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Mr. 3 took out 2 old wanted posters and placed them on the table. The posters were of the giant pirates Red Spear Bragi and Demon Spear Dori, each with a bounty of 100 berries. What, you want to capture those 2 giants on this island? Mr. 5 asked calmly, picking up the posters. Of course. That's 200 berries walking around. It's not a small sum. As he spoke, a cunning glint flashed across Mr. 3's glasses as if he had thought of a good idea. So what do you plan to do? Hey, don't rush. Let me explain it to you slowly. Mr. 3 poured them each a cup of black tea. Miss Goldenweek, who was sitting on the bed, was also woken up by the discussion. She woke up without saying a word, just staring blankly at Mr. 3. Mr. 3, who was enjoying his tea, noticed Miss Goldenweek staring at him. He put down his cup, picked up the teapot, and poured another cup. He let out a light sigh, then picked up the freshly poured tea, walked over to the bed, and handed it to her. Honestly, can't you just get it yourself? Miss Goldenweek. Goldenweek didn't reply. She just gulped down the tea and then held the empty cup out to Mr. 3, indicating she wanted another. Seeing this, Mr. 3 pinched his forehead in exasperation. I swear you really don't want to do anything yourself. I'd like another cup too. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine also held out their empty cups. This made Mr. 3 shout at them. You 2 idiots, get it yourselves. Whoa ho ho. What kind of sea king is that? Luffy asked Vivi, excitedly pointing at the long-necked dinosaur munching on leaves before them. It's a dinosaur. Unlike Luffy's excitement, Vivi was terrified, staring at the creature dozens of times her size. Every island in the Grand Line has its own unique features. This one seems to have preserved a primeval ecosystem, Vivi explained to Luffy gazing at the distant Brachiosaurus. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled. He stretched his arm, grabbed the dinosaur's thick neck, and swung himself onto its head, surveying the island from above. The Brachiosaurus stood over 20 meters tall. From his vantage point, Luffy gasped at the wonders below: colossal caves, an active volcano, and pterosaurs gliding through the sky. Grara, hey, can you take me over there? Luffy stretched his arm around the dinosaur's neck and twisted it sharply, turning the creature's head a full 45 degrees. Mo! The Brachiosaurus interrupted mid-meal, bellowed in pain. Mo! As the dinosaur cried out, a deep, resonant bellow echoed from the surrounding forest like the horn of a massive ship preparing to set sail. As the dinosaur cried out, a deep, resonant bellow echoed from the surrounding forest like the horn of a massive ship preparing to set sail. Meanwhile, Luffy was apologizing to the tearful young dinosaur, which continued to whimper. It was still a child, just trying to eat, only to have its neck twisted by a stranger. What a miserable fate. Thud. Suddenly, 6 Brachiosauruses, each nearly 30 meters tall, surrounded the young one. They stared intently at the human who had made their child cry and was still standing atop it. Run, Luffy! Vivi shouted from the ground, her voice filled with urgency. But the dinosaur's roars were too loud for Luffy to hear her. Noticing something staring at him, he looked up, at the sky, not at the giants around him. And that sight only made him more excited. Laughing, he stretched his arms and leaped onto the head of a taller dinosaur nearby. From the higher vantage point, Luffy marveled at the improved view of the island. But these dinosaurs had no intention of letting him use them as perches. They immediately called out to their kin. Roar! At the summons, the other dinosaurs lunged at Luffy, jaw snapping, but he dodged their attacks with Yahoo! Ha ha! Luffy began a game of leapfrog jumping from one dinosaur's head to another as they snapped at him, narrowly missing each time. Bored with that game, he started sliding down their long necks like a playground slide, gleefully asking Vivi if she wanted to join in. Vivi crossed her arms in an X, signifying a hard pass. That game looked like a one-way ticket to an early grave. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Sanji was hunting for prey. Why do I feel like I'm being followed? Probably just my imagination, he muttered, glancing back. Seeing no one, he continued deeper into the wood. Just as he moved on, a 4-meter-tall, 6-meter-long Spinosaurus emerged from the shadows, stalking silently toward him. Roar! As it lunged, Sanji sensed the danger and sprang forward, narrowly avoiding the creature's massive jaw. Roar! Enraged by its missed meal, the Spinosaurus charged at Sanji. You bastard, daring to... Lean cuisine kick. Sanji spun and delivered a powerful kick to the charging dinosaur's chin, knocking it unconscious instantly. What kind of animal is this? Is it edible? Zoro, standing with his arms crossed, eyed the Triceratops before him. 3.5 meters tall, 5.5 meters long, and bulkier than the Spinosaurus, with a puzzled expression. The Triceratops, mistaking Zoro's green hair for a tasty plant, lowered its head and charged its 3 horns aimed straight at him. Oh, you want to fight? Zoro drew his 3 swords, a grin spreading across his face as he swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash, Zoro unleashed 3 rapid slashes. The Triceratops collapsed before it could even touch him. What kind of dinosaurs are those, Ichin, big brother? Apis asked, pointing at a group of creatures with swollen, dome-headed skulls grazing on leaves and grass nearby. What kind of dinosaurs are those, Ichin, big brother? Apis asked, pointing at a group of creatures with swollen, dome-headed skulls grazing on leaves and grass. Those are Pachycephalosaurs, a herbivorous species. Ichin replied, patting Apis gently on the head. They eat leaves, so they probably won't try to eat us, right? Nami, peeking out from behind Ichin, eyed the 2.5 turtle, 5-meter-long creatures with a wary. Haha, don't worry. Ichin chuckled, amused by Nami's timid, kitten-like demeanor. They're generally docile as long as you don't try to steal their food. Reassured, Nami stepped out from behind him while Apis was already eager to play with the gentle giants. Ichin agreed, but he was still concerned about Apis going alone, so he followed her with Nami close behind. He knew Pachycephalosaurs communicated by headbutting, and he feared Apis might accidentally get hurt. Nami shared the same worry. Although Apis had a gift for communicating with animals, there was no guarantee she could connect with these ancient creatures. So Nami went along to ensure her safety. Back on the ship, Usopp and Igaram had been invited by Bragi to his hut, where they were treated to dinosaur meat as a token of gratitude for the sake they had brought. Hey, with a catch this big, that bastard cook is going to be absolutely stunned. Deep in the forest, Zoro was dragging the Triceratops he had just slain, making his way back. I've bagged a real monster this time. That idiot swordsman would never be able to pull this off. On the other side, Sanji was also dragging the Spinosaurus he had kicked to death, heading back toward the Going Merry. am the one who won this contest. 2. Hey, are your eyes broken? Can't you see this mighty beast? 2. Huh. Stop copying me, you bastard. 2. Bam. Sworn rivals meeting again, they immediately began butting heads just moments after their exchange. Am the one who won this contest. 2. Hey, are your eyes broken? Can't you see this mighty beast I've got behind me? Sanji pointed at the Spinosaurus behind him and shouted at Zoro. Hearing this, Zoro defiantly pointed at his own Triceratops and grinned, "Ha. That scrawny thing of yours. How much meat could it possibly have? It's clear I'm the winner here. Your catch just looks fat. I bet it has less edible meat than my lean muscular one." As he spoke, Sanji grabbed Zoro by the collar, pointing at the Triceratops and shouting, "What did you say?" Zoro, his collar seized, grabbed Sanji's collar in return and demanded loudly, "Boom." As the two argued, a distant volcano suddenly erupted, spewing ash and creating a thunderous roar. Hearing the sound, the quarreling pair released their grips on each other. They then decided to hunt an even bigger prey, agreeing to return to this spot and use the volcano's next eruption as the signal to end their contest. Hearing the sound, the quarreling pair released their grips on each other. They then decided to hunt an even bigger prey, agreeing to return to the Dory the giant near the bone hill praised Luffy's meal after finishing it. The grilled dinosaur meat you made was wonderful too. These two are way too friendly with each other. They only just met moments ago. Vivi thought to herself as she watched Luffy instantly getting along with the giant. Not long before, Luffy had been playing on a slide, lost his balance, and slid directly into the mouth of a long-necked dinosaur, getting swallowed whole. Just as Vivi feared Luffy was done for, Dory appeared out of nowhere, sliced the dinosaur's neck in one swing, and Luffy tumbled out of the opening, landing safely in Dory's hand. Dory then brought the two of them to his dwelling. Mr. Dory, how long will it take for this island's magnetic force to be stored?" Though a bit intimidated by the giant, Vivi thought of the kingdom of Alabasta in peril and mustered her courage. Gia. How long? It should take about a year. Dory replied with a hearty laugh, slapping his forehead. A year? Hearing this, Vivi couldn't help but gasp. She couldn't bear to imagine what Alabasta would be like in a year. If Crocodile seized the kingdom before she could return, everything would be lost. With this in mind, Vivi asked Dory if there was any way to speed up the magnetic storage, but his answer only made her panic further. Dory looked at Vivi with a serious expression and said flatly, "There's no way. Brother Ichin and sister Nami, look, there's a giant." ABIs sitting in front of Ichin pointed at Dory below and said to him and Nami. At that moment, ABIs Ichin and Nami were riding on the back of a pterosaur flying across the island. As for why the pterosaur was willing to carry them, it was of course its own choice. It wasn't as if Ichin, who never forces others, would coerce it, right? ABI sat at the front, Ichin in the middle, and Nami held on to Ichin from behind. No misunderstandings. She was simply a little afraid of falling off. Hearing this, Nami also looked down and saw that there was indeed a giant. Is that Luffy? Why is he next to the giant? Nami pointed at the iconic straw hat. From above, it looked quite small. Hearing this, Ichin followed her gaze. That's definitely Luffy. Looks like he's already made friends with the giant. Should we go down? Ichin asked the two girls. Let's go down then. We've already circled the sky above the island, so there's nothing left to inspect. Nami whispered into Ichin's ear as the wind-up high was too loud for him to hear otherwise. Yes. I want to see a legendary giant up close too. ABIs looked at the giant below with a beaming smile, clearly eager to meet him. Giants don't exist in the East Blue, so to ordinary folks like ABIs, they were figures from fairy tales. Hearing this, Ichin chuckled and said okay, then patted the pterosaur to signal it to descend. The pterosaur, now well trained, or rather quite intelligent, understood and swooped downward. After landing, Nami and the others learned that the island's magnetic force would take a year to store, but her reaction wasn't as distressed as it might have been originally. Still, she felt anxious for Vivi, knowing that time was running out for her. Originally, the Alabasta Kingdom's army numbered 600 against 400 rebels, but 3 days ago 300 of the king's soldiers defected to the rebel side. The tide of battle had turned completely, 300 against 700. The Alabasta Kingdom's army was all but doomed. However, Nami didn't tell Vivi, not wanting to upset her. Meanwhile, ABIs was bombarding Dory with questions. Gia, little lady. My story. Well, it begins over 100 years ago, omitting 10,000 words. After listening, ABIs clapped enthusiastically, praising how interesting his tale was. Beside her, Luffy was also listening with great excitement, like a devoted fan engrossed in his favorite novel. So this great mountain is the bones of that huge dinosaur you hunted back then. Geez, Luffy said, his eyes sparkling as he touched the bone mountain and spoke to Dory. Gia, 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 Gia. That's right, pretty impressive, isn't it? Gia, 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 Gia. Boom. Just then the volcano at the island's center erupted once more. Seeing this, Dory, who was sitting on a pile of hay, stood up. It's time again. Time for our duel. With that, Dory began walking toward the center of the island. At the same time, the giant Broggy on the other side of the island also started heading to the same spot. A duel that had persisted for over a century was about to begin again. Boom, clang. At the center of the small garden, two giants were locked in combat. One moment Dory would have the upper hand, the next Broggy would. They fought back and forth, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Clang. After 10 minutes of fierce fighting, both giants collapsed onto the ground exhausted. The 7-3-4-6-6-DH duel. The 7-3-4-6-6-DH draw. As they spoke, both giants broke into smiles, and then couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly turned warm and heartwarming. Jaya, 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 Jaya. Ba, 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 ba. Dory, you know, I just met some visitors who came to this island, and they gave me some delicious sake. Broggy said to Dory. Sake? That sounds great. It's been so long since I've had a drink. Why don't you share some with me? Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Hearing this, Dory, still lying on the ground, replied with a smile, as if he hadn't just been trying to cut Broggy down moments ago. Of course, no problem, Dory. Ba, 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 ba. Their laughter echoed through the area. In the modern world, they'd probably be mistaken for madmen and carted off to an asylum. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 had already begun their operation according to Mr. Free's plan. Elsewhere on the island, Sanji and Zoro were still searching for bigger prey. What the hell was that noise? I was wondering why the ground kept shaking. Turns out this forest has creatures even weirder than dinosaurs. As he spoke, Zoro's thoughts drifted to Sanji. The only idiot who'd get excited about catching a thing like that is that perverted cook. With that, Zoro continued walking forward. Was that some kind of bird call? No, it can't be. Birds wouldn't make such a low, unpleasant sound. Probably some massive creature. It's supposed to be a hunting contest to see who catches the biggest thing, but the real requirement is that it's edible and tasty. A guy who only knows how to swing a sword would never understand that. With that, Sanji summoned his magical boots, stepped into the air, and ascended to get a better vantage point to spot suitable prey. On the other side, Zoro, or rather Ashura, his sword, noticed its master, the directionally challenged swordsman, wandering back and forth without realizing it. So it took the initiative to offer Zoro a ride into the sky for a better view of the island. Sensing Ashura's intention, Zoro gave the sword a thumbs up and stepped onto it, soaring into the air. And so the two met again in the sky, bumping their foreheads together. How dare you use a trick like that, you idiot swordsman? Look who's talking, you shitty cook. Eek X2. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. So the visitors he mentioned are your crewmates. One with a long nose and one with swirly eyebrows. Dory, who had just returned from getting the sake from Broggy, said to Luffy with a grin. That's Usopp and the curly-browed guy. Luffy replied with a smile. Hearing this, Dory shook the sake barrel in his hand. Then this sake is practically a gift from you all too. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Meanwhile, Usopp was having a deep conversation with Broggy about warriors and honor. Broggy took a liking to Usopp, and the two talked non-stop for a full half hour. Alright, time to drink. It's been ages since I've had good sake. Dory opened the barrel's lid and poured the contents straight into his mouth. Guh. Boom. The moment the sake hit his stomach, Dory's eyes became bloodshot as if racked with intense pain. A second later, a series of explosions echoed from his belly, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Dory. X4 shocked Luffy and the others stood frozen, wondering why his stomach had exploded after. Meanwhile, Ichen calmly walked over to Dory and cast a healing spell on him. Don't worry him here. This little injury is nothing. Meanwhile, Ichen calmly walked over to Dory and cast a healing spell on him. Don't worry him here. A green light enveloped Dory's body, completely healing his internal injuries and even curing all the old wounds had accumulated over the past century. After being healed, Dory slowly picked himself up from the ground. I swear my stomach just got blown up by a bomb, but now I feel perfectly fine. And he clenched his fist tightly. I feel great. Seeing Dory's confusion, Luffy explained what had just happened. Upon learning had been poisoned with a bomb, Dory got angry, but only for a moment. After all, the culprit couldn't be Broggy, nor could it be the humans before him. If it were them, they wouldn't have bothered to heal him. And since Dory had no idea who planted the bomb, all he could do was fume in silence. Dory, unable to fathom who it could be, decided to stop pondering. Boom. The volcano erupted once more. Gia, 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 Gia. It's time to fight again. With that, Dory picked up his battered sword and strode toward the island's center. Seeing Dory set off, Luffy shouted words of encouragement, and Dory waved back in acknowledgement. In the original tale, Dory was wounded and lost to Broggy. Now, having not only healed Dory's burns, but also restored every wound on his body, Great or Small Ichin mused that Dory would likely emerge victorious this time. Ichin watched the retreating figure and pondered. The volcano is certainly lively today. Upon hearing the eruption, Broggy rose from his makeshift grass bed, grabbed his axe, and headed for the island's center. Are you going again? But your injuries from the last battle haven't healed yet. Usopp, who was nearby, cautioned Broggy as he warmed up. Hearing this, Broggy swung his axe and declared, "What does it matter? Our conditions are the same." Seeing Usopp's bewildered look, Broggy laughed heartily and added, "In a merciless fight to the death, any excuse for defeat is shameful." With that, Broggy marched toward the island's center, eager to engage Dory in battle. Seeing this, Usopp and Igaram decided to head back to the Going Merry, leaving the giant's abode. At the island's center, the two giants met. Instead of immediately clashing, they exchanged pleasantries. Dory, the long-awaited fine wine must have been delicious, right? Broggy asked with a booming laugh. Dory smiled back. It was truly exquisite, like meeting a god. However, I returned here afterwards because of one of those guests. That's quite a joke. Well then, here I come. Broggy raised his massive axe high and swiftly swung it down at Dory. Reacting quickly, Dory raised his sword to block. Clang. At the moment of impact, Broggy, the attacker, was unexpectedly pushed back 2 steps. Broggy, you better be careful. I don't know why, but I'm feeling exceptionally good right now. As he spoke, Dory switched from defense to offense, lifting his great sword and swinging it toward Broggy's head. Clang. Broggy wasn't about to let his head be cleaved off. He raised his shield to block Dory's sword. Is that so? If you fail to defeat me this time, doesn't that mean you're inferior to me? Rest assured, I will certainly defeat you. Clang, 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 clang. With that, Dory accelerated his attacks. Broggy, finding no opportunity to counter due to the relentless pace, could only use his shield to fend off the onslaught. Meanwhile, Zoro had just felled an even larger Triceratops and was dragging it back. Although Shura could fly, Zoro didn't want his precious sword to be crushed by the massive beast, even slightly. Though he wasn't using Shura to fly, Zoro had gotten lost. So Shura was now acting as a guide, leading him back to the Going Merry. Honestly, after walking through this forest for ages, I only find a few small cats. Are these even? Sanji, cigarette in mouth, muttered to himself, then tossed aside the saber-toothed tigers he was carrying, shoved his hands in his pockets, and swaggered off. On their way back to the Going Merry, Usopp chatted with Igaram about warriors. Though Igaram couldn't quite grasp the concept, he listened patiently as Usopp spoke. After walking for a while, they spotted Luffy waving at them and Vivi leaning against a tree. They quickened their pace and ran over. "Luffy, princess, I just saw a giant. I'm so glad you're safe." Usopp and Igaram simultaneously addressed the Luffy and Vivi leaning against the tree. Note this formatting with slashes should be clear enough. If it's not easy to read, I'll stop using it next time. Just as they finished speaking, Vivi and Luffy suddenly transformed into white wax, enveloping them and rendering them immobile. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine then tied them up and headed towards Mr. 3. Boom! Back at the island's center, the two giants were locked in fierce combat. Though they seemed evenly matched, Dory held a clear advantage. When two fighters of equal strength face off under identical conditions, the outcome is predictable. But Dory was the one in better shape. Although the two battles earlier had drained his energy in terms of health, Dory had a century-long edge over Broggy. They had been fighting for over a century. Wait, wasn't the red giant Broggy the one who was supposed to be poisoned? How is it that the blue giant Dory, Mr. 3, looked on baffled at the dueling pair? He had instructed Mr. 5 to drop his booger into Broggy's drink, which Dory had shared. Could he have put it in the wrong one? But then he thought whether it was Broggy or Dory who was poisoned, the outcome would be the same. He would emerge as the victor either way. With that thought, Mr. 3 couldn't help but smile. These brutes with strength but no brains are the easiest to deal with. Crack. Miss Goldenweek, who was nearby, said nothing in response. She simply sat quietly nibbling on a biscuit, looking like an adorable little hamster eating its food. It's just too slow, let me help you. After watching the two giants battle for a whole hour, Mr. 3 was starting to feel a bit impatient, and he immediately used his fruit ability to spray white wax at Broggy's feet. The white wax slowly spread behind Broggy, following its master's intent. Oh! Just as Broggy was retreating under pressure, he stepped on the white wax created by Mr. 3, causing him to slip and Dongli, thinking Bragi couldn't hold on any longer, seized the opportunity to raise his giant sword and swing it down at Bragi. Slash. Thud. In the next moment, the giant sword gouged a massive gash on Bragi's body, and after a scream, Bragi fell to the ground. Seeing that Bragi was no longer moving, Dongli sat down on the ground staring at Bragi's corpse, and slowly said a total of 7-3-4-6-7 duels, 7-3-4-6-6, draws 1 win. Clap, clap, clap. Finally won. How delightful indeed. Just as Dongli was still basking in the joy of victory, a sudden sound of applause came from beside him. Hearing this, Dongli looked in the direction of the voice and found a strangely styled human leaning against a tree, teasing him. Who are you? Mr. 3 slowly raised his head to look at Dongli, saying, Mr. 3, I'm sorry, but I can only tell you my code name. I'm just a stylistic artist, and this is my assistant, the painter, Miss Golden Week. As he spoke, Mr. 3 pointed to Miss Golden Week, who was sitting on a blanket eating cookies. Hearing this, Dongli also looked over, only to see that Miss Golden Week's blanket was adorned with a pink water bottle, teapot, teacups, a box of cookies, a suitcase, and her little shoes. At this moment, Golden Week was wearing knee-high socks in blue and white, sitting with her legs in of shape on the blanket. Mr. 3 then raised an eyebrow at Dongli and said, Now you've been caught by me. Hearing this, just as Dongli was about to stand up, he discovered that his lower body was already covered in white wax, and he was stuck to the ground from the waist down. What is this stuff? Dongli tried to break free from the white wax, but realized he couldn't escape, likely due to the exhaustion from the recent battle. Give it up. My candle code has a hardness comparable to iron once it solidifies. There's no way you can break free after just battling Bragi. Mr. 3 said contemptuously to the still struggling Dongli with a smile. Damn. Dongli, unable to break free, shouted in anger, but it was to no avail, as even his hands were pulled down to the ground by the white wax that had spread from his legs. At this moment, Dongli lay on the ground, completely immobilized like a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping board. Just then, Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day walked over, bringing the bound Usopp and Akairam with them. Seeing this, Mr. 3 looked puzzled and said, Who is that long-nosed guy? I don't know, but I saw him tied up with Mr. 8, so I brought him along. Valentine's Day answered with a smile. It doesn't matter, we just need to use them as bait to lure Wednesday and the others here. Mr. 3 said as he walked out from behind Valentine's Day. Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 said no more and proceeded to create a large candlestick resembling a birthday cake with white wax. After completing the creation, Mr. 3 signaled the two to place the unconscious Usopp and Akairam on the candlestick. Where is this? Why can't I move? Awakened Usopp attempted to move, but found his legs restrained and unable to budge, and his hands were also controlled by wax locks, which made him panic. It's useless. This is Mr. 3's ability. Right now we can't move at all. After glancing around, the awakened Akairam understood his situation and said to Usopp calmly, Yo, Mr. 8, a long time no see. Mr. 3 greeted the immobilized Akairam on the candlestick with a smile. Hearing this, Akairam snorted coldly and replied, I don't remember being that familiar with you. Oh ho, don't be so cold, after all we are colleagues. How about I give you a way out? With someone as scheming as you, do you think I would trust you? Mr. 3. Akairam, unwilling to listen to Mr. 3's nonsense, shouted loudly. Seeing the furious expression on the other's face, Mr. 3 simply smiled lightly. Just listen to me first. As long as you are willing to shout, Princess, come save me here, I promise that after this is over I will treat it as if you died and won't pursue you anymore. How about that? Dream on. I would never put the princess in danger even if I die. Akairam replied loudly, refusing to comply. Seeing that Akairam was determined not to speak, Mr. 3 then turned to Usopp. What about you? I'm willing. Before Mr. 3 could finish, Usopp on the candlestick quickly nodded in agreement. You bastard, how can you be so afraid of death? Akairam shouted angrily at Usopp, surprised that the other was so terrified. Hearing this, Usopp retorted loudly, If they don't come, we'll definitely die, but if they do come, they'll be the ones dying. Do you understand, you foolish uncle? Ugh. Upon hearing this, Akairam was taken aback. He thought Usopp would come up with a bunch of reasonable excuses, but it turned out he simply had great faith in his companion's strength. It seemed he had misjudged him. With that thought, Akairam apologized to Usopp through Mr. 3, since he couldn't turn his head at the moment. If they come, we're the ones who'll die. You don't actually think your friends can beat me, do you? Mr. 3 couldn't help but chuckle at Usopp's bold claim. It was the first time had heard such a thing. Every enemy had placed on his candle stands before had either chosen to die rather than sacrifice their comrades, becoming his art pieces, or had betrayed their friends to save themselves. You don't really think my friends can't take you down, do you? Usopp shot back with a confident grin. Despite his bold words, Usopp's body trembled uncontrollably, though the candle stand's restraints masked the shaking. After Usopp spoke, Mr. Three's face darkened. Seeing that terrifyingly grim expression, a wave of regret washed over Usopp. Damn, I let that slip out. This guy isn't going to kill me out of anger before Luffy and Ichin get here, is he? After a brief moment of processing Usopp's words and pondering his motives, Mr. Three's stern face melted back into a cheerful smile. He chuckled lightly, turned, and walked back to Miss Goldenweek's rug to pour himself a cup of black tea. Mr. Five was baffled that Mr. Three would endure such provocation without immediately finishing the sniper off. Usopp, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that his captor hadn't killed him on the spot. Noticing Mr. Five's confusion, Mr. Three slowly explained while taking a delicate sip of his tea. That long nose is probably trying to provoke me, deliberately making me think he's bluffing, so I'd lower my guard against his crew, only to slip up at a critical moment. He took another sip of his tea before continuing nonchalantly. A brute who relies solely on strength would certainly fall for such a trick. But for me, this level of provocation is child's play. I've used it countless times myself, though this is the first time I've been on the receiving end of it. Mr. Five finally understood, but he still couldn't fathom why Mr. Three wouldn't just kill Usopp. Surely Igaram alone was enough. If Mr. Three knew what he was thinking, he would have scolded Mr. Five for being a fool. Igaram wouldn't even cry out for help, so they definitely needed to keep Usopp alive. Igaram was bait for Vivi, and the long nose was bait for the Straw Hats. They couldn't afford to lose either. After all, the combined bounty on the Giants and the Straw Hat crew totaled a staggering 2875000 berries. That was a fortune to Mr. Three, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. Are the old guys still fighting? Luffy wondered, looking in the direction Dory had gone. But if they were fighting, we'd hear boom boom sounds from the island. There's nothing now, Nami said, mimicking the sound of the Giants' clashes. Now that you mention it, that is strange. If the sounds have stopped, the fight must be over. Judging by when Dory returned last time, he should be back by now. Could it be that those bad guys attacked the Giants when they were tired from fighting? Apis raised her hand to share her thought. Nami and Vivi both nodded in agreement with Apis' idea. That means the old guys are in danger. I have to go check on them. Luffy then turned to Ichin. I'm counting on you to look after Nami and the others, Ichin. With that, Luffy shot off toward the center of the island, determined not to let his newly met giant friends die at the hands of others. Ichin had been about to suggest they all go together, but Luffy was already gone. He let out a helpless sigh. That guy is always so impatient. He's flying. Vivi's beautiful eyes widened in sheer shock, her mouth forming a perfect O as she pointed at Luffy soaring through the sky, utterly unable to believe what she was witnessing. Calm down, Vivi. You'll get used to it, Nami said softly, gently patting Vivi's shoulder. Vivi gave a quiet hum in acknowledgement. If he can fly, maybe Luffy really is strong. Maybe he could truly help her defeat Crocodile and bring light back to Alabasta. As for the reward, she would figure something out. With that thought, a smile bloomed on Vivi's face. Did you think of something happy, Vivi? Nami asked, noticing the rare smile and looking at her with concern. Vivi had been so downcast on the ship, and all Nami could do was offer words of comfort. Vivi nodded gently. Something like that. So Ichin, should we wait here for them, or go check things out, and maybe lend a hand? Nami asked, giving the daydreaming Ichin a light pinch. Feeling the pinch, Ichin snapped back to reality. Let's go check it out. The three of them nodded in agreement, and followed Ichin toward the island's center. All except Princess Vivi, who rode on her pet Karoo. At the island's center, Mr. Three glared menacingly at Usopp, who remained silent on the candle stand. Why aren't you calling for help? Don't tell me you were just messing with me. Usopp let out a sigh. Look, what's the point of me just yelling? This island is huge. Even if I scream my lungs out, my friends won't hear me. Understanding his point, Mr. Three used his wax to create a large megaphone. He had Mr. Five hold it up to Usopp, then covered his own ears, signaling for him to begin. Usopp took a deep breath and bellowed into the megaphone. Hey, there's a beautiful swordswoman here with delicious food. A beautiful woman. A swordswoman. The amplified shout echoed across the entire central area of the island. Luffy, who was still searching for the island's center, heard the keywords delicious food and immediately flew toward the source of the voice. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji, upon hearing swordswoman and beautiful woman, promptly discarded the dinosaurs they had hunted and raced towards the sound as well. No, that's not right. I told you to shout for help so your friends would come to save you, and you say there's a beautiful swordswoman here. You've got some nerve. At the center of the island, Mr. Five was cursing Usopp. Hearing this, Usopp smiled slightly and said, don't underestimate my crewmate's obsession with certain things. You bastard. Seeing Usopp spouting nonsense at him, Mr. 5 couldn't help but swing his fist at Usopp. Don't you dare lay a hand on my crewmate. Boom. Ugh, just as Mr. 5's fist was about to connect with Usopp's face, Luffy, who had rushed over, sent Mr. 5 flying with a single punch. Lu. Food, where's the food? Just as Usopp was about to say how glad he was that Luffy arrived in time, Luffy suddenly turned to him and asked, Lu. Food, where's the food? Just as Usopp was about to say how glad he was that Luffy arrived in time, Luffy suddenly turned to him and asked, Food? Well, there isn't any. What? So you were lying to me all along, you damn liar. Wait a minute. Luffy. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If I hadn't done that, those guys. Wait a minute. Luffy. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If I hadn't done that, those 4 guys would have killed me. Seeing Luffy looking like he wanted to punch him, Usopp quickly explained, terrified that this simpleton might actually land a couple of blows. Unlike the lively atmosphere atop the candelabra, the mood below was heavy with tension. Where in the world did this man who took down Mr. 5 come from? Why didn't I sense him? Mr. 3 stared in shock at the straw hat boy who was grabbing Usopp's collar on the candelabra, lost in thought. After 5 seconds passed, seeing the two still bickering on the candelabra, Mr. 3's tense expression eased somewhat. Perhaps he had simply let his guard down, allowing the straw hat to sneak in and take out Mr. 5. Maybe his strength wasn't all that impressive. Mr. 5, who had landed beside Miss Valentine, also got back to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. Damn it. I'm going to kill that sneak attacker. Mr. 5, who had landed beside Miss Valentine, also got back to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. Damn it. Seeing Mr. 5 already picking his nose, Mr. 3 didn't stop him. He was curious to see what this opponent was capable of. Squish, squish sound of picking nose. Mr. 5 quickly scooped out a few booger balls from his nostrils. Placing them on his middle finger, he used his thumb as a spring and flicked the projectiles toward Luffy, who was still fooling around with Usopp. Nasu rapid fire barrage. This is no time to be hung up on that. Seeing Luffy still fixated on being tricked, Usopp was completely exasperated. Was he really that hung up over it? Luffy, watch your back. Just as Usopp sighed, he caught sight of Mr. 5 flicking something their way and shouted a warning to Luffy. One sword style, aye reverse wind. Whoosh. Just as the booger balls were about to hit Luffy and Usopp, a sudden sword hum echoed through the air. As the sound faded, the booger balls mysteriously changed direction, flying back toward Mr. 5. What the? Boom! Mr. 5 shouted in shock, only to find himself face-to-face with his own boogers. A crisp explosion then thundered across his face. Although the boogers exploded on Mr. 5, he remained unharmed thanks to his devil fruit ability, granting him immunity to bomb damage. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine glanced at Mr. 5 beside her, then looked gravely at Zoro, who was hovering in the air, standing on his sword. Mr. 5 nodded, his own expression turning serious as he stared at Zoro. Yeah, I know, Miss Valentine. This time we'll definitely get our revenge. Huh. You two are still alive. You're pretty resilient. Zoro, descending slowly from the sky, complimented Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. We're going to take you down here and wash away our previous shame. So prepare yourself, you arrogant swordsman. The two pointed at Zoro and shouted in unison. We're going to take you down here and wash away our previous shame. So prepare yourself, you arrogant swordsman. The two pointed at Zoro and shouted in unison. After landing, Zoro ignored the pair seeking revenge. Instead, he looked around, and upon seeing that no one present carried a sword, he turned to Usopp. Where's the swordswoman? The moment he saw Zoro turn around, Usopp knew he was going to get asked the same question Luffy had. But he couldn't shake a nagging feeling of dread. Can't you guys read the situation before you ask? Obviously, I said that just to get you all to come save me. Why don't you understand? Usopp wanted to say that, but he knew it would likely earn him a beating. So he simply replied with 5 words, I was lying to you. Hearing this, a vein bulged on Zoro's forehead. You damn liar. As he spoke, Zoro reached out to grab Usopp by the collar, but Luffy had already beaten him to it. So he changed course and grabbed Usopp's nose instead. I knew this would happen. Wah. Resigned to his fate, tears streamed down Usopp's face as he was yanked and pinched. Mr. Luffy and the swordsman, Mr. Usopp was only. Shut up. Fine. Igaram, who had been about to defend Usopp, swallowed his words, intimidated by the fury, seeing that the pair not only ignored them, but also casually chatted with someone else right in front of them. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine completely lost it. There's a limit to looking down on people, you bastards. With that, Mr. 5 resumed picking his nose while Miss Valentine used her ability to lighten herself and float into the air. Both looked poised to unleash their ultimate attacks. Mr. 3 meanwhile continued to observe from the sidelines, reluctant to intervene. It was his first time seeing a swordsman who could fly on a sword. It defied all logic, though he couldn't rule out some kind of devil fruit ability. So Mr. 3 wanted to figure out the opponent's ability before making a move. As for Miss Golden Week, she simply had no desire to fight. She remained seated on her rug, munching on the cookies she had brought along. By now Valentine had soared to a height of 100 meters while Mr. 5 scraped away the crust from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. 10,000 kilograms. In triple orifice scattering cannon. Without hesitation, Valentine plummeted straight downward from her 100-meter perch, her descent swift and forceful, while Mr. 5 hurled dozens of irregularly sized fecal pellets from his palms. Whoosh, and don't grab me yet. Something's flying right at us. In spotting the barrage hurtling toward them, Usopp shouted urgently to the others. Zoro clicked his tongue in annoyance before turning and gripping his sword hilt. Honestly, can't I finish disciplining this liar first? Zoro, leave it to me. As Zoro drew his blade to deflect the pellets, once more Luffy stepped forward, hand outstretched, blocking his path. Zoro offered a faint smile, then pivoted and seized Usopp's nose in one fluid motion. Then it's yours, and ow, ow, ow. Seriously, can't you grab somewhere else? Tears of exasperated bliss welled in Usopp's eyes. And liar, shut up for now. As he tugged playfully at Usopp's nose, Zoro added, with comrades like you, so fiercely intolerant of deception, I couldn't be happier. Usopp couldn't help but mutter inwardly, oh great, what a delightfully annoying crew. And meanwhile the pellets struck Luffy squarely in the belly, but astonishingly they did not detonate. Instead they sank into his abdomen like balls dropped onto a trampoline, and after 2 or 3 seconds compression, they ricocheted backward along their original trajectory. Rebound and whoosh and boom, boom, and damn it, how effortlessly did Mr. 5's absurd ability just bounce back. Seeing several pellets veer toward him, Mr. 3 instantly erected a towering wall of white wax, several meters high. Thud. Non-impact, the pellets exploded violently, but thanks to Mr. 3's layered defenses, the blast failed to harm him. Though unscathed, the effort drained his stamina. In hell's bells. No more letting that idiot Mr. 5 fire his nasal sludge. At this rate we'll be stunned senseless before we even take down the enemy. With that thought, Mr. 3 unleashed a stream of molten wax toward Mr. 5. At that very moment Sanji, lured by the voice of a woman, glided gracefully through the air. Coincidentally, he spotted Valentine descending, and immediately sprinted toward her. A real beauty, falling from the heavens. Could this be divine providence smiling upon me? And he accelerated without pause. Whoosh and wait, just 8 meters above Luffy's group, Sanji intercepted Valentine midair and swept her into his arms. He gazed down tenderly, eyes alight with adoration. My radiant lady, have you truly been sent to me as heaven's gift? Nee's ever-present cigarette had vanished, replaced inexplicably by a single crimson rose between his lips. Thud, impact, and boom. In the instant Sanji landed, with Valentine cradled securely, the earth beneath them fractured violently. This can't be real. I weigh 10,000 kilograms. Valentine, still held aloft, paid no mind to how he'd appeared, only to the sheer impossibility of his effortless strength. To lift 10,000 kilograms was to crush buildings with casual ease. Sanji chuckled softly, charmed by her incredulous disbelief. You truly have a knack for jesting, my exquisite lady. And she smelled intoxicatingly sweet, and her thighs pressed against his arm were luxuriously soft. As he held her bridal style, Sanji inhaled deeply, savoring the air around her. Hey, put Valentine down, right now? And thump, NMR. 5 lunged to launch another nasal assault, but Mr. 3 slammed him face down before he could act. Hey, what do you think you're doing, Mr. 3? Entrapped and furious, Mr. 5 roared up at his comrade, bewildered by the betrayal. Silence. With practiced precision, Mr. 3 sealed Mr. 5's mouth shut. One more shot from you, and we'll all be buried. Not the enemy. TCH. His plan had been flawless, yet he'd grossly miscalculated their combat prowess. Intelligence was woefully insufficient. A cursed useless alliance. Glancing toward the bickering trio atop the chandelier, and then to Sanji, eyes shimmering with heart-shaped devotion, he sighed inwardly. What utter eccentrics. They treat us as mere background noise. Do they truly believe we won't strike? Or is it sheer unshakable confidence? Put me down, now, you curly-browed man. And Valentine writhed in Sanji's embrace, desperate. Of course, my lady. And with impeccable grace, Sanji lowered her gently to the ground. And, listen, well, curly brow, you won't win my favor with flattery. I will strike you if needed. Rest assured I would never presume to command such a vision, nor forbid her a single breath. And Sanji smiled warmly, utterly unperturbed by the epithet. His tone honeyed his gaze unwavering. Zoro, overhearing, would surely scoff, hypocrite, fuming when called Curly-Brow himself, yet beaming when the same name fell from beautiful lips. After speaking, Sanji bowed elegantly, then gestured courteously toward the chandelier. "And my radiant lady, I am no Curly-Brow. I am the cook of those 3 fools over there. You may call me Sanji." He pointed directly at the trio perched atop the chandelier. "And huh, 3 in, what did you just call us, you bastard?" 3. Momentarily forgetting their squabble over deceit, the 3 froze, outraged that Sanji's introduction included such an insult. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp instantly turned in unison, fixing Sanji with identical blank stares, silently demanding, "Did you just say something? We didn't catch it." "Please wait here a moment, my lady," and Sanji murmured to Valentine with a gentle smile, then turned, expression shifting toward the chandelier. "Was there anything inaccurate in what I said, you 3 fools?" Nee's smile had vanished, replaced by a sharp, sardonic smirk. Hey, aren't you the fool fraternizing so amiably with the enemy? Perverted cook. Ichin himself praised me as great intelligence. How dare you call me foolish? And I don't know how to counter that, but objectively you look far more foolish. Ahem. I hate to interrupt your conversation, but could you possibly defeat the enemy first before bickering? After the 4 had argued for 10 solid minutes, Dory, who was pinned to the ground nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Yet the 4 of them, as if deaf, continued their squabble. Sanji gestured animatedly in front of Valentine. "A beautiful lady like this could never be the enemy." "Oh, whatever. Say what you will," Zoro sighed. Since Valentine posed no real threat to them, he decided to let Sanji have his way. "What a strange man," Valentine murmured, inwardly surprised that Sanji would so fiercely defend her, his supposed adversary. Mr. 3, who usually preferred to wait and act, finally lost his patience after listening to their prolonged argument. He used his wax to construct a massive mech, a giant childlike version. After boarding it, he had Miss Goldenweek paint the contraption. Mr. 3 then piloted the mech towards the 4, launching his attack. Seeing this, Mr. 5, still trapped on the floor by Mr. 3's wax, was stunned. He thought, "At least free me before you go on the offensive. If you get taken down, I'll be left here waiting to be finished off. I've had enough of you all. Prepare to die by my masterpiece." So cool. Watching the robot charge towards him, Luffy didn't attack. Instead, his eyes sparkled with admiration for Mr. 3's artificial creation. "Could you stop admiring it?" Usopp, standing behind Luffy, yelled at him. Moments earlier, Zoro had helped Usopp and Igaram escape from the wax candle. "Take this straw hat." Mr. 3 manipulated the robot to extend a giant fist towards Luffy. "You want to have a fist fight?" Seeing the fist coming his way, Luffy grew excited. As he spoke, he began rapidly spinning his arm. Giant wax fist. Gum gum thunder. As Mr. 3's fist swung forward, Luffy countered with his own lightning-fast punch. Boom. Crack. The collision of the 2 fists produced a thunderous sound. Ugh. Why does your fist have lightning in it? The electricity surging from Luffy's fist gave Mr. 3 a 5-second shock before finally thud. After muttering those words in a daze, Mr. 3 tumbled off the robot and fell to He wasn't that strong after all, Luffy remarked, looking disappointed at the fallen Mr. 3. Witnessing this, Valentine, who had intended to fight alongside Mr. 3, abandoned the idea. One reason was that they were clearly outmatched. The other. As she mused, she glanced at Sanji, who was massaging her shoulders from behind. This curly-brow man's massage feels so good. Indeed, moments ago, Sanji had placed his hands on Valentine's shoulders, claiming he wanted to help ease her fatigue. "Is the pressure to your liking, Miss Valentine?" Sanji asked while continuing the massage, checking her comfort. "Ahaha, it feels wonderful, curly-brow man," Valentine replied with a light laugh. "I'm glad you enjoy it." Seeing the blissful expression on her face, Sanji didn't mind being called curly-brow. Sanji would claim that any name a beauty calls him is fine, though Zoro would likely have kicked him in the head for such a... Zoro, meanwhile, stood with his arms crossed pointedly, turning his gaze away, refusing to watch Sanji's embarrassing display any longer. Bang. At that moment, Dory finally broke free from his restraints and walked over to check on Broggy, knowing full well his old comrade couldn't be dead. As for the humans who had caused him trouble, Dory had no intention of dealing with them. Igaram, newly released, assessed the situation and muttered to himself, looking at the 4 from the Baroque works. Valentine, who's been pampered, Mr. 5 restrained by his own ally Mr. 3 electrocuted by Luffy, and Miss Goldenweek packing up to leave. What a formidable group in every sense. They took out Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 the senior duo in an instant. And it seems Luffy and his crew can even fly. Truly Alabasta is blessed. Eep! Miss Goldenweek shrieked, stumbling backward as Luffy suddenly appeared before her. Well, what do you want? Tears welled up in her eyes as Luffy extended his hand towards her. Since Mr. 3 was defeated so quickly, Miss Goldenweek figured her powers were useless and decided to make a run for it. But then Luffy, drawn by the smell of cookies, came straight for her. Huh. Bracing herself for the worst, Miss Goldenweek squeezed her eyes shut only to find no attack. Instead, Luffy was grinning at her, pointing at the cookie tin in her hands. Can I have some of this? Realizing he didn't seem to want to hurt her, Miss Goldenweek cautiously handed the tin over. They're cookies. You can eat them. Thanks. Luffy took the tin, grabbed 2 cookies, and tossed them into his mouth, munching happily. Crunch. These are really good. Luffy praised between bites. Seeing his comrades either defeated or surrendering, Mr. 5 simply closed his eyes and played dead. Luffy, where are you? Just as Luffy took a sip of black tea to quench his thirst, Nami's voice called out from the nearby woods. Hearing her, Luffy turned and spotted Ichin and the others emerging from the trees. Hey! We're over here, Ichin, Nami, Apis, and Vivi. Luffy waved his arms enthusiastically. Seeing Luffy signal, Ichin led the group towards him. 2.5 minutes later, the 4 newcomers had learned the full story. Ichin also healed Broggy, getting him back on his feet and full of energy. The blanket Miss Goldenweek had brought was now crowded with people. I understand the situation now, but are you sure you don't want to fight me anymore? Valentine. Vivi looked sternly at Miss Valentine, who was currently basking in Sanji's massage. Oh, of course. It's not like I can win anyway. Against those helpers. You brought along. Miss Valentine replied with a blissful look. Can't you answer a question without making those weird noises? Vivi couldn't help but yell, exasperated by Valentine's moans. I can't help it. This curly-brow gentleman's massage is, just too good. Valentine winked at Vivi. Mr. Curly-brow. Is that your new nickname? Sanji. Ha ha. Usopp couldn't help but burst out laughing. His previously tense face instantly relaxed, the corners of his mouth curling upward into a mischievous grin. His eyes narrowed into slits from the laughter, with a few glistening tears of mirth clinging to the corners. As he laughed, his body couldn't help but tremble. It suits you well, Mr. Curly Brow. Zoro added, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he teased Sanji. You two bastards, who are you calling Curly Brow? As he spoke, Sanji rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to brawl with Usopp and Zoro. Just as he was about to lunge at them, a voice from in front of him suddenly froze him in his tracks. Miss Valentine grabbed Sanji's hand as it left her shoulder and said softly, Mr. Curly Brow, could you press just a little harder on the left side? Of course, Miss Valentine. Hearing her call him so gently, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he placed his hands back on her fragrant shoulders and resumed his massage duties. Seeing Sanji's blatant favoritism, Zoro and Usopp merely rolled their eyes. Meanwhile, Ichin, seated between Miss Goldenweek and Miss Valentine, maintained a calm facade, but inwardly he was beaming with a knowing smile. One adorable girl brings joy, but 2. That's double the happiness. A cup of tea every now and then isn't bad, Zoro said, taking a leisurely sip of his black tea. But speaking of which, what should we do with these 2? Usopp asked, gesturing with his teacup towards Mr. 3 and Mr. 5, who were lying outside the blanket. But speaking of which, what should we do with these 2? Usopp asked, gesturing with his teacup towards me. They might not be chasing us anymore, but the magnetic force will take a year to recharge. Nami picked up her teacup, elegantly took a sip, and then reminded the others. Nothing we can do about that, I guess. We'll just take it one step at a time. Right, Ichin? Luffy said, looking over at him with a grin. Yeah, that's true, Ichin replied with a smile. By now the sun had settled on the mountainside, casting a peaceful glow over the island's center. Mr. 3, who had been unconscious, stirred awake. Miss Goldenweek, Miss Valentine. Was I asleep? The moment Mr. 3 opened his eyes, he saw the 2 of them looking at him. Since both Miss Goldenweek and Miss Valentine were safe and sound, did that mean his being electrocuted was just a dream? Or had they managed to defeat the enemy themselves? Yo, bad old man, you're awake. A voice interrupted Mr. 3's thoughts just as he was about to curse at whoever broke his concentration. He suddenly realized that the person talking to him was the very man who had knocked him out with a single punch. He quickly swallowed the words he was about to say. Seeing Mr. 3 silent, Luffy walked up and waved a hand in front of his face. Bad old man, you're not deaf, are you? Who's deaf? I was just thinking. You get that? Enraged by Luffy's assumption, Mr. 3's eyes bulged as he shouted at him. Mr. 3's eyes bulged as he shouted at Luffy. Luffy covered his ears the moment Mr. 3 started yelling. Alright, I get it. But why are you shouting so loud, bad old man? Am not hard of hearing. You. You. Speechless with rage, Mr. Three's finger trembled as he pointed at Luffy. He wanted to curse him out, but seeing Luffy's genuinely clueless expression, he realized the boy wasn't trying to be insulting, leaving him at a loss for words. So he just stood there pointing. Seeing this, Luffy reached out and grabbed his finger. I get it now, bad old man. You've got a stutter. Ugh. Hearing this, Mr. Three fell flat on his back. Hey, bad old man, what's wrong? I didn't even hit you. Luffy said, shaking him with concern. You'd better stop talking, Luffy. Nami said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. At this rate, you're going to talk him to death. Finally, someone else gets to experience the frustration of talking to Luffy. Sincerity is truly a killer move, Ichin thought, laughing at the sight of Mr. Three being driven up the wall by Luffy. After another 10 minutes, Mr. Three managed to calm his raging heart. The den mushi they used to contact Crocodile had been brought over by Miss Valentine and placed in the center. Brew. Click. Seeing the call coming in, Mr. Three immediately picked it up. Moshi boss. On the other end of the line, Crocodile sat on a lavish chair, tapping its armrest with his finger. Your report is far too late. It's been days since I gave my orders. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Three? Though intimidated, Mr. Three kept his tone light and casual. On my sincerest apologies, boss. It's a bit late, but the enemies have already been dealt with easily. As he spoke, Mr. Three glanced over at Miss Goldenweek beside Ichin. Miss Goldenweek met his gaze without a hint of shame, calmly staring back. Her expression seemed to say, don't blame me for not finishing the boss orders on time. It's not that I didn't want to work, it's that you, Mr. Three, are just incompetent. Because Miss Goldenweek hadn't told Mr. Three about the boss orders earlier, they had failed to complete them on time. Though even if she had told him, he probably couldn't have completed them anyway. Miss Goldenweek was like a child doing homework on the last day of summer vacation, never starting until the very last minute. And Mr. Three, playing the role of the parent, was often forced to scramble with her at the last minute because he didn't know about the boss instructions. Of course, in the past, even last-minute work was a piece of cake for the two of them. But this time they had hit a real problem, one they couldn't solve and couldn't just fake their way through. Is that so? Good work. As he spoke, Crocodile reached out, plucked the lily from the vase on the small round table before him, and casually used it as a stirrer to swirl the ice cubes in his glass. I've already sent the unluckies to your location. They're to confirm whether the task is truly complete. They'll also deliver something to you. Mr. Three, the unluckies are coming to deliver something to me. Hearing this, Crocodile on the other end of the den mushi replied calmly. It's a permanent pointer to the kingdom of Alabasta. Once you have it, you and Miss Goldenweek will come to Alabasta. The time has come. From now on, we begin our most crucial operation. As for the finer details, await my orders once you arrive in Alabasta. You'll know everything then. Just as Crocodile finished speaking, the unluckies arrived nearby, observing the group. Luffy was about to speak upon seeing the duo, but Vivi quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. If you say anything, Crocodile will realize we're still alive. Luffy nodded in understanding and remained silent. Seeing that the unluckies had noticed they had failed to eliminate their targets, Mr. Three signaled to Goldenweek beside him to prevent the duo from leaving. Luffy nodded in understanding and remained silent. Seeing that the unluckies had noticed they had failed to eliminate their targets, Mr. Three signaled to Goldenweek beside him to... Seeing the group gathered with those on their assassination list, the unluckies prepared to take flight and escape, intending to report back to their boss that Mr. Three and the others had betrayed him. However, shortly after they took to the air, they changed their minds and hovered in place, an unknown black pattern having appeared on their bodies. Color trap, betrayal black. Unnoticed, Goldenweek on the carpet had brought out her canvas and was now waving her brush at the airborne duo. No need to rush back so soon. I'd rather not end up on the agency's own hit list. Miss Valentine, who had flown above the duo, laughed as she spoke to them. 10000 kilogram press. Thud. The moment she finished speaking, Valentine stomped down on the vulture, sending the pair plummeting straight down. As the duo crashed into the ground, a thunderous boom echoed. A massive crater appeared instantly, dust and debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled, Miss Valentine was revealed again, giving the group an okay sign. The unluckies were now undeniably dead. To be so ruthless towards former comrades. Women truly are terrifying creatures, Zoro thought, gazing at the unluckies whose heads had been completely crushed. Unlike Zoro, Sanji's eyes were now overflowing with hearts. The merciless Miss Valentine is beautiful too, just like a thorned rose. What's going on over there? Crocodile, hearing the loud crash through the receiver, asked with a hint of suspicion. Nothing, boss. Just a few reckless dinosaurs bothering us. They've already been dealt with by Goldenweek and Valentine. Mr. Three replied in a relaxed tone, then glanced at Valentine again. This one is a real handful, making such a racket. I see. Enough small talk. Just get yourself to Alabasta from there. Understood. Let's end this call here. It would be troublesome if the Marines were to track it. As usual, future orders will be sent via instruction sheets. The Marines can intercept din mushy transmissions much like satellite surveillance, though not quite as advanced. That's all I have to say. Good luck, Mr. 3. With that, Crocodile hung up the din mushy. He rose from his seat and walked over to Robin, who was sitting not far away. Miss All Sunday. Robin, who had been teasing the giant crocodile, turned to look at Crocodile. What is it, Mr. 0? Send Mr. 2 to Little Garden. Have him intercept Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 along the direct route between Alabasta and Little Garden. Crocodile stated flatly to Robin. Robin was taken aback for a moment, then stood up, a hint of amusement in her voice. You're quite ruthless, aren't you, Mr. 0, Sir Crocodile? After her remark, Robin began walking towards the door. I'm certainly not short on manpower right now. Do you have any objections to my orders? Crocodile didn't seem angered by Robin's teasing, but his tone was undeniably cold. Robin paused at the door and gave a slight shake of her head. No, I follow your orders. They'll go and have Mr. 2 depart immediately. Creak slam. It's over, it's over. We're going to be hunted down. Mr. 3 was clutching his head, his face twisted in despair. Miss Valentine walked over holding the permanent pointer. Seeing Mr. 3's pained expression, she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Didn't you tell the boss it was handled? And didn't he send the unluckies to give you the pointer? You idiot. Normally I'm the one who calls him. But this time the boss called me. Think about it, he's planning. I just didn't think the punishment would be killing us. Mr. 3 tapped his head, signaling for Valentine to use her brain. But Valentine still seemed confused. That's not right. Didn't you tell him you'd finished us off and completed the mission? Has he somehow figured out you were lying? And how do you know he's sending someone to kill us? Vivi, listening nearby, was equally baffled, unable to grasp why Mr. 3 was so certain. Seeing their confusion, Mr. 3 explained further. It's not that he thinks we're lying. It's simply that he's annoyed with our inefficiency. As he spoke, Mr. 3 glanced at Golden Week. She turned her head away as if to say, don't look at me. I had no idea the boss was this ruthless. Giving us the pointer and telling us to come to Alabasta is clearly so he can eliminate us more easily. If he didn't give us the pointer, he wouldn't know which route we'd take, and we wouldn't go to Alabasta at all. This method of pretending to help while actually setting up a better way to kill you. I've used it on others many times myself. So, does that mean we might run into the assassins he sends after us? Nami asked aloud. Yeah, exactly. The only question is whether he's sending Mr. 2 or Mr. 1 to kill us. Mr. 3 let out a sigh. After bidding farewell to Dory and Broggy, the crew returned to the Going Merry and set sail toward. As for Mr. 3 and his companions, they handed over the eternal pose pointing to Alabasta to Luffy and the others before sailing off in a different direction. It was worth noting that Sanji was somewhat reluctant to part with Miss Valentine, but he quickly straightened himself out after Nami told him he could get off the ship if he was so attached. It was worth noting that Sanji was somewhat reluctant to part with Miss Valentine, but he quickly straightened himself out after Nami told him he could get off the ship if he was so attached. Boom. Just as the Going Merry sailed out of Little Garden, a thunderous explosion erupted from the calm sea ahead, and a towering wave dozens of meters high surged into the air. As the spray scattered, a colossal red figure emerged on the surface. A gigantic goldfish, its enormous maw wide open, blocking the Going Merry's path. The crew stared in shock at the sheer size of the fish, though their astonishment was mostly at its magnitude. Vivi and Igaram, however, were utterly terrified by the sight. Turn the helm. Vivi shouted urgently to Usopp. Alabasta was still waiting for her to save it. She couldn't possibly end up as fish food now. Do you all want to be swallowed whole? Vivi grew frantic, seeing that no one seemed to be making a move. Just as Vivi was baffled by their inaction, Nami walked up behind her, gave her shoulder a gentle pat, and reassured her, don't worry. With each in here you can rest easy. Hearing this, Vivi calmed down, glancing at Luffy and the others, who looked utterly composed, then turning her gaze to Ichin, standing at the bow. No human could possibly defeat a fish this massive, no matter how strong they were, right? Why did these terrifying creatures seem like no big deal to them? While Vivi was still lost in confusion, Ichin slowly extended his hand toward the goldfish, then gave a light slap to the air in front of him. Just as Vivi and the others wondered if Ichin had lost his mind, the goldfish, which had been gaping at them, was sent hurtling off the sea surface and flying westward, as if it had been struck by a massive blow. Seeing this, Luffy and the others smiled at Ichin as he turned around, just as expected of their vice captain, always finishing things in an instant. The goldfish was Watching the colossal creature get slapped away by a mere wave of his hand, Vivi and Igaram's eyes bulged, their jaws dropping to the floor in disbelief. The goldfish was watching the colossal creature get slapped away by a mere wave of his hand, Vivi and Igaram's eyes. The goldfish was watching the colossal creature get slapped away by a mere wave of his hand, Vivi and Igaram's eyes bulged, their jaw. Meanwhile, Igaram was overjoyed inside. With an ally like this, victory was practically guaranteed, wasn't it? Still, a sliver of worry lingered. What if they couldn't scrape together 1 billion berries? That would be a different story. 1 billion berries shouldn't be too hard to gather once the rebellion was quelled. With that thought, Igaram's anxious heart settled back down. Yosh, onward to Alabasta. After Ichin dealt with the goldfish, Luffy returned to his special seat, the Going Merry's figurehead, and declared loudly, Gia, 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 Gia. Impressive outsider guests. It's been a long time since we've met a human this strong. Watching the Going Merry vanish into the distance, Dory couldn't help but remark, Gaba, indeed well said. Just then the volcano at the island's center erupted once more. Hearing the rumble, the two giants raised their fists and resumed their brawl. A flashback revealed the origin of their century-long duel. It all began with a little girl's simple question, who's stronger, you two? The twin bone mountains on the island were in fact the skulls of the colossal tyrannosaurs they had slain together 100 years ago. In the kitchen, Ichin was making desserts alongside Sanji, while Apis sat on a chair swinging her little feet, with a smile waiting for them to finish. Apis had initially wanted to help, but both Ichin and Sanji declined. The former figured they had it covered and saw no need for her to fuss, especially since she could barely reach the counter, let alone make desserts. As for the latter, he was afraid Apis might whip up another batch of explosive spicy treats, so he politely revoked her assistance. After all, sweet and spicy wasn't the same as spicy sweet. It meant cranking the heat way up. On the deck, Vivi clutched the eternal pose, pointing to Alabasta, her mind wandering to who knows what. Be at ease, cough, princess. With Mr. Luffy and the others being so powerful, they'll surely protect us until we can expose Crocodile. Be at ease, cough, princess. With Mr. Luffy and the others being so powerful. Just then Sanji emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of freshly made exquisite desserts. Spotting Vivi and Nami's position, he made his way straight toward them. Don't be so tense, Miss Vivi. With me around, it'll definitely help you take down those who covet your kingdom. So how about a little treat to unwind first? As he spoke, Sanji gently presented the tray before Vivi and Nami, then added, if you'd like a drink, we have coffee and tea. And if you don't like the bitterness, I can add 3 spoonfuls of sugar for you. Sanji. Vivi felt a stir of emotion. This man was just too kind. Looks delicious. The moment Sanji set the tray down, Luffy and Usopp came running from the bow and Crow's Nest, drawn by the scent, though the aroma of desserts shouldn't have carried that far. Even Vivi's pet duck, Karoo, waddled over. The two humans and the duck all stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, their tongues morphing into serpent-like forms glistening with drool. Their gazes locked onto the desserts on the tray, as if they might lunge and take a bite at any second. Seeing their drooling mouths about to close, and Sanji snapped, hey, your portions are in the kitchen. At that, the two humans and the duck bolted toward the kitchen, howling like savages who hadn't eaten in days. Igaram, comparatively more composed, chose to head in last. Seeing the ship so lively and joyful, Vivi couldn't help but smile, her earlier worries seeming to melt away. But at that moment, Nami suddenly felt her head grow dizzy, her vision blurring. Zoro, who prioritized training above all, skipped the snacks. He was at the stern, lifting a massive barbell for his workout, with Shilo cheering him on from the side. In the kingdom of Alabasta on Sandy Island, the resounding beat of bronze drums echoed along the shore, as if heralding the arrival of a great figure. Moored by the bridge was a swan-headed schooner, its bow adorned with 2 bun-like ornaments. Mr. 2 Von Clay, the swan is ready and awaiting your command. A pirate called out to a man who was gracefully striding towards them on the tips of his toes. The man, draped in a pink robe and wearing pink dancing shoes, came to a halt. He then stomped his feet in irritation, his face a mask of displeasure. I heard you. Stop your infernal racket. Striking a haughty pose, the man in pink complained like a spurned lover. I don't see why I must go. A worthless piece of trash like Mr. 3, you should have just discarded him like the oversized garbage he is. Hearing this, his underlings waved their hands in frantic denial. Though their captain called Mr. 3 trash to them, he was an insurmountable foe. Please, sir, you must be the one to go. It's the boss orders, and we dare not defy him. That troublesome little Mr. 0 is always giving me chores. Mr. Two let out a sigh, then rising onto his toes, he danced his way elegantly aboard the Swan. The other pirates followed suit, and the ship set sail. Aboard the going merry Nami, after weakly telling Vivi to take over the navigation, suddenly collapsed onto the deck, her eyes rolling back. Vivi rushed to her side, finding her panting for breath. She touched Nami's forehead only to recoil, startled by the intense heat radiating from her skin. "Everyone come quickly. It's an emergency." Vivi cried out, alarmed by the severity of Nami's fever. Hearing Vivi's shouts, everyone rushed to the deck. Zoro, who had been training at the stern, and the others who were in the kitchen enjoying and making sweets. "What's wrong, Nami?" "She has a high fever," Vivi answered as soon as they gathered. "What a? Namaswan has a fever," Sanji exclaimed, his worry palpable as he reached the deck. Initially, Ichun and Apis had stayed in the kitchen, assuming an enemy attack. But upon hearing Sanji's cry, Ichun appeared beside Nami, in an instant scooped her up, and carried her to her room. Without a word, he took her away. The others, filled with concern, followed, while Zoro remained on deck to keep the ship on course. In Nami's room, Ichun was treating her. He chose to do it here rather than on the deck, thinking she would be more comfortable lying in her own bed. Besides, it was Nami who was sick. He had to perform a thorough full-body examination just in case it was more than a simple fever. Though Ichun could heal any ailment, he knew how miserable one could feel when sick. To truly relieve her suffering, he decided on a comprehensive treatment. Watching Ichun's serious expression, Sanji was already crying his eyes out. "Will Namaswan die?" "Wah." Apis, standing beside Ichun, looked worriedly at Nami, then at Ichun. "Ichun Nikan Nami Nachon." Luffy and the others simply swallowed hard, their anxiety mirrored in their eyes. Despite their worry, Ichun remained silent, focusing his healing energy from the top of Nami's head to the tips of her toes, treating every part of her body. Seeing his dedication, no one dared to interrupt. A minute later, Ichun ceased his incantation and stepped away from the bedside. "How is Nami, Ichun?" Luffy and Sanji rushed forward, grabbing his hands the moment he finished. Ichun gently pried their hands away. "Should keep your voices down. She's just fallen asleep from exhaustion. Let her rest." He glanced back at the sleeping Nami before leaving the room. "He'll take the helm for today." In truth, letting Nami sleep was a ploy to change their course. They needed to go to a winter island, for there was a reindeer waiting to join their crew. Had Nami not fallen ill, they would have never set foot on that island or met Chopper. So after healing her, Ichun used magic to lull her into a deep sleep, allowing him to steer them towards their new destination. It wasn't a major detour, as the winter island was not far from their current position. He also planned to stock up on supplies and provisions while they were there. The crew's anxieties were finally put to rest. They realized how hard Nami had been working. Silently, they filed out of the room, careful not to wake her. The going merry sailed on. On the deck, some were lost in thought about their homelands, others trained, and a few played cards. Life aboard was as usual. Ichun stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, while Sanji was in the kitchen preparing a nutritious meal. As afternoon fell, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky above their ship. Ichun caught a snowflake as it fell and gently blew it away. "It seems we'll be reaching the winter island. I wonder what kind of magical gear I should make for little Chopper." A smile crept onto his face at the thought. "Ichun Nikan, did you think of something fun?" Apis, noticing his smile, couldn't help but ask. Every time he smiled like that, he was definitely thinking of something interesting. Even though he always said she'd find out soon enough, she couldn't resist asking him what was going to happen. Ichun patted Apis on the head and chuckled. "We're going to have a mascot on our ship soon." "A mascot?" Apis' little head started spinning, trying to guess what kind of creature the mascot could be. Before she could figure it out, Ichun whispered, "He's a cute little reindeer." On the Grand Line, in a certain sea area, a battleship adorned with the Navy's insignia is sailing upon the waves. Inside the cabin, Dasky is admiring her prized possession, the Huajo, as if she were a lovesick girl gazing at her handsome boyfriend with 8-pack abs. At this moment, she is gently tracing the patterns on the hilt with her index finger, lost in a trance. Just then a voice from outside the room calls out, but perhaps because it wasn't very loud, Dasky seems oblivious, still engrossed in her intimate moment with her beloved Blade. "Dasky, hey, can't you hear me calling you? Hey, are you listening? You Blade-obsessed girl." Nami replied, tapping her lips with a finger. "Haha, that little Apis sure is attached to Ichun." Bang! With the sound of footsteps descending the stairs, Dasky, like a cat caught in the act of mischief, snatches up her sword and rushes out the door, responding, as she runs, "I heard you, I'll be right there, Colonel Smoker." Upon reaching the deck, Dasky joined Smoker to listen to the intercepted communication from the black transponder snail. However, due to the limited information intercepted, they can only glean a few key details: the Straw Hat crew, Princess Vivi, Mr. 08, and the directive letter. As for the rest of the content, it was as if the connection had been severed, leaving them completely in the dark. While pondering, Smoker recalled a fellow they had captured a few days earlier on some island, who claimed to be Mr. 11. Having thought of this, he proceeded to probe the captured individual for information, and soon enough, he managed to extract some details. After the inquiry, Smoker and Dasky analyzed the information they had and decided they needed to head for Alabasta. Go quickly contact headquarters and request a permanent log post to Alabasta. Smoker instructed the communications officer standing nearby. Once the communications officer left, Smoker inexplicably smiled, saying, "Then let's go see the Desert Kingdom, Alabasta, and by the way, capture the entire Straw Hat crew." The next morning, as the sun slowly rose, bright sunlight illuminated the Mary. With a splash as Luffy pulled up the anchor, the Mary began its journey for the day. Anchor, a massive iron object used to stop a ship from drifting into unknown waters while everyone is asleep. At this time, everyone on the ship was dressed in down jackets, including Zoro, who often trained without a shirt, and Luffy, whose thinking process was quite unconventional, both wearing down jackets. The sea in this area is simply too cold. Although Ichin has magic to keep warm, he also wore a down jacket to avoid standing out too much from everyone else. "Look, an island. Everyone, I see an island." Luffy, sitting at the bow of the ship, shouted to the others behind him, pointing at the snow-white cliffs in the distance. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to the ship's railing to gaze at the island that Luffy claimed was approaching. "So what, it must be Snow Island," Luffy's face beamed with joy as he gazed at the Snow Island, seemingly eager to go on an adventure there. Noticing Luffy's excited demeanor, Sanji knew he was about to embark on another adventure and contemplated whether to prepare a bento for him right away. Meanwhile, Usopp, shivering from the cold, was mumbling, "In Hot Island, there are dinosaurs. I wonder if Snow Island has snow monsters." Then he comically pretended to choke himself, displaying a ridiculous expression, and said, "Oh no, my old illness will flare up once I set foot on the island." So, hearing this, everyone else reacted with indifference, treating Usopp's antics as just another one of his. However, standing next to Ichin, Abi's had a slightly different reaction, pouting her lips as she casually remarked, "Usopp, your Usopp-style cold jokes aren't funny at all." "Isn't it funny?" "No, I'm not laughing at all. It's not as good as the cold joke Ichin told me. Breathing will kill." Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately expressed his discontent, wanting Abi's to tell him the joke to see if it truly was funnier than his own. After all, how could breathing and dying be considered a cold joke? Seeing Usopp's eagerness to hear, Abi's wasted no time and patiently began to tell this. Once there was a man who liked to tell lies. One day he deceived someone he shouldn't have, and the deceived person told the liar that he was actually a wizard, claiming that he had placed a curse on him that would cause him to die if he breathed. Upon learning he would die if he breathed, the liar stopped breathing and held his breath with all his might just to live one more second in this world. In the end, he couldn't hold it any longer, so he took a breath, and then he discovered that the so-called wizard was actually lying to him. Before Abi's could finish her sentence, Usopp confidently interrupted, as if he had predicted the outcome. Yet Abyss' next line left Usopp dumbfounded. He was beheaded by the self-proclaimed wizard. After finishing, Abi's gave Usopp a dark smile and mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Hearing this, Usopp's jaw dropped in shock as he couldn't help but retort, "What kind of cold joke is that? It's clearly a terrifying event, and he didn't die because of breathing. That's not funny at all right? I never said this cold joke was funny. As long as it's cold enough, it's fine. Besides, if you believe that not breathing will lead to death, then that liar is the real joke." Abi's replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Usopp was slightly taken aback, realizing that the coldness of the story was the joke, and the liar was just a punchline resulting in a cold joke. Having thought this through, Usopp couldn't help but glance at Ichin, curious about what kind of cold jokes he had shared with Abi's. After Sanji's persuasive reasoning, the villagers lowered their weapons. If someone that strong wanted to deceive them, there was no need for such elaborate tricks, though they remained wary nonetheless. Meanwhile, Nami had awakened. When she stepped outside, she was utterly bewildered by her surroundings. She walked over to Ichin and demanded to know what was going on and where on earth they had ended up. Just as Ichin was about to answer, Sanji slid over and explained that they needed to replenish supplies. Nami let out a soft sigh and then followed Ichin and the others as the villagers led them into the village. Zoro and the giant duck meanwhile stayed behind to guard the Going Merry. On the deck, Zoro shed his down jacket, revealing his chiseled abdominal muscles. "I've grown bored of the same monotonous muscle training. Guarding the ship here is also dull. Alright, that settles it. He'll start my winter swimming training." With that, Zoro walked to the ship's railing. Gazing at the icy sea below, he took a deep breath and then plunged in without hesitation. Splash. After diving in, Zoro began swimming with great speed, seemingly unaffected by the bone-chilling temperature of the water. On the other side, Ichin and his group had followed the leading villager to their village. Alright, we'll stop here. Everyone head on home except for those on watch duty. The burly man said to the other villagers. But, are you sure you'll be alright alone? They're so strong, Mr. Dalton. One of the villagers said with concern. Upon hearing this, the man named Dalton smiled. It's fine. If anything goes wrong, you'll give my all to stop them. Besides, with the intuition I've honed over the years, I can tell they won't do anything to harm the village. Seeing Dalton's insistence, the villagers reluctantly dispersed. Even if they stayed, they wouldn't be of much help, so they could only pray that Luffy and his crew were genuinely good people. Before leaving, they told Dalton to be careful and to call for them if anything happened, and only then did they finally depart. After waving goodbye to the crowd, Dalton turned and walked towards Ichin and his group waiting nearby. You all please come to my house first. With that, Dalton led the group towards his home. Along the way, passing residents greeted Dalton, but none asked who Luffy and the others were or where they had come from. Vivi looked at Dalton, who was so trusted by the residents, and felt a pang of emotion. If she were as trusted by the people of Alabasta as he was by his villagers, perhaps the kingdom would not have fallen into rebellion. Soon they arrived at Dalton's house. Once inside, Dalton lit a fire to warm the room. He then began to introduce himself. My name is Dalton. I am a resident of this island and the captain of its guard. I'm Luffy. And am the captain of this ship. I'm Usopp, the bravest warrior of the sea on this ship. Then allow me to ask bluntly, Captain, are you truly here just to purchase supplies? After confirming who the captain was, Dalton got straight to the point. We're just here to buy supplies. Of course, if there's a place worth exploring on this island, that would be even better. Though Luffy didn't understand why he had to be asked again, he answered Dalton anyway. We're also looking for a ship. Luffy had barely finished speaking when Ichin, who had been playing with Apis, suddenly spoke up. Luffy and the others were taken aback. With Ichin around, was there really a need to hire another doctor? Ship's doctor. Aren't you one? Luffy tilted his head, looking at Ichin with confusion. Yeah, there's no need to find another doctor. Sanji added. Ichin gently shook his head. No, being a doctor is just my side gig. So we need to find someone whose main profession is a ship's doctor. Besides, what if we have to split up for some reason and we're not in the same place? What would we do if someone gets hurt? Seeing their lack of understanding, Ichin used the Watif argument. Hearing this, everyone understood the logic. It did make sense. Still, something felt a bit off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Dalton, upon learning that their purpose was to find a doctor, felt his worries ease. As long as they weren't here to massacre or pillage the village, it was fine. Even though the island's only doctor might be taken away, there was no helping it. Those peaks are called the Drum Peaks. In a castle atop the tallest one in the center lives a doctor, the island's only one, who is known as a wit. Indeed, we can. Those mountains are incredibly tall, but what does that have to do with the doctor? Sanji asked, puzzled. Those peaks are called the Drum Peaks. In a castle atop the tallest one in the center lives a doctor, the island's only one, who is known as a witch. So do we set off to find that doctor now, or do we get supplies first? Sanji asked, looking at the distant peaks, and then at Luffy and Ichin. How about this, Sanji? You stay here to buy supplies and look after Nami and Vivi. Luffy and I will go up the mountain to find the doctor. Sound good? As he spoke, Ichin glanced at Luffy. No problem. X2, just as Luffy and Ichin were about to head out, Apis suddenly tugged on Ichin's sleeve. I have a request. Ichin looked down to see Apis pouting, her big eyes welling up with tears as she looked at him. I want to come along too. One look at Apis' sparkling eyes was enough for Ichin to know that if he didn't take her, she would burst into tears without a moment's hesitation. Since Apis had asked so earnestly, how could he refuse? He agreed, gently patting her head with a light smile. All right, come along then. Just as the three were about to leave, Dalton warned them again. There are aggressive rabbits on the snowy mountain path. Please be very careful. That highly skilled witch doctor has a fondness for pickled plums. She's also a 140-year-old grandmother, and whatever you do, don't call her grandma. The three nodded in acknowledgement and then headed up the mountain. Seeing them off, Dalton volunteered to act as a guide for Sanji's group to procure supplies, moving from one village to the next if necessary. Back at the coast, Shuro was flying around searching for traces of Zoro. Oh no, where has Master wandered off? TT. At this moment, Ichin and the others were on their way up the mountain. Ichin initially wanted to fly up quickly, but Luffy insisted on walking, saying he wanted to see the man-eating rabbits Dalton had mentioned. So they ended up hiking up the mountain. Ichin gazed toward the seemingly endless peak above and couldn't help but reminisce about the mountain climbing oath-taking rally his school had organized before the college entrance exams. They said conquering the mountain before the exams would help students relax. Qingfeng Mountain, with an elevation of 2,000 meters. It wouldn't be so bad if the path were direct, but the trail wound back and forth, making it a climb that would take over 10 hours, especially with everyone carrying food and water. As for the school leaders, they took the cable car. That wouldn't have been a big deal except these very people had just proclaimed they would climb to the summit together only to head straight for the cable car the next second. So as the students watched the leader's cable car near the summit, they all raised their middle fingers and offered a few choice words of stellar greetings. To make matters worse, Ichin was a total shootin'. Even a single lap around the track left him gasping for air. Now forcing him to climb such a high mountain was practically a death sentence. Still, as the sun was about to set, Ichin managed to reach the summit just in time to see the sunset. However, the extreme physical exertion took its toll, and he ended up losing his lunch on the nearby flowers and grass. Finally, he joined the others in taking the oath, while watching the setting sun, albeit weakly. But unlike the others who vowed to get into prestigious universities, he declared his ambition to become an online novelist and write a masterpiece. Although his words were out of step with everyone else, no one really paid attention since Ichin had few friends and was practically invisible in class. That night, because there were tents for rent at the summit and the rally lasted 2 days, everyone slept on the mountain. Coming out of his reverie, Ichin opened his eyes to find Luffy and Apis waving their hands in front of him. Ichin, Yachinii, were you asleep? Are you too tired? As he spoke, Luffy turned his back to Ichin and bent over. Just as Ichin was about to give Luffy a love tap, Luffy swiftly hoisted the unprepared Ichin onto his back. If Yachinii needs a carry, Apis can do it too. Seeing that Ichin, who had teleportation, didn't dodge Luffy's captain's carry, Apis assumed. If Yachinii needs a carry, Apis can do it too. Seeing that Ichin, who had teleportation, didn't dodge Luffy's captain's carry, Apis assumed he was truly exhausted. Hearing this before Ichin could speak, Luffy chimed in, "You'd better wait until you're a bit bigger, Apis." Upon hearing that, Apis was quite indignant and started bickering with Luffy. Seeing the two of them playfully arguing over who would carry him, Ichin felt something stir in his heart. It was a strange feeling, one he had never experienced in his original world or on the Western fantasy continent. What could he call it? He couldn't say, but it made him quite happy. "Well then, I really will sleep now, Luffy." While the two were still bickering, Ichin suddenly spoke from Luffy's back. They both stopped, and then Luffy softly replied, "Of course. Sleep peacefully." Meanwhile, Sanji and the others had finished their shopping and returned with Dalton to his home, waiting for Luffy, Ichin, and the others to come back. At that moment, Dalton unexpectedly began to tell the story of the island. After hearing the story, everyone wore angry expressions, with Vivi being the most furious. A king who expelled all the doctors from his country, leaving only 20 as his personal physicians. After hearing the story, everyone wore angry expressions, with Vivi being the most furious. A king who expelled all the doctors from his country, leaving only 20 as his personal physicians. If a commoner fell ill, they had to climb to the castle and beg the king for treatment. Isn't that just holding the citizens' lives hostage to force their obedience? After Vivi's outburst, Dalton continued. Treating the citizens that way was already bad enough, but then they went and did something even worse. When pirates invaded our country, that king fled without putting up any resistance, abandoning his people. Wait, you're saying just 5 people scared off this country's king? Vivi found this unbelievable. It was absurd for just 5. Wait, you're saying just 5 people scared off this country's king? Vivi found this unbelievable. It was absurd for just 5 people to frighten a monarch so badly. That's right, there were only 5 of them. But they were powerful. Still, that's no excuse for the king to flee without a... Exactly. A person like that doesn't deserve to be king. Seeing Dalton's furious expression, Vivi empathized. Being a monarch herself, she held herself to high standards and despised kings who disregarded their people's lives. So, what were those 5 pirates called? Usopp asked curiously. Dalton lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then shook it. Not entirely sure, but the other 4 pirates called their leader Blackbeard. Hearing this, Usopp turned to Vivi. Vivi, do you know Blackbeard? No. Maybe he's a powerful new pirate not yet registered with the Navy. Vivi searched her memory, but found no information about Blackbeard, then explained to Usopp. She knew of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, but this was her first time hearing of Blackbeard. After a moment, Vivi continued, even though we don't know them, given their power to terrify a king like that, they'll probably make a name for themselves soon. The others found Vivi's reasoning sound and dropped the topic of Blackbeard. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the witch doctor was treating a young boy in a village adjacent to the one Sanji and the others were in Bighorn Village. It all started because a child at a restaurant had been crying nonstop since morning. His cries attracted the attention of the witch, who was coming down the mountain to see patients. Seeing the boy crying incessantly, without speaking, she placed him on a nearby sofa and began a physical examination. The boy fell asleep from the pain. After identifying the problem in his lower leg, the doctor began to treat him. I've cured the kid's illness. My fee is 50 of this establishment's assets. The owner immediately protested. What illness costs that much? and my child was just crying. This is extortion, you witch. Before the witch could respond, a reindeer beside her bared its teeth and snarled. In reality, if left untreated, the boy would have died in a couple of days. But to the doctor it was a simple fix, so they didn't realize how serious it was. That's why the reindeer was furious at the man for yelling at his master. As the reindeer was about to charge and gore the owner, the doctor stopped him. Calm down, Chopper. Thank you, doctor. It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel much better. Just then a voice broke the tense atmosphere. It was the boy who had just been treated. He had woken up and was smiling at the doctor. Hearing this, Dr. Kureha also smiled. Seems I got a pretty good tip. This tip will cover the other 49 of the medical fee. And don't forget the pickled plums and food. With that, Kureha let out a peculiar laugh and left the restaurant with Chopper. The owner meanwhile bowed deeply to their retreating figures. I will definitely pay. Thank you. Shuro was flying over Winter Island with Sanfan and Wado Ikamanji, searching for Zoro. Honestly, the moment I take my eyes off him, my master wanders off to who knows where. And Sanfan, my friend, and you the mute brother, when will you two learn to fly on your own? Carrying you is just slowing me down. If it weren't for the fear of Sanfan the mute brother and Wado Ikamanji falling, Shura could fly much faster. At the coast, a massive sailing submarine suddenly surfaced and came to a stop by the shore, its bow shaped like a giant hippopotamus. Seeing this, finally I've returned to my kingdom. Hey. Wapple, seated atop the hippo, gazed at the distant mountain peak and remarked with emotion. Splash. No sooner had Wapple finished his sentimental words than the last sentry stationed here collapsed. 2 other sentries were cruelly pinned under the feet of Wapple's 2 officers. How dare they shoot at us? How foolish. Is my castle still safe, Chess? Wapple, just disembarking from the ship, asked the man with wavy lips under his command. How dare they shoot at us? How foolish. Is my castle still safe, Chess? Wapple, just disembarking from the ship, asked the man with wavy. Then let's hurry back to our castle. I've had enough of being a pirate. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the ship began to march forward, heading towards Bighorn Village. Tatata. From a distance, the number of soldiers appeared to be 1,000 or more. The only sentry who escaped was dragging his wounded body, rushing towards Bighorn Village at top speed, thinking, I must tell everyone those bastards are back. Meanwhile, the 5 at Dalton's house, upon learning that Dr. Kureha was down the mountain, split up to search for her in other villages. Nami and Sanji went as a pair, while Usopp, Vivi, and Igaram formed another group. This time, however, Dalton did not accompany them. Having spent the last hour or two with them, he felt they truly harbored no ill intentions, otherwise they would have just robbed supplies instead of buying them. So Dalton gave the 5 2 maps and let them go on their own while he stayed in the village preparing for the next. On a slope somewhere on the snowy mountain, Zoro was shivering as he walked through the snow. Damn it. I swam too far on a whim. Where is this place? And where is the ship? Everything is snow here. I can't tell. I really can't tell. Just then, Kureha, returning from treating a patient, happened to see the lost Zoro and stopped her sled, which was pulled by Chopper. Seeing this, Zoro was overjoyed and immediately walked towards the sled. Saved? Excuse me, old lady, could you give me a ride to the nearest village? Seeing her just sitting there without answering, Zoro moved closer, looking at Kureha, who remained motionless with a smile and her belly button exposed. He asked in confusion, What's the matter? It's freezing cold, yet you're showing your navel. You're a strange old lady. Hearing this, Kureha finally made a move. She subtly crooked her finger at Zoro, beckoning him to come. Seeing this, Zoro, though puzzled, leaned in a bit. Thud, huh? Ow. Kureha simply said, If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Then, under Zoro's bewildered gaze, she threw a punch that sent him flying backwards. I'm still a vibrant, youthful girl of over 130 years old. After saying that, she looked at Chopper, who was waiting ahead. Let's go, Chopper. I have no time for blind weirdos. Hearing this, Chopper began pulling the sled up the mountain. Just climbing out of the snowdrift, Zoro couldn't help but yell at Kureha's retreating figure. What's with that bizarre old lady spouting such strange nonsense? A cold wind blew, making Zoro shiver again. He decided to do some muscle training to warm himself up. On the other side of the mountain, Luffy was carrying Ichin uphill, with Apis walking beside them. Hey, what kind of animal is that? A rabbit. On the other side of the mountain, Luffy was carrying Ichin uphill, with Apis walking beside them. Hey, what kind of animal is that? A rabbit. The snow hares were now baring their fangs at the trio, letting out shrill cries as if they'd spotted a delicacy. Then they charged at Luffy's group. What are they trying to do? Can you ask them, Apis? Luffy looked down at Apis beside him and asked, how should I put it? They seem to want to eat us. Apis replied to Luffy, watching the snow hares pounce towards them. So they want to eat us. But I don't have time to play with them right now. Saying this, Luffy looked at the snow hares ahead with a helpless sigh. After all, Ichin was still on his back. If he got into a fight, it would wake Ichin up, and that wouldn't do. He had promised to let Ichin have a good sleep before reaching the top. With that thought, Luffy's expression turned serious, and he said calmly, I really don't have time to play with you all now. But how could these snow hares back off just because of his words? They even quickened their pace. Just as they were about to pounce on the trio, an invisible pressure emanated from Luffy, causing all the surrounding snow hares to halt their attack. They also felt a sense of dread from Luffy's presence. That feeling told them clearly if they actually attacked this man, they would die. What did you do, Luffy? They suddenly became so docile. Apis, seeing the snow hares that were just ferociously glaring at them moments ago, now looking all cute and adorable, couldn't help but wonder what Luffy had just done. Hearing this, Luffy scratched his head in bewilderment. I don't know, maybe they changed their minds. Let's keep going, Apis. If Ichin were awake, he would definitely recognize this as the butt of Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, he was truly asleep. Rumble. Just as Luffy and Apis were about to continue their ascent, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Well, what's happening? An avalanche. Apis pointed at the massive snow sliding towards them and shouted a warning to Luffy. No time, Apis, hold on to me. Seeing the rapidly approaching avalanche, Luffy urgently told Apis. The moment Apis grabbed onto him, he didn't hesitate to summon his flash wind boots and took to the air. As for the snow hares, they weren't so lucky being swept down the mountain by the avalanche, though it wouldn't cost them their lives. Watching the avalanche cascade down the mountain, Luffy, now airborne, breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Almost let the avalanche wake Ichin up. Thud. 2664, 2665, 2666, 266. 7. Ugh, what on earth is going on? Zoro, who was doing one-handed handstand push-ups on a rock, was suddenly swept into the snow by the cascading avalanche. The relentless avalanche surged onward, and Vivi, Usopp, and Igaram, who were en route to the neighboring village, were caught in its path, toppled, and buried beneath the crushing snow. As for Sanji and Nami, their situation was far more favorable. With a cry of weather egg heat wall, Nami conjured a barrier of scorching bubbles around them. The towering wave of snow rushing towards them instantly vaporized into a cloud of mist upon contact with the searing wall. However, this protection extended only to the small area where Nami and Sanji stood. The immense remainder of the snow surged past them, cascading towards other parts of the island. Incredible Namiswan. You repelled that avalanche with such grace and power. Sanji gushed from behind her, twisting his body in admiration. In Bighorn Village, Dalton lay on the ground, having taken several of Jess' arrows to shield the villagers. Rage and despair filled the hearts of all who witnessed it. You abandoned this country once. Why have you returned? One villager shouted, finding the courage to confront Wapol, who commanded over 1,000 soldiers. And look what you've done to Dalton and everyone else. The villager raised his blade and charged desperately at Wapol. Get out of here, you cowardly king. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Guh. Before the villager could reach Wapol, dozens of bullets tore through his body. He collapsed, his sword clattering to the ground, life fading from his eyes. Even in death, his eyes remained fixed on Wapol, filled with venomous hatred. You bastards. The villagers, consumed by fury, raised their own weapons, ready to fight to the death. You dare defy my rule? Then die. Consider this a salute to my grand return. Ha ha ha. My soldiers. Kill them all. Wapol commanded without an ounce of mercy. Seeing the villagers' desperate resolve, Wapol ordered his men to slaughter them without hesitation. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountain. The avalanche, impartial in its destruction, swept through Bighorn Village, burying everyone in its path under a blanket of snow. Even the village's sturdy houses were not spared, their structures half submerged and crushed beneath the immense weight of the snow. In a snowy clearing near the village, Vivi burst forth from a snowdrift, gasping for air. Cough. Cough. I never expected to encounter an avalanche. She scanned the area and spotted a familiar long nose protruding from a nearby mound of snow. She rushed over and began digging frantically. Usopp, you're still alive, right? She uncovered his frostbitten face. Usopp, you have to hang on. Don't you dare die. Open your eyes. Vivi pressed her hands against his cheeks, shouting desperately, trying to rouse the unconscious sniper. Sensing he was still breathing, Vivi grabbed his nose and yanked him free from the snowdrift, then gently patted his face a couple of times. As if stirred by the touch, Usopp's lips began to move. I think I saw something. Something not of this world. A beautiful flower field and a river of plum wine. He mumbled, then lapsed back into unconsciousness. Seeing him slip away again, Vivi's panic returned. Don't you dare die. Her cries, though unable to wake Usopp, succeeded in rousing Igaram, who lay nearby. By some stroke of luck, while Usopp and Vivi had been buried, Igaram had been thrown clear of the snow. "Princess, please calm down. We should." Smack, smack, smack. As Igaram was about to suggest taking Usopp back to the village, Vivi, seemingly not hearing him, began slapping Usopp's face, with increasing vigor, the sharp sounds echoing in the cold air. Between slaps, she cried out his name. "Don't die, Usopp. Wake up, Usopp." Seeing the princess so distressed, Igaram chose not to intervene. After 3 intense minutes, Usopp finally regained consciousness, his face swollen and tender. The trio then continued their journey down the road. "Oh, it's so good to be alive. I really thought I was a goner. But is my face a bit swollen?" Usopp asked, his face a mess of lumps. Igaram averted his gaze as if trying to escape the question. Vivi, however, adopted a sweet, innocent tone, replying softly that's just from the frostbite." "Frostbite? Is that so? But my head feels kinda heavy too. Is that also the frostbite? It seems life in a snowy country is truly tough. Oh, and my field of vision seems narrower now. I can only see about 30 degrees. The most important thing now is to figure out where we are and what's going on," Vivi said, deftly changing the subject again. Usopp, finding her logic sound, dropped the topic about his face. After a few more steps, another figure emerged from a snowdrift. Zoro. He stood there hugging himself and muttering, "Man, that was rough. I could have sworn I saw a flower field and some old guy waving at me. Could have thought I'd get caught in an avalanche in this freezing weather. Just my luck. Well, I guess this is a different kind of winter swim." "Zoro, what are you doing here?" Usopp called out, interrupting the swordsman's rambling. Hearing his name, Zoro turned and saw the trio, Vivi and Igaram. And, he squinted, trying to place the man with the bizarre swollen face. Hearing his name, Zoro turned and saw the trio, Vivi and Igaram. And, oh, it's Usopp. After a few seconds of silence, Zoro finally recognized him, thanks to his iconic long nose. "So why are you guys out here? Weren't you heading to the village for supplies?" "That's our line. Weren't you supposed to be watching the ship, eh?" Usopp and Vivi shouted in unison. "Oh, it's Usopp." After a few seconds of silence, Zoro finally recognized him, thanks to his iconic. In the village of Drum Wapple and his 2 officers had just crawled out of the snowdrift. Ignoring the snow-buried village, Wapple led his 2 officers and the 100 soldiers who had emerged after him toward the castle. As for those still buried, Wapple ordered them to eliminate the villagers before returning to the castle. In a drawing room of the castle, the awakened Ichon was discussing the matter of a ship's doctor with Kureha. Meanwhile, Luffy and Apis were chasing Chopper around, the former wanting to eat venison, the latter wanting to pet his fur. Kureha was elegantly savoring her black tea with her long legs crossed, while Ichon, seated across from her, was also taking delicate sips. "So you've come to me looking for a ship's doctor?" "That's right, Madam Kureha. We are indeed in search of one. While I'm grateful for the restoration of my beauty to its peak, I'm afraid I must decline joining your ship. The sea holds no interest for me. Besides, with your own remarkable medical skills, why would you need another doctor?" Minutes earlier, upon their arrival, Kureha had been reluctant to receive them until Ichon mentioned he could restore her to the pinnacle of her youthful appearance. Kureha was skeptical until she saw her face restored to smooth, youthful suppleness by Ichon's retrograde magic. Only then did she invite them in, which led to her current state of admiring her reflection in a mirror. "Because I'm lazy. What kind of reason is that?" "Hee hee." Ichon merely smiled faintly in response. Kureha sighed. "Well, there's no helping it. They'll let my son Chopper serve as your ship's doctor. But he must, of course. Our ship never forces anyone aboard," Ichon replied with a light chuckle. In the castle corridor, Luffy and Apis were still chasing Chopper relentlessly. They had run several more laps around the castle, passing the drawing room, where Kureha and Ichon sat, at least 5 or 6 times. On any normal day, Kureha would have erupted and delivered a youthful maiden punch to Luffy and Chopper. But now she was too engrossed in admiring her own beauty to bother with the ruckus. When the conversation turned to Chopper, Kureha began to recount his past. Because of his blue nose, he was seen as an outcast by the other reindeer. Later, after eating the human fruit, he was banished from the herd entirely. From that moment on, Chopper became a truly solitary reindeer. He yearned for human companionship, but was driven away as a monster, even shot at. On the brink of death, he was saved by a quack doctor named Hyluluk, and from then on he stayed by his side. Because Hyluluk was a wanted doctor under Wapple, he had to be extremely careful with every treatment. However, his cures were often worse than the ailment, leading the populace to refuse sheltering him and to report him immediately. So after every treatment, he and Chopper would have to flee, evading the soldiers' pursuit. Until one day, Chopper mistakenly believed he had found the ingredient for a panacea and eagerly prepared a bowl of miracle medicine for Hyluluk. Not wanting to break Chopper's heart, Hyluluk, already gravely ill and nearing his end, drank the entire concoction. To spare Chopper further grief, he feigned anger and chased him away, spending his remaining days trying to develop a true panacea. The foolish king, in a ploy to capture Hyluluk, spread a false rumor that all the royal physicians were gravely ill. Fearing the island would lose its doctors, Hyluluk rushed to the castle with his finished panacea. Upon realizing it was a trap, he didn't rage at the king's deceit, nor did he curse his own naivety. Instead, he calmly sat down cross-legged on the ground. What a relief. So there are no sick people. I feared our nation was about to lose all its doctors. It turns out I was merely deceived. The 20 doctors and Dalton standing behind Wapol were stunned. His first thought was for the nation's well-being, not his own life. Wapol, however, merely deemed him a fool and ordered his men to open fire. Hyluluk slowly pulled a small bottle of medicine from his satchel. You can't kill me with your guns. Do you know when a person truly dies? Is it when a bullet pierces their... No. Is it when they are struck by an incurable disease? No. Or when they drink a poisonous mushroom soup with no antidote? Still no. True death is when one is forgotten by the world. With that, he poured himself a cup of the my will shall be carried on. As he spoke, the poison spread deep within him. I have lived a wonderful life. Thank you for your companionship, Chopper. He then downed the potion. And in a final explosion, he departed from this world forever. After learning the truth, Chopper was consumed by regret, believing he had caused Hyluluk's death. In his sorrow, he came to me begging to learn medicine. So I taught him everything I know. So do you have a way to heal the wounds in his heart? Ichin let out a soft sigh. Had he been transported here 6 years earlier, he might have been able to save Hyluluk, a man who cared more for his country and its people than his own life. It was a pity he lacked the power to save. With that thought, Ichin offered a smile. Who knows? Perhaps my Luffy and Apis are already close to healing him. They just need a little push. Oh, is that so? Then he'll look forward to it. Kureha Rose walked to a cabinet and took out 2 bottles of red wine, tossing one to Ichin. She flicked off the cap with her thumb and began drinking straight from the bottle. Ichin caught his bottle and did. Boy, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Kureha wiped the wine from her lips and turned to Ichin. Ichin set his bottle on the table and elegantly dabbed his mouth with a white cloth he conjured. Of course. What would you like to know, madam? Is this magic permanent? She asked, gesturing to her smooth, fair face. Of course, as long as I do. Is that so? Quite impressive. Boy. Or rather, I should call you old man. Despite his youthful appearance, Kureha could tell Ichin was far older than he looked. Then again, who would seek such a skill unless they feared the ravages of age? Perhaps he was just an old man who liked to pretend to be young. But that was none of her concern. Ichin chuckled. I'm still a youthful lad. How can you call me an old man? Though his accumulated lifespan over 3 lives did exceed Kureha's by 70 or 80 years, he still felt like a young man at heart. On a hillside not far from Bighorn Village, Zoro and his companions were making their way down the mountain. You said you were swimming in the winter. Yeah, after swimming in the river for a while, I realized I'd drifted too far. Since I didn't know the way back, I started exercising and walking, and then I got lost in the snowy forest. As he spoke, Zoro couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Seeing this, Usopp said in exasperation, just wearing pants, are you an idiot? Hearing this, Zoro retorted, who in their right mind wears a down jacket for a winter swim? True. But why on earth did you go winter swimming in the first place? Forget about what's already past. In short, Usopp, take off your coat and lend it to me. Zoro stared intently at Usopp's fur coat. I refuse because I'm afraid of the cold. Then give me your shoes. No way, I'm afraid of getting frostbite, not even one shoe. No means no, my body is very fragile. Besides, isn't this your own doing? Though Zoro found the point reasonable, he kept staring at the coat on Usopp's back as the cold was nearly driving him senseless. Haven't we seen those buildings somewhere before? Vivi, looking at the structures ahead, barely visible above the heavy snow, quickly recognized it as Bighorn Village. The 4 then continued forward. Bang! 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 Better come out and face your deaths quickly, you can't hold out against us. Daring to defy Lord Wapol, you must be tired of living. One of the leading soldiers shouted at the villagers hiding behind the rooftops. A fierce gunfight was raging in the village, and the villagers were on the losing side. However, the enemies didn't dare to charge recklessly for fear of death. One villager suddenly got hit in the arm by a bullet and cried out in pain before ducking behind the rooftop. Damn it, there are too many of them. We're no match with this few people. If this keeps up. Just then Zoro and the others walked over. Hey, what's the situation here? Zoro asked, approaching the villager. What situation? Isn't it obvious? Wapol soldiers are trying to wipe us all out. The villager said, clutching his wound. What? As king, the first thing he does upon returning is to kill his own people. Hearing this, Vivi gasped and covered her mouth in shock. If I don't recognize him as our king. He's nothing but an exploiter. The villagers sneered. You should leave now, or you'll die here with us. None of them showed any intention of leaving. Usopp looked around and asked the villager, where's Mr. Dalton? Cough. Mr. Dalton. He got buried in the snow while blocking the attacks for us. As he spoke, the villager couldn't help but sob. If we don't dig Mr. Dalton out soon, he might. What? You're saying Mr. Dalton was? Before they could continue, Zoro cut in. So that means they're the Tell me they're the enemies. Usopp was taken aback, then turned to look at Zoro, who was fixated on the enemy's sweaters. They are indeed the enemies, but why are you so worked up? Whoosh. Upon confirming they were the enemies, Zoro flashed forward, delivered an uppercut to the nearest soldier, knocked him to the ground, quickly stripped off his clothes, and put them on. All warm now. Seeing their comrade taken down, the other soldiers all raised their guns and fired at Zoro. Bang, bang, bang. Zoro, watch out. Usopp warned urgently. Vivi and the others also held their breath for Zoro, thinking with so many guns aimed at him, he'd be riddled with bullets. As hundreds of bullets flew toward him, Zoro didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his hands high, tilted his head slightly, and smiled at the sky. Here they come. Just as the soldiers and villagers thought Zoro was courting death, 3 swords suddenly descended from the sky. 2 of them landed perfectly in Zoro's hands. The third was caught between his teeth as he looked up. In the next instant, Zoro crossed the 2 swords above his head and swung a fierce slash forward. Whoosh. The hundreds of bullets about to strike Zoro were all split in half and sent flying back toward the soldiers. Seeing this, a few cowardly soldiers dropped to their knees, terror filling their eyes as they stared at Zoro. No way. How could anyone cut through this many bullets at once? Don't panic, that must have been luck. Keep firing. If guns don't work, we'll use our swords. Seeing morale wavering, the lead soldier quickly tried to calm the others. However, after he said that, he noticed the soldiers around him weren't encouraged, but instead looked terrified, as if they'd seen a ghost, hastily backing away. Strange, why is everyone looking at me with such fearful eyes? The enemy is a bit strong, but not enough to make them this scared of me after I gave the order. Why do they retreat a step every time I step forward? Oh, I see. So that's why everyone is so afraid. The lead soldier thought, looking at his body that had already moved. A headless corpse was walking toward the soldiers, but after 5 or 6 steps it collapsed onto the snow, blood staining the ground. Seeing this, the soldiers in front dropped their guns in terror, knelt before Zoro, who was scratching his head and dared not move. Tisk, my hand slipped. I didn't mean to decapitate him. I shouldn't have swung with my eyes closed. As he spoke, Zoro slapped his own forehead. Tisk, my hand slipped. I didn't mean to decapitate him. I shouldn't have swung with my eyes closed. As he spoke, no more, we surrender. As they spoke, the soldiers quickly kowtowed to Zoro several. As for the soldiers behind, they were dealing with Sanji. After Sanji and the others returned and got shot at for no reason, they had a friendly chat. After witnessing Sanji's culinary kicks, the soldiers calmed down, laid down their weapons, and stopped fighting. After the soldiers surrendered, they joined the rescue efforts, digging through the snow to find the villagers and soldiers still buried beneath. Once the group had unearthed Dalton and the others, they began their ascent up the mountain, for the number of wounded requiring treatment was far too great. Those taken down by Zoro were fortunate in a sense. They were dead beyond the need for healing. But the 200 or so felled by Sanji had ribs cracked in varying degrees and thus required medical attention. As for the villagers, the vast majority had suffered gunshot wounds, while Dalton bore not only bullet wounds, but arrow wounds as well. On the path up the mountain, both soldiers and villagers alike kept a wide berth from Zoro, fearing that a single misstep might provoke him and cost them their heads. It wasn't merely the fear of death that drove them, it was the sheer horror of the decapitation itself. They had killed before, but always with guns. Never had they witnessed the ghastly sight of a head severed from its body. What was most unsettling of all was that the headless body could still take a few steps before collapsing. Seeing them all give him such a wide berth, Zoro said nothing, though he found their inexplicable fear of him rather peculiar. Why are they all so afraid of Zoro? What happened? The ever-curious Nami asked Vivi. Well, the swordsman sent one of the enemy soldiers' heads rolling, so that's why they're all so terrified of him, Vivi recalled with a lingering shudder. Though killing an enemy was a normal occurrence, she had never witnessed such a gory spectacle before. Even Usopp's legs were trembling. Had Zoro not been a comrade, he swore he would have bolted at the very sight of that decapitation, and never once looked back. Hearing this, Nami let out a faint sigh. I never knew you had such a penchant for sending heads rolling, Zoro. I have no such interest. It was merely an accidental slash to his neck. Zoro wore an expression of feigned innocence as he rebutted Nami. Catching sight of Wapol approaching the castle, Chopper dashed frantically into the living room. This is bad, Dr. Kureha. Wapol and his men are back. Hearing this, Kureha gave a slight nod. Is that so? Then let's go and drive them off. With that, she rose and made her way out of the castle. Seeing this, Ichin downed the red wine in his hand in one gulp and followed her out. Outside the castle, Wapol and his men had already arrived not far from the castle gates. My castle is just as magnificent as ever. Now let us prepare for the restoration of my kingdom. Wapol bellowed with laughter as he gazed upon his former stronghold. But as his eyes drifted upward toward the castle's peak, his grating laughter abruptly ceased. There atop the castle flew a Jolly Roger emblazoned with a skull and cherry blossom petals. What is the meaning of this? What is that strange flag doing up there? Where is the flag of the Drum Kingdom? Wapol roared in fury, his face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes bulging wide as if they were about to spit fire. Just then a man and a reindeer emerged from the castle. That piece of trash was burned to ashes by me long ago. So you've finally shown yourself, Dr. Kureha. Wait. Something's not right. Wapol turned his furious gaze toward the castle gates, but his expression shifted from anger to bewilderment. He was certain that the bewitching laughter belonged to none other than Kureha, yet his memories told him she was neither this young nor this beautiful. The insults he had prepared died on his lips, replaced by two words that slipped out rapidly. Who the hell? Kureha chuckled softly, lowering her head slightly before placing her left hand on her slender waist and running her right hand through her golden wavy locks. How rude of you, Wapol. Is it that I've merely gained a bit of weight around the waist and lost a few wrinkles on my face, and you no longer recognize me? It seems you are not only foolish but also forgetful. I am the very Dr. Kureha you speak of, you irredeemable fool. Nonsense. There's a limit to jokes, woman. Kureha is a hag over 130 years old. There's no way you could be her. Whatever. Whoever you are, since you've dared to occupy my castle, you can just die. With that, Wapol gestured to those behind him, and over 100 soldiers raised their guns, awaiting only his command to pull the triggers. Oh no. Seeing the 100-odd gun barrels trained on them, Chopper tried to pull Kureha back into the castle for cover, but it was too late. At Wapol's signal, a barrage of bullets flew toward them, and there was no escaping the dense onslaught. Unwilling to let Kureha come to harm, Chopper shielded her with his own body. Just as the bullets were about to strike him, and he braced for death, Luffy flashed in front of him, blocking the volley. Why? Why don't I feel anything? As Chopper opened his eyes, he saw Luffy standing before him, having taken the bullets meant for him. Why? Why did you save me? You could have died. Chopper shouted at Luffy, who stood protectively before him. Luffy merely offered a faint smile. Didn't I just say it? I want you to become my crewmate. How could I let you die here? Besides, I'm not about to die from mere bullets. With that, Luffy deflected every bullet that had struck him, sending them ricocheting back. Phew. What a fool, blocking bullets for a monster. Wait, why are the bullets flying back? Just as Wapol began to mock Luffy's actions, he noticed that the man hadn't fallen, bore no traces of blood, and had even reflected the bullets. He immediately leaped off his hippo and took cover behind its rear. Ayart. Thud. What's going on? Is he a devil fruit user? Damn it. He bounced the bullet. Watching his soldiers fall one by one for lack of cover, Wapol cursed Luffy inwardly. Of course, the most significant loss was his hippo mount, which had also been struck by gunfire and collapsed to the ground. Monster. The 30-odd soldiers who were still alive, upon seeing that Luffy could actually ricochet bullets, were instantly frightened out of their wits, their eyes bulging, as they involuntarily stumbled back a few steps. Chopper too stared in shock, his eyes wide. Did his stomach just stretch? What on earth is he? It's the power granted to him by the devil fruit he ate. Ichon said with a light chuckle as he emerged from the castle. Don't you dare retreat. So what if he can bounce bullets? Bring out the blades and cut down that straw hat brat. Get moving. If you don't, he'll devour you all before that brat even gets a chance to strike. Seeing the soldiers still cowering in hesitation, Wapol roared at them in fury. Hearing this, the soldiers had no choice but to draw their swords and charge at Luffy, for they feared being swallowed alive by Wapol even more than they feared being beaten. Seeing the soldiers charging at him, Luffy immediately stepped forward, spinning his left arm in wide circles, clearly preparing to send them all flying with a single punch. Gum gum. Whip. Just as everyone expected a punch, Luffy suddenly kicked out, sending a powerful leg sweep at the oncoming soldiers. Wham! Gaia! Thud! 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 The charging soldiers were sent flying back onto the snowy ground, battered by the relentless kicks from Luffy's sandals. How about that? Surprised, huh? This is a move Ichin taught me. Striking. West to attack east. Luffy said, retracting his extended right leg as he struggled to recall the term for a moment. Striking west to attack east indeed, Ichin thought. But upon reflection, Luffy had indeed made a feint to the west while attacking from the east. Deciding not to correct Luffy's phrasing, Ichin let it slide. What a useless bunch. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. With that, Wapol activated his devil fruit power, expanding his body to 3 or 4 meters tall and sprouting 2 large cannons from his form. His afro-headed and wavy-lipped officers also joined the fray to assist him. Wapol thought to himself, how could a pirate flag be flying atop his own castle? He aimed his cannons at the flag above the castle and fired. Oh no, Dr. Hiraluk's flag. Chopper's heart tightened as he saw the cannonball flying toward the flag. That was the flag Hiraluk had passed down to him. Just as the cannonball was about to strike the flag, Ichun, who had been standing at the castle gate, vanished from his spot and reappeared beside the flag in the next instant. Just as Chopper, Wapol, and the others expected Ichun to be blown away, he simply extended his index finger and lightly tapped the cannonball. The projectile dissolved into particles of light and dissipated into the air. This is impossible. All 3 of them, Wapol and his officers, cried out in disbelief. Seeing Ichun make the cannonball vanish with just a flick of his finger, Chopper exclaimed in awe. Look out! While Wapol and his men were still reeling from Ichun's astonishing ability, Luffy had already closed the distance and appeared right before them. Gum gum. Thunder Gatling. Boom, boom, boom. Wapol and his officers tried to counterattack, but they were utterly overwhelmed by Luffy's relentless barrage of punches which rained down on them like a thunderstorm. Wah! Uh-huh. As Luffy's fists flew at blinding speed, the electricity crackling from his gauntlets began to jolt Wapol and his men. Dalton and the villagers, meanwhile, were staring in utter astonishment at the stunningly beautiful Kureha before them. One of the villagers pointed at the injured and said to Kureha, "You've got to be kidding." Finally, Luffy delivered a powerful charged punch that sent the 3 of them flying into the sky, much like a certain cartoon wolf being launched into the distance. Later that afternoon, Zoro and the others who had been at the foot of the mountain arrived at the castle and reunited with Ichun and the rest. Dalton and the villagers, meanwhile, were staring in utter astonishment at the stunningly beautiful Kureha before them. One of the villagers pointed at the injured and said to Kureha, "You've got to be kidding. Isn't Kureha a 139-year-old hag? Miss, don't joke around. Please go get the old lady Kureha out here to treat everyone, or else." The moment the villager mentioned the word old lady a second time, Kureha flashed in front of him, raised her long leg high, and sent him sprawling to the ground with a single kick. "Are you all blind? Can't you see that I am Kureha? I've merely become a bit younger, you little brats." After kicking the villager down, Kureha said with a displeased look, "Oh, my beautiful lady, this must be a God-sent encounter." At that moment, Sanji, seemingly pulling a rose from thin air, placed it between his teeth and knelt on one knee, professing his love to Kureha with a dramatic flourish. Didn't this guy just hear what Ichin said? She's a 139-year-old woman, and Sanji's still trying to hit on her. Usopp, standing next to Vivi, couldn't help but complain. You've known him long enough to know how Sanji is. How should I put it? In Ichin's words, he's a Lucist. If someone's pretty regardless of age or species, he'll willingly become their loyal dog. Right, Ichin? After speaking, Zoro looked over at Ichin. Hearing this, Ichin wasn't sure whether to nod or shake his head. If he didn't nod, he'd be making a fool of Zoro. But if he nodded, wouldn't he be implying that he also agreed Sanji was a Lucist? Although Sanji did indeed have a thing for beautiful women. Since neither option was ideal, Ichin simply smiled, offering a tacit acknowledgement. Luffy, meanwhile, was still chasing Chopper around the castle. "Come on, join us and be a pirate," Luffy shouted, laughing as he ran after Chopper. Soon night fell. As Luffy, Ichun, and the others were discussing their departure at the castle gate, Chopper suddenly emerged from the small forest nearby. Seeing Chopper appear after hiding for so long, Luffy was overjoyed and shouted with a big grin, "Come be a pirate with us, Chopper." Hearing this, Chopper lowered his head in hesitation, letting his hat cover his eyes so that Luffy and the others couldn't see his expression. "It's impossible, because I'm a reindeer with a blue nose. I'm not even the same species as you. Even though I really want to be a pirate, I'm a monster that's neither reindeer nor human. Someone like me can't be your crewmate." His initially strong voice weakened as he spoke, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, looking as if he might burst into tears at any moment. So thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I've decided to stay. But we'll meet again someday. If you ever miss me, come find me here." Chopper forced a smile as he addressed the crew. Instead of saying goodbye, Luffy looked up at the sky and shouted, "You talk too much. Just come with us now." Hearing Luffy insist on having him aboard, Chopper finally couldn't hold back his tears. At that moment he knew he had found companions who would accept him. Seeing this, everyone broke into smiles. It seemed they were about to gain another crewmate. As evening fell, after bidding farewell to Kureha, Chopper followed Luffy and the others down the mountain path. Just as they reached the coast, a resounding boom echoed from above the castle. Gazing at the drifting cherry blossoms, Chopper realized this was Kureha's farewell gift, the miracle cure that Hiralik had devoted his life to. Gazing at the drifting cherry blossoms, Chopper realized this was Kureha's farewell gift, the miracle cure that Hiralik had devoted his life to creating. Looking up at the magnificent cherry blossom clouds, Luffy and Nami exclaimed in admiration, "So beautiful." Even Ichin was captivated, for pink was the most pleasing color to his eyes. After Luffy and the others boarded the ship, the white snowflakes on Drum Island were all tinted a soft pink by the cherry blossoms above the castle, transforming into beautiful petals. From the ship, the Drum Peak, where the castle stood, now resembled a colossal cherry blossom tree. Chopper stood at the railing, staring blankly at the castle. "Goodbye, Kureha. I'm going to start my adventure now together with my crew." Soon Luffy and the others gathered around him. "Here, have a drink with us, Chopper," Usopp said with a smile, offering him a glass of juice. "Come sing and dance with us. I can teach you if you don't know how." Sanji gave Chopper a gentle pat on the back. Luffy meanwhile held out a pair of chopsticks. "Chopper, you should try sticking these up your nose." Hee hee. Startled, Chopper instinctively stepped back, unaccustomed to such warm treatment. "Little Chopper, aren't you?" Just then Ichin caught him from behind, preventing him from backing up any further and potentially falling into the sea. He gently held the shy reindeer in place. "Join in." Chopper looked at Luffy and the others, who were singing, dancing, and playing cards together. "Haha, you're one of them now, part of this crazy bunch. They might lack common sense, but they're your crew now, so you'll have to get used to it," Nami said with a warm smile. Before Chopper could respond, Ichin raised his hand. "Hey, I think I have some." Apis, standing beside Ichin, wanted to retort, but she knew she was clueless about the sea, so she pouted in frustration. Seeing this, Nami quickly waved her hands. "I didn't mean you, Apis. You're still young, it's normal not to know these things." Hearing this, Apis' pout turned into a smile. "As for you, Ichin, you might have common sense, but you're definitely clueless in some areas. You're a fool." Having soothed Apis, Nami turned to Ichin, her smile turning into a resigned sigh as she crossed her arms. "Me? A fool? In what way?" Ichin pointed at himself, a puzzled expression on his face. "He not telling you. They'll let you be a Nami playfully stuck out her tongue. "Run fast, why were you frozen in the river? You had me so worried," Vivi asked, holding the large duck she had just pulled from the icy water. "Quack, quack, quack." The duck quacked loudly, flapping its wings frantically, as if trying to explain. "Haha, he probably slipped and fell in. What a clumsy duck," Zoro said with a grin. "Quack, quack, quack. Hamo, okay, I see." After listening to the duck's quacks, Chopper understood what had happened. He then translated for the others. A guy named Zoro jumped into the river for a swim and disappeared. I thought something had happened to him, so I jumped in to save him, and look what happened to me. Zoro was stunned, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Is that so? Huh. Bang. You're the one who caused all this." Despite his attempt to hide his embarrassment with a laugh, Nami sent him crashing to the deck with a single punch. "Hey Chopper, I didn't know you could talk to animals," Vivi said, looking at Chopper in surprise. Chopper was taken aback for a moment. Though he found the question strange, he answered simply, "Well, I am an animal myself, so isn't it normal for me to be able to talk to them?" "That's amazing, Chopper. Not only do you have incredible medical skills, but you can also talk to animals," Nami praised, clapping her hands together with a smile. Unable to contain his joy, Chopper began to wiggle his little bottom. "Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy, you idiot. Medical skills." Chopper is a top-notch doctor who inherited Kureha's medical knowledge, Ichin explained, since Nami only knew about his skills from Ichin and not the full story. "What? You're a doctor, Chopper? That's amazing, Chopper. But with Ichin around, your medical skills don't seem that necessary." Zoro mused, resting his chin on his hand. "So why did you all bring him on board in the first place?" Ichin, Luffy, and Apis each gave their reasons. Luffy, he's a reindeer that can transform, a fun playmate. Apis, he's so cute. Ichin, to hang on the ship as a mascot. Emergency rations, Sanji added from the side. Chopper instinctively took a few steps back. The first two reasons were fine, but the last two were absurd. Hanging on the ship was one thing, but emergency food. He wondered if it was too late to get off the ship. Boom. Sanji's words were barely out when Nami's fist connected with his face, sending him to the ground. "Don't scare him like that." Miss Nami's fist and my head had a little date. Hee hee. Sanji, sprawled on the deck with a large bump on his head, said dreamily, his eyes turning into hearts. "Sorry about that, Chopper. He's just joking, don't take it to heart." Hey, you're actually doing it. As Nami tried to reassure Chopper, she saw him actually stick the chopsticks up his nose and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was too late. Chopper, who had just come aboard, had already caught Luffy's silliness. Soon the ship was filled with lively chatter and laughter once more. Seeing this, Chopper smiled from the bottom of his heart. For the first time. I feel so happy. In a part of the forest, a man clad in a swan costume with lipstick smeared across his lips grips his subordinate's neck. Oh my dear navigator. May I ask what we are here to do? Cough. We are following the boss orders. To eliminate Mr. 3 on the direct route from Alabasta to Little Garden. The navigator, though struggling to breathe, answered with difficulty, without resisting. Then why is there not a single trace of Mr. 3 to be seen now? Or did you miss his ship on the way here? As he spoke, Mr. 2 shoved the navigator against a tree. You know, if we fail to eliminate Mr. 3, Mr. 1 and his partner will come to kill me. I am deeply sorry. Lord Von Cray. Hearing this, Mr. 2 let out a sigh and then declared loudly to his subordinates, if we don't find Mr. 3, he'll take you all out before Mr. 1 even gets the chance. On the way back, keep your eyes peeled. Don't miss a single ship. Aboard the Going Merry, Nami was studying a sea chart with Vivi beside her. The course is correct. It seems we'll reach Alabasta soon. Yes, I'm finally going back. On the deck, Sanji was interrogating Luffy. Luffy pursed his lips, averted his gaze, and waved his hand dismissively. I don't know anything. I can't understand a word you're saying. Hearing this, Sanji crouched down, lifted Luffy's chin, and demanded, explain yourself. Why did the perfectly portioned 10-person meal I prepared 2 days ago vanish overnight? Seeing Sanji looking like he wanted to devour him, Luffy resolutely chose to ignore him. Seeing Luffy's stubborn refusal to answer, Sanji slowly stood up, then feigned curiosity and looked at Luffy's mouth. Hey Luffy, what's that thing stuck to your lips? Hearing this, Luffy panicked. Oh no, I forgot to wipe my mouth after eating. Oof. He realized had been tricked by Sanji and closed his eyes, bracing for punishment. So it was you glutton, who ate it all. In the next instant, Sanji delivered a flying kick to Luffy, sending him hurtling backward until he slammed against the wall. I'm done with you. He then looked up at Nami, who was still studying the charts. You see, Namison, that big birdcage can't hold this idiot anymore. We should buy a padlock for the fridge. You're right, this is a matter of life and death. He'll consider it. Nami sighed, her face full of exasperation with Luffy. Then, as if a thought struck her, she added, if it gets really bad, we could ask Ichin if he knows any magic to temporarily seal someone's mouth shut. Sanji chuckled at that. That's certainly a good idea. But speaking of which, where are Ichin and Apis? He noticed their absence on the deck and asked Nami. They're probably still sleeping in their room. Nami replied, tapping her lips with a finger. Haha, that little Apis sure is attached to Ichin. She won't even let him leave when she's asleep. Vivi giggled from the side. Inside the room, Ichin was yawning, ready to get up. But as he tried to get out of bed, he felt his hand being held by Apis, who was still asleep. Don't be afraid, princess. I, the Demon Dragon King, will surely rescue you from the hero's clutches. Ichin was thoroughly amused by Apis' sleep-talking. It seemed the story he told her last night, the Demon Dragon King's daring rescue of the princess imprisoned by the hero, had really sparked her imagination. Though he wasn't sure why she identified with the Demon Dragon King instead of the princess, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps she found the idea of waiting to be rescued boring. With that thought, he gently placed her small hand back on the bed, tucked her and pinched her cheek affectionately, and left the room satisfied. It was worth noting that the meticulous Ichin had redecorated all the cabins, equipping each one with a plush large soft bed. Especially for Luffy's room, the bed was truly enormous. However, because Zoro and the others complained about Luffy's death rolls during sleep, they asked Ichin to replace the giant bed with several larger hammocks. As for Ichin and Apis, they shared a room, of course. However, after putting Apis to sleep, Ichin often returned to the deck to sleep under the sea breeze, leading Apis to mistakenly believe he was just an early riser. On the deck, Sanji suddenly looked over at Usopp, Chopper, and the big duck, who were fishing. Sensing something, he walked towards them. As Sanji approached, the three quickly swallowed the half-eaten food in their mouths. We're trying to catch a fish for Sanji. Usopp suddenly declared loudly, as if to prove his dedication. Oh, and can you actually catch? Feeling Sanji right behind him, Usopp turned his head with a shudder and stammered, probably. He turned back to fake fishing. Just then, Sanji's hands slowly came to rest on Usopp's and the duck's heads. The next second, he slammed their heads together. Wham! Don't think I didn't hear you chewing. You three accomplices. He clapped his hands and sighed. I really have to guard against fire theft, and you lot. Several days earlier at the East Blue Marine headquarters, in a conference room, senior East Blue Marine officers were discussing matters concerning the Straw Hat Pirates. That maverick smoker didn't even bother to inform us before chasing after the straw hats. It's really disrespectful. He could have at least said something beforehand, one fat vice admiral complained. Calm down, fat Bo. Captain Smoker is just eager to bring those criminals to justice, a thin man beside him consoled. I understand that, but what if a powerful pirate enters Logue Town and harms the citizens while he's away? Fat Bo slammed his fist on the table. All right. Nothing happened. A new officer has already taken over Logue Town. Calm down, the thin vice admiral said, patting Fat Bo's shoulder. Enough, Fat Bo Thin Chai. Although Smoker is at fault, you two shouldn't be making snide remarks about him. If you're capable, go and bring him back yourselves. Otherwise, stop your insinuations in this conference room, the elderly vice admiral seated at the head of the table said in a deep, stern voice. The two vice admirals were silenced by the reprimand. Seeing this, the elderly vice admiral sighed. If only Smoker weren't so headstrong, he would have been promoted long ago. He then continued, keeping Smoker in the East Blue is a waste of his talents. So let him be. Perhaps he belongs at the headquarters. As he spoke, he looked towards the rear of the room. Commodore Loda. Yes. Loda quickly stood up and saluted upon hearing his name. You should be familiar with the Straw Hat's strength. So I'm assigning you a task: assist Smoker in capturing them. If you succeed, there might be a position for you at the headquarters. So give it your all. With that, before Loda could even agree, the old vice admiral ended the meeting, also ordering a message be sent to headquarters to deliver an eternal pose for Alabasta to Loda once he entered the Grand Line. In the Grand Line, Loda was on the deck staring at the eternal pose in his hand, lost in thought. When he eventually met the Straw Hats, should he pretend to be sick or play dead? Alabasta Kingdom, the outer city of Nanohara on the coast. On the deck of the Going Merry, Nami was briefing Ichin and the others. Everyone listen to me first. Please don't act on your own instincts or we'll be exposed. Though given our strength it wouldn't matter much, it's still better to avoid unnecessary trouble. No problem, Namaswan. You're too late, Nami. The one who needed to hear that most is already up, Zoro remarked. That idiot, does he only know how to act on instinct? Nami couldn't help but shout. Don't worry, Namaswan. We just need to go to the most bustling place to find him. If that fails, I'll go look for him. As he spoke, Sanji also jumped off the ship. I can't go into town with Karu and Igaram. It would be too easy for the citizens to recognize me here. While Nami was still fuming over Luffy running off, without a word Vivi spoke up. It's alright, I have a good idea. You all can. Usopp raised his hand to suggest. 10 minutes later, Ichin and the others walked through the streets, surrounding Vivi the large duck and Igaram, who were draped in green cloaks. This is your great idea? I feel like this draws even more attention. Nami, walking to Vivi's right, complained to Usopp behind her after noticing the strange looks from the residents. Hearing this, Usopp gave an awkward laugh. Small problem, small problem. Being stared at is better than being directly recognized, right? Soon the group arrived at a small abandoned roofless house. After entering, Vivi and the other two removed their green cloaks. Vivishin, we can avoid prying eyes here, Sanji said, blowing out a puff of smoke. Vivi gave a slight nod and began to explain her plan to the group. First, we need to go to an oasis called Yuba to resolve the uprising, as it's the rebel army's stronghold. However, to reach Yuba, we must cross the desert. This requires a large supply of water and food, so we need to stock up here before we set out. After she finished, everyone turned to look at Ichin. What? Why is everyone looking at me? Ichin's forehead seemed to pop out 3 question marks as all eyes fell on him. The captain isn't here, so we should follow the vice captain's orders, Zoro reminded him, resting his hand on his forehead in exasperation. Hearing this, Ichin nodded thoughtfully. Alright then. He'll go find Luffy. Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper will gather supplies. Zoro, you're in charge of staying here to protect Nami and Apis. No problem. After everyone agreed, they began to move out. Just as Ichin was about to leave, Apis latched onto his leg. Seeing her pouting, Ichin knew he'd have to take her along. In the open desert, Luffy was looking around. This place doesn't look like it has any food restaurants either. Damn it, where the heck is this place? Luffy shouted at the sky from among the sand dunes. However, Luffy soon remembered he could fly. He rose straight up into the air, stopping at about a dozen meters high to survey his surroundings. Finally, he spotted the city where Ichin and the others were. After confirming the direction, Luffy flew towards it. Remembering Vivi's advice before disembarking about not drawing too much attention, he landed before reaching the town and began walking. What he didn't know was that after landing he got the direction wrong again and missed the town entirely. Meanwhile, at the market, Sanji and the others were shopping for supplies. Sniff, cough. As they walked, Chopper suddenly coughed in discomfort. Chopper, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Chopper's pained expression, Sanji crouched down and asked with concern. There's a strange smell around here. Chopper sniffed again and confirmed. Hearing this, Sanji took a deep breath of the air. Ah, that's the scent of perfume. Perfume. I really don't like this smell. Hey, Chopper said to Sanji, sticking out his tongue as if about to die. But just as Chopper turned his head, Sanji was gone. Sigh, that guy's habit is acting up again. Usopp sighed as he watched Sanji flirting with a girl not far. Seeing Chopper's confusion, Usopp began to explain seriously. That guy has a disease where he itches all over if he doesn't flirt with a woman. Hearing this, Chopper was stunned. Had never heard of such a strange disease. Truly the world is vast, and all sorts of illnesses exist. I see, I understand now, Chopper nodded in reply. Since it was a disease, there was no helping it. What do you understand? I was just making that up and you actually believed it. I hope Sanji doesn't beat me up. With that thought, Usopp decided it was better to split up. It was definitely not, because he was afraid of getting a combined beating from Sanji and Chopper later. Definitely not. Hey Chopper, I need to go buy my own stuff, so we'll be leaving for a bit. Remember to tell Sanji for me, okay? Before Chopper could say a word, Usopp ran off, though he genuinely was going to shop. Seeing Usopp leave, Chopper turned his gaze to Sanji. Sanji was holding the hand of a beautiful woman with a ponytail, speaking softly, "My beautiful lady, that outfit of yours is gorgeous. This rare fragrance is nothing compared to your charm." As he spoke, Sanji's face inched closer and closer. The girl whose hand he held was quite shy, leaning back as far as she could as Sanji advanced. Perhaps because Sanji wasn't her type, her expression was one of, well, polite refusal. The resistance was even more evident on the face of her twin-tailed friend behind her. "How about it? Care to join me for a cup of tea?" "Ah, eek." At that moment, Chopper suddenly appeared behind Sanji and bit down on his pants, pulling them down to reveal his leggings. This caused the two sisters in front of Sanji to run away in embarrassment. "Chopper, what are you doing?" "I was just having a good chat." "What about you? What are you doing?" "Buying supplies is more important right now. Even if it's because you need to treat your illness." Sanji let out a light sigh. "I know, don't worry. But what illness are you referring to?" Seeing Sanji's confusion, Chopper relayed the conversation he had with Usopp. "That Usopp is spouting nonsense again. He was lying to you." "What? He lied to me?" "Forget it, we can deal with him together when we get back. For now, let's focus on buying." Seeing Chopper so uncomfortable, Sanji comforted him. "It's alright. If it's too much, just wait here. I can do the shopping alone." Seeing Chopper so uncomfortable, Sanji comforted him. "It's alright. If it's too much, just wait here. I can do the shopping alone." Hearing this, Chopper looked puzzled. "Are you sure you'll be okay alone?" The moment Chopper finished speaking, Sanji had vanished. Looking ahead, they saw Sanji shouting, "I'm coming, my beautiful ladies," before disappearing from sight. Chopper. Alabasta, capital Alyabarna city center. Two figures, one tall and one small, were strolling side by side along the street. "Yachinii, is it really okay if we don't go find Luffy?" "It's fine. When Luffy's at his limit, he'll naturally come find us." Hearing this, Apis was taken aback for a moment. She thought it over, feeling something was slightly off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. As long as Luffy ended up reuniting with everyone, it was fine, so she decided not to dwell on it. Hearing a commotion, Apis pointed towards the palace gates, which were surrounded by a crowd of people. "Yachinii, something seems to be happening over there." Hearing this, Ichin grasped Apis' small hand and instantly teleported above the palace gates, using a spell to diminish their presence. The reason wasn't that Ichin was nosy, but that Apis was curious. When she said something was happening, Ichin knew, without asking, that she wanted to see the excitement. It was like walking with a girlfriend. If she suddenly stopped, it meant she was interested in something. That was when one needed to be attentive. At that moment, Apis was curiously looking down. Below, the crowd was pushing against the guards at the gates, seemingly intent on forcing their way into the palace. "Please let us see the king. How much longer must this civil strife continue? The drought has left us with nothing to eat, and now the rebellion forces us to eat the very dirt from the ground. Please save my child. I have no milk left for him, and he is starving to death." At once, lamentations filled the air, and the cries of infants were unceasing. Despite this, the guards did not allow a single person to step into the castle. However, due to the sheer size of the crowd, the guards were being pushed back step by step. "Please let us speak with the king. Do you intend for us to simply await our deaths like this?" Creak. Just as the guards were about to be pushed to the very doorstep, the gates suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man with short black hair stepped out from within. "King Cobra, are you just going to watch us starve to death? Do you even deserve to be called a king with such a cold and heartless demeanor?" The refugees suddenly yelled, "King Cobra, are you just going to watch us starve to death? Do you even deserve to be called a king with such a cold and heartless demeanor?" After they spoke, the crowd resumed their angry shouting, accusing Cobra of inaction. Seeing them push with increasing force, the guards shouted loudly, "How dare you show such disrespect to His Majesty? Stand back, my guards." Just as the guards were about to forcefully push the refugees back, Cobra suddenly spoke up. As he spoke, Cobra stepped forward, then bowed his head slightly towards the crowd. I apologize. My inadequacy has caused you all to suffer such immense pain. Saying this, Cobra turned slightly. Those who wish to speak with me, please come in. Pour out your grievances to me. All I can do now is share in your suffering. Please bear with this for a little longer. I swear I will restore this country to its former prosperity and peace, even if it costs me my very life. After hearing this, the refugees conferred among themselves and sent a few representatives into the palace. After welcoming them, Cobra looked up at the sky. Are you safe now? Where are you now, and what are you doing, Vivi? Alabasta is truly in a turbulent time. With that thought, Cobra turned and walked back into the palace. Ichin and Apis, who had been hovering above the gates, had long since vanished from their spot. Ichin had already accomplished his goal here, and Apis, seeing that it wasn't a spectacle but a sorrowful situation, lost interest in listening further. So the two of them returned to Nanohana. Nanohana. Wow, so beautiful. Nami exclaimed, her eyes filled with delight as she looked at the clothes she was wearing. From a third-person perspective, it was the attire of a foreign belly dancer. A purple top and a flowing exotic long skirt below. Looking at just the top half, one could easily mistake it for a bikini. Unlike Nami's excitement, Vivi felt a bit shy. I did ask you to buy clothes, Sanji, but this looks like a dancer's outfit, Sanji. I think it's great, it looks very beautiful. Sanji replied with a chuckle, looking at Vivi. But I asked for ordinary civilian clothes. Aren't belly dancers civilians too? But we have to travel through the desert, and this outfit is a bit. Then there's no problem at all. If you get tired, I'll carry you. Ahaha, Sanji wiggled his body and laughed, as if he had anticipated this very question, seemingly waiting for it all along. Hearing this, Vivi turned her head away in exasperation, thinking, I give up. No matter what I say, Sanji will have an answer ready. But come to think of it, hasn't Ichin found Luffy yet? That's not like him. Seeing that Ichin hadn't returned, Nami was also a bit puzzled. With Ichin's abilities, finding someone shouldn't take this long. Thinking about it won't help. Let's just head out and look for him ourselves. Zoro, who had just changed his clothes, suggested. You're right. Let's walk and search at the same time. Usopp, standing beside Zoro, agreed. At a certain stall, a freckled young man wearing an orange hat placed a wanted poster on the counter. Excuse me, have you seen this man anywhere? Hearing this, the stall owner looked at the young man, then at the poster on the counter. Let me see. Monkey D. Luffy. He should have come to this city. I've been looking for him for a while now. I've searched everywhere else except here. I'm sure he's here. Let me think. No, I haven't seen him, the stall owner replied after a moment of thought. I haven't seen him, but if you're looking for someone, you could try asking at the restaurant up ahead. The owner there has a wide network of acquaintances. He might know where to find the person you're looking for. Just as the young man was about to leave after his fruitless inquiry, the stall owner suddenly added, Domo, thanks. Hearing this, the young man smiled politely, gave a slight bow to the stall owner, and then headed towards the restaurant mentioned. Meanwhile, Zoro's group was scanning the streets, trying to spot Luffy. Just then, Zoro suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. What do you mean? You dare charge me 200 belly for a blade of this quality? This is outright fraud. Tell me, do you even have a legitimate vendor's license? Hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly produced his license, fearing the customer would unleash another tirade. Upon seeing the proof, Tashigi decided not to press the matter further, though she advised him not to engage in such practices again. With that, she turned her attention to Zoro. Seeing her approach, Zoro was so startled that he dove behind a large water vat nearby, peeking out with just half his head to assess the situation. A low hum resonated from his blade. Seeing its master so terrified of a woman, Azura let out a questioning hum. Was that woman truly so strong and fearsome? It's not that she's strong. It's that she reminds me of someone I used to know, and in a way she is truly terrifying. Zoro conveyed the reason to Azura through his thoughts. At high noon, under the blazing sun, Luffy was trudging through the desert using a cane for support. No, this isn't right. I swear the city was close by. Why haven't I reached it yet? Grew. Just as Luffy was pondering, his stomach let out a loud growl. My stomach is so empty. My mouth is so dry. As he spoke, Luffy took another 7 steps forward. Finally, he spotted the city just 500 meters ahead. His spirits immediately lifted, and he sprinted towards it with renewed energy. At a certain restaurant, a large crowd had gathered outside the restaurant. What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered around? A passerby asked one of the onlookers. The man turned his head and said, I heard a customer inside suddenly dropped dead. Suddenly dropped dead. What happened? From what I heard, he was chatting with the owner, and just collapsed. Since the customer said he was a traveler, everyone believes he must have accidentally eaten a desert strawberry. Desert strawberry, a highly venomous spider that resembles a red strawberry. If ingested, it leads to sudden death after a few days and can spread a contagious virus. That explains it. A young man in an orange cap was slumped face down on his plate, his fork frozen midair in his hand. He truly looked dead, just as they had said. Boop. He's alive. Just as everyone was staring, the young man suddenly lifted his head, startling the crowd. However, two people stepped forward to check on him. Are you alright? How do you feel? Hearing this, the young man didn't reply. Instead, he groggily looked left and right, then grabbed the skirt of a nearby woman to wipe the food scraps from his mouth. Squeak. Wiping sound. This act sent the woman storming out of the restaurant in a mix of shame and anger. The young man slowly raised his head with a light sigh. How troublesome, I accidentally fell asleep. XN. So you were just asleep? But that's ridiculous. You fell asleep while eating and talking. Hearing this, the young man turned to the crowd, still chewing on his food. What's all the commotion about? You should know very well why we're making a commotion. The three people at the front couldn't help but shout at the young man. After hearing them out, the young man turned back to the shop owner. Just as the owner was about to ask what he needed, the young man slammed his face back onto the plate, snoring softly as he fell asleep again. Seeing this, the crowd that had gathered outside dispersed. They had thought something serious had happened, but it was just someone falling asleep. Just then, Smoker happened to pass by the restaurant. Seeing so many people leaving, his curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but step inside. Inside, the freckled young man had finished his meal and was now picking his teeth with a toothpick. Now that he was full, it was time for business. With that thought, he pulled out a wanted poster and placed it on the table. Boss, I have a question. Have you seen a pirate wearing a straw hat come to this city? Just as the owner was racking his brain trying to remember if had seen Luffy, a voice from the entrance interrupted his thoughts. You're quite bold, daring to eat so openly in public. Port Gasti, Ace 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing this, the shop owner's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling. WH. Whitebeard Pirates. The other patrons in the restaurant also turned to stare at the young man named Ace in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this drowsy fellow who could fall asleep mid-meal was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, after a closer look at the Whitebeard emblem tattooed on Ace's back, their doubts were dispelled, and whispers began to spread among the crowd. Smoker stood silently at the entrance, his cold gaze fixed on Ace. What is a big-shot pirate like you planning to do in this country? Hearing this, Ace took a slow, deliberate sip of his sake before turning to face Smoker at the door. I'm looking for someone. My little brother. On the street in front of the restaurant, Luffy was sprinting down the road, his eyes darting around wildly in search of a restaurant. Food. I need food. Food. He quickly spotted the restaurant and accelerated, dashing towards it at full speed. It was a good thing the pedestrians kept to the sides, or they would have been bowled over by Luffy in his current state. Inside the restaurant, Ace was now facing off against the grim-looking Smoker, a slight smile on his face. Leaning back against the counter, Ace looked at Smoker, who was watching him intently. So what do you want from me? Smoker replied calmly. Just let me arrest you without a fuss. Sorry, but I'll have to decline that request. Well, I figured as much. I'm actually in the middle of chasing another pirate. And honestly, I don't have much interest in your head. But even so, I'm a Marine. How could I possibly not arrest a pirate? Just as Ace was about to speak, Smoker abruptly changed his tone, his right hand already transforming into... Seeing this, Ace was ready. If his opponent attacked, he would counter immediately. A smirk returned to Ace's lips. Well, then I suppose I'll play with you for a bit. Heh. At that moment, the temperature in the restaurant seemed to plummet due to the presence of the two men, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The patrons, sensing the impending clash, instinctively shifted their weight to their right legs, ready to bolt the moment a fight broke out. However, just then an abrupt yell shattered the tense atmosphere. Goma Goma no. Bazooka. A thunderous boom followed, then, boom, crash, crash, crash. Luffy, who had flown in from the street, smashed straight through Smoker and Ace, sending them both flying. The two only came to a halt after crashing through 5 consecutive walls, then collapsed unconscious. The customers who had been about to flee stood frozen, their jaws dropping in astonishment. As for Luffy, he burst into laughter like a monkey. Ha! It's a restaurant. We're finally here. With that, Luffy hopped onto a chair in front of the counter, beaming at the bewildered owner. Hey boss, food, food, food. Hearing this, the owner turned his gaze to Luffy. Though still confused, he figured a customer is a customer, and without overthinking it, promptly served Luffy a table full of dishes. Chomp. Luffy was devouring the owner's cooking at lightning speed, all the while showering the chef with praise for his culinary skills. Hearing this, the owner chuckled, thanked Luffy for the compliment, and then added a friendly warning. You know you might want to finish up and hop out of here quickly. Luffy mid-meal slowly looked up, still noisily munching on his food, a puzzled expression on his face. Why would I need to run? In response, the owner pointed to the gaping hole Luffy had blasted in the wall. You just sent those two guys flying through that. I did. Who did I send flying? Meanwhile, Ace, who had been knocked out, began to stir. Ow. Just who the hell did that? Seriously. Smoker then rose from the rubble, fuming. Don't let me get my hands on you, you damn brat. Ace, having woken up first, headed back towards the restaurant. On his way, he passed a house and politely bowed to the residents, saying sorry for disturbing your meal, before continuing on his way. Smoker, meanwhile, took out 2 fresh cigars and lit them before starting his way back. Seeing Ace storming back with a furious expression, the customers immediately scattered, terrified he might take his anger out on them. Oh. Huh. Just as Ace and Smoker were ready to teach the culprit a lesson, they were stunned to find Luffy casually eating inside the restaurant. Boom. There you are, Straw Hat. Just as Ace was about to call out to Luffy, Smoker, who was behind him, suddenly lunged forward, slammed Ace to the ground, and charged towards Luffy. Entering the restaurant, Smoker slowed his pace, finally stopping in front of Luffy. He said in a low voice, You've led me on a merry chase, Straw Hat. So you really did come to Alabasta. Luffy, however, didn't stop eating, even with Smoker looming over him. He just kept munching away, trying to recall who this person was. Seeing Luffy ignore him, a vein bulged on Smoker's forehead. He roared. Are you even listening to me? Stop eating. Still, Luffy didn't pause. He just continued eating, finally remembering that this was the Smoke Man he had knocked out with a single punch back in Logtown. Chomp. Oh, it's you, Smokey. What do you want? Seeing how nonchalant Luffy was, Smoker's hands transformed into smoke, his patience wearing thin. Wait a sec. Just as Smoker was about to throw a punch, Luffy called out for a timeout. He then opened his mouth wide, shoved all the remaining food on the table into it, and bolted for the door. It wasn't that Luffy was afraid of Smoker. Rather, he remembered Vivi's advice to avoid drawing attention, and he had no real reason to fight. So he ran. What Luffy didn't realize, though, was that running out into the main street would draw even more attention. Hey, are you messing with me, you brat? Enraged, Smoker shouted, then vaulted over the counter and gave chase. Hey Luffy, it's me. Slow down. Ace, having gotten back to his feet, also joined the chase. Outside the restaurant, I-chan was talking to a woman. Thank you so much, sir. It was nothing. Don't mention it. Looking closer, it was the same woman from the restaurant. I-chan had just helped clean a smudge off the hem of her skirt, essentially cleaning up Ace's mess. I-chan and Luffy's running off again. And there's this scary uncle chasing after him. Should we follow? Apis tugged on I-chan's sleeve, pointing in the direction Luffy had gone. I-chan shook his head. Let's go pay for Luffy's meal first. That guy's definitely just had himself another free lunch. With that, he took Apis' hand and led her into the restaurant. What a handsome and kind man. Though he has a daughter, so he must be married. What a pity, the woman murmured, watching his retreating back. Those guys are here for a free meal, aren't they? The moment I-chan and Apis entered, they were greeted by the owner's exasperated sigh. Seeing this, I-chan walked straight to the counter, pulled out a bag of berries, and placed it on the table. This should cover the meals for those 2 idiots. I'm sorry for the trouble they caused. The owner, who had been pondering how to fix the hole in the wall, looked at the money bag. Oh, don't worry about it. But this is more than enough. Huh. Just as the owner opened the bag to confirm the amount and looked up to say something, he found the man had all tick-tock, tick-tock. What's that sound? After I-chan left, a faint ticking sound echoed in the restaurant, but just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. The silver-white clock that had materialized on the ceiling also began to fade away. Is this an illusion? The owner stared at the wall, which had somehow returned to its pristine state, and rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Convinced his eyesight was fine, he stepped forward and touched the wall. It was real. This wasn't an illusion. The wall that had a gaping hole was not only perfectly restored, but it looked brand new. In fact, the entire restaurant seemed to have been renovated, looking as fresh as the day it was built. Everything except the owner himself. At the same time, the 5 other houses that had been breached were also undergoing the same miraculous rest. However, one homeowner was far from pleased. He had just forked out money to hire a construction crew to fix the damage, and now the hole was already sealed. His money was wasted for nothing. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. At this moment, Smoker was chasing after Luffy at full speed. I keep asking you, why are you so dead set on fighting me? It's not like you can beat me. Luffy swallowed the food in his mouth, turned back to look at Smoker, and asked with a puzzled expression. You've got quite the mouth on you, Straw Hat. Who said I can't beat you? Smoker was already fuming over the fact that he had let his guard down and got taken out by Luffy's single punch before. Now seeing the guy casually provoking him like this, he couldn't hold back any longer and sped up once more. Well, it's the truth, isn't it? Luffy replied with a serious look, then leaped onto a rooftop and dashed off. Hearing this, Smoker's face turned as red as Guan, and he transformed into smoke to fly up to the rooftop. Tashigi, urgently assemble the troops and seal off all exits of this city. Don't let the Straw Hat crew slip away. This time we'll catch them all in one sweep. Although Smoker was furious, he hadn't lost his senses. Upon seeing Tashigi, he immediately shouted out, "Yes, Captain Smoker." Hearing this, Tashigi immediately sprang into action, using her Den Mushi to contact each squad and begin searching for traces of the Straw Hat crew. "Straw Hat, what is your purpose for coming to Alabasta?" Smoker, chasing behind Luffy, shouted loud, "I came here to help a friend of mine defeat Crocodile." Hearing this, Luffy honestly answered Smoker's question. "So that's it. Has this country really become so desperate that it needs the help of pirates? But why would he target Crocodile? It seems this civil unrest is connected to him after all. He'll just catch Straw Hat first and ask him later." With that thought, Smoker continued his pursuit of Luffy. At an abandoned small house, Sanji and the others were sitting together in a circle. "Vivi, where on earth did Luffy go? And Ichin and Apis are missing too." "Sanji, sigh, what a troublesome captain to worry about. Even Ichin can hardly find him." "Usopp, we still need to find Luffy and the others quickly. Those Marines from Lowtown are in this city too." On the street, hundreds of Marine soldiers were chasing after Luffy, with Smoker leading the charge. "Don't let Straw Hat get away. After him! After him!" As Luffy ran past an abandoned building, he circled back and peered through the window at Nami and the others inside. "Also, this is where you guys were." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. "Can't you just shake them off on your own and then come back?" Even as they spoke, everyone had already packed up their belongings and started running along with Luffy. "Don't think you can run. Straw Hat." White blow. Behind Luffy and his crew, Smoker swung his right fist, which transformed into smoke, and shot towards Luffy. Flame Emperor. Just as the smoke was about to touch Luffy, a massive fireball flew in and instantly incinerated the smoke. Seeing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around only to see Ace materialize as the flames dispersed. "Hold it right there, Marine. Your power may be smoke, but mine is fire. Our abilities will never settle." Ace extended a hand and said with a smile towards Smoker, "Ost." Seeing that it was Ace, Luffy called out his name, his voice trembling with joy. "You haven't changed a bit, Luffy." Ace turned back to respond. "Ace, what are you doing here?" As he spoke, Luffy was about to rush over and hug Ace, but Ace stopped him. "We'll talk later. He'll hold off this Marine for you. You guys get out of here quickly. Anyway, if that smoke guy couldn't even beat me, there's no way he'd beat Ace." With that thought, Luffy led his crew towards the harbor, though he was running backwards. Because he wanted to watch the fight between Ace and Smoker, this caused him to get separated from the others. Of course, he was the only one who ended up alone. Meanwhile, Smoker and Ace had already begun their battle. Smoker transformed into smoke, while Ace turned into flames. The two charged at each other, and in an instant, fire and smoke intertwined, rising up towards the sky above the town. After the smoke and flames had tangled for 2.5 minutes, Ace had already vanished. "What a nuisance, Portgasti. Ace." Smoker clicked his tongue in annoyance as he stared at the empty space ahead. He then looked back at the Marines behind him. "Did any of you see which way Straw Hat ran?" Hearing this, all the Marines shook their heads. The earlier clash between the two had blocked their path and vision, so they had no idea where Luffy and the others had gone. "Then keep searching." At the coast, Nami and the others had already boarded the ship. Just as they were about to set sail, they suddenly realized Luffy was missing. "What do we do now? Luffy's gone, and Ichin and Apis haven't returned either." In a small alley, Luffy looked around in confusion. That's not right. Why is it just me? Did they get lost following me? This is a real headache." In reality, he was the one lagging behind. "I give up on you. If that's the case, then me letting you go on ahead was pointless." Just as Luffy was about to leap into the sky to search for the others, a sigh suddenly echoed from the rooftop of a nearby building. Hearing this, Luffy immediately looked up and saw a young man with freckles and an orange hat standing on the roof looking down at him. "It's you, Ace. Long time no see, Luffy." Ace jumped down and greeted Luffy. "Yeah, it's been a while for me too." After the greetings, the two of them engaged in an arm wrestling match. Even while arm wrestling, they didn't forget to tease each other about being headstrong. "By the way, aren't your friends still looking for you? Is it okay for you to be here?" As he spoke, Ace took out a water flask and took a sip. "It's fine. Once they can't find me, they'll leave on their own. They'll just go find them later." Puffed. Hearing this, Ace spat out the water he was drinking all over Luffy's face. "Ace, what are you doing?" Luffy wiped his face with his shirt exasperated. Cough. Sorry about that. But what did you mean by they'll just leave on their own if they can't find you? What do I mean? I mean exactly that. What else could it mean? Only Luffy would have such unique friends, Ace thought to himself. With that thought, Ace waved his hand at Luffy and said, "And nothing. But Ace, why are you here? I came to these seas on business, and I also wanted to see you. I'm on the Whitebeard pirates now." Ace took another sip of water and replied. Seeing Luffy's confused look, he continued, "This is the mark of the Whitebeard pirates, and also my pride." As he said this, Ace turned around to show Luffy the Whitebeard emblem on his back. "Luffy, how about you join the Whitebeard pirates too? Of course your crew can come along as well. What do you say?" Hearing this, Luffy grimaced and said, "No way, I don't want to." "Ha ha, I knew you'd say that. I was just asking, you know. After all, Whitebeard is the greatest pirate," Ace said with a knowing smile. After a pause, his expression turned serious. "I want to help Whitebeard become the pirate king. Not you, Luffy, even if you are my little brother." Hearing this, Luffy didn't get angry at Ace for not supporting him. Instead, he grinned and replied, "What's the big deal? We'll just fight it out when the time comes. Besides, I'm definitely going to become the pirate king." On another shore where the Marines had docked, members of the Baroque Works had gathered. After executing Mr. 11, who had been captured by Smoker, they began plotting to ambush Ace in order to gain promotion and glory. In the alley, Luffy and Ace walked side by side, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Baroque Works agents had slowly surrounded the area, hiding in the shadows, waiting for their numbers to be complete before launching their attack on Ace. Speaking of which, what are your crew members like, Luffy? Hearing this, Luffy began counting on his fingers, proudly introducing them to Ace. First, there's the swordsman, who wants to become the world's greatest. He always wears a sash and loves his sake. The navigator likes drawing maps. Her favorite fruit is tangerines, and she loves gold and jewels. The shinier the better. Then there's the cook, who makes amazing food. He likes cigarettes and, pretty ladies, I think. And there's a liar who loves to tell tall tales, but he's a good guy at heart. Then there's the cook, who makes amazing food. He likes cigarettes and, pretty ladies, I think. And there's a liar who loves to. And finally, there's my first mate." As he said this, Luffy's grin stretched to its absolute limit. "He's an incredibly strong and interesting person. I have a feeling that as long as he's with me, he'll definitely become the pirate king. Of course, everyone else is essential too, that's rare. Besides, Shanks, I never thought you'd admire someone so much." Seeing Luffy's obvious delight, Ace grew curious about Ichon, though it was merely curiosity about the man himself. "Ha ha ha, really? Well, that was just before I met Ichon," Luffy replied with a wide grin. "But seriously, your tastes are quite diverse. Your crew members all have their own unique quirks." "Ha ha ha, I think so too. Everyone is so interesting. Right now, we also have a princess, an old guy with curly hair, and a big duck as companions. I think you're the most interesting one of all. Though a pirate crew with just a handful of members is totally. Yep, next I'm going to find a musician to join as a crewmate." Just as Ace and Luffy were chatting away, over 100 people suddenly emerged from the surrounding alleys. People inside the houses and on the rooftops all had guns aimed at the duo. You can't escape now. Just leave your head right here, Fire Fist Ace." A big fat man leading the group laughed at Ace, looking utterly confident. Ignoring the man, Ace and Luffy casually walked past him and continued toward the shore. Seeing them blatantly ignore him, the fat man couldn't contain his rage and immediately ordered his men to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Pew. Just as everyone thought they had finished them off, the bullets suddenly rebounded and struck the shooters themselves. Thud. The men who fired were all taken down by their own bullets and never got up again. Damn it, they're devil fruit users. As he spoke, the fat man quickly drew a long blade from his waist and swung it at Luffy. But Ace would never just stand by and watch someone attack his little brother. He spun around and caught the blade between two fingers. Seeing this, the fat man strained with all his might, but couldn't force the blade down an inch. Ace wasn't about to let him keep attacking. He yanked the sword away and tossed it aside, then delivered a spinning kick that sent the man flying. After that, Ace and Luffy continued strolling toward the shore. The remaining 60-plus men were stunned for a moment, but quickly drew their weapons and gave chase. They were too eager to make a name for themselves, so they desperately wanted Ace's head. By then, Luffy and Ace had reached the harbor. Luffy looked ahead and spotted the Going Merry floating on the sea not far away. "I found everyone. Let's go, Ace." Before Ace could even respond, Luffy grabbed his arm and launched them both into the air. Whoosh. With that, Luffy sped up and flew toward the Going Merry with Ace in tow. "So why can you fly? I thought you were made of rubber." Whoosh. With that, Luffy sped up and flew toward the Going Merry with Ace in tow. "So why can you fly? I thought you were made of rubber. After landing on the Going Merry, Ace asked Luffy again. 3 minutes later, after Luffy's enthusiastic explanation, Ace finally understood why his little brother could fly. So it was all thanks to the support of the first mate Luffy had mentioned. Luffy, who is this man who helped us earlier? Just then Nami walked over and asked Luffy, "Oh, this is Ace. He's my older brother. He set sail 3 years ago and is here now because of some matters." Hearing this, everyone understood why he had helped them. "Hello everyone. Thank you for taking care of my little brother." As he spoke, Ace gave them a bow. The crew politely returned the bow. "Anyway, I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about. Why don't you come inside? They'll brew some tea." After the exchange of greetings, Sanji suddenly spoke up. A brotherly reunion shouldn't be held on the deck, so Sanji invited them into the lounge. Ace politely declined, but kindly lit Sanji's cigarette for him. Just then 5 Baroque works ships appeared in pursuit. The agents on board were the same ones who had been chasing Ace and Luffy earlier. They were shouting threats at the Straw Hats. "It's those guys again," Luffy remarked nonchalantly, looking at the 5 ships trailing behind. Meanwhile, Ace had already jumped onto his personal jet ski. "Luffy'll go take care of them first. He'll be right back." Seeing this, Luffy and the others watched Ace with anticipation. With his hands in his pockets, Ace stared calmly at the 5 ships ahead, his jet ski surging forward at incredible speed thanks to his powers. "Quick, fire the cannons. Blow Ace to pieces." Seeing Ace charging toward them, they wasted no time and aimed their cannons at him. "Fire fist." Just as they were about to fire, Ace hurled a massive fist wreathed in flames. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh. In an instant, the colossal fireball tore straight through all 5 ships, burning both the vessels and their crew to cinders. The Baroque Works agents barely had time to scream before they were reduced to ash. In Nanohana, Smoker sat atop a wall, lost in thought. "Captain Smoker, it seems the Straw Hats have already left this town." Upon hearing this, Smoker took a deep breath and exhaled. "Let's head to Rain Base." "Huh, why there all of a sudden? The Straw Hats wouldn't go there. If Straw Hat Luffy aims to defeat Crocodile, he'll definitely head to Rain Base. That is if he wasn't lying to me." Seeing Tashiji's bewildered expression, Smoker explained. What Smoker didn't know was that Luffy had no idea where Crocodile was. Though Tashiji wondered why Smoker would trust a pirate to truthfully state his goal, she didn't pry. She nodded and contacted the squads scattered across Nanohana to regroup, preparing for the move to Rain Base. Aboard the Mary, the crew was throwing a welcome party for Ace. Ichin and Apis had also returned to the ship. Ichin and Apis. "Where have you two been?" Luffy spun around them with his arms outstretched. Seeing this, Ichin simply pressed his hand on Luffy's head to stop him. "We were settling the bill for your meal and paying for the wall you two broke, of course. You two not only dined and dashed, but also smashed a huge hole in their wall." "Ichin is right, you two idiots left without paying." Apis nodded in agreement. "Dine and dash. Smashed a huge hole." Everyone's gaze turned to the 2 brothers who were busy devouring their food. "Ah, that was an emergency, a real emergency, right, Ace?" Under the scrutinizing gaze, Ace flashed an awkward smile, then pursed his lips and nudged Luffy with his elbow, passing the burden of answering to his equally embarrassed brother. You're right. It was a critical situation. I was being chased by that smoke guy, so I forgot." The moment Luffy finished, Usopp and the others appeared behind him and delivered a swift chop to his head. "Thwack! Didn't you beat the smoke guy, eh? So Ichin was late because he was cleaning up your mess." Luffy, now on the floor, clutched the bumps on his head. Sorry." Ace, the accomplice, chose not to help Luffy and quietly continued eating as if he had nothing to do with it. After lunch, Luffy was assigned to wash the dishes alone, while everyone else attended to their own tasks. Sanji prepared bento boxes for their desert crossing. Zoro trained Nami, discussed Alabasta with Vivi, and Igaram Chopper slept, and Usopp tinkered with his self-developed ammunition. Ichin chatted with Ace while Apis, as usual, sat on his lap. Whenever he was seated, she would settle there, and whenever he moved, she'd drag him along to explore. "Your abilities are fascinating. You've given my little brother the power of flight. Crafting such items must be quite an endeavor." Ace rested his elbows on the table, fingers interlaced under his chin, and smiled at Ichin, his eyes filled with admiration. Of course, the admiration was for Ichin's generosity toward Luffy and his crew, as Ace didn't know him. Setting aside Ichin's own strength, merely gifting such powerful equipment to his brother and friends was commendable. Though he didn't know what the others had, Luffy's ability to fly with his gear was already impressive enough. And there were other abilities too, untested but spoken of by Luffy, which sounded extraordinary. "He, after all, we're comrades." Ichin replied with a gentle smile. "Haha, is that so? You found yourself a fine vice-captain, Luffy." Ace chuckled softly before calling out to Luffy, who was washing dishes. "Of course. I picked him myself, so he's the best he." Luffy turned and grinned. Clatter. Oops. I was too busy answering Ace and dropped a plate. Huh. Why is it so? Sanji appeared behind Luffy and kicked him square in the rear. You idiot. Wham. Yeah. I don't mind him, Ace. This is just daily life on this ship. After kicking Luffy into the ceiling, Sanji turned and gave Ace a smile. Because I want to ask Karoo to deliver this letter to my father. Vivi then looked over at Karoo, who was circling the mast in boredom. Vivi approached Nami holding a letter. Nami, I'd like to stop the ship near here. Nami turned a puzzled look on her face. Huh. Why? Because I want to ask Karoo to deliver this letter to my father. Vivi then looked over at Karoo, who was circling the mast in boredom. Nami brought the ship to shore, and Vivi handed the letter to Karoo. It detailed Crocodile's plot, her safety with her new friends, and the nation's hope for salvation. She entrusted him to race back to the palace and give it to Cobra. Karoo gave Vivi a salute, promising to complete the mission, and then dashed off towards the palace from Memory. After seeing him off, the Mary continued on its way. Sometime later, the Mary arrived at the coast near their destination. The crew was preparing for their trek across the desert. Luffy, we're finally here. Desert. Chopper, if it's a desert, it must be really hot. Vivi, yes, the daytime temperature here ranges from a low of 46 C to a high of 50 C. Chopper, that heat would kill a person. Well, I'm not a person, though. On the deck, Nami stepped out in her new Nami-san's dancer outfit, and Vivi too. Why? Sanji's eyes bulged, not because Nami was scantily clad, but because she had changed her previous dancer outfit, causing him distress. His eyes widened in shock. The main issue was that it was too concealing. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of her fair jade-like hands. That's because the sun here is scorching. Exposing your skin would lead to sunburn, Vivi explained softly. No, my dancer. Sanji writhed on the deck like a maggot, utterly dejected. Splash. Master. Just as the Going Merry docked, over 60 kung fu dugongs leaped out of the water, with the leader gesturing wildly at Luffy and his crew aboard the ship. Hey Chopper, translate that, Zoro said, glancing at the reindeer beside him. Chopper nodded in response. To land you must defeat me. If you dare not, then scram, you cowards. As he spoke, Chopper turned to the others. That's what it said to us. Hearing this, Usopp was the first to take offense. Being called a coward by a bunch of seemingly harmless animals was unacceptable. He immediately jumped off the ship to prove his mettle. Thud. The next second, Usopp, who had just leaped off, was knocked flat on the ground the moment he threw a punch. Of course, Luffy also jumped down, but he was on the winning side. Because Kung Fu Dugongs swear allegiance to those who defeat them, the defeated Dugong suddenly sprang up and performed a formal bow of apprenticeship to Luffy. This left Luffy utterly bewildered. After learning the reason from Vivi, he swiftly knocked out the remaining Dugongs. Soon they all stood up again and bowed in unison to Luffy as their master. Once all were recruited, Luffy began teaching them how to throw punches. After a while, Luffy had the Dugongs lined up in a neat formation, looking ready for action. It's impossible, Luffy. Dugongs can't cross the desert, Vivi suddenly interjected as Luffy was about to lead them off. Luffy let out a soft sigh and reluctantly gave up the idea. After bidding farewell to the Dugongs and entrusting them with watching the ship, the group began their trek into the desert. Soon they arrived at a town destroyed by a sandstorm, Illimaloo. Vivi stopped here and began to recount the history of this place to everyone. This was once a lush oasis, but it had been reduced to this state by Crocodile. Yet the citizens of this kingdom remained unaware that Crocodile was the culprit. Not only that, but the people held Crocodile in deep gratitude, his prestige even surpassing that of King Cobra. He had slain countless pirates who terrorized the populace, even if it was merely a ploy to win hearts and minds for his own schemes. Undeniably, he had rid Arabasta of some pirates. However, he ultimately killed those he had saved. More accurately, Crocodile destroyed their homes, leaving them to starve and die of thirst. Yet even in death, they believed it was a natural disaster, not a man-made calamity. The survivors had all fled to other oases. This led to the question of the rebellion. For nearly 3 years, rain had fallen only in the capital and nowhere else. Later, through Crocodile's machinations, the public learned that the capital's rain was due to dance powder. He provided evidence and witnesses. Even when Cobra claimed he never ordered its use, the masses refused to believe him. In an instant, Cobra was thrust into the eye of the storm by Crocodile. Dance powder, also known as rain-stealing powder, could induce artificial rainfall when burned, but it did so at the expense of stealing rain clouds from the surrounding regions. Thus, when the people of various towns learned that the capital's rain was due to dance powder, they were furious and denounced the king's selfishness. Over time, their patience wore thin, and they rose up, establishing the rebel army. The leader was Koza, the son of the Yuba mayor, and also Vivi's childhood friend. After listening to Vivi's tale, Luffy was particularly enraged, itching to take down Crocodile immediately. He promptly suggested they pick up the pace. The others nodded in agreement. Although we can fly there, let's decide who carries whom now. As he spoke, Sanji began twirling around Nami and Vivi again. That seems unnecessary. I recall that Ichin can make all of us fly, Nami said, pushing Sanji's face away. Fly. Everyone can fly. And Ichin can make you all fly together. Unlike the others, Vivi, who had never seen them fly, looked puzzled. Ace was equally bewildered. Flying was one thing, but carrying everyone was a stretch. As far as he knew, the only person who could make others fly was the golden lion Shiki mentioned by his old man, and that guy was apparently still alive. But recalling the ability to grant others the power of flight, Ace decided not to dwell on it further. Alright, I forgot to tell you, Lady Vivi. Actually, Mr. Luffy, the swordsman, and the cook can all fly. As for the vice-captain, I'm not sure. Igaram coughed lightly before speaking to Vivi. Vivi gave a slight shake of her head. It's alright. It's not too late to know now. With that, Vivi turned to Ichin. Ichin, how long would it take to get to Yuba from here? How far? Igaram coughed lightly before speaking to Vivi. Vivi gave a slight shake of her head. It's alright. It's not too late to know now. Really? Vivi asked in disbelief. It was 56 kilometers after all. Reaching it in just 2 hours was astonishing. Of course. If not for your sake, we could go even faster. That's wonderful. Well, definitely make. Overjoyed by Ichin's affirmation, Vivi jumped for joy. Then let's set off. As he spoke, Ichin raised his hand, and everyone was lifted into the sky. Whoa, we're flying. We're flying, huh? Luffy laughed heartily in the sky. It was his first time being carried by Ichin since he himself had learned to fly. So this is what it feels like to fly in the sky. Such a strange sensation, Vivi remarked, gazing at the distant ground below. Amazing. Him flying too, aha. Chopper, experiencing flight for the first time, laughed with pure joy. Whoosh. Seeing that everyone had settled into a comfortable position, Ichin pointed forward. The next moment, the group shot off at incredible speed. This is so cool. During the flight, the strong wind rushing past them dispersed the scorching heat. Even their disguises were blown away by the sheer speed. Instantly, everyone's attire returned to their classic outfits. Except for Nami and Vivi, who were still wearing their dancer outfits underneath. Now their upper bodies were clad in bikinis bearing their midriffs. Namaswan Vivishin, the sight of their bouncing assets made Sanji's eyes pop out with hearts. The sun was about to set. As the group was being flown through the sky by Ichin, Ace spotted his target while passing a rocky mountain. He immediately asked Ichin to stop and let him go down to meet the person. Upon hearing this, Ichin naturally didn't refuse. He brought the group to a steady landing on top of a rocky peak. As they descended, they noticed a scorpion-themed man holding a rocket launcher standing in the center. Ace walked up to him and directly asked where Blackbeard was. The scorpion man agreed to tell him, but only on the condition that Ace fight him, as challenging Ace was his original purpose for coming here. The result was obvious, however. 5 seconds later, the scorpion man was defeated and on the ground. After the scorpion man told Ace where Blackbeard had gone, Ace prepared to leave. Are you really leaving so soon? Ace, we've only just been reunited for such a short time. Luffy looked at Ace with reluctance, though he had no intention of forcing him to stay. Yeah, I really have to go. Since Blackbeard isn't in this country, there's no reason for me to stay here. Ace nodded lightly in reply. Sanji, so where are you planning to look for him next? The scorpion guy said someone saw that bastard in the west. I'm heading in that direction. Luffy, take this. Keep it with you at all times, don't lose it. As he spoke, Ace took a small white piece of paper from his chest and tossed it to Luffy. It's just a piece of paper. But since you say so, we'll be sure to keep it safe. As he said this, Luffy unfolded the paper to check if there was any writing on it, then shook it to see if anything would fall out. Unfortunately for him, the paper Ace gave him was indeed just paper. This is called a Weaver card. As long as Ace is alive, you can use it to know his direction. Just as Luffy was still pondering what special function the paper might have, Ichin, standing nearby, reminded him. Oh, so that's how it is. How amazing. Hearing this, Ace didn't elaborate further. Instead, he smiled warmly at Luffy, then turned his gaze to the others. Having such a troublesome little brother, I, as his older brother, worry about him a lot. You all must find him quite a handful, but I still entrust you all to take good care of Luffy. As he spoke, Ace bowed deeply to the group. After a pause, he looked back at Luffy with a serious expression. The next time we meet will be at the pinnacle of piracy. You better climb to the top, Luffy. As he said this, Ace broke into a smile, as if looking forward to that day. No problem, let's meet at the top. Luffy showed a rare look of seriousness as he replied. After that, amidst the group's farewells, Ace left, heading towards the west he had mentioned. Rain Base. Rain Dinner's Casino Crocodile's base conference room. Arriving at the conference room were Mr. 1 and his partner Miss Doublefinger, Mr. 2 Mr. 4 and his partner Miss Merry Christmas. Why isn't he here yet? I'm so bored. If he doesn't come soon, I'm going to dance. I'm going to dance now. Mr. Two was impatiently slapping the table to express his displeasure. Mr. Two, can you be quiet? You've been making a racket since you walked in. My ears are getting calluses from listening to you. Miss Doublefinger sat in her chair with her eyes closed resting. However, due to Mr. Two's yelling, she was also becoming impatient, and he wasn't the only noisy one. Exactly. You're so noisy. Can you just be quiet? My back is aching so much. Ouch. Miss Merry Christmas kept shouting while pounding the table and her own aged back. She was completely oblivious to the fact that she was the loudest one of all. You be quiet too, Miss Merry Christmas. Miss Doublefinger said flatly, covering her ears. Mama, it seems you all don't get along very well. Though there's no need for that. As the group was bickering, Robin slowly descended the stairs. Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. First, allow me to introduce our company's boss, whom you've never met. As she spoke, the chair at the head of the table suddenly spun around, and a man had appeared in it, without anyone noticing. The time is ripe. The name of this operation is Utopia. Seeing that the man was Crocodile, everyone except Robin was shocked. They couldn't believe that the boss of their company was the hero of the Alabasta people. Why is a warlord of the sea our boss? Miss Doublefinger looked at Crocodile in confusion. We've ended up working for quite an extraordinary figure. So we're all subordinates of a warlord of the sea. Hearing this, Crocodile's initially smiling face suddenly turned cold. Do you have a problem with that? Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads in fear except for Miss Doublefinger, who voiced her question. It's not that we have a problem, it's just strange. Warlords are pirates recognized by the government who are allowed to plunder legally. Why would you go through the trouble of establishing an underground company? Hearing this, Crocodile's cold expression returned to a calm one. Because what I want isn't money, nor is it status. What I want is military might. Overwhelming military might. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Crocodile explained everything to them and assigned each of them their respective tasks. When you complete the tasks I've assigned you, that will be the beginning of the Alabasta Royal Palace's self-destruction. The rebel army and citizens who have lost their foothold will automatically fall into the hands of our Baroque works. At that point, this country will become our utopia. This is also the final and greatest utopia operation of Baroque works. Failure is not an option. Begin operations tomorrow morning. Understood? Then I wish you all success. As he spoke, Crocodile had already envisioned his own success and couldn't help but smile. Alyabarna, the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta. At that moment, Cobra had just received the envelope that Vivi had entrusted to Lasso to deliver. After discovering that the mastermind was Crocodile, Cobra was so enraged he nearly ground his molars to dust. He immediately ordered the gathering of the army stationed in other towns, as well as the capital's forces. They would depart for Rain Base at dawn the next day to take down Crocodile. Cobra was resolute. Even if the kingdom fell and the throne was usurped, he would still tear off Crocodile's head. However, Yuba's current state was far from the oasis Vivi had described. Most of the buildings were half buried in sand. Vivi, didn't you say this was an oasis? But right now it looks just like Irumalo. Looking at the desolate town, Sanji asked Vivi in confusion. How can this be? The oasis has been swallowed by the sand. Creak. Just as Vivi was grieving over the sand-covered Yuba, an abrupt sound of shoveling came from a nearby pit. Hearing the sound, the group walked to the edge of the pit. They saw a thin, old man with his back to them continuously digging at the earth. The old man in the pit seemed to hear their footsteps. Before anyone could ask, he spoke up on his own, though he didn't stop his work. Are you travelers? A desert journey must be hot and tiring. I'm terribly sorry, but this city... However, there are plenty of places to rest. There are inns everywhere. It's the best thing this city has left. As he spoke, he glanced back at the group before continuing to shovel. I wanted to ask, I heard the rebel army is in this city. They, looking for the rebel army. You guys aren't thinking of joining them, are you? Before Vivi could even finish her question, the kind old man, upon hearing the words rebel army, suddenly became furious, glaring at Vivi, who had asked. The sudden outburst startled Vivi, leaving her speechless. Seeing this, the old man let out a soft sigh before speaking. Those fools left this city a long time ago. Seeing the group's bewildered expressions, the old man went on to explain. This city had dried up 3 years ago, and frequent sandstorms had slowly buried it, leading to its current state. Are you travelers? A desert journey must be hot and tiring. I'm terribly sorry, but this city has dried up. Had moved their base to Katoria. Katoria? Vivi seemed shocked. Is Katoria far from here, Vivi? Seeing Vivi's stunned expression, Luffy couldn't help but ask. Katoria is an oasis near Nanohana, which is close to the city we just arrived at. It seems our information is outdated. Eichel replied. Then why on earth did we even come here? Eek. Zoro sighed from the side, but was quickly elbowed in the chest by Nami. You're the only one who's so chatty. Gomenasai. Woo-woo. Minna. It's all my fault for not thinking of this. Vivi sobbed, apologizing to everyone. It's not too late to know now. As long as Ichin flies us back, we'll definitely make it in time. Don't worry, Vivi, okay? Just as Vivi was feeling remorseful, Nami stepped forward to comfort her. As she spoke, she gently wiped the tears from Vivi's eyes. Indeed, with Ichin's ability, there was definitely enough time. She would have to properly thank them all after this was over. With that thought, Vivi let out a soft mm and regained her spirits, a smile returning to her face. Vivi, did you just call her Vivi? At that moment, the old man who had overheard their conversation approached. Vivi, is it really you? The princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. So you're alive. What a relief. As he spoke, the old man placed his hands on Vivi's shoulders. Seeing Vivi's confused expression, the old man let out another sorrowful sigh. It's natural you don't recognize me. After all, I've lost a lot of weight compared to before. You, Uncle Toto. Vivi looked at the sorrowful old man in disbelief as memories from the past came flooding back like a torrent. She remembered how he looked years ago when he was round and healthy. He was also the mayor of this town and the father of the rebel army's leader. Following their reunion, the two began to talk about matters concerning Alabasta. Toto absolutely believed in the king, believing he would never betray his people. After all, the king had once poured all his money and food into supporting the city. To help Yuba through its crisis, Cobra had even ordered the entire capital's army to lower their food rations for a period, and the king himself had done the same. Vivi was deeply moved that even after suffering through 3 years of drought, he still had such faith in her father. Katoria Rebel Army Base. In a tent, Koza sat with his eyes closed, pondering the war. Inexplicably, Vivi's face came to mind. He had lost contact with her years ago and had no idea how she was doing now. As he was thinking, one of his most trusted men walked in, interrupting his thoughts. Koza, we've made contact with the rebel armies from the other cities. Hearing this, Koza slowly sat up from his chair, clenching his fists. The time for the final battle is finally approaching. That's right, but there's one unresolved issue. We don't have enough weapons to equip everyone, and our numbers are still growing. Then there's no choice. The longer this war drags on, the more the people suffer. So at this point, we can only risk everything. We will be the ones to protect this country. Yuba and in staff quarters. Hey, brothers, good work today. Let's get some good rest and recharge our strength for tomorrow. Oyasumi. Usopp shouted while standing on his bed, then immediately flopped down and closed his eyes. Thump! Just then a pillow flew across the room and knocked Usopp onto the floor. Recharge our strength. Didn't Ichin fly us over this afternoon? What energy did we waste? Zoro, who had thrown the pillow, quipped at the fallen Usopp. You bastard, Zoro, I went out to buy stuff this morning. Of course I need to recharge. With that, Usopp suddenly hurled the pillow at Zoro. Thump! Zoro, caught off guard, took the pillow directly to the face. Huh. You actually hit me with a pillow. As he said this, Zoro threw the pillow back. The next second, with a thump, Chopper, who was on the bed next to Usopp's, fell to the floor. Who hit me? Chopper, knocked to the ground, suddenly grew several times larger and promptly joined the pillow fight. Sanji. That's my bed. Vivi said softly, looking at Sanji, who was lying on her bed, even lifting the blanket and patting the spot next to him, as if inviting her to join. Hearing this, Sanji smiled slightly and said with a straight face, I just thought you looked so sad tonight. Sleeping alone would only make you sadder, so I thought I'd keep you company. Then come to my bed instead. I'm sad too. Eichel, who had somehow changed into an eye-bleedingly flashy dress, threw a wink at Sanji as he lifted his blanket. Who cares about you? Ugh. Just as Sanji was replying, a pillow smacked him right in the face. What the hell are you doing over there, Sanji-san? Usopp, the culprit, pointed at Sanji with a challenging look. You've got some nerve hitting me with a pillow and then provoking me like that. With that, Sanji, now furious, joined the pillow fight. In an instant, pillows were flying everywhere in the room. Even Ichin and Apis, who had just fallen asleep, and Nami and Vivi, who were about to sleep, weren't spared. As for Eichel, he had already joined the fray back when he was seducing Sanji. As for Luffy, he was helping Toto dig a hole, searching for a water source buried beneath the ground. The next morning, a yawn echoed through the air as Ichin's group stirred from their slumber, stretching languidly in their beds. Soon they regrouped at the entrance of Yuba, gathering their belongings. Meanwhile, Vivi bid farewell to Toto. The main boat's sentimentality was truly troublesome, claiming the boy looked pitiful and asking me to restore Yuba. What a thankless task for a clone like me. With that thought, the Ichin, still in town, laid a magic circle beneath the city's earth, then strode toward. After reuniting with the others, Ichin led the group, flying toward Kateria. Mid-flight, Luffy unexpectedly called for a halt, so Ichin descended with everyone. A sudden argument broke out among them. In the heated exchange, the usually dim-witted Luffy cut straight to the heart of Vivi's flawed plan. I came here to take down Crocodile Vivi. Even if you stop the rebel army, you can't stop him. Do you understand, Vivi? WL. About that. Vivi began, but Luffy cut her off sharply. You want this war to end without a single death. Not for the citizens, not for any of us. Our enemy is a warlord, and this is a battle on a scale of millions, yet you expect everyone to walk away unscathed. His tone turned grave. Don't you see how naive that is? At his words, Vivi's radiant smile vanished, replaced by indignation. Head bowed, she clenched her teeth and fists, trembling with fury, as if ready to strike Luffy at any moment. Hey Luffy, you should consider Vivi's feelings. Nami said, moving to silence him. Hold on, Nami, Ichin said, extending a hand to stop her. Luffy must have a reason. Had never deliberately humiliated a comrade. Nami relented, though worry lingered for Vivi, who had become like a sister to her during their time together. What's wrong with that? I don't want anyone to die in this war. What's so wrong about that? Vivi stormed up to Luffy, confronting him. Unfazed by her fury, Luffy replied calmly, everyone dies eventually. A sharp slap. Unable to contain her rage, Vivi struck Luffy across the face. Shut up. Don't say that. If you keep talking like that, I'll never forgive you. Huh. We're here to stop this from happening. She shook her head, frantically refusing to envision a future with casualties. Neither the royal army, the rebels, nor the citizens are at fault. Why must anyone die? This is all Crocodile's doing. It's all his fault. At the thought of him, Vivi's face contorted with hatred, wishing she could tear him apart. The moment she finished, Luffy's fist connected with her face, sending her to the ground. He shouted, then why are you risking your own life? Hey Luffy, that's going too far. You bastard, how dare you hit Vivi? Lady Vivi. Usopp and Sanji both yelled at Luffy, while Igaram watched Vivi with concern. Though he yearned to defend her, he knew the princess had to realize this war couldn't end without casualties. A thud. Vivi charged at Luffy, tackling him to the ground and raining blows upon his. Luffy's straw hat tumbled aside. Unfazed by the punches, he continued, look at this country. And you'll see what you truly need to do. Your life alone isn't enough to wager. Then what else can I bet besides my life? What? Just as Vivi was about to strike again, Luffy seized her wrist. Vivi halted, lowering her head in defeat. I have nothing left to wager but my own life. Then bet ours too. Aren't we your comrades? Luffy shoved her back and roared at the sky. Vivi froze, stunned. She had thought Luffy was merely scolding her, but now he was willing to stake his life for her, and she had doubted him. Tears streamed down her face like a river as she wept openly. Luffy. Wah. Sob. Luffy picked up his hat, dusted it off, and placed it back on his head. Gazing at the sun, he said calmly, tell me, where is Crocodile? I am going to defeat him. In Yuba, a rhythmic ticking echoed through the town. What's going on? Ever since Vivi and the others left, this clockwork sound hasn't stopped. Toto, still shoveling sand, wiped the sweat from his brow and looked skyward. The ticking. Suddenly the sand beneath Toto's feet gave way, and he plunged into water. Is this a miracle? Toto surfaced, gasping in awe at the sight around him. He found himself in the middle of a small lake. Buildings once buried by sand had been restored to their former glory. Even better, lush vegetation now covered the barren land, making Yuba more of an oasis than ever. At first Toto thought it was an illusion, but when he nearly drowned testing the water's depth, he knew it was all. Aliabarna, the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. As a guard was about to inform the king that the army was ready to depart, he discovered that Cobra was missing. He immediately ran towards the two vice-captains of the guard who were discussing the imminent attack in the corridor. Sir Shaka. Sir Pell. The king is gone. The two men were stunned. What nonsense are you spouting? They both shouted in disbelief. How could their king vanish at such a critical moment? Have you searched the entire palace? Yes, we've looked through the chambers, the courtyards, and the storehouses, but His Majesty is nowhere to be found. The guard answered earnestly. Shaka, hold the fort here. They'll search for the king outside the palace. Without waiting for a reply, Pell transformed into a peregrine falcon and soared into the sky. Shaka watched Pell's retreating form and nodded. Leave it to you. He then slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Damn it. Why does the king have to go missing at a time like this? We can't march on Rain Base now. After Pell was out of sight, Shaka sighed heavily. He then turned to the remaining guards. Quick, go and assist Pell in finding His Majesty. Yes, sir. As the guards dispersed, Shaka looked back at the sky. I hope Pell finds him soon. Otherwise the rebels might reach the capital before we even get a chance to strike. Akitoria Koza was stunned by the news about Cobra. He immediately burst out of his tent, leaped onto a red horse, and galloped at full speed towards Nanohana. In Nanohana, the false cobra, disguised by Mr. 2, had arrived with his group of Baroque Works members posing as royal soldiers. The citizens had been gathered in the central street. Kang, Your Majesty, what? What did you just say? The people looked at Cobra in utter confusion, certain they must have misheard. Their king was admitting guilt. As I have just said, I am here to offer my sincere apologies. The one who stole this country's reign is me, your king. Cobra. The citizens were aghast. King Cobra, why would you jest like this? We have always trusted you. How could you be the culprit? Yes, your Majesty. This is no joke. It is because I used the dance powder that the rain has only fallen on Alyabarna. The gravity in Cobra's tone made the residents realize he wasn't lying. I couldn't let the king. No, let myself go thirsty or starve, could I? A resident stepped forward. What you say may be true, but many have died because of the lack of water. Your Majesty, have you no regard for your own people? I am well aware of that. I know many oases have dried up without rain. But to protect this country and its king, a few sacrifices are inevitable. Cobra cut the man off. Any reverence the citizens had for Cobra vanished, replaced by pure seething anger. You bastard. You know such tragedies have occurred, yet you only think of yourself. What kind of king are you? Foolish masses questioning your king. That is precisely why I have come to apologize. As Cobra retorted, the royal soldiers beside him raised their rifles, aiming at the crowd. The citizens recoiled in fear, their shouts and curses dwindling into hushed murmurs. There is another reason I came here. As you know, the dance powder is forbidden by the world government. If this were to leak, the Marines would certainly be dispatched, and this country could be destroyed. We must avoid that at all costs. You all remember which city was found to have a large stockpile of the dance powder, don't you? I must erase that fact. Surely you understand what I mean. A sinister smile crept across Cobra's face. The residents realized with horror that he intended to silence them all. Panic ensued as the crowd tried to flee, but they were packed too tightly to move quickly. Those in the back, unaware of the danger, remained in place. Just then a young boy wielding a small hammer burst from an alley and charged straight at Cobra. Hey king, so you really did steal our reign? You bastard. Before the boy could reach him, Cobra kicked him, sending him flying. Seeing the king strike a child enraged the crowd to its breaking point. All troops hear my command. Burn Nanohana to the ground. Seeing his goal achieved, Cobra turned and shouted to his men. The sound of a horse's neigh cut through the air. You? What do you think you're doing? Koza, having just arrived and dismounted, demanded an explanation. He couldn't comprehend why Cobra would do this, handing victory directly to the rebels. Koza was baffled by such a self-destructive act. The king wasn't this foolish. Cobra simply replied, As you can see, I have come to atone for my sins. Are you insane? Koza lunged at Cobra, but was restrained by his men. Koza screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Do you have any idea what those who fell on the parched sands were feeling as they died? They didn't hate you or blame you. They knew the lack of rain wasn't your fault. They believed you were a good king, and they died with that faith in their hearts. But you stand here and confess. Even if it were a lie, you should have proclaimed your innocence. How can they rest in peace now? Bang! The moment Kosha finished his shout, the royal army fired a shot at him. Thud! Struck by the bullet, Kosha collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, a group of rebel soldiers arrived at the scene and witnessed Kosha being shot down. Mr. Kosha, up. Chief. Seeing this, Cobra immediately ordered his subordinates to set fires, and thus a great blaze began to spread from the center outward. After setting the fires, they did not leave immediately. They killed several civilians and rebel soldiers before slowly departing. In this country, everyone yearns to know the truth. That is why we rebels rose up to fight. If things had continued this way, we could have forced the king to surrender. If we had prolonged it further, we could have minimized the casualties in the nation. At least that was what I thought. But now I see I was wrong. Lying on the ground, Kosha pondered these thoughts. Meanwhile, Mr. 1 and Doublefinger were steering a massive weapon-laden galleon across the sea at breakneck speed, heading straight for Nanohana. Swiftly, the colossal ship crashed onto the shore, soared through the air, and finally landed in the heart of Nanohana, reducing countless buildings to rubble. The two on board disembarked and rendezvoused with Mr. 2. Afterward, they departed to meet up with Mr. 4 and await Crocodile. By now, the city was in utter chaos. Flames had engulfed half the town, and residents scurried about desperately fetching water to extinguish the inferno. The fire is too intense. This little water won't put it out. That damned king. In the meantime, the injured Kosha had been carried by the rebels to a place untouched by the spreading blaze. Wake up, Kosha. You're our leader. You can't die from a mere wound like this. Upon hearing this, Kosha slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy as he declared, "Let's bring an end to this nation. Contact all rebel divisions. This will be our final battle." "But Chief, our weapons are sorely," one of the rebels cautioned him. "No, the weapons are already prepared. Didn't you see that ship that crashed in early? That was an arms merchant vessel. It has a vast arsenal on board, enough to equip all of us," said a man who had just disembarked from the great ship. "This is sheer providence. Even the heavens above cannot bear the king's sins." Kosha, standing amidst the rebels, spoke slowly. Then, raising his clenched fist high, Kosha roared, "All rebel forces, hear me. Alabasta is as good as dead. This is our final showdown. We will seize the capital, Albana. From this moment, gather your men and distribute the weapons. Once everything is ready, we launch the full-scale assault." As his words faded, every rebel present and the able-bodied youth of the city erupted in fervor, swearing to take the capital and execute the king. News of the Nanohana incident spread rapidly, and cities across Alabasta responded in kind. Even citizens who had once sided with the king defected to the rebels. The rebel army's total strength now swelled to 2 million. In the capital, upon hearing the news, Shaka was incredulous. The king could never have ordered such an atrocity. "Please make a decision. What shall we do?" "We will follow your orders," a sergeant beside him inquired. Shaka fell into deep thought. "If this is the way it must be, I shall act according to my duty." With that, he walked to the railing and looked down at the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the plaza below. "Even if the king is absent, we cannot let this nation fall. We trust only what we see with our own eyes. We must protect the capital. All troops, repel the rebels." As he spoke, Shaka drew the sword from his waist and raised it above his head. "Protect the capital." The soldiers roared in unison, thrusting their weapons skyward in salute to Shaka. Knowing the rebels were on their way, Shaka immediately ordered the royal army to fortify their defenses. As the vice-commander of the royal guard and a man of absolute loyalty to the king, he could not allow the capital to fall. It was his duty, even if it meant death, and he accepted that fate willingly. The soldiers of the royal army felt the same. Having served the king for so long, did they not know his character? With the enemy at the gates, they would defend the capital to their last breath. The soldiers of the royal army felt the same. Having served the king for so long, did they not know his character? With the enemy at the gates, they would in the desert, Crocodile and Robin were each riding atop a banana crocodile heading towards Albana. Trailing behind them were Smoker, Tashigi, and over 100 marine soldiers. As they neared their destination, Crocodile turned to look at Smoker's group with a sneer. Hey, is it really wise for a marine to be tailing a warlord like this?" "That's none of your business," Smoker retorted coldly. He harbored a deep disdain for this sand crocodile. Even before the man became a warlord, Smoker had despised him. "Suit yourself then. But don't say I didn't warn you. If you keep following, I won't be responsible for whatever happens." With that, Crocodile averted his gaze from Smoker. "What an arrogant bastard." Tashigi spread the word. "Everyone be on high alert." Smoker murmured to Tashigi beside him. "What do you mean? His stance is the same as ours. Would he actually harm us?" Tashigi asked, puzzled. "Idiot, just do as I say. And listen well, a pirate is a pirate even if the government acknowledges them. Got it?" Smoker said to Tashigi with a fierce expression. Seeing that Smoker was getting angry, Tashigi nodded eagerly like a pecking chick and relayed the order. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had arrived at Rain Base. However, after a thorough search, they discovered that Crocodile had already left the city. As the group stood bewildered and lost, Ichin suddenly spoke up, revealing that Crocodile was heading to. When asked how he knew, Ichin explained that he had a master who was traveling the world. As it happened, his master was in the capital and had spotted Crocodile. Using magic to communicate, his master had relayed this information to him. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. You're that strong, and you still have a master. Afterward, Ichin brushed off their astonishment by insisting they needed to hurry to the capital and led the group towards their destination. On a lofty mountain near Albana, two figures stood gazing down at the royal capital where defensive fortifications were being prepared. One was a stout man in a baseball uniform with short yellow hair, Mr. 4. The other was an elderly woman with a voluminous red afro clad in a white uniform and floral shorts, Miss Merry Christmas. "It's about time. I wish the rebels would hurry up. I'm so bored I'm starting to mold." As she spoke, Merry Christmas pounded her aching back while Mr. 4 chuckled beside her. "Whether he's a king or not, I don't want to keep guarding this guy. Not one bit. No. It's so..." In the dead of night, he had been dragged underground by something that emerged from the earth. When he came to, he was already here. He could only hope that Shaka and Bell. In the dead of night, he had been dragged underground by something that emerged from the earth. When he came to, he was already here. He could only hope that Shaka and Bell wouldn't clash with Koza, or countless lives would be lost. Is the boss here? As Merry Christmas grumbled about her boredom, Miss Doublefinger Mr. 10 and Mr. 2 arrived at the spot. They posed the question to the pair. He's not here. No, not here. Merry Christmas replied, stamping her feet. At this, Miss Doublefinger sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead, saying it once would have sufficed. It doesn't matter how many times it's said. All we have to do is watch from here. If anything threatens to disrupt the war, well, deal with it immediately. As he spoke, Mr. 1 took a seat at the cliff's edge, quietly observing the scene below. Hearing this, Miss Doublefinger nodded, clutching her pipe, and swayed her slender waist to the cliff's edge, gazing toward the capital. This place is about to become a battlefield. Mr. 2 yelped with delight as he hopped and danced on his toes, while Merry Christmas kept grumbling about the tedium. I wish they weren't my colleagues so I could just take them out. 1-2 swan. 1-2 flying swan. 1-2 spinning swan. Why aren't they here yet? So boring, so boring. Mr. 2 yelped with delight as he hopped and danced on his toes, while Merry Christmas kept grumbling about the tedium. I wish they weren't my colleagues so I could just take them out. Mr. 1 stated flatly, his eyes wide with irritation. Beside him, Miss Doublefinger let out a soft laugh. I feel the same, though I don't share your urge to kill them. 10 minutes later, Crocodile and Robin arrived at the summit. Smoker, Tashigi, and their squad followed. How goes the plan? Any hiccups? Crocodile strode up to the group, ignoring the Marines behind him entirely, and asked directly. But boss, there are Marines right behind you. Is it wise to speak so openly? Miss Doublefinger glanced toward Smoker and his crew, who stood not far off. Hey, even if they overhear, it makes no difference. Crocodile chuckled, unconcerned about Smoker attempting an arrest. He could simply stretch his muscles later if needed. At that, Miss Doublefinger began her report. The rebels have been successfully deceived by Mr. 2, and we've delivered the weapons to them. They should be launching their attack soon. And finally, we've taken the king into our control. She gestured toward Cobra as she spoke. Seeing this, a broader smile spread across Crocodile's face. Well done. You have my gratitude. Once their battle concludes, this country will be mine. Ha ha. Whoosh. Just as Crocodile reveled in his successful scheme, Smoker transformed into smoke, and, you insolent bastard. You dare to proclaim your plan to seize this nation right in front of me. The instant Smoker reached Crocodile, he drove a punch straight at his face. Thud. Yet as the fist connected, Crocodile's face dissolved into sand. What's the harm? You're about to die anyway. Telling a dead man my plans holds no consequence for me. As he spoke, Crocodile's face reformed. Big talk. Let's see if you truly have the skill to take my life. Whoosh. In the same breath, Smoker drew the jit from his waist and lunged at Crocodile once more. Seeing the weapon, Crocodile refrained from meeting it head-on, instead dissolving into sand and retreating. What's wrong? A moment ago you were so confident. Why back away now? Smoker taunted, watching Crocodile retreat. Crocodile remained unruffled, meeting Smoker's gaze with calm composure. The tip of that weapon is embedded with sea stone. Do you take me for a fool who'd let you land a hit? Boss, shall we intervene? Mr. 2 suddenly asked from the side. No need. He's a Logia-type user. None of you have mastered armament Haki, so you could never touch him. As he spoke, Crocodile leisurely produced a cigar, placed it between his lips, and took a slow drag. Upon hearing this, Mr. 2 stepped back and quietly observed the two combatants. Meanwhile, Smoker pulled out 2 cigars, put them in his mouth, and lit up as well. Whoosh. The next second the two clashed once more, both puffing smoke. Smoker aimed to strike at Crocodile's head, but the latter dodged, prompting Smoker to unleash a rapid flurry of attacks. Yet Crocodile evaded each one with instantaneous grace. Thud. Act. Just as Smoker raised his jit, Crocodile's fist, now turned pitch black, slammed into his body, sending him flying backward. But Smoker quickly scrambled back to his feet, his eyes narrowing with gravity as he fixed them on Crocodile's darkened hands. Armament Haki. I've only just scratched its surface, but Crocodile has mastered it completely. This is going to get troublesome. Don't look at me with such a grave expression, old friend. After all, you've never managed to beat me before, have you? Ha ha. Crocodile sneered at Smoker, who had just risen from the ground. Smoker, who had just risen, transformed back into smoke and lunged at Crocodile with his jit. Crocodile in turn easily sidestepped Smoker's attack once more. Captain Smoker, I'll help you. Ugh. 6 flowers. Tashigi and the other Marines tried to rush to Smoker's aid, but Robin used the arms she sprouted on Tashigi to bind her tightly. The other Marines were similarly pinned to the ground by the hands that grew from their own bodies. I can't let you go over there, little girl. Robin smiled gently at Tashigi, her hands forming a sign. However, Robin's friendly smile appeared mocking to Tashigi, who struggled in anger. Damn it, I can't break free. Stop struggling. It's better if you just take a nice nap. With that, Robin twisted her hands, knocking Tashigi and the others unconscious as they glared at her. Tashigi, how dare you get distracted during our fight, Smoker? Clang. The moment Smoker glanced at Tashigi, Crocodile seized the opportunity and grabbed him by the throat. Smoker's jit clattered to the ground. Gasping, Smoker clutched the large hand, gripping his neck with both hands, struggling to break free. But Crocodile didn't kill him outright. Instead, he watched Smoker's futile struggles with a mocking gaze, seemingly deriving pleasure from it. Your Majesty, there you are. At that moment, Pell, transformed into a peregrine falcon, appeared in the sky above them and looked down at the bound Cobra. Run, Pell, you're no match for them. Though Cobra desperately wanted to shout this, all he could do was shake his head frantically. Don't worry, Your Majesty. He'll have you out of there in a moment. As he spoke, Pell swooped down towards Cobra. Just as Pell was about to reach Cobra, Robin used her power to slam him down from the sky. Your speed is impressive, but I'm sorry to say speed is useless against me. Robin walked over to Pell, who was pinned and struggling on the ground, and said with a light laugh, It's over. Even Pell is. Just as Cobra was thinking this, another voice came from the sky. You just wait there to get knocked flying, Crocodile. Hearing this, everyone looked up towards the sky. They saw a boy in a red vest wearing a straw hat descending towards Crocodile. Seeing this, Crocodile quickly dispersed into sand, and Smoker, who had been held by the throat, fell to the ground. Boom! The next second, Luffy landed, and the impact from his landing sent Smoker, who was on the ground, flying back several meters. STR. Straw Hat. Smoker, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and propped himself up, looking at Luffy, who had landed in front of him. Hearing this, Luffy also looked at Smoker. Huh? Smoke Guy, what are you doing here? Are you with Crocodile too? Smoker was taken aback for a moment, then roared at Luffy. You want to die, you brat? Boop. Are you an idiot, Luffy? Look at him, obviously not. Nami lightly tapped Luffy's head and said with a sigh. Oh, is that so? I thought Mr. 3 had already taken care of you. Why are you here, Straw Hat? While Luffy was still chatting with Smoker, Crocodile suddenly asked coldly from a distance. Hearing this, Luffy turned his head to look at Crocodile and said calmly, because that was a lie, of course. That Mr. 3 is truly useless, failing to complete his mission. It seems Mr. 2 couldn't find him because he had already fled. At this thought, Crocodile decided to have more people hunt down the Mr. 3 who had deceived him after this was over. Goma Goma no Rocket. Just as Crocodile snapped back to attention, Luffy's fist came flying towards him. Thud. Missed. Is it a power like the Smoke Guy's? Luffy retracted his arm, looking at Crocodile. Hey Luffy, well, go handle those high-ranking agents. Crocodile is all yours. Zoro lightly patted Luffy's shoulder and said. Hearing this, Luffy smiled and nodded. Leave it to. As Luffy's words fell, Ichun and the others had already chosen their opponents, while Vivi and Apis headed towards the royal capital. Are you sure you don't want your subordinates to help you? Not that it matters whether you come one by one or all together, the only outcome is death. Crocodile sneered at Luffy mockingly. Hearing this, Luffy lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, To deal with you, I alone am enough. And besides, they're not my subordinates. They are my important friends. As he spoke, Luffy's eyes widened, his usual grin replaced by a serious expression, his brow furrowed. And besides, they're not my subordinates. They are my important friends. As he spoke, Luffy's eyes widened. As he spoke, Crocodile laughed again, as if mocking Luffy's naivety, foolishness, and innocence. What the hell do you know, Crocodile? With that, Luffy charged at Crocodile. At the same time, Ichun and the others were also about to begin their battles with their chosen opponents. The matchups between the Straw Hat Pirates and Baroque Works were as follows. Vice Captain Ichun versus Vice President Robin. Zoro versus Mr. 1 Sanji versus Mr. 2 Nami versus Miss Doublefinger. Usopp versus Mr. For a Chopper vs Miss Merry Christmas. They'll give you 3 minutes. When the time is up, I'll finish you off. Crocodile threw a small hourglass timer onto the ground, planting it in the sand, and said with a sneer to Luffy. Boom. On the sand dunes near the royal capital, tens of thousands of horses were charging towards the city. The thunder of hooves echoed across the sky, making the very sand tremble. The riders holding their swords high stared coldly ahead. Behind them followed a million infantrymen armed with blades, guns, and cannons. All rebel forces hear my command. Charge straight for the southern gate of Albana. The vanguard cavalry will open the gates once they're through. Koza, leading the charge, raised his long sword above his head and shouted. Understood. At this moment, Vivi had just ascended the city wall, meeting up with Shaka, Ichun, and Apis. Minutes earlier, upon reaching the base of the wall, Vivi had discovered Apis was missing. As she looked around for her, she saw Apis walking towards her, pulling along a figure in a black robe. During their conversation, she learned that this person was the master Ichun had spoken of. At that moment, Usopp and Chopper stood back to back on a stretch of sand, scanning their surroundings. Damn it, those two are playing dirty with us digging all these holes out here. Usopp gazed at the dozens of sand pits nearby, unsure of how to respond, for he had no way of knowing when or where the enemy might pop out. Just minutes earlier, Mr. For and Miss Merry Christmas had locked eyes with Chopper and Usopp before fleeing down the mountain. The duo naturally gave chase, but by the time they reached the sandy field, the area was already riddled with craters. Moreover, their foes would suddenly surface to hurl baseball bombs at them. Usopp, think of something. We're already exhausting ourselves just dodging these bombs. If this keeps up, we'll be worn down and blown to bits before long. Chopper spoke with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the sand pits, addressing Usopp behind him. Hey, what are you saying? Even if you ask me to come up with a plan, I can't do it. Usopp, think of something. We're already exhausting ourselves just dodging these bombs. If this keeps up. As the two conversed, Miss Merry Christmas suddenly poked her head out from the sand right between them. Startled, they both stomped down instantly, but she had already slipped away. You fools, fools, fools. So slow. You'll never catch me like that. As she spoke, she glanced over at Mr. Mr. who had suddenly appeared beside them, caught her meaning. He signaled for the cannon, which had eaten the dog fruit, to fire a shell. Boom. Here it comes. Usopp, dodge. Hearing this, Usopp quickly hit the ground as the baseball bomb flew straight toward Mr. With a heavy thud, just as the baseball bomb was about to strike him, Mr. Whipped out a massive 4-ton baseball bat and smacked the bomb right back at them. Since the baseball bomb was on a timer and incredibly heavy, it wouldn't detonate from the impact of Mr. 4's swing. Whiz, boom. The baseball bomb exploded midair just before it could hit them, sending both of them flying backward from the blast. Damn it. They pop up here and there, we can never tell where they'll surface next. Usopp groaned in pain as he picked himself up off the ground. Just as Usopp was considering a tactical retreat, Chopper nudged his rear with his antlers. Feeling the odd sensation, Usopp immediately turned to look at Chopper. What are you doing, Chopper? I'm in the middle of devising a battle plan. Why are you poking my butt? You just made me forget half of the strategy one had already thought up. Hearing this, Chopper genuinely believed he had disrupted Usopp's thoughts and innocently apologized. Seeing that Chopper had actually fallen for it, Usopp let out an awkward chuckle before asking, "So what were you trying to tell me?" Boom. Ugh. No sooner had Usopp spoken than they were sent flying again by another explosion. You two brats sure are cocky, chatting so leisurely while fighting us. Miss Merry Christmas taunted them, her hair styled into an afro, before diving back underground. Cough. Damn it, that old hag is way too arrogant. Usopp spat out a mouthful of blood and clenched his fists, pounding the ground in frustration. Usopp, what I was trying to tell you is that I've figured out their weakness. There are many sand pits, but they're all interconnected. We just need to grab that dog that fires the cannon itself and have it shoot into the holes. Thanks to the enhanced intellect from the rumble ball, Chopper quickly pieced together a solution. So they're all connected, huh? That makes things easier. Hearing this, a grin crept across Usopp's face. If the sand pits were all interconnected, he wouldn't need to aim precisely at all. What do you mean? You just need to. Chopper instantly understood, then transformed into his reindeer form, hoisting Usopp onto his back and racing up the mountain. Seeing this, Miss Merry Christmas quickly urged Mr. Not good. Don't let them get back to the mountain. Mr. Go stop them. Hearing this, Mr. Swiftly sprinted through the underground tunnels toward the sand pit beneath Chopper and Usopp, with Miss Merry Christmas and the cannon dog following suit. Hey, you've fallen right into our trap. Seeing all three of them descend into the sand pits, Usopp immediately summoned his Kabuto slingshot, drew it back to a sharp angle, and fired a small bomb into the hole. Special attack surprise bomb star. As he spoke, the small bomb he launched split into over 1,000 tiny bomblets, each one precisely scattering into the various sand pits. That's amazing, Usopp. Chopper had just praised him when Usopp, seated atop Chopper, suddenly shouted, "Oh no, this is too much. Chopper, get out of here. Wait, didn't you make this? Why are you so shocked yourself?" Chopper exclaimed as he immediately sprinted up the mountain with Usopp on his back. Huh, why are there so many little balls falling? Miss Merry Christmas wondered, staring at the tiny bombs about to land on her face. The moment she finished speaking, the bombs slammed into her face. Boom, boom, boom. After the first explosion, the rest of the bombs began to detonate in rapid succession. With a thunderous roar, after several seconds of continuous explosions, the sandy ground riddled with pits erupted and collapsed over 10 meters deep. As the dust settled, all that remained in the sunken crater were a few tattered scraps of cloth. Usopp and Chopper versus Mr. 4's duo. The victors are Usopp's team. Meanwhile, at Nami's battlefield against Miss Doublefinger. Die, little girl. As she spoke, Miss Doublefinger's hand transformed into sharp thorns, pierced straight through Nami's heart. No, but wait, A fake. Just as Miss Doublefinger thought, she had finished Nami off. The Nami she had impaled suddenly dissolved into steam and vanished into thin air. It's a mirage created by the interplay of cool and warm bubbles. Pretty convincing, isn't it? Nami, who had suddenly appeared behind Miss Doublefinger, chuckled softly while twirling her climb attack. Behind me, huh? Miss Doublefinger whirled around and launched an attack with her powers. With a whoosh, the tips of her bra turned sharp, morphing into two long spikes that shot rapidly toward Nami. Thunk! Another fake. As the spikes passed straight through Nami and she vanished once more, Miss Doublefinger grew wary. As Miss Doublefinger's eyes darted around searching for Nami, 8 more Namis suddenly materialized. Well, what do you think? I can even make them strike different poses. As Nami's words fell, the 8 Nami clones surrounding her began to strike various poses. Each of the 8 Namis had a completely different facial expression, smiling, crying, sneering, cold, angry, making funny faces, and so on. Their poses were equally flamboyant, as abstract as they could possibly be. The previous 2 were fakes, so these must be fakes as well. That woman probably doesn't have any offensive abilities, or she would have attacked me by now. With that thought, Miss Doublefinger ceased her attacks and simply sat down on the ground. She wanted to see just how long this woman could keep up her mirages. Since you're not attacking anymore, it's my turn now. As she spoke, Nami, hidden behind a rock not far away, wielded her climate baton and summoned a thundercloud that floated directly above Miss Doublefinger. Hearing this, Miss Doublefinger immediately sprang to her feet, warily scanning her surroundings. She had become like a porcupine with sharp, elongated spikes protruding from her entire body to guard against any sneak attack from Nami. What she didn't realize, however, was that Nami was launching a long-range attack. Climate baton thunderbolt. As the words left her mouth, a bolt of lightning descended from the cloud. Boom. Yeah. The lightning struck Miss Doublefinger directly, the electric current rapidly coursing from her head to every part of her body. The pain caused Miss Doublefinger to scream in agony. Thud. After being electrocuted for several seconds, she staggered and then collapsed to the ground. Because the characters in One Piece are notoriously tough and resilient, Miss Doublefinger was merely knocked unconscious by the shock. Seeing Miss Doublefinger fall, Nami cautiously walked back over and poked her body with the climate baton. When she got no reaction, Nami finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the very peak of the mountain, Robin took a delicate sip of her black tea before turning her gaze to Ichin, who sat across from her. A minute ago, the two had been locked in a fierce battle, but then Ichin had suggested they sit down for some tea. Unable to overpower him, Robin had reluctantly agreed. So now the two of them were sitting sipping tea and watching the battles unfolding below. Your comrades are all fighting the agents down there, and you're here having tea with me. Is that really all right, young man? Hearing this, Ichin gently blew on the hot tea in his hand, then let out a soft chuckle. There's nothing wrong with it. Those agents are their prey after all. How could I possibly steal their glory? Besides, those agents are no match for my crew. Seeing Ichin's composed demeanor, Robin was taken aback for a moment, then offered him a smile. It seems you have great confidence in your comrades, young man. But enough about me. Why aren't you going to help your own comrades? Ichin tapped the stone table he had created with his powers, looking at Robin with a smile. Robin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she slid her now empty teacup across the table towards Ichin, a slight smile playing on her lips. Seeing this, Ichin chuckled and picked up the teapot, filling Robin's cup to 7/10 full before handing it back. Robin took the cup and took an elegant sip. They are not my comrades, young man. The organization I belong to is nothing more than a criminal syndicate built on mutual exploitation and convenience. The scene shifted to where Sanji was battling Mr. 2. The two introduced themselves to each other before clashing. Mr. 2 spun his body with his legs extended at a right angle, rotating towards Sanji. Toe kick. Seeing this, Sanji immediately countered with a side kick of his own. Mutton shot. The next second, their legs crossed, striking each other's shins. Although it seemed like a stalemate compared to Sanji's relaxed expression, Mr. 2 was clearly struggling. Not bad legwork. Yours isn't bad either. Bang. After the two remained locked for 3 seconds, Mr. 2's strength gave out first, and he was sent flying into a nearby rock wall. Damn it, I didn't expect his kicking power to be stronger than mine. Wait, I've got an idea. With that, Mr. 2 lightly tapped his face with his left hand. The next second, his face and body transformed to look exactly like Usopp. On the way to Alabasta, the Straw Hats had encountered Mr. 2, but they didn't know who he was until one of his subordinates called him by his code name as he was leaving. To prevent Mr. 2 from disguising himself as one of them, all the Straw Hats had drawn an X on their hands and wrapped them in bandages. Except for Sanji, who was cooking in the kitchen, Zoro, who was training on the stern, and Ichin, who was sleeping in the cabin, everyone else had their faces recorded by Mr. 2. Usopp, jumped down from the rock wall looking at Sanji with a pitiful expression. Stop, stop. It's me. What nonsense are you spouting, you idiot? As he spoke, Sanji kicked Usopp squarely in the face, sending him crashing back into the rock wall. WHWHY. Isn't this guy your comrade? How could you do that? Bon Clay shouted from the wall as he emerged again. Just because you look like my comrade doesn't make you him. The most important thing about a person is their soul, Sanji said slowly looking at Bon Clay. Hearing this, Bon Clay was momentarily stunned. So there really are people in this world who don't care about appearance. As he pondered this, Bon Clay looked at Sanji, who was calmly watching him. Against someone like this, no matter whose face he wore, it probably wouldn't faze him. As he thought, Bon Clay began switching faces again, while Sanji remained completely indifferent. Bon Clay kept changing his appearance, even briefly taking the form of Nami. I doubt even this beautiful face would stir this man. As he thought this, he thought he saw something flash before his eyes. He thought he might have imagined it, so he changed back into Nami's face. And then he saw Sanji's previously calm eyes turn into a pair of swirling hearts. Then Bon Clay switched back to his own face, and Sanji's expression reverted to his usual cool and aloof demeanor. Did he just have heart-shaped eyes? As he pondered this, Bon Clay transformed into Nami once more. Sure enough, Sanji's aloof facade instantly dissolved into a lovesick expression. Bon Clay experimented a few more times, and found Sanji to be incredibly predictable. Swan kick. While Sanji was completely entranced, Bon Clay switched back to his own form, and kicked him, sending him flying. Damn you, you bastard. Just as Sanji was about to retaliate, Bon Clay transformed into Nami again, winking at him, and speaking in a soft, alluring voice. Please don't. Hearing this, Sanji's heart melted, and he immediately halted his kick midair. Seeing this, Bon Clay switched back and kicked Sanji again. Caught off guard, Sanji was sent flying once more. Cough. You damn bastard, turning into Namikan's face. As he spoke, Sanji rose again, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Bon Clay merely chuckled, then spun once more, hurtling towards Sanji like a freshly launched swan kick. Seeing the opponent's face revert to its original form, Sanji ceased his hesitation and raised his right leg high. A slender serpent of flame coiled slowly around his leg. Better to end this quickly, lest that bastard use Nami's face to deceive me again. With that thought, Sanji kicked fiercely in Bon Clay's direction. Stir-fry flying serpent. As the words left his mouth, the fiery serpent coiled around his leg lunged at the turning Bon Clay. What is this? In a flash, the fire serpent collided with a bewildered Bon Clay, dissipating into the air upon impact. In the next moment, Bon Clay's entire body erupted in flames. Hot, hot, hot. Wailing in agony, Bon Clay collapsed to the ground, writhing and screaming, yet he did not beg Sanji for mercy. Seeing this, Sanji first pulled a cigarette from his coat and lit it, then walked calmly over to stand before Bon Clay, watching him in silence. Noticing Sanji's gaze, Bon Clay ceased his cries and smiled, closing his eyes. Just finish me off? Even if I failed, the organization would kill me anyway. Hearing this, Sanji raised his leg high and brought it down in a single stomp. After lifting his foot, he nonchalantly walked up the mountain with his hands in his pockets. Wait. Why didn't you kill me? Aren't we enemies? Bon Clay, sprawled on the ground, called out to Sanji, who had not only extinguished the flames on him, but also spared his life. Confusion was etched all over his face. Hearing this, Sanji paused, but did not turn back. Instead, he raised his cigarette high. Yeah, we're enemies, that's right. But whether to kill you or not is my choice. As he spoke, Sanji turned and pointed the cigarette at Bon Clay. Listen up, you live, and repent for what you've done. Got it? Without waiting for a reply, Sanji turned and left the floor, leaving Bon Clay only a dashing silhouette. So kind-hearted. Sniff. Sanjikin. Watching Sanji's departing figure, Bon Clay wiped the glistening tears from his eyes. Sanji versus Mr. 2. The victor was Sanji. He had gained a small measure of friendship, though Sanji himself was unaware of it. I recall you were a renowned assassin from the West Blue. How did you end up serving under a warlord? Zoro chuckled, looking at Mr. 1 before him. So what? Mr. 1 charged at Zoro. Just as his blade-like arm was about to strike, Zoro swiftly drew Wado Ikamanji and blocked the attack. Because I'm a dice fruit user, my entire body can turn into steel blades. As he spoke, Mr. 1 extended another hand to slash at Zoro. Because I'm a dice fruit user, my entire body can turn into steel blades. As he spoke, Mr. 1 extended another hand to slash at Zoro. Another metallic clamor echoed as Zoro drew his second sword to block the attack. Suddenly, several deep slash marks appeared on the rock wall behind him, causing massive boulders to crumble down. Both warriors leaped back, and the shattered rocks crashed down between them. In the next instant, they charged at each other, blades clashing, and Zoro drew his third sword. Mr. 1 thrust his 5 blade-like fingers towards Zoro's waist, But before they could connect, Zoro parried with his sword. Seeing his attack blocked, Mr. One immediately swiped at the other side of Zoro's waist, only to be realizing the waist was a dead end. Mr. One suddenly extended his leg, which had morphed into a long blade, kicking towards Zoro's neck. Every strike targets a vital point. With that thought, Zoro leaped several meters back and under. Mr. One's bewildered gaze tied his headband around his forehead. What are you doing? Zoro assumed a stance and replied with a smirk, that was just a warm-up. Now I need to get a bit serious. What? That was just a warm-up. Don't tell me you've forgotten who was struggling to block my attacks just moments ago. How dare you spout such nonsense? You're far too arrogant. With that, Mr. One spread his blade-like arms and charged at Zoro. Seeing this, Zoro merely chuckled and vanished from his spot. He's gone. You're too slow. Just as Mr. One halted to locate Zoro, the swordsman had already appeared at his side. Startled, Mr. One instantly retreated, and once at a safe distance, he turned to face Zoro, who was still standing in his original spot. When did he know? Was it that his speed was too fast for me to track? A smile crept onto Mr. One's face. This feeling of facing a formidable opponent was a first for him. It seemed he could truly improve himself here. But I can't feel it. Is he too weak? Recalling Mr. One's dumbfounded expression when Zoro appeared behind him. But I can't feel it. Is he too weak? Recalling Mr. One's dumbfounded expression when Zoro appeared behind him, Zoro's fighting spirit immediately halved. This won't do. I can't gauge my current level at all. While Zoro was lost in thought, Mr. One charge. Since I can't test my speed, I can still test my strength. With that, Zoro met the charge heat in. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal rang out around them. Neither bore any serious wounds, but the rock walls beside them were shaved down by hundreds of kilograms from their flying slashes. I didn't expect you to have decent strength even if your speed is lacking. Zoro chuckled at Mr. One. You damn bastard, you're infuriatingly arrogant. As he spoke, Mr. One kicked out at Zoro. Just as his leg was about to strike, Zoro sidestepped to the left and swung his sword in a single motion. Swish, a long gash was carved across Mr. One's body, a result of his being a fraction of a second too slow. After separating once more, they unleashed their ultimate techniques and clashed. You win. Thud. As the words left his mouth, Mr. One collapsed onto the sandy ground. Blood flowed steadily from the sword wound on Mr. One's body. Zoro said nothing and simply walked away. Not a bad opponent. Zoro versus Mr. One. The victor was Zoro. While the others celebrated their victories, Luffy remained locked in fierce combat with Crocodile. The two soared through the air, exchanging flurries of blows. Aren't you a rubber man? How can you fly? And what's with? Crocodile's gaze fell upon Luffy's fists crackling with lightning, a shadow of unease crossing his face. Though his sand form rendered him immune to direct harm from the lightning, a tingling sensation crept over his scalp. Not from fear, but from the genuine, numbing effect of the electricity. Hey Straw Hat, why are you so willing to help a country that has nothing to do with you? As he spoke, Crocodile hurled a crescent of sand at Luffy. Because this is the country of my friend. Luffy dodged the attack and replied, Friend? What a boring and childish reason. On this sea, power is everything. So-called friends are just tools for the strong to handle trivial matters. Crocodile's hands moved as he spoke, summoning a massive sand tornado to hurl at Luffy. Shut up. You don't understand what friends are. As he spoke, Luffy raised his leg, stretching it and beginning to spin it rapidly. Soon the surrounding air gathered around Luffy's leg, forming a whirlwind. A friend is someone who will do everything in their power to help when a comrade is in trouble. Goma Goma no. Wind whip. With a whoosh, the two tornadoes collided, spiraling upwards before dissipating into the sky. Seeing this, the two charged at each other once more, resuming their fierce struggle. Amidst the clash, Crocodile repeatedly swung his hooked arm at Luffy, while Luffy relentlessly pounded his fists into Crocodile's body. Soon Luffy bore several fresh wounds, while Crocodile's body grew increasingly numb from the electric shocks. His attacks slowed, though he suffered little real damage. For Luffy had not yet mastered armament Haki. Despite the wounds he had accumulated, he had yet to land a decisive blow on Crocodile. Ichin immediately cast a spell, and a jet of water shot forth, striking Luffy directly. Soaked Luffy tumbled to the ground, coughing out water. Blub blub blub, what are you doing, Ichin? Well, because Crocodile can't dodge your attacks when he's what I thought I'd help. Ichin offered an awkward yet polite smile. Hearing this, Luffy sprang to his feet with a quick flip. Sauka, Wakata, Arigato na Ichin. With that, he flew back up to re-engage Crocodile. Now let's see you turn into sand to dodge my fists, haha. Luffy pulled both fists back behind him. Goma Goma no. Lightning Gatling. His fist shot forward like a barrage of rain, hammering into Crocodile. Damn it. Crocodile coated his hands in armament Haki, attempting to ward off the blows. Boom, boom, boom. Luffy's relentless assault pounded Crocodile, driving him downward. With one final crushing blow, Crocodile was slammed back to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of... Luffy dove after him, aiming for Crocodile's head. But Crocodile, scrambling to his feet, dissolved into a gust of sand and vanished from the spot. His fist met only air. Without a second thought, Luffy gave chase. Stand still, Crocodile. Damn, Brett, I don't have time for you. Crocodile flew to Cobra, snatched him up, and also grabbed Robin before speeding off towards the royal capital. Ichin watched Robin being taken without interference, for he wanted her to see the poneglyph hidden beneath the palace. So he simply let it happen. Hey, wait. Get back here, Crocodile. Let's keep fighting. Seeing Crocodile fly toward the capital, Luffy immediately took to the air in pursuit, with Ichin following close behind. Before leaving, however, Ichin left a message on the ground so their friends wouldn't worry about their sudden disappearance. If you don't want your daughter to die, you'll take me to Pluton immediately. As they flew over the city walls, Crocodile pointed at Vivi below, threatening King Cobra. Unwilling to see his daughter harmed, Cobra quickly agreed. Soon the three arrived at a palace courtyard where Cobra opened a secret switch leading them down into the catacombs. Luffy and Ichin soon reached the entrance and followed. Upon finding the ancient stone tablet, Robin began translating it for Crocodile. But the content Robin translated wasn't what Crocodile sought. Enraged, he turned on her, intent on... At that moment, Luffy burst in and sent Crocodile crashing into the stone wall, with a single punch saving Robin from harm. Meanwhile, Ichin calmly walked in from the corridor. He first untied Cobra, then summoned a stone table and 3 chairs complete with a teapot, 3 cups, and fresh black tea inside. Ignoring the ongoing battle between the two, he calmly began to brew the tea. Straw Hat. Seeing Luffy staring him down with a serious expression, the already hot-tempered Crocodile's fury boiled over his face, turning red like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He then lunged at Luffy with his venomous hook. But given Luffy's current speed and strength, as long as he focused on evasion, Crocodile couldn't land a hit. However, retreating without fighting wasn't Luffy's style. Seeing the hook swing toward him, he immediately threw a punch at Crocodile. With a boom, Crocodile was once again smashed into the stone wall, though the hook left a small gash on Luffy. Aren't you going to help your captain? That hook is laced with a deadly poison, Robin remarked from the side, a hint of concern in her voice. No need to worry. A little poison like that I can easily cure. Ichin waved his hand dismissively. Oh my, so you're the ship's doctor. No, I can cure it, but am not the ship's doctor. Robin was momentarily taken aback. Not a doctor, yet able to cure deadly poison. Strange, but certainly intriguing. While Luffy clashed with Crocodile beneath the royal tomb, Vivi stood atop the city walls, desperately trying to reason with the rebel army that had amassed at the gates. Everyone, please listen to me. This battle must stop. The reason Alabasta has been plagued by drought is because of Crocodile. So, please, no more fighting. I don't want a single person to die in this war. The vanguard of the rebel forces halted, exchanging uncertain glances and murmuring amongst themselves. After a brief moment, a man stepped forward from the crowd and shouted up at Vivi, "Are you joking? King Cobra just destroyed Narahara, and now you have the nerve to say you don't want anyone else to die. And you're trying to blame our nation's hero Crocodile. Do you take us for fools? Do you think we're the kind of idiots who'd just redirect our anger because of your pretty words? Hey, destroy Narahara. That's impossible. Father would never do anything to harm our people, let alone destroy an entire city." Vivi faltered, shaking her head in desperate denial. "It happened recently, and I saw it with my own eyes," the cavalryman retorted, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Then where's your proof?" Vivi shot back. "Isn't my word as a citizen of Narahara proof enough?" The cavalryman roared, tearing off his bandages to reveal a gruesome charred wound on his side, blood still seeping from the blistered flesh. Vivi gasped, clamping her hand over her mouth in horror at the sight. She stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground in shock. Her eyes glazed over, her lips trembling as she whispered, "No, Father couldn't have done this. He would never do something so cruel." Tears began to well in her eyes. Princess Vivi, Igaram and Shaka rushed to her side, their voices laced with concern. Ichin and Apis, however, remained silent observers, making no move to console her. A pang of sympathy stirred in Apis' heart. She tugged at Ichin's sleeve, looking up at him pleadingly. He gave a slight shake of his head, and she let go. Ichin was waiting. He would wait for the 2 million rebels to converge and for Vivi's plea to fail. Only then would he make his move and resolve this in one fell swoop. "Princess Vivi, please compose yourself." Though the king vanished around the same time, he could not have done this. The destruction of Narahara must be the work of Mr. 2, who disguised himself as the king. Igaram offered in consolation. That's right, mister. Tu had shown them his mimicry abilities on the ship, including impersonating her father. A spark of clarity returned to Vivi's eyes, and she rose, stepping back to the parapet. Koza, where is he? Your leader. I need to speak with him about this battle. As she scanned the crowd, Koza rode forward on his crimson horse. I'm right here, Vivi. Say what you need to say. But I can't promise he'll be able to hold back the attack on Alyabar. After all, what Cobra, your father, did at Narahara is unforgivable. His gaze turned icy as it fixed upon Vivi on the wall. No, that wasn't my father. It was one of Crocodile's men in disguise. Vivi shook her head, explaining, then have the king come and tell me himself. I want to hear him say, I didn't do it with his own mouth. Can you, my father? He's not in Alyabarna right now, Vivi replied after a hesitant pause. A chorus of angry shouts erupted from the rebel forces below. See, I told you. The king must have known we were coming and fled. And after doing something like that, he runs away. What a coward. I bet he's admitting his guilt, why else wouldn't he come out to defend himself? Quiet. Koza's voice cut through the jeering mob, silencing them. So as you can see, whether he's too afraid to face us or has already fled, the rebellion will not stop. Not unless you can produce the king on these walls right now. I can't do that. But if you could just wait, my father will surely. Vivi began, but Koza cut her off sharply. Enough, Vivi. It's too late for words. All 2 million rebels are now gathered here. Unless the king shows himself, we will storm Alyabarna. Vivi's gaze swept across the horizon. The entire plain before the capital was a sea of people stretching beyond the limits of her sight. Bang! Goth! Thud! As Vivi stood stunned by the sheer number of rebels, a single gunshot rang out from the royal soldiers on the wall. A bullet tore into Koza's abdomen. He coughed up blood and crumpled to the ground. Koza, chief! The rebel officers rushed to his side, dismounting swiftly. One of them cradled his head in their lap. Damn them! How cowardly! Using a parley as a distraction to assassinate our leader. In an instant, the fragile peace shattered. The rebels, who had been momentarily calmed by Koza, charged the gates on horseback, while others surged forward with ladders racing towards the walls. You idiot! Who told you to fire? A royal soldier tackled the one who had shot, screaming in fury. It's over. This is completely over. As the rebels crashed against the gates, Vivi's legs gave way, and she slumped to the ground in despair. Just as Igaram and Shaka moved to comfort her, rebel ladders slammed against the battlements, and men began to climb. Meanwhile, a battering ram thudded against the main gate. Boom! Just as the first rebels were about to crest the wall, the sky abruptly darkened. The sky. It's suddenly dark. And the sun. It's gone too. At the mountain summit. Is it nighttime already? Zoro asked, staring upward. It can't be. There's no moon either, Sanji observed, taking a calm drag from his cigarette. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like something terrifying is about to happen. Usopp stammered his leg. Chopper clung to Zoro's leg, whimpering, a monster. For real. This is so scary. Smoker, lying on the ground, and Tashigi, who had just regained consciousness, stared in disbelief at the sudden darkness. Nami looked up curiously. I've never heard of the sky just going dark like this. Buzz. Just as the crowd below the city walls was wondering why darkness had fallen, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly appeared in the sky, their gaze fixed upon them. What is that? A monster? Or a demon? Could it be a god? The blood-red pupils stared straight at them, filling them with dread and terror. Meanwhile, Ichin, draped in a mysterious black robe, stepped through the air, ascending toward the heavens. Tap, tap, tap. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he finally halted at a conspicuous height. Suddenly, a majestic and enigmatic throne materialized behind him. With an elegant sweep of his robe, Ichin gracefully seated himself upon it. Buzz. The next moment, the dim sky blazed back to life as the sun reappeared overhead, its brilliant light catching everyone off guard and blinding them momentarily. As their vision cleared, they realized the colossal eyes that had loomed in the sky were gone, and they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Hey, look up there! A voice from the crowd suddenly shouted, pointing frantically at the sky. Hearing this, everyone's attention was drawn to Ichin seated regally upon his throne. Who was that man floating in the sky, and with a throne no less? Buzz. As the crowd murmured in confusion, an unparalleled pressure of magical power radiated from Ichin. The tangible, overwhelming force instantly crushed the climbing rebel soldiers and the galloping warhorses to the ground, and soon every standing person was pinned down by the immense pressure. In an instant, except for Luffy's crew and Apis, who felt nothing, everyone else was rendered incapable of rising under the oppressive force. From Ichin's vantage point, both the 2 million rebel soldiers outside the city and the 300,000 royal guards within were all prostrate on the ground, utterly powerless to stand. More than half of them had already fainted. Seeing this, Ichon inwardly scoffed at their fragility and lessened the pressure he was emitting. What is the meaning of this? Ugh, Ak, you? What have you done to everyone? As panic and confusion gripped the masses, Vivi, standing atop the city wall, looked at the countless fallen figures before her and shouted her accusation towards Ichon in the sky. Fear not. They have merely fainted, too weak to withstand my presence. Ichen's voice echoed directly into Vivi's mind from his throne in the sky. Though startled by the telepathic communication, Vivi took a deep breath to steady herself. I apologize for my earlier outburst. It may be presumptuous, but I must ask you, Master of Ichun, to allow me to negotiate with the rebels. Unnecessary. Even if you plead until your throat gives out, the rebels will not believe you. Stay where you are. I have promised my disciple that I would restore this kingdom to its former peace, and I will see it done. Vivi was taken aback. Though his words promised aid, the icy indifference in Ichen's tone sent a shiver down her spine. Buzz. Just as Vivi wondered how he intended to help, a gentle green light radiated from Ichun. In the next instant, all who had fainted rose to their feet, looking refreshed and invigorated. What just happened? Not sure, but that was the most restful sleep I've ever had. Buzz. As the people exchanged bewildered comments, the sound of a magic circle activating echoed through the air. In moments, dark storm clouds gathered across the entire sky of Alabasta. Drip drop. Soon rain began to fall. At first it was just a few drops landing on faces, but as everyone looked up, the heavens opened up and unleashed a torrential downpour. Splash. It's rain. It's actually rain. We haven't seen rain like this in ages. Ha ha ha, sweet, sweet rain. The rain beat against their faces and soaked their clothes, yet no one sought shelter. Instead, they spread their arms wide, cheering and celebrating the arrival of the precious water. Some even opened their mouths, letting the raindrops fall onto their tongues. Their fierce battle fervor was completely extinguished by the downpour, for it had been 3 years since they last felt rain. It was like a high school student who had endured 3 years without a phone finally getting to play one after the college entrance exam. So this is rain? Koza murmured, feeling the gentle touch of the water as he woke. How can it rain so heavily without warning? Could it be? Vivi, standing under the eaves of the city tower, extended her hand to catch the raindrops, her gaze inevitably drifting towards Ichun in the sky. Koza also looked up at Ichun. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly knelt down and prostrated himself before the figure in the sky. The rebel officers followed suit, kneeling as well. O Divine One, please forgive our transgressions. Seeing this, the rest of the rebel army looked on in confusion, wondering why their leaders were doing this. Seeing their confusion, Koza explained, this person was able to incapacitate 2 million of us in an instant and just as easily restore us. No mere human could possess such power, let alone command the rain itself. Hearing this, the rebel soldiers began to kneel one by one. They didn't question whether it was the dance powder causing the rain. That was because rain summoned by dance powder could never cover such a vast area, nor fall with such intensity, or for such a duration. More importantly, there were those colossal eyes in the sky. Ichun appeared only after they vanished, making him either a god or a divine messenger. Whichever it was, they dared not show disrespect. As they waited in silent reverence for his judgment, massive holographic projections suddenly materialized between the royal army and the rebels. Instantly, everyone was captivated by the images and sounds emanating from the projections. The first scene showed Crocodile's entire meeting and his operatives. Then it showed Mr. 4's team kidnapping the king, Mr. 2 impersonating the king to burn Narahara, and conveniently a ship carrying weapons arriving at the port. The scene shifted to the real King Cobra pinned to a wall with Crocodile laughing maniacally and mocking him. Then Smoker and his men arrived, only to be instantly defeated, and the kingdom's strongest warrior was taken down in a single blow. Finally, the Straw Hat crew made their grand appearance, driving back Crocodile and engaging him in battle. Soon the members of Baroque Works were defeated one by one, and Crocodile was forced to flee with Luffy in hot pursuit. The projection then showed a royal soldier bearing a Baroque Works tattoo shooting at Koza. So it really was Crocodile. We've all been fooled by him, damn it. That damned Crocodile. Upon learning the full truth, the fury of the masses turned overwhelmingly toward Crocodile. As for why no one questioned the authenticity of the images before them, it was because even if they were fake, they might as well be real. Everyone knew that Ichin possessed the power to obliterate them all in an instant, so why would he ever resort to such schemes? If any ordinary person possessed such overwhelming strength, they would never bother with petty tricks to frame others. It was simply unnecessary. Thus both the rebels and the royal army believed the images Ichin had shown. So then where is Crocodile? Please let us deal with him ourselves to atone for our crime of storming the capital. As they spoke, all the rebels present kowtowed deeply before Ichin. We beg you, Divine One. Hearing this, Ichin slowly raised his hand. Raise your heads. As his hand ascended, the rebels found their heads lifting involuntarily. Before the crowd could even marvel at this, they were captivated once more by the shifting images. Seeing that Ichin gave no answer, everyone assumed he wanted them to quietly watch the projection. It's Crocodile, and that straw hat kid from before is fighting him. One of the rebels pointed at the screen and shouted, drawing attention to the two locked in combat. Watching Luffy rapidly pummel Crocodile with his fists, forcing him into a retreat, the rebels couldn't help but exclaim, that straw hat kid is actually overpowering Crocodile. Crocodile had an undefeated record in Alabasta, always emerging from battles without a scratch. Seeing him pushed to such a state was nothing short of astonishing. Go, Straw Hat. Take down Crocodile. The rebels shouted with fervent excitement. Over there, it's the king. He seems to be held hostage by a woman, while another person, apparently a companion of the Straw Hat, is engaging her in combat. In the image, Cobra was being choked by Robin, while Ichin appeared ready to intervene, but hesitant, fearing he might harm Cobra. Though that's how it appeared on screen, in reality Ichin was leisurely sipping tea with the two of them, discussing the battle between Luffy and Crocodile. Boom. Just as Luffy slammed Crocodile into the ceiling of the underground tomb, the ground beneath, everyone began to tremble violently. What's causing this tremor? Could it be? Boom. Bang. At that moment, a patch of sand not far from the city walls suddenly burst open, and Crocodile was launched out from the underground chamber, flying through the air in a flat prone position. Seeing a figure catapult out from below, everyone's gaze instinctively followed Crocodile as he soared higher and higher into the sky. After ascending dozens of meters, Crocodile began his rapid descent. Seeing this, the rebels directly beneath him quickly scrambled out of the way. Bang! As soon as the crowd cleared, Crocodile crashed to the ground. Miraculously, he didn't shatter into pieces from the high fall. He merely bled from a few wounds. Luffy and Ichin then flew back to the surface with Cobra, while Robin was teleported away by Ichin. Seeing this, the rebels rushed forward, hoisted the three onto their shoulders, and tossed them into the air. Thank you, heroes of Alabasta. The crowd cheered wildly, celebrating the liberation of their nation and Luffy's victory over Crocodile. Thank you, heroes of Alabasta. The crowd cheered wildly, celebrating the liberation of their nation and Luffy's victory over Crocodile. Luffy soon joined in the jubilant cheers. Yahoo! Huh! This is awesome. He had never been tossed by 2 million people before. On the mountain peak, Zoro, who had been sitting by the cliff's edge, slowly rose to his feet, dusting off his clothes. Alright, let's go meet up with Luffy and the others. You got it. As the group departed, Smoker also got back up. You recorded all of that. The scene in the Straw Hat's victory over Crocodile and his crew, with the Den Mushi, right? All recorded, Captain Smoker. Tashigi saluted. I never thought we'd rely on pirates to defeat pirates. And most importantly, that man who had vanished. As he trailed off, Smoker's expression grew grim. The terrifying power that had felled 2 million people in an instant, and those eerie, unsettling eyes, they still haunted him. Smoker immediately reported the incident to his superiors and rendezvoused with Hina and the reinforcements who had come to assist him. Afterward, they set out to arrest Crocodile and his gang. However, due to Sanji's leniency, Mr. 2, who was only lightly injured, managed to escape and evade the Marines' pursuit. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro had successfully reunited. Royal Palace Banquet. A procession of chefs laid out a sumptuous feast on the long dining table. The head chef behind these dishes was Tira Gadden Igaram's wife, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Hey, are you Ichin's master? Nami greeted the figure in black robes seated at the head of the table, who remained silent, calmly savoring his tea. In response, Ichin merely gave a cool, aloof nod. So was that sudden darkening of the sky and those terrifying eyes also your doing? Again, Ichin just nodded silently. Meanwhile, Luffy was devouring the food on the table at an astonished munch. So good. Why aren't you eating? While talking, Luffy stretched his arm across the table, snatched Ichin's plate of delicacies, and stuffed it all into his mouth. Seeing this, Ichin, under his black robes, froze instantly, his teacup suspended midair. The expressions of everyone around him turned to stone. The silence was deafening. What are you doing, Luffy? In an instant, except for Nami, Apis, Ichin, Vivi, Cobra, and the guards, everyone else hurled their fists at Luffy. Bang! It's one thing to sneak. Take our food, but now you're swiping the master's meal right in front of him. Usopp yelled at Luffy. But I figured he didn't look like he wanted to eat, so I kindly helped him out. Luffy, now sporting several bumps on his head, raised his hand in protest. Just because he wasn't eating doesn't mean he didn't want to, you idiot. Seeing that Luffy still didn't grasp his mistake, Sanji delivered his signature love kick. Zoro and Chopper, meanwhile, were simultaneously whacking Luffy's head and butting his rear. Nami, on the other hand, offered an awkward yet polite smile and waved her hand at the figure in black robes. Hee, our idiot captain doesn't know any better. Please don't hold it against him. As she spoke, Nami clasped her hands together and gave Ichin under the robe a pitiful, pleading look. Heh. Seeing Nami's adorable expression, Ichin, hidden beneath his robes, couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, though he quickly stifled it. Huh. Why does his laugh sound so much like Ichin's? As the thought crossed her mind, Nami glanced over at the real Ichin sitting across from her, who simply offered a polite smile in return. I must be overthinking it. There's no way there could be two Ichins. But their laughs really are uncannily. Forget it. It looks like Ichin's master isn't too bothered about Luffy stealing his food. Seeing Nami's eyes filled with 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts suspicion, Ichin under the robe broke into a cold sweat. If he were recognized, he'd be mortified. With that thought, Ichin could only pray that Nami's sixth sense wouldn't be so sharp. Huh. Just then Ichin beside him noticed his original's flustered state and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing the laugh, Ichin turned to look at Ichin. The moment their eyes met, Ichin immediately stopped smiling. The two then began communicating telepathically. Funny, is it? Yes, I mean no. You must have misheard. Whatever. Give me your share of the food. I haven't eaten yet. Serves you right for acting all cool and aloof. Even as Ichin kept grumbling, he still handed the food over to Ichin. After all, the other was his main body, and a clone didn't need to eat anyway. ABI's also offered her portion to Ichin under the black robe, then instinctively settled onto his lap. Seeing this, Nami's initial mix of 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts suspicion shifted into 1 part doubt and 9 parts certainty. It was simply because of Abyss' intimate gesture. ABI's only ever clung to Ichin, so why would she be so affectionate with his master? Especially since it was their first meeting, no matter how she thought about it, Nami found it strange. Given the miraculous nature of Ichin's magic, it was entirely possible he had created a clone. With that thought, Nami shot him a smile that clearly said, I see right through you. What's the matter, young lady? Seeing Nami staring at him with that smile, Ichin asked in a hoarse-aged, though the facade of Ichin appeared calm, panic was surging inside him. Damn it, I think Nami has figured me out. How could I forget that ABI's would instinctively cling to me? Nami probably wouldn't outright expose me as my own master, would she? The sheer embarrassment would be unbearable. But Ichin's worry was unfounded. Nami simply gave a slight shake of her head and murmured, it's nothing. She then turned back to elegantly savor the feast before her. Even though she seemed unconcerned above the table, her long, slender legs beneath it were far from idle. She slowly extended a foot towards Ichin's and then pressed down gently without any warning. The instant Nami's delicate foot made contact with his own, Ichin understood. Now he was 100% certain that Nami had seen through his disguise. He reached out and gently pinched Abyss' cheeks as she sat on his lap. A soft, sheepish smile spread across her face as she felt the warmth of his touch, looking up at him with a hint of embarrassment. Though this was Ichin's way of punishing her, ABI's secretly relished the cheek pinching, even if it stung. Back in Narahara, the returning rebels stared in utter disbelief at the city before them. Not only was it completely restored to its former state, but it was now adorned with far more greenery than ever before. Is this for real? Are we dreaming? Is this the Narahara that was just burned to the ground? Hey, can someone tell us what the hell happened here? At that, an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd. Truth be told, we're not sure what happened either. While we were fighting the fires, we heard a bell toll. After the bell stopped, we felt a tremor, and when we opened our eyes again, this is what we saw. It must be the god of Alabasta who took pity on us and transformed this city into a paradise, the old man said, pressing his palms together and gazing up at the sky with deep reverence. Hearing this, the returning rebels were momentarily stunned, then fell to their knees. A miracle. It must be a miracle. That figure high in the sky is no doubt a deity. Seeing the elder and the townsfolk's confusion, the rebels recounted everything they had witnessed in the capital. The people were utterly astounded to learn that the true culprit behind the 3-year drought was the hero Sir Crocodile, and that a mysterious deity had not only stopped the war, but also made Narahara a better place. Of course, the latter revelation was far more shocking than the former. To think that gods truly existed. Meanwhile, all the other cities across Alabasta experienced the same miracle. Not only did rain finally fall, but their green belts had also expanded considerably. Though the sands still stretched beyond the city walls, the lush scenery within made it hard to believe this was a nation built on a desert. At the coast, over 20 marine battleships were anchored at the harbor. So what's the higher-ups' decision? They're still deliberating, trying to verify if the person is really as powerful as you reported. Rhoda replied to Smoker. So you haven't acted on your own, have you, Smoker? Tashigi is quite worried. Tashigi planted her hands on her hips and looked at Smoker. Of course not. And besides, do I really look like the reckless type? Tashigi finds that hard to believe. Aren't you? Tashigi blew out a puff of smoke and retorted. Hearing that, Smoker clicked his tongue and fell silent. He then pulled out a stack of wanted posters and began to examine them. The swordsman Rorinoa Zoro defeated the West Sea assassin Daz with no injuries. Former bounty 75000 berries. New bounty 8. The swordsman Rorinoa Zoro defeated the West Sea assassin Daz with no injuries. Former bounty 75000 berries. New bounty 8. The swordsman Rorinoa Zoro defeated the West Sea assassin Daz with no injuries. Former bounty 75000 berries. New bounty 8. berries. The navigator Nami defeated the assassin Miss Doublefinger with no injuries. Former bounty 35000 berries. New bounty 5000 berries. Black Leg Sanji defeated the assassin Mr. 2. Bon Clay with minor injuries. Former bounty 45000 berries. New bounty 65000 berries. The sniper Usopp defeated the assassin duo Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas with injuries sustained. Former combined bounty 200 berries. New bounty 300 berries. And lastly, the pet raccoon who assisted Usopp, bounty 1 berry. With this, the total bounty for the Straw Hat crew amounts to 445,001 berries. As for the mysterious man in black, the higher-ups are still deliberating. In the meantime, they had sealed off the coastline to prevent the Straw Hats from escaping. However, Smoker had no intention of arresting them. The Straw Hats had saved an entire nation and had knocked out Crocodile, a man he despised, into a coma. So Smoker decided to let Luffy and his crew off the hook this time. Rhoda also wanted to let them go, knowing full well that stopping them would mean certain death. Tashigi, on the other hand, had no intention of letting them slip away. She ordered her men to surround and capture the Straw Hats the moment they were spotted. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, a tense atmosphere filled the room. 5 elderly men seated on sofas stared gravely at a world map spread across the table. What do you all make of the Alabasta incident? One of them, a bald elder, was the first to speak. That bastard Crocodile certainly knows how to cause trouble, trying to usurp a kingdom. But that's not the issue. The real problem is that his plan was exposed, and he was defeated by some rookie. The elder holding a katana said with irritation. No, I'm not talking about Crocodile. I'm referring to the mysterious figure that Captain Smoker mentioned. The one who made 2 million people prostrate themselves in an instant. If that intel is accurate, this is someone we cannot afford to ignore. That may be true, but we can't be certain of its veracity. We can't just take a Marine captain's word for it, cautioned the bearded bald elder. In that case, let's have CP9 investigate, suggested a blonde elder wearing sunglasses. Agreed. Alright, it's settled then. With that, the bald elder turned to the CP0 agents standing by. Go and relay the order. One of the CP0 agents in a white suit vanished from the spot in an instant. The next morning, outside the royal palace, soldiers and citizens of the capital were heaving something together. 1-2 pull. 1-2 pull. Chopper, who had risen early, trotted over and nudged one of them with his hoof. What are you all doing? The soldier turned around at the sound, but when he tried to answer, he found no one beside him. Seeing that the soldier couldn't spot him, Chopper jumped up in a fluster and tapped the man's knee. I'm right here, down here. Only after feeling a nudge on his knee did the soldier finally look down. Oh, my apologies, my apologies. I didn't notice one of the heroes of our nation. As he spoke, the soldier crouched down, for it would be terribly rude to look down upon one of the heroes who had saved this country. Chopper's eyes went wide. He pointed a hoof at himself, looking utterly adorable and bewildered. Hero? Me, eh? Though puzzled by the need for confirmation, the soldier politely replied, yes, indeed. Upon receiving the confirmation, Chopper couldn't help but shyly wiggle his little hips, his hooves trembling with joy. Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy, you jerk. Well, this hero certainly had a peculiar personality. Dismissing the thought, the soldier turned to answer Chopper's initial question. We worked through the night to craft a statue of the god, and now we're about to raise it upright. Oh, I see. Just then Sanji and Usopp, who had woken up earliest, came trudging towards the entrance laden with a mountain of groceries. Hey Chopper, come give us a hand. We bought too much, the stuff on top is about to fall. Okay. With that, Chopper dashed towards Sanji at full speed. Hey, wait a sec. Slap. Just as Chopper reached Sanji, the topmost groceries toppled over. Unable to dodge in time, Chopper was buried beneath the pile. A few seconds later, Sanji used his leg to hoist Chopper out of the mess. The trio then made their way toward the palace entrance. The palace entrance was situated atop a flight of stairs akin to climbing 5 or 6 stories in the real world. Halfway up the stairs, several marine soldiers were locked in a heated argument with Shaka. Please let us in to arrest the pirate Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. What pirates? How could there possibly be pirates in the royal palace? Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're with the Marines. No, that's not what we meant at all. Good work, Vice Captain of the Guard. As the argument continued, Sanji passed by and greeted Shaka. Good work to you all as well. Shaka glanced over, returning the greeting before turning back to resume his dispute with the Marines. Sanji and his crew simply walked right through the gate. Wait, didn't 3 members of the Straw Hat crew just walk right past us? One of the Marines asked Shaka. As he spoke, he pulled 3 wanted posters from his coat. Unfazed, Shaka began to lecture the Marine. The world is vast. It's perfectly normal for people to look alike. Besides, these 3 are our honored guests. But this is a bit too much of a coincidence. Another Marine retorted. Shaka's previously calm expression twisted into a fierce glare. Are you implying that the Kingdom of Alabasta is deliberately harboring pirates, or that we would honor them as our esteemed guests? The Marines recoiled in fright. Accusing a nation's royal family was a crime they as ordinary soldiers could not bear to shoulder, especially since they were on the kingdom's home turf. With that, the Marines reluctantly retreated. As for reporting this up the chain, they'd rather not. Their superiors probably knew already and had only sent them to avoid taking the brunt of the refusal themselves. In the afternoon, Cobra led everyone to the palace bathhouse. In the men's bath were all the male members of the Straw Hat crew along with Cobra and Icolum. In the women's bath were Nami, Apis, and Vivi. The men splashed water at each other, laughing and joking. Meanwhile, Ichun, shrouded in his black robe, sat atop the wall separating the 2 baths. His back turned to Nami and the others. At one point, Cobra incited the men to climb the wall for a peek, or rather to appreciate the beautiful scenery. But each one was promptly hurled back into the bath by the black-robed Ichun. On the women's side, they were playfully touching each other, especially Apis. She was pinching the heavy assets on Nami, and Vivi, her cheeks puffed out in a pout. When will I ever get this big? Nami giggled at her. Haha, why do you want to be bigger? Because Sanji told me that boys like girls with big. You know. What kind of nonsense is he teaching my Apis? Honestly, actually it was me who asked. What kind of nonsense is he teaching my Apis? Honestly, actually it was me who asked. Apis raised her small hand, murmuring softly. After that, the 3 of them engaged in several more intimate cuddles, with Apis being the primary target, her little face getting squished between 2 sets of ample bosoms. That night after dinner, everyone gathered together again. Everyone. What should I do? Vivi hung her head, fidgeting with her fingers, her face etched with hesitation and an agonizing dilemma. Vivi, just follow your heart. We'll be stopping at the East Coast for half an hour tomorrow. That's when you'll have to make— Nami said this with a serious expression. If you decide to come with us, we'll throw you a grand banquet then. Even if it's a welcome party for becoming a pirate. As she spoke, Nami offered Vivi a sweet smile. Their time together had made Nami grow even more fond of her dear sister Vivi. The others felt the same except for Zoro and Ichun. Of course, this wasn't because they didn't want Vivi to join. If she boarded, they'd welcome her. If she didn't, they'd respect her choice. They just wouldn't feel the pangs of separation. Vivi's head sank even lower. She clutched the blanket tightly, as if making a heart-wrenching choice. Whichever path she chose, she felt she would inevitably regret not having chosen the other. Late into the night, the entire Straw Hat crew made their way back to the Going Merry, while Vivi remained in her room wrestling with her decision. Even as Ichun kept grumbling, he still handed the food over to Ichun. After all, the other was— Your Holiness, though it is most presumptuous of me, I still wish to beseech you to address the people alongside Vivi. Within the royal palace, Cobra was respectfully bowing to Ichun with cupped hands. Seeing this, Ichun raised Cobra up with a mere gesture from afar. Granted. I am eternally grateful. Upon hearing Ichun's consent, Cobra bowed once more. Though Ichun had only uttered 2 indifferent words, they sounded like heavenly music to Cobra's ears. The next morning at dawn, Nami wore a gloomy expression, along the way seemingly burdened by some worry. The others understood that Nami was reluctant to part with Vivi, as they harbored the same feeling of unwillingness. Don't be sad, Nami. We will surely see Vivi again. Sanji offered in consolation. Just as everyone was about to comfort her, Nami's next words stunned them all into silence. Nami furrowed her delicate brows, then let out a soft sigh. On my 1 billion berries. What a pity. But oh well, she is our comrade after all. A short while later, Luffy and the others returned to the Going Merry, and Ichun also rejoined them. Why is this guy on our ship? Luffy upon boarding immediately spotted Mr. Two dancing ballet on deck. Don't be so fierce, little straw hat. Aren't we comrades? Mr. Two replied while spinning. Who's a comrade with you? And what exactly are you trying to do on our ship? Luffy waved his hand dismissively. He did not consider Bon Clay, who had nearly endangered Vivi's country, a friend despite not harboring strong dislike for him. I kindly washed your ship for you, and yet you suspect him up to no good. That truly breaks my heart. As he spoke, Bon Clay squeezed out a few tears which seemed genuine. So it was you who hid our ship in this spot. No wonder the Marines couldn't find it. Sanji suddenly spoke up from the side. I see. So you're actually a good guy after all, Luffy said in sudden realization. But aren't you our enemy? Why help us? Sanji lit a cigarette and asked. Do comrades need a reason to help each other? Bon Clay replied cheerfully, pulling his left foot over his head with a grin. Hearing this, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all began dancing along with Bon Clay. Yeah. Comrade, what are you all loafing around for at a time like this? Get the anchor up now. If we don't leave soon, the Marines will be here. Thud. Ow. Foreseeing the four goofballs still dancing leisurely on deck, Nami promptly dealt each one a punch. Ow. Sorry. X3, the trio of Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper apologized from the deck. As for Bon Clay, he lay sprawled against the ship's railing. Why did I get hit too? Soon several Marine ships approached the Going Merry. Straw Hat Pirates. You are now surrounded. We advise you to surrender and not put up futile resistance. As they spoke, they hurled several massive javelins toward the Going Merry. Whoosh. Seeing this, Zoro leaped into the air and drew his swords, slicing the incoming black javelins to pieces. The Marines are here. Get the ship moving. If they surround us completely, we're in trouble. Zoro warned the crew after cutting down the javelins. Right. Usopp took the helm and steered the Merry toward the agreed-upon east coast. Meanwhile, the plaza outside the palace was packed with people, all gazing at the black-robed I-Chun on the palace platform. None of them noticed that the Vivi beside him was actually Igaram in disguise. Your Holiness. The citizens of Alabasta waved enthusiastically at I-Chun. Some even volunteered to become his divine servants, while others began showing off their physiques and talents. Even a 70-year-old man started displaying his bony frame. Seeing the citizens' fervor, I-Chun was momentarily at a loss for how to respond and quickly consulted the main body. Just then, Vivi's voice echoed from the plaza's speakers, recounting her adventures with Luffy and the other. The Marines, of course, couldn't hear it, as I-Chun had isolated the sound. Only the citizens of Alabasta and the Straw Hats could hear it. After Vivi finished her story, she arrived at the east coast where the Straw Hats had sailed the Going Merry. Vivi, you're coming with us, right? As he spoke, Luffy stepped onto the ship's railing, grinning and spreading his arms wide as if to welcome her. I'm sorry, everyone. I want to stay in Alabasta. Thank you for all your companionship and help. I was truly happy during the time I spent with you all. Hearing this, Luffy jumped down from the railing, pulled his hat over his eyes, and turned his back. Seeing this, Vivi thought he was angry, tears streaming from her eyes. If we ever meet again, would you still call me a comrade? Hearing this, none of them answered. Instead, they all turned their backs, just like Luffy. Just as Vivi thought they truly didn't want to acknowledge her, the Straw Hats all raised their left arms, revealing the cross mark. Seeing this, Vivi's tears flowed even more. But she quickly composed herself, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she gently wiped the tears from her eyes. She watched them sail away, bidding them a silent farewell. Back at the palace after Vivi's speech, it was I-Chun's turn. However, he merely built a temple opposite the palace gates and used magic to convey his message to the entire nation of Alabasta. Should the country ever face peril, the king could pray at the temple and I-Chun would descend. In truth, he had simply constructed a magic circle within the temple to summon a clone of himself. Cobra would perform the act of praying, and upon activating the teleportation array, I-Chun's clone would be summoned. Usually, I-Chun's clone would laze around in the world within the magic circle, not wanting to do anything but observe the lives of others. Report. We've spotted the Straw Hat crew, but we're meeting heavy resistance. Requesting orders on how to proceed, Captain Tashigi. Unable to subdue them, the Marine sergeant pursuing the Straw Hats radioed Tashigi, who was stationed on the coast of Nanohara. If you can't take them down, then keep them cornered until I get there. With that, Tashigi commanded her fleet to head towards the eastern coast. Smoker, however, did not join the sortie. Instead, he raged aboard his own vessel at his superiors. Those old fools. They're announcing to the world that I defeated Crocodile. Didn't they even read my report? The people of Alabasta know full well it was Straw Hat Luffy who beat Crocodile. And still the world government intends to spin this lie. It's infuriating. As he spoke, Smoker tore the transponder snail message from headquarters in two, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it to the deck. On the eastern coast, two pirate ships sailed side by side, trailed by 5 marine battleships. On the deck, Bon Clay was dancing leisurely. Little Straw Hat, where are we heading to next? We just follow the log pose, of course, Luffy replied, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Whoosh. At this rate, this will never end. Want me to go over there and wipe them all out in one go? Zoro asked the others after knocking down a spear launched at them. Hearing this, Nami waved her hand. Then we'll leave it to you to be quick about it, Zoro. If all the Marines converge on us, it'll be a real problem. Alright, I'm going to. Luffy said, cracking his knuckles as he perched on the ship's railing, looking eagerly at the pursuing warships. Let's all go together then. Better to end this quickly, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette. Whoosh. With their decision made, the 3 of them launched themselves towards the 5 marine ships. Alert! Alert! Pirates are flying over from the sky. A lookout in the crow's nest shouted a warning to the Marines below to prepare for battle. But before the Marines could even get ready, the trio had already landed on the deck. They're pirates. Open fire. Bang! Just as the Marines were about to shoot, Luffy and the others sent the warship splitting apart. As the vessel lurched and broke, the Marines on board lost their footing and tumbled into the sea. Seeing all 5 warships neutralized, Luffy and the others quickly made their way back to the Mary. Little Straw Hat, little Sanji, little Zoro. You 3 were amazing. As soon as they were back on board, Bon Clay pirouetted over to them, showering them with praise. Luffy, of course, replied with immense pride. That's right. I am indeed amazing. As for Sanji and Zoro, the former had no interest in an Okama, and the latter was indifferent to praise unless it came from Luffy or Ichen. Once the 2 ships had completely left Alabasta, they parted ways. After all, Bon Clay wasn't really a pirate. Still, they all believed they would meet again someday. After parting with Bon Clay, the crew's thoughts turned to Vivi, their hearts heavy with reluctance, except for Zoro. Ichen and Apis were more or less neutral, not deeply sorrowful, but not entirely indifferent either. This left Zoro as the sole target of their teasing, being branded a cold-blooded creature. The ostracized Zoro claimed not to care, but his cherished swords were his true comfort. Creak! As the crew was in the middle of teasing Zoro, the door behind them slid open, and a woman in a light purple blouse stepped out slowly. You all seem to be having a lively chat. Mind if I join in? The crew was stunned. Are you here to avenge your organization? Why are you on our ship? Whoa, a beautiful lady. When did you even get on board? Robin didn't answer right away. Instead, she calmly pulled out a folding chair and opened it. I've been on this ship the whole time. So I really don't get what you're trying to do, Luffy said, waving his hands at her in confusion. Robin sat down on the chair and opened a newspaper, replying casually, because I've suffered inhuman treatment from this ship's vice-captain. The crew was shocked. Before Sanji could even confront Ichen, Nami kicked him aside and demanded, Is that true, Ichen? What did you do to that woman? Nami grabbed Ichen by the collar and lifted him clean off the deck, her voice rising in accusation. Calm down, Nami. I didn't do anything. Ichen stammered, then turned to Robin, who was reading her paper. Can you please not say things that could be so easily misunderstood? Robin didn't agree, but instead smiled softly. You'll have to take responsibility for me, Yunwari Ichen. Seeing Nami's conqueror's Haki flaring, Ichen knew he couldn't explain his way out of this. He desperately looked to Apis for help. But when he saw her, she was just as furious. His last shred of hope died. Just as the 2 women were about to tear him apart, Robin revealed that Ichen hadn't actually done anything inappropriate. They had merely chatted about a few things. Hearing this, the fierce expressions on the 2 women instantly softened into gentle smiles, as if nothing had ever happened. So I still don't get it. What exactly do you want? Luffy asked, still puzzled by her motives. It's simple, Monkey D. Luffy, I want to become your crewmate. Robin replied with a look that was 80% playful and 20% serious. They were all stunned. Weren't they enemies just a moment ago? Now she wants to be a Nakama. Then why do you want to join us? Luffy asked seriously. Because I have nowhere left to go. So please let me stay on this ship. Robin said, resting her chin on her hand, smiling with a hint of earnestness. Luffy scratched his head. Oh, I see. Well, that can't be helped. Okay, you can stay on the ship. Are you crazy, Luffy? Usopp, who was behind him, couldn't help but retort. Luffy turned around and grinned. It's fine. She's not a bad person. And what's your basis for that? Gut feeling. At noon, a Usopp sat across from Robin on a bench, staring at her, as if conducting an interrogation. As Robin answered Usopp's questions, she playfully teased Luffy and Chopper, who instead of getting annoyed, seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. Let me ask you again. What's your name? No sooner had he asked than Usopp realized he should introduce himself first. He gave a polite bow. My name is Usopp. Please. Well, pleased to meet you. Robin replied naturally and gently, "My name is Nico Robin." "All right, Nico Robin. What's your—" "I'm an archaeologist who loves to dig up the past." "An archaeologist? And why is that?" "Because my family has been in the field of archaeology for generations." "I see. That makes sense." And then, oi. "After I became an archaeologist, I've been wanted by the world government ever since I was 8 years old. For the past 20 years, I've survived by constantly fleeing and hiding." Robin said this in a calm, detached tone, as if she were recounting someone else's story. To be hunted by the government at the age of 8. It was a suffocating thought. Thump, thump, thump. "So what are you good at?" Usopp asked, knocking on the table as he faced Robin, who sat across from him. "As for what I'm good at, assassination," Robin replied softly. "You really are dangerous." As he spoke, Usopp shed bitter tears, fearing that if she ever decided to assassinate him in the dead of night, it would all be over. At that thought, Usopp scrambled behind Zoro, as if to say, "With Zoro here, what dare you do to me?" Seeing this, Nami stomped her foot on the railing, a look of annoyance crossing her face. "You guys are a bunch of useless fools." This woman was until just now the vice president of a criminal syndicate. "As long as I'm here, if you dare pull any dangerous stunts on this ship, I'll throw you off without a second thought." With that, Nami shot her a stern glare. Instead of being upset by Nami's harsh words, Robin simply smiled and gave a light nod indicating she'd be careful. Then she pulled a pouch of gemstones from her clothes and placed it on the table, feigning a sudden recollection. "Oh, it seems I've brought some of Crocodile's jewels with me," Usopp whispered to Zoro, observing the scene. "That's only natural considering our navigator's a money grubber. But she's pretty sly, isn't she?" Zoro replied. As she spoke, Nami's eyes practically made the sound of money being deposited. "Hey Zoro, Nami's been taken," Usopp whispered to Zoro, observing the scene. "That's only natural considering our navigator's a money grubber. But she's pretty sly, isn't she?" Zoro replied with a resigned sigh. Whoosh. Just then, Sanji from the second floor slid down the stair railing with a cup of tea and a plate of sweets, landing gracefully beside Robin. He tilted his head back with an ah and launched into his signature courtship routine. "Oh love, drifting restless love, I am but a charred piece of driftwood tossed upon the waves. Now struck by the beauty that is your lightning, I have fallen into the raging rapids." With that, Sanji twirled around Robin 3 times before setting the tea and sweets before her. "These are some refreshments I prepared for you." "Thank you." Seeing this, Zoro and Usopp agreed that Sanji's behavior was perfectly normal, so there was no point in commenting. Afterwards, Usopp also succumbed due to his low tolerance for laughter, while Zoro barely managed to accept the situation, though he remained wary of her. As for Ichin, there was no need to elaborate. She knew he would accept it. After all, he was the one who had initially invited her. Even though it wasn't the original Ichin's intention, Ichin had indirectly extended the invitation. Finally, there was Apis. Initially, she still harbored a bit of resentment towards this woman who had lied to her, claiming that Yachinii had done something terrible to her. But after Robin taught her a quick method to tackle and pin down her brother, Apis' attitude did a complete 180. You see, creatures like brothers are best dealt with by omitted. Soon enough, Robin naturally integrated herself into the Straw Hat crew. She also noticed that on this ship, anyone could punch the captain if he made a mistake. The next day, the Straw Hats stopped at a small island, picked some pineapples, rested for a night, and then set sail again. On the 3rd day after leaving Alabasta, Luffy and the others arrived at an island inhabited only by an old man and a flock of sheep. They quickly befriended the old man. After Chopper discovered the old man had a heart condition, Ichin also provided him with treatment. Finally, after dealing with a naval warrant officer who coveted the old man's treasure, they left the island. The old man had thoroughly enjoyed his time with Luffy's crew, and Luffy told him that being old had nothing to do with becoming a pirate. Chasing your dreams has no age limit. So after the Straw Hats departed, the old man, with his heart full of pirate aspirations, took his sheep out to sea and became a pirate himself. On the 4th day after leaving Alabasta, Luffy, Ichin, and the others encountered the Rainbow Mist. After hauling out all the treasure within, they also rescued the children of the Pumpkin Pirates who were trapped inside. The total treasure amounted to nearly 1 billion berries, which absolutely delighted Nami. As they exited the mist, they were blocked by the mayor of a nearby island, a former pirate named William, who demanded they hand over the treasure. Hearing this, Nami was the first to protest, immediately urging Ichin and Luffy to charge in and take out William and his entire fleet. Ichin and the others naturally didn't hesitate. They swiftly disposed of them. Afterward, they stayed on the island for a night, and the grateful residents thanked them profusely. During William's rule, he had taxed the city for everything, even meals, and treated the people inhumanely. So everyone was thankful that Luffy and his crew had taken him down. On the 5th day after leaving Alabasta, the crew arrived at an island famous for its fireworks. They stocked up on supplies, enjoyed a spectacular fireworks festival in the evening, and departed the next day. Marine Headquarters Conference Room. 7 individuals are seated around the table: 2 unknown Vice Admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Marine Chief of Staff Tsuru. Warlord of the Sea Don Quixote Doflamingo. The second Warlord the Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. And the foremost of the warlords, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Mihawk. Fufufa, never thought you'd show up, you maverick Hawkeye. Doflamingo chuckled, teasing the man beside him. It was well known that Mihawk rarely ever attended these meetings since his appointment. The last time Head attended was when he first became a warlord. I'm only here because I'm interested in a few pirates. Hawkeye replied nonchalantly. As you all know, Crocodile was defeated by a pirate from the East Blue. So the main purpose of this meeting is to fill the vacant warlord position. Sengoku, seated at the head, announced. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately burst into laughter. Fufufu, how pathetic. That Crocodile, getting beaten by some rookie who just set sail. He really lowered the bar for us warlords. Hawkeye, however, looked utterly indifferent. You all can decide that among yourselves. Kuma also closed his book, agreed. Just as Kuma finished speaking, an unfamiliar voice echoed from outside the door. In that case, allow me to recommend a suitable man for the position. How about it? Hearing this, everyone turned to look towards the entrance, where a pale-faced man in a black top hat holding a cane strode in with an air of composure. However, he did not approach Sengoku and the others, for he could not guarantee they wouldn't seize him. And who might you be? Sengoku cast a glance at the man and asked. I know him. That's Lafitte. He was once a sheriff in the West Blue, but was banished for his excessive use of violence. One of the vice admirals explained to Sengoku. Oh, might to think my name would be remembered even here. I'm truly flattered. As he spoke, Lafitte removed his top hat, placed it over his chest, and gave a gentlemanly bow to everyone. After rising, Lafitte continued. Regarding the man I wish to recommend, Blackbeard, please grant us a moment. In due time we shall present our token of goodwill, and I assure you it will be most satisfactory. What say you? Fufufu. I find his proposal quite acceptable, Sengoku. So how about it? Doflamingo let out a hearty laugh and addressed Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku turned his gaze to Mihawk, Kuma, and Tsuru. And you, as you wish. More than that, I'm curious about that pirate crew. Agreed. Acceptable. You've heard their answers. Having listened to the trio's responses, Sengoku cast another glance at Lafitte. Lafitte gave a slight nod in response. Understood. I shall have that man make his move promptly. Await our good news here. With that, Lafitte vanished from the doorway of the meeting room. The group then briefly discussed the Straw Hat Pirates before adjourning. Mihawk, clutching the fresh bounty posters of the Straw Hats, left Marine Headquarters in high spirits. Unlike Hawkeye, Kuma showed no change in demeanor upon receiving the posters. However, the surname Monkey D stirred a memory of someone in his mind. As for Doflamingo, he wore a look of disdain. A mere crew of brats was hardly worth his attention. With that thought, he took another jab at Crocodile. East Blue Bar Thai Restaurant. At that moment, Patty, the chef who had once punched Jin, was pasting a new bounty poster on the wall. After sticking it up, he scrutinized the poster he had just put in place. Something fell off, but he couldn't quite place it. The poster bore the face of the restaurant's former sous chef, Sanji, now known as Blackleg Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 650 berries. I still think curly brow suits that idiot better, don't you think, Carne? In response, Carne compared the old and new posters, then nodded. You've got a point there. Indeed, an idiot like him is better suited to being called curly brow. Ha ha ha. At the thought, both of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. The surrounding customers looked at the laughing duo with strange, bewildered expressions. If you two want to laugh, go do it in the kitchen. As the words left his mouth, Zeph's leg came flying towards them. With a resounding thud, the two were sent crashing to the floor. He then caught the 2 bounty posters that had fallen from Patty and pasted them back onto the wall. Zeph quietly gazed at the 2 posters, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. The posters depicted the foolish boy who had once saved the restaurant Monkey D, Luffy, and the magical doctor who had helped him regrow his legs each on. Finally, there was his own foolish son Sanji. As he thought of this, Zeph gently touched Sanji's face on the poster and murmured in a voice only he could hear, I hope that idiot isn't catching a cold or nursing an injury. Kokoyashi Village. Which bastard took this photo? How dare they capture our little Nami like this? If I ever find out who it was, I'll knock their heads sideways. Jinzo sat on the sofa, shouting angrily at Nami's bounty poster. All right. Bounty posters require a photo, you know. Uncle Jinzo, please don't get so worked up. Nojiko, who was beside him, poured him a cup of tea in an attempt to soothe him. The problem isn't the photo itself. It's that it's taken so poorly people might mistake our Nami for. Jinzo let out a sigh as he looked at the poster depicting Nami in a dancer's outfit. Well, that's true. That girl really should know better than to let the Marines snap a picture like that. Nojiko also sighed, resting her hand on her forehead. Their sighs were justified, for the photo on Nami's poster only showed from her hair down to her chest, and she was wearing a bikini. Naturally, this was a cause for concern for the two acting as her guardians. East Blue Branch 77. In his office, Bulan stared at the bounty poster of Ichun in his hands, lost in thought. As he pondered, he paced back and forth, then left his office and began practicing Kuin Fist with his subordinates. Somehow, ever since they had received the AI Kuin badges, a few moves would always surface in their minds. Initially, they paid it no mind, but upon starting to practice, they discovered this style of combat was quite effective. It blended comedic movements with lethal strikes. Bulan named the moves Ding Taishan, jumping legs and crossed hands, downward crotch strike, and so on. Meanwhile, Kaya also received the bounty posters. However, only Usopp's, Luffy's, and Ichin's posters were pinned up beside her bed, with Usopp's placed prominently in the center. This was because Luffy had saved her village, and Ichun was the doctor who had cured her illness. As for the posters of Nami, Zoro, and the others, they were hung on the wall near the sofa. Though Nami and Zoro were given the central spots. Out on the sea, the Going Merry sailed steadily forward. Luffy, as usual, sat at the bow gazing ahead, while the others busied themselves with their own activities. Nami studied the sea chart, Zoro trained Sanji, made desserts, Usopp kept watch, Chopper brewed medicine, Robin read a book, Ichun told stories, and Apis listened. Of course, Luffy often leaned in to listen whenever Ichun was telling a story. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. Puzzled, everyone looked up to see a colossal sailing ship plummeting from the heavens. Just as the ship was about to crash into the Going Merry, Ichun used magic to accelerate the Going Merry, narrowly steering it clear of the falling vessel's path. With a thunderous crash, the wrecked giant ship plunged into the sea. As everyone wondered why the ship had fallen from the sky, Robin explained it might have descended from Skypiea. Upon hearing about Skypiea, Luffy was brimming with excitement, eager to see it for himself. Robin, however, expressed regret as she had never seen it, either only speculating that it existed. After discussing the Sky Island, the group set sail towards Gyre Island. Inside the island, in the town of Mocktown, within a gambling den, a pirate with a white seaweed-like hairstyle was engaged in a gambling match against a pirate with short yellow hair and a pink vest. The white seaweed-haired pirate glanced at the others' revealed cards, then, with a delighted expression, laid his own hand flat on the table. Well, it seems all the cash you brought is gone now. Or perhaps you'd like to wager your underwear for another round, boy, the white seaweed-haired pirate taunted with disdain. Hearing this, the surrounding villainous pirates burst into laughter, mocking him. In a way, you're quite lucky, you know. If you'd actually won against Lashio, you'd be in real trouble. Die-ha. Sorry, boy, all this money is mine now. With that, Rashio reached out to grab the winnings on the table. Just as he was about to touch the money, the yellow-haired pirate shot out his hand and firmly grabbed Rashio's. Seeing this, the seaweed-haired pirate didn't get angry, but said calmly, "Don't be a sore loser. This is a fair and square gambling game. You shouldn't complain after losing." Grah. As soon as he finished speaking, the other's grip tightened, causing the seaweed-haired pirate to yelp in pain. Then the yellow-haired man flashed a sly grin at him. "You just cheated. That's not exactly fair and square." "What I would never cheat. Don't you spout nonsense." Rashio retorted loudly. But the yellow-haired pirate insisted, "No, you did cheat." He then turned to a companion who was drinking with his back to them and asked if he had seen Rashio cheat. Hearing this, Shura turned around, initially looking confused, but then grinned and confirmed, "That's right, he cheated. I saw it. What a despicable guy." At this, Rashio's face turned extremely grim. He roared, "Nonsense." As he spoke, he reached behind his back, preparing to draw his pistol. Bam! The yellow-haired man didn't hesitate. He kicked the table aside, and before the other could even draw his gun, he sent him flying with a powerful kick, sending him crashing down to the floor below. Meanwhile, Ichin and Luffy's group also arrived at the entrance of Mocktown. Luffy, Zoro, Apis, and Nami formed one team, while Usopp, Chopper, and Robin. Meanwhile, Ichin and Luffy's group also arrived at the entrance of Mocktown. Luffy, Zoro, Apis, and Nami formed one team, while Usopp, Chopper, and Robin formed another, each heading out to gather information about the Sky Island. As for Ichin and Sanji, the former stayed aboard to finish creating Apis' magical tool, while the latter prepared lunch for everyone. As soon as Luffy and Zoro disembarked, they saw people doing all sorts of odd jobs on the streets. This town seems to have all kinds of people. Looks pretty interesting. Thump. Seeing the two looking eager to cause a ruckus, Nami, who was walking behind them, suddenly gave them a sharp knock on the head. She then made Luffy swear he wouldn't start any trouble. With his great dignity, Luffy agreed, and vowed not to go looking for trouble. Soon they arrived at the resort on the island. However, as they tried to enter, they were stopped by the owner, who told them the entire place had been booked by Bellamy the hyena. Hearing this, the group didn't argue and prepared to leave. Just then, Bellamy's first mate Shura happened to return from town and came face-to-face with them. "Where did you brats crawl out from? You look like you're asking for death." As they tried to pass him, Shura sneered, hurling insults at them. "Hey shopkeeper, aren't you going to kick them out? Don't you know how much we paid to book this place?" As the owner tried to explain, the sunglasses-wearing woman in Shura's arms impatiently yelled at him, not wanting some riffraff ruining her view. "She's right. You better get lost, you little brats." Shura walked up to Luffy and said in a hostile tone. Hearing this, Luffy's temper flared. He turned to Nami and Apis. "Hey, can I knock him flying?" "Forget it. It's their place. Let's just leave them alone." Nami waved her hand dismissively, and Apis nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Shura scoffed disdainfully. "Knock me flying? That's a good joke. But you guys really are shabbily dressed. Here, go buy some decent clothes." With that, Shura pulled some bills and coins from his pocket and threw them on the ground. Seeing this, Nami and the others' expressions turned hostile. The sunglasses woman chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Why give money to people like that? What a waste. Ha ha ha, you're right. Better to throw it in a gutter." Luffy, however, just grinned. "Oh, can I take it? Take it, my foot." Nami, exasperated, grabbed Luffy's cheek and dragged him and the others away from the place. Though it wasn't entirely Luffy's fault for wanting it, as he could buy more meat with it. The money from the rainbow mist was kept safe by Nami and Ichen. The reason Luffy didn't keep it himself was that it would likely be spent in an instant. After all, Luffy was terrible at bargaining and believed anything anyone told him. He'd happily pay 1,000,000,000 berries for a single cake if that was the price. To avoid such a situation, everyone decided that Nami and Ichen would be the treasurers. Shura watched them leave a sly grin on his face. They wouldn't even take it. Back at the resort, Shura learned of the bounties. Luffy's was 50 million, Zoro's 20 million, and the cook's 17.5 million. Shura's underlings laughed and mocked Luffy's group, sneering that they were too weak and had no place in the new era. What they didn't know was that those were old bounties. Shura even considered having Bellamy go and intimidate them. After all, toying with those weaker than themselves was their favorite pastime. Inside a tavern, Nami was slamming the table in frustration. "That guy's smug face is infuriating. So if you're that mad, why didn't you let Luffy take a swing at him?" Zoro said, looking at Nami with a deadpan expression. "Well, I was trying to avoid trouble. Besides, who would have thought people here were so nasty?" "Well, nothing we can do about that. Most folks in Mock Town are free-spending pirates. Normal people like you just hang around for 4 days, and your log pose will record the island. After that, you can leave. Here, this one's on the house." The tavern owner placed a glass of orange juice in front of Nami. After handing juice to Nami, the owner brought out 2 slices of cherry pie, placing one before Blackbeard and one before Luffy. Bang! The moment they both took a bite, they slammed their fists on the table in unison. "This pie is terrible. This pie is incredible. Huh." After speaking, they both glanced at each other, then picked up their drinks and took a sip. "This drink is amazing. This drink is awful." "What?" Blackbeard was the first to glance at Luffy. "Hey, is there something wrong with your tongue, kid?" "I think your head is the one with the problem," Luffy retorted without backing down. The owner simply watched without interfering. After all, he wasn't the cook, so he didn't care about their opinions. After his retort, Luffy slammed the table again and grinned. "Owner, wrap up 50 servings of meat for me." "Owner, I'll take 51 slices of cherry pie." The moment Luffy finished, Blackbeard followed up. "Wait, owner, add 2 more servings of meat to my order." Luffy quickly changed his mind. "Sorry, owner, add 2 more slices of pie to mine." "No, add 2 more meat servings." Add 5 more servings of meat." "Add 10 more slices of pie." 82 servings of meat. 100 slices of pie. They both shouted at each other. "Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight with me? Why do you two end up arguing over something like this, eh?" Zoro couldn't help but remark. "Hold on, no fighting in my shop. Take your things and leave, big guy." The owner handed the wrapped cherry pies to Blackbeard. Blackbeard took them and headed for the door just as Bellamy walked in. "Are you the wanted criminal with a 50 million berry bounty, Straw Hat Luffy? And the swordsman with a 20 million berry bounty, Zoro?" As he spoke, Bellamy walked over and sat down next to Luffy. Luffy turned to look at him. "What do you want?" Zoro turned his head slightly. "Doesn't look like you're here for a chat." "I remember, he's the pirate who rented out the whole mountain villa," Nami recalled. "What does he want with you?" Apis asked curiously. Meanwhile, the pirates in the tavern began whispering about, "Did you hear that? That kid in the straw hat is worth 50 million. No way, that little runt." Bellamy knocked on the table. "Give me your most expensive drink and give this kid whatever he likes." The owner left the counter and headed for the cooler. Just then Bellamy's crew began filing in, and a voice full of disgust rang out from the entrance. "What's this dump? It stinks, and it's filthy in here." The woman named Lily fanned herself with her hand. "And it serves the cheapest rum too," Sarkis added. Bang! They swiftly knocked the pirates sitting nearby to the ground and took their seats, mind moving. Seeing this, the pirates closer to the exit scrambled to their feet and fled outside, afraid they'd be the next ones on the floor. After they left, Bellamy's crew casually found seats. "Bellamy's really curious about that 50 million berry brat. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Sarkis licked the blood off his blade. The pirate head, just knocked down, now lay decapitated. Soon after, the owner brought over the drinks Bellamy had ordered. Bellamy slid the drink toward Luffy. "Here, drink up, kid." Luffy smiled and took it. "Oh, thanks. You're not so bad after all." Luffy raised the drink to his lips. Just as he took a sip, Bellamy suddenly lunged, his fist slamming into Luffy's head. Bang! Bellamy's punch sent Luffy crashing to the floor mid-sip, and the table snapped in two from the end. "Huh! Bellamy, this brat actually drank it." Sarkis howled with laughter. As Bellamy moved to throw another punch, Zoro's blade was already pressed against his neck. "What do you think you're doing with that sword, kid?" Bellamy sneered at Zoro, utterly dismissive. Zoro replied with a grim expression, "That's a question you should be answering." "Hold on, Zoro. I need to ask about something first." Nami suddenly spoke from behind Zoro. "Shut it. He's the one who provoked us," Zoro answered. If he couldn't defend his captain's honor when challenged, he could never hope to become the world's strongest. Meanwhile, Bellamy took advantage of Zoro's distraction to step back, and Luffy slowly rose to his feet. "Ha ha ha. Didn't think you'd get back up. Not bad, kid." Bellamy taunted with a sneer as Luffy dusted himself off, his face grim. "In that case, I hope you're ready to get hit." "Who the kid's gonna fight, Bellamy?" "Fight! Fight!" The surrounding pirates began to chant eagerly. Hearing the crowd's excitement, Bellamy grinned with a twisted, arrogant, and contemptuous expression. "Ha! This isn't a fight, it's a test. Come on, show me what makes you worth 50 million. Hey owner, we're looking for information about Skypiea." Just as a fight seemed imminent, Nami quickly asked the owner about Skypiea. The tavern fell silent. Everyone except Luffy's group froze, their expressions stiffening. Confused, Nami continued pressing the owner for clues. "Cha ha 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 ha." The moment she finished, Bellamy burst into laughter. The other pirates in the tavern doubled over, clutching their stomachs as if they'd just heard the funniest joke. "Ha ha ha. She says she wants to go to Skypiea? That's hilarious." "Ha ha ha." Nami countered seriously. "What's so funny? The log pose is clearly pointing straight up." Instead of stopping, the pirates only laughed harder. "Yeah ha ha ha. The log pose points up. That's priceless." "Huh. Log poses break all the time. Can't believe someone actually thinks Skypiea exists." Nami's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. "You're a real disappointment. I was actually thinking of testing you to see if you'd join our crew as a pirate of the new era." As he spoke, Bellamy sat back down on the stool and crossed his legs. "But it turns out you're just a bunch of delusional dreamers." Bellamy then looked at Luffy again. "Listen up, kid. The era of pirates chasing after treasure dreams is over. El Dorado, the city of emeralds, the great treasure, One Piece. These are nothing but pipe dreams, far less valuable than the profits right in front of us." As he spoke, Bellamy frowned in disgust. "Just seeing stupid pirates chasing after treasure dreams makes my blood boil." Thud! With that, Bellamy stood up and landed a punch directly on Luffy's face, knocking him to the ground. "It's because of foolish pirates like you that the rest of us who are also pirates get our reputation dragged down." Bellamy walked over to Luffy and said viciously. Surprisingly, Luffy, now on the ground, didn't show any anger. He just stared at Bellamy with a look of utter contempt, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates jeered and threw a few beer mugs, smashing them near Luffy. "Crash! Ha ha, get lost, you filthy vermin. With you around, even the liquor tastes awful." Crash! Smash! Then another dozen bottles were hurled near Luffy. The sound of shattering glass echoed constantly around Luffy and his crew. Seeing this, Apis couldn't hold it in any longer. "They've gone too far. Luffy, go punch them all." As she spoke, Apis clenched her little fists, her eyes burning with fury. Even Nami, who usually avoided fights at all costs, clenched her fists. "Luffy, Zoro, no need to hold back. Just take them down." Hearing this, Luffy sat back up, and with a serious expression, he looked at the three of them. "We absolutely cannot fight this battle. People like them who look down on those with dreams weren't even worthy of him raising his fist to knock some sense into them." Apis and Nami were both stunned for a moment, but seeing Luffy's serious face, they said no more. Zoro, however, didn't question Luffy's decision. If the captain said so, he would simply follow orders. Meanwhile, bottles and mugs continued to rain down on them. The surrounding pirates continued to jeer and mock them. Take out those two clueless idiots. This town isn't for daydreamers. With that, more objects were thrown at them. Thud, crash. As chairs and bottles landed, Luffy and Zoro were covered in several new wounds. Azura, seeing his master beaten like this, was about to strike back, but was held back by Zoro. Nami and Apis also wanted to intervene, but Luffy stopped them. Luffy, Zoro, what are you two doing? Why aren't you fighting back? And why won't you let us? Nami asked, completely baffled. Don't bother, miss. Actually, they're pretty smart. They know they can't beat us, so they don't even try to resist. As he spoke, Sarquis grinned mockingly. When faced with an opponent stronger than yourself, a man doesn't dare to fight back. Even if not fighting back is shameful, at least they get to keep their lives. The captain's pride is completely A lackey chimed in from the side. Sarquis let out a light sigh. The Marines are getting really generous these days. Garbage like this is worth 50 million. Non-resistance, huh? That sounds like a pretty good deal. With that, Bellamy downed the rest of his drink in one go. He then sneered. Weaklings don't even deserve self-respect. They don't dare to fight back, and their heads are full of so-called dreams. Bellamy paused for a moment, then looked at Luffy and Zoro with utter disdain. You're complete trash. Ha ha ha. As Bellamy's words hung in the air, the pirates in the tavern erupted in laughter again, their jeers filled with countless mockery. Despite all this, Luffy and Zoro still didn't make a move. They just stared straight at Bellamy, as if, unbelievable. A worthless brat is worth 50 million. And here I thought you might be someone important. After seeing you in person, I'm thoroughly disappointed. As he spoke, Bellamy picked up another bottle and slowly walked toward Luffy and Zoro. I've never met a coward as pathetic as you. Bellamy stopped in front of Luffy, then took a huge gulp of his drink. PFFFD. The next second, he spat the entire mouthful of alcohol directly into Luffy's face. Even after being treated like this, Luffy only coughed a couple of times as the liquid went up his nose, but he still didn't fight back. Get them out of here. They're an eyesore. The moment Bellamy finished speaking, two pirates rushed forward to attack Luffy and Zoro. BM. Crash. Zoro was kicked straight out the door while Luffy had his head shoved through a glass window. Both of them collapsed at the entrance, covered in blood, their eyes glazed over. It hurt, but they refused to cry out. Seeing this, the tavern erupted in mocking laughter once more while Nami and Apis rushed over to check on them. Leave them, ladies. Just as Nami and Apis were checking on the two, Sarquis' voice came from behind them. Following a captain like that, you'll never make it into the new era. Let me buy you. How much do you want? Name your price. As he spoke, Sarquis' gaze shifted to Apis. And the kid, name a price too. She's small now, but give her 10 years, and she'll be a real beauty. Ha ha, Sarquis, you really think ahead. That's a great idea. A lackey pirate beside him laughed. Hearing this, Nami and Apis both turned to glare at Sarquis, their faces dark with fury. You actually have the nerve to say that? Trying to buy the two of us? Sarquis ignored their expressions and spread his arms wide. That's right, come with me. I promise it'll be fun. It'll show you a woman's true pleasure. As he spoke, Sarquis licked his lips lecherously. The surrounding pirates also flashed wicked grins, their eyes fixated on Nami's lower body. Huh. Sorry to disappoint, but we wouldn't give a second glance to a trash pirate crew like yours. The pirates all burst into loud laughter. What a coincidence, I wouldn't look twice at you either, ha ha ha. Sarquis laughed heartily. He didn't like women with loose screws anyway. Now take those two good for nothings and get the hell out of here. While they're still breathing, you scum. Bellamy, sitting by the counter, took a sip of his drink and glanced at the two women with contempt. Nami and Apis clicked their tongues in annoyance, then dragged the two men out of the tavern. Clatter. As the two were leaving, the tavern erupted in laughter once more. At the same time, Ichin wiped the fine sweat from his brow. I'll finally complete. It was the magical artifact he had crafted for ABIs, the contract flute. In Ichin's hand, the black flute, tinged with crimson, occasionally flickered with a bloody gleam. With this flute, ABIs could contract a magical beast regardless of its level. Though it wasn't a master-servant bond, this equal magical contract often allowed one to summon far more powerful creatures. The probability was low, but there was still a chance to summon a beast at the very pinnacle of this Western fantasy continent, for only one could be contracted and summoned. He wondered what kind of beast the little one would summon. With that thought, Ichin left the Mary with the flute. Meanwhile, Nami, who had just stepped out, saw Blackbeard sitting in the middle of the road. She merely glanced at him and began to drag Luffy and Zoro away. Just then, Blackbeard, seated on the ground, suddenly spoke. Skypiea is real. Seeing Nami's gaze, Blackbeard just happily savored his pie. Ah, this cherry pie really is the best here. On the ground. Seeing Nami's gaze, Blackbeard just happily savored his pie. Ah, this cherry pie really is the— You're the one from earlier. How, what are you all so upset about? They won that fight, didn't they? Nami and ABIs were taken aback, confused. Seeing their bewilderment, Blackbeard didn't explain but praised. That was a great scolding you gave. You're a woman with real guts. Zihaha. After the praise, Blackbeard burst into laughter again. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro slowly got to their feet. Are you two alright? You should go back and have Yukiniusan treat you, Nami and ABI said with concern. The two didn't reply, merely dusting themselves off nonchalantly. At that moment, Blackbeard continued, what those scum call the new era is a load of crap. As he spoke, Blackbeard spread his arms excitedly and laughed up at the sky. What do they mean the era of dreaming pirates is over, huh? Hey, Zihaha. The surrounding pirates were drawn by his loud voice and turned their gaze toward him, including Luffy and the others. Blackbeard pressed a bottle of red wine firmly onto the ground. People's dreams will never end. As he uttered those final words, excitement flooded his eyes in an instant, as if his dream was within reach. Am I right? Luffy and the others didn't answer, but in their hearts they silently agreed. The surrounding pirates, however, laughed heartily. Huh. Hey, what are you so worked up about? What was that about dreams never ending? Huh. Blackbeard wasn't angered. He smiled. Enduring others' mockery isn't a pleasant thing. After saying this, he laughed again. The pirates beside him also began to jeer at him. You must have lost your mind, ha ha ha. What's going on out there? So noisy. Sachai's inside the bar asked upon hearing the commotion. No need to guess. Probably those brats throwing a tantrum again, Bellamy said indifferently. Ha ha ha, how lame. Lily beside Sachai's burst out laughing. Let the fools laugh all they want. To stand at the top, you'll always face baseless provocations. Right? Hey. With that, Blackbeard roared with laughter once more. Luffy remained silent, just quietly watching him laugh, because Luffy's own thoughts mirrored Blackbeard's words almost exactly. Let's go. Time to head back, Zoro suddenly said, then started walking toward the port. Luffy, however, stood frozen in place until Nami called him a few times. Blackbeard also turned to leave, waving as he went. Hope you make it to Skypiea. After walking about 100 meters, the four ran into Ichin, who had come to town looking for them. What happened to you all? And what's with your injuries? As he spoke, Ichin began healing them. Luffy and Zoro, now healed, didn't answer him, just said thanks, and started to walk past him. But as they tried to take another step, they felt a firm grip on their shoulders. Turning around, they saw Ichin smiling at them without warmth. Oh, getting all aloof now, are we? Aren't you going to tell me what happened? Cold sweat immediately dripped down Luffy's and Zoro's foreheads, but they just lowered their heads, not answering. Seeing they wouldn't answer, Ichin didn't press them. Instead, he turned to Nami and ABI's, who looked displeased. Then perhaps you two could tell me what happened. So Nami and ABI's recounted what had happened, Luffy getting beaten without fighting back, and those men even boasting they'd buy them. As they spoke, the two put on pitiful expressions, claiming they'd been bullied terribly. After hearing the whole story, veins bulged on Ichin's forehead. Ichin first gave the aloof Luffy and Zoro a kind knock on the head, then forcibly dragged them toward the bar with Nami and ABI's following. It's nothing, Ichin. We just got beaten up by a bunch of guys not worth fighting. No need to. Luffy tried to stop him, but Ichin cut him off. Shut up. You two just watch quietly. They touched my people, and you expect me to let it slide. Even you, Luffy, can't stop me. Luffy wanted to argue, but seeing how angry Ichin was, he gave up trying to persuade him. Alright, fine. Zoro, on the other hand, had chosen to stay silent from the start, fearing another knock from Ichin. Because Ichin was the only one on the ship who could both hurt him half to death and have him back on his feet in no time. And the key thing was, even if Ichin hit him, Zoro never felt like fighting back. After all, facing someone who treated him so well, drawing a sword was the last thing on his mind, except during their usual sparring sessions. Besides, it was clear Ichin was genuinely furious this time. He didn't want to be the one to trigger that bad luck, not like Luffy, who was used to getting beaten up by Ichin. Soon the four of them followed Ichin back to the bar. Creak. As the door opened, all the pirates inside turned to look at the newcomers. They saw a long-haired young man in a dark robe leading the brats they had just been toying with back into the bar. These are the pieces of trash. Ichin scanned the pirates around him, asking Nami. Yes, these guys. Nami nodded, then added, everyone here except the owner took a swing at us and mocked us. That's right. It was them, Yukiniusan. You gotta beat them all up. ABI's waved her little pink fist. The pirates in the bar burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. So you went and got yourself a helper? Don't make me laugh. He's just a brat with slightly longer hair. They don't actually think bringing one guy will save their pride, do they? Ha ha. As they were talking, a pirate stood up from his table, bottle in hand, and swaggered over to Ichin. As they were talking, a pirate stood up from his table, bottle in hand, and swaggered over to Ichin. Just a brat, and you dare look at me like that? You're asking for it. Seeing Ichin ignore him, the pirate raised the bottle high above his head, ready to smash it down. Clatter. The next second, the ice sculpture shattered, scattering into snowflakes that faded away. Clatter. The next second, the ice sculpture shattered, scattering into snowflakes that faded away, taking the pirate with them. The weaker pirates, terrified by this display, stumbled backwards several steps, only stopping when they fell on their backsides. What just happened? That guy who stepped up. He got turned into ice, and then... They all gulped nervously. Sachais and Bellamy, however, wore amused smiles, watching Ichin approach with interest. Oh, a Logia type. Looks like a challenge. Bellamy licked his lips. What are you? What's your bounty? Ichin replied coldly. Trash like you doesn't deserve to know my name. Bellamy and Sachais found this amusing and prepared to attack. Pretty cocky, aren't you? Sachais was the first to move, drawing a large cleaver and charging at Ichin. Clang. Ichin didn't dodge, he took the hit. Heaton. Physical defense boost. How is this possible? My blade can't even cut in. Sachais pressed down harder, but the blade refused to budge an inch. Sachais, get out of the way. Let me take him on, Bellamy said from the counter. Sachais, though annoyed, stepped back. Not bad, kid. You actually stopped Sakis' blade. But you won't be so lucky now. As he spoke, Bellamy pressed his foot against the wall, his spring-like body starting to coil up. Whoosh. The next second, Bellamy shot off like a bullet, but not at Ichin or the others. He ricocheted off the tavern walls. Bellamy bounced around the bar at incredible speed. See? Too fast to even track right. You might be strong, but I'm stronger. Just accept your fate. As he finished, Bellamy launched himself from a wall straight at Ichin. Thud. Just as he was about to make contact, Ichin threw a single punch that sent Bellamy crashing back into the wall. Cough. So strong. Bellamy pulled himself off the wall, coughing. Then he smiled at Ichin. Why would a strong man like you help these brats? That idiot is my captain, Ichin said, pointing at Luffy. And you, his first mate. The pirates in the bar started murmuring among themselves. You're kidding, right? The guy who beat a 55 million berry pirate is the first mate of that straw hat. No way. That's ridiculous. Why would a strong man serve a fool? Bellamy wiped the blood from his lip and walked up to Ichin. Why don't you join our crew? You can be captain. We've got treasure and women. With you we could conquer the new era of piracy even faster. As he spoke, Bellamy signaled his men to show Ichin their treasure. The 5 female pirates in the crew also shed some of their armor and winked at him. Besides, you must be pretty fed up on his ship. A captain who won't fight, leaving all the work to his first mate. What's the point of staying with a crew like that? Sachais directly tried to sow discord. Yeah. Look at those 2 little virgins next to you. They're not worth staying for. If you come with us, all 5 of us will show you a real good time. The 5 women winked at Ichin again, while also sneering at Nami and ABIs. Before Ichin could respond, Nami and ABIs couldn't hold back. These 5 bitches, just because they're not virgins anymore, who do they think they are? As Ichin would say, they were like 5 passenger ships at full capacity. Nothing to be proud of. Luffy, hearing they wanted to poach Ichin, looked hostile and was about to step in. It was then that Ichin spoke, his tone laced with coldness and arrogance. His eyes were icy, his lips slightly parting as if reciting something. In a world slowly heading toward ruin, experience the despair of utter helplessness. With that, Ichin snapped his fingers into the air amidst their bewildered stares, whispering desperate time. As the words fell, a blood-red magic circle suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, everyone except Luffy's group and the bar owner vanished from the tavern, transported to a pitch-black space where they couldn't see their own hands. The pirates looked around in confusion. As they were asking each other where they were, Ichin's voice echoed, "Struggle all you want at the bottom of this abyss." As his voice faded from their minds, the space around them began to contract. The pirates screamed in terror. Some even lost control of their bladders, and a foul stench filled the space is closing in. No. Please. What is this? Captain, I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Bellamy, think of something. We're all in this mess because of you. Sachais grabbed Bellamy's arm, trembling. Bellamy had no idea what to do. He had tried to break through the space the moment he entered, but found it futile. Soon, amidst their screams, the space crushed them all together. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As time passed, the remaining space grew smaller and smaller. The pirate in the center was crushed into bloody pulp, and the screams grew even more horrifying. By now, fear had seeped into the depths of their souls. Their earlier arrogance was long gone, replaced by nothing but the terror of death. After a few seconds, only Bellamy remained. Gone was the arrogance had shown Luffy. His face was now a mask of defiance and fear. I was the one who was going to rule the new era of pirates. Art. As he roared, his body was crushed into fragments, finally reduced to a pulp of blood and flesh amidst agonizing screams. Squelch. With a crisp sound, Bellamy's entire crew was neatly compressed into a pool of blood. Then a small ball of white tin foil slowly fell into Ichin's hand, dissolving into white particles that faded away. Ichin, where did you send them all? Nami asked, gazing at the empty tavern. Hearing this, Ichin chuckled softly and pointed to the ceiling. I sent them to the end of their journey. By the way, boss. Just as the group was about to leave, Luffy suddenly dashed over to the owner cowering beneath the counter. Is there anything I can do for you? Seeing Luffy approach, the tavern owner immediately bowed respectfully. Thankfully, he hadn't run his mouth. Otherwise, he might have vanished like those pirates. He had to treat this man well, or else. A shiver ran down his spine as he stole a fearful glance at the seemingly benevolent Ichin, terrified of being eliminated. Seeing the owner's silence, Luffy thought he had forgotten and slapped his thigh to remind him. Meet the meat. Where's the meat? I asked to take away. Understanding dawned on the owner, who quickly retrieved the packaged meat from under the counter and handed it. Luffy took the meat, set it aside, and then right in front of the owner began patting himself down all over. Startled, the owner instinctively stepped back. Was this Luffy character about to pull out a blade and kill him? May I ask, what are you doing? Luffy stopped his search. Looking for money. Seems I don't have any. He scratched his head sheepishly, then turned to Ichin with a goofy grin. Sorry, Ichin, I'm out of cash. Could you cover it? The owner hastily waved his hands. And no need. Consider it a gift from me. No way. He wouldn't dare take money from this formidable figure. It was a relief he wasn't being killed, especially for just 50 portions of meat. Is that so? You're a good man, tavern owner. Luffy said cheerfully to the owner, who was sweating nervously. As Luffy finished, Ichin produced a bag of berries from his spatial storage and placed it on the counter. This should be enough to cover the meat. Giant boss. Seeing Ichin had paid, Luffy grabbed the meat and followed Ichin and the others out of the establishment. The owner remained frozen, watching their departing figures. It dawned on him that perhaps there truly were pirates in this world who were both immensely powerful and remarkably principled. Soon the group returned to the ship, where Robin was waiting with intelligence about Skypiea. Having learned that someone on another island possessed knowledge of the fabled Sky Island, they set sail immediately. What's wrong? Ichin asked with concern, noticing Apis' worried expression on the deck. Yachini, everyone on the ship is so amazing. I can't do anything. I want to fight enemies too. If I were just a bit stronger, I would have beaten up those bad guys myself before you even arrived. As she spoke, Apis' small face puffed up in frustration, with little puffs of steam appearing to rise from her head in anger. Seeing her adorable display, Ichin couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I've finished crafting a magical item just for you. From now on you can fight too. As he spoke, Ichin produced a flute from his spatial storage and handed it to Apis. Wow, a flute. Apis took the flute and examined it, her small eyes, then turning back to Ichin. So how do I use it? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, the trio of curious onlookers, immediately huddled around, their 6 eyes fixed on the flute in Apis' hands. This flute allows you to randomly summon a powerful magical beast from my homeland to fight for you. But what if the beast refuses to listen to Apis? Usopp raised his hand in confusion. Ichin explained with a light smile, rest assured, the flute I crafted will only summon a beast that is willing to assist its summoner in battle. Oh, I get it. So ITLL summon a beast that, like Sanji, is a sucker for pretty ladies. Wait, no, I mean one that won't reject Apis. Usopp guessed while resting his chin on his hand. Ichin nodded, affirming his theory. Sugoi, Usopp. I never knew you were this smart. Chopper clapped his hands in praise. Usopp's nose tilted skyward with pride. Ahahaha, it's really nothing much. Despite his casual tone, the corners of his mouth twitched upward, betraying his immense delight. All right, Apis, just do as I say. Ichin patted Apis' head gently. She nodded seriously, gripping the flute tightly. Okay, all you have to do is blow the flute and picture your favorite animal in your mind. It can even be a creature. Apis closed her eyes and began to play the flute. My favorite animal. A dragon. The demon dragon king. As the melody sounded, a white hexagram appeared beneath Apis' feet. Simultaneously, a massive black hexagram materialized in the sky above her. At that same moment, in the western fantasy continent, the Dragon Domain, a colossal magical array appeared in the sky. What's happening? An enemy attack. All units on alert. Someone is casting a forbidden spell on the Dragon Domain. It looks to be at least a cataclysm-level threat. Quick contact Lord Xingqiang. One of the demon dragon commanders suddenly shouted. However, the magical array vanished from the sky as quickly as it had appeared, and with it, the demon dragon king. The moment the array appeared, Xingqiang sensed a familiar magical fluctuation. So it seems you're still alive, human. Only your magical power could summon me with this spell. As he spoke, Qingshang transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the magical array. As for the other demon dragons, they wouldn't become a vulnerable race just because their king had left. After all, 3 of the top 10 creatures in the food chain belonged to the demon dragon clan. Back in the world of pirates, a blood-red light shot out from the magical array in the sky. Then an immensely huge demon dragon appeared above the Going Merry. The dragon's silhouette blotted out the sun, plunging the entire island of Jaya into shadow. What is that? The pirates on Jaya stared in terror at the colossal creature in the sky. Most pirates' first instinct upon seeing the dragon was to scramble into buildings, praying that the terrifying beast above wouldn't descend upon them. As for those who remained outside, it wasn't that they weren't afraid. They were simply paralyzed with fear, their legs too weak to move. Captain, what in the world is that thing? It's terrifying. Doc Q slumped over his horse, weakly looked towards Blackbeard and asked, I don't know, can't see clearly from here either. But it's truly amazing. This world, even as creatures of such colossal scale. Blackbeard gazed at the creature in the sky. Though astonished, he had no intention of provoking it. A monster of that magnitude would likely kill him with a single glance if challenged. Hey Augur, whatever you do, don't aim your sniper rifle at that big one. I don't want to die here before achieving my dream. Blackbeard glanced at Van Augur and cautioned him. Hearing this, Augur lowered the hand that was about to raise his gun. Captain, you're too timid. Just taking a look won't do any harm, right? Burgess laughed, cracking his knuckles. Idiot, my instincts are telling me that if we dare to spy on that thing, we'll die. As he spoke, Blackbeard's jovial expression turned serious. Just a brief glance upward had made him feel as if had glimpsed a field of flowers. On the Going Merry, whoa, what kind of being did she summon? Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this is way too exaggerated. Sanji and Zoro, who had been on high alert, relaxed upon realizing this was a creature Apis had summoned, though they still let out a sigh of amazement. Ichin, I gotta ask, that big thing up there isn't going to just fall right on top of us, is it? Usopp asked, his legs trembling uncontrollably. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, she won't damage the ship when she comes down. Ichin replied with a light. Hearing this, Usopp spread his hands. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm asking, but it's so huge. If it just plummets down, won't we be crushed to bits? Crushed to bits. That's so scary. Boo-hoo. Chopper was so frightened he clung to Usopp, looking as though he had boarded the wrong ship. Sugoi? So that big guy is going to be our Nakama too. That's so cool. Luffy exclaimed, gazing up at the majestic magic dragon in the sky with excitement. As for Nami and Robin, the former was somewhat afraid, while the latter was intensely curious, having never seen nor heard of such a colossal being. Apis, of course, was also staring at the magic dragon in the sky, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It was magnificent. Exactly the dragon she had always imagined. Meanwhile, the magic dragon king also noticed her summoner in that man. The next second, she transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the Going Merry. Whoosh! After landing on the deck, she reverted to her human form. She then flashed in front of Ichin and said, long time no see. Ichin was taken aback, then began to scrutinize the dragon girl before him, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes were lively, her dragon horns adorable, her face elegant and cool, her figure alluring, and she occasionally emanated powerful magical fluctuations. Most importantly, for some reason his legs felt weak just looking at her. It wasn't fear though. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he had been defeated by her before. Yet he didn't recall ever losing to any person or monster in battle. Qingshang, however, paid no attention to Sanji's words. Her gaze was cold as she stared at the man who had seemingly forgotten her. Qingshang, however, paid no attention to Sanji's words. Her gaze was cold as she stared at the man who had seemingly forgotten her. Though to be fair, it wasn't entirely Ichin's fault. He had been extremely drunk that night, feeling as if had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. He only remembered spending a passionate night with a woman of impressive stature. Of course, that wasn't an excuse for forgetting her. Still, she didn't attack him. Instead, she stated coldly, so the strongest man of the Western fantasy continent is useless, just a weak shrimp. Hearing this, Ichin was momentarily stunned, and then the memories of that night came flooding back. He looked at the dragon girl again. It was her, his lifelong rival. Though she had been quite pleasant, it definitely wasn't that he was inadequate, but that she was simply too powerful. Yes, that was it. Long time no see, Qingshang. Ichin adjusted his expression and said. The two then chatted about old times, after which Ichin transferred the language and memories of this world to Qingshang. Just then Apis approached Qingshang and tugged at her clothes. Big sister, were you that cool magic dragon from before? Hearing this, Qingshang looked down to see Apis' eyes sparkling with curiosity, her adorable expression simply irresistible. Yes, I am. From now on, I'll protect you, Qingshang said, patting Apis gently on the head. The Magic Dragon King was usually quite proud and would never be so polite with others. However, the dragon race had two great passions: adorable lowly princesses and gold diamonds and jewelry. Apis perfectly fit the description of an adorable lowly, and combined with the fact that Ichin's magical artifacts were top tier in the Western fantasy continent, it was enough to summon Qingshang. Ichin then began introducing everyone to Qingshang. This is the Captain Luffy. He's a bit of an idiot, but cherishes his Nakama deeply. Nice to meet you. Welcome aboard. But I still think you look cooler as a dragon, hee. This is Zoro at Sundara Swordsman. He's disciplined and reliable except when it comes to giving directions. Hold on, what kind of introduction is that? Who's at Sundara Swordsman? Zoro retorted, then gave Qingshang a smile. Welcome. This is Nami, our navigator. She can predict the weather. You both like gold and jewels, so you'll probably have plenty to talk about. Hearing this, Qingshang immediately produced a large bag of gems from her spatial storage and handed it to Nami. She had plenty to spare. Nami, who had been a bit scared and reluctant, suddenly flushed with excitement after taking the bag and peeking inside at the gems. Wow. I love you, Dragon Sister. So very welcome to our ship. This is Usopp. He likes to tell stories. He's a bit cowardly, but he's quite brave when it counts. Welcome, Dragon Sis. Seeing Qingshang look his way, Usopp instinctively hid behind the main mast, peeking out just enough to offer a greeting. This is Sanji, our cook. Thanks to him I can cook now too. And then, before Ichin could finish, Sanji had somehow produced a rose, placed it between his teeth, and knelt on one knee before Qingshang. Oh gods! Thank you for bestowing upon me such a beautiful dragon lady once more. Though we may be different species, love transcends all boundaries. Hearing this, Qingshang's mind went completely blank. She made a snapping gesture with her fingers at Ichin, asking if she could just flick this guy away. Seeing this, Ichin hastily shook his head. He's just like that, but he means no harm. He knew that if Qingshang actually attacked, Sanji wouldn't survive being sent flying. Seeing this, Ichin hastily shook his head. He's just like that, but he means no harm. He knew that if Qingshang actually attacked Sanji— This is Robin, our ship's archaeologist. Hello. After introducing everyone to Qingshang, Ichin began to introduce her to the crew. As Luffy and his crew set foot on the island, they happened to rescue Cricket from drowning. They soon fell into an animated conversation, and from Cricket, they learned the way to reach the fabled Sky Island. Following Cricket's directions, Luffy and the others ventured into the forest in search of the South Bird. By evening, they emerged from the woods, having successfully captured 2 of the elusive birds. After a lively banquet, the crew drifted off to sleep. Only Ichin and Qingshang remained awake, seated by the shore, letting the night sea breeze wash over them. Qingshang brushed her long hair back, her gaze as frosty as ever, silently observing the taciturn Ichin beside her. With your abilities, the world should have been yours to command long ago. Why do you persist in playing these childish games with the others? Hearing this, Ichin laced his hands behind his head and lay back flat, closing his eyes with a blade of grass dangling from his lips. I have no interest in conquering the world. If I did, it would have been done long ago. Qingshang leaned in close beside him. So is it mere whim that keeps you aboard this ship? Ichin opened his eyes, his gaze wandering for a moment before he let out a soft sigh. Well, you could say that. After a pause, as if a thought struck him, he added, just remember to keep yourself in check. Don't go tearing a hole through this world. I've already been holding back considerably. At this, Ichin let out a light chuckle. Indeed, if Qingshang hadn't been suppressing her magical power, no living being on this island would have survived her very arrival. To put it plainly, if Qingshang were to release her restraint, she would unconsciously emit a pressure akin to a lethal, tangible form of Conqueror's Haki. I've already suppressed my power to a level that won't easily annihilate a town, so you needn't worry about that. Ichin gave a nod in response. I appreciate your effort. Suppressing one's innate magical energy was a deeply uncomfortable ordeal for a powerful being, akin to forcing an avid gamer with endless free time to resist the urge to play. Qingshang simply waved her hand dismissively at his words. No problem. You can help me let off some steam later. Ichin blinked, a silent question mark hanging over his head. A look of utter confusion crossed his face as he sprang upright, staring at Qingshang. Wait. What exactly do you mean by let off some steam? If the price of restraint was being thoroughly beaten by her, Ichin was inclined to object. After all, she was one of the few who could actually break through his defenses. You really can be dense. I mean it literally. Use your body to help me discharge my magic. Seeing Ichin's flustered expression, a smirk began to play at the corners of Qingshang's lips. She leaned in her mouth near his ear and whispered, Don't tell me you can't handle it. A sudden heat rushed to Ichin's face. Who can't handle it? It's just, that would be impossible to broadcast, you know. He spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. Truth be told, there was a hint of anxiety in his bluster. The last time she had thoroughly defeated him, even if he had been in a dazed state at the time. A loss was a loss. It was an undeniable fact. Though the arrangement was a bit risque, Ichin eventually agreed to take her into a subspace periodically to help her vent her pent-up power. The next morning, with the South Bird guiding their way, the crew set sail. Cricket waved them off in farewell. "Ah, I can't wait." The legendary Sky Island. Luffy, perched at the ship's bow, shouted with his arms raised high, his excitement palpable. The rest of the crew shared his enthusiasm, showing no concern for Cricket's warning about the dangers of falling from the sky. With Ichin and Ching Shang around, they felt entirely safe. At that moment, Sanji and Ichin were both in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The reason Ichin was also cooking was because Ching Shang had declared she would only eat what he made. Left with no choice, he took up the spatula. Of course, Ichin didn't just cook for Ching Shang, he made enough for everyone on board. After they finished their meal, they encountered a massive whirlpool that sucked the Going Merry into its vortex. Just as they were about to be dragged under, the whirlpool vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Immediately after, colossal waves surged up, lifting the Going Merry high into the air. After a minute, the sea beneath them erupted, shooting a massive column of water skyward. The Going Merry was carried aloft by this towering water spout. As it ascended to a height of several hundred meters, the ship began to slowly separate from the column. Thinking quickly, Nami ordered everyone to unfurl the sails, allowing the Merry to continue its ascent without the support of the water column. With a whoosh, minutes later, the ship pierced through a layer of clouds and emerged onto a sea of clouds thousands of meters above. Ichin opened his eyes, his gaze wandering for a moment before he let out a soft sigh. "Well, you could say that." After a pause, as if a thought struck him, "It's all white," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. "It's amazing. We're not falling even though we're on a cloud." Nami, gripping the railing and gazing down at the sea of clouds below, said, "This must be the legendary White Sea." Then, looking at her compass, she added, "But why does the needle still point upward?" "It seems we're only in the middle of the cloud layer," Robin replied from her perch on the railing. "So we need to go even higher." "Ichin, can you take us up?" Chopper asked from nearby. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately turned to Ichin. "Ichin, can you take us the rest of the way?" Just then, Usopp, who had already donned his goggles and stripped off his shirt, dove into the cloud sea with a triumphant shout from Luffy. "Of course I can." "Then let's." Just as Ichin was about to cast his spell, Luffy suddenly yelled, "Wait a minute. Usopp just jumped into the clouds and hasn't come back up yet. Jumping in without knowing what's down there. That guy's got some nerve," Sanji said, worry etching his face as he rushed to the railing, preparing to dive in after him. Luffy also stretched his arm down, reaching into the sea. Just then, Ching Shang, standing beside Ichin, snapped her fingers. In the next instant, Usopp reappeared on the deck. No need to look, Usopp's already been brought back by Ching Shangni using her magic, Apis informed them. Hearing this, Sanji hopped down from the railing and Luffy retracted his arm. As Luffy pulled his arm back, a colossal octopus and a giant sea serpent burst forth from the cloud. As they burst through the sea surface, the two colossal creatures lunged at the crew aboard the ship. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji leaped into the air, striking both sky-sea beasts back into the waters below. Soon the two slain creatures floated back up. Yet the crew found it strange that the octopus was so bloated while the sea snake was so flat. However, after Robin offered an explanation, everyone came to understand. Just as Ichin was about to use magic to set the Merry go sailing into the sky above the hauled-up, Usopp suddenly let out a sharp cry, feeling a pang of pain in his crotch. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. "What's wrong with you now, Usopp?" I think there's something in my pants." As he spoke, Usopp reached into his trousers and pulled out a flat blue fish, tossing it onto the deck. Then, clutching his groin, he collapsed again, muttering that Skypiea was a terrifying place. Curious, Robin picked up the fish and explained to the crew that it was a sky fish as mentioned in the tales of Skypiea. But it was quickly taken by Luffy and handed to Sanji, who immediately understood and fried up a fish stick. Just then, Chopper suddenly warned everyone that a person wearing a strange mask was rapidly charging towards them across the distant sky sea. The next second, the stranger had already leaped onto the ship and aimed a kick at Ching Shang, who was closest. Seeing this, Sanji yelled out in alarm and charged forward to shove the attacker away. Ching Shang, noticing the intruder's intent to strike, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He slightly raised his index finger and said, "Turn to dust, you insolent fool." The moment the words fell, the Shandian warrior who had rushed at Ching Shang dissolved into grains of sand that scattered into the sky. So powerful. Although amazed by the display, the crew quickly felt at ease, remembering that Ching Shang was a colossal magic dragon in human form. After the encounter, the crew, aided by Ichin's magic, ascended to the clouds above. Once the merry-go landed, Luffy kicked off his shoes and jumped off the ship. "Hey everyone, it's safe. Come on down," Luffy shouted excitedly as he ran towards the island. Seeing this, the others also took off their shoes and jumped off the merry-go. Chopper lay on a soft cloud, looking utterly content. "So Skypiea is a great place for a nap. These flowers are so strange and beautiful. I could pick one for Namison and the others." Sanji plucked 2 red blossoms, thinking to himself. Meanwhile, Luffy, hanging from a tree, grabbed a large coconut and took a big bite. That bite was a mistake. It knocked several of his teeth loose, prompting a loud, painful complaint from Luffy. He then hurled the coconut at Usopp. "Here is a fruit for you, Usopp. Catch." Usopp, who was busy making a little figure out of cloud, responded with a quick okay, just as the heavy coconut slammed into his head with a loud boom. "You little brat, don't run. That hurt." Usopp, now sporting a large bump on his head, grabbed the coconut, ready to throw it back. "Robinson, this flower is for you," Sanji said, tucking a bloom into her hair before going off to find Nami. Meanwhile, Nami was lounging comfortably with Ichin and the others on cloud chairs under a pavilion. Zoro, on the other hand, encountered a white fox, and soon the sound of a harp drifted through the air. Hearing it, everyone turned to look. They saw a blonde girl with a pair of small wings playing a harp. When she noticed their gaze, she smiled and gave them a friendly wave. The girl then beckoned to the fox beside Zoro. Once the white fox returned to her, she walked gracefully towards the group. "Did you all come up from the blue sea below?" "Yeah, we flew up from the sea down there," Luffy nodded in reply. "Are you a resident of this place?" The girl nodded. "Welcome to Angel Beach in the Land of God." She then looked at the large coconut in Luffy's arms. "If you want to drink that, you'll need to make a hole in the middle first." As she spoke, she walked up to Luffy, made a small hole in the top of the coconut, and then produced a long straw, inserting it inside. "Please enjoy." Luffy immediately pressed his lips to the straw and began slurping loudly. "So good," he said, wiggling his tongue in delight after a couple of big gulps. Hearing this, Usopp also wanted a taste. But just as he was about to take a sip, Ichin handed him another large. After a few sips, Usopp joined Luffy in singing its praises. As for the others, Ichin had already given one to everyone. "My name is Konis, and this is the Cloud Fox here, Sue." The girl introduced herself. "If you have any questions about this place, I'll be happy to help." Holding the Cloud Fox, the girl smiled warmly at the group. "Wait, let me speak. Your gaze has healed the fire burning in my heart." "Ah, move aside." Just as Sanji was about to continue his flattery, Nami, who was behind him, grabbed his ear and yanked him away. She then smiled sweetly at Konis. "We're so glad you're willing to help. We have so many questions about this. In short, this place is just unbelievable to us." Konis chuckled softly at Nami. "All right, feel free to ask me anything." Soon a middle-aged man with a long mustache, riding a vehicle similar to a motor scooter, came speeding across the cloud surface towards them. Seeing him, Konis introduced him as her father. "What is that?" Nami asked, pointing at the vehicle the man was riding. "Oh, that. It's called a waver, a mode of transport powered by wind dials." The man came ashore and began greeting the crew. They learned his name was Gonfall, and he invited them all to his home. Luffy, of course, didn't hesitate and accepted immediately. Nami then asked how to operate the waver, and the man explained. Luffy, curious, eagerly borrowed it, but the constant vibrations of the vehicle sent him flying off almost instantly. Then in plain sight, Luffy sank into the sea of clouds. Zoro and Sanji cried out in alarm and prepared to dive in after him, but just as they were about to jump, Ching Shang brought Luffy back. With that, the two abandoned their rescue plan. The man then informed them that one must be familiar with the sea to use it effectively. After visiting the old man's home, the crew learned about the existence of Skypiea and the god who resides there, as well as the forbidden grounds upon it. However, the adventurous Luffy became even more excited upon hearing about such an off-limits place. In the temple of Upper Yard, Enel's eyes snapped open, a thought flashing through his mind. So more foolish blue sea dwellers have come to Skypiea. With that, Enel used his mantra to send a message to McKinley, the captain of the White Berets, ordering him to deal with the intruders according to Skypiea's laws. Upon receiving the message, McKinley quickly rallied his troops and rushed to the location of the group. Meanwhile, after learning about Skypiea, the crew went outside to play with the clouds. Just as they were having fun, McKinley and his squad of dozens crawled into view. From a distance, Usopp mistook them for a group of perverts who liked to crawl on the ground and peek at people's underwear. However, Konis explained that they were the island's enforcers. When they were within 10 steps of the crew, McKinley ordered his men to stand up. "So you're the illegal intruders," the god spoke of. McKinley said, addressing the Straw Hat Luffy, as Enel had only mentioned that the leader wore a straw hat. "You must face the judgment of heaven." McKinley shouted at them, leaving the crew bewildered. Konis and her father, however, were filled with terror. They had hosted the crew and even befriended them. If they were truly criminals, they would be guilty of harboring fugitives. Illegal intruders. What's that? Luffy asked, scratching his head. Maybe it's because we didn't pay an entry fee since we came directly here, Robin suggested. That's right, some countries require a fee to enter, and Skypiea might have a similar system, Robin added. Precisely. It seems this young lady understands. Then please pay 100 million XDAL each, McKinley said, extending his hand. 100 million. Why don't you just rob us? Nami snapped, furious at the exorbitant amount. She had never even seen such an amount in her life, and being asked to pay it was worse than death. And how much would that be in berry? Robin asked, stepping forward. If converted to Blue Sea currency, it would be a total of 100 million berry, McKinley said, holding up a finger. The moment he finished speaking, Nami's fist flew towards him. That's way too expensive. Boom. Sir. McKinley was sent flying, crashing into a coconut tree and knocked unconscious, much to the shock of his subordinates. Nami, why did you knock him out? Usopp yelled beside her. Snapping back to reality, Nami said, sorry. I just can't help it when I hear that amount of berry. Konis urged them, you should flee. If you hurt the white berets, stronger enforcers will come. Heeding her warning, the crew left the area, not out of fear of pursuit, but because they wanted to head to the Forbidden Grounds. Why? Because Luffy craved adventure. Now that they were already in trouble, they might as well go on an adventure. They weren't afraid of the so-called god. Usopp and Chopper, of course, were the exceptions. The crew didn't know the exact location of the Forbidden Grounds, but Ching Shuang's counter-tracking revealed the direction. The merry-go headed towards it. On the way, they traveled up a river into the island's forest, where they encountered 4 of Enel's priests. They were swiftly defeated by Sanji and Zoro. Enel then appeared and engaged Luffy in a fierce battle. However, because rubber is immune to lightning, Enel quickly found himself at a disadvantage. After being defeated by Luffy, Enel flew off to the moon. The crew then found the Golden Bell and took all the gold in the ruins of Shandora. But the Shandians were not pleased when the crew took the gold and demanded they put it back. Naturally, Luffy and the others refused. Nami was especially unwilling to give up the gold, and a fight broke out. However, the Shandians were no match for the crew. After a few minutes of battle, the Shandian warriors were all defeated. Gonfall, the former god of Skypiea, was reinstated as the god, though he was quite bewildered by the turn of events. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude to the crew, even though their primary objective had been the gold. As for the Shandians, they had never been on good terms with the Scythians anyway, so he didn't care much about the warriors they had defeated. After all, he wasn't a Shandian. Peaceful coexistence would have been nice, but since they were already gone, all he could do was mourn them. It was worth mentioning that the Merry-Go's Cloboterman appeared. Ichin immediately noticed it and gave it a magical physical form. Luffy and the others were overjoyed to see Mary again, and the 3 women especially adored her, as she was incredibly cute. As for Mary's gender, it was genderless, but the physical form resembled a little girl. Of course, this was not because Ichan was a Lulacon. He definitely didn't shape Mary's body that way for any such reason. Afterwards, under the generous hospitality of the former god, the crew spent a few enjoyable days in Skypiea before reluctantly departing and returning to the Blue Sea. Afterwards, they arrived at Water 7, where they met Icebogue and the eccentric Frankie. However, CP9 agents disguised as shipwrights recognized Robin, and the crew was soon surrounded by CP9 and a large force of Marines. They also met T-Bone during this encounter. After defeating CP9 and the Marines, Ichun used his knowledge of technology to convince the cyborg-loving Frankie to join the Straw Hat crew. Luffy was also quite fond of Frankie as a shipwright, intrigued by his cyborg body. At the same time, Robin's heart was fully won over by her crewmates' willingness to defy the world government for her sake. She decided she would never betray them again. If she were to die, she would rather perish alongside everyone on this ship. While Sanji was delighted to hear Robin say that the others found her choice of words terrifying. Dying together was completely unnecessary, they should survive together. Meanwhile, Lucci and his comrades were being hunted by the world government for their failure. After this, the Merry-Go became larger and more comfortable thanks to Ichin's magic. At the same time, they encountered Luffy's grandfather Garp. 2 weeks later, the Merry-Go carrying Ichun and the others arrived at Thriller Bark. Soon they encountered a skeleton playing the piano in this sea area. Luffy was excited upon seeing him and wanted Brook to join them. However, Brook refused because his shadow had been stolen by Moria, and he would die if exposed to sunlight. After hearing this, Luffy immediately offered to help Brook retrieve his shadow. Of course, Brook declined, believing that Luffy's crew couldn't defeat Moria, and he couldn't let newly acquainted friends risk their lives for him. In the end, the Merry-Go was guided to Moria's base. Brook warned them to leave, then jumped off the ship and ran across the sea in search of his shadow. Seeing this, Luffy became even more determined to have Brook join. They disembarked, though Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were still a bit scared as the island's atmosphere was quite eerie. After landing, the group soon encountered a three-headed dog. Seeing it, Zoro's first instinct was to cut it. However, Luffy stopped him, saying he wanted to keep it as a pet. He then began teasing the dog with a bone he found on the ground, waving it in front of them. "Good doggy, come with me." As he spoke, Luffy even reached out to pat the middle head. Feeling insulted, the three-headed dog bit Luffy's head in retaliation. Boom. Just as the dog was about to swallow Luffy whole, Luffy punched it into a wall with one blow, and the dog became docile. Soon it became their mode of transportation. Along the way, Ichun and the others encountered various strange creatures, such as books with clown faces, lions with flower-like faces, horses with afros. Then they encountered ghosts floating in the air and wailing. "This is my first time seeing a ghost so cool, let's catch one to play with." As he spoke, Luffy swung a net at the ghosts, but he missed. Why can't I catch them?" As he spoke, Luffy tried again with the net. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't catch them. The ghosts weren't about to let Luffy catch them without a fight. They counterattacked, and one ghost passed right through his body as he lunged. The next second, Luffy involuntarily fell to his knees, hands on the ground. "I'm so useless I can't even catch a ghost." "Hey, what's wrong, Luffy? This isn't like you. Why are you so down on yourself?" Just as Usopp finished speaking, a ghost passed through his body too. Thud. "I'm sorry, a liar like me who loves to brag has no right to mock you. Look at you two, so pathetic," Zoro said disdainfully. Whoosh. Thud. No sooner had Zoro finished his taunt than he knelt down. "I was born into this world, I'm sorry." Seeing this, Ching-Shang and Ichun casually destroyed the ghosts, and the three quickly recovered. Then loud laughter rang out. "Say what? Sorry for being born? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious." Hearing this, Zoro's face flushed as he looked towards the source of the voice. Sanji, sitting on the three-headed dog, was doubled over laughing. Though embarrassed, Zoro couldn't refute it, as he had indeed said those words. Soon they arrived at a cemetery. As they were walking, a person suddenly crawled out of a grave. Seeing this, Luffy kindly pushed the old man back. Just as Luffy was about to leave, the zombie jumped out again, shouting "Tomatoes." After its roar, zombies slowly emerged from all the graves. However, they were quickly defeated by Luffy and the others. The crew continued on, eventually defeating Moria and retrieving Brook's shadow, after which Brook joined the Straw Hat crew. Sometime later, new wanted posters for Luffy's crew were issued. Luffy had the highest bounty at 300 million and Chopper the lowest at 50 berries. Back on the merry-go, Ichun and the others set sail for a new island. In the conference room, after defeating Moria, the Straw Hat crew continued their journey, later encountering the Golden Lion Shiki, who had a bounty of 420 million berries. A battle for the navigator Nami ensued, lasting 3 days and 3 nights before the Straw Hat crew emerged victorious over Shiki. The primary combatants were Monkey D, Luffy, Vice Captain Yunue Ichin, the swordsman Roronoa, Zoro, the cook Sanji, and the dragon Princess Apis. The other crew members also defeated Shiki's top officers, leading to the consensus that the Straw Hats' bounties should reflect their newfound strength. An elderly vice admiral slapped the Straw Hat crew's wanted posters onto the blackboard and declared loudly, "Captain Monkey D. Luffy, bounty 1, 66 billion berries. Vice Captain Yunue Chen, bounty 1, 5 billion berries. Swordsman Roronoa Zoro, bounty 1, 26 billion berries. Cook Vinsmoke Sanji, bounty 1, 18 billion berries. Dragon Princess Apis, bounty 1, 08 billion berries. Navigator Nami, bounty 300 million berries. Sniper King Usopp, bounty 660 million berries. Devil Child Nico Robin, bounty 770 million berries. Cyborg Frankie, bounty 560 million berries. Soul King Brook, bounty 800 million berries. The Ship Mary, bounty 100 million berries. Pet Tanuki, bounty 250 berries. Ahem, there's no need to emphasize that 250 berry bounty, it makes us look foolish. Vice Admiral Mole cleared his throat and remarked. Realizing the emphasis was misplaced, the elderly Vice Admiral adjusted his voice and re-announced the 250 berry bounty in a softer tone. Supernovas. Calling them that might even be an understatement. They've been active for less than a year and have already defeated Shiki. Indeed, even without his legs, Shiki was not to be underestimated. As the Vice Admirals discussed Shiki, a disdainful voice cut through the conversation. "Oomph. A bunch of cowards boosting the enemy's morale. Shiki is nothing. With one attack I could send him to meet his old captain." Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table, speaking coldly, as if Shiki were nothing more than a mere mosquito to be swatted. How terrifying. These rookie pirates these days are getting stronger and stronger, Borsellino said, lazily filing his nails with a feigned look of fear. Enough. We've finished with the trivial matters. Now let's discuss something important. Sengoku said sternly, resting his interlaced hands on the table. Regarding the new warlords and the public execution of that man's bloodline. Understood. We will mobilize elite marines from all branches to prepare for battle. Concerning Blackbeard's capture of Gold, Ace and our decision to execute him publicly. We must show the world that the bloodline of the Pirate King has been erased by the Marines to diminish the influence of the One Piece and reduce the number of pirates. Furthermore, all 3 admirals must be present along with that unreliable Garp. Sengoku said to the assembled officers with a serious expression. Sakazuki is reliable. The question is the 2 of you. Sengoku turned his gaze to Akiji and Kizaru. This is a crucial moment. Don't you dare fall asleep or slack off this time. Understood. Era, we've been called out. Don't worry, we won't let you down when it counts. Right, Kizaru? Akiji lifted his sleep mask slightly to reply before pulling it back down. How can you say I'm slacking off? I'm very serious when I'm working. Kizaru replied nonchalantly with an expression of feigned innocence. Good. Mole, I'm counting on you to inform the warlords. Sengoku tapped the table, then looked towards Understood. Meanwhile, at a marine branch, Garp suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Could it be that my good-for-nothing grandson regrets being a pirate and wants to become a marine? As he spoke, he thought of Ace captured in the underwater prison and clenched his fists. Ace, why didn't you listen to me and become a marine? In a sea area of the New World, red-haired Shanks met with Whitebeard. After a clash of their wills sent shockwaves across the sea, Shanks realized he couldn't persuade the old man to stop Ace's execution and departed. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sunny arrived at the Sabaody archipelago where the crew met Rayleigh and Shaki, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. The crew was excitedly looking at their new wanted posters. Ha 66 billion. My bounty went up a lot. Luffy grinned, clutching his poster. 5 billion. A familiar number. Ichin chuckled, looking at his own poster. 26 billion. Not bad, acceptable. Zoro smiled at his poster. Why does that Marimo have 80 million more than me? Sanji knelt on the ground, shouting in disbelief. Are you an idiot? It's obviously because you're weaker than me. Zoro replied flatly. Enraged, Sanji got in Zoro's face. I can accept Ichin being stronger, but what gives you, a mere Marimo swordsman, the right to have a higher bounty? Zoro didn't argue, but smirked. Calm down. I know you're anxious, but don't be. No. 4. You damn Marimo. BM. With that, the two devolved into another brawl, rolling around like a ball. Wow. 1.08 billion berries. Apis jumped for joy at her bounty, while Chingshang patted her head, praising her. Brooke and Frankie watched and smiled happily. It seems even more people will be after our heads from now on, Robin said with a smile, resting her chin on her hand. Usopp shuddered at the thought. 660 million. They'll have to sleep with both eyes open. What if I get killed? 300 million. Ichin, can you make me a clone and have it turn itself in for the reward? Nami's eyes gleamed with the thought of money. Ichin was taken aback. That's a dangerous idea. Why? I fought hard too. Why do I only have 250 berries? Whyy. Sob. Chopper wailed on the ground in despair, heartbroken that even Mary had a bounty higher than his own. After a lively chat, the group headed out to enjoy the island's amusement rides. Soon Luffy and the others were seated on a roller coaster, the entire train filled with the Straw Hat crew. Luffy and Ichin sat in the front car with Nami and Robin in the second row, Chingshang and Apis in the third, Zoro and Sanji in the fourth, Chopper and Usopp in the fifth, Brooke and Frankie in the sixth, and Hachan and Cammy in the seventh. The ride was calm as it climbed, but after a brief pause at the peak, it suddenly surged forward with tremendous. Startled by the sudden acceleration, Nami instinctively grabbed Ichin's neck from behind. Ich, cough. Let go. Nami. Ichin gasped, pulling at her hands, but too gentle to break free, enduring the chokehold. Beside them, Luffy was overjoyed. This is so fun, Yahoo. Why do I have to sit with this moss head? Honestly, Sanji grumbled, ignoring the ride's thrill. As if I want to sit with a perverted kappa like you idiot, Zoro shot back, frowning. The next second their heads clashed, locking in a stubborn push and pull. Who are you calling a perverted kappa, you sword-obsessed mosshead? I don't need a lecture from a woman-crazed cook. Those two get along so well, Frankie mused, but Zoro and Sanji immediately turned to him in unison. Who's close with that mosshead pervert cook? I don't need a lecture from a woman-crazed cook. Those two get along so well, Frankie mused, but Zoro and Sanji immediately turned to him in unison. Who's close with that mosshead pervert cook? After the ride, the playful Luffy and Apis were still buzzing with excitement, while Ichin had to heal himself with magic, barely recovering from the ordeal. Nami, with a sweet and pitiful tone, endlessly apologized to Ichin, looking utterly adorable. Of course Ichin couldn't bring himself to scold her, though he did hope she'd avoid grabbing his neck next time. As for Sanji and Zoro, they were still bickering nonstop. Next, the group tried the drop tower sky bikes, spinning teacups, a pirate ship, and a Ferris wheel. Nami, with a sweet and pitiful tone, endlessly apologized to Ichin, looking utterly adorable. Of course Ichin couldn't bring himself to but after Ichin paid up, the staff's frown turned into a smile, warmly welcoming them back. Simply because Ichin's tip was generous. Later they tried the sky swing and a haunted house. In a moss-covered building nearby, several slave traders were conversing. With someone as strong as that by the mermaid's side, how are we supposed to make our money? One trader sighed, rubbing his forehead while looking at a fresh wanted poster. Mr. Peterman, the one with straw hat Luffy, is definitely a fishman. That's a walking fortune. When I first saw her, I noticed her legs were really a tail fin. The man called Peterman smirked at this. True, but with someone so powerful around her, it's a tough nut to crack. Still, mermaids are a century fine since we can't catch them in the sea. You've brought me great news. How about a commission of 10% of the mermaid sale price? We'd prefer 20%, the two informants ventured tentatively. Huh, are you bargaining with me? Or do you think you can catch the mermaid yourselves, eh? Peterman stood up, flexing his muscular frame with a menacing grin. Seeing this, the two dared not say another word, quickly nodding in agreement to his terms. Half an hour later, Peterman, disguised as a plush bear, crept up to Cammy when she was alone. Before she could react, he knocked her out and carried her away. Meanwhile, a celestial dragon, looking like a grotesque lump, was riding a slave through the streets. Behind the slave, 2 chains dragged a beautiful woman in exotic attire, followed by CP agents and several celestial dragon guards. The supernova Urge, after muttering about the celestial dragon's arrogance, knelt down, not wanting to draw their attention. Charlos and father both abandoned me. The sniveling celestial dragon complained from atop the slave. He sniffled, then continued, "Where on earth did they go?" "I know their final destination, rest assured," a CP agent reassured him. Ignoring the agent, the celestial dragon kicked the slave beneath him. "You dog of a slave. You're as slow as a turtle and too shaky. Riding you is infuriating. You worthless piece of trash." He kicked the slave's head several more times. Just then a group of doctors hurried past with a stretcher. Seeing this, the celestial dragon shouted, "How dare you commoners run in my presence?" He leaped off the slave and strode toward them. The 3 doctors froze in terror as he approached. We're so sorry. Please spare us. The patient on the stretcher is bleeding severely. We must get him to the hospital immediately." The celestial dragon walked over and peered at the dying middle-aged man. "Oh, is that so? That won't do. We need to hurry." Just as the doctors thought he might show mercy, he slowly raised his foot and put him out of his misery. With that, he kicked the stretcher over. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, but no one dared intervene, fearing for their own safety. They lacked the power to help anyway. Meanwhile, several supernovas watched from a high building, mocking the celestial dragon's tyranny, noting he was worse than any pirate. After kicking the patient to the ground, the celestial dragon turned and said coldly, "Tell them which matters more, my etiquette or the worthless lives of commoners." "Commoners exist only because of the celestial dragons," the CP agent replied. The celestial dragon then scrutinized the nurse before him, nodding in approval. "Fine, you'll be my woman." "What?" The nurse froze, her face a mask of horror. The CP agent bowed slightly. "I'll arrange the paperwork for your 13th wife's entry into the Holy Land." "I'm tired of wives 1 through 5. Send them back to being commoners," the celestial dragon added as the agent finished speaking. The agent nodded, planning to handle it later. "Wait. Please wait. She's my fiancée." A kneeling man suddenly jumped up and rushed over. Just as the nurse was about to refuse, the man who had been kneeling on the ground sprang to his feet and ran toward them. Bang! Just as the man was about to reach the celestial dragon, the latter fired a shot straight into his abdomen. Seeing this, the nurse let out a scream. Blood began to gush from the man's abdomen, and within seconds he collapsed to the ground. Killing someone so brazenly in broad daylight. What kind of world is this? The nurse cried out in grief and indignation as she looked at her fallen fiancé. She then turned her desperate gaze to the onlookers, pleading, "Save him, please, want someone save him." Upon hearing her pleas, the crowd averted their eyes in silence. "Wah, please, someone." The nurse sobbed, tears streaming down her face like rain. Despite her desperate pleas, no one was willing to help, not even daring to look. The celestial dragon then leaned in close to the nurse, a sneer on his face. "What? Are you complaining about what I did?" As he spoke, the celestial dragon, the bully, put on an expression of mock innocence, furrowing his brow as if he were the true victim questioning the nurse. Daring not to talk back, the nurse could only beg, "Please let me go, I beg of you." Clink. At that moment, Zoro, taking a swig of his drink, strolled leisurely towards the celestial dragon. Despite the nurse's desperate pleas, the celestial dragon showed no mercy. Instead, with an annoyed expression, he ordered his subordinates to take her to the port. As time passed, Zoro drew closer and closer to the celestial dragon. Who is that guy? Is he insane? Doesn't he see the celestial dragon right in front of him? The people kneeling on the sides of the street watched, their hearts in their throats for Zoro, as if they could already foresee the consequences of him crossing the celestial dragon. Strolling right down the middle of the road, doesn't he know any manners? That guy is done for, said Beej and his crew from their vantage point on a building, watching Zoro approach the celestial dragon. Meanwhile, several of the other supernovas also turned their attention to the scene. For Zoro had now reached the celestial dragon. Not having noticed the man's presence, he raised his bottle to take a drink, but quickly became aware of the figure before him. The air seemed to freeze solid. Not a single sound was made. The only thing filling the silence was the celestial dragon's stunned expression. "What? Are you asking me for directions?" Zoro asked, puzzled. At his words, the jaws of almost everyone present dropped in sheer terror. Was this man courting death by speaking to a celestial dragon like that? Enraged that this lowly commoner would dare to stand and speak to him, the celestial dragon immediately fired his gun at Zoro. Bang! In a flash, Zoro dodged, appearing directly behind the celestial dragon. Whoosh! A sound of a blade being drawn followed, and the celestial dragon's head flew into the air, spinning a few times before landing on the ground. The eyes in the severed head were wide open, as if he hadn't even registered how his head had been separated from his body. Bonnie, who had been about to lunge at Zoro, froze in place. But she quickly snapped out of it and fled with her. No way, is this for real? He actually killed a celestial dragon. Run! A celestial dragon is dead. The admirals will definitely be dispatched. After witnessing the celestial dragon's head hit the ground, the residents of the Sabaody archipelago rushed back into their homes, locking their doors and windows. As for the pirates, they all scrambled towards the port, knowing that if they didn't leave now, they'd lose more than just a shot at the One Piece. They'd lose their lives right here. You bastard. To dare to kill a celestial dragon, you must be prepared to be hunted by the world government for the rest of your life. As he spoke, a CP agent launched an attack at Zoro. But they were no match for him. With two swift slashes of his sword, the agents were turned into blocks of ice, which shattered into pieces the next moment. The other supernovas were also preparing to leave. I heard they were a reckless bunch, but this is pure madness. They actually killed a celestial dragon. Beej remarked in disbelief. An admiral would be arriving soon. It was time to get out of here. Hawkins, who had witnessed everything from behind a window, looked at Zoro with an air of inevitability. His future shows no sign of death. That's remarkable. He might just survive even an admiral's assault. What terrifying killing intent and swordsmanship. That man is a true wild beast, a poem used after witnessing the whole affair before quickly making his own exit. As their top combatant, he has a bounty of 1.26 billion berries. Clearly he's not the type to take orders from just anyone. That says a lot about his captain and first mate. No wonder they managed to defeat the Golden Lion's crew, being called supernovas of this era alongside them. I wonder if that's a stroke of luck or a curse. Urich sighed, then walked away from the scene with a faint smile. With the crowd dispersing, Zoro was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. However, 3 women remained before him, frozen in fear and unsure of what to do. Zoro walked up to them. Terrified, the 3 women shut their eyes tightly, convinced he would kill them next. But after a few seconds, with no pain, they cautiously opened their eyes to see that the slave collars around their necks had been shattered by Zoro's ice. "Thank you. But you must leave, and quickly. You killed a celestial dragon. The admirals won't let you get away." Having said that, the 3 women didn't run. They just stood there gazing at Zoro. A giant question mark seemed to appear over Zoro's head. If an admiral is coming, why aren't you leaving? The 3 women exchanged glances, then knelt before him. "Because you saved us and killed a celestial dragon. We'll be executed as criminals too." So, tears welled up in their eyes again. "Please let us stay by your side. Maybe we can buy you some time to escape when it matters." Zoro scratched his head, looking troubled. He had no idea how to handle this situation, but he eventually agreed, though he warned them, "Don't expect me to take responsibility if you die." He hoped the warning would scare them off, but the 3 women remained undeterred. With a sigh, Zoro let them follow, hoping nothing bad would come of it. Meanwhile, Luffy and Ichin were attending an auction, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Even if they knew Zoro had killed a celestial dragon, they wouldn't have blamed him, though Ichin might have been curious about the 3 women now following Zoro around. From then on, the three women followed Zoro, unaware that he was hopeless with directions. He ended up leading them in circles through several districts. What? You're telling me a celestial dragon was killed in the Sabaody archipelago? Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk, demanding confirmation from the Marine on the other end of the Den Mushi. Yes, sir. The one who killed the celestial dragon is Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman from the Straw Hat Pirates, who have been making headlines recently. Upon hearing this, Kizaru, who happened to be in the office enjoying tea, stood up and leisurely strolled towards the door. Leave it to me, Fleet Admiral. Without waiting for Sengoku's response, he flew off towards the port. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment. Hey, since when did that guy become so proactive? He tapped his desk twice, muttering, Garp, your grandson has really stirred up a massive hornet's nest this time. Sabaody Archipelago Auction House. Amidst the clanking of chains and the auctioneer's calls, a chained pirate was dragged onto the stage. The auctioneer began his spiel. Item number 16 was once the captain of a pirate ship. Gasps of excitement rippled through the crowd of bidders. This was a rare slave indeed. Lajuba, a pirate captain with a bounty of 17 million berries, renowned as a cunning strategist. His sturdy physique is also commendable. He can work like a beast of burden, serve as a punching bag for stress relief, versatile in his uses. Huh. The bidders roared with laughter. In their eyes, the pirate on stage was nothing more than an object to be mocked and tormented at will. Yet the pirate's inner world was a stark contrast to the crowd's amusement, filled only with terror. Once a proud and spirited captain, he was now being sold as a slave, facing an uncertain future of unimaginable cruelty. Resolved, he made a desperate choice. He bit down hard on his own tongue, and soon collapsed, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, the organizers quickly drew the curtain to deal with Lajuba, who had bitten his tongue. In the back row, Luffy and his crew watched the abhorrent display of human trafficking with deep disgust. However, since Cammy hadn't been brought out, yet they restrained their urge to attack. Hey everyone, after we rescue Cammy, I'm going to destroy this place. Anyone have a problem with that? Luffy cracked his knuckles, an inexplicable rage burning within him. Luffy cracked his knuckles, an inexplicable rage burning within him as he addressed the crew. No problem at all. Ichin, seated beside Luffy, said with a light smile. The others standing behind, due to a lack of seats, nodded in agreement. Hachi wanted to object, knowing a celestial dragon was present, but seeing their determined faces, he gave up. As long as Cammy was safe, that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, in Sabaody's grove, 13 Zoro peered at the number marked on a tree. 13. We just passed 2. Must be my imagination. Learning of his destination, the three women kindly offered to guide him. Back at the auction house, seeing Zoro about to head back towards Grove 2, the three women couldn't help but ask. Zoro turned to them. I need to meet up with my crew at Grove 1. Learning of his destination, the three women kindly offered to guide him. Back at the auction house, the previous item was overcome with nerves and fainted, so we'll introduce him another day. Next up is an ultra-rare top-tier item that will make you forget all your troubles. The auctioneer spun around twice. Drums rolled as the curtain was pulled back. Cammy was wheeled out onto the stage by the staff. A mermaid from Fishman Island. Cammy. Yay, a mermaid. Such a young mermaid. A true treasure. The bidders erupted in loud exclamations upon seeing Cammy. Inside the large fish tank, Cammy was bewildered. She began to scan the room and quickly spotted Luffy and the others. Now the starting bid is 2 billion. Before the auctioneer could finish, the elderly celestial dragon in the VIP seats shouted a single price. The bustling hall fell silent instantly. Even Nami, who had planned to bid for Cammy, was frozen in shock. They only had 2 billion berries, they couldn't possibly compete. Cammy saw their grim expressions, and as if realizing the hopelessness, tears began to well up. Hachi and Papag were seething with rage, their eyes wide with fury, wishing they could tear the celestial dragon apart. Cammy saw their grim expressions, and as if realizing the hopelessness, tears began to well up. Hachi and Papag were seething with You bastard, what do you think you're? Thud. The auctioneer tried to stop Luffy, but was sent flying into the wall with a single punch. Bang. The celestial dragon fired a shot at Luffy, but such a weapon was useless against him. Luffy deflected the bullet with his powers, which ricocheted and pierced the old celestial dragon's arm. Immediately, the celestial dragon's guards rushed at Luffy. Damn pirate. How dare you lay a hand on Lord Whoosh. Just as a guard was about to reach Luffy, Sanji appeared and kicked all the guards into the wall. Luffy had already shattered the fish tank, and Ichin, now on stage, used his magic to dissolve the explosive collar into particles of light. The two other celestial dragons remained aiming their guns at them instead of fleeing. But in the next instant, they were both turned into ice sculptures. Luffy had already shattered the fish tank, and Ichin now on stage used his magic to dissolve the explosive collar into particles of Roronoa. Zoro remarked, looking at the two frozen celestial dragons. Even Kid, who looked down on everyone, was impressed, while the other bidders fled the scene in terror. Let's get out of here now. There's no good ending when you're involved with celestial dragons, especially after attack. Seeing that Kami was safe, Hachi urged everyone. The Admiral is coming, huh? This is a real pain. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. As Kid's crew and Law were leaving, they couldn't help but admit Luffy was even crazier than them, though he had landed them in serious trouble. With an Admiral on the way, they'd be doomed if they couldn't escape. Luffy was a bit puzzled, not understanding why they were complimenting him out of nowhere, even though he knew he was indeed quite formidable. Soon the group made their way outside, only to find the Marines had already surrounded the auction house. What's the plan now? Do we charge straight out? Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, eyeing the Marines who had surrounded them. Straw Hat crew, you are completely surrounded. Surrender now, or we will be forced to use deadly force. As he spoke, the Marines wheeled out over a dozen mortar cannons from the rear, training their sights on the crew. What will you do now, Straw Hat crew? Kid chuckled from the doorway, watching the scene unfold. Let's see what a rookie pirate with a 1.6 billion berry bounty earned in less than a year at sea is truly capable of. Leaning against a wall nearby, Trafalgar Law muttered under his breath. Whoosh. Just as the Marines were about to fire and Luffy prepared to charge, a sharp, resonant hum of a blade suddenly echoed from behind the enemy ranks. Shing. In the blink of an eye, the entire Marine encirclement was transformed into a field of intricate ice sculptures. As confusion rippled through the allies, Zoro emerged slowly from behind the frozen Marines, followed closely by three women. Oh, Zoro, you made it. I thought you got lost again. Luffy grinned and waved at him. Yeah, I almost did get lost, but that's not important. What's important is that I just cut down a celestial dragon. Seems like that's a pretty big deal. We should hurry back to the Going Merry. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, then a wide grin spread across his face. Don't worry about it. Just a moment ago, me and Ichin each smashed one of those celestial dragons. Ichin was a bit surprised to hear Zoro had also killed one, but he didn't question it. After all, with Zoro's current strength, Bonnie couldn't possibly hold him back. As for the guards, they were likely all dead by now. Still, he wondered about the three girls trailing behind Zoro. They looked like adoring fans. Later, the crew encountered Kizuru, but before they could even engage him, Mary managed to whisk them away from the Sabaody archipelago. The other supernovas, except for Bonnie, Kid, and Law, weren't so fortunate, and each took a brutal kick. Back on the Going Merry, Zoro explained why the three women had followed him. After hearing the full story, Luffy agreed to let them stay on the ship, while Hachan and Kami returned to the sea. Around the same time, Luffy received a newspaper announcing the impending execution of Fire Fist Ace. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared his intention to rescue his brother. The crew, of course, agreed without hesitation. Luffy initially planned to break into Impel Down, but Ichin stopped him, pointing out that Ace might not even be there yet. So now they were making their way toward Marine headquarters. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, a war council was convened to deal with Whitebeard, and the Straw Hat's bounties had become a secondary concern. Sengoku planned to deal with the Straw Hat crew only after the Whitebeard pirates were completely annihilated, especially since there was no trace of their current whereabouts. The meeting was attended by the Fleet Admiral, the Chief of Staff, the 3 Admirals, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and all the Vice Admirals of the headquarters. The Admiral candidates were also present. As for Garp, he was currently at the prison visiting his grandson Ace. The battle plan was set. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru would oversee the operation from the rear. The 3 Admirals would focus on taking down Whitebeard, and the 7 warlords were tasked with intercepting the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders. Meanwhile, the 5 elders in the Holy Land were deeply troubled in Marihoa. The massacre of an entire family of celestial dragons in Sabaody was a monumental crisis. Boom. As the sound of the gate opening echoed, Ace, bound in shackles, was led out by the executioners. 3 hours remained until the execution of Ace. By now, all the families of the Marines at Marineford had been evacuated to safety. Meanwhile, the massive screens at Sabaody were broadcasting the event live. Simultaneously, photographers and reporters from various places had gathered at Sabaody, eager to relay the information to the world at the earliest moment. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. At the desk, Garp's face was deeply grim, completely devoid of his usual jovial demeanor. Is this truly necessary? This old man cannot accept it. Hearing this, Sengoku calmly explained, this public execution is not merely about punishing a pirate. Its significance for the future course of the world is immense. For that reason, it must be done this way. Moreover, regarding this matter, you, as one of the parties involved, also bear a significant responsibility. Please do not forget that. Garp. As he spoke, Sengoku looked towards Garp, who was about to leave. After hearing this, Garp did not reply. Instead, he turned around and left the office, his face twisted with anguish. Because abandoning his grandson to uphold justice was an agonizing ordeal for him. Yet Garp also knew that persuading Sengoku to change his mind was impossible, for Sengoku's justice was absolute. On the coast of the headquarters, the 100 elite marines gathered from various seas were preparing for the imminent battle. Standing at the very forefront of the harbor were the 5 members of the warlords of the sea. Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Boa Hancock. Behind them stood the vice-admirals of the marine headquarters. Soon after, the 3 admirals also arrived and took their seats, with 2 of them crossing their legs, except for Akiji. They were Akiji Kazan Akainu Sakazuki and Kizuru Borsellino. Shortly, Ace, bound in chains, was brought to the execution platform directly below which sat the 3 admirals. Meanwhile, Impel Down was being thrown into utter chaos by Blackbeard, who was supposed to be at Marineford. Countless pirates were released, but Blackbeard only chose a few of the strongest as his crewmates and left. As for Bullet, he couldn't recruit him at all, so he simply departed. At Marine headquarters, Garp and Sengoku had also arrived at the execution grounds. Soon Sengoku approached Ace and produced a Den Den Mushi. He then began to reveal Ace's lineage. Port Gasti. Ace is in fact the son of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Gold. Ace. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the area, followed by the crowd's eyes widening in utter disbelief. Reporters far away in Sabaody hastily began to document this revelation. Soon only half an hour remained until the execution time. Yet the sea remained eerily calm, with no sign of the Whitebeard pirates anywhere. Just as everyone wondered why the Whitebeard pirates hadn't shown up, silhouettes of ships began to appear one after another on the horizon. Upon spotting the ships, the lookout immediately sounded the alarm. The Marines quickly reacted, swiveling their cannons towards the approaching fleet. It's the Grand Fleet. A total of 43 large pirate ships. Hearing this, the elite Marines erupted in gasps of shock. Doflamingo, however, was visibly thrilled. Splash. At that moment, a colossal pirate ship suddenly burst forth from beneath the waters of the Crescent Bay. The Moby Dick has arrived. The calm sea was shattered by the impact, sending massive waves surging. Clang, clang, clang. Soon Whitebeard, wielding his Bicento, appeared at the bow of the giant ship. Gururara, it's been a long time, hasn't it, Sengoku? Whitebeard. Is my dear son all right? Gururara. Silence. A deafening silence. The Marines present, upon seeing Whitebeard suddenly appear so close, were stricken with panic and dared not move. To think he managed to infiltrate this close. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Gururara, wait a moment, Ace. They'll come to take you back soon. Whitebeard looked at Ace with a benevolent smile. Oyaji. Hearing this, Ace couldn't help but shout back towards him. After hearing Ace's voice, Whitebeard spread his arms wide, then crossed them in front of his chest. The next second, he slammed his fists into the air on either side of him. As his fists connected with the air, a cracking sound echoed through the space around him. The sea surface suddenly split apart, and colossal waves surged skyward. Seeing this, the elite Marines scrambled back inland, fearing they would be swept away by the enormous waves. Meanwhile, Ace recalled his past with Whitebeard, and also remembered how he had ignored everyone's advice to chase after Blackbeard, only to be captured. Snapping back to the present, Ace opened his eyes and looked at Whitebeard and the division commanders with confusion. This happened because I didn't listen to your warnings. Why won't you just abandon me? Ace shouted, desperately wanting Whitebeard and the others to retreat and stop worrying about him. Hearing this, Whitebeard slowly said, No, it was I who told you to go capture him. Mosquito. Hey, liar. That's not true. You clearly tried to stop me then, and I said I told you. Before Ace could finish, Whitebeard cut him off immediately. Isn't that right, Marco? Hearing this, Marco also put on an apologetic look and nodded. Yeah, that's right, I heard it too. Sorry you had to go through all that trouble, Ace. After saying that, Marco declared loudly, Everyone on this sea should know what happens to those who lay a hand on our crewmates. Raising his voice even further, Marco shouted, We will never forgive anyone who hurt you, Ace. Just wait for us. We're coming to save you now. After Marco's declaration, the other division commanders also shouted in agreement. Then all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates responded with a thunderous roar of assent. Prepare to face the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates' marine headquarters. Oh, yeah. What a terrifying bunch they are, Kizuru remarked, feigning fear with a pout. On our side, we have the warlords, the 3 admirals, and 100 elite marines. Their side has the Whitebeard pirates with 43 ships under their command. I wonder how this will play out, he. Moria snickered sinisterly as he observed the enemy fleet. Meanwhile, Doflamingo licked his lips, his face brimming with excitement. However, he soon turned his gaze to the Hawkeyes nearby. Are you planning to just watch from the sidelines again? You're only here to kill time, aren't you? Well, suit yourself. Hearing this, Mihawk did not bother to reply to Doflamingo, as he preferred to converse only with unparalleled strong warriors and master swordsmen, though he would occasionally acknowledge others, especially when he was bored. As for the Empress on the far right, she wore a look of disdain, thinking, "This place is full of foul-smelling men. It's unbearable." However, among these men, there were three who stood out. The man who slew the celestial dragons. I'd like to get to know him. And I hope this tedious battle ends quickly. I don't wish to stay here a moment longer. As the two sides were still in a standoff, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground. While the Marines were still wondering about the cause, that tsunamis generated by Whitebeard's quake powers came crashing towards the Marine headquarters. Boom. As time passed, the approaching tsunamis grew even more immense. At that moment, the war began. Seconds later, the tidal waves transformed into 100-meter-high walls of water bearing down upon the headquarters. Whoosh. Seeing this, Akiji, one of the three admirals, leaped high into the air and extended his hands. Ice Age. As the words left his mouth, two slender ice spears shot from his hands and pierced the colossal waves on either side. In an instant, the towering waves froze solid, suspended in midair, halted in their tracks. After freezing the waves, Akiji used Soru to appear at Whitebeard's side, then created three ice spears and hurled them at him. Ice spear? Detecting the incoming attack, Whitebeard simply swung his fist towards Akiji's direction. A low shattering sound echoed as the three incoming spears were shattered into dust. Akiji, who was in the air, was also struck by the impact and fell crashing onto the sea surface. However, Akiji quickly recovered his form, and in doing so, he inadvertently froze the sea surface into a solid sheet of ice. Fire. Seeing the enemy ships immobilized by the admiral, the Marines immediately opened fire, aiming to blast all the pirates to oblivion. But the Whitebeard pirates weren't about to stay on their ships and wait for death. Vista immediately leaped down and charged towards the headquarters, with the other pirates following suit. Charge. Take them down. Save Ace. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Led by Vista, the pirates who disembarked charged straight for the shore. Seeing this, the other commanders also jumped off their ships and joined the assault. The pirates are charging. Don't stop firing. Boom. Kaboom. As the Marine shells rained down, hundreds of pirates were blown away. However, many others had already reached the shore. Seeing this, the Marines on the coast drew their swords and rushed forward to meet them. Smoker and Tashigi were naturally among them. Clang. As the first clash of steel rang out, the Marines and pirates engaged in fierce combat. On this battlefield, a Marine or a pirate fell every few seconds. After the Marine officers and Whitebeard's division commanders had dealt with the enemy fodder, they too clashed with each other. The battlefield had now devolved into a fight of soldier against soldier and commander against commander. Neither side was weak and both suffered casualties. Meanwhile, the pirates, still on the outer edges of the bay, continued to bombard the Marine base with their cannons. Soon, several more pirate ships managed to reach the shore, disembarking onto the frozen surface and charging towards the base. At the same time, the Marine vice-admirals appeared at the landing points to hold back the enemy advance. Tsuru was among them. With a resounding thud, Mihawk, who had been observing the fierce battle, took a single step forward. Everyone present wore expressions of astonishment. Even Akainu couldn't help but remark that aloof Hawkeyes actually wants to join the fray. Beside him, Doflamingo also couldn't resist asking, "What? Are you making your move now?" Mihawk replied calmly, "I merely wish to measure the distance between that man and us." Though he knew Whitebeard was unlike any opponent he had faced before on the surface of this world, Whitebeard was undeniably the strongest. Below, Vista, upon seeing Mihawk's intent to strike, was filled with excitement, eager to exchange blows. With a hum, while everyone was still in shock, Mihawk drew his black blade Euro. He slightly raised his sword hand, and then unleashed a sweeping slash straight ahead. In the next instant, a towering sword aura 10 meters high surged directly towards Whitebeard. Seeing this, the pirates scrambled to dodge, but one burly man rushed headlong into the sword aura, deflecting the strike skyward. As the slash dissipated, everyone recognized the man who blocked it: Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Mihawk, seeing his attack halted, did not press further and simply sheathed his sword. With a thud, as a pirate took down a Marine, the battle resumed on both sides. From the fortifications, the Marines aimed their cannons at the pirate ships that had yet to land, unleashing a barrage of shells that rained down upon the vessels like a violent storm. Several ships were quickly sunk by the Marines plunging into the sea. Meanwhile, Kizaru rose from his seat remarking, "My is expected of the Whitebeard Pirates commanders. Each one is as strong as a monster. How terrifying. If we want to minimize our losses, we'll have to take out their king first." With that, he transformed into a beam of light appearing in the air before Whitebeard and aimed his hands at him. Yasukani no Magatama. As he spoke, countless particles of light materialized before him, firing towards Whitebeard. Hey, what's that blinding light? No sooner had Whitebeard spoken than a figure shot up into the sky, placing himself in front of the light particles. After several seconds, the barrage ceased, and the figure who had taken the attack became visible. Marco hovered in the air, a slight smirk on his lips. "Can't let you disturb our captain right from the start now, can we?" "How scary, the Whitebeard Pirates," Kizaru said with a hint of mock surprise. In a flash, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and dove straight at Kizaru. Kizaru immediately raised his guard. The next moment, Marco's leg swung towards him, and Kizaru unsurprisingly blocked the attack. He was then sent flying backwards by the kick, but quickly reconstituted himself from light. At that moment, Jozu hoisted a colossal block of ice 100 meters tall and hurled it towards the execution platform. "Try to catch this, Marines." Seeing this, the previously immobile Akainu stood up, his right arm transforming into a massive fist of molten magma. He thrust his fist forward. Great eruption. With a thunderous boom, the giant ice block was obliterated, the magma fist hurtling towards Whitebeard, while scattered balls of magma rained down upon the pirates. In an instant, over 100 more men and several ships were burned to ashes. As the magma fist closed in, Whitebeard merely swung his bicento forward, effortlessly deflecting the attack. "Are you trying to light a candle on a birthday cake, you brat Akainu?" Akainu retorted with a sneer, "Don't like the funeral I prepared for you." Just then a colossal shadow emerged from the sea, striding slowly towards the bay. It was Little Oars Jr., many times larger than even the giants. Meanwhile, not far from Marineford, the Going Merry was speeding across the waves. The entire Straw Hat crew stood at the bow, with Luffy at the forefront. "How much longer, Nami?" Luffy asked, eyes fixed ahead. The orange-haired navigator checked her map. "About 2 kilometers. We should be able to see Marine headquarters any moment now." As she spoke, the massive frozen waves came into view. "Looks like the battle has already begun," Zoro observed, listening to the constant cannon fire. "The sea ahead is frozen. How do we get across?" Robin wondered aloud. Hearing this, the Mary bounced cheerfully. "I can traverse the ice and take you all straight to headquarters." "I'll way to go, Mary. This is perfect. We'll definitely make it in time." Chopper praised happily. "We're counting on you, Mary," Luffy said with a light smile. With that, Luffy turned his gaze forward, pulling down the brim of his hat. "Are you all ready, my friends?" Sanji chuckled softly. "We've come this far, and you're asking if we're ready. We've been ready for a long time." "That's right, Luffy. We will definitely save your brother," Usopp added, rubbing his nose. The others smiled at Luffy. "Let's go make a big ruckus." Back at Marineford, Oars Jr. had been slain by Kuma da Flamingo and Moria collapsing to the ground. Whitebeard, enraged by Oar's death, stood momentarily frozen. "You've let your guard down, Whitebeard." As the words were spoken, a giant figure leaped beside him and brought down a massive axe. Furious, Whitebeard saw him charging and threw a punch. A sound like shattering space echoed, and the giant vice admiral's axe shattered into pieces. In the same moment, Whitebeard slammed the giant's head onto the deck. With a sickening crack of breaking bones, the giant vice admiral ceased breathing. Whitebeard then tossed his body onto the ice. Everyone used Oar's body to land on shore. Whitebeard commanded, his voice heavy with resolve, as he looked upon Oar's fallen form. Hearing this, the pirates charged across Oar's body towards the shore, their killing intent now even more fierce than before, cutting down hundreds of Marines in their path. Doflamingo also took action, killing over 100 pirates. He did so by manipulating pirates to kill their former comrades, deriving amusement from the spectacle rather than getting his own hands dirty. Hancock also joined the fray, attacking both pirates and Marines indiscriminately. In her view, men were not allies, and she had never considered the Marines as comrades either. Though the Marines were furious, their anger quickly softened, captivated by her beauty, and they even forgave her for turning parts of their bodies to stone. As the war raged on with ever-increasing intensity, the number of casualties continued to climb. A low hum filled the air. In the midst of the fierce battle, a sudden distortion rippled through the high sky. Moments later, the merry-go burst forth from the spatial rift, hovering above the battlefield. A ship in the sky. Stunned by the sudden cry, everyone present instinctively looked up. There, suspended in the air, was a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger, adorned with a straw hat skull. On the execution platform below, Ace and Garp stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Why would Luffy and his crew appear here? Sengoku, equally shaken, fixed his gaze on the merry-go. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Why has their crew come here? Aboard the merry-go, Luffy took a deep breath and shouted with all his might towards Ace. Luffy. Ace roared back in response. Unlike Luffy's sheer joy, his voice was laced with deep concern. Hearing his brother's reply, Luffy let out a light chuckle, relieved that they had made it in time. Ace, wait right there. We're coming to get you out. As he spoke, Luffy's grin widened. Just then, Ichun and the others slowly stepped out from behind him. Hey, is that the Straw Hat Pirates? Seeing the entire Straw Hat crew arrive on the battlefield, Sengoku couldn't help but vent his frustration at Garp. Garp, it's your damn family again. Garp, however, was oblivious to Sengoku's complaints. He stood there clutching his head in utter bewilderment, his mind consumed by a single question: why was Luffy here? What a joke. Why is a pirate crew of this caliber here too? The infamous pirate with a bounty of 1.6 billion berries, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. The vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, Yinyu Ichun. The sky-splitting swordsman with a bounty of 1.26 billion berries, Roronoa Zoro. The sky-treading black leg with a bounty of 1.18 billion berries, Sanji. The demon dragon princess with a bounty of 1.08 billion berries, Apis. The soul king with a bounty of 800 million berries, Brook. The child of the devil with a bounty of 770 million berries, Nico Robin. The sniper king with a bounty of 660 million berries, Usopp. The devil cyborg with a bounty of 560 million berries, Frankie. The weather navigator with a bounty of 300 million berries, Nami. The legendary ship spirit with a bounty of 100 million berries, Mary. Every single member of the Straw Hat crew is a powerful pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Especially the top 5 combatants, including the captain, all have terrifying bounties exceeding 1 billion. One of the Marine officers below exclaimed in terror. At that moment, a timid Marine weakly raised his hand. Isn't there also a raccoon dog with a 250 berry bounty? The Marine officer coughed awkwardly. That's just a pet. No need to mention it. Chopper, whose hearing had been enhanced, overheard this. Tears welled up in his eyes. What do you mean? Isn't my name even worthy of being announced? How heartbreaking. It's too sad for a reindeer. Era looks like another troublesome bunch has arrived. Seems like winning this war easily is out of the question now, Akiji drawled lazily, observing the Straw Hats. Those terrifying guys are here too. This situation is becoming quite a hassle, Kizaru remarked. In truth, however, he had little intention of exerting himself unless the Marines were at a severe disadvantage. For the record, Kizaru's definition of severe disadvantage involved Akainu being critically wounded and unable to fight. So he's the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon and the rookie pirate who defeated Golden Lion Shiki. He must be completely eradicated here, Akainu said with a grim expression. In his view, rookies who might one day grow into threats to the world order needed to be nipped in the bud. Before uttering that statement, Akainu had already incinerated dozens of Marines who had tried to flee in cowardice. Thanks to Kizaru and Akiji diligently holding the line, he had the leisure to deal with the deserters. So that's the little brother Ace is always talking about, Marco remarked, glancing towards Luffy's crew. Whitebeard also cast a sidelong glance at Luffy in the sky. Seeing the straw hat on Luffy's head, he was reminded of the one he used to wear. He recalled the words Luffy had spoken to him not long ago, about betting everything on the East Blue on the new era. Finally, he thought of Ace's constant tales about his foolish little brother. So he's come to save his brother, has he? Standing at the bow of the merry-go, Luffy raised both fists to the sky and roared, "Let's go, my crew." With that, Luffy was the first to launch himself forward, charging straight towards the execution platform. Seeing this, Kizaru wasn't about to let him pass. He instantly appeared before Luffy and was about to send a kick towards his head when Sanji, flying in from the ship, intercepted it with a kick of his own. "Hold on a second. I can't just let you block my captain right from the start." A sharp thud echoed as Kizaru retracted his leg, only to lash out at Sanji once more in the next instant. Sanji blocked it again. As expected of a Marine Admiral, this was the first person he had encountered whose kicking prowess surpassed. Boom, boom, boom. As Sanji was lost in thought, the two had already exchanged over 100 kicks, yet neither showed any sign of falling. From a distance, it appeared to be a perfectly even match. Kawaii, as expected of the black leg of the Straw Hat Pirates. "You're as strong as a monster," Kizaru quipped nonchalantly while continuing his assault. Sanji let out a light scoff. "Who are you trying to fool? I can't see you breaking a sweat at all." Meanwhile, seeing that Sanji had intercepted Kizaru, Luffy entrusted the Admiral to him and resumed his charge toward the execution platform. Below them, pirates and marines alike had unconsciously ceased their own skirmishes, their eyes fixed on the aerial duel between Kizaru and Sanji. So that's the black-leg Sanji with the 118 billion berry bounty. He's truly formidable, holding his own against an admiral. Damn it, if the Straw Hats really are on par with the admirals. Then we. Two contrasting sentiments permeated the battlefield. The arrival of the Straw Hats was a boon for the Whitebeard pirates, but a considerable headache for the marines. Unlike those who watched in awe or exchanged remarks, some marine officers had already activated Jeppo, leaping towards the merry-go. They had to eliminate this element that was demoralizing their troops, otherwise the battle ahead would be disastrous. Let's go to Shura. Seeing Luffy and Sanji already charging ahead, Zoro stepped on his Shura and flew towards the battlefield. Soon Zoro arrived before one of the warlords. Long time no see, Hawkeye. Shall we fight? Hearing this, Hawkeye let out a pleased chuckle. He had expected a challenge soon, but not this soon. And it was clear that the man before him was utterly transformed from their first encounter. The only constants were his unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, his formidable conviction, and his obsession with being the strongest. Then come Roronoa, Zoro. I accept your challenge. With that, Hawkeye once again drew his black blade Yuru. Simultaneously, Zoro drew Sandai Kitetsu and Wado Ikamanji, while Shura was already firmly gripped in his hand. Roronoa, Zoro is about to fight Hawkeye. Should we still apprehend him? One of the vice admirals asked his colleague beside him. Apprehend him? If we disturb that self-willed man's duel, we might end up with a few cuts from his swords. Let's just leave him to Hawkeye. We'll go up and arrest the others first. Hearing this, the other vice admiral quickly advised against it. After speaking, the vice admirals continued their charge towards the Going Merry. Watching the vice admirals rushing towards their group, Nami glanced at Ichin. Those three idiots just charged off. What should we do? Hearing this, Ichin shrugged helplessly. That's just their style. Well, improvise. Then leave it to me and Ching Shang Ni. Before anyone could respond, ABIs had already fallen backwards off the ship. Seeing such a young girl falling straight down with her back to the ground, the marine soldiers below were dumbfounded. But the vice admirals weren't foolish enough to think she was just jumping ship. They all raised their arms defensively, ready for battle. At that moment, ABIs was closing her eyes, feeling the rushing wind of her descent. As ABIs fell a certain distance, the space beside her suddenly twisted, and a pitch-black, demonic dragon burst forth from within. Whoosh! The demonic dragon and ABIs collided. But the expected scene of the girl being crushed into a bloody mist didn't happen. Instead, a blinding demonic light flashed. Just as everyone opened their eyes, the demonic light vanished. To their astonishment, the young girl was gone, replaced by a golden-haired maiden clad in black battle armor. As they stared, she opened her beautiful blood-red eyes. Then a pair of dragon wings, black, tinged with crimson, suddenly sprouted from her shoulder blades. Demonic horns had also appeared on her head. Simultaneously, a long dragon tail slowly extended from her tailbone, swaying freely. Seeing her dive towards them, the vice admirals didn't hesitate, swinging their weapons at ABIs. Clang! How is this possible? The first vice admiral to strike ABIs cried out in shock, seeing her block his attack with just her tail. Boom! While he was still in shock, Abyss' agile tail retracted and then whipped back at him with immense force. Caught off guard, the vice admiral was slammed straight into the ground. Vice Admiral Lomo. Seeing this, the other vice admirals glared angrily at the smiling ABIs. You bastard, how dare you? As they spoke, the 5 remaining vice admirals charged at her, this time with much more ferocity. With Lomo as a warning, they intended to use their full strength from the start. Seconds later, one vice admiral reached ABIs and swung his blade at her. Seeing this, ABIs reached out with her bare hand and caught the attack, blocking it completely. Such incredible grip strength. The vice admiral attacking ABIs gasped in disbelief as she stopped his strike with her bare hand. This was his full power, yet he couldn't move his blade an inch forward. Vice Admiral Kale, hold on, I'm coming. One of the vice admirals who had reached Abyss back shouted, swinging his clang. Just as the vice admiral thought he had landed a hit, he found his blade blocked by her tail. The vice admiral wasn't surprised, though. He simply tried to intensify his strength to cut through her dragon tail. Soon the other 3 vice admirals also reached ABIs. Seeing this, Kale revealed a smile. Even if you're strong, you can't possibly block all 5 of us at once. Prepare yourself for death, pirate. Hearing this, the girl merely smiled softly, not bothering to retort. But to Kale, that cute smile was a blatant provocation. Humph, once we knock you down, let's see if you can still smile. As Kale finished speaking, the other 3 vice admirals simultaneously struck at ABIs. But the scene of abyss defeat that Kale imagined never came. With a swift whoosh, ABIs effortlessly blocked the attacks of the other vice admirals. This is impossible. That girl actually blocked the attacks of 5 vice admirals at once. Watching the 6 figures battling above, both the Marines and the pirates cried out in shock. As expected of the combined form, ABI's Qing Shang. Fighting 1 against 5 without losing ground, she looks so beautiful too. Sanji, who was in a kickoff duel with Kizaru, couldn't help but praise her. You really are a monster getting distracted by others while fighting me. Seeing this, Kizaru couldn't help but remark, Hey ya. With a shout from ABIs, the 5 vice admirals surrounding her were blasted away. It's rather unfair for all of you to use weapons. As she spoke, a spear that seemed stained with blood suddenly appeared in Abyss' hand. She raised it and began to whirl it around. From a distance, ABIs looked like a Valkyrie overlooking the battlefield. Tisk, all bark and no bite. Let's go. With that, the 5 vice admirals charged at ABIs again from different directions. This time, however, ABIs had no intention of merely defending, she was going on the offensive. With that thought, ABIs dove towards one of the vice admirals with such speed that she seemed to vanish from where she was. While the vice admirals were wondering where she had gone, ABIs had already appeared before Kale. Then, to his utter terror, she thrust her spear straight through his body. ABIs then swiftly withdrew her spear and charged at another vice admiral. Meanwhile, Kale, with his abdomen pierced, coughed out blood continuously before his body finally gave out, and he plummeted downwards. Vice Admiral Kyle lay motionless on the ground, and the surrounding Marines immediately panicked. Could it be that even 5 against 1 wasn't enough? If so, they stood no chance at all. With a thunderous crash, another Vice Admiral's body plummeted from the sky, impaled through by Abyss spear, just like the first. In truth, ABIs had never been one to kill easily. But after merging with Qing Shang, that fear of taking a life had faded. Though her own consciousness remained dominant, she had been subtly shaped by Qing Shang's personality. Of course, her unwavering loyalty to her comrades remained untouched, as did the most important thing of all, her deep and special feelings for Yi Chun. The 3 vice admirals, still airborne, stared down at the fallen Kyle, and Gurn, cold sweat beating on, but ABIs had already closed in on the 3rd vice admiral. Just as she was about to strike again, a wall of ice materialized, blocking her spear. As ABIs blinked in confusion, a lazy voice drawled from beside her. Oh my, I can't let you keep killing like this, little girl. He'll be your opponent now. Admiral Akiji. Sir. The vice admirals tried to speak, but Akiji cut them off. Go and hold off the other pirates. She's beyond your league. Leave this to me. Reluctant, but knowing it was true, the 3 vice admirals descended and re-engaged the Whitebeard pirates' commanders. I remember you. You're the admiral who fought with brother Yi Chun before, aren't you? ABI said, recognizing Akiji's familiar face, and offered him a polite smile. I did fight with your brother once. But this time I won't hold back. Because this is war. As he spoke, Akiji's expression hardened. ABIs let out a soft laugh, unfazed by his declaration. After all, hadn't she also been holding back against those vice admirals? Even now, with only a fraction of Qing Shang's power at her disposal, those vice admirals were no match for her. But facing Akiji, she was curious to see just how much of her true strength she could unleash. With that thought, Abyss' adorable smile turned serious. Brother Yi Chun had warned her that admirals were on an entirely different level from vice admirals, except for Luffy's grandfather. She couldn't afford to be careless. Admiral Akiji is taking on that female pirate. Damn it, their vice captain hasn't even made a move yet, and our admirals are all tied up. The situation now stood Captain Luffy versus Admiral Akainu Blackleg Sanji versus Admiral Kizaru the Demon Dragon Princess ABIs versus Admiral Akiji and the swordsman Zoro versus Dracula Mihawk, the strongest of the 7 warlords. This was bad for the Marines. With the admirals preoccupied, there was no one to stop Whitebeard. Even with the admiral candidates, the Hero Garp fleet, Admiral Sengoku, and the remaining warlords on their side, the enemy still had Whitebeard, as well as the freed 1st Division Commander Phoenix Marco, 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu, and 5th Division Commander Flower Sword Vista. The 6th Division Commander Hammer Brahmin was also there, while the other commanders were locked in battle with the vice admirals. And then there were the Yetimov Straw Hat Pirates, including their 2nd strongest fighter. The vice captain Yunue Yi Chun had also yet to make his move. Snap out of it. Even if they're holding off the admirals for now, it's only temporary. We can't let them down. As the Marines' morale began to wane, one vice admiral's roar snapped them back to reality. They reignited their fighting spirit and charged back into the fray. Don't get cocky just because you have the Straw Hats backing you up. The Marines screamed as they swung their blades, but the Whitebeard pirates, their spirits soaring, were far from intimidated and immediately counterattacked. "Old man, get out of my way. I'm going to save Ace or he'll knock you flying," Luffy shouted at Akainu, who stood blocking his path. Akainu sneered, looking down at Luffy with contempt. "Try it if you can, straw hat." As he spoke, Akainu hurled a fist wreathed in molten magma. Luffy, no fool, leaped clear of the attack. Instead of counterattacking, Luffy made a dash for Ace. But Akainu was quicker. In a flash of Soru and a burst of magma, he appeared before Luffy and sent him crashing to the ground with a powerful blow. "Luffy!" Ace cried out, looking down to see if Luffy was alright. He breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart ached at the sight of the fresh burn scar on Luffy's cheek. "Ow, ow." Luffy clutched his face as he got up, then pulled a snack Sanji had made for him from his pocket and swallowed it in one bite. "Still thinking about food at a time like this? You've got some nerve, straw hat." "Huh, no way." Akaina's eyes widened as the scar on Luffy's face began to heal at an alarming rate. Just then a colossal shadow emerged from the sea, striding. This had to be a joke. They'd never heard of food healing wounds. That was just a fairy tale to comfort children. How was this real? Where did you get that food that can heal injuries? Sengoku suddenly shouted at Luffy. This was a treasure. If the Marines could get their hands on something like this, they could drastically reduce casualties. They might even have a future with no wounded, only the fallen. Have you lost your mind, old man? We're his enemies. Why would he tell us anything? Akainu retorted cold, but Luffy, to everyone's surprise, pulled out another small dessert. You're asking about this? My cook Sanji, eat this, and you'll recover your strength and heal your wounds. Pretty amazing, right? He finished with a wide, boisterous laugh. The silence was deafening. Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, and Ace were all stunned by Luffy's utterly candid answer. Wait. I was just asking for the sake of it. You actually told us. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Luffy suddenly realized his slip-up and flashed an awkward, polite smile. Actually, I was just kidding. This dessert just fell from the sky into my pocket. Then let's go too, brothers. From the Thousand Sunny, Frankie shouted as he leaped off the ship. Yo-ho-ho-ho, then allow me to hold a concert for everyone. Saying this, Brook followed him down. We'll provide long-range support from here then. Usopp said, watching the others jump down. We're counting on you, Usopp. As he spoke, Chopper also leaped onto the bow. Chopper, you're going too. Hearing this, Chopper turned back to Nami and nodded. MHM, I want to fight like a real man too. With that, Chopper gave a light leap into the air, descending. As he fell, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, and he soared upward. He then sped towards the ground. Since Chopper's gone down, he'll go too. Before Nami or Usopp could say a word, Robin used her devil fruit power to sprout a pair of wings and flew down after him. I can't do anything with them. Why is everyone charging off so quickly? Nami stomped her foot. Couldn't they be a bit more cautious? Haha, they're not very cautious indeed. But we've never failed before, which has made them incredibly confident. Ichin, standing beside Nami, said with a light chuckle to soothe her. He then looked towards Garp, who had just knocked Marco down. It's my turn now. Stay safe here, Nami. Before Nami could respond, Ichin leaped off the Thousand Sunny, heading straight for Garp. His goal was simple: give Garp a reason not to stop them from saving Ace. Trading blows with Garp using his mirror ability, feeling the impact of fist against fist, might just be an interesting affair. Watching Ichin, who had just called the others reckless, fly off the very next second, Nami was furious. She swore that when he got back she would give him a piece of her mind. Seeing this, Usopp quickly tried to appease her. It's fine, Nami. We still have me the sniper and little Mary here to support us anytime. At that, Nami's expression turned from calm to a terrifyingly fierce glare as she turned to Usopp. Usopp's laughter died in his throat the moment he saw Nami's suddenly ferocious face. He immediately turned away with a mournful face, muttering, Nami is truly terrifying. Even little Mary was trembling behind the mast. No wonder she's more captain than the captain. She scared the ship itself. Nami's expression quickly returned to normal. She slapped her forehead. This is such a headache. With that, Nami summoned her thundercloud, stepped onto it, and flew towards the battlefield. Not to fight the Marines, but first to find Ichin. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The moment Frankie hit the ground, the sound of rapid machine gun fire erupted across the battlefield. In an instant, a large number of Marines charging at him collapsed. Frankie was gleefully spraying fire from two massive Gatling guns. Any Marine who dared to show his head was promptly riddled with bullets. Super. Feel the power of suppression, you Marines. As he spoke, several missiles launched from his shoulders, flying towards the Marines. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion sent hundreds of Marines flying into the air. He's a monster. Everyone fall back. Seeing the overwhelming firepower, the Marines around Frankie scattered in panic. Even the pirates behind Frankie couldn't help but swallow hard, grateful he was on their side. Otherwise it would be their bodies scattered across the ground. Hey, you guys. Yes. What do you need, boss? The pirates, seeing him suddenly turn to them, feared he might be caught up in the frenzy and turn on them, and instinctively took 2 steps back. Don't worry, my super babies need to cool down, so I need a moment. You guys can handle those Marines up front. Hearing this, the pirates nodded vigorously. So he wasn't going to attack them. That was a relief. Don't worry, we'll handle those Marines, no problem. You just cool down here, boss. With that, the pirates raised their cutlasses and charged at the Marines, their morale boosted, as if injected. Soon the battle in Frankie's area turned in the pirates' favor. The pirates fought with increasing ferocity, while the Marines grew more and more disheartened. Their vice-admiral was still locked in combat with one of the enemy commanders and couldn't intervene. On the other side, Brook didn't join the fight directly upon reaching the ground. Instead, he summoned a piano and calmly sat down in the middle of the battlefield right between the Marines and the pirates, even adjusting his little bow tie. Welcome everyone to my performance. As he spoke under the stunned gaze of the crowd, he extended his long, slender skeletal fingers and began to play elegantly. As his fingers danced across the keys, a beautiful melody began to fill the air, enveloping everyone. To everyone's astonishment, Marines and pirates alike found themselves holding hands and dancing joyfully together. What's happening? Why am I dancing this jig involuntarily? And I actually feel happy. The dancing pirates and Marines thought to themselves. Song of joy. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Everyone let go of your grudges and dance joyfully to my music. Yo-ho-ho-ho. In Brook's area, the 2 sides were shaking hands and dancing, a picture of harmony. It was arguably the most heartwarming spot on the entire battlefield. One of the magical instruments' abilities, Melody of Madness. The scene shifts to Chopper. He had transformed into a massive human reindeer hybrid and was treating the wounded pirates. If anyone attacked him, Chopper would swat them to the ground with a single hoof, then treat them to ensure they didn't die. After all, he was a doctor. He didn't kill people. However, the feeling of getting beaten up right after being healed was truly unpleasant. This sentiment came from the Marines, who were knocked down, healed, and then had to fight again, and the pirates experienced the exact same thing. Both sides were baffled as to why Chopper healed everyone. And because his healing was so effective, they instantly recovered from their wounds and fatigue, leaving them no choice but to continue fighting each other. After exchanging blows about 20 times, both sides silently agreed to fall to the ground and play dead. Damn it, whoever wanted to keep fighting could, but they were done. Seeing both sides collapse, Chopper panicked and rushed to check their pulses. Feeling they were still alive, he then examined their wounds. Their pulses are so healthy and there are no wounds. Why are they all lying on the ground? Are they just tired? In Chopper's area, no casualties, just a bunch of people playing dead on the ground. After landing, Robin let out a soft chuckle as she gazed at the Marines before her. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to fight an enemy. As she pondered this, the other Marines charged at her, shouting, "Die, pirate! Hey, miss, don't space out. The Marines are coming." Seeing Robin still rooted to the spot, the Whitebeard pirates quickly called out to warn her. "It's fine, don't worry." Robin responded with a gentle smile, thanking them for their kind concern, yet she still made no move to defend herself. She simply crossed her arms, seemingly murmuring the name of a technique. Mille fleur. The moment the words left her lips, the Marines had already closed the distance, reaching her position. "How arrogant you are, Nico," Robin. A vice-admiral, the first to reach her, leaped into the air, aiming to cut her down with a single stroke. But just as he descended, a colossal palm slammed down from the sky, crushing him and hundreds of Marines into the earth. The ground, unable to withstand the immense force, began to cave in, burying the Marines beneath the surface, who couldn't even manage a struggle. As expected of the Straw Hats, even their women are formidable. And here we were telling her to be careful. Seems like it's the Marines who should have been worried. Gazing at the massive palm-shaped crater before them, the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but marvel. The remaining Marines, despite their terror at witnessing such power, steeled themselves and charged at Robin once more. Robin crossed her arms again, but this time it wasn't Mille fleur. The space around her began to warp and countless delicate hands emerged from thin air. Mille fleur. In the next instant, these hands shot forward with blinding speed, striking the oncoming Marines. Each of them was hit by 5 or 6 blows. Though the hands appeared soft and harmless, the force behind each strike was enough to knock a person unconscious. It wasn't long before all the Marines in the area were defeated. The sturdier ones were knocked out cold, while the less resilient ones had already stopped breathing. Region cleared by Robin. A pirates advanced to support other areas. "It'll be your opponent, Garp." Having dispatched the Marines in his path, Chen now stood before Garp. Did you hear that, Sengoku? He's the one who wants to fight me. So you'll have to hold the line yourself." With that, Garp tossed his code of justice aside and launched himself at Chen. Seeing the attack coming, Ichin immediately activated his mirror ability, meeting Garp's fist Heaton. "Ha, boy, even if you are my grandson's vice-captain, I won't go easy on you." Even as he spoke, Garp, through relishing the impact of fist against fist, Ichin let out a brief laugh before replying, "Just give me everything you've got, Garp. This is bad. The situation is turning against us." Sengoku, still on the execution platform, clenched his fists in frustration. All three admirals are tied up. If Whitebeard were to make his move now. As Sengoku was strategizing his next move, Marco suddenly kicked out at him. How can the fleet admiral afford to be distracted on the battlefield? Sengoku instinctively blocked the kick. "Didn't your parents teach you not to interrupt someone who's thinking hard about something?" As the words left his mouth, Sengoku's right fist shot out, striking Marco squarely in the abdomen. Meanwhile, Sengoku had transformed into his great Buddha form, standing guard over the execution platform. At the same time, Nami descended through the air, landing just a few meters away from the battlefield. Towards Ace again. Meanwhile, Sengoku had transformed into his great Buddha form, standing guard over the execution platform. At the same time, Nami descended through the air, landing just a few meters away from the battlefield. No sooner had she landed than several bullets whizzed towards her, but they were instantly vaporized by the lightning from her thundercloud. After taking fire, Nami returned the favor by sending some of her bubbles as a gift to the Marines. The Marines who touched the bubbles collapsed instantly, some from the blistering heat, others from the freezing cold, and some from the electric shock. After dealing with those Marines, Nami left the area amidst the cheers of the pirates, heading towards where Usopp was. Cannonballs were flying everywhere. The Marines had attempted to use their cannons to shoot down the Mary, prompting Usopp to retaliate without hesitation. The moment his explosive stars were launched, they multiplied into hundreds, each one 3 times larger than an ordinary cannonball. With a series of booming explosions, dozens of cannon emplacements were blasted into scrap metal. The Whitebeard pirates, who had been on the back foot, found their fortunes reversed with the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. The Marines' defensive positions were falling one after another, while the pirates advanced unimpeded. Only the warlords Tsuru and the strongest of the vice-admirals managed to hold their key positions. The artillerymen who had manned the cannons were now rendered useless, as most of their weapons had been destroyed by Usopp. The artillerymen could only lament that Usopp was no mere sniper, but a rapid-fire chain cannon, accurate, numerous, devastating, and with an immense area of effect. Clang. Crash. Quick, get away from those two. Those two are terrifying. Even while fighting each other, the residual shockwaves from their slashes can kill us. Looking at their fallen comrades, both pirates and Marines sighed. These two could kill bystanders with their duel. It was a real headache. Clang. It seems you've improved quite a bit. Of course. To defeat you, I've been pushing myself every single day. It's a pity. I still can't beat you. Mihawk and Zoro clashed swords, yet they still found room to converse. Just as Mihawk thought Zoro was about to concede in defeat, a confident smile broke across the swordsman's face. "But he'll definitely land a hit on you." Hearing this, a rare smile tugged at the corner of Mihawk's mouth. This was the swordsman he acknowledged. "I'm waiting. I hope you're not all talk." With that, they suddenly created some distance between them. The next second, after they separated, Zoro's arms and all 3 of his swords were coated in a dark, hardened substance, armament Haki. Mihawk was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the armament Haki, but his surprise quickly turned to anticipation. In a flash, they both blurred towards each other, their blades meeting in a rapid exchange of strikes. Clang. Hum. The instant Hawkeye's and Zoro's blades met, a crisp, resonant ring echoed through the air. The very ground beneath their feet, ravaged by the sheer force of their clashing swords, was etched with deep gashes. In the next instant, a formidable aura erupted from the duo, so intense it seemed to freeze the very air around them. Zoro's eyes widened, his jaw clenched tight, as he heaved his sword forward in a powerful downward slash. Hawkeye, as ever, parried with effortless grace. Each time he deflected Zoro's assault, he countered with a surge of even greater force. Though Hawkeye appeared at ease, Zoro had yet to unleash his full power. This initial exchange was merely a warm-up. They clashed back and forth, neither yielding an inch. "That can't be all you've got," Hawkeye remarked, casually deflecting another strike as he addressed Zoro. Hearing this, a faint smile touched Zoro's lips. He lunged at Hawkeye once more, but this strike carried far more destructive force than any that had come before. Seeing Zoro's answer in action, Hawkeye allowed a subtle, satisfied smile. He too increased the power behind his own blows to meet the challenge. Clang. Thud. The shockwave from their colliding blades detonated, causing the ground around them to split and rupture violently. The next moment, Zoro was sent skidding backwards several steps by the force of Hawkeye's blade, while a faint tremor ran up Hawkeye's own arm. Regaining his footing, Zoro sheathed both Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Kitetsu. What are you doing? Hawkeye couldn't help but ask, puzzled. He didn't believe for a second that Zoro was surrendering, but he was baffled as to why the man would sheath 2 of his 3 swords. As Hawkeye pondered this, Zoro's next action provided the answer. He held the sword known as Sanjin before him, and in a flash it split into 3 distinct blades. The sword in Zoro's left hand was wreathed in a swirling blue light. The one in his right hand blazed with a crimson aura, and the blade clenched between his teeth hummed with a verdant energy. Sanjin manifest, 3 hells. As Zoro gripped the blades tightly, an intense, bone-chilling cold erupted from his left side, so profound that even the pirates and marines over 30 meters away felt its icy bite. Conversely, a searing, flesh-melting heat radiated from his right. Ice and flame materialized simultaneously on either side of Zoro, drawing the stunned gazes of everyone nearby and eliciting a chorus of gasps and shouts of disbelief. Zoro hasn't eaten a devil fruit, has he? How can he summon ice and fire? This shared confusion created a strange momentary truce as marines and pirates alike turned to watch, momentarily forgetting their own battles. What is the name of that blade? Hawkeye's usually dormant curiosity was now fully ignited. He had never encountered a sword capable of such a transformation. Internally, he felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of crossing swords with Zoro in this state. Its name is Sanjin. As for its origin, it was a gift from Ichin, Zoro replied. Zoro answered, his voice low enough for only the 2 of them to hear. So that's it. If it came from that man, it's no surprise. It seems his mastery isn't limited to combat. His craftsmanship as a swordsmith is equally exquisite. No unparalleled might be a more fitting description. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly snapped back to the present, raising his blade to point at Zoro. The instant their conversation concluded, they both surged forward, unleashing their slashes. Zoro unleashed 3 simultaneous slashes, each imbued with a different elemental power, a wave of freezing ice from the left, a torrent of searing flame from the right, and a razor-sharp gale from the center. The trio of attacks screamed towards Hawkeye, leaving trails of frost-scorched earth and swirling wind in their wake. In response, Hawkeye sent a single colossal and ferocious slash, hurtling directly towards Zoro. Boom. Rumble. The moment their attacks collided, a colossal shockwave erupted, blasting the nearby marines and pirates who were already keeping their distance even further away. Boom. Rumble. The moment their attacks collided, a colossal shockwave erupted, blasting the nearby marines and pirates who were already keeping their distance even further. Clang. In the blink of an eye, both warriors vanished from their spots. The sharp ring of steel meeting steel rang out as they reappeared at the center of the dissipating energy, their blades locked in a fierce clash. During their locked blades, Hawkeye noticed faint traces of frost scorch marks and small cuts from wind blades appearing on his body. They were superficial, of little consequence, but they marked the first time he had been wounded in a duel against a swordsman in a long while. Even though the damage was minor, Hawkeye found himself enjoying the sensation. However, for Zoro, this was far from enough. His goal today was to carve a significant wound into Hawkeye. Though Hawkeye had been scratched, Zoro bore a similar faint cut. Thud. After their blades parted, they each retreated 2 steps before immediately launching themselves at one another once more. Zoro grew stronger with each exchange, while Hawkeye patiently waited for him to unleash his absolute limit. Hawkeye was certain this wasn't all Zoro had to offer, and so he held back, not yet using his full strength. Even so, this duel was far more serious than any he had engaged in before, requiring him to use a considerable fraction of his power. With any other opponent, he would have been bored idly flicking his small knife around. It was only in a fight like this that he would deign to use the greatsword Yuru. The ground bore the brunt of their battle. Within minutes, the area they fought in was utterly devastated. Some sections had sunk several meters into craters, others were frozen solid, and patches were scorched into blackened charcoal. None of this hindered their duel. Without warning, they moved their fight to a completely different area. A flash of steel, and their slashes were unleashed once more. These stray projectiles of energy careened into the surrounding crowds, ruthlessly cutting down anyone unlucky enough to be in their path. It was unintentional, but neither swordsman paid it any mind. Oh, why did they have to bring their fight over here? Run! Run! Marines and pirates near the duo screamed in terror, scattering in every direction. Over 200 had already fallen victim to their stray slashes, some cleaved into massive chunks. Others, caught by Zoro's elemental attacks, had been frozen solid into ice statues or burned to a crisp by his flames. Those struck by Hawkeye's slashes met a slightly less gruesome fate. Merely cut in 2, they might cling to life for another 10 seconds or so. It was in a way more humane than Zoro's attacks. Neither combatant was taking any significant damage from the other, but anyone unfortunate enough to be near them was doomed. For a moment some onlookers even suspected the two of using this duel as a cover to systematically eliminate their respective forces. But such thoughts were unfounded. In that moment Zoro and Hawkeye were utterly consumed by their duel, their minds focused solely on each other with no thought for the common soldiers caught in the crossfire. Boom. Two flashes of light streaked across the sky, punctuated by the sounds of combat. From the ground below, it was clear that Admiral Kizaru and Black-Leg Sanji were locked in battle high above. Each time Kizaru's kick was about to land, it was blocked by a shield Sanji summoned. How terrifying, Kizaru muttered a remark no one would believe as he observed the shield deflecting his strikes. This is troublesome. At this rate, he'll have to put more force into it. With that thought, Kizaru swiftly distanced himself from Sanji and made a gesture. In the next instant, a brilliant yellow light began to gather in his hand. Yasakani no Magatama. As the words left his lips, countless flashes of light surged towards Sanji. Seeing this, Sanji didn't use his shield to block, but instead raised his right leg high. The moment Sanji lifted his leg, a red magical circle materialized around his ankle. Immediately after, various creatures appeared around Sanji. Though their species and names differed, they all shared one thing in common: they were all formed from flames. Red braised all meat banquet. Whoosh. As he spoke, Sanji's raised leg swung forward with tremendous force, and the fiery creatures charged headlong toward the Yasakani no Magatama. Bang, bang, bang. The clashing attacks blossomed like brilliant fireworks against the night sky. After the explosion, embers rained down, and some who were too slow to dodge were scorched by the falling flame. Whoosh. While Sanji was still watching the explosion ahead, Kizaru suddenly appeared behind him and swiftly delivered a kick. Bang. Caught off guard, Sanji was struck in the back. He cursed under his breath as he plummeted toward the crash. Sanji slammed into the earth, carving out a massive crater. The dust that shot skyward left everyone uncertain of his condition. Meanwhile, Kizaru also landed, but not to finish Sanji off. He intended to deal with Vista. Yulako, check on that brother. He'll handle Kizaru. With that, Vista held his twin swords before him, readying for battle, while his subordinates rushed toward the cloud of dust. After they left, Vista grinned at Kizaru. I recall you're also skilled with a blade, aren't you? Kizaru nodded in response, yet he didn't draw his Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, simply because he couldn't be bothered. Without a second thought, Kizaru raised his finger toward Vista, and a laser began to condense at its tip. Vista clicked his tongue and hastily dodged to the side, just as Kizaru fired the laser at him. Having evaded the attack, Vista didn't linger. He charged forward, swinging his blade in a fierce. Just as Vista's sword was about to connect, Kizaru dissolved into particles of light and vanished, only to reappear behind him. Though swift, Vista reacted in time, instantly redirecting his strike toward Kizaru behind him. Whoosh. The next moment, Vista's blade pierced Kizaru's abdomen. Just as Vista thought he had succeeded, a voice that sent a chill down his spine echoed from behind him. How terrifying. Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, I was nearly sliced in two. Vista spun around to counterattack, but Kizaru's long leg was already sweeping toward his side. Bang. Half-turn, Vista was kicked directly into Whitebeard's grasp. Oyaji. Whitebeard looked at Vista in his hand, then gently set him down. He may be as agile as a monkey, but you were too careless, Vista. Vista lowered his head in shame. Indeed, if one's speed couldn't match the opponent's, even the most powerful attacks were useless if they never landed. How terrifying. Truly the strongest man in the world. Just being stared at by him makes me tremble. Meeting Whitebeard's gaze that seemed ready to pummel him, Kizaru couldn't resist uttering another remark no one would believe. Elsewhere in the airspace above Aokiji and Apis, beneath their feet stretched a vast expanse of ice, 1,000 square meters wide and 6 meters thick. You use ice? Then I'll use only ice too. Apis smiled at Aokiji before her. Yar, I've truly been underestimated. But it doesn't matter. This is war. How could I go easy on an enemy? Though Aokiji replied politely, he wasn't idle, unleashing his powers to attack Apis. Bang. As ice spikes surged toward her across the ground, Apis didn't panic. She calmly wielded her ice magic, countering his frost with equal force. With a mere raise of their hands, countless ice shards flew at each other. But this long-range exchange soon ceased as the ice spikes dissipated. Not because they couldn't continue, but because Apis was set on having fun, or rather fighting up close. So after the first volley of ice spikes clashed, Apis charged forward, spear in hand. Seeing this, Aokiji leaped aside to evade, then launched his own assault. As the ice trident hurtled toward her head, Apis grabbed it barehanded and crushed it to pieces. Then she opened her right palm toward Aokiji. In the next instant the space around her rippled, and icy blue orbs emerged from the void. Aokiji didn't hesitate, erecting a towering thick ice wall before him. At the same time the orbs around Apis shot toward him at breakneck speed. Bang! The first orb detonated upon contact with the ice wall, and countless ice needles burst forth, embedding themselves into its surface. Following the first explosion, the remaining orbs detonated in rapid succession, blasting a massive hole straight through the wall. In that instant Apis surged through the breach, thrusting her spear at Aokiji. But Aokiji didn't remain in place, sidestepping to flank her. Apis, still mid-lunge, left herself wide open, a golden opportunity. Following the first explosion, the remaining orbs detonated in rapid succession, blasting a massive hole straight through the wall. In that instant Apis surged through the breach, thrusting her crackle. To be thorough, Aokiji encased her in another 20 meters of ice. After waiting a minute, and seeing no sign of reaction, he returned to the battlefield to clear out the pirates. As soon as he descended, Aokiji froze the surrounding pirates into ice statues. Amid the Marines' cheers he moved on to another area. You shouldn't have come here. Near the execution ground, an old man and a young man stood facing each other in a tense standoff. After hearing the old man's words, Ichin shrugged and said with a helpless expression, "No choice. He's our captain after all." "That may be true, but I don't want to lose both of my grandsons at once." Garp choked out his clenched fists, digging so hard into his palms that his nails pierced the flesh. "You need to have some faith in Luffy, Garp. Faith. Sakazuki won't go easy on Luffy just because he's my grandson. I know that well enough. What I'm about to say may sound arrogant, but it's the truth. As long as I'm here, Luffy will not die. And that goes for your other grandson as well." Hearing this, Garp was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the young man to be so confident, yet he still didn't believe a single word of it. "Say that to me after you've defeated me. Maybe then he'll believe you." With that, Garp readied himself for an attack. Ichin, after listening, politely extended his right hand. "Then please show me what you've got." Whoosh. The moment Ichin's words faded, both of their figures vanished from where they stood. Just as the onlookers were searching for them, the two suddenly reappeared in an open clearing. Boom. Their fists collided, releasing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. The concrete beneath their feet shattered like a spiderweb under the terrifying force of their clash. Feeling the sheer power behind Garp's fist, Ichin couldn't help but marvel at how the old man had come out swinging with such ferocity. But this was exactly what Ichin had wanted. If Garp had gone easy on him like he did with Luffy, it would have been dreadfully boring. Garp, meanwhile, was equally astonished. The young man had managed to withstand a punch thrown with a modicum of seriousness. He had initially intended to knock the youngster out cold and send him somewhere safe, but that plan had clearly fallen apart. If that's the case, this old man will just have to put a bit more strength into it. I hope my grandson's vice-captain can take it. With that thought, Garp's fists were instantly coated in armament Haki. Seeing this, Ichin also let armament Haki envelop his own fists. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, both of them threw simultaneous punches at each other. Bang! Crash! In the instant their fists met, the buildings behind each of them were blasted through, with a massive hole collapsing into rubble and ruin. Strangely enough, despite the terrifying power behind their blows, neither of them bore a single scratch. Not even their clothes were ruffled, save for their hair being swept back by the force of the shockwaves. No way. The Straw Hat's vice-captain can actually block Hero Garp's iron fist. The watching Marines couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Even Marco, who had been smashed into the ground, couldn't help but marvel. Were all the newcomers these days this strong? He had been knocked senseless by a single punch from Garp, yet this kid was taking them heating. Even Marco, who had been smashed into the ground, couldn't help but marvel. Were all the newcomers these days this strong? He had been knocked senseless by a single punch from Garp, yet this kid was Their fists were like two opposing rainstorms, colliding, every single punch meeting its match. Not a single blow landed on the other's face, as each strike was perfectly countered and nullified. After this brief storm-like exchange, the two vanished from their spot once more. Whoosh. The next second they reappeared in another clearing, throwing a powerful punch at each other before disappearing and reappearing yet again in a different location. Whoosh. Boom. Whoosh. After shifting through 5 or 6 locations, Ichin suddenly appeared right beside Sengoku, while Garp materialized on the other side of him. "Wait, you two." Boom. Just as Sengoku was about to dodge, both fists were already pressing against either side of his face. The next second, Sengoku suddenly erupted, transforming into a giant golden Buddha, blasting both of them back over a dozen steps. Just as Sengoku was about to scold Garp for doing that on purpose, he noticed the two were still locked in combat. Deciding it was just an accident, he paid it no further mind and reverted to his human form, resuming his post at the execution platform. Vice Captain of the Straw Hats were here to help. Just as the two reappeared at another spot, over 100 pirates suddenly charged straight at Garp. At the same time 100 or so Marines rushed towards each other. Look, it's the Straw Hats Vice Captain. He's alone. The advantage is ours. Charge. Take his head. Boom boom. Just as both groups closed in on their respective targets, they were all sent flying a full 10 meters into the air by a single punch. Ayah. Bang. Seconds later, over 200 people who had charged at them were all scattered across the battlefield, having been launched into the sky. Those who were lucky merely got startled by the sudden crashing victims. Those who were unlucky were crushed to death by them. Of course, a few with tougher constitutions survived the impact. However, the two men locked in their fistfight paid them no mind, instead growing even more excited as they continued their brawl. Everywhere they fought, they left behind a dozen deep, massive, fist-shaped craters in the ground. By now their attacks were growing fiercer. With every clash of their fists, small tornadoes like spinning meat grinders would erupt from around them, blasting towards the people and objects nearby. This caused the surrounding Marines and soldiers to instinctively vacate the area whenever the pair started fighting their way over. But as mere foot soldiers, how could they possibly outrun two beings standing at the very apex of the world? Before they could take a few steps, they were caught up in the miniature whirlwinds. Of course, it wasn't that the pair was deliberately moving their fight around. They were simply having too much fun. They had no idea where they were on the battlefield. The entire war had become their personal arena, with the two of them freely moving and fighting wherever they pleased. As a result, they were completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. In fact, they were utterly incapable of noticing anything else. For Ichin, the feeling was much the same. After all, on the Western fantasy continent, he had always fought using magic. He had never experienced the sheer adrenaline-pumping thrill of such raw close quarters. For Ichin, the feeling was much the same. After all, on the Western fantasy continent, he had always fought using magic. He had never experienced the sheer adrenaline-pumping thrill of such raw close-quarters combat. What? You're asking why Ichin doesn't just use enhancement magic to push his body to the absolute limit and take on an archmage? Well, if he got hard countered by crowd control, he'd be in serious trouble. Boom. Watching the two of them tear up every single place they went, Sengoku felt an overwhelming urge to curse out both of their families. What the hell? Whitebeard hasn't even made his move yet, and you two have already turned Marineford into this mess. And the worst part is Garp is supposed to be on our side. Boom. Near the execution platform, the scattered rain of magma pursued Luffy through the sky, as if equipped with a homing system. This ability is so troublesome, the moment it touches me, I feel like I'm about to melt away. Luffy racked his brains for a solution as he dodged the falling magma. Weren't you just saying you'd save Ace? Now all you're doing is running away, huh? In the end, you're nothing but a worthless pirate who only knows how to flee with his tail between his legs. As Luffy pondered, Sakazuki transformed into magma and charged at him, hurling taunts all the while. Truth be told, his speed was no less than Luffy's, yet each time he was about to land a blow, Luffy managed to evade at the last moment. To ensure no accidents occurred during this execution, he had to provoke Luffy into attacking. Otherwise, if he kept chasing, the execution platform would be left unguarded. Hearing this, Luffy suddenly stopped, then turned to face the pursuing Sakazuki, his eyes blazing with who was Luffy after all? He clearly couldn't resist provocation. Recalling Ichin's advice on how to counter insults, he immediately raised his middle finger at Akainu, pulling down his eyelid with his other hand and sticking out his tongue. You are the worthless one. Your whole family are worthless pirates. Sakazuki, who had been smirking at Luffy taking the bait, suddenly had his expression freeze. His fists clenched with audible cracks. In all his years of cursing pirates, this was the first time he'd been called a worthless pirate by one. And his whole family had been insulted too. Although he had no family, it was enough to make him seethe with rage. Straw Hat. After roaring at Luffy, he transformed into his magma form and charged fiercely at him. Perhaps fueled by his anger this time, he was even faster than before, leaving Luffy with no time to boom. With an eruption of magma, Luffy was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Glancing at the spot where Luffy landed, Akainu snorted. In the end, he's just a brat. With that, he turned and headed back to his seat, without a backward glance, casually extinguishing dozens of pirates along the way. Whoosh. Just as Akainu was about to return to his seat, a figure shot out from where Luffy had landed. Onlookers stared as Luffy emerged, not only uninjured, but also greatly enlarged, resembling a human balloon. Stop right there, Magma Man. Hearing this, Akainu turned to look. Luffy was compressing his fist, seemingly charging up for a punch. Elephant gun. Akainu was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, coating his right hand in magma and throwing a punch. Hellhound! Boom! As the two fists collided, an invisible shockwave burst outward, sending the surrounding marines flying. Sizzle! What is this? Feeling the strange sensation on his fist, Luffy immediately leaped back over 10 meters, while Akaino's fist, meeting no resistance, punched straight through the air. Whoosh! Aya! In the next instant, over 100 marines standing before Akainu were instantly reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Luffy was shaking his seared hand in pain. So hot, so hot. As he spoke, he popped another piece of snack into his mouth. Soon the burning sensation in his fist subsided, and Luffy began sizing up Akainu anew. Then Ichin's words flashed through his mind again. An idea struck him, and Luffy planted his feet wide apart. Gear second. Whoosh. The moment the words left his mouth, his entire body flushed red steam billowing from his skin, and a coat of jet black color enveloped both his arms. With his body transformed, Luffy began bouncing left and right like he was on a trampoline, an excited grin spreading across his face. At the same time, Akainu liquefied into magma and surged toward him. Seeing this, Luffy's right foot hit the ground, and he launched himself forward like a rocket. Boom! In a flash, their fists collided once more. Unlike last time, the searing pain Luffy felt was somewhat diminished. He also spun his feet, generating a whirlwind to cool himself down. Though the effect wasn't great, it was better than nothing, and it also added extra momentum to his charge. Sizzle! Crackle! As their fists remained locked for several seconds, Akaino's magma-coated right fist began to slowly erode Luffy's, while the lightning crackling around Luffy's fist started to course into Akaino's body. Feeling the electric current, Akainu chose to disengage, then swung his left fist directly at Luffy's head. Seeing this, Luffy immediately leaned back to avoid the blow. As Akaino's next punch came, Luffy bounced backward a few steps. After dodging, Luffy stretched his arm out, aiming a punch at Akaino's face. Akainu, however, didn't choose to counterpunch. Just as Luffy's fist was about to connect, his figure flickered and reappeared at Luffy's side. Seeing Akainu suddenly at his flank, Luffy immediately swung his other fist at him. Boom! But due to Akaino's superior speed, Luffy's forearm was scorched red in an instant. As Luffy cried out in pain, Akainu pressed his advantage, swinging his fist toward Luffy's head. Though Luffy's arm was injured, his legs were far from idle. The moment Akainu threw his punch, they spun like a pinwheel, carrying Luffy clear of the attack, just as the blow was about to land. Thud! Because his attack missed the ground where Akaino's fist struck, was instantly turned into magma. But Akainu paid it no mind, immediately resuming his pursuit of Luffy. Luffy didn't hesitate either. His legs kept running, and with his uninjured hand, he fished a small snack from his pocket and swallowed it whole. After a flash of green light, his forearm was restored to normal. He then stopped in his tracks and began to charge up his fist. Damn it, just how many of those healing snacks does this brat have? Even the usually stoic Akainu couldn't help but mutter at such shameless tenacity. The opponent couldn't beat him, but he couldn't kill him either. Every time he wounded the boy recovered instantly. It seemed there was no end to this cat and mouse game without a decisive killing blow. With this thought, Akainu halted. His clenched fist began to bubble with magma, growing larger and larger. Yo-ho-ho, this is my first time playing music on a battlefield, and it's a war between the emperors and the navy. On the battlefield, Brook was leisurely strumming a pleasant tune. Meanwhile, the marines and pirates around him were eagerly dancing along to Brook's music. This is the end for you, Pirate Brook. Just as Brook was lost in his piano playing, a sudden voice came from his side. Hearing this, Brook turned to look, but his slender white fingers never stopped playing. May I help you, sir? Just as Brook finished speaking, Momonga arrived 3 meters away from him. I don't know what you've done to them, but since I'm not greatly affected, it seems your ability only works on the weak. By the way, I am Vice Admiral Momonga of the Marine Headquarters, and I've come to take your life, pirate. Hearing this, Brook remained unmoved, still playing his piano. Yo-ho-ho, Vice Admiral, you have keen eyes. Indeed. My music can only influence the However, whoosh. Before Brook could finish, Momonga drew his sword and slashed at him, having no time to listen to more of his chatter. Since they were enemies, they should be dealt with quickly. Just as Momonga was about to reach Brook, a solidified force suddenly attacked him. But my music isn't just for disturbing the mind, yo-ho-ho. Seeing this, Momonga immediately shifted from offense to defense, holding his sword horizontally in front of him. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Momonga was sent flying back several meters. Amazing, isn't it, Mr. Momonga? I was quite surprised when I first used this instrument too. Seeing Momonga's shocked expression, Brook comfortingly explained. Momonga merely snorted in response and charged at Brook once more. Though he hadn't expected the enemy to possess offensive abilities, that was all it was. If he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have been pushed back. With that thought, Momonga slashed at his opponent while staying vigilant against any counterattacks. Seeing that his opponent didn't wish to converse further, Brook resumed, playing nonchalantly, though this time his tempo was faster than before. So arrogant, but that's fine. It saves me the effort. Thinking this, Momonga intensified his strike, slashing toward Brook. Clang! Just as Momonga's blade was a hair's breadth from Brook's skull, a translucent sword suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Seeing his attack blocked, Momonga didn't hesitate and leaped back several meters. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Staring at the translucent skeleton wielding a sword, Momonga couldn't help but exclaim. Influencing people's behavior and attacking others was one thing, but now it had summoned a translucent skeleton whose strength rivaled his own. What is this nonsense? Hearing this, Brook's playing slowed. I can summon comrades from my memories to fight alongside me. As he spoke, a melancholic look appeared in his eyes. Though he had none, it didn't stop him from expressing the I can only summon comrades with whom I share a profound bond, and their power is far greater than in life. Soul bond. Vice Admiral, this companion of mine bound to me for decades wishes to test his strength against you. As I didn't ask your permission, I sincerely apologize. After speaking before Momonga could respond, Brook quickened his playing again. Simultaneously, the translucent skeleton's frame grew larger, and its bare bones were adorned with a majestic suit of armor. Its form also took on a faint blue hue, and the surrounding temperature dropped noticeably. After the skeletal warrior muttered a word of thanks to Brook in its bone language, it lunged fiercely at Momonga. Not only is its strength on par with mine, but now it's got gear too. Momonga inwardly complained as he watched the skeleton charge, but he didn't stand idle. He raised his sword and met the attack. It's just a dead skeleton. How can a marine fear it? Soon the two clashed. The skeletal warrior aimed a direct slash at Momonga's left shoulder. Seeing this, Momonga deflected the blow with a flick of his blade, then seized the opening to slash at the skeleton's abdomen. But the skeleton wasn't about to let Momonga have his way. It swiftly adjusted its stance, dodged the slash, and flashed behind Momonga in an instant. The moment the skeleton appeared behind him, Momonga reacted quickly, ducking down to evade the horizontal slash. He then rolled backward to dodge a second strike. Once out of range, he sprang up with a kip-up, adjusted his footing, and re-engaged the enemy. The soul bond summons the dead with whom one shares a deep bond. The longer they've been deceased, the more powerful they become. Soon several more pirate ships managed to reach the shore, disembarking onto the frozen surface and charging towards the base. At the same time, the Marine Vice Admirals appeared at the landing points to hold back the enemy. Unlike Brook, however, they could not afford to fight so leisurely. The three Vice Admirals they encountered were among the strongest in the Marines. On Frankie's side, T-Pig was constantly dodging attacks, unable to counterattack simply because Frankie had too many bullets. T-Pig dared not rush and recklessly waiting for Frankie's weapons to cool down. Meanwhile, other Marines lacked the skill to evade Frankie's gunfire. Those who approached fell instantly, while those who kept their distance merely died a slower death. However, when T-Pig hit among the pirates, Frankie ceased fire, as harming allies was unthinkable. So Frankie summoned a supercar, and to everyone's bewilderment climbed inside. Just as T-Pig braced for a ramming charge, a metallic clatter rang out, and a transforming supercar robot stood before the crowd. After shouting, "Super Robot," Frankie charged straight at T-Pig. Had you been there, you would have seen the transformed robot covering several meters in a single stride. In moments it reached T-Pig and swung a massive fist at him. T-Pig, no pushover himself, met the blow with his own fist. What followed was a brutal, straightforward exchange of punches and kicks. Elsewhere, Peach Rabbit constantly used paper drawing and shave to evade Robin's powers, closing the distance in a flash. Seeing this, Robin abandoned her blooming technique on Peach Rabbit and switched to direct palm strikes. As palms materialized around her, Peach Rabbit swiftly drew her blade and sliced them apart one. When her palms failed, Robin unleashed a heavenly palm from above, a Jadehand version also known as Rain of Flowers. Peach Rabbit dodged it nimbly, now even closer to her opponent. On another part of the battlefield, Nami and Chopper felt a twinge of fear at Demon Spider's fierce visage, but it did not deter them from fighting. Heat, cold, and electric bubbles swirled around Demon Spider, striking him repeatedly. At first he dismissed them with a sneer, but after the first touch he grew considerably more cautious. He pondered how to bypass the bubbles to reach Nami, but Chopper attacked only to have his strike blocked by the Vice Admiral's blades. Simultaneously, Nami deployed a mirage to confuse him, then struck with thunderclouds. Yet his formidable physique barely registered the combined assault, leaving him merely gasping for breath. Aboard the ship, Usopp defended the Merry-Go as countless Marines sought his head, His destruction of their gun turrets had allowed the Whitebeard pirates' allied fleets to reach the shore unscathed. This enraged the Marines, all eager to claim Usopp's life. Usopp protested woefully. "You fired first, didn't you?" Boom. Thud. The battle raged on, officers clashing while countless soldiers on both sides fell. One by one the lesser commanders began to collapse as the fierce struggle continued. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard surveyed the battlefield, then noticed one of his sons, Squard, approaching from behind. "Squard, are you alright? I've been trying to reach you." Squard tightened his grip on his blade and walked slowly toward Whitebeard. "Still alive, just a few scratches." "What's the situation at the bay?" Whitebeard asked, his gaze fixed ahead as Squard came to stand behind him. "Our allied crews have suffered heavy losses. I took a shortcut to get here." Whitebeard showed no sorrow, only said calmly, "Sengoku won't show mercy. He'll throw everything he has at us." It was this very calmness that made Squard believe Akaina's words even more, that his father was sacrificing them all to save Ace. Though Squard was ready to strike, he kept his composure. "Dad, have you seen through the Marines' tactics?" Whitebeard nodded noncommittally. "Indeed. Sengoku and I go way back." Meanwhile, Marco spotted Squard behind Whitebeard and was puzzled. Hadn't Squard been charging with them at the start? When did he get back to Dad's side? Just then Squard slowly drew his long blade. "All 43 of our allied crews owe you a great debt." For the Whitebeard pirates would go through fire and water without hesitation. Ching. The moment Squard's words fell, Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock. Not from emotion, but from sheer disbelief that his own son would attack him. From a distance, Squard was seen leaping into the air, his long blade piercing clean through Whitebeard's abdomen. All the division commanders broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Seconds later, Whitebeard yanked the blade out, blood streaming from the wound. Yet he made no move against Squard, merely gazing at him in silence. The live feed reached the Sabaody archipelago. "Whitebeard has been stabbed. His own allied captain, the great pirate of the New World, Squard the Big Spider, did it." Seeing Akainu suddenly at his flank, Luffy immediately swung his other fist at him. Boom. But due to Akainu's superior Squard winced in pain. "Shut up. Aren't you the ones who forced me into this?" Marco's brow furrowed deeply. "What are you talking about? Do you even realize what you've done?" Just then Whitebeard knelt from his wound. Marco rushed to support him, urging him to receive treatment. Freed from Marco's hold, Squard rose and shouted at Whitebeard, "In this farce, Whitebeard. You must have colluded with the Marines long ago." He then poured out his past, accusing Whitebeard of hiding Ace's true parentage to groom him as the next. He spoke of his hatred for Roger, whose hands were stained with his crew's blood. Finally, he claimed Whitebeard intended to trade the lives of all 43 allied crews to save his own and Ace's. "You probably planned this whole battle with Sengoku from the start, didn't you?" Squard recalled Akaina's words: the Marines would only target the 43 allied crews, never the Whitebeard pirates themselves. And indeed, the Pacifista were focusing their attacks solely on the allied ships. Hearing Squard's words, the allied pirates began to waver. Meanwhile, reporters in Sabaody were stunned. Could the man who valued his crew above all truly have betrayed them? As the reporters wondered, Akiji, under Sengoku's command, cut the Den Mushi transmission. Sengoku then ordered the activation of the containment walls. Squard stood resigned. "Come on, just kill me." Whitebeard approached him, his expression stern. "Do you realize what you've done, Squard? Raising your blade against your own father. What a foolish son you are." Whitebeard approached him, his expression stern. "Do you realize what you've done, Squard? Raising your blade against your—" But instead of striking, Whitebeard pulled him into a firm embrace. The expected pain never came. Squard cautiously opened his eyes, and realizing he was being held, let out a shaky breath of relief. Whitebeard's expression softened, though he appeared to be in great pain. "Even a foolish son. I still—" Squard's voice trembled. "Don't joke. Are you going to—" Whitebeard cut him off. "Who was it that dragged your loyal, honest heart into darkness?" It was Akainu. He said if I killed you, the lives of the other 43 ships would be spared." Whitebeard replied, "I know how much you hate Roger. But holding the son accountable for the father's sins, what a foolish notion that is, Squard." He then asked Squard about his time with Ace. Squard, recalling their shared moments, stood frozen at a... Whitebeard walked to the bow. "Sengoku, you've still got it. Toying with my foolish sons like that. And you dare claim I'd sell out my own boys' heads." With that, he threw two mighty punches, shattering the ice walls that had trapped them. "As pirates, you decide what to..." His words reignited the pirates' fighting spirit, burning even brighter than before. "Anyone who'll follow me, throw away your lives and come." With that, Whitebeard took a few running steps and leaped off the Moby Dick. "Prepare yourselves. The strongest man in the world is about to unleash his fury." Sengoku urgently warned his men as the ground trembled beneath Whitebeard's charge. "Charge!" After Whitebeard leaped onto the ice, the pirates behind him surged past him, charging. Simultaneously, the Marines' barrier walls rose abruptly, swiftly enclosing all members of the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, the Marine soldiers ceased their skirmishes with the pirates and retreated en masse. Meanwhile, Luffy had collapsed under a kindness assault, lying motionless on the ground. On the other side, Garp remained locked in combat, with Ichin utterly oblivious to the surrounding turmoil, as their battle had carried them into the Marines' residential district far from the unfolding events. Zoro and Mihawk were equally engrossed in their duel. Just then, Whitebeard thrust his hand forward, warping the very fabric of space itself. Boom. As Whitebeard made a violent pulling motion, the entire island of Marineford tilted dramatically, and the surrounding seas followed suit. Both Marines and pirates lost their footing, with only those of commander rank managing to hold their ground. Then Whitebeard hurled a devastating punch toward the execution platform. A translucent shockwave tore through space, slamming into the execution platform and blasting the executioners off their feet, blood streaming from their orifices as they collapsed. Meteor volcano. With that declaration, Akainu rapidly launched volleys of magma into the sky. As the pirates looked on in confusion, colossal fists of molten rock began raining down upon the enclosed meteor volcano. With that declaration, Akainu rapidly launched volleys of magma into the sky. As the pirates looked on in confusion, colossal fists of molten rock began raining down upon the enclosed area. Boom. As the magma fists descended, the pirates suffered devastating casualties. Simultaneously, hundreds of cannon turrets emerged from atop the barrier walls. Over 100 pacifista units also leaped down into the plaza. As the magma rain subsided, Akiji and Kizaru returned to the fray. Kizaru clashed with Marco while Akiji engaged Jozu. The Straw Hat crew, having been spared the magma rain thanks to the Mary's spatial relocation, regrouped. What do we do now? We have no idea where Ichin and the others are. Aboard the ship, Nami looked around. Don't worry, Nami. You know Ichin's strength. They're probably just resting somewhere, Robin said, gently placing a hand on Nami's shoulder to soothe her. Despite her reassuring words, Robin harbored her own concerns, for the three admirals had returned to the battlefield, yet the others remained unseen. Yo-ho-ho, let's have faith in Luffy and the others. They'd never lose to mere admirals, Brooke said, sipping tea with an air of calm indifference. Brooke's right, we must believe in them. But seriously, where on earth are they resting? Frankie raised his arms and called out. Hearing this, Usopp and the others nodded in agreement. Exactly, and don't forget about Big Sister Chingshang. She's a demon dragon after all. On the battlefield, Whitebeard was locked in combat with Akainu. After exchanging a couple of blows, Whitebeard inexplicably staggered backward, doubling over. As he coughed up copious amounts of blood, his breath ragged and heavy. Damn it, Pop's heart is acting up again. With that thought, Marco immediately abandoned his fight with Kizaru and sprinted toward Whitebeard. But as he ran, Kizaru's laser pierced through his body, sending him crashing to the ground in an instant. Jozu, seeing this, moved to check on Marco, but was caught off guard by Akiji, who flash froze him into a block of ice. You've grown old, Whitebeard. Seeing Whitebeard suddenly weakened, Akainu seized the opportunity, driving his magma fist straight into Whitebeard's abdomen. Distracted by Marco and Jozu's fates, Whitebeard failed to react in time, his body pierced clean through. Seeing this, over a dozen Marine officers charged forward without hesitation. Squelch. Still reeling, Whitebeard was impaled by multiple blades. Pops! The pirates cried out, rushing to his aid. But Whitebeard raised a hand to halt them, then swung his Bicento fiercely toward the Marines. Boom. In an instant, hundreds of Marines were sent hurtling hundreds of meters into the air, crashing down lifelessly. Even the sturdiest among them lay incapacitated. Meanwhile, the executioner raised his blade high, preparing to behead Ace. Seeing this, Whitebeard charged toward the platform. It's useless. As long as I'm here, you won't kill Ace. Cough. But after a few hurried steps, his body seized up, forced to a halt by the agony of his ailments and wounds. Just as the blade was about to descend on Ace's neck, a figure flashed onto the execution platform. Boom. With a single kick, Ichin sent both executioners flying off the platform. Yinuiken. Enraged, Sengoku swung his fist directly at Ichin's face. But Ichin didn't bother to defend, instead kicking Ace off the platform as well. Boom. The next second, caught off guard, Ichin was sent flying backward by Sengoku's devastating blow. At that moment, Garp arrived at the execution platform. Where's Ace? As Garp looked around in confusion, a furious Sengoku snapped, Garp? How could you let the Straw Hats vice captain waltz onto the platform and take Ace? Ah, is that so? I had no idea. Ha ha ha. Sengoku was absolutely livid. How could Garp have gone so easy on him? There was no way Yunyu could match Garp in strength. Favoritism was the only explanation Sengoku could fathom. Meanwhile, the scent-flying Ichin hurtled directly toward Boa Hancock, who was engaged with some pirates. Reacting instantly, she caught him in a graceful princess carry. After catching him, Hancock studied the wincing young man, clutching his face in her arms. Shit. I forgot I was using Garp's template. No defensive magic on my face. Feeling himself in someone's embrace, Ichin turned his head to see who held him. What a coincidence. Sengoku's punch sent me right into Hancock's arms. Ichin gazed up at Hancock, who was looking at him with tender affection, and couldn't help but think. As for why Hancock didn't mind him lying in her arms, it was simply because he had killed a celestial dragon. And not just any celestial dragon. It happened to be the very one who had enslaved her. Though Ichin himself was completely unaware of this fact. Excuse me. Could you put me down? Being princess carried by a woman is a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, the Empress quickly set him down, her face flushing crimson. Gomen, I was a bit lost and thought so. Seeing the Empress' adorable demeanor, Ichin was baffled. Was the Empress' personality really this shy? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Whitebeard saw Ace flying towards him and reached out with his massive hand, catching him effortlessly. Ace! The pirates, witnessing this, broke into joyful smiles. Ace had been saved, and now they could begin preparing their retreat. Sure enough, after setting Ace down, Whitebeard ordered the retreat from Marineford. Meanwhile, the pirates on the outermost perimeter began attacking the walls to prepare for the breakout. Ace, however, did not retreat immediately. Instead, he knelt before Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Ace and instantly knew what he wanted to say. He spoke first, telling Ace not to say another word, then grinned. Ace, have I been a worthy old man? Hearing this, Ace trembled and kowtowed to Whitebeard several more times. Then Ace began to retreat alongside Whitebeard. Just then Sakazuki stepped forward, leaving as soon as Ace is saved. The Whitebeard pirates really are a crew of cowards. The pirates slowed their pace upon hearing this. But just as they were about to retort, one of the commanders urged, keep moving. Don't fall for his obvious provocation. Seeing this, Akainu was not worried. He leisurely took off his hat, running a hand through his hair with a knowing look. With a captain like that, it can't be helped. As he spoke, he put his hat back on, pulling the brim low. Whitebeard is, after all, just a failure of the... After saying this, he shot a provocative smirk towards Ace, who was almost out of sight. Because Akainu had spoken the words Whitebeard and failure with such force, Ace heard him clearly. Suddenly, Ace turned around, took a few steps back, and glared menacingly at Akainu. Take that back. Seeing Ace turn back, his comrade stopped. Hey, Ace, don't stop. The nearest pirate grabbed Ace's arm. Let it go, Ace. We need to get out of here. Ace shook him off and took another step towards Akainu. That bastard is insulting Pops. As he spoke, flames began to wreathe his body. Seeing Ace's fury, Sakazuki let out a contemptuous sneer. Take it back. I can't take that back. I'm not wrong. Seeing Ace clench his fists, Akainu continued. Your father, Gold. Roger, conquered the Grand Line and used his own life to open the gates to a new era, the Great Pirate Era. As a Marine, it's inappropriate for me to say this, but he truly deserved the title of Pirate King. Compared to him, what is Whitebeard? Did he ever have the courage to fight Roger to the death? Akainu scoffed again, his face dripping with contempt for the name. He just hid in safe places playing King of the Mountain with his crew, and that was enough for him. There are plenty of fools in the world who think Whitebeard's name protects the peace of many islands. But in my eyes, he just beat up some insignificant pirates and played hero. It's laughable. After listening to this, Ace was at his breaking point. Flames erupted from his entire body as he glared at Akainu, teeth grinding. He knelt before Roger when Roger was alive, and after his death, he still couldn't become a true king. In other words, he's simply no match for Roger. He's a complete coward and a failure. That is Whitebeard. What did I say wrong? Come to think of it, he's a pitiful fool, always admired by a bunch of underlings called Pops as they play out this childish farce on his ship. Hearing this, Ace stopped thinking. His mind was filled with nothing but rage towards Akainu. He began to slowly walk towards him. Shut up. Ace's voice was low, so low that no one could hear him, but his fury was palpable. Watching Ace approach, Akainu didn't stop his tirade. He even smiled wider. For decades he ruled the seas, but never became king, accomplished nothing, and was stabbed by his foolish son, who was deceived by sweet words before his death. And he even died protecting them. What a stupid, absurd, and empty life. After Akainu finished, the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were also seething with anger, but they did not advance towards Akainu. Ace, however, had nearly reached him. Shut up. It was Pops who gave us the will to live. How could a bastard like you ever understand the greatness of Oyaji? Come back, Ace. Don't fall for his trap. Izo shouted from the crowd, but Ace was beyond reason. His only thought was to kill the man insulting his father. Those who stray from the path have no right to live. Scum pirates like you have no reason to exist. Shut up. Whitebeard will die today, as a failure. It's a fitting end for a trash leader like him. Ace roared again. Whitebeard is the greatest pirate who created this era. I won't allow you to insult my Oyaji. With that, Ace transformed into flames and charged. This era is named Whitebeard. He threw a fire fist at Akainu, who met it with a massive magma fist. You are all utter failures, just like Whitebeard. Seconds later, a scream rang out, and a figure was sent flying from the blast. Everyone looked over to see Ace on the ground. Seconds later, a scream rang out, and a figure was sent flying from the blast. Everyone looked over to see Ace on the ground, clutching his right hand in pain. As Ace collapsed, Akainu strode over to him, sneering at his overconfidence, while his clenched right fist slowly expanded. Anyone may leave this battle except the two of you. You son of Gold. Roger, and you straw hat Luffy, son of the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. Both of you shall die here today. With those words, Akainu gathered his strength and swung his magma-coated fist down at Ace. Just as the blow was about to land, a figure flashed through the wind and appeared before Ace. A sizzling sound echoed as something melted, and Ace's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Before him stood a boy wearing a straw hat, but that wasn't what shocked him most. The boy's abdomen had been completely pierced through by Akaina's fist. I plan to deal with you later, but it seems you're in a hurry to die, Straw Hat. Looking at Luffy, who had taken the blow meant for Ace, Akainu couldn't help but smirk. This saved him the trouble of hunting Luffy down later. Killing them both at once suited him just fine. With that thought, Akainu retracted his magma fist. At the same moment, Luffy collapsed onto Ace, who had just struggled to his feet. Ace stood frozen in shock, stammering, "Lu. Luffy. You." Meanwhile, the crew aboard the Mary let out cries of horror. Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped from the ship and sprinted toward Luffy. Akainu, however, gave them no time for grief, swinging another fist at the two brothers. "Whoosh! You mongrel dog, how dare you!" Just as Akaina's fist was about to strike, Ichin, still cloaked in the mirrored form of Garp, used a Saru to appear before him and threw a punch. Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped from the ship and sprinted toward Luffy. Akainu, however, gave them no time for grief, swinging another fist at the two brothers. Crash! God! The sheer force of the impact sent Akainu flying backward, hurtling through the air. Akainu quickly recovered, slamming his fist into the ground to halt his momentum. "TCH. So you're the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates." After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Akainu steadied himself. Ichin, having knocked him away, paid him no mind, and immediately dispelled the mirror technique to begin treating Luffy. "Luffy. I'm sorry. This is all my fault." Ace sobbed, his voice trembling as he looked at Luffy, who seemed on the verge of death. If only he hadn't been so foolish, his little brother wouldn't have suffered such grievous harm. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Luffy's side and immediately formed a protective circle around the three, shielding them from any further attacks while Ichin worked. Seeing Ace's tears streaming down his face, Luffy weakly offered a smile of comfort. "It's all right, Ace. I'm just a little sleepy. He'll be fine after a rest." Despite Luffy's words, Ace couldn't bring himself to believe them. Luffy's internal organs had been uttered. What Ace didn't know was that Ichin possessed the ability to regenerate organs, and he wasn't merely restoring them. He intended to strengthen them as well. Thus the healing appeared slow. Ace, meanwhile, wept uncontrollably, his jaw clenched so tightly it might crack. This was his little brother, about to leave this world because of his own stupidity. He burned with hatred. "Why did you save me? How could you be so foolish?" Ace wailed, clutching Luffy in his arms. Hearing this, Luffy let out a bitter smile and spoke weakly. "It's okay, Ace. He'll recover soon. I still remember our promise to meet at the top." As the final word left his lips, his hands went limp, his eyes closed, and his head drooped lifelessly to the side. "Luffy." Ace let out a heart-wrenching roar to the heavens, tears streaming down his face. His only little brother had died in his arms. At the cry, everyone present turned to look. Luffy lay completely still, while the Straw Hat vice captain continued, using some strange ability, seemingly still trying to heal him. But seeing the gaping hole through Luffy's body, most assumed he was already dead, and that his vice captain was simply refusing to accept reality. At that moment, Garp's eyes were bloodshot, rage consuming his entire being. His fists clenched tighter than ever before as he slowly began walking toward Akaina's back. His own grandson had been killed right before his eyes by Akainu. How could any grandfather endure such a... Seeing this, the Marines parted to make way for him, but the murderous look on Garp's face sent a chill of dread through everyone present. "Vice Admiral Garp, what are you planning to do?" The Marines dared to ask, though they already suspected he meant to avenge his grandson by killing Akainu. Still, none of them had the courage to stop him. Blocking a grandfather seeking vengeance for his grandson, and with Garp of all people, would be nothing short of suicide. They'd likely lose their own lives without even stopping him. Absolutely not worth it. Besides, even if they tried, they couldn't hold him back. Sengoku, seeing Garp's state, rushed toward him urgently. "Don't do anything, reckless Garp." Boom. With that, Sengoku leaped high and slammed Garp's head into the ground, pinning him down. "Sengoku, keep holding me back. Because I'm afraid I'll kill Akainu right here and now." Boom. With that, Sengoku leaped high and slammed Garp's head into the ground, pinning him down. "Sengoku, keep holding me back. Because I'm afraid I'll kill Akainu right here." If killing Ace and betraying justice had been Garp's breaking point, then having his own grandson killed while he remained loyal to justice, that had crossed a line far beyond any boundary. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Akainu had to go and kill Garp's own grandson, and for a crime Luffy hadn't even committed. This was a mess of the highest order. After the war, he'd need to keep these two separated by 100,000 miles. Otherwise, either Akainu or Garp would surely end up dead, and the Marines couldn't afford to lose either. With that thought, Sengoku turned his gaze to Ichin, who was still tending to Luffy. Though it seemed unlikely, he found himself hoping the King of Magic could somehow save the Straw Hat Boy. If the Straw Hat Vice Captain were to summon his formidable master, or if Dragon were to lead the Revolutionary Army in a simultaneous assault on the Marines, the situation would spiral into utter catastrophe. Dragon was one thing, but that figure who could bring 2 million people to their knees in an instant. That was the true monster to be feared. Dragon was one thing, but that figure who could bring 2 million people to their knees in an instant. That was the true monster to be thump thump thump. After the heart healed, the other organs swiftly recovered, and even the gaping hole melted through his body, closed at an incredible speed. As Luffy recovered, Ichin also rose to his feet. He had intended to take down Akainu himself, but now he stood frozen in place. Gazing at Luffy, a helpless smile crept onto Ichin's face. Well, I suppose you'll have to do it." Hearing this, the other Straw Hat crew members looked at Ichin in confusion. "Ichin, were you just talking to?" Everyone spread out. Luffy says his movements might be a bit intense when he wakes up. Before Nami could finish her sentence, Ichin grabbed her hand and led her aside. Seeing this, the others quickly dispersed, leaving a bewildered Ace alone. "What's this? Given up trying to stop me, so you're—" Akainu sneered, but his taunt was cut short as he laid eyes on Luffy, whose wounds had completely vanished. Seeing his opponent completely unharmed, Akainu was stunned. This defied all logic. How could anyone regenerate a body that had been melted by magma? But he quickly snapped back to his senses. So what if his body had regenerated? He could just kill him again. At that moment, a rhythmic drumming sound echoed across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone present was taken aback. Where in the world was that boom, thump, boom, thump, boom? Boom, 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 thump, boom. What on earth is happening? Is this some new Marine strategy? No. Wait. The sound seems to be coming from where Straw Hat is. The pirates turned their gaze towards Luffy's position. Whitebeard, wincing in pain, also struggled to his feet and looked in the direction of Luffy and Ace. Even Sengoku, who was restraining Garp, couldn't help but look over. Feeling the grip on him loosen, Garp looked up, his face etched with shock. His grandson's wounds had healed. At the same moment, white vapor suddenly began to emanate from Luffy's body. Crack, crack, crack. Golden and black-red lightning bolts started to crackle around him. Seconds later, a terrifying surge of lightning shot into the sky, blasting apart the dark clouds that had been obscuring the sun, and sunlight once again bathed the battlefield. In the next instant, Luffy, who had been lying motionless, sprang to his feet. Lightning continued to flicker around him, as if celebrating his return. Luffy's hair had turned stark white, and ethereal cloud-like streamers were wrapped around his body. Ace was speechless, seeing his brother standing anew with white hair. 1,000 words caught in his throat. But above all, he was overjoyed. His little brother was alive. Shortly after standing, Luffy said to Ichin, "Thanks for letting me get a good sleep," and then plopped back down onto the ground. "Huh. My heartbeat sounds so funny. And the ground, which was so hard before, is now all soft." Luffy laughed heartily, then stood up again, looking towards the sun. "This is my peak." As he spoke, the lightning around him suddenly burst outward. Boom. Golden and black-red lightning intertwined and spread across the entire battlefield. Thump, thump. With the release of his conqueror's Haki, all the weaker individuals present collapsed to the ground in an instant. This is Conqueror's Haki." Marco couldn't help but exclaim, witnessing the fallen around him. He hadn't seen Haki of this magnitude since Whitebeard had grown old and ill. Straw Hat is a rubber man, isn't he? What is this situation right now? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment at the white-haired young man radiating Conqueror's Haki. It's just a change in hair color. A kind of thought as he began to slowly approach his target. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Aokiji also set their sights on Luffy once more. Zoro and Mihawk, having sensed the Conqueror's Haki, had returned to the battlefield, as had Sanji, who emerged from the rubble. High above on the frozen sky, a thick ice sculpture nearly 30 meters deep suddenly shattered, and a golden-haired beauty flew out from within. Switching personalities really is time-consuming. Otherwise, mere eyes could never have imprisoned me. As the beauty spread her wings, a soft, sweet voice echoed in her mind. Leave the rest to you, Ching Shang Nei-chan. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Ching Shang hummed softly in acknowledgement, then flew off towards I-chun and the others. Back on the battlefield, the only Marines still standing were those of Rear Admiral rank or higher, along with the 7 warlords and a contingent of pacifistas. A small group of skilled but lower-ranked Marines also remained on their feet. On the pirate side, only the division commanders, ship captains, vice captains, and the stronger pirates were still standing, though everyone else had collapsed. Excluding the already deceased, Luffy's display had felled tens of thousands in a single stroke. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu was about to engage Luffy in battle. Garp was weeping tears of joy, having nearly lost his grandson, while Sengoku frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. I was only saying that. How did he actually come back to life? Whitebeard, on the other hand, was gaining a newfound respect for Shanks. That kid's judgment of people was truly sharp. Unlike the others' astonishment, the Straw Hat crew was more concerned about Luffy's current state. However, seeing I-chun's relaxed expression put them at ease. If I-chun was this calm, it surely meant he had everything under control, and Luffy would be fine. Kizaru, upon witnessing Luffy's transformation, nonchalantly remarked, "How terrifying." Aokiji scratched his head in frustration. Things were getting troublesome now. At the same time, Blackbeard's ship was drawing closer to the marine base. It was about time he reaped the fruits of victory. Soon he would be one step closer to his dream. Kishishishishi. If Pop saw me now, he'd be pretty pissed off, wouldn't he? Boom. As their fists collided, the very environment around them was being reshaped by the ferocity of their clash. Akainu was the first to strike his punch, descending upon Luffy like the scythe of a reaping death god. Seeing this, Luffy chuckled lightly, leaping into the air to evade the attack, his legs churning the air as he ran in place. Akainu on the ground didn't hesitate, launching himself skyward and hurling another torrent of magma. Just as the magma was about to strike him, Luffy's leg shot out, and in the next instant, he was propelled like a rocket towards the marine base's wall. Just before impact, Luffy twisted his body, his feet adhering to the wall. He compressed his legs, a goofy grin plastered across his face. Boom. After compressing, Luffy launched himself with explosive force straight at Akainu. Boom. Luffy's speed was immense, his fist slammed into Akainu's neck, causing him to gag. Akainu countered with a right hook, but Luffy was already gone. But Luffy wouldn't have it. He used Akainu's stomach as a springboard, launching himself away to create distance. Crash. Akainu's attack, now aimed at empty air, slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion and sending magma splattering everywhere. Luffy landed on the ground, but not with a heavy thud. He bounced as if the earth itself were a trampoline. Bounce. Thump. Thump. Bounce. Ha ha ha. With each bounce, the sound of his heartbeat and his clear laughter echoed, growing louder and more intense as the Conqueror's Haki lightning around him crackled with greater ferocity. It was as if Luffy had summoned a thunderstorm. Lightning crackled, and the very ground and surrounding buildings began to bounce with elasticity. In an instant, the entire island of Marineford transformed into a colossal bouncing playground. While everyone was stunned, Luffy continued his bouncing, his speed increasing even further. Boing boing boing. Like a rubber ball, Luffy ricocheted across the battlefield, repeatedly slamming into Akainu, dealing no small amount of damage. Realizing he couldn't land a hit on Luffy, Akainu transformed into a colossal human volcano, erupting magma and meteorites in all directions. Boing. The magma meteor didn't explode as expected upon hitting the ground. Instead, it sank into the elastic surface, only to be launched back skyward. Boing. The magma meteor didn't explode as expected upon hitting the ground. Instead, it sank into the elastic surface, only to be launched back skyward like a stone from a slingshot 2 seconds later. Boom. The collision of the magma meteors in the sky produced a terrifyingly intense explosion, scattering into a shower of small fireballs. So beautiful, a meteor shower of fire. Luffy laughed, gazing at the fiery spectacle. Meanwhile, Akainu had reverted to his normal form and was charging at him. Sensing Akainu with his observation, Haki, Luffy turned his head to face him. Ha ha. Boom, whoosh, hum, crash. Amidst Luffy's laughter their fists clashed repeatedly, neither appearing to gain the upper hand. Just as everyone thought the stalemate would continue, Luffy's grin widened. Two distinct colors of lightning began to coil around his fist. Boom. The moment the lightning enveloped his fist, Luffy's punch sent Akainu flying back over 10 meters. Akainu said nothing after being knocked back. He slammed both hands onto the ground. As onlookers wondered what he was doing, the normal ground suddenly transformed into searing magma, rapidly spreading towards Luffy. As the magma spread, numerous great magma hounds emerged from it, charging at Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy bounced into the air, evading the hounds' assault. Luffy didn't stop there. He began circling Akainu at such a high speed that he left visible white after. Akainu was no fool. Think you can evade my lock-on just by moving fast? Naive. With that thought, he slammed a heavy punch into the ground. Boom. Crash. As his fist connected with the earth, massive spears of magma erupted from the ground around him, shooting skyward like fiery pillars. Crack. Even Luffy couldn't dodge all the magma pillars at once. As he was enjoying his bouncing, one erupted directly beneath him. However, Luffy's instincts were razor-sharp. He sensed the pillar and adjusted his posture, just in time, being launched thousands of meters into the sky. Although he didn't fully avoid the attack, he managed to protect his crotch, which was a fortunate silver lining. He really didn't want to experience fried little brother. That was close. Good thing I dodged. Luffy laughed, a hint of relief in his voice. Crash. Suddenly thunder roared in the sky. Lightning crackled around Luffy, but it didn't harm him. Seeing the lightning around him, an idea sparked in Luffy's mind. He reached out and grabbed the largest, longest purple bolt. As he did, he began to fall. Even so, he didn't use his boot's ability to fly or stabilize himself. He simply let himself fall. The lightning in his hand crackled and hummed, and as if attracted by the sound, the surrounding lightning bolts converged upon it. Soon the bolt in Luffy's hand swelled into a colossal sphere of lightning as large as a mushroom. As Luffy descended, Akainu clenched his fist, ready to deliver a killing blow the moment he got in range. He was confident a direct hit to the head would be fatal. As seconds ticked by, Akainu's fist grew to an immense size. At that moment, Luffy's figure appeared. Magma eruption. Thunder prison. With those words, Akainu's colossal magma fist shot skyward, while Luffy hurled his massive sphere of lightning down towards the Admiral. Seeing the impending collision, Sengoku and Whitebeard ordered their subordinates to evacuate the area immediately. At the same time, Ichin erected a defensive barrier. Seconds after the barrier was raised, Luffy's and Akainu's attacks collided with tremendous force. Whoosh, crack, hum, boom. Initially, the fire and lightning raged against each other, but after a few seconds, the magma began to falter. 3 seconds later, the lightning pierced through the magma, resulting in a massive explosion. Due to its penetrative nature, the lightning shot straight through the magma and struck Akainu, while the magma, powerful but volatile, began to burst apart in the air. Arg! The lightning struck Akainu, eliciting a cry of pain. Rumble! Simultaneously, the magma in the air detonated with terrifying force. The immense wave of scorching air incinerated half of the marine base's main building, and Luffy, still airborne, was scorched by the searing blast as well. The shockwave also sent Luffy tumbling through the air, spinning over 10 times before he could finally rise. Boom! The thunder showed no sign of stopping after striking Akainu, instead spreading outward from him as its epicenter. Bang! Just as the lightning spread 200 meters, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall. Ichin watched the rampaging lightning with a faint smile. That idiot Luffy never considers whether we might get caught in the blast, though it's hardly a problem for us. Hearing this, Zoro, Nami, and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Probably because that fool believes you can block it with ease. At that, the entire Straw Hat crew burst into laughter, the atmosphere filled with joy. Unlike them, the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines were all struck with sheer astonishment. Has Straw Hat Luffy grown this powerful in less than a year since setting sail? Boom! The lightning continued to roar and ravage everything in its path, while Luffy, having stabilized himself, descended slowly from the sky. Against the backdrop of the wild thunder, he looked like a god descending upon the world. Tap! As Luffy's feet touched the ground, the surrounding lightning seemed to part ways for him, dissipating into nothingness. Quick rescue, Sakazuki! The moment the lightning faded, Sengoku immediately shouted for Kizaru and Akiji to rush to the aid of the fallen admiral. Akainu, weakened, knelt with his hands supporting him on the ground, violently coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Cough. Duh. Mn. Thud. Overwhelmed by his severe injuries, Akainu closed his eyes in defiance, his consciousness fading as he fell into a dead faint. Kizaru arrived at his side, hoisted him up, and quickly retreated, handing him over to several marine soldiers for medical treatment. This is bad. I never imagined Sakazuki would be taken down by Straw Hat Luffy, Sengoku thought, gazing at the white-haired young man in the distance. Even so, we cannot abandon this fight. This is about the Marines' honor. If we let Ace escape, how can we ever expect people to trust the Marines again? With that thought, Sengoku seemed to make a decision. He raised his clenched fist high. My fellow comrades, we have not lost yet. Hearing this, the Marine officers all turned their gaze to Sengoku. This battle is not over. The enemy is still before us. Raise your blades and charge with me. Having said that, Sengoku transformed into his great Buddha form and charged straight at Luffy. Ugh! Hearing the call, the Marines immediately rose, brandishing their weapons as they surged toward the Whitebeard pirates. Watching the Marine officers charging forward around him, Garp let out a helpless sigh before joining the Gururara. Never thought I'd see the day the fleet admiral himself joins the fray. Then I can't just stand here and watch. Seeing Sengoku personally entering the battle, Whitebeard was roused with excitement, gripping his Bicento to engage the fleet admiral. However, just as he was about to surge past Luffy to clash with Garp and the others, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped him. Luffy flashed a smile. Old man, you're too badly injured to fight. If you were to die out here, Ace would be heartbroken. His words stunned both pirates and Marines alike. Yet recalling his overwhelming strength, they chose to remain silent. Whitebeard himself burst into thunderous laughter. What an arrogant brat. But I like your spirit. Very well, let me witness what you're capable of. Gururara. Luffy chuckled softly in response. Don't worry. With that, he stepped forward a few more paces, and the Straw Hat crew slowly gathered around him. To his left stood Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, and Frankie. To his right were Ichin, Apis, Nami, Usopp, and Brook. Gazing at the 11 members of the Straw Hat crew before him, Whitebeard couldn't help but lament that he had grown old. At that moment, Ace walked up beside him. Is it truly wise to let Luffy and the others fight the Marines alone? It wasn't just Ace who voiced this concern. Marco and the other commanders also asked the same question. Whitebeard hummed softly before replying, just watch them closely. Their battle. They are without a doubt the brightest stars of this era. Watching the Marines closing the distance, Luffy took the first step forward, pounding his fists together. Let's go, my crew. Ugh! Whoosh! The war cries had barely faded when the two sides clashed. In moments they had locked onto their respective targets, and the battle erupted. Sengoku's target was of course Captain Luffy. Meanwhile, just as before, Ichin squared off against Garp. Apis faced Aokiji. Sanji took on Kizaru, and Zoro resumed his duel with Mihawk as their fight remained undecided. This time, however, Brook found himself facing not only Smoker, but also several vice admirals. Yet, thanks to his ability to summon fallen comrades, he ended up taking on over 20 vice admirals single-handedly. Nami and Robin teamed up against Momosaji and Tina. Frankie, Usopp, and Chopper engaged the remaining vice admirals. The rear admirals, meanwhile, didn't join the fight against the Straw Hats. Instead, they advanced on the Whitebeard pirates alongside the Pacifistas and Doflamingo. Boa Hancock, as always, was kicking anyone who came near her. Bartholomew Kuma attacked the pirates without mercy, while Moria busied himself collecting shadows and severed heads. Seeing this, the Whitebeard pirates led by Ace launched their counterattack, while Marco tended to Whitebeard's wounds and ailments. In the duel between Luffy and Sengoku, the fleet admiral relentlessly pressed his attack, but Luffy bounced around like a monkey, making him incredibly difficult to land a clean hit on. Still, given Sengoku's caliber, he could land blows on Luffy if he wanted. But he was biding his time, waiting for Luffy to show an opening, even for a split second. However, Sengoku's plan was doomed to fail, for the current Luffy felt neither fatigue nor pain. The only chance for an opening would be if Luffy got distracted by his own antics. But Sengoku was nothing if not perceptive. Seizing the moment when Luffy was pondering his next playful move, he charged forward and slammed a golden glowing fist into the boy's face. He had expected the punch to at least inflict some damage, but instead it felt like striking a ball of cotton, a profoundly unsettling sensation. As that thought crossed Sengoku's mind, Luffy was sent flying like a batted ping-pong ball. Straw Hat Luffy's ability is far too bizarre. I used my armament Haki, so how could he still? While Sengoku was lost in thought, Luffy midair burst into his signature shishishishi laughter, as if this were all a grand game rather than a war, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself. After being gravely wounded by Kizaru, Sanji awakened the Vinsmoke exoskeleton, his combat prowess now several times greater than before. The two now clashed on equal footing, though Kizaru was no longer as leisurely as before. Meanwhile, as Aokiji lunged at Apis, she vanished in a flash and reappeared above him. In the next instant her long leg descended upon his head with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, because Qingshang was in control of this body, every aspect of its capabilities had been greatly enhanced. Akiji knocked back, let out a surprised exclamation before melting into ice, merging with the ground, and hurling a barrage of ice javelins at Qingshang. As the frozen projectiles raced toward her, Qingshang merely extended a delicate jade-like hand and gave a gentle wave. With a shattering sound, the ice javelins instantly disintegrated into sparkling particles that dissipated into the air. Seeing his attack neutralized so effortlessly, Akiji did not pause. He stretched out his right hand, aiming it directly at Qingshang. Observing Akiji preparing to unleash a skill, Qingshang showed no sign of wariness. She casually brushed aside a lock of hair that obscured her eyes, then began to advance slowly toward him. Her nonchalant demeanor seemed to suggest that Akiji was nothing more than a plaything to be toyed with at her leisure. As Qingshang drew closer, Akiji's attack surged toward her like a towering, overwhelming wave. From a god's eye view, one would witness two colossal 1,000-meter waves of ice converging on Qingshang, with countless weapon-shaped shards of ice being fired from within the waves. Qingshang appeared utterly minuscule before this onslaught of ice. Yet this was merely an illusion. In truth, these formidable ice attacks were nothing more than an exaggerated spectacle in her eyes. With a whoosh, a projectile of ice shot toward Qingshang at breakneck speed, closing to within a single centimeter of her. Just as it believed its purpose was fulfilled, its trajectory was abruptly altered. With a swish, a black hole 10 meters in diameter materialized above Qingshang's head, devouring the incoming ice projectiles. The black hole moved in tandem with Qingshang. However, as the ice waves had enclosed them, outsiders were oblivious to the events unfolding within. Had they witnessed it, their expressions would have been as stunned as Akiji's. What kind of ability is this? It can even devour attacks. I wonder if my ice waves can freeze it solid. Akiji pondered, staring at the black hole before him. But just as he was contemplating a strategy to counter it, the black hole above Qingshang vanished without a trace. As I thought, this body can only sustain it for this long, Qingshang muttered softly, clenching her fist to gauge the magical energy within her. With a whoosh, Qingshang disappeared from her spot. Just as Akiji felt a wave of relief, she materialized directly in front of him. Startled by Apis' sudden appearance, Akiji instinctively began to elementalize. Despite his swift reaction, Qingshang's fist was faster. The moment he started to transform, her blow connected squarely with his abdomen. A thunderous impact echoed out. The force of the punch sent Akiji flying backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the 1,000-meter ice waves surged toward Qingshang. She glanced over to see Akiji now on the ground, clenching his fist in her direction. With a low hum, the ice waves accelerated abruptly, crashing down upon Qingshang. Ice burial. A deafening explosion followed. The ice waves swiftly engulfed Qingshang completely. Seeing the towering 1,000-meter mountain of ice take form, Akiji slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. Well, what a formidable young lady. She nearly knocked me unconscious. Cough. As he spoke, Akiji spat out a mouthful of blood. He placed his hand on his abdomen, feeling the deep fist imprint she had left there. At that moment, Qingshang, sealed within the iceberg, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The ice around her began to melt away, and within seconds she had shattered the frozen prison within a 3-meter radius. She then reached out and touched the surrounding ice. This ice is thicker with each layer. Breaking it is no challenge for me, but it will still take a few minutes. A waste of time. As she finished speaking, a blue-white magical circle suddenly illuminated around her. With a resonant hum, a pale blue light flashed across Qingshang's body. Her hair transformed into a snow-white hue, and her black armor shifted to a predominantly white design with blue accents. Even her dragon horn's wings and tail changed color. The surrounding ice seemed to rejoice, vibrating with excitement in response to her transformation. Suddenly, as Akiji prepared to assist the others, the ground began to tremble violently with a deep. Then an incredible sight unfolded. A 2-meter-tall doorway appeared at the base of the iceberg. The ice within it gradually transformed into a passageway, extending until it reached right before Qingshang. A crystalline ice carpet materialized out of thin air before Qingshang, instantly unrolling all the way to the doorway. Mysteriously, ice dragon statues materialized along both sides of the passageway, all kneeling in a posture of reverence, as if welcoming the arrival of a sovereign. Hey, is this for real? My own ices. Akiji's brow furrowed deeply. This was turning into a much bigger problem than he had anticipated. In truth, Qingshang couldn't directly command the ice Akiji created. However, if Akiji wasn't actively controlling it, the ice would obey Qingshang provided it had absorbed the immense magical energy she emanated. With a hum as Qingshang stepped out gracefully, the iceberg shattered into countless ice shards that hovered in the air. Some of them formed a staircase, and at its top a throne materialized. Qingshang seated herself upon the throne with elegance while the surrounding ice shards continued to shift and reshape. Akiji looked up to see her raise a hand, extending her index finger to point directly at him. With a whoosh, tens of thousands of ice shards shot toward Akiji at terrifying speed. In response, Akiji summoned his own ice, sending it crashing against the incoming projectiles. Amidst the clashing and whooshing sounds as their ice collided for several seconds, a 20-meter-long ice dragon suddenly burst forth from Qingshang's throne. With a deafening roar, Akiji, seeing this, immediately erected an ice wall and summoned several massive ice arrows around himself. The ice dragon collided with the wall with a thunderous impact, and at the same moment Akiji launched the ice. The ice dragon, pierced by the arrows, exploded into countless ice shards that rained down upon Akiji. Without hesitation, he transformed into ice and swiftly moved to dodge the attack. Seeing Qingji still handling things with ease, Qingshang slowly rose to his feet. With a single step, he trod upon the air, and in the next instant he vanished from where he stood. While Qingji searched for Qingshang's whereabouts, the latter had already ascended to 100 meters above, looking down upon Qingji on the ground below. With a hum, several slender chains of ice shot forth from the void the moment Qingshang appeared in the sky. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Startled Qingji found no trace of Qingshang around him and looked up to the sky, only to see the iron chains coiling around Qingshang at the center, and as time passed the icy chains continued to extend downward. While Qingji was still in shock, the chains of ice descended upon him like a colossal net. Seeing the chains closing in, Qingji summoned his ice trident and struck out at them. With a shattering crash, the moment the ice trident pierced the iron chains, it fragmented into pieces. A surge of disbelief washed over Qingji. In no time the ice chains wrapped around Qingji, binding him tightly. Because Qingji himself was made of ice, he found himself unable to break free from these chains that were immune to his cold. Soon his limbs were completely restrained by the icy chains, and then his torso was bound as well. Within seconds, Qingji was immobilized, unable to move an inch. Qingshang returned to the ground, walking past the imprisoned Qingji toward the direction where each and give up. You cannot break free. Though these chains won't harm you, you cannot leave this place. A voice echoed in his mind, and Qingji's eyes widened in shock. Hearing the voice in his head, Qingji was stunned for a second time. Why was the white-haired girl's voice in his mind? And these ice chains, he truly couldn't break free. What's more, he even found it somewhat comfortable. In another area of the square, Zoro was engaged in a fierce battle with Haki, exchanging blow for blow. Hearing the voice in his head, Qingji was stunned for a second time. Why was the white-haired girl's voice in Zoro held his sword horizontally before him, speaking to Haki. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed Qingshang finishing her fight. He couldn't afford to be slower than that pervy cook. Hearing this, Haki paused briefly, then nodded. As you wish. With that, he repositioned his blade before him and stepped forward slightly with his left foot. At that moment, the aura around the two shifted dramatically, and the ground beneath them began to crack apart. In a flash, their figures vanished, and in the blink of an eye, they were within arm's reach of each other. Serious strike. One illusion, three swords style, great world. Azura, hunting hell. As the words fell, strange black light radiated from both their bodies as they charged at each other. Whoosh, boom, slash, hum. Amid the thunderous clash, their blades swept past each other in a flash. Around them, black lightning erupted from nowhere, blasting the ground dozens of meters deep. Only a few meters of ground beneath their feet remained intact. With a soft thud as they landed, their exchange came to an end. With a splash of blood, a long, thin sword wound appeared across Hawkeye's chest moments later. That was a fine strike, Roronoa Zoro. As he spoke, Hawkeye turned around to face Zoro, who had his back to him. Hearing this, Zoro turned and smiled at Hawkeye. But in the next instant, a long, thin wound appeared on Zoro's body as well. One that looked even deeper than Hawkeye's. At the same time, Zoro's consciousness began to fade. After struggling to stay upright for a few more seconds, he finally collapsed toward the ground. With a soft thud, just as Zoro was about to hit the ground, a figure appeared beside him and caught him, cradling him before he could fall. What a fool, the girl murmured softly, gazing tenderly at Zoro in her arms. But I liked watching this scene. Hawkeye couldn't help but be taken aback. How remarkable that one so powerful. With that thought, he sheathed his black blade and began walking toward the harbor. Just as he turned, a dessert was suddenly tossed his way by the girl, and Hawkeye caught it effortlessly. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Eat that. ITLL stop the bleeding. Before Hawkeye could ask, the girl explained directly. Without hesitation, Hawkeye ate it, then walked away without looking back. Yet he couldn't resist stealing one more glance at Zoro. The next time we meet, you will surely have surpassed me, Roronoa Zoro. As he settled into his small boat, a few Marines called out in confusion. Hawkeye, the war isn't over. Where are you going? Your war may not be over, but my battle is. I've already dealt with a formidable foe for you Marines. That fulfills my duty. With that, Hawkeye sailed away on his small boat, leaving behind 2 bewildered Marine vice-admirals. Meanwhile, Sanji's battle with his opponents raged on neither side, able to gain the upper hand. Back at Zoro's platform, the girl gently stroked his face. She had intended to feed him a healing food, but found that even prying his mouth open wouldn't allow him to chew. She could have simply made him swallow it whole, but she felt that wouldn't do. So instead, she placed the food in her own mouth, chewed it thoroughly, and then began to feed it to Zoro. Several minutes passed. By now, numerous Marine vice-admirals and many rear admirals had fallen, and quite a few pirate captains had also been taken down. On Luffy's side, Sengoku's defense and attack were both formidable, and while Luffy's stamina was limitless, he had yet to fully master all the abilities of his 5th gear. Thus, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. The Marine vice-admirals who crossed paths with Ace Jozu and Vista fared terribly, defeated almost instantly. As for the captains under Whitebeard's fleet, those who encountered Doflamingo Kuma or Hancock were struck down in an instant as well. Even though the main forces clashed quickly, several captains were lost along with dozens of skilled pirates. Meanwhile, Blackbeard had arrived at the port of Marineford. Zihahaha, what a magnificent sight. I bet it's utter carnage in there. As he spoke, Blackbeard and his crew began to stroll leisurely toward the square, seemingly in no hurry to join the fray. At the same time, on the other side, after successfully intercepting Kaido, Shanks was sailing at full speed toward Marineford, hoping he would make it in time. Having successfully escaped, impelled down Buggy and his crew parted ways with Crocodile Jinbe Ivankov and the others. With a thud, the Blackbeard pirates landed atop the surrounding wall, overlooking the battlefield. Blackbeard, who had intended to make a grand entrance, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the sight of the plaza below. There was Akainu being treated on a stretcher, Aokiji bound, and restrained Sengoku, and his forces locked in battle, and Whitebeard, who had already been mostly healed. Whoa, what's going on here? The Marines are actually losing. Shiryu, standing nearby, couldn't help but snicker. What's there to be flustered about, Teach? Looks like both sides are just about spent. If you're scared, maybe I should be the captain instead. Haha, you have a point. Then let's wait a little longer. It doesn't seem like the right moment just yet. As he spoke, Blackbeard casually sat down, biding his time for the perfect opportunity. However, his hopes were far too optimistic. Even though they remained still, Tsuru, who was observing from the sidelines, had already noticed them. Upon spotting Blackbeard, the Marines and pirates put some distance between each other. At the same time, Sengoku also recognized the impelled-down criminals surrounding Blackbeard. Teach, you bastard, was this your goal for going to impel down? Sengoku shouted the accusation at Blackbeard. In response, Blackbeard let out a hearty laugh and admitted, I couldn't get into impel down without becoming a warlord. Now that my goal is achieved, I can just discard the title of warlord. Just as Sengoku was grinding his teeth in fury at Blackbeard, Whitebeard suddenly unleashed a shockwave punch in Blackbeard's direction. Boom. The shockwave tore through the ground, heading straight for Blackbeard. Crash. With a thunderous noise, the wall where Blackbeard and his crew stood was blown apart, forcing them down to the ground level. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been bouncing around, returned to the Straw Hat crew's position. Just then, Whitebeard strode past him. Hey brat, don't you lay a hand on that man. This is my family's business. Hearing this, Luffy nodded in agreement, but then glanced at Ichin beside him. I'm counting on you, Ichin. Seeing Luffy look from Whitebeard to him, Ichin understood and nodded. He stepped in front of Whitebeard, and much to the old man's bewilderment, began to cast a healing spell on him. Whoosh. A flash of light enveloped Whitebeard, and miraculously his wounds began to heal completely. His heart and other organs also started to repair themselves. Whitebeard, who had been about to question the young man's actions, felt the soothing sensation of healing and stopped. Instead, he simply offered Ichin a thank you. In response, Ichin gave a soft chuckle. No need to thank me. I'm merely doing what my captain asked of me. That is all. I wonder how Blackbeard will fare against a fully healed, fully energized Whitebeard. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Whitebeard's old ailments were completely cured. After the treatment concluded, Whitebeard tested his grip. Yes, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Sensing the immense power surging within him, Whitebeard's eyes shot open in shock. The next second, a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from his being. The old man's pretty impressive, Luffy laughed as he felt the Haki. This familiar conqueror's Haki. It's just like the one Dad used to release in his younger days. Marco exclaimed in surprise, feeling the overwhelming pressure. He was also overjoyed that his father had regained his former ferocity, though of course his father was always ferocious. The Marine officers were equally shocked. Sengoku's heart was filled with both astonishment and dread. The fight was already tough enough, did they really need to turn up the intensity now? Teach at this moment was so terrified by this Haki that he couldn't stop sweating. Simultaneously, the Marines and pirates who had just woken up were knocked unconscious again by Whitebeard's conqueror's Haki. Even some vice admirals felt their heads spin from the pressure. Whoosh. After releasing his Haki, Whitebeard leapt lightly and appeared before Blackbeard in an instant. He then threw a heavy, quake-infused punch directly at Blackbeard's face. Whitebeard's speed was so immense that the fist connected before Blackbeard could even react, slamming him hard into the ground. Thud. Goth. Blackbeard coughed up a massive amount of blood upon impact. Blood also gushed from his eyes, nose, and ears. Help me, you idiots. Pinned down and unable to struggle free, Teach mustered all his strength to Hearing this, Lafitte and the others charged at Whitebeard, while Van Augur took aim with his rifle at Whitebeard's forehead. It's useless. No matter how many of you come, the result will be the same. Watching them rush towards him, Whitebeard first slammed Blackbeard 10 meters deep into the earth. Then grabbing his Bicinto, he twirled it in an arc before unleashing a powerful slash forward. DZZZ. Boom. The sound of space tearing apart echoed as a massive crack dozens of meters long split the air in front of Whitebeard. In the next instant, a shockwave burst forth from the fissure. Push-boom. The shockwave shot out and immediately slammed into the charging pirates, pinning them against the surrounding wall and continuing to crush them against it. As for Van Augur's bullet, it had already been flattened into a tiny disc and lay on the ground. Damn, I've got to get out of here. Seeing his comrades taken out in one blow, Van Augur immediately had that thought. At the same moment, Whitebeard appeared right above him. Sensing the danger, Van Augur instantly teleported away, just as Whitebeard's fist came crashing down. Kaboom! A massive hole was blasted into the ground, and the surrounding walls began to crumble, and noticing his target had vanished, Whitebeard didn't bother to search for him. He simply walked back to his original spot, just as Teach was climbing out of the hole. Thud! Before Blackbeard could catch his breath, a huge hand clamped down on his neck, and he was once again helplessly slammed into the ground. Ugh! Let me go. I'm your son, Dad. Cough. Are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard struggled to break free, but the grip on his throat was ironclad. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. Hearing this, a vein bulged on Whitebeard's forehead. Shut up. You are the only one who is not worthy of being my son, Teach. Boom. Whoosh. Just as Whitebeard was about to end Blackbeard's life, Van Augur suddenly appeared beside Blackbeard. Enduring the overwhelming pressure, he swiftly snatched Blackbeard away from Whitebeard's striking range. Right after retrieving Blackbeard, Shiryu and the others were teleported by Van Augur to the port of Marineford. Watching Blackbeard and his crew being rescued, Whitebeard clenched his fist tightly. A truly cunning ability. Brew 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 brew. Brew brew brew. Meanwhile, the Den Den Mushi on Sengoku's person suddenly began to ring. Booga. Moshi Moshi. What? Are you certain? What nonsense is this? Then the Marines who sacrificed their lives will have died in vain. Hearing this, Sengoku directly roared into the Den Den Mushi. How am I supposed to answer to my men? How am I supposed to answer to the families of the Marines who fought to the death? Ahem. Mind your tone. Sengoku. We have our own considerations. As for the Marines' families, just give them extra compensation. Jupiter frowned and spoke sternly, as if this war was of little consequence to him. But if we do this, what will become of the Marines' honor in the future? Saturn tapped the table and said in a deep voice, well, that still sounds better than a defeat, doesn't it? Hearing this, Sengoku clenched his fists again. He didn't know how to refute it. Admitting that Ace's execution was a mistake would embarrass the Marines, but it was indeed more palatable than admitting defeat. Although Garp and Kizuru were still standing facing the current combined might of Whitebeard and the Straw Hats, three top fighters, the situation was already beyond their control. The best outcome they could hope for was a mutual destruction. If the other three emperors were to suddenly make a move, the Marines would have no top-tier combat power left to. Just as Sengoku was analyzing the situation in his mind, Mar's voice came through. You should have figured it out by now, Sengoku. Let Whitebeard and the others leave. As for the public opinion, you should be able to handle it. Booga. As soon as he finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi communication was cut off. What's wrong, Sengoku? What did those old men say to you? Seeing Sengoku's troubled expression, Tsuru immediately asked him. Although she could guess what had happened, she still wanted to confirm. Hearing this, Sengoku composed himself, then walked towards Whitebeard and Luffy. Still want to fight? Watching Sengoku approach, Whitebeard asked while Luffy beside him prepared for battle at any moment. You may leave. We will not attack you any longer. Hearing this, everyone was briefly stunned, then became wary again. After all, the Marines had just deceived a captain not too long ago. Whitebeard, however, turned and walked towards the Moby Dick. Let's go, my sons. We're heading back to the new... Though still worried about the Marines' tricks, the pirates obeyed Whitebeard's command, dragging their unconscious comrades towards the port. Of course, Marco and the others didn't leave immediately. They kept a cautious eye on the Marines and the warlords just in case. Meanwhile, Luffy and Ace were chatting away happily. After the main group had retreated, Marco and the others finally returned to the ship. See you in the new world, Luffy. Ace waved from the ship. Luffy waved back in return. Johnny Ace. Meanwhile, Sengoku ordered the Den Den Mushi broadcast to be turned back on, pointing the camera at the departing Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, Sengoku ordered the Den Den Mushi broadcast to be turned back on, pointing the camera at the departing Whitebeard pirates. The claim that Ace was Roger's son was a misunderstanding. Roger's son died long ago. Even so, we still drove the pirates into a panicked retreat. After saying this, Sengoku turned the camera towards the fallen commanders of the Whitebeard pirates who had perished in the battle. As for the devastation of Marineford, Sengoku broadcasted it, as well, claiming it was merely collateral damage from the Admiral's fight. By this point, Marineford was indeed nothing more than a pile of rubble. Sengoku then went on to state that if it weren't for the Straw Hat Pirates, the Whitebeard pirates would have been completely annihilated, further boosting the Straw Hat's reputation across the world. Finally, he announced his impending retirement, bringing the broadcast to an end. Meanwhile, the reporters at Sabaody Archipelago, upon learning the outcome, began a frenzy of reporting. And Morgans began creating hype for the Straw Hats. Listen up, everyone. If this gets printed, it'll be a massive hit, and our newspaper will reach new heights. In the printing room, Morgans declared loudly, "Put this on the front page of the Paramount War Report. The fifth Emperor of the Sea has emerged. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, whose name is Monkey D. Luffy. Though he has no territory, his immense strength turned the tide of the battle, and all his subordinates are formidable warriors of the world. If we were to give him a title, his imperial moniker would be the Crownless. Following the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, and the world's most talented and youngest emperor, red-haired Shanks. The world's strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts and the indestructible force of nature. Big MOM comes the Crownless Emperor, Straw Hat Luffy. What will become of this world? I can hardly wait to see." Meanwhile, Crocodile and his two companions who had arrived at Marineford along with the red hair pirates who had just shown up looked at the Marines cleaning up the battlefield, lost in thought. It's over. Shanks then took a few men to find Sengoku and inquire about the details. Upon learning that Luffy had thrown the battle into chaos, Shanks couldn't help but marvel. To think that the little brat from back then is now powerful enough to sway the outcome of a battle of this magnitude. After learning the outcome, Shanks left the battlefield with a smile, while Crocodile and Jinbe also headed for the new world. Akiji with Kizaris helped manage to break free from his ice restraints. Akainu, on the other hand, was still confined to his sickbed. A day later, the Marines had finished their cleanup and began their journey to the new headquarters. However, a contingent of Marines was left behind to oversee the repair works at Marineford. Sometime before the end of the Summit War. Holy Land, Mary Geos. 5 Elders Conference Room. This is my pinnacle. The 5 elders watched the projected image, their faces darkening. To think that the Gum Gum Fruit's mythical Zoan form model Nico would awaken in some brat who's only been at sea for a short while. Bang! Mars slammed his fist on the table, saying, "We assumed that with the fruit in the hands of a snot-nosed kid, there wouldn't be major trouble. But this? Calm down. It's not at the worst point yet." As he spoke, Mercury beckoned a CP0 agent standing by. After the agent leaned in, Mercury ordered him to quickly prepare a ship for departure. After the CP0 agent left to carry out the order, the 5 elders stood up in unison. Regardless of the cost, they had to kill the wielder of Nika, lest he become a major threat in the future. Rumble. Just as the 5 were about to depart, the ground suddenly shook violently. Then the conference room door burst open and an armored soldier rushed in, frantically collapsing to his knees. "Sir, it's terrible. An intruder has attacked Mary Geos. He's destroying everything around him, as if searching for something. Even the noble celestial dragons have been brutally murdered, over 100 of them." "What?" Hearing this, the 5 elders' eyes widened in shock. Setting aside the fact that reaching Mary Geos requires climbing a 10th-meter-high mountain, the naval forces below wouldn't be easily defeated either. Who on earth was this person? So where has he reached now? Venus asked the panicked soldier. He's already. Just as the soldier looked up, he suddenly saw something terrifying. Trembling, he extended his index finger, pointing directly at Venus, who stood at the back. Seeing this, the 5 elders turned to look behind Mercury, but saw nothing. Just as they were about to berate the soldier, a figure suddenly appeared between Saturn and Mars, draping his arms around their necks and sitting on the sofa. Gentlemen, were you looking for me? Startled by the sudden intrusion, Saturn and Mars didn't hesitate. They immediately threw punches at the figure between them. Thud. Their punches were swift and landed squarely, but from a third-person perspective it merely looked like they were gently brushing the cheeks of the man in the middle. Ichen, unfazed by the punches, flashed a kind smile. Hey, don't be so agitated, everyone. I merely wish to have a simple conversation with you, esteemed gentlemen. The 5 elders were taken aback. A simple conversation indeed. Who would slaughter over 100 of someone's family members just to initiate a chat? Even killing a dog would be considered a provocation. The 3 stared at him, not believing a word he said. Meanwhile, Mars and Saturn struggled desperately to break free from his grasp. Realizing they couldn't break free no matter what, the 5 exchanged glances. Suddenly, Mars and Saturn transformed into a giant sandworm and a minotaur-like creature respectively. Due to their increased size, Ichen's arms could no longer hold them, and they broke free. Simultaneously, Venus and the others attacked Ichen. Ichen didn't dodge. Instead, he slightly opened his mouth. Dark magic shadow nails. As the words left his lips, 3 massive nails appeared behind Venus and the others. Bang! Just as their attacks were about to land, the shadow nails pierced their shadows. Despite being pinned by their shadows, the 3 struggled fiercely. At the same time, Mars and Saturn launched another attack on Ichen. Mars opened its terrifying, grotesque maw, while Saturn glared at Ichen, with its venomous eyes seemingly releasing some kind of psychological toxin. A slight smile played on Ichen's lips again as he parted them slightly. Blazing whale engulfment. Holy light, blessing detoxification. As he spoke, a red light flashed beneath Mars. The next second, a colossal whale leaped out and swallowed Mars whole. Simultaneously, a holy light enveloped Ichen, purging the toxins from his body. The intense flames seared Mars, causing it to cry out in agony. Saturn was stunned. Its poison had no effect on the opponent. Anyone caught in its gaze would have their head explode instantly. Yet this man seemed completely unaffected. While Saturn was still in shock, a massive hand extended from the wall and grabbed it. Meanwhile, Venus and the others had almost broken free from the shadow nails. Just as they broke free and prepared to attack, chains materialized from the void, hoisting them into the air. Damn it! Enraged, Venus and the others roared and began to transform, but Ichen had no intention of allowing them to do so. Snap! With a snap of Ichen's fingers, their half-completed transformations instantly reverted. Simultaneously, Venus and Mars also returned to their original forms, and the magic Ichen had cast on them vanished. Forbidden spell, magic nullification field. Ichen surveyed the scene with satisfaction. It seemed this forbidden spell could suppress not only magic, but also devil fruit abilities. Even though he himself would be affected, it was a minor issue, as he could dispel it at any time. Now can we sit down and have a proper talk? Ichen chuckled, crossing his legs and leaning back on the sofa as he addressed the 5. The 5 were silent for a moment before quietly taking their seats. I want you to inform Sengoku to end the summit war. Seeing them silent, Ichen cut straight to the chase. The 5 exchanged glances, then nodded. All right, no problem. We agree. Venus replied, then looked at Ichen. Is that the only reason you came? Ichen shook his head. That's one of them. The other is that I want you to wait until Luffy becomes the pirate king before you kill him. Why help Straw Hat Luffy? What's in it for you? Mars demanded. I helped because I wanted to. There's no benefit in it for me. Ichen replied nonchalantly. It was what his original self had told him to say. What other reason could he give? What? Is there a problem? Seeing the 5 elders' furrowed brows, Ichen retorted with a hint of anger. It's your personal freedom, of course you can. We agree to this as well. Is there anything else? Who are you really? The 5 elders asked as he was about to leave. Me? You can call me. Who are you really? The 5 elders asked as he was about to leave. Me? You can call me. The demon god. At the banquet, Luffy immediately showed off his special move, sticking chopsticks up his nostrils and breaking into a dance before diving into the lavish feast and wolfing. Venus analyzed, looking at the other 4 stars. Though I loathe to heed that scoundrel's words given our strength. At this, all 5 fell into a somber silence. Let us await Imsama's awakening and defer to her judgment, Mercury proposed. Hearing this, the other four nodded in agreement. As for issuing a wanted notice for the demon god, all five concurred it was unnecessary. First, no one could match him in combat. Second, the celestial dragons had been assassinated and married Geos by a single individual. Reporting such an affair would be a tremendous disgrace. However, they could notify the Marines to raise the bounties on the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, upon the calm sea, the Going Merry sailed steadily forward, sailing abreast with the vessel of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. On the deck, the Empress was greeting Ichin and the others. "Yo didn't expect you to arrive so soon, Empress," Ichin said, walking over to greet her as she came aboard from the Snake Princess ship. Hearing this, the Empress was taken aback for a moment, then turned her head away and murmured, "If it pleases you, I would prefer you call me by my name." Though puzzled, Ichin nodded with a smile. "Very well, Hancock." He called my name. Does that mean we should kiss next?" The Emperor's heart fluttered wildly upon hearing him speak her name. Seeing the faint blush on the Emperor's cheeks, Ichin couldn't help but recall their awkward first encounter. They had chatted effortlessly, and before he knew it, she had invited him to visit Amazon Lily. Back then, he had neither accepted nor declined, for shortly after her question, he had rushed off to treat the gravely wounded Luffy. Now it was almost certain she had come to seek an answer to that previous question. Just as Ichin was thinking this, the Empress spoke directly. "I wish to invite Yakinsama to visit my country." Snapping back to reality, Ichin turned to Luffy. "How about we make a stop at Amazon Lily before heading to the New World?" Luffy scratched his head, looking confused. "But didn't she only invite you? Why ask me?" Hearing Luffy's response, Ichin couldn't resist delivering a love fist. "What? Planning to throw me overboard and head to the New World without me?" Ignoring the lump on his head, Luffy immediately clung to Ichin's leg. "That's not what I meant, Ichin. I want to hug him too," the Empress thought, enviously watching Luffy cling to Ichin's leg. But she quickly regained her composure and smiled at the rest of the Straw Hats. "It's not just Yakinsama. I also wish to invite all of Yakinsama's companions to a banquet I will host." "Wah, damn you, Ichin. Why is your luck with beautiful women so good?" Sanji lamented in agony, chewing on a rag. However, the moment he realized he was headed to an island of women, Sanji's despair vanished. After all, it was a land men were forbidden to enter. Upon hearing about the banquet, Luffy bounced up and rushed before the Empress, stomping excitedly in place. "Will there be delicious meat?" The Empress nodded with a gentle smile. Confirmed there'd be meat, Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs to set full speed for Amazon Lily. 2 days later, the Going Merry and the Empress ship traversed the calm belt and arrived at Amazon Lily. That very night, a grand banquet was held to welcome the Straw Hats. At the same time, new wanted posters were dropped onto Amazon Lily by seagulls. Gloriosa was utterly stunned as she looked at the headline news and the crew's bounties. Quickly, she delivered the newspaper and posters to Luffy. Luffy burst into loud laughter upon seeing the posters. Ichin showed no particular reaction, while Apis beamed with joy. Zoro smiled. Sanji fumed with rage. Nami once again contemplated asking Ichin to fake a head to raise her bounty, and Usopp's legs trembled violently. Robin let out a soft chuckle. Brooke calmly and leisurely examined his poster, and Frankie grinned. Mary couldn't help but smile seeing everyone so happy. Chopper, however, wore a sour face. "Why is my bounty so low even after I fought like a real man?" "Wah." One of the pirates who stirred up the Paramount wore Straw Hat Pirate's harmless pet raccoon dog. "Chopper. Bounty 520 berries," because Chopper hadn't killed a single soul and had even saved many Marines. A bounty of 520 berries was set, thoughtfully assessed by Marine headquarters based on his threat level. "Don't be sad, Chopper. Maybe the Marines just couldn't afford to pay out a higher bounty for you," Mary comforted, patting Chopper's shoulder. Straw Hat Pirate's warship that stirred up the Paramount War. Mary. Bounty 200 million berries. Thanks to her cunning spatial manipulation ability, the Straw Hat crew eluded the Marines' pursuit. Not bad, but still a bit low. The Straw Hat's shipwright who stirred up the Paramount War. Devilish cyborg. Frankie. Bounty 700 million berries. Slaughtered close to 1,000 Marines. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Never thought these old bones of mine would be worth this much. The Straw Hat's musician who stirred up the Paramount War. Soul King. Brooke. Bounty 1.2 billion berries. Capable of summoning the dead and fighting over 20 vice admirals to a standstill. I'll have to make sure I don't sleep too soundly from now on. The Straw Hat sniper who stirred up the Paramount War. Strategic Sniper King. Usopp. Bounty 1 billion berries. It was because of this man that our cannons were rendered useless. Marine Vice Admiral. Can they just send the money directly to me, eh? The Straw Hat's navigator who stirred up the Paramount War. Weather Witch Cat. Nami. Bounty 600 million berries. This woman even stole our wallets while we were knocked out. Absolutely shameless. Mama, I don't recall doing much of anything, yet my bounty still went up that much. One of the straw hats who stirred up the paramount war devil child Nico Robin, bounty 1. For billion berries. Knows part of the truth of history and has also acquired immense power. Being surpassed by Apis is one thing, but why is your bounty higher than mine? The straw hat's cook who stirred up the paramount war black like Sanji, bounty 2. 2 billion berries. The man who fought Admiral Kazuru to a standstill for 300 rounds. Maybe it's because I'm just a little bit stronger than you. The straw hat's swordsman who stirred up the paramount war deadly swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, bounty 2. 3 billion berries. A peerless swordsman who left a scar on the world's strongest swordsman Dracula Mihawk. Great. Our bounties went up so much Ching Shang Ni. The straw hat's combatant who stirred up the paramount war demon dragon princess, Apis Ching Shang, bounty 3 billion berries. Restrained Admiral Akiji. It's alright I guess. Not that I'm particularly impressed. The straw hat pirate's vice captain who stirred up the battlefield magic king and physical combat master, Yun Yui Chen, bounty 3. 2 billion berries. Fought on par with the hero Garp, considering Garp might have been holding back therefore. He almost caught up to Shanks, huh? The straw hat pirate's captain who stirred up the paramount war 5th emperor of the sea, the uncrowned king straw hat Luffy, bounty 3. 62 billion berries. The catalyst who changed the tide of battle gravely wounded Admiral Akainu and exchanged blows evenly with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At the banquet, Luffy immediately showed off his special move, sticking chopsticks up his nostrils and breaking into a dance before diving into the lavish feast and wolfing down mountains of meat and fish. The surrounding women were utterly charmed, eagerly stretching Luffy's cheeks and any other part of him that, despite their playful groping, Luffy felt no discomfort and cheerfully explained the nature of his power. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, the meat here is delicious and everyone's so friendly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zoro was awkwardly declining requests from the women. Yet when they produced some fine sake, Zoro reluctantly agreed, allowing them to run their hands over his chiseled abs. After all, being touched wouldn't cost him a thing, and he got good sake out of it. He'll never understand why people like feeling abs, he mused before pouring another flagon of fine wine down his throat. Sanji, meanwhile, had fallen into a paradise of softness. Surrounded by the gentle voices of the women, he had completely lost himself, lounging in their embrace while being fed grapes. If this is a dream, please don't ever wake me up. As for Nami, she was engaged in a drinking contest with a group of powerful women, seeing who could outdrink the other. The only reason she was interested was that the winner received a berry reward. Bring it on. Meanwhile, Apis and the other 2 little ones were surrounded by a group of older women. You're all so adorable. The women cooed, hearts in their eyes as they looked at the trio in their arms. The 3 of them giggled at the praise, and Chopper in particular was so happy, he performed a reindeer dance for the women. Usopp, on the other hand, was regaling the women with tales of his perilous adventures. Right when the Marines were about to attack my crew, I shouted, "If you want to live, get lost." And then the Marines ran off, scared of the great Captain Usopp. Robin was having a lovely time discussing the history of Amazon Lily with Nyan, showing great interest in the island's lore. So there's a river in this country that makes you pregnant if you drink from it. No wonder they can keep having children without men, even if they only have daughters. Wearing only his swim trunks, Frankie was showing off his mechanical body, sparking intense curiosity among the women. Even my heart can fire a cannon. Wanna see? But since the women had never seen a man's body before, they mistook it for a mushroom. One girl even asked Frankie if all men had large mushrooms. Frankie nodded, but then shook his head, clarifying that some were indeed small. Another group of women was completely entranced by Brooke's music. Yo-ho-ho-ho. May I have a look at your pants? Missus, aren't we wearing them on the outside? The girls asked, pointing at their shorts. At that, Brooke stared intently, as if he had glimpsed his dreamland. Empress bedchamber. At this moment, I-chan was walking toward the Empress bed. An hour into the feast, he had been brought here by the Empress' sister, who said the Empress wished to speak with him. As a kind-hearted man, I-chan couldn't refuse the invitation, so he now found himself here. After leading him to the Empress' private room, her sister closed the door and left. Just as I-chan was about to ask what she wanted to discuss, the bed curtains suddenly parted. In the next moment, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight of magnificent snowy peaks. However, he immediately averted his gaze. Oh my God, she's so bold. That almost gave me a heart attack. Seeing this, the Empress let out a soft chuckle and turned around. Lord I-chan, you can turn back now. At her words, I-chan looked back and saw an ugly red hoof-shaped mark on the Empress' back. Then the Empress turned around again, her bright and dazzling snowy peaks forcing I-chan to shut his eye. Seeing this, the Empress let out a helpless sigh. I didn't want you to see this, Lord I-chan, but I knew you had to know eventually. This mark of shame. The Empress knew he had killed a celestial dragon, so he wouldn't fear the mark. She also wanted to explain why she had been so friendly to him. But seeing him with his eyes shut, unwilling to look at her, she sighed inwardly. He probably wasn't closing his eyes out of fear. Perhaps he found her too tainted. This is the reason I wish to speak with you. I apologize for showing you such a filthy brand. As she spoke, she lowered her head in sorrow, her fingers digging into the mark on her back, as if she wanted to tear it off. Turn around, Hancock. Suddenly, Ichin spoke to her. Though confused, the Empress complied and turned around. Just as she was about to ask why, a flash of blue light appeared behind her. She looked back to see Ichin standing there. It seemed he was using some kind of ability on her. 3 seconds later, he held up a mirror to her back, signaling for her to look. Curious, the Empress looked into the mirror and was astonished to see that the mark on her back had vanished completely. In its place was smooth, flawless skin. Could it be? She started to turn around, but Ichin gently stopped her. He pulled her clothes back up before allowing her to face him. A woman's body shouldn't be shown to a man she just met. It's better to get dressed before turning around. Thump thump. Hearing this, the Empress' heart raced. She pulled her clothes tighter, covering her snowy peaks before turning back to face Ichin with a deep blush. Lord Ichin. Arigato. Ichin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. This can't compare to the wonderful hospitality you showed my friends. I should be the one thanking you. Oh, and I also removed the brands from your 2 sisters. They don't know about it yet. Hearing this, the Empress didn't know how to express her gratitude. She had even been thinking about marrying him. He had avenged her enslavement, removed the mark that haunted her, and was so kind. I think I've truly fallen for this man. After the treatment, concluded, Ichin conversed at length with the Empress. However, he soon excused himself and returned to the banquet, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might lose his composure. The main issue was that the Empress' magnificent bosom kept brushing against him, leaving him at a loss. Due to these and other reasons, he decided to take his leave. After he departed, the Empress buried herself in her blankets, shyly rolling over. Though she yearned to marry Lord Ichin, she knew he shared close bonds with several other women aboard the ship. What am I to do? Yet if it were Lord Ichin, I suppose I could accept it. A vision flashed in her mind of Ichin in a suit, gazing at her with deep affection. Hancock, thank you for forgiving my relationships with other women. Rest assured, I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Hearing this, she looked at him with tender affection. Lord Ichin, Hancock. She snapped back to reality with a gasp. How embarrassing. Just thinking about it makes me feel as if I'm burning with fire. At the banquet, Luffy raised a piece of meat, greeting the returning Ichin. Ichin, you're back. I saved this meat for you. Eat up. He gestured towards a table laden with food. Thanks. But I'm not that hungry. Seeing that Luffy had thoughtfully saved him a feast, Ichin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Really? You don't want it? Then he'll eat it. No sooner had he spoken than Luffy, to Ichin's utter bewilderment, devoured everything on the table in one go. A punch landed squarely on Luffy's head. I said I wasn't that hungry, but you went and ate everything. Luffy rubbed the lump on his head. That hurt. Besides, didn't you say you didn't want it? Ichin found himself at a loss for words, realizing that speaking to Luffy required being absolutely direct. The next morning, Ichin awoke, walked to the window, pushed it open, and breathed in the fresh air, gazing. Ichin vaguely remembered that everyone had a wild time last night, and after they fell asleep, they were kindly escorted back to their rooms. Of course, Ichin had walked back himself, even helping to see Luffy to his. Creak. At that moment, the door slid open. Hearing the sound, Ichin turned to see the Empress walking in slowly, carrying a tray of breakfast. Oh hey, Lord Ichin. As she spoke, she set the tray down on the small round table beside him. Ichin smiled at her. Oh hey, Hancock. But if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer you just call me Ichin. Calling me Lord Ichin makes me a bit embarrassed. Seeing his gentle smile, the Empress couldn't help but smile back. All right, Ichin. She then poured him a cup of tea. He poured a cup for her in return. The two sat down together. Ichin began to savor the pastries while the Empress watched him with quiet admiration. Her gaze made him feel rather self-conscious. After all, wolfing down pastries with puffed-out cheeks in front of someone he barely knew was a bit embarrassing. So he took to eating the pastries in small, delicate bites. Even though he knew the Empress would view anything he did through a flattering lens, he still couldn't bring himself to devour food ravenously in front of someone had just met. Even his most unrefined eating would still be more elegant than Luffy's. Meanwhile, the other companions were waking up. Breakfast had already been quietly placed on the small tables beside their beds by the maids. Luffy finished his breakfast in a single gulp, thinking it delicious, but far too little. After eating, he dashed out of his room and asked a guard where the others were. Upon learning everyone was in their own rooms, Luffy headed straight for Ichin's. I heard last night that this island has lots of places to explore. You'll find Ichin first, then Zoro, and the others. Inside Zoro's room, Zoro was letting out a helpless sigh. Shura, why are you hiding under the covers and clinging to me again? You scared me half to death. I thought I was tied up by an enemy. Shura, looking wronged, poked her fingers together. I don't know what happened either. When I woke up, I found myself, Gomenasai master. Zoro's expression shifted from exasperation to panic. It was one thing for Shura to take human form, but to be a woman, and worse, to be a liar. He was certain she had clung to him after he fell asleep, but he didn't know how to call her out on it. He was already at a loss with women, and she was also his beloved sword. He couldn't hit her, couldn't yell at her, and definitely couldn't lecture her. He could say no to any woman. But he was utterly helpless against this woman, who was the manifestation of his own cherished blade. As he was thinking this, Shura picked up the bowl of sweet porridge, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and held it to Zoro's lips. Here, have some porridge, master. Seeing the spoon at his mouth, Zoro shyly leaned back. Noticing this, Shura's big, adorable eyes welled up with tears. Wah. Does master hate Shura? Seeing her about to cry, Zoro immediately bit down on the spoon and swallowed the porridge. After taking the bite, he quickly leaned back, but Shura had already scooped up another spoonful and held it. Looking into Shura's sparkling eyes, Zoro couldn't help but mutter, that's enough. I can feed my... Despite his protest, Shura insisted on feeding him, and Zoro obediently accepted her care. He had tried to refuse firmly, but every time he did, Shura would look so pitiful, as if he were bullying her. So unable to bear the thought of making her sad, Zoro gave in and let her feed him. He was also grateful no one was around to see this, or he'd die of sheer embarrassment. Bam! The door burst open and a boy with a straw hat rushed in. Good morning, Ichin. Let's go find Zoro. Huh? Zoro, what are you doing here? Luffy, who had taken a wrong turn, looked at Zoro on the bed with confusion. Morning, Captain. Before Zoro could return the greeting, Shura spoke up, greeting Luffy. Zoro, however, was frozen on the bed, knowing that his worst fears were coming true. Oh, Zoro, you're so grown up, why do you still need someone to feed you? Luffy remarked, looking at Zoro, who had just taken a spoonful offered by Shura. Hearing this, Zoro's expression immediately stiffened. After swallowing the porridge, he quickly turned his head and shouted at Luffy, this isn't what I wanted. It's Shura who. I understand. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry, Zoro. With that, Luffy left without waiting for Zoro's explanation. Since he had found Zoro, it was time to go. Watching him leave without listening to his explanation, Zoro felt his life dim. Shura, standing nearby, let out a soft chuckle. Her master, caught in embarrassment, was quite adorable. Compared to the three, everyone else woke up as usual and had their breakfast. After finishing, Nami started drawing sea charts while Sanji went off in search of the lovely ladies from the previous night. Usopp was researching new types of ammunition, and Chopper was developing a rumble ball without side effects. Robin, meanwhile, was reading a book on history while having her breakfast. Brooks started the day with a song, and Frankie was tinkering with the parts of his body. Apis was playing with Mary and Chingshong in the garden, though Chingshong mainly watched the two of them play. Of course, she occasionally relented and played with them, acting a bit Sundra. After all, she was a Lilicon. At Ichin's room, the two had now moved on to discussing marriage, a topic initiated by the Empress. Although you are very beautiful, Hancock, we've only just met, haven't we? We don't know each other that well yet. Also, I already have. Just as Ichin was about to say the name, the Empress suddenly interrupted. It's all right. I can accept it. As long as you don't despise me, Ichin. Bang! Just as Ichin was about to reply, the sound of a door opening rang out, and a figure immediately pounced on Ichin. Finally found you, Ichin. This place is like a maze. I searched many rooms before finding you. Seeing Luffy's face pressed against his own, Ichin pushed him away. Hey Luffy, can you not pounce on me every time? Hearing this, Luffy stood up. Wary, I won't do it next time. Looking at Luffy's smiling, apologetic attitude, Ichin sighed helplessly. That's the 1314th time you've said that to me, and you've never once kept your word. Forget about that for now. Come on, let's go on an adventure to the nearby island, Ichin. Seeing Ichin's helpless sigh, Luffy directly changed the subject. Hearing this, Ichin nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the Empress, he left with Luffy. The bond between Lord Ichin and Captain Luffy is truly wonderful. Watching their departing figures, the Empress thought to herself. The truth was, she also wished she could hug Ichin like that every day. On the way back to find Zoro, Luffy, who absolutely could not keep a secret, told Ichin all about Zoro. Of course, Luffy didn't mean to betray him, because he prefaced the story with the big baby being fed is definitely not Zoro. Meanwhile, Zoro, thinking no one else would come, reluctantly accepted Shura's feeding once more. This was the last bite of the morning meal. This anxious and uneasy morning was finally about to end. With that thought, Zoro opened his mouth and took the spoon. Bang! Just as Zoro was about to finish, the door burst open, and Ichin and Luffy appeared, and they happened to witness the scene of Zoro being fed. Instantly, the air grew silent. Wait, Ichin, let me explain. Zoro was the first to raise his hand towards them. Ah, so you like being fed, Zoro? What an adorable hop. Just as Zoro was about to explain, Ichin teased him with a smile. Hearing this, Zoro's embarrassment skyrocketed. Not only did his face turn red, but the blush spread all the way to his ears, making him look like a ripe apple. Well, Ichin was also someone who didn't listen to explanations. Seeing the barely contained smiles on their faces, Zoro gave up on explaining himself. Once was bad enough, but now being caught by Luffy is second time. He probably couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the sea. So Zoro agreed to go on the adventure with Luffy. Along the way, the two couldn't stop grinning, while Zoro wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Captain, Vice Captain, that's enough. Stop laughing at my master. Being fed by me is clearly a wonderful trait. What's so funny about it? Hearing this, the two couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Unlike them, Zoro felt even more embarrassed, lowering his head further. Bang. Just as they were doubled over with laughter, Shura's fist came down, giving each of them a sharp knock on the head. I told you to stop laughing. Humph. With bumps forming on their heads, the two immediately calmed down. Suma Mason. At the same time, Ichin marveled at how much Shura's punch hurt. She really was protective of her man. She didn't even go easy on him, her own creator. Luffy was also in pain, as if his head had been hit with an eye. Ichin commented that it was only natural. Demon Lord products were always top quality, even if they were a bit filial. Seeing the two subdued, Zoro couldn't help but smile. His wish, to cut down Ichin and Luffy, had been fulfilled. Although it happened in a rather peculiar way, it was fulfilled nonetheless. After all, his sword in human form had hit them, which technically counted as him using his sword on them. Besides, they had stopped laughing, so he didn't feel as embarrassed anymore. The three then found Sanji and invited him along, but Sanji was too lost in his own world to be called. Besides, they had stopped laughing, so he didn't feel as embarrassed anymore. The three then found Sanji and invited him along, but Sanji was too lost in it. However, before they departed, the Empress expressed her desire to join, and Luffy was more than welcoming. After all, she had treated him to plenty of meat. The group then headed towards the nearby island together. The Empress' reason for coming was simple: she wanted to spend more time with Ichin and get to know him better. Zoro, on the other hand, wanted to train in the wild, as the monotonous muscle training was starting to bore him. Luffy, of course, loved adventure, and Ichin was simply dragged along by Luffy. Still, he was enjoying it, treating it as a leisurely walk. Apis went without saying, wherever Ichin went she went. Little Mary wanted to play with Apis. And Xingqiang, of course, would always be wherever Apis and Ichin were. Adventure, adventure, yahoo! No sooner had he stepped off the ship than Luffy dashed headlong into the island. Watching Luffy, who had agreed to go together, charge into the forest without a backward glance, Ichin could only let out a helpless sigh. Zoro, without a word, followed right after him. Seeing this, Ichin also trailed along. The others did the same. What? You ask why they didn't fly? Well, that's because flying would take away the thrill of adventure. By now, Luffy had already sprinted deep into the woods. Hello, any interesting animals out there? Come out and let me see you. Luffy shouted loudly into the dense forest as he walked. Despite his booming calls, no creature paid him any heed. Growing a bit frustrated after receiving no response for so long, Luffy muttered, "How strange. A big forest like this should have all sorts of interesting creatures. Why doesn't this island have any?" Just as Luffy was feeling troubled, a massive figure suddenly materialized right behind him. Sensing something behind him, Luffy glanced back and saw a 5-meter turtle lion lunging at him with its jaws wide open. Chomp! The sound of jaws snapping shut. Bang! Just as the lion was about to tear Luffy to shreds, Luffy swiftly threw a punch into the side of the great beast's face, sending it crashing into a nearby tree. After knocking the creature into the tree, Luffy stamped his foot in anger. "You jerk! How dare you try to eat a person?" Hearing this, the fallen lion was utterly bewildered. "Dude, I'm a carnivore. Why wouldn't I eat people?" After scolding the lion, Luffy realized it was in fact a lion and immediately got the idea to make it his mount. Seeing the gleam of excitement in Luffy's eyes fixed intently on it, the lion knew it was about to be ridden. But as the king of the forest, how could it swallow its pride and let a human ride it? So the proud lion promptly strode over to Luffy, bowed its body, stuck out its tongue, and looked up at him with a grin. Meow. It seemed to be saying, "Hop on, I'll show you around." Seeing the creature emit a cat's meow, Luffy fell into thought, and soon the clever Luffy figured out. With that, Luffy promptly climbed on. "So that's it. You just look like a lion, but you're actually a cat, right?" As he spoke, Luffy gave himself a mental pat on the back for his cleverness. The lion, of course, dared not object, and immediately let out another couple of meows in response. "You're the boss, whatever you say." Then the pair one human, one lion, began to roam through the forest. Yahoo! Go big cat! Riding atop the great lion, Luffy raised his arm and shouted with glee, looking just like a wild man on a hunt. Meanwhile, the others searching for Luffy also encountered several massive animals. A rhinoceros, an ape, a tiger, an elephant, and a crocodile. But just as they lunged at the group, they were instantly knocked to the ground. Then the 5 animals enthusiastically volunteered to act as guides for the group of 6. After they had walked for a while, Luffy suddenly came charging in from the east. Yo everyone, you're here. Let me introduce you to my new friend Big Cat. As he spoke, Luffy hopped down from the lion's back. The others were taken aback for a moment. No matter how you looked at it, that was clearly a lion. Seeing their disbelief, Luffy turned to the great lion. My crew doesn't believe you're a cat. How about you give them a couple of meows to prove it? Hearing this, the great lion struck an adorable pose, meow. Upon hearing the lion meow, the group was stunned once more. The other 5 animals also stared at the great lion in confusion. Hey boss, where's your dignity as the king of the forest? Catching the bewildered looks from his underlings, the great lion shot them a glance. You bunch of idiots. Don't you know that a wise man submits to circumstance? If he hadn't kowtowed so quickly, he'd have been turned into lion meat by that guy. After reuniting, the group continued to explore the forest, even hunting down a few animals for a wild game feast. As evening fell, they set up a campfire and pitched their tents. Luffy and the other 2 shared one tent, while Hancock and the other 3 women shared another. After eating their fill and chatting for a while, everyone drifted off to sleep. The men's tent was quiet with no one speaking. In the women's tent, however, the conversation revolved around Ichin, and they quickly bonded, eventually even touching upon the subject of their relationships with Ichin. Hey, none of you mind how many wives Ichin takes? Hancock asked the 3 women in surprise. In response, Mary stated she considered herself Ichin's daughter, while Apis thought a few more would be fine, but not too many. Chingshang shared the same sentiment as Apis. And what about that orange-haired girl and the other one? What do they think? Hearing this, the 2 women could only shrug helplessly. They didn't really know what the other 2 thought either. What they did know was that Nami wouldn't want too many, and Robin's feelings were hard to read. Hancock's sister, do you like Yichinjej too? Apis suddenly turned her head to look at the Empress lying beside her and whispered. At that, Hancock's face flushed crimson. Well, I do have feelings for Ichin. Seeing Hancock's shy demeanor, Chingshang couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Humans truly are strange. They get so shy when they like someone that they can't even speak properly. Still, that bashful look is rather endearing. That night, after their conversation, the women all fell into a peaceful slumber, quickly drifting off into dreams. The next morning, the group set sail from the island aboard the Mary, with Luffy bidding the animals farewell before they departed. After a few more days of leisure, Luffy and his crew returned to Amazon Lily. In the days that followed, the Straw Hat crew resumed their rigorous training. Notably, Rayleigh also arrived on the island and began instructing them in the more advanced applications of. Meanwhile, momentous shifts occurred within the Marines. Sengoku and Garp retired, and after a fierce duel, Akainu succeeded in becoming the fleet admiral, besting Akiji. Unwilling to serve under Akainu, Akiji departed the Marines, prompting a worldwide draft. Soon after, the Navy conscripted 2 new admirals, Fujitora and Ryakiju. During their training, Ichin's group encountered a devil fruit user of the Machi Machi no Mi. His aim was to take the warlord Boa Hancock hostage as a means to launch an assault on Mary Geos. After hearing his intentions and witnessing Bondi's assault on the Empress, Ichin promptly sank him to the bottom of the sea. The rest of his crew had already been defeated and cast into the ocean by Luffy and the others. Half a year later, Ichin's group set sail for the New World. Accompanying them was the entire island of Amazon Lily, and the reason for this was Rayleigh, however, returned to the Sabaody archipelago. And so the first territory of the 5th Emperor of the Sea was established, Amazon Lily. This was merely the perception of the outside world, for Luffy had never entertained the thought of claiming Amazon Lily as his territory. The Empress of Amazon Lily simply wished to stay by Ichin's side. Additionally, Nyan thought that with an Emperor of the Sea protecting them, there was no longer a need for Amazon Lily to remain under the Navy's thumb. The islanders were also eager to see the outside world, filled with curiosity, especially given how their nation's isolation rivaled that of Wano country. They had almost no contact with the outside world, and their voyages were solely for plundering merchant ships. As for why Nyan thought this was a good arrangement, it was because the Straw Hat's strength gave her immense reassurance. Especially after learning that Ichin could effortlessly move the entire island of Amazon Lily, she knew this was a powerful ally they had secured. It's truly absurd, Ichin. You can even move an entire island. I wonder if there's anything you can't do. Sanji remarked, casually lighting a cigarette and blowing out a smoke ring. Still, this ability is fantastic. I can be surrounded by beautiful ladies at all times. Gazing at the young women around him, Sanji couldn't stay serious for even 3 seconds before greeting them all. But is it really alright to plant our Jolly Roger on your nation's soil? Luffy, perched on the ship's bow, looked towards the Empress, who was conversing with Ichen. Hearing this, the Empress turned to Luffy. It's fine. After all, the outside world already considers us your territory. Even if we didn't do this, they would still assume as much. After all, an Emperor of the Sea had stayed on the island for half a year without any resistance, which was proof enough of their allegiance. But to stay by Ichen's side, I believe this step is necessary. Upon hearing this, Nyan was taken aback, realizing that all along the Emperor's true motive was to pursue the vice-captain. I thought you were being far-sighted, knowing that staying under the Navy wouldn't be peaceful for long, and thus seeking an alliance with an Emperor's crew. This is good too. Hancock knows that clinging to strength ensures safety, but she was never willing to do so. She struggled to hold up the nation all by herself, and it's been tough on her all these years. Since she has fallen for the vice-captain of a pirate crew powerful enough to protect the nation, it's a blessing in disguise. It allows her to love like a normal girl, while also shielding her country and people. Isn't that a wonderful thing? As for the rumors of Luffy being a troublemaker, only the weak call it trouble. For the strong, it's merely a matter of amusement or an accident. Soon the Straw Hat crew entered Fishman Island and began to explore. The moment Sanji spotted a mermaid, he dashed towards the elder sisters at lightning speed. Zoro, on the other hand, went in search of a tavern. The others also headed into town to enjoy themselves, and during their outing they made the acquaintance of Jinbe. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Straw Hats' arrival, King Neptune hurried over to welcome them. At that moment, the crew was feasting at Neptune's invitation. While Ichen wandered aimlessly through the palace, the rest indulged in food, drink, and merriment within the royal halls. Before long, Ichen arrived before a dilapidated door. He restored it to its former glory with a wave of his hand, then pushed it open. Is that father? At the sound of the door opening, a colossal pink shell within the room suddenly unfurled, revealing a gigantic pink mermaid before Ichen. Isn't this the legendary baby-faced beauty? Ichen mused, gazing upon the magnificent vista before him. Who are you? Seeing that it was merely a small figure who had entered, Shirahoshi recoiled, then timidly looked towards Ichen, who had climbed onto her shell bed, and asked in a soft, hesitant voice, "Why is there a human here? Though he doesn't seem like a bad person." "Hello, my name is Yunue Ichen. Just call me Ichen." As he spoke, Ichen extended his hand towards her. At this, Shirahoshi snapped back to attention. She then carefully extended her index finger to gently touch Ichen's small palm. "Hello. My name is Poseidon Shirahoshi. You can just call me Shirahoshi, Lord Ichen." Ichen was taken aback. Although he knew it was her habit to append Lord to everyone's name, he still found the address a bit awkward. "Well, no need to be so formal. Just call me Ichen." Those last two characters are entirely superfluous, but she always addressed her father and brothers that way. Nevertheless, remembering that it was his request, the naive and sweet Shirahoshi agreed. In the time that followed, Ichen began to regale her with stories. Of course, they were all tales of the crew's shared adventures, mostly focusing on the fascinating things in the outside world, with battles rarely mentioned. For few girls enjoy tales of combat. Apis was an exception. Shirahoshi, however, was utterly captivated, for she had never seen the forests, volcanoes, and icebergs Ichen described. After hearing of such beautiful sights, a glimmer of longing lit up Shirahoshi's eyes. I so wish to see the outside world Lord Ichen speaks of, but... With that thought, tears welled up in Shirahoshi's eyes. Seeing this, Ichen began to soothe her. Fortunately, Shirahoshi was as quick to stop crying as she was to start, and he soon calmed her down. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Ichen suggested taking Shirahoshi out for a stroll. She was initially hesitant, but after Ichen assured her he would keep her safe, the simple-minded girl naively agreed. Immediately after, Shirahoshi hid inside a shark's belly, and following Ichen departed from the shell town. Meanwhile, Hody had gathered over 100,000 fishmen, plotting a scheme to assassinate the king and eventually lead the fishman race back to the surface. "I hear the 5th Emperor of the Sea has come to our Fishman Island," Hody asked, looking at his underlings. "Mahihi, what's this, Hody? Thinking of allying with them?" The squid fishman Ikaros asked, his speech slurred with drink. "Ha ha ha, exactly. If we can ally with the 5th Emperor of the Sea, things will be much easier for us. However, if they refuse to cooperate, then Emperor of the Sea or not, they will be forever buried at the bottom of the ocean. Let the humans of the world know that we the fishmen are the greatest and strongest race on earth. As for humans, they are only fit to grovel at our feet." At these words, the gathered fishmen roared with fervent excitement. Haha, the boss is right. I say we should make them submit to us. Exactly. Mere humans aren't worthy of an alliance. They'd be better off as our slaves. Their raucous laughter echoed so loudly it could be heard for miles around. At this moment Ichin was flying alongside the shark, journeying together towards the forest of the sea. Meanwhile Neptune was fraught with worry, for his precious daughter had been taken away. Thus Neptune turned hostile towards the Straw Hat crew, claiming that their first mate had kidnapped his daughter. Luffy and his companions attempted to explain, but Neptune refused to listen and immediately rallied his men to attack. However, their assault was swiftly neutralized by Zoro alone. Elsewhere, other pirates invaded the palace and triggered a mechanism allowing Hody and his crew to enter. Meanwhile, Luffy's group left the palace to search for Ichin, believing that finding him would prove their innocence. Neptune and his men remained bound, as Luffy's crew reasoned that releasing them would only lead to further complications. Consequently, Neptune and his forces were quickly captured by Hody and marched towards the plaza. Simultaneously, other strongholds across Fishman Island fell to the invading fishmen. Vanderdecken, the wielder of the target fruit, learned from Neptune that Shirahoshi was missing. He then used his ability to control the corals, speeding towards the forest of the sea. Meanwhile, a commotion arose elsewhere. The shark, overcome by a terrible stomachache, inadvertently spat out Shirahoshi. Sanji, who had been separated from the group, noticed the disturbance and rushed over. The legendary mermaid princess. He simply had to see her. At the same time, realizing Shirahoshi had been discovered, Ichin decided not to linger. He extended his hand, intending to cast a spell to put the onlookers to sleep. A low hum echoed, followed by a series of soft thuds. In the next moment, the mermaids encircling them collapsed to the ground. Yakin-sama, what happened to them? I merely put them to sleep, Ichin explained with a light chuckle. Otherwise would be surrounded by a crowd on our way to the sea forest. You wouldn't want that many people knowing, would you, Shirahoshi? Shirahoshi nodded in understanding. Just as they were about to depart, a stone statue plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto Ichin. A little misfortune could hardly weigh Ichin down. The moment he hit the ground, he was back on his feet. Concerned Shirahoshi leaned in, her voice soft and gentle. Yakin-sama, are you alright? As she spoke, she carefully lifted a heart-shaped stone statue that had landed on him and set it aside. Ichin shook his head, then turned a helpless gaze towards Sanji. He had sensed the cook's approach, but he hadn't anticipated the man crashing down, and right on top of him no less. With a thought, Ichin dispelled the petrification on Sanji. Yet the man didn't seem to regain his senses, and instead he remained rooted to the spot, hearts practically floating in his eyes. At that moment, Vanderdecken descended from the sky towards Shirahoshi. Yaha! Finally I've found you, Shirahoshi, he declared. Agree to my proposal, and I'll spare your life. Marry me. He flashed a lecherous grin. Ichin and Shirahoshi both turned to look at the approaching figure. But you're not my type, Shirahoshi stammered. A brilliant flash of light appeared before Shirahoshi. In the next instant, Vanderdecken, who had been so loudly threatening her, terrified Shirahoshi shut her eyes and raised her hands defensively. Just as Vanderdecken was about to reach her, Ichin made his move. A brilliant flash of light appeared before Shirahoshi. In the next instant, Vanderdecken, who had been so loudly threatening her life, was frozen midair. Shirahoshi, keep your eyes closed and turn around, Ichin instructed as she began to open them. Without hesitation, Shirahoshi complied and turned her back. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Ichin hovering in the air before her. After ensuring she wouldn't look back, Ichin grabbed Sanji and lifted Shirahoshi into the air, as well heading towards the sea forest. Shirahoshi let out a soft hum of acknowledgement and refrained from looking back, though she had a fair idea of what had transpired. It must be that Yakin-sama had killed Vanderdecken and didn't want me to see the body, she thought. Indeed, that was exactly the case. Had she looked, she would surely have burst into tears. Shortly after Ichin and the others departed, the mermaids who had been forced to sleep began to awaken. The sight that greeted them, however, sent them collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. Vanderdecken's corpse hung suspended in the air, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. His body was riddled with spikes. No, it was covered in them, as if they had sprouted from within. From an omniscient perspective, it was clear he hadn't even had a chance to scream. The dark crimson spikes had first pierced through his throat, followed by his forelegs. Then his hands, torso, organs, and finally his head. The terror frozen in his eyes seemed to speak of the unspeakable agony he had endured before his death. Meanwhile, Ichin had arrived at the sea forest. Coincidentally, Luffy and his crew were already there. How did they know? Because Chingshang could pinpoint Ichin's location at all times. Ichin didn't mind being tracked, nor was he surprised to find them waiting. He began introducing his companions to Shirahoshi. Sanji, having finally regained his senses, was still utterly captivated by Shirahoshi's beauty declaring that he could die happy now. Nami Chingshang and Boa Hancock, on the other hand, mused that their sisterhood was about to grow. Luffy was overjoyed to make a new friend while Zoro remained indifferent. Chopper, however, fretted that Sanji might get petrified again. Brook, ever eager to see a certain undergarment, had his wish granted, though it wasn't quite what he expected. Since Shirahoshi lacked legs, the single piece of cloth near her navel served as her panties. Frankie simply marveled at her immense size before moving on. Jinbe at this time was not on Fishman Island. He was with the Whitebeard pirates, having been stripped of his warlord title. Hody, believing the Whitebeard pirates were too busy recuperating to interfere, accelerated his plans and launched his assault. Thanks to a series of misunderstandings, Hody captured Ryugu Palace with minimal losses, taking King Neptune and his 3 sons prisoner. Now Neptune was dragged to the center of the plaza, where Hody began his speech. He denounced the late Queen and King Neptune as foolish, demanding that the other fishmen hail him as their new king. He vowed to bide their time and then launch an assault on the surface, and finally to conquer the world. Meanwhile, the group at the Sea Forest heard the broadcast, and led by Shirahoshi began their journey to the plaza. During their time at the Sea Forest, they had also learned of Fishman Island's tragic history. Execute them! A loud shout echoed across the plaza as the fishmen raised their massive cleavers, ready to bring them down upon Neptune. And the prince and the ministers too. As the blinding radiance faded, Neptune and his entourage had vanished from the spot, throwing the fishmen into a and the prince and the ministers too. As the blinding radiance faded, Neptune and his entourage had vanished from the spot, throwing the fishmen into a panic. But in the next instant, the fishmen witnessed Neptune's group appearing high in the sky out of nowhere, with a colossal pirate ship looming above them. Look, they're up in the sky. And there's a pirate ship. Princess Shirahoshi and the Straw Hat Pirates are up there too. There stood Neptune's group, now free from their bonds. It's the 5th Emperor Straw Hat, Luffy, and his crew. Why are they in the sky, and why did they save the king? There stood Neptune's group, now free from their bonds. It's the 5th Emperor Straw Hat, Luffy, and his crew. Why are they in the sky, and why did they save the king? What's going on here? Didn't Madame Charlie prophesize they would destroy Fishman Island? Why are they saving His Majesty instead? The merfolk above the plaza buzzed with heated discussion, while Madame Charlie hung her head in shame. It seemed her prophecy had indeed been wrong, though this was only the 2nd time. The last time had been the prophecy of Whitebeard's death, and this time. What are you all gawking at? Flying Squad, take them down. They're nothing but mere humans. Seeing his subordinates frozen in shock, Hody barked angrily. Upon hearing their captain's command, the fishmen soared into the sky, their flight made possible entirely by the bubbles enveloping them. Let them witness the gap between our races. The charging fishmen roared. Lord Ichin, what should we do? Seeing the fishmen surging toward them, Shirahoshi looked to Ichin aboard the ship with pleading eyes. Don't worry, just stay here and watch. After comforting Shirahoshi, Ichin turned to Luffy. How do you plan to deal with them? Hearing this, Luffy stepped forward, cracked his knuckles, and gazed down at the fishmen below. Do you even need to ask? I'm going to send them all flying. As the words left his mouth, Zoro and Sanji leaped onto the ship's railing. 100,000, huh? Just enough to sharpen my blades. Anyone who dared make Princess Shirahoshi cry must be prepared for the consequences. The moment they finished speaking, Luffy, standing at the forefront, unleashed his conqueror's Haki directly at the fishmen flying toward them. Struck by the overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki, the fishmen who had nearly reached the Mary all rolled their eyes back and collapsed unconscious, suspended in midair. Within moments, over 10,000 fishmen charging skyward had all fallen into a deep, senseless slumber. Simultaneously, the Mary descended steadily and landed squarely in the center of the plaza. Thud! As the landing sound echoed, the entire Straw Hat crew stepped forward to stand before the fallen fishmen. Seeing so many of their comrades taken down in a single blow, the remaining fishmen began to waver with thoughts of retreat. But Hody quickly goaded them back into action, and they charged once more at the Straw Hats. How do we split the remaining 90,000? Sanji asked leisurely, lighting a cigarette as he watched the fishmen rush toward them. No need to divide the work, they'll handle it all. Nosebleed Kappa, just stay back and watch with the others. As he spoke, Zoro had already drawn his blade and was striding calmly toward the enemy. What did you say, you seaweed head? That line should be mine. With that, Sanji stalked forward with an irritated scowl. I'm going to Yachenii. After saying a quick word to Ichin, Apis flew off toward the mass of fishmen. The rest of the crew, except Frankie, chose to stay behind, guarding Shirahoshi, after all enemies still lurked in the rear. Frankie, meanwhile, drove a futuristic armored vehicle straight into the fishmen ranks. Luffy, on the other hand, made a beeline for Hody, the enemy leader. As he approached the fisherman, Zoro casually swung his sword forward. The next second, 3 massive dragon-shaped tornadoes materialized and carved through the enemy lines. In mere seconds, hundreds of fishmen were shredded into pieces by the razor-sharp blades of the whirlwinds. Sanji meanwhile slammed his foot into the ground, and the earth began to tremble violently. Boom! Pillars of fire erupted from beneath the earth, soaring skyward. The unlucky fishmen were instantly reduced to ash, while the fortunate ones were left as grilled fish. Medium, well done. Apis, on the other hand, seemed to be toying with her opponents, swinging her spear to pierce through the enemy's abdomens. Those farther away were skewered by her lance, while those closer were impaled by her agile dragon tail. Frankie's approach was far more brutal. Those nearby were crushed to death under his vehicle, those at mid-range were mowed down by machine gun fire, and those in the distance were blown apart by his cannons. As for the enemies surrounding Ichin and the others, they simply lay dead on the ground in silence. Some had their necks snapped by Robin, others had their hearts crushed by Ichin's magic, and a portion had been lulled into a deep sleep by Brook's haunting melodies. Though they would never wake again. After 10 minutes of combat, the fishmen's numbers had been slashed by 50,000, with another 40,000 wounded and sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. As for Hody and his officers, they too had been beaten to the ground by Luffy and the others. Gazing at the scene below, Charlie couldn't help but sigh. So this was what her prophecy truly meant. It was Hody's pirate crew that had been destroyed. Hearing this, the merfolk around her couldn't resist retorting, "Then why didn't you consider that possibility back then?" In the end, Hody and his officers were thrown into prison, where the side effects of the energy steroids took hold, and they aged to death within their cells. Back at the palace, another grand banquet was underway. Luffy was surrounded by mountains of meat, Zoro by rivers of sake, Sanji by beautiful mermaid ladies, and Nami by a treasure trove of pearls and jewels. Usopp was boasting his tales as usual. Frankie was discussing machinery with the craftsman. Brook played music alongside the musicians, and Robin sat quietly immersed in the pleasure of reading. Chopper was also being pampered by the mermaid ladies who ruffled his fluffy fur, while Mary's little face was constantly being caressed. As for Ichin, he was surrounded by Hancock, Apis, Shirahoshi, and Chingshang. Everyone had a wonderful time at the banquet, though one unfortunate soul lost so much blood that he had to be rushed to the hospital midway. The beautiful mermaids simply had no idea Ichin could heal. Otherwise they wouldn't have pushed Sanji away. After spending a few days on Fishman Island, the crew set sail once more to continue their journey. Worth noting, after consultation between the two emperors, Fishman Island came under the protection of Straw Hat Luffy, and the Whitebeard pirates flag that once flew over the palace was replaced by the Straw Hat Jolly Roger. Shirahoshi also joined the crew, and Ichin gifted her a staff capable of controlling seawater. The speed at which he produced it made it seem as though he had prepared it long in advance. Chingshang remarked that Ichin had definitely been planning to court this adorable fish girl all along, though she admitted she quite liked her too. Cute princess, the dragon's favorite. After departing from Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Punk Hazard. Upon learning that Caesar was conducting experiments on children, they swiftly defeated him. As for Monet, the Snow Woman, she attempted to self-destruct to take the crew down with her, but was captured and bound by the Straw Hats before she could succeed. Meanwhile, Momonosuke was trapped beneath Caesar's laboratory, tormented by despair. He had yet to avenge his father or open the borders of Wano country. How could he remain trapped here? Despite his intense agitation, his struggles were futile. The Straw Hat crew, far more powerful than in the original timeline, cleared the island without ever encountering him. The crew had long since departed, leaving the island isolated. Kinemon searched endlessly for Momonosuke, but to no avail. Thus the two remained stranded on that island forever. That would have been the outcome had Nami not despised the place so deeply. She unleashed a massive storm cloud that relentlessly bombarded the island with lightning. From that moment on, the island of fire and ice gained a third element: ceaseless thunder. Momonosuke, still below, was buried along with the laboratory, never to be seen again. Kinemon, unaware of this fate, continued his desperate search for Momonosuke. Ichin gazed at the ravaged island, a sigh escaping his lips. He hadn't intended to kill anyone, but Nami's hatred had extended to the very land, covering it in an unending storm. Even if Momonosuke somehow survived starvation, he'd eventually be struck down by lightning. But such thoughts were no longer Ichin's concern. Their next destination was Dressrosa, the territory of Doflamingo. Dressrosa Royal Palace. A man in dark sunglasses sat with a troubled expression, clutching his forehead. The senior officers summoned before him remained silent. The fifth emperor of the sea, Straw Hat Luffy, destroyed our laboratory. More importantly, the goods we promised to Kaido of the Beast have been destroyed as well. As he spoke, Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat. With the goods gone, Kaido would undoubtedly be furious. Yet he dared not confront Straw Hat Luffy, an emperor himself. His position was precarious. Had he not witnessed the Straw Hats' power firsthand, he might have dismissed their emperor status as a mere title. But he had seen it. They had bested even the admirals who could easily crush him. Challenging them would be suicide. After much deliberation, Doflamingo could find no solution. A sharp pang of pain shot through his. What troubled him even more was Big Mom. He also dealt with her supplying research that could turn people into giants. That supply line was now severed as well. Kaido was the more rational of the two, but Big Mom was notoriously capricious. If she were displeased, he and his men would be doomed. In a way, Doflamingo was impressive. He had managed to offend 3 emperors at once. Doffy, should we surrender to one of the emperors, or take Straw Hat Luffy's head as a peace offering to the other 2? As the oppressive silence hung in the air, Treble suddenly proposed. Doflamingo nearly stumbled at the suggestion. The first option was bad enough, but the second was sheer madness. Take Straw Hat Luffy's head. That was no different from a devil fruit user trying to swim in the sea. Still, the first suggestion had merit, though choosing whom to surrender to was a dilemma. Big Mom's temperament was erratic. Serving her would demand absolute deference. Kaido, though fearsome, was less volatile and might be a viable option. As for Straw Hat Luffy, his character was still unknown, so it was best to observe for now. 2 days later, the Mary brought the Straw Hats to Doflamingo's nation. The mobile Amazon Lily had also ceased its movement nearby. Woe, is this for real? I'd heard Empress Hancock left the warlords to join the Straw Hats, but I never imagined the entire island of Amazon Lily would come along. Doflamingo's officers marveled at the sight before turning to him. What do we do, Doffy? As much as I hate it, we have no choice but to welcome them with smiles. They are the emperors of this era. Show them respect. Doflamingo warned loudly. Yes, young master. Dressrosa Northgate. Luffy led the Straw Hats, followed by the Amazon Lily soldiers as they filed. Those in the know assumed they were merely sightseeing, while others feared an invasion. The streets were lined with Doflamingo's men. Doflamingo and his top officers swaggered up to Luffy and the others. Welcome to my country, Straw Hat Luffy, the 5th Emperor. I am the king of this land. You may have seen me during the Paramount War, so I'll spare you the formal introduction. Luffy blinked in confusion. He had no idea who this blonde man was. Still out of politeness, he replied, "Oh no, I haven't seen you. I don't know you. I'm Luffy. Who are you?" The question caught Doflamingo off guard. Was he truly that forgettable, or was Luffy deliberately mocked? He studied Luffy's guileless, vacant gaze and nodded. It didn't seem like a deliberate insult. Just then Ichin leaned close to Luffy and whispered, "This arrogant guy in sunglasses is Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the warlords." Ah, Luffy said, realization dawning. So you're the sunglasses blondie. I'm going to hang around here for a couple of days. Nice to meet you. As he spoke, Luffy walked over and clapped Doflamingo on the shoulder. Doflamingo bristled at being called sunglasses blondie, but remembering the man's immense strength and innocent expression, he forced himself to remain calm. He also realized that the true strategist of the crew was Yunue Ichin, so he would need to engage him in deeper conversation later. After the initial meeting, Luffy declined Doflamingo's invitation to the palace, opting to explore the city instead. Doflamingo reluctantly played tour guide, while the other Straw Hats went off with various officers. The Amazon Lily warriors were also escorted to other parts of the city for sightseeing. Notably, Monet had been transferred back to Doflamingo, who vowed never to engage in such despicable business again. Doflamingo also distanced himself from the whole affair, claiming Big Mom had forced him into it. He was just a mere warlord. How could he possibly defy an emperor? The ever-naive Luffy found his reasoning sound and began to view the sunglasses blondie in a more in any case, that's how it is. I wish to place myself under your command. What say you? Doflamingo asked, looking at Luffy in the reception room. During their 2 days together, Doflamingo had come to understand Luffy's character well. What astonished him most was that despite possessing such overwhelming power, Luffy could not tolerate the weak being bullied. It wasn't a sense of justice, but rather a capacity for pity and compassion toward the downtrodden. He knew that his own subordinates who had abused their power and bullied others had been sent to hell because of Luffy, though of course he had personally delivered them there himself. Furthermore, Luffy absolutely despised anyone who harmed his crewmates. Even insulting them was unforgivable. He was someone who valued his comrades above all else. Serving under such a powerful and protective leader promised an overwhelming sense of security. The only drawback was that he could no longer engage in his shady dealings. But that was of little consequence, for he had already amassed a fortune from his underground enterprises, more than enough to fund legitimate ventures. Doflamingo had pondered the idea of defecting to Luffy's side for 2 full days. While his illicit profits might dwindle, the safety and security it would bring were well worth the trade-off. Upon hearing Doflamingo's request to join him, Luffy was taken aback for a moment. I don't know why you want to be under me, but suit yourself. Just make sure you don't do anything I hate. Things you hate. Although Doflamingo had a general idea, he wished to know more as their acquaintance was brief, and he couldn't possibly know all of Luffy's aversions. Luffy thought hard, then a light bulb went off. He turned to Ichen. I can't put it into words. Ichen, you explain it for me. Hearing this, Ichen let out a helpless sigh and gave a soft hum of acknowledgement before looking at Doflamingo. With your intellect after these 2 days, you should have a pretty good idea of what our captain likes and dislikes, shouldn't you? Fufufu, Vice Captain, you flatter me. How could someone like me possibly guess Lord Luffy's preferences? Doflamingo chuckled with his signature eerie laugh, feigning humility. Ichen smiled in response, then extended his hand. It's quite simple: no tyranny, no exploitation, no oppression, no trafficking. Fufufu, I understand. I will comply. As he spoke, he gave some instructions to Virgo, who was standing by, and Virgo immediately left to carry. Fufufu, I understand. I will comply. As he spoke, he gave some instructions to Virgo, who was standing by, and Virgo immediately left to carry out his orders. After another half-hour of discussion, Luffy finally agreed to accept Doflamingo into his fold. The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates departed from Dressrosa, seeing off by Doflamingo and his top executives. After bidding farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates, Doflamingo ordered all citizens to gather in the central plaza to announce the new laws. A public execution was held, and a group of people who had once oppressed the populace were dragged up to the scaffold by his executioners. He had his men proclaim the crimes these individuals had committed before they were all beheaded. Notably, the Tontada tribe had been integrated into the kingdom at Luffy's request, and the toys that had once been transformed humans were reverted to their original forms. With King Shang's assistance, the citizens had their hatred towards Doflamingo erased, along with the memories of the atrocities committed by his former subordinates, including King Riku and Princess Rebecca. The reason for this assistance was, of course, a request from Ichen. This display of power also served as a stark warning to Doflamingo. Erasing the memories of tens of thousands of people in an instant was a terrifying thought. After the execution concluded, Doflamingo glanced over at Sugar, recalling how the Straw Hat's vice-captain seemed to enjoy pinching her cheeks. A smile crept onto his face, leaving onlookers curious about what he was thinking. Snapping back to the present, Doflamingo announced to his people that the nation had now come under the protection of the Straw Hat Pirates and would henceforth be shielded by the 5th Emperor Straw Hat Luffy. Simultaneously, the country ceased paying the exorbitant heavenly tribute to the world government. Instead, their only obligation was to provide delicious food to the 5th Emperor Luffy, and even that was not required too frequently. The new laws Doflamingo enacted were drafted by Ichen himself, focusing on nurturing talent and protecting citizens' rights. After the laws were promulgated, Doflamingo sternly ordered his executives to refrain from abusing their power for personal gain or bullying others. The reason for Doflamingo's sudden transformation was a magic spell Ichen had cast upon him. A spell that allowed Ichen to monitor him constantly along with anyone associated with him. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying extent of Ichen's magical abilities. And of course his executives were no fools; they wouldn't risk their lives for a moment of fleeting pleasure. With all matters settled, Doflamingo sat upon a high platform, savoring a glass of fine wine as he gazed at the sky. Despite being a pirate, he's more just than some Marines. Despite being a top-tier powerhouse, he cares for the weak. How is that like a pirate? I don't believe his ambition is merely to be the pirate king. With such formidable combat strength, incredibly capable crew members, a concern for the common people, and a nearly omniscient vice-captain, and still so young. Your dream must extend far beyond being the pirate king. A world without oppression, without hatred, without suffering, without killing. A world where everyone can live each day in happiness. Let me witness it with my own eyes, the future king of the world, Straw Hat Luffy. Fufufu. Fufufu. Doflamingo's laughter echoed through the skies as if he had already glimpsed a certain future. The next day, newspapers scattered across the world. The headline boldly proclaimed that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and king of Dressrosa, had resigned from the warlord's severed ties with the world government and pledged allegiance to the 5th Emperor Luffy, making Dressrosa the 2nd territory under Straw Hat Luffy's rule. Fishman Island had not been publicly disclosed, so the outside world remained unaware of it. I never thought the warlords would join the 5th Emperor Luffy one after another. What in the world is this world coming to? Is the world about to be plunged into chaos again? Nations and citizens unfamiliar with the Straw Hats sighed with despair upon reading the news, while those who knew them erupted in celebration, especially in Alabasta. The elderly village chief in Windmill Village couldn't help but sigh as he read the report about the Straw Hat Pirates. His family, Tisk Tsk. The grandfather is a marine hero. The father is Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army seeking to overthrow the world government, and now the son has risen to become an emperor of the pirate world. Zeph at the Baratai restaurant smiled warmly at the report. That foolish son of his had truly made a name for himself now. Jen in Kokoyashi village was deeply worried. Nami's bounty had increased again. He hoped those Straw Hat guys would protect her well. Kaya in her villa was overjoyed that Usopp had earned such a high bounty. On Warship Island, Apis' grandfather looked at the wanted poster and beamed with delight. It had been nearly a year since had seen her, and she had grown taller and even more adorable. Dr. Kore had Chopper's mentor remarked with pride that Chopper had truly become a man, though she felt his bounty was a bit low. But then again, knowing her kind, gentle, and adorable disciple, such a modest bounty was only to be expected. Iceberg in Water 7 also smiled knowingly at the news. After leaving Dressrosa, the Straw Hat crew encountered Zenesha once more, where Chopper met Carrot. Befriending the Dukes of the Mink tribe, Luffy promised to help them open the borders of Wano country. Days later, Carrot joined the Straw Hat Pirates as they set sail for Whole Cake Island. During the journey, the crew took part in the wedding of Sanji and Pudding. Though the path was fraught with peril, the two were finally united in matrimony. Big Mom, in her fervent enthusiasm, proposed that Luffy sire a child with her, but he refused. This led to a fierce battle between them, and after half an hour of combat, Big Mom was defeated. After vanquishing Big Mom, the Straw Hats journeyed to the Golden City, partook in a grand pirate feast, and thwarted Zephyr's plot to destroy the New World. Notably, Bullet was subdued by Luffy's fists and became another formidable warrior under his command. Bullet challenged Luffy to a duel every day, and although he was always beaten black and blue, he was overjoyed. Fighting the strong and surpassing them was his greatest passion. Tesoro followed suit, while Zephyr's ideology was reshaped by Ichin's modern philosophies. Thus, the new navy under Zephyr's command also pledged allegiance to the Straw Hat fleet. Meanwhile, Blackbeard slew Moria and seized Hakanosu. Whitebeard remained, still showing no intention of making a move unless provoked. A month later, Kaido of Wano was defeated by Luffy, who also mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion during their fierce battle. Zoro and Sanji grew even stronger, and Orochi was utterly annihilated. With Kaido's defeat, Wano's borders were opened, and Kazuki Hiyori became the new shogun as Momonosuke was no more. Yamato then joined the Straw Hat crew on their voyage. Later, Luffy and his friends attended Yuta's concert. Yuta, who was dying from a poison mushroom, was saved by Ichin. Revived Yuta reconciled with Shanks and subsequently joined the Straw Hat Pirates. After the world-renowned concert concluded, the crew resumed their journey. A month later, the Straw Hats arrived at Egghead Island, where they met Vegapunk and the Seraphim. They also encountered the perfect clone Stussy and fought a fierce battle against the 5 elders to protect Vegapunk's life. In the end, Vegapunk revealed world-shattering secrets, including the impending rise of the sea levels. Months later, the Straw Hats finally located the legendary One Piece, but found nothing within it to their liking. Ultimately, the treasure was placed aboard the Mary as a symbolic emblem of the Pirate King. After several more months, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace were reunited. Soon after, a world war erupted with Pirate King Luffy leading a coalition of pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the new navy against the world government. After a month of relentless conflict, Imu was defeated and fell into an eternal slumber alongside the 5 elders. Admiral Green Bull was killed in action, and Blackbeard, who had defected to the government, was crushed into a pulp by Whitebeard, his entire crew meeting the same fate. Admiral Kizaru lay defeated with disheveled clothes and hair, while Admiral Akainu collapsed covered in wounds. Garp and Sengoku of the Navy's elite forces suffered minor injuries, and Admiral Fujitora was wounded and vanquished. The Navy suffered countless casualties, but the pirates and the Revolutionary Army fared no better. When the war concluded, Luffy ascended as the new sovereign, and Zoro and the others each fulfilled their long-cherished dreams. That same year, the Straw Hat Pirates disbanded, as did the other Emperor crews. 10 years later, once world order had been largely restored, the former crew members gathered for a grand collective wedding ceremony. Luffy wed Yuta, Vivi, and Yamato. Ichin took Chingshang, Nami, Boa Hancock, Robin, Apis, and Shirahoshi as his wives. Zoro married Shura and Kuna, who was resurrected as the spirit of the Wado Ikamanji. Sanji held another grand wedding with Pudding with Stussy as his second wife. Chopper married Carrot. The remaining 3 chose to forego partners altogether. Years later, with only a year or 2 of life remaining, Ichin and Chingshang created a new magic, a spell capable of transcending dimensions to travel to other worlds. Embracing the idea of living out his final days with adventure, Ichin decided to summon the retired Luffy and their scattered companions for one last gathering. Upon learning they could retain their memories and original powers in another world, the companions were ecstatic and unanimously agreed. Just before stepping through the dimensional rift, they all extended their right hands in unison. Let us meet again in the next world. After much deliberation, I felt it was time to bring this story to a close. Yet the journeys of Ichin, Luffy, and their friends will never truly end. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's support thus far. Truly thank you. I must also offer my sincerest apologies for the adventures of Ichin and his companions in this world could have spanned much longer, but personal circumstances compelled me to condense the narrative. I am deeply sorry. Now I must begin pondering my next book. Another fan work, though the protagonist's character will differ, and he will not be invincible. Nor will it be a pirate tale. Instead, it will be based on a Chinese animation, but certainly not one that ruins anyone's childhood. This book began on May 11th, 2024, and concludes in 2024. August 9th. The author once again thanks everyone for their enduring companionship. The end. In Huaxia at Shueishan City, Shueishan University, in the male dormitory building B room 408, a long-haired youth is lying on the top bunk sound asleep. If you were to approach, you would notice that he was even wearing a blissful smile. Just as he was sleeping soundly, a sudden buzzing in his head jolted him awake. What's going on? How annoying. Fine then, okay. Oh, time to get up, my dear Niken. Is it breakfast time? Or, hee. Ouch. My head hurts. Is this my bed? The youth gradually became alert as he listened to the familiar sound of the alarm. If he remembered correctly, this song was indeed his alarm sound. With that thought, he glanced around and found that he was actually in his university dormitory bed. He then patted his head and pinched his own face. Ouch. It hurts. So this isn't a dream. Could it be that my 200 years in the Western fantasy continent and nearly 100 years in the world of pirates were all fake? Jiang Yichin finished speaking and opened his phone placed beside him to check the calendar, discovering that today is May 11th, 2024, and the time is 9:30 a.m. This is just 10 minutes before he looked in the mirror. He remembered planning to check his hair in the mirror before class to see if it had turned into a bird's nest. Could that also be a dream? With this thought, Ichin pulled back the curtain, got down from the bed, and slipped on his slippers. He then took a mirror from the cabinet and placed it on the table. At this moment, the other three roommates had already gone to their 8 a.m. class, while Jiang Yichin, having a class at 1020, remained in the dormitory. He was trying to make himself look incredibly handsome, but no matter how he posed, he still looked perfectly fine. It really was just a dream, but at least I lived 300 years in that dream. My happiest moments were in the later years of both the pirate world and the Western fantasy world. With that thought, Jiang Yichin resigned himself to reality and began to organize the books he needed to take to class, packing them into his backpack before plopping down in a chair to eat the takeout he had picked up at the door. A serving of dumplings and a small bag of soy milk. Although they had gone cold, it didn't stop Yichin from enjoying them warm. All he needed was to prepare a bowl of boiling water and warm the plastic box with the dumplings and the soy milk bag in it. As he ate the dumplings, Yichin habitually scrolled through videos on his phone. The short videos were, as usual, either showcasing wealthy youngsters traveling the world or featuring gourmet food, luxury houses, and expensive cars. As for beautiful women, Yichin only watched two: five-dimensional loli cosplayers and Blizzard cosplayers. These things were without exception unattainable for Yichin. Damn it, the more I watch, the angrier I get. If I really crossed over like in the dream, I wouldn't covet these things. Yichin exclaimed as he angrily slapped the table with one hand while scrolling with the other. The table seemed to respond, "Go ahead, smash your phone if you dare, you can't blame me for your anger." But this wasn't Yichin's fault. After all, the table was indestructible, while if his phone accidentally got bumped, it would be his wallet that would suffer. Of course, Yichin didn't hit the table too hard. After all, his hands were precious and couldn't be hurt. Around 10 a.m., after finishing his breakfast, Yichin, as usual, took out the trash to the garbage station before continuing towards the teaching building. However, they were just talking about mundane gossip, like someone falling from grace, someone else getting into trouble, and who was dating whom. Unlike usual, one topic of discussion caught it. However, they were just talking about mundane gossip, like someone falling from grace, someone else getting into trouble, and who was dating whom. Unlike usual, one topic of discussion caught Yichin's attention. However, they were just talking about mundane gossip, like someone falling from grace, someone else getting into trouble. Yeah, I can't believe that a paper-thin character who only existed in the virtual world actually broke through the dimensional barrier into the real world. You know that anime One Piece has been airing for a long time. And Luffy said he was looking for his first mate, but isn't his first mate right next to him, Zoro? He did say that, although I don't know which episode it popped up in, but Luffy seems to have mentioned that person's name. What was the name? I think it was Yun Yuechen. Hearing this, Ichin stood up excitedly. Yun Yuechen. Isn't that the name I had in my dreams after I crossed over? Could it be? That was not a dream. I really crossed over and returned to this world. With that thought, Ichin's heart began to race, and despite having 1,000 words to say, he could only express one: exhilarating. After a moment of joy, Ichin calmed his emotions. He then took out his phone to search for information about Luffy and the others. However, as soon as Ichin opened the search page, the top trending topic was breaking the dimensional barrier. Luffy and the Straw Hat crew enter the real world. Upon clicking in, Ichin saw a video of the group. The Mary was seen hovering high in the sky, standing still. It started with a village, then a town, a city, a province, a country, and finally the whole world took notice of the two-dimensional characters breaking through the dimensional barrier. The various countries of the world did not immediately launch an attack, but instead sent special aircraft to communicate with Luffy. After understanding that their actions were to find their companions, the countries still did not lower their guard against Luffy and his crew. This was an uncontrollable factor. The military generals and officials who originally did not watch two-dimensional content were also afraid that these people might suddenly attack their countries. However, they did not attack Luffy and his group, but sent a small number of pilots to monitor near the Mary. After all, having such characters breaking through the dimensional barrier was quite unusual. But how could they monitor the Mary? When Qing Shang sensed the faint magical energy released by Ichin, she took everyone, including the Mary, out of sight. In the evening, at the top of Qingfeng Mountain, upon sensing the joyous message Ichin sent her, Qing Shang brought Luffy and the others to this place. Ichin and Luffy naturally met here. Long time no see. Ichin. Upon seeing Ichin, everyone smiled. Ichin smiled back. The dream began here, and today that dream is realized at the mountain peak, where it all started. Uniquely this time, Ichin easily arrived at the summit. A few months later, one early morning, the sun, which was late for work, had just sent off the resentful moon, when Boss Cloud came over and gave the sun 2 resounding slaps. The sun was hiding in the clouds, trying to restore its smile. In the uninhabited mountains of Shueishan City. Just waking up, Ichin let out a yawn and sat up. He gently lifted ABI's, who was as usual lying on top of him, and placed her back onto the large soft bed. ABI's, still deep in sleep, seemed to sense something was missing and began searching the bed for someone to hold. Soon she found a pair of enormous soft mounds and buried her face between them. Nami, sensing someone touching her groggily, opened her eyes. Upon realizing it was ABI's, she closed them again. She murmured something under her breath. What? I thought it was Ichin wanting to do morning exercises with me. With that, she drifted back to sleep. Ichin, who had just gotten out of bed and put on his slippers, smiled helplessly at her words. He then walked over and tucked in Shirahoshi, who had kicked off her blanket. Empress Hancock, Robin, and Qingshang had already risen early and gone off to do their own things. Thud. Ichin gently closed the door and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. I never thought my old dreams would come true, Ichin muttered to himself, looking at his reflection in the mirror. After washing up, Ichin began to take a stroll in his spacious 1,200 square meter living hall. The library on the left side of the hall was specially designed for Robin. She was probably in there reading now. Recently, she had been engrossed in books about China's millennia of history. The library was about the same size as the hall, around 200 square meters. Since Robin never had specific preferences, Ichin had replicated books from all over the world for her to enjoy. On the right side was the dressing room, about 500 square meters. It was filled with all kinds of gorgeous outfits, perfumes, and expensive cosmetics. There was no skincare section, as Ichin could guarantee the women's skin quality. However, only Hancock frequented that place. She was probably in there right now picking out clothes. Her goal was to show Ichin a new stunning look every day, even delving into various cosplays, including female characters from manga. Her efforts were quite effective, always stirring Ichin's desires. Next to the dressing room was a 1,200 square meter gaming room. Of course, the villa's soundproofing was excellent, so there was no worry about noise disturbing others. Surprisingly, Qingshang had an incredible talent for gaming. Within a few short months, she had beaten all the level-based games. Games like Honor of Kings and PUBG were a piece of cake for her. Even major esports clubs were vying to recruit her. At this hour, she was likely helping Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie rank up in their matches. Hey Luffy, stop feeding, damn it. You're 08, and it's only been 5 minutes. The jungle is completely lost. Usopp's angry shout echoed as Ichin entered the gaming room. It's because they have more people. But seriously, why are half the jungle monsters near the enemy's base? The game designer must be an idiot. How am I supposed to defend my jungle like this? Luffy slammed the table in protest. And why do you have to charge into the enemy's jungle anyway? Isn't your own side good enough? Chopper, looking at his own 0-6 score, couldn't help but criticize Luffy. He had worn out the retreat key, trying to stop Luffy from diving into the enemy jungle only to end up getting himself killed trying to save him. Even if he saved Luffy, Luffy would just run right back, even with just a sliver of health. Why do I die when the enemy hits me with low health? That's so unscientific. Luffy argued persistently even after being killed. Hey, what's going on? I just watched a few videos and you're already 0-9, Luffy. Frankie, who had just returned from scrolling through Douyin, said after clearing his lane and checking the scoreboard. As for Ching Shang in the mid lane with a score of 100, she said nothing. She was indifferent to how many times Luffy died as long as she was doing well herself. After all, Usopp was quite reliable, holding his own 1v2 until support arrived. Frankie was the annoying type, ignoring you until you left, then chasing and pushing when you ran successfully, keeping the enemy top laner preoccupied. Although Luffy was feeding, he was also baiting out the enemy's skills, and with Chopper's solid crowd control, the team wasn't worried. What? You ask where Luffy gets his gold? Because Luffy would rather die than miss a jungle monster, he technically succeeded in counter-jungling. As for his own jungle monsters, well, they were all devoured by Ching Shang. Forget Luffy. Come help me, Chopper. Hearing their intense bickering, Ichin decided to leave the room. Opposite the gaming room was a 400 square meter kitchen and dining area. Sanji was probably preparing breakfast there. Next door was a 400 square meter music and dance studio where Brook was practicing a new tune, Yuta was singing, and Pudding was dancing. Across from the music studio was a 300 square meter gym. Unsurprisingly, Zoro was probably doing his morning workout there, and Shura and Kuina would definitely be with him. Outside the hall was an open-air balcony where Stussy was lounging on a recliner basking in the sunlight. As for Yamato and Mary, they were soaking in the hot spring pool on the first floor. Mary enjoyed being in the water, while Yamato simply liked to play around in it. The other rooms were just as pleasant. Beyond the main entrance was the villa's large garden with an orchard and a vegetable garden behind the house. The three third brothers who were kicked out by Shura and Kuina were acting as the third wheel. One was guarding the gate, one watching the orchard, and one tending to the flowers. As for Kaya, she was still fast asleep in Usopp's room. This nearly 10,000 square meter villa was also conjured up by Ichin. Of course, it was just like the real thing, with the only difference being its superior quality. After greeting Huiyin with a good morning, Ichin headed out to take the wild animals for a walk. Today is a wonderful day. Ichin hummed a tune while flying through the air. To those who knew, he was walking his big cat. To those who didn't, it looked like the big cat was flying a kite. Seeing Ichin floating in the sky, Hohu expressed its desire to fly too. As he flew, Ichin happened to encounter an eagle hunting in the morning, so he flew over to its side. The eagle looked at Ichin, who was flying alongside it, in shock. It thought humans shouldn't, and at the very least, the eagle looked at Ichin, who was flying alongside it, in shock. It thought humans shouldn't, and at the very least couldn't fly. Our home just happens to be missing an eagle. Would you like to join? Ichin asked politely. I won't listen to a human unless you can prove you are stronger than Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, the eagle suddenly felt dizzy, its organs trembling, as if it might split apart at any moment. Fine, I agree. Feeling the discomfort, the eagle immediately agreed to Ichin's request. Delighted, Ichin brought it back home. Huhu looked at the quiet forest around it, then at the empty sky. Damn. Meow. The master left me in the forest again. Fine, since he's not looking after me, I'll find my own game. With that thought, Huhu continued exploring the forest. Flying halfway home, Ichin suddenly sneezed. I feel like I forgot something. But it probably wasn't important.